This is a white card that seals a living person. Being decomposed into low-level materials is his ultimate fate. Yet the girl managed to use this low-tier white card. She became the strongest summoner capable of guarding the blue heart. The summoners behind him all asked how he achieved this. How could a white card be nurtured into an unparalleled strongest card? It's simple, just help him warm his bed every day. However, what everyone didn't know was that the living person sealed in the white card was actually a time traveler. In my previous life, I was playing a pay-to-win card drawing game. I accidentally drew 10 dog heads and was reborn as a card. When I regained my senses, I found myself pinched between two delicate fingers. Respected summoner, please summon the hero from the card. Use it to defeat the evil slime. Defend the farmland in the village. The speaker was a tiny fairy flying in the air. Sure, I'll chase them away right now, said a delicate white-haired lowly, nodding seriously. With the help of external light, I could see the surrounding environment clearly, fields scattered with round cabbages, but many were being gnawed by a gelatinous creature. Based on the names above the little fairy, the newbie guide Eve, and the lowly named Orange Sweet, I deduced that I had crossed over into a game world. At this point, I sighed in relief, glad I hadn't become a vegetable, but the bad news was that I had turned into a rectangular white card. What is happening? After a lifetime of drawing cards, luckily, although I've lost my head and limbs, my hearing, sight, smell, and touch are all intact. Go for it, Big Can. Suddenly, I heard Orange Sweet shout, and I felt myself lose control as my body began to twist and expand rapidly. The next second, the thin card vanished, and a tall, fully armed warrior descended from the sky, making a dazzling entrance. Is this my battle form? I examined my body closely, but my brow furrowed tighter, standing at 9 meters tall, wielding a heavy sword, clad in white iron armor, and wearing a steel knight's helmet, I was completely sealed. At first glance, this Ion-Can appearance seemed imposing and powerful, but then I realized it was not the standard way to crush ice. Before crossing over, I had played many card drawing games, and there was a common rule: the less clothing a character wore, the stronger they were. In contrast, those dressed in serious rock armor were usually very weak. I had a bad feeling, so I quickly opened the panel. Real name Chen Xian, Summoner Orange Sweet, Body Type Heavy Sword User, Rarity White, Talent Lucky Minion, with a 0.1% chance of extra growth upon leveling up or evolving, Skill Drought Slash. While checking my combat power of 21 on the card panel, a flood of information surged in my mind, and I instantly understood many things. Heaven had given me a catastrophic start. It turned out that this was a game world called Tianyu. This game was quite peculiar, despite having revolutionary virtual reality technology with a realism of 99.9%, its game mode was outdated and excruciating pay-to-win card drawing online game. My body as a heavy sword user was just the lowest level in card in the game. In the Tianyu, the initial rarity of cards ranges from low to high: white card N, green card 2, blue card SR, purple card SSR, and gold card. Learning all this, I felt utterly defeated. A white card is something even the storage would reject, ultimately either being decomposed or fed as fodder to other cards. As for that talent called Lucky Minion, it made me laugh in anger. A 0.1% chance, or 1 in 10,000, who are they kidding? That's not how you make up numbers. Hey, Big Can, hurry up and attack. The cabbages are about to be eaten by the slimes. At that moment, Orange Sweet's anxious voice came through. Hearing this, I shook my head, cleared my thoughts, and focused my attention ahead. There, a pillow-sized blue slime was lying on a lush green cabbage, happily munching away. Blue slime, level 1, health 80. Should I deal with the trouble in front of me first? I took a deep breath, raised the heavy sword above my head, and swung it down heavily at the slime. With a thud, the blue slime was struck hard by my sword, its body rippling like clay. Occasionally, a red damage number floated above its head. As the slime turned, it noticed me, the one interrupting its meal. An anthropomorphic expression of anger formed on its face as it bounced towards me. Big Can, don't be stupid. Orange Sweet clenched her little fists and urged me to dodge the attack quickly. I chuckled dismissively. A tiny slime thinks it can hit me? I lifted my foot to step left, but in that moment, I realized something was wrong. My movements felt like they were in slow motion, awkward and uncomfortable. I couldn't move until the slime angrily slammed into my knee. By the time I finally made that step, the slime's second attack was already over. Watching my health bar drop by 10%, I couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck? Is this what a white card is? It's so trash." So I stopped dodging and swung my heavy sword, engaging in a thrilling clash with the slime. The slime kept slamming into my knee while I smashed down on its head. Big Can seems to be struggling, Orange Sweet thought, her eyes wide as she watched the battle, feeling anxious for me. On the other hand, I realized the problem with my white card. Not only was my speed slow, but my attack speed was also slow, taking 3 seconds to swing once, while the slime could attack twice in the same time. It was turning into a battle of attrition. This won't do. The longer the battle dragged on, the worse my performance would appear in the lowly's eyes, increasing the chance of being decomposed. I had to end this quickly. Take this drought slash. -13. You killed the blue slime, gaining experience. Luckily, this sword strike pierced through the slime's gelatinous body and even sank deep into the ground, taking away its last shred of life. However, there was no hint of joy on my face. After killing the slime, I was drenched in sweat, unable to find any reason not to be decomposed. Players are ruthless. For them, if you're not strong enough, everything else is meaningless. Ding! The system detected the host's low mood, and the multiverse farm system successfully activated. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoed in my mind. I was taken aback and eagerly opened the panel. Sure enough, besides Lucky Minion, I had gained a second talent, Fortunate Destiny, with a hidden effect that applied only to myself, ensuring a fixed 100% probability of favorable outcomes. The explanation is brief, and the effect is simple, but the operational scope seems vast. I focused on another talent, Lucky Minion, which has a 0.1% chance of additional growth during upgrades, star promotions, and evolutions. Things are getting interesting. Hey, Big Can, you've lost a lot of health. Are you okay? Suddenly, my armor vibrated slightly. I looked down and saw the little girl reaching out her tiny hand, gently patting her leg armor. I raised an eyebrow and realized that I only had 25 health left. No wonder it's the White Tower. It's quite taxing. Summoner, I can still fight. Orange Sweet frowned. The Big Can's health was quite unconvincing. He genuinely favored this metalkin because both the steel greatsword and the full armor looked super cool and gave a strong sense of security. As for the card's rarity and strength, Orange Sweet had no idea, as it was his first time playing a game. Orange Sweet's real name is Inkur, an ordinary student from the Great Flame Kingdom of Tiantian Star. If it weren't for her best friend's strong recommendation, claiming it was very easy to make money in the Abyss and that she was in dire need of cash, she would never consider playing this game. Considering newcomers like her, the Abyss included a mandatory tutorial. The little sprite's outfit serves as their guide, leading them step by step to familiarize themselves with the game. And Core looked worried under the circumstances. Eve immediately fluttered her thin fairy wings. She flew right in front of her. Summoner, your hero's condition is not good, but please don't worry. Let Eve teach you how to upgrade your hero. Let's help him return to peak condition and become even stronger. After the upgrade, the Big Ken will become stronger. And Core looked at Eve with surprise. Of course, Eve nodded and then waved her hand, causing 10 red fruits similar to cherries to appear out of thin air, slowly drifting toward Encore. These are 10 3-year-old fruits, each capable of leveling up a hero below level 10 by 1. Upon hearing the effects of the fruits, Encore's eyes lit up. Wow, that's amazing. Here, Big Can, eat it quickly. Encore eagerly handed me the fruits. A glimmer of desire flashed in my eyes. Jumping straight to level 10 is indeed a great thing. Without hesitation, I consumed all 10 fruits at once. As soon as the fruits were stored, I felt countless streams of energy flooding into my limbs. Energy coursed through every inch of my body, nourishing it. My muscles grew stronger, my veins more flexible, and my bones sturdier. At that moment, I felt the essence of life rapidly enhancing. System notifications rolled across my view, showing that I had leveled up from level 0 to level 10, gaining boosts in various attributes each time and triggering the talent Lucky Minion, which granted an extra growth. Triggering is 0.1% chance 10 times in a row seems unbelievable, but the talent Fortune's favor made the impossible terrifying, forcing all favorable probabilities to become 100%, turning invincibility into overwhelming strength. Look, Summoner, I wasn't lying, was I? After your hero consumed the fruits, isn't he stronger? At this moment, the outfit extended a delicate finger toward me, smiling at Encore. Yes, little sprite, you didn't lie to me. You're so kind. Encore nodded repeatedly. Summoner, would you like more? The outfit's charming face brightened with a wider smile, and her originally clear voice unwittingly carried a hint of blush. I want it. Quickly, give it to me. Encore blushed and excitedly raised her hand. If there were more fruits, the Bigkin could level up a lot. Don't rush. Please open the shop. See the words for the beginner's starter pack? Click on it. Look at the first slot in the first row. That's the big fruit gift pack. Encore followed the outfit's instructions and operated step by step. Sure enough, she found a limited time pack in the shop, containing 20 fruits of 3-year, 5-year, and 10-year ages, but it cost 9,980 starstones. What are starstones? I didn't have a single one. Summoner, do you see the recharge button in the top right corner? Click it, and you'll get a lot of starstones. The first recharge also gives you double starstones, and you can take it away for just 499 fruits. Summoner, hurry up and recharge, Aji. Listening to their conversation, I was dumbfounded. With such advanced technology and operations, it felt as backward as an uncivilized tribe. What good game includes charging money in the beginner's tutorial? Ah, they want money. I don't have any money. I don't have money. The teacher said that those who spend money in games aren't good kids. And Core repeatedly shook her head in refusal, her little head shaking like a rattle. No matter how fantastical the outfit's claims were, and Core stubbornly insisted on not spending money. Is she anxious about this? It seems this summoner's financial situation is not strong. The mentality of wanting to get things for free is strong. Persuading him to spend money will be a long and arduous task. I didn't blame Core for being stingy. From my perspective, players generally benefit from spending more money, but what if I pushed her too hard and she quit? Then I wouldn't be able to progress. Besides, what game asks players to spend 500 right at the start? Now my stats had transformed completely, several times stronger than at level 0, especially my attack power, which had even surpassed 50 points. If I encountered a slime again, with just 2 strikes, I could take it down. At this rate of growth, even as a white card, I could be the strongest white card. After Encore broke free from the outfit's entanglement, she noticed the changes in me. Could there really be miracles in this world? I calculated the Big Can's attributes. No way. He actually triggered the talent effect every time he leveled up. Wasn't the chance of lucky minion only 1 in 10,000? Triggering it 10 times in a row cannot be explained by mere luck. It can only be described as a miracle. Though I'm poor and can't afford the big pack, my card is truly impressive. Summoner, your hero's strength has greatly increased. You can continue to eliminate the slimes in the fields. The minor incident earlier didn't affect Eve's mood. She was still enthusiastic, leading Encore into the next round, the second to last of the beginner's tutorial. This time, without waiting for Encore to speak, I charged forward. Now was the time to test my strength. I dashed behind a green slime and without hesitation, delivered a heavy slash. A high red number, -50, appeared above the slime's head. After taking such a heavy hit, the green slime turned angrily and charged at me with a headbutt. I used Ice Dash, and my speed had increased by a full 20 points compared to before. With a slight sidestep, I dodged the attack. Not only my speed, but my attack speed had also significantly increased. In just 2.5 seconds, I swung my second sword, delivering a sweeping blow. The green slime fell dead on the spot. A dark red round coin dropped. I reached down to pick it up and handed it to Encore, who was following closely behind. Big Can, you're amazing. Not only did you easily defeat the slime, but you also collected a coin. But you don't need it, right? Encore looked at me with admiration and asked. I shook my head. I am a card, not a player, and I can't use many items. I can only rely on Encore's hands. I continued to take down the remaining slimes, while Encore followed closely behind, picking up the slime drops. It's worth mentioning that defeating slimes not only drops slimy goo and dark red coins but also grants experience. However, my experience bar increased very little, far less than consuming the fruits directly. This is understandable. I was already level 10 while the slimes here were only level 1, so they couldn't provide much experience. Meanwhile, Encore leveled up from 0 to 1 in just a short time. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled, and the farmland beneath me cracked open, revealing a yellow toad lying in the center. What an ugly toad! Encore shrank her shoulders, trembling in fear. My focus was different. The vanilla toad was an elite monster with level 20 and 1000 health, and it suddenly emerged from the ground. It was 10 levels higher than me. In the abyss, monster rarity ranges from low to high, common, elite, and boss. Bosses are further subdivided into categories such as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, epic, legendary, and mythical. The three-eyed toad nearby, while not a treasure, was equally formidable. After all, it was a tutorial boss. With such a powerful monster appearing, I knew it was a plot kill. This time, the plot kill wasn't targeting Encore but rather my weakest white card, the Great Sword Wielder. Having experienced similar online game tropes too many times, I knew how it went. Players are having a good time, and suddenly a powerful monster appears, easily taking down the worthless starter card provided by the system. This allows the system to unlock the card drawing feature, enabling players to draw rarer cards to defeat the monster. However, little did they know, there is always a way out. If I wished to walk, the path lay before me. My fate is in my own hands, not determined by chance. As a card, I knew that if I died, I would not only lose levels and star ratings but also enter a 24-hour summoning cooldown. Therefore, I would never allow myself to fall. Before I could take further action, the vanilla toad launched a surprise attack. It opened its wide mouth, extending a sticky tongue that shot toward me like a blur, powerful and fierce. -30. I immediately blocked with my sword, but still lost 10% of my health. Summoner, retreat quickly. I'll hold them off. In a moment of crisis, instead of retreating, I charged forward, dragging the heavy greatsword toward the vanilla toad. -12, -12. My sword struck the toad continuously, but the damage dealt was quite minimal. What the heck? How am I supposed to play like this? The vanilla toad's damage output is 2.5 times mine, and its health is 5 times greater. It's an absolute numerical crush, even considering my double growth. Any other white card greatsword wielder would have been done for by now. Without warning, the vanilla toad suddenly threw back its head and let out 3 loud croaks, then leaped up and down in place, activating its triple spit skill. -50, -50, -50. With each landing, the ground shook violently, and even as the dirt flew, my health bar plummeted. In the blink of an eye, I was left with just 20 health points. My life was hanging by a thread. Amidst the chaos, I struggled to stand, realizing I had underestimated this giant toad. Of course, being a giant toad, it wouldn't be easy to evade. Just when I thought I was doomed, a melodious sound floated on the wind. Upon hearing it, the enraged vanilla toad immediately lay down, stretching its limbs and falling into a deep sleep. Seizing the opportunity, I turned and ran to reunite with Encore. Summoner, my sprite's lullaby can only keep that monster asleep for 3 minutes. Any disturbance will wake it up. To defeat it, we need more powerful strength. The little sprite Eve put away her harmonica. She said seriously to Encore. Meanwhile, he looked at me with astonishment. Logically, in this stage of the tutorial, the three-eyed toad's damage output should be overwhelming, and the greatsword wielder should have perished, as this was all preset by the game to draw out stronger cards from the player's death. But how was I still alive? More powerful strength? Does that mean continuing to level up the big can? Encore looked up at the outfit, asking, "No, the greatsword wielder's potential is too low. There's no value in further cultivating him, Summoner. You need stronger partners to join your team." Listening to this, I felt a chill in my heart. This damn little sprite was such a jerk. Isn't it rude to speak ill of me right in front of me when I'm still alive? But I think the big can still be saved. And Cora blinked her pure eyes, stubbornly defending the outfit. But she didn't press the issue further. Instead, she began to guide Encore on how to recruit heroes. Summoner, please click on the recruitment function on the homepage. Yes, just like that. Next, choose the Wonders Pool between the Wonders Pool and the Fixed Pool. Only the Wonders Pool can recruit new heroes. The Fixed Pool can only recruit heroes you have already had. Look, Summoner, you now have the right to 1 free recruitment. Quick, click on Recruitment. Soon, a brilliant blue light flashed across the field, revealing a sharp-eyed, black gold-masked youth, whose blade marked the territory of the assassin, Qin Wuyang. In the sky, the blue light shone down. As a 2 card, I was struck with surprise. Unlike the white and green cards, the blue cards in this realm, which are 2 cards, are considered rare cards. They not only have higher attributes but also possess a second talent, making their strength far superior to white and green cards. Great Summoner, you are very lucky to have drawn a rare card. Next, please cultivate him and add him to your team. Eve pretended to be surprised as she congratulated Encore. I pursed my lips. What do you mean by good luck? It's just a routine. Anyone who dares to bet a coin will always get this guy on their first draw. Really? He. Encore, playing a game for the first time, believed it wholeheartedly and laughed innocently. Next, Eve brought out 10 3-year fruits for Encore to level up Qin Wuyang to level 10. In addition to leveling up, under Eve's guidance, Encore also raised Qin Wuyang's star rating from 0 to 2 stars. At this moment, Qin Wuyang's combat power surged to 130, over twice mine. As his strength greatly increased, so did his confidence. The summoner's main force is only one, me. Encore didn't notice Qin Wuyang's little actions because her focus was entirely on me. Just now, although Qin Wuyang had leveled up 2 stars, he didn't trigger his talent even once. That's right, players also have talents, and his talent is quite special. Thinking this, Encore took out a lump of slime goo and handed it to me. Can the big can continue to create miracles? Big can, you should also level up. That's right. In the Abyss, the method for leveling up cards is to consume various materials. The goo dropped from the slimes I defeated can come in handy right now. Additionally, unlike leveling up, star promotion not only enhances attributes but is even more important. Once you reach a certain rank, the card can evolve into a higher rarity. The higher the card's rarity, the stronger its talents and skills will be, and the attribute increases per level will also be greater. I didn't hesitate and swallowed the goo in one gulp. Immediately, my body felt even more powerful, and the heavy shackles in my genes and soul shattered with a loud crash. You leveled up from 0 stars to 1 star. Health plus 25, mana plus 15, attack plus 10, defense plus 10, magic resistance plus 10, speed plus 5. You successfully triggered the talent Lucky Minion, gaining an additional growth as listed above. You have gained a new talent, Immortal Me. There were 2 system prompts in total. The first one was easy for Chen Chen to understand, but the second left him puzzled. He had gained a talent? Where did that come from? Filled with confusion, Chen Chen opened the panel to check. Talent, Indestructible Grip, LV1, effect, every 10 seconds. Your next attack will deal spell damage equal to 5% of your maximum health and permanently increase your maximum health by 10 points. You can increase your maximum health a maximum of 20 times per day. Growth type talent? Chen Chen's breath became slightly heavy. In any game, a talent that can permanently stack attributes is at least T1 level. Although he could only stack attributes 20 times a day for now, don't forget that this talent can be upgraded. At higher levels, it might even lift the limit on the number of times it can be used. One more thing, Chen Chen's main class is a heavy swordsman, a typical physical damage output class, as evidenced by the fact that leveling up and star upgrading does not increase his spell power. However, the talent Indestructible Grip can add spell damage, which undoubtedly makes his output methods more comprehensive. Overall, Chen Chen was very satisfied with his new talent. But in Sky Domain, star upgrading doesn't allow cards to learn new talents. Is my situation a bug? Excited yet confused, Chen Chen felt anxious. Every time he triggered the minion luck, there was still a trace to follow, at least theoretically possible. But if the new talent was something that came out of nowhere, would he face sanctions if discovered? Would the game officials delete him to fix the bug? Thinking of this, Chen Chen frowned, feeling a bit restless. Wow, really? It really triggered. Big Ken is indeed different. Compared to Chen Chen's worries, Ankura was like a cheerful little sparrow, her small face beaming with surprise. She guessed right, Big Ken was indeed a miracle. Ankura repeatedly checked her own talent. Yes, every player receives a destined talent upon entering the game. However, Ankura was not a favored child of destiny. Her destined talent was not strong, and could even be described as common. Talent, Unstable Mutation, LV1, effect. When your hero levels up, there is a 0.1% chance to trigger one of the following effects. 1. Acquire a random talent. 2. Acquire a random skill. 3. Permanently increase all attributes by 10%. The triggering probability was only 1 in 1,000. Even the blue card Qin Woyang did not trigger it, yet Big Ken, as a white card, did. This further convinced Ankura that Big Ken was the luckiest of the lucky, a miracle among miracles. Here, Big Ken, these are all for you. Quickly level up to 2 stars. Ankura excitedly opened her backpack and took out 5 blobs of slime goo, stuffing them all into Chen Chen's arms. These goo were dropped by the slimes Chen Chen had just killed. Ankura stared intently at Chen Chen. If Big Ken could trigger her talent this time, then her hypothesis would be completely validated. Summoner, no. The heavy swordsman is just a white card with no future. It's not worth investing resources in him, and, seeing this, the little sprite Eve flapped her wings and flew in front of Ankura, shaking her hands repeatedly, trying to stop what she saw as a very irrational act. The assassin Qin Woyan cast a complex look at Chen Chen. In his gaze, there was a mix of 3 parts confusion, 3 parts jealousy, 3 parts disdain, and 1 part inexplicable anger. He didn't understand why the summoner favored a white card so much. Was it just because he was handsome? But can good looks fill your stomach? Can good looks increase DPS? Most importantly, that guy's entire face was covered by a helmet, so it was impossible to tell if he was handsome or not. But he didn't dare to question it like Eve, even though he was a blue card. Because the summoner is the player, and players take action, how can a card dictate what to do? If you dare to talk too much, I'll just break you down. Humph. Once we're on the battlefield, the summoner will naturally understand who is just posturing and who truly has strength. Qin Woyan was holding back a surge of anger, waiting for the right moment to show his skills. What he didn't know was that Chen Chen was also harboring a belly full of fire. Damn little sprite, I've put up with you for long enough. I haven't offended you, have I? And yet, you've repeatedly belittled me to my face. How long is this going to go on? There's a limit to what can be tolerated. Forget it. I'll hold it in for now. Isn't there a saying? Endure for a moment and the storm will pass. Take a step back and the sea will be vast. Besides, the little sprite seems quite formidable. Holding back isn't shameful. Not at all. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. To hell with him. So, Chen Chen seized the opportunity, while Eve was still chattering away with her slander, and suddenly flicked his finger against her smooth forehead, sending her tumbling through the air, flipping several times. Ah, you! How dare you offend me? Eve quickly flapped her wings to stop herself, looking at Chen Chen with shock and anger. Chen Chen merely stared coldly at her, also curious about what kind of revenge she would take. However, perhaps due to the constraints of the rules, the sprite could only glare at him fiercely, with no other actions. Boring. So Chen Shen lost interest in her and decisively consumed 5 blobs of slime goo one by one. Ugh, after finishing, Chen Shen grimaced, nearly gagging. The texture of this stuff was just too hard to praise. He had never eaten snot, but he figured it must taste about the same. Fortunately, it had no flavor, otherwise, he really couldn't guarantee he could swallow it. Is this the price of becoming stronger? After consuming the goo, Chen Shen felt his body lighten, and the invisible shackles broke another link. You have risen from 1 star to 2 stars, life plus 25, mana plus 15, attack plus 10, defense plus 10, magic resistance plus 10, speed plus 5. You have successfully triggered the talent minion luck, gaining the above growth once more. You have gained a new talent, Wind of Revival. Chen Shen's pupils dilated. He had gained a talent? He quickly opened his panel. True name, Chen Shen, not yet released. Summoner, Sweet Orange. Main body, Greatsword user. Rarity, N, White. Level, Level 10. Star level, 2 stars. Life, 300/300. Mana, 150/150. Spirit, 450. Attack, 95. Magic power, 0. Defense, 88. Magic resistance, 85. Speed, 43. Talents, Fortune of the Heavens, Hidden Unique, Minion Luck, Unyielding Grip, LV1, Wind of Revival, LV1. Skills, Earthshatter / LV1. Overall combat power, 75. Talent, Wind of Revival, LV1. Effect, restores 1% of maximum life every 2 seconds. The second talent also astonished Chen Shen. Percentage-based life recovery might not be very effective in the early stages, but in the later stages, it would definitely be a god-tier talent. Coupled with Unyielding Grip stacking life, wouldn't he be speeding down the tank path? But are these 2 god-tier talents easy to come by? While Chen Shen was still worried, Encore was overjoyed. Yay! It worked! It worked again! Encore stared at Chen Shen without blinking, and her expression made Chen Shen suspect something. Could my newly acquired talent be related to her? But when Qin Wuyan leveled up, she didn't seem this excited? Wait! Suddenly, a flash of lightning seemed to cross Chen Shen's mind. Could it be that summoners also have probability-based talents similar to minion luck, and that the effect applies to heroes rather than themselves? Chen Shen thought more and more that it was possible. In this case, his potential could be said to be unfathomable. I am destined to become the king of cards. At this moment, Chen Shen saw the shadows of the future completely dissipate, and a path full of infinite possibilities appeared before him. Summoner, it's bad. My spirit's sleep duration is almost up. The vanilla toad is about to awaken. Suddenly, Eve's expression changed as she reminded him. Summoner, a little toad is nothing to fear. I'll be right back. Chen Shen volunteered, shouldering his heavy sword and striding towards the vanilla toad, which was swaying its head and about to wake up. Summoner, I alone can handle it. Qin Wuyang also followed suit, unwilling to be outdone. Go for it, Big Can. Encore cheered from behind. In fact, she also wanted to help, but considering the possibility of being more of a hindrance, she decided against it. On the other side, the vanilla toad finally fully awakened, having been forcibly put to sleep for 3 minutes, and it was already furious. Rib bit. So, at the first moment of waking, it launched an attack on Chen Shen, its wet tongue swiftly darting towards his chest. Heh, a trivial skill. With a light step and a relaxed expression, Chen Shen chose not to dodge. -1. What? No damage? Seeing the number floating above Chen Shen's head, Qin Wuyan was stunned, and Eve was also bewildered. The vanilla toad was equally confused, even forgetting to retract its tongue. No matter how frantically it operated its core-like brain, it still couldn't understand why the guy who had been completely defeated 3 minutes ago suddenly became stronger. Qin Wuyan's IQ was higher than that of a three-eyed toad, but he also couldn't comprehend why a low-level white card could withstand an elite monster's attack. Was he really just a white card? Only Chen Shen remained calm and unperturbed, accustomed to it. Heh, what's so surprising? Isn't that how gacha games work? With ample resources, all it takes is a few clicks, and the combat power of the cards can soar like a rocket. No need for cumbersome operations, nor a long accumulation of time, even a grandmother could play. It was precisely because of this simplicity, requiring no brainpower or keyboard mashing, that gacha games became a fleeting craze in Chen Shen's previous world, enduring through time. Aside from a few evergreen MOBA titles, gacha games were the most profitable and had the largest audience, especially in terms of making money. Whether it was AAA titles or traditional online games, they couldn't even hold a candle to it. Shaking his head to clear away unnecessary thoughts, Chen Shen raised his blunt heavy sword and thrust it straight at the vanilla toad's tongue. -52. With a rip, the tongue was severed, and the vanilla toad's health visibly decreased. Plus 10. At the same time, the talent Unyielding Grip activated, increasing Chen Chen's health limit by 10 points. Seeing Chen Chen's white card shine brightly, Qin Woyang's pride was instantly ignited. He immediately transformed into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared from his spot, reappearing half-kneeling on the back of the vanilla toad. Strike! With a low shout, Qin Woyang plunged the cold, gleaming sleeve blade deep into the vanilla toad's flesh. Minus 121. A terrifying damage number floated out, and the vanilla toad's health plummeted instantly. As expected of a blue card, the damage is quite explosive. Chen Chen nodded in admiration. This is how gacha games work. High-rarity cards overwhelmingly dominate low-rarity cards. It's almost impossible for low-rarity cards to turn the tide. What he didn't know was that Qin Woyang was not satisfied with his damage at all. Something's off, it's 9 parts wrong. Qin Woyang frowned tightly. He had used all his strength in that strike. Talent Backstab. Attack the target from behind, dealing an additional 10% damage. With the skill strike, my damage is only twice that of Chen Chen? That's too low. 4 times would be normal. After all, I am a blue card, with a rarity 2 levels higher than Chen Chen. For a moment, I felt that Chen Chen was shrouded in mystery, completely inscrutable. Quack! The vanilla toad, having suffered repeated blows, immediately felt a surge of fear, turning around and raising its rear, hopping away towards the nearest large fissure. Trying to escape? Both Chen Chen and Qin Woyang saw through the vanilla toad's intentions. They couldn't let this guy get away. In the end, under their merciless attacks, the vanilla toad fell forever less than a meter from the fissure. 2 glowing purple 4-leaf clovers appeared at the spot where the vanilla toad died. They were the kind of wild grass that grew on the vanilla toad. Chen Chen picked them up and was just about to hand them to Encore when a buzzing sound began to emanate from various parts of his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Along with it, a flashing red light surrounded him. The red light was exceptionally bright, almost blinding, as if it were about to write the words alarm directly. Chen Chen's entire being, from the steel knight helmet to the seamless armor and the blunt heavy sword, began to gradually dim and become illusory. Seeing this, Encore hurriedly asked Eve beside her, "Little fairy, what's wrong with Big Can?" Remembering how Chen Chen had dared to disrespect her earlier, Eve gleefully replied, "Oh, summoner, this is a sign that the heavy swordsman is about to disappear." Disappear? How could this happen? I don't want him to disappear. I don't want to. Encore was stunned, her big eyes quickly filling with tears, on the verge of crying. This pitiful look made Eve feel a bit guilty, so she didn't continue to tease her. Alright, actually, it's just that the heavy swordsman's spiritual power is almost depleted. Heroes need to consume spiritual power to maintain their human form. When the spiritual power runs out, the hero will revert to card form. Encore immediately looked at Eve with hope. "Little fairy, is there a way to restore Big Can's spiritual power?" Eve placed her hands on her hips and smiled proudly. "Of course there is." Next, under Eve's guidance, Encore took out a large black pot from her backpack and placed it on the ground. Then she added 2 blobs of slime goo, a sprig of orchid grass, which was a drop from the vanilla toad, and a bowl of clean water. Finally, she covered the pot with a lid. Glug, glug. 10 seconds later, as the lid began to bubble, white steam rose, and a steaming hot dish was freshly prepared. Slime vanilla gelatin quality, ordinary effect, restores 30 spiritual power when consumed by a hero. Shelf life, 7 days. The gelatin was light purple, crystal clear and soft, bouncy and bright, not only looking great but also emitting a faint fragrance that made one's fingers itch with desire. Glug! Encore looked at the gelatin greedily, unconsciously swallowing her saliva. But she quickly came to her senses, scooping the gelatin into a small bowl and offering it to Chen Chen. "Thank you, summoner." Chen Chen did not refuse. He did not want to revert to card form at all, as that feeling of being headless and limbless was too uncomfortable. After consuming the fragrant and smooth gelatin, Chen Chen instantly restored 30 points of spiritual power, meaning he could last another 30 minutes. Qin Woyang watched every detail of Chen Chen eating the gelatin, instantly drooling with envy. Encore, feeling soft-hearted, made a serving of slime vanilla gelatin for him as well. By this point, there were still some other ingredients left, but the orchid grass was completely used up. "Little fairy, where can I get more orchid grass?" Encore asked Eve eagerly. "Summoner, it's right on you." "On me?" Encore tilted her little head in confusion. Hearing their conversation, Chen Chen's forehead was instantly covered in black lines. Why did this dialogue sound so familiar? Could it be? Sure enough, as he expected, Eve put on a courteous smile and gently coaxed, "Summoner, please open the shop interface. Do you see the moon card in the second slot of the third row?" "Yes, just click it, and you can receive jelly and orchid vanilla every day." "Oh, okay, I clicked it." "Wow, why does it cost money again? 198 Great Flynn coins, so expensive." Don't worry, Summoner, the moon card is definitely worth it. Once activated, it not only gives you 10 jellies immediately, but for the next 30 days, you can receive 1 jelly and 3 orchid vanillas every day, ensuring your hero is well fed. I won't recharge, I have no money. Boo-hoo. Don't you like the Jelly Moon card? That's okay. Besides the Jelly Moon card, we also have Starstone Moon cards, Recruitment Ticket Moon cards, Fruit Moon cards, Star Upgrade Material Moon cards, all for just 198. I don't want it, go away. Chen was completely speechless. Goodness, why not just rename the newbie sprite to the pay-to-win sprite? Do you have a quota or something? So tireless. Enough. He really couldn't stand it anymore, moved in front of Eve, and flicked his fingers again. This time, Chen increased the force slightly, causing Eve to roll her eyes, her tongue sticking out, and she fell to the ground, fainting. Although it would indeed benefit him if Encore recharged, if he pushed too hard and Encore got frustrated and quit, he would be in big trouble. He could still distinguish between what was more important. After a while, Eve regained consciousness. Ouch, that hurts. She rubbed her red forehead and wobbled up from the ground. When she saw Chen, the culprit behind her second misfortune, her anger surged. You whiteboard card, daring to lay hands on this sprite, you don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Summoner, please disassemble him, Eve shouted incessantly. Encore not only ignored her but also puffed up her cheeks, glaring at her with big eyes. The little sprite always tried to coax her into spending money. The sprite was bad. The big can not only protected her but also freed her from the bad sprite's entanglement. The can was good. Comparing the two, the difference was clear. She wasn't foolish and certainly wouldn't listen to slander. Eve also keenly sensed the hostility from the little girl and wisely ended the topic. She threateningly gestured with her fist at Chen, then shook her head regretfully and said to Encore, Summoner, it's such a pity you won't get the moon card. It's already hard for heroes to maintain their human form, and without the moon card, it's even harder. Why? Encore's expression shifted from pouting to curiosity. Eve patiently explained. Because heroes need to consume spiritual power to maintain their human form, and the amount of spiritual power consumed is related to the hero's initial rarity. Initial rarity N consumes 1 point of spiritual power per minute. N plus consumes 2 points per minute. R consumes 3 points, SR consumes 4 points, SSR consumes 5 points. Spiritual power can only be replenished through special food, and the ingredients for cooking food are not so easy to obtain. Chen quietly listened from the side. As he listened, his eyes narrowed into slits. Goodness, another trick to get players to spend money. Chen calculated that if he wanted to maintain his human form for 24 hours, he would need to eat 48 slime vanilla jelly every day. This was thanks to his initial rarity being N. If it were SSR, the daily consumption would reach 240 jellies. The domain is still a pay-to-win card drawing game, where players can deploy more than 1 card at a time, 5, 10, or even more. Just thinking about the costs makes one's scalp tingle. Anchor is a top student in reality, very smart, and can think of what Chen thinks of. What should we do? Can't we play without spending money? Anchor's little face scrunched up in distress, caught in a dilemma. He. Eve's lips curled into a smile, her beautiful face revealing a knowing grin. Just watch how I easily handle you. Don't worry, Summoner, I have a plan to ease your worries. Just as Eve was about to unveil her money-spending strategy, Qin Woyang, who had been silent, stepped forward. Oh, hurry up and tell us. Anchor looked at him expectantly. Qin Woyang puffed out his chest, first casting a sly glance at Chen before elaborating. I see that the Summoner is financially strapped, but the costs of nurturing cards are quite high. So, in my opinion, the Summoner should concentrate resources and use the best materials wisely. Use the best materials wisely? Anchor repeated, her eyes gradually lighting up. Seeing this, Qin Woyang nodded slightly. Very good, the plan has already succeeded halfway. He then continued decisively. That's right, Summoner, you only need to nurture 1 card, going for an extreme single card strategy. Wouldn't the consumption of various resources drop by more than half instantly? After hearing this, Anchor's big eyes sparkled with bright light, and her mouth formed an O shape. She understood. Even Chen couldn't help but reassess Qin Woyang. This guy had a good understanding of the game. Only Eve tightly clenched the hem of her dress, her face clearly showing her displeasure. Wow, you're so smart. I'll listen to you. Anchor gave Qin Woyang a thumbs up, approving this suggestion. Ha. Qin Woyang laughed loudly. Having succeeded, his goal was achieved, and from now on, he would become the Summoner's treasured card, monopolizing all resources. He didn't forget to cast a triumphant glance at Chen, a mere white card, extremely annoying. He should just get lost. TCH. Noticing the malicious gaze, Chen didn't let him off easily. In return, he slowly raised his middle finger. Daring to act tough even when facing death. Qin Woyang, feeling humiliated, was about to take further action when a burst of blinding blue light erupted from his body. The blue light grew stronger, but his body became increasingly ethereal. What is this? No, summoner, why didn't you choose me? I'm not willing. He's just a trash white card. I'm the blue card. Sadness came too quickly, like a tornado, unable to escape the storm's grasp. Qin Wuyang panicked, twisting and struggling desperately, yet he still couldn't stop the trend of his body becoming intangible. In the end, he transformed into a blue card and flew back into Anchor's hands, being placed into the card pack, the same one that Chen Chen had encountered when he first crossed over a space that was absolutely dark, absolutely silent, where one couldn't feel the passage of time. This scene made Chen Chen's scalp tingle. Players are players, and the game is designed for them, thus they have a high degree of control over their cards. However, he wondered if there was a way in this so-called everything is possible game, the domain, for cards to break free from their players and achieve true freedom. Chen Chen was lost in thought, not noticing that Anchor had walked up to him. Big Can, from now on, you are my only main card. I will nurture you well and give you all my resources. Hearing her voice, Chen Chen came back to his senses and looked down to find the little loli tightly gripping his armored hand with her small hand. You have to be good and absolutely must not betray me. And Kor whispered softly. Not sure if it was just his imagination, Chen Chen, looking down at her, thought he saw a sickly smile on her face. I must have seen it wrong. Chen Chen shook his head and replied with a line typical of an NPC. Thank you for the summoner's trust. I will not disappoint the summoner's expectations. Ehe. Hearing this, and Kor smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, Eve flew over. Summoner, the beginner tutorial ends here. Let us leave the novice secret realm and officially enter the vast world of Tianyu. The road ahead will be long, but do not feel lonely or lost. The little sprite Eve will always be by your side. Hearing that the beginner tutorial was finally over, Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes ignited with longing for the vast new world. But why did this cash-grabbing little sprite want to join them? Hey, aren't you the beginner guide? We've finished the tutorial. Why are you still following us? Chen Chen said irritably. Eve shot him a glance and didn't explain much. Instead, she lightly tapped her jade hand and snapped her fingers. In an instant, her title, Beginner Guide Eve, transformed into Summoner Assistant Eve. This works too? Chen Chen expressed his surprise. Alright, Summoner, please embark on your new journey. Eve took out a green magic wand and drew a circle in front of her. Suddenly, a circular light gate with a diameter of 3 meters appeared out of thin air. And Kor took Chen Chen's hand and stepped inside. Everything before was conducted in the Novice Secret Realm. The Novice Secret Realm was specially set up by the system to help new players familiarize themselves with the game rules, and it existed independently from the vast world of Tianyu. Leaving the Secret Realm, and Kor, Chen Chen, and Eve officially arrived in the boundless great world. Welcome to Novice Village No. 88888, and wish you a pleasant game. As soon as he set foot on solid ground, Chen Chen looked around, observing the surroundings. At first glance, he was shocked. It was a sea of people, a surging crowd. The originally quiet and peaceful novice village, isolated from the world, was now in chaos, with people running everywhere. Not a single NPC was left unencumbered. They were surrounded by players taking on quests, even being pushed off their feet, with some shoes flying off. But the worst was the brick houses in the village, which were already in disrepair, infested with rats and bugs, not just dangerous but worse than dangerous. As a result, when the crowd of players arrived, pushing and shoving, chasing and running, the houses directly collapsed with a rumble, scattering broken bricks and tiles everywhere. Even if they didn't collapse, they were trampled into pieces by the players. Don't push, don't push. I had a slippery breakfast this morning. If you push any harder, I'm really going to slip out. Can you please line up properly? Can you have some decency? Our Dian is a nation of etiquette, a civilized country. Damn it, if that little brat dares to cut in line, I'll slap you so hard your head will fly off. Please, stop pushing. My D cup is about to become an A cup. Wow, so many people, so many Qin Wuyang. Chen Chen noticed that at least 99% of the players had Qin Wuyang as their hero, with only a few scattered purple lights among them, representing heroes of rare SR quality. As for the heavy sword wielder gifted by the system, besides himself, Chen Chen hadn't seen a second one. Of course, who would choose to use a white card when they had a blue card? Golden flash? Suddenly, Chen Chen caught a glimpse of a golden light out of the corner of his eye. The dazzling glow came from a charming figure in front of him. It was a woman of impeccable beauty. Her skin was as white as congealed fat, her looks were stunning, and her peach blossom eyes brimmed with spring charm, captivating and enchanting. The light pink blouse could hardly conceal her curvaceous figure, with a pair of beautifully rounded and long legs, a slender waist that could be grasped with a single hand, and a particularly full bosom that made her unable to see her toes when she looked down. He. Don't stare at me like that. Nearby players were transfixed, drooling. The woman seemed unfazed, instead returning flirtatious glances and a tinkling laugh like silver bells. Behind her pert bottom were 9 fluffy tails that occasionally swayed, as if teasing the heart, soft and ticklish. A 9-tailed fox? Dodgy. Chen Shen saw the enchanting woman's name above her head. Her summoner is truly remarkable, Chen Shen sighed, glancing at the player standing next to the 9-tailed fox. ID, Blue Crystal, a female player with a high ponytail, dressed in a blue long dress, exuding a frosty elegance. In the game Sky Domain, filled with the scent of spending money, obtaining an SSR was no small feat. Now, it could only be drawn from the Wuxiang pool. In the previous beginner tutorial, Chen Shen had caught a glimpse of the probabilities in the Wuxiang pool, leaving him dumbfounded. The chance of drawing an SSR was 0.1%. The chance of drawing an SR was 1%. The chance of drawing an R was 10%. And it was truly random, with no safety net. Chen Shen couldn't help but suspect that the game's creators were perhaps reincarnations of corrupt officials. For Blue Crystal to possess an SSR, she was either a big spender who had poured money into the game or a chosen one, a lucky emperor. Regardless of her identity, it was not simple. Oh no! Suddenly, a soft cry of pain interrupted Chen Shen's thoughts. Noticing the voice sounded familiar, Chen Shen quickly turned around and saw Ankur, who had fallen to the ground, her face filled with fear. She was petite, only 1.50 m tall, a little potato who couldn't compete with the other players, and thus had naturally fallen. Ah, no! Coincidentally, the player in front of her was pushed and stumbled back, almost stepping on her. The little girl let out a sharp scream. In a critical moment, Chen Shen decisively reached out, grabbing her like a doll and placing her on his shoulder. Woo, Big Can, I'm so glad to have you. Ankur's soft body trembled incessantly, clearly still shaken. Chen Shen said nothing but aimed towards the village entrance, slightly bending his body. Charge of the Bull, activate. Bang bang bang, he charged forward, unstoppable. Along the way, countless Qin Wuyan players were sent flying by the 1.90 m steel can. It wasn't until they left the novice village, where players were noticeably sparser, that Chen Shen set Ankur down and followed other players to a plain. You have discovered a new area, Slime Plain. Chen Shen looked around, and it was indeed aptly named. The plain was filled with knee-high grass and various bouncing slimes. Red, green, round, flat, water squirting, electric. It dazzled Chen Shen's eyes. He casually picked one lucky target. Rock Spike Slime level, 10 health, 300. This slime was not only as big as a table, but its surface was also covered with black and yellow rocks, with numerous sharp spikes embedded in it, looking quite formidable. Chen Shen, however, didn't care much and struck first with his sword. -40, +10, -2. The 40 points were the health lost by the rock spike slime, the 10 points were from Chen Shen triggering his talent, Immortal Grip, which increased his health cap. As for the 2 points of damage, that was the counterattack he received from the rock spike slime. Angered by the attack, the rock spike slime retaliated fiercely. Its round body shook, and a rock spike suddenly fell off, whoosh, slicing through the air and hitting Chen Shen in the chest. -1. Chen Shen's body trembled, and then, there was nothing more. The damage was still less than the counterattack he dealt. The next part was simple. Chen Shen unleashed 7 swords in a row, sending it straight to the afterlife. You have killed the rock spike slime, experience points +100. Once the rock spike slime died, it generously dropped 2 items, a blob of slime and a necklace. Slime goo quality, common effect, can be used to enhance the star level of cards, only effective before the first evolution. Yellow gem necklace quality, common attack +1 critical hit rate +0.1%. The slime was automatically ignored, but the necklace made Chen Shen's eyes light up. A 0.1% increase in critical hit rate might seem negligible to others, but not for him. Talent, fortunate luck, the probability that benefits you is always fixed at 100%. Without a second thought, Chen Shen put on the necklace and then found another rock spike slime. Take this, 1 sword. The unsharpened heavy sword swept through the air, crashing heavily onto the rock spike slime. With 1 strike, the solid rock spikes were crushed into powder, blown away by the wind. -80, critical hit. Accompanied by a jagged explosion effect, a crimson damage number floated up from the rock spike slime's head. Ah, just as I thought. Chen Shen laughed heartily. Probability? What is probability? He was the god who controlled probability. A 0.1% critical hit rate meant infinite critical hits for him. What a joy, what a joy. Chen Shen, like a cucumber being slapped, struck 3 more times, and as expected, the results were the same. -80, critical hit. -80, critical hit. -80, critical hit. You have killed the rock spike slime, experience points +100. for attacks, and the rock spike slime died on the spot. The monster respawn speed was now twice as fast as before. Seeing this scene, Ankair and Eve exchanged glances, both bewildered by what they saw in each other's eyes. How did Big Can get that done? As Chen Chen's summoner, Ankair could check Chen Chen's attributes at any time. Because of this, she was even more confused. From not critting at all to critting every single time, the only difference was an ordinary necklace. Little Fairy, is an ordinary necklace the most powerful equipment in the game? Confused, Ankair could only turn to the flying encyclopedia beside her, showing her the attributes of the yellow gem necklace. Eve tugged at the corner of her mouth, a hint of helplessness appearing on her pretty face. Ordinary level? The most powerful? Little girl, do you want to hear what you're saying? Do those two terms even belong together? Have you ever seen the most powerful equipment in a game be of ordinary quality? Just looking at Chen Chen, who was wildly slashing at the slime, critting every single time without exception, Eve's gaze turned distant, and for a moment, she didn't know how to refute. She didn't understand the current situation either. Clearly, it was a trash card that couldn't be any worse, so why did it keep doing things that surprised her? Eve couldn't help but recall a phrase said by the higher-ups when she and the other little fairies were still in training. In the world of Tianyu, anything is possible. Do not be alarmed, do not be surprised. Eve now understood. Or rather, she didn't. Who has a 0.1% critical hit rate and can achieve crits every time? This was simply absurd to the point of being ridiculous. That said, Eve still wore a professional smile and patiently explained to Ankair. Summoner, that's not it. In Tianyu, the quality of equipment ranges from low to high, common, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, epic, legendary, mythical. Ordinary level is the lowest quality among them. Ankair rubbed her little head, and after listening to Eve, she was even more confused. Summoner, are you free? Suddenly, Chen Shen's voice came over. Ankair no longer hesitated, but curiously looked at Chen Shen, who was fiercely beating a slime nearby. What's up? Summoner, in order to kill the slimes more efficiently, I need you to help me collect their drops. If you have the energy, please also lure the slimes from a distance over to me. While swinging his heavy sword and smashing an ice slime, Chen Shen spoke leisurely. With every strike being a critical hit, his monster killing speed had greatly increased, but searching for monsters and collecting drops would waste a lot of time. Having finally gained an advantage, Chen Shen naturally wanted to maximize its use. While focused on killing monsters, he also kept an eye on the situation in the game. More and more players had discovered that the quests in the village were hard to take, so they prepared to level up by fighting monsters and were heading this way. It wouldn't be long before the slime plains would be crowded, even with more players than monsters. To increase his star level and evolve as soon as possible, Chen Chen had to fight hard against the monsters. He was currently at 2-star and rank. To reach 3-star, he needed to consume 10 blobs of slime goo. To reach 4-star, he needed 20 blobs. To reach 5-star, he needed 40 blobs. To reach 6-star, he needed 80 blobs. From 2-star to 10-star, the materials required doubled with each star increase. Chen Chen was relatively fortunate because his initial rarity was the lowest N level, so his consumption was also the lowest, only 1x. N plus level consumption was 2x, our level became 3x, and SR was 4x. As for SSR, it reached a terrifying 5x. Chen Chen fully understood this. Isn't that how gacha games work? The rarer the item, the greater the cultivation cost. However, with such terrifying consumption, even with his energy-saving card, it was still a bit overwhelming, which led him to think of asking Ankair for help to speed up the process. Leave it to me, I'll help you lure the monsters. Ankair nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice, without a hint of hesitation. In fact, she was deeply moved inside. Woo-woo, this is great. In the Gagaga slaughter group, I finally don't have to just be responsible for Gagaga. From the novice secret realm until now, Ankair had actually felt a bit empty inside, because big monsters, small monsters, and elite monsters were all taken care of by Big Can. As a summoner, she could only provide mental encouragement. This made her feel like a burden and useless. Now it was different. She finally had something to do and didn't have to rack her brain thinking of how to look busy. For my first time luring monsters, I must perform well and not let Big Can look down on me. After listening to Chen Chen explain how to lure monsters, Ankair puffed out her budding chest and confidently ran towards a lightning slime on the right. Hey, -1. When she got close, Ankair cutely swung her little fist and heavily hammered it onto the yellow lightning slime, dealing 1 point of force damage. Ankair's little face lit up with joy. Just as she was about to retract her fist and retreat, a bolt of electricity struck down on her head with lightning speed. -48. Paralyzed. Ankair let out a scream, being shocked thoroughly, her white skeletal outline clearly visible. But that wasn't the end. Mum! The lightning slime blared fiercely, its surface circuit diagram lighting up in an instant, radiating brilliance. 3 dazzling white arcs of electricity shot out from the circuit diagram, like venomous snakes emerging from their holes, hitting Anchor in the blink of an eye. -48. Paralyzed. -48. Paralyzed. -48. As the charred smoke rose, the delicate little lowly completely disappeared, replaced by a small, pitch-black corpse on the ground. A soul slowly floated out from the corpse, its big eyes filled with confusion. I died? Not far away, Chen, witnessing this scene, facepalmed in disbelief. Didn't I teach her to use ranged weapons? Why did she charge in like that? Has this girl always been so brave? Chen learned through the system that players in Heavenly Domain were not just decorative figures, they had their own ways of becoming stronger. Moreover, players were proficient in various weapons, with a full array of beginner weapons for both ranged and melee combat in their backpacks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Encore lure the monsters. But now, his summoner was dead, right in front of him, and the death was quite tragic. As for why he was fine, it's simple. A hero's survival is only linked to health points and mana. When health points reach 0, the hero is forced to revert to card status, losing both level and star rating, and requires a 24-hour cooldown to re-enter battle. When mana reaches 0, the hero also reverts to card status, but there are no side effects. As for the summoner, if they're dead, so be it, they can be revived anyway. Sure enough, a minute later, Encore's soul returned to her body, accompanied by a white beam of light, and she successfully revived. As soon as she revived, she ran back to Chen, silently lowering her head and fidgeting with her fingers, looking like a child waiting for punishment after doing something wrong. Chen wasn't angry. Instead, he patiently taught her the monster luring technique again, emphasizing the need to use ranged weapons. This time, Encore learned her lesson and took a slingshot from her backpack. Next, while Encore picked up dropped items and used the slingshot to lure monsters, Chen just focused on killing. During this process, Encore died another 10 times due to improper operations. Fortunately, being in the newbie protection period, she didn't suffer any death penalties. Gradually, the slime goo increased, and 2 pieces of white equipment dropped, which Chen equipped. Additionally, perhaps due to his low level and the relatively small amount of experience needed to level up, Chen unexpectedly jumped from level 10 to level 20 in one go. Your level has reached the limit. Please upgrade your star rating to break through the limit. It was only when the system notification sounded that Chen exited his frenzied monster hunting state. It's time to upgrade my star rating. I wonder what talent I can gain this time. Under the imposing steel knight helmet, a hint of anticipation curved Chen lips. He glanced at the panel, moving from level 10 to level 20. There was no doubt he had triggered the extra growth effect of the lucky talent for minions 10 times. He gained a total of 100 health points, 60 mana, 60 attack, 60 defense and magic resistance, and 30 speed. The increase was very pleasing, and Chen estimated that although he was a white card, his potential could already rival that of a green card. As for combat power, considering his unique infinite critical strike skill, dealing with green cards would be as easy as taking candy from a baby, and the gap with blue cards wasn't that significant anymore. After finishing off this 100 or so blobs of slime goo and leveling up a few stars, I wonder if I can compete with a bluer card like Qin Wuyang. In Chen eyes, a strong sense of battle intent and anticipation surged, ready to explode. With this thought, he immediately called Encore, who was still luring monsters, over. What's up? Did you lure the monsters? Encore, with panda eyes and puffy cheeks, approached Chen, looking up in confusion. During this time of fighting monsters, she felt fulfilled and happy. It was just that when luring monsters, she often got surrounded and beaten up by slimes due to her clumsy movements. But Encore had no complaints. Instead, she was enjoying herself. Hee, I helped too. I'm not just a pretty vase, Encore said proudly. Looking at the originally cute little girl, now bruised and battered yet still wearing a proud expression, Chen suddenly felt a pang of guilt. It seems I've done something quite the opposite of what I should have. Sending the delicate summoner to lure monsters while he, the fully armed heavy warrior, hid behind. After a few seconds of silence, Chen explained while stroking Encore's head. Summoner, my level has reached its limit, and I need to upgrade my stars to break through. So that's how it is, I understand now. Due to her little face being swollen from being hit by a slime, Encore's voice sounded muffled. Chen held back his laughter and took Encore to a spot with fewer players to start upgrading her star level. Encore opened her backpack and pulled out clumps of slime goo, neatly stacking them in front of Chen. The goo came from different slimes, varied in type, not only colorful but also differing in temperature, some cold, some hot, and some warm. The only thing they had in common was their sticky, slimy texture that looked very disgusting and nauseating. To become stronger, I endure. Let's go. Chen gritted his teeth, grabbed a wet clump of yellow goo, and instantly stuffed it into his mouth. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to suppress the instinct to vomit, using the muscles in his throat to push it down into his stomach. Throughout the process, he didn't dare to chew, fearing he would throw up. Dog designer, is that a big lump growing on your neck? Can't you make this star upgrade method any more inhumane? With each clump of slime goo he swallowed, Chen Chen cursed the designer's ancestors in his heart. 1 clump, 2 clumps, 3 clumps. Chen Chen kept stuffing his mouth, and his star level kept climbing. You have upgraded from 2 stars to 3 stars, health plus 25, mana plus 15, attack plus 10, defense plus 10, magic resistance plus 10, speed plus 5. You have successfully triggered the talent Lucky Minion, gaining the above growth once more. You have learned the talent Practical Training. After swallowing 10 clumps of goo, Chen Chen successfully reached 3 stars, and the new talent gave him a big surprise. Practical Training, LV1 permanently increases attack power by 1 for each creature killed. Can stack up to 20 times per day. Another talent that stacks attributes? Although the level 1 Practical Training still had a daily limit, Chen Chen was extremely satisfied. Keep going. The excitement of his power increase overshadowed the hardships of the process, and after rapidly consuming 20 clumps of slime goo, he reached 4 stars. You have upgraded from 3 stars to 4 stars, health plus 25, mana plus 15, attack plus 10, defense plus 10, magic resistance plus 10, speed plus 5. You have successfully triggered the talent Lucky Minion, gaining the above growth once more. You have learned the talent Learning Spelling. Learning Spelling, LV1 permanently increases spell power by 1 for each creature killed. Can stack up to 20 times per day. This talent made Chen Chen's eyes light up. His main body was a physical damage dealer, and neither leveling up nor star upgrading would increase spell power. Now with Learning Spelling, the spell power section could finally escape the big zero. Attack, spell power, and health can all stack. It's simply too comfortable. Chen Chen felt secretly pleased. Burp 2 minutes later, after consuming 40 clumps of slime goo, he started to burp. You have upgraded from 4 stars to 5 stars, health plus 25, mana plus 15, attack plus 10, defense plus 10, magic resistance plus 10, speed plus 5. You have successfully triggered the talent Lucky Minion, gaining the above growth once more. Your overall attributes have increased by 10%. Why isn't this a talent this time? Chen Chen blinked in confusion and looked at the summoner beside him, Orange Sweet. Could it be that the extra star upgrade benefits she brought him were not just one type? Guessing this possibility, Chen Chen didn't dwell on it too much and opened his panel. He was quite curious about how much his strength had actually increased. True name, Chen Chen, not released. Summoner, Orange Sweet. Main body, Greatsword user. Rarity, N, white. Level, 20. Star rating, 5 stars. Health, 825/825. Mana, 330/330. Spirit power, 32/55. Attack, 236. Magic power, 0. Defense, 228. Magic resistance, 225. Speed, 113. Talent, Fortuitous Luck, Hidden Unique, Lucky Minions, Unyielding Grip, LV1, Practical Training, LV1, Learning Phonics, LV1, Wind of Revival, LV1. Skills, Earthshatter / LV1. Overall combat power, 201. If I remember correctly, my combat power was only 21 points when I first crossed over. Chen Chen couldn't help but be amazed. Just a few hours after the server opened, his combat power had nearly multiplied by 10. This panel was far beyond what a white card should have, even comparable to a blue card. The only downside was the spirit power attribute. Leveling up and star upgrading did not increase the spirit power cap, and it was only when all attributes increased by 10% earlier that his cap rose by 5 points. Speaking of spirit power, Chen Chen felt incredibly frustrated. In Heavenly Domain, a hero's life and death were not bound to the summoner but determined by spirit power. When spirit power was exhausted, the hero would revert to card status. In that state, the hero had no active attack capabilities. The most troublesome part was that spirit power did not recover automatically. It could only be replenished by consuming special food, known as spirit food. Fortunately, during the recent monster fighting session, Encore had made him a few jellies using the fragrant orchid she received from daily logins. Otherwise, he would have turned back into a card long ago. However, the remaining jellies would only last him through today, and if he couldn't find a new source for fragrant orchids, he would have to be locked in a small dark room tomorrow. Besides fragrant orchids, there was another item Chen Chen had no clue about. After reaching 5 stars, he discovered that to upgrade to 6 stars, he needed not only slime mucus but also a material, slime pearls. Yet, after killing hundreds of slimes, he hadn't seen a single pearl, let alone a hair. I can only look elsewhere. Before that, let's max out my attack and magic power. Chen Chen had an idea in mind. As for the talent Unyielding Grip's health, it had been maxed out long ago. New Mum, a grass slime, bouncing with its plump body, charged angrily at Chen Chen, determined to avenge its 3 children who had just passed into the underworld. Bang! What greeted it was a heavy, ancient sword measuring 1 meter and 60 centimeters. -392, critical hit. A devastating critical hit ruthlessly emptied the grass slime's health bar. Thus, they were reunited, and the family was joyful. You have killed a grass slime, level 20, gaining 200 experience points, permanently increasing 1 point of attack and 1 point of magic power. Chen Chen flexed his wrist, shook the heavy sword to shake off the mucus clinging to the blade, and nodded slightly. Very good. After leveling up 3 stars, a slime that previously required 4 sword strikes to kill could now be defeated with just 1. Big Ken has become much stronger, and Kor, witnessing this scene, was filled with sparkling admiration. But soon her expression dimmed. With Big Ken being so strong, she couldn't help in battles and felt like a little burden. Sigh, she might as well just focus on drawing aggro. Chen Chen was unaware of Kor's thoughts. He remained silent, simply swinging his sword. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wherever the heavy sword passed, it created a strong wind pressure, flattening patches of half-meter-high wild grass, leaving the hidden slimes with nowhere to escape. -380, critical hit. -392, critical hit. -400, critical hit. Chen Chen took down one after another, enjoying the smoothness. You have killed a lightning slime, level 20, gaining 200 experience points, permanently increasing 1 point of attack and 1 point of magic power. You have killed a fire-breathing slime, level 20, gaining 200 experience points, permanently increasing your attack by 1 and magic power by 1. In no time, Chen Chen had maxed out his attack and magic power for the day. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. The Ghost Shadow Guild is here, and bystanders should avoid us. You have 10 seconds. If you don't leave, I'll send you on your way with my knife. Is this land yours? Did you write your names on it? What gives you the right to be so domineering? Exactly, I'm not leaving. Let's see what you can do. Heh, what gives us the right? Just that our Ghost Shadow is one of the top 10 guilds of the Great Flame. 2 foolish little trash, die. Ah, a bunch of little Karami dare to defy our Ghost Shadow Guild? Kill them all. Ghost Shadow's Soul Reaper smiled cruelly, the scar on his face stretching from his nose to his right ear writhing with his grin, making him look particularly sinister. Under his command, all members of the Ghost Shadow Guild sprang into action, bringing their heroes like demons, harvesting one wandering player after another. In an instant, the slime plains were filled with whales. Watching the massacre unfold in the distance, Chen Chen frowned. Clearing the area? Many interactive games have this phenomenon, and Chen Chen was no stranger to it. Such behavior is despicable, but there's a saying, existence is reasonable. Of course, if you have a strong sense of justice, you can shout out against injustice, but whether you become a hero or get beaten like a bear afterward is uncertain. Although Chen Chen's name has idol in it, he is not one to meddle in others' affairs. Right now, leveling up and evolving as soon as possible is the top priority. He was about to take Anchor away from the slime plains, as it no longer benefited him. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Chen Chen bent slightly, carefully observing Anchor. Big Can, don't look at the nest like that. The little lowly bit her lip gently, her face suddenly turning red, and her small hands fidgeted together. Chen Chen ignored her reaction because he had discovered something strange. After a few hours, Anchor had also leveled up from 1 to 20. The problem lay here. A level 1 Anchor would be killed by the slimes in just a few hits if she made a mistake in aggro. Even after reaching level 20, she still couldn't withstand many attacks. It was as if her level had risen for nothing. How could this be? Chen Chen glanced at Anchor, who looked silly and adorable, and figured asking her wouldn't yield any answers. Fortunately, there was an expert present. Hey, wake up. Looking at Eve, who was sleeping soundly on Anchor's shoulder, Chen Chen reached out his right hand, pinching her shoulder with his thumb and index finger, lifting her into the air. He shook her a couple of times. Hee. Starstones, so many starstones. Yes, that's it, summon more for the summoner. Chen Chen was at a loss, as Eve not only didn't wake up but also started talking in her sleep, even drooling a sparkling liquid. Helpless, he had to shake her harder. Ed, where is this? Where are my starstones? Eve finally woke up groggily, but her condition was poor, her hair disheveled and sticking to her cheeks, her face flushed as if she could drip water, and her sapphire-like eyes were filled with confusion. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, and when she saw everything around her, she let out a piercing scream. Ouch, what are you doing? Damn Tin Man, why did you disturb this elf's sleep? This elf finally dreamed of you. You are a great sinner. Eve clawed at Chen Chen, who was holding her. Chen Chen didn't argue with her but let her go and explained Anchor's situation. You, this so-called little assistant, should know why this is happening, right? Eve shot Chen Chen a glare, then flew around Encore twice before speaking directly. Summoner, didn't you allocate any points? Encore blinked in confusion. Allocate points? What does that mean? Seeing her bewildered expression, Eve was taken aback. Little girl, how do you play games? Aren't you curious about the various interfaces in the game? If you had even a bit more curiosity, you would have clicked here and there, and you wouldn't be completely clueless about what allocating points means. Taking a deep breath, Eve smiled and gently explained. Summoner, before your first job change, you will receive 10 attribute points for every level you gain, and every 5 levels, you will receive an additional job point. You can allocate them to the attribute and job trees, and that will make you stronger. Following Eve's instructions, Encore opened the attribute panel and job tree panel. Wow, this is so complicated, I'm getting dizzy. Looking at the thousands of branches in the job tree, which could trigger a fear of complexity, Encore felt her head buzzing. She didn't even know how to allocate her attributes properly. Is it really that hard? Eve furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with suspicion. Summoner, do you need my help? Chen Chen, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally couldn't hold back. He realized that Encore was a complete newbie, perhaps someone who had never touched a game before, which explained her ignorance. Okay, Big Can, I'm counting on you. Encore seemed to have grasped a lifeline, nodding her little head vigorously. So, Chen Chen began analyzing Encore's panel. He then discovered that the player growth system was vastly different from that of heroes. Heroes, whether leveling up or upgrading stars, had fixed attribute increases that couldn't be decided by themselves. Players, on the other hand, did not gain any attributes from leveling up. They only received attribute points to allocate as they wished. Chen Chen also learned the exchange ratio for attribute points. 1 attribute point equals 10 health equals 10 mana equals 2 attack equals 2 magic power equals 2 defense equals 2 magic resistance equals 1 speed. Recalling Encore's bizarre deaths while aggroing monsters, Chen Chen decisively decided, survival first. With a total of 200 attribute points, he directed Encore to allocate them in a 2-to-1 to 1-to-1 ratio to health, defense, magic resistance, and speed. After allocating the points, Encore's health increased by 400, defense and magic resistance by 80, and speed by 40. This way, a level 20 slime wouldn't be able to break through her defenses. Next was the job tree. This thing was so complicated that even Encore would be overwhelmed, let alone him. The job tree was divided into 3 main categories: the killing series, the support series, and the survival series. As the names suggest, they enhance the player's offensive, supportive, and survival abilities, respectively. Chen Chen initially planned to focus on survival, but in the support series, he discovered an impressive branch, Culinary Master. Especially after seeing the effects of this branch when fully activated, his eyes instantly turned redder than a rabbit's. The Culinary Master support branch enhances the summoner's ability to cook spiritual food. There are a total of 4 tiers. Tier 1, cooking spiritual food has a chance to produce an extra 1. Tier 2, increases the spiritual recovery amount of the food. Tier 3, extends the shelf life of the food. Ultimate stage, choose one of the first 3 tiers for a super transformation. What made Chen Chen's heart race was the super transformation ability granted by the ultimate stage. If granted to Tier 1, the chance of producing extra spiritual food would be 100%. If granted to Tier 2, the spiritual recovery amount of the food would double. But in Chen Chen's eyes, none of them compared to the effect of Tier 3 after super transformation Everfresh food. As the name suggests, Everfresh means permanently fresh, with an infinite shelf life. Because Sky Domain has a 99% realism, 9% of the game is designed to be close to reality. So many details reflect this. For example, food can expire. The shelf life of slime vanilla gel jelly is only 7 days. After 7 days, it will rot, and eating it then will not only fail to restore spiritual power but will also inflict a debuff. With the everlasting freshness effect, once a stable source of orchid grass is found, one can stockpile jelly indefinitely for emergencies. There's no hesitation. Chen Chen decisively instructed Encore to allocate all 4 profession points to the Master Chef skill. First tier Master Chef, 4 out of 5 cooking spiritual food has a 4% chance to yield an extra item. There are 4 stages, each requiring 5 profession points. This means Encore must reach level 100 to fully activate the everlasting freshness effect. Chen Chen felt no anxiety about this because Sky Domain is not a traditional virtual reality MMORPG with painfully slow leveling but a fast-paced, pay-to-win card drawing game. Moreover, he knew that Sky Domain has no level cap. After helping Encore allocate her points, Chen Shen was about to explain why he made that choice when his expression suddenly turned cold. An annoying voice came from behind. Did I say this is the territory of the Ghost Shadow Guild? If you don't scram, do you think my words are just wind? Chen Shen slowly turned around to face the speaker. It was a young man with a scarred face, standing in a relaxed posture, his expression full of disdain. Beside him was a thin, masked figure with a cold gaze, tightly gripping a small, exquisite hidden blade, none other than the free gift blue card, Qin Wuyang. Why do you have the right to drive us away? This isn't your home, and Cora puffed her cheeks, arguing indignantly. Ghost Shadow Butcher dug at his ear, then grinned, his smile particularly sinister. Not leaving? Then die. Wuyang, kill them. As soon as the words fell, Qin Wuyang transformed into a wisp of shadow and charged straight at Chen Shen. You! And Cora was about to say something more, but Chen Shen raised a hand to stop her. Don't reason with him. He doesn't deserve to listen. Saying this, he raised his 1.6 meter long, dark, unsharpened heavy sword high with one hand. He only deserves this. With a loud bang, Chen Shen's right arm drew a full arc downward, and at the end of the arc, the sword clashed heavily with Qin Wuyang's hidden blade. -82, -96, critical hit. Two damage numbers floated up simultaneously. +8. However, a green healing number also appeared above Chen Shen's head, indicating that the Wind of Revival talent was in effect. This straightforward clash stunned Ghost Shadow Butcher on the spot. How is this possible? Isn't that the most useless white card heavy sword user? No stats, no skills, why is the damage higher than my Qin Wuyang? Ghost Shadow Butcher felt utterly confused. His Qin Wuyang was a blue card, and he had activated a super ability, spending 998 to buy a limited time star-up material package from the shop, raising it to 5 stars in level 20, with an impressive 300 attack and 200 defense. Yet, at this moment, he was at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation with a white card? Not only that, but Ghost Shadow Butcher also noticed that Chen Shen's health was significantly thicker than Qin Wuyang's. But even though that heavy sword user is a bit strange, in the end, it will only be Qin Wuyang who wins. Ghost Shadow Butcher sneered, returning to his relaxed demeanor. After all, the heavy sword user had only surpassed Qin Wuyang in damage due to critical hits. He didn't believe this useless white card could crit every time. -96, critical hit. -96, critical hit. -96, critical hit. Damn, this is really freaky. Watching the numbers explode with effects, seeing Qin Wuyang's health plummet, Ghost Shadow Slayer was completely petrified. Critical hit after critical hit, you really dare to go all out. There was no time to ponder the underlying principles. Ghost Shadow Slayer realized that if he didn't act now, his hero would truly meet its end. Wuyang, I'm coming to help you. He immediately took a longbow from his backpack, then drew the bowstring, taut as a full moon. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out, piercing the air and striking Chen Shen's throat with precision. -172. The high damage startled Chen Shen. His damage was not much different from Qin Wuyang's, and both sides were locked in a fierce battle, their health dropping rapidly. However, this arrow shattered his seemingly secure position, making his life precariously hang by a thread. Ghost Shadow Slayer's damage is actually double that of Qin Wuyang? Did he allocate all his attribute points to attack? Chen Shen frowned. This extreme allocation strategy had plunged him into unprecedented danger. -96, critical hit. But he wasn't idle. He swung his heavy sword down with force, a devastating critical hit that completely emptied Qin Wuyang's health bar. Ah! Accompanied by a painful scream, a burst of blue light erupted from within and around Qin Wuyang's body, causing Chen Shen nearby to shut his eyes against the dazzling blue glow. The blue light then rapidly retracted towards the center, condensing into a card the size of a bank card, while Qin Wuyang's human form vanished entirely. The front of the card depicted a masked assassin, while the back was a deep blue. Within the blue, 5 golden pentagrams twinkled, radiating a brilliant, dazzling light, resplendent and magnificent. Suddenly, the rightmost pentagram trembled violently before exploding into nothingness with a bang. Chen Shen, having opened his eyes, witnessed this scene, and also saw Ghost Shadow Slayer preparing to draw his bow for the second time. At that moment, his health was below 100. If hit, he would undoubtedly die. Die, you bastard. Seeing Qin Wuyang revert to his original form, Ghost Shadow Slayer was furious, his facial scars writhing as if alive, appearing particularly terrifying. How could he not be angry? The blue card he had painstakingly nurtured was shattered by a white card. It was an immense humiliation. Losing to a stronger opponent was not shameful, but being defeated by a weaker one who then trampled him was something no one could tolerate. Fueled by rage, he released the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow flew, carrying with it hatred and a deadly resolve, striking hard. What? Damn it! However, Ghost Shadow Slayer felt no satisfaction from his revenge. Instead, his mindset was on the verge of collapse. -300. At some point, a petite figure appeared in front of Chen Chen, blocking this fatal blow. Big Can, this is our battle. And Kuru turned back, seriously raising her small fist at Chen Chen. What an opportunity! Chen Chen's eyes lit up, not responding to Encore. Instead, he took 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, he charged in front of Ghost Shadow Slayer, who was horrified. The unsharpened heavy sword struck with tremendous force, smack, against his right cheek. -472, critical hit. Ghost Shadow Slayer's right cheek was instantly smashed to a pulp, blood and teeth spraying out. He fell straight down, his eyes still holding a mix of unwillingness and resentment before death. The battle ended swiftly, but the process was thrilling. Chen Chen reflected on his mistakes and shortcomings in this fight. The biggest problem was that he had underestimated Ghost Shadow Slayer. That extreme allocation of all points to attack had brought him great peril. First kill the player, then kill the hero. That was the correct battle strategy. However, killing players was not simple. They were not fools. Wouldn't the player let the hero entangle themselves and then hide in the distance to shoot arrows from the shadows? Compared to life, attack, and defense, my speed is too low, and my mobility is too weak. Not only am I easily kite, but I also lack the ability to pierce the backline. Chen Chen frowned and thought, if he had been fast enough, he could have dodged the arrows just now, or if he had a displacement skill, he could have directly killed the backline, avoiding the perilous situation he found himself in. Mobility, that was his greatest weakness at the moment. Fortunately, Encore had just helped him block an arrow. With that thought, he turned and walked in front of Encore, bending down to ruffle her short, apple-like hair. Summoner, thanks to you just now. Encore squinted her eyes in delight, like a little kitten enjoying the warmth of his palm, which made her feel both comfortable and secure. Don't worry, this summoner will always be your strongest shield. Suddenly, Encore opened her eyes, locking gazes with Chen Chen, her tone carrying an unprecedented seriousness as she sullenly promised him, that's not necessary. Summoner, just stay behind me from now on. Chen Chen's face twitched slightly as he gently declined Encore's idea. Stay behind? Isn't that a bit unambitious? Encore pouted, a rare hint of dissatisfaction appearing on her otherwise smooth and delicate face. Being unambitious is one thing, but being breathless is another, Chen Chen earnestly advised. Encore turned her head away, refusing to speak further. Seeing her stubborn expression, Chen Chen felt a heavy weight in his heart. It's over. He knew that the seed of being a meat shield had already taken root in Encore's heart and could not be erased. But to let a sweet, soft, porcelain-like 1 m cute little loli take the damage in front? To let him, a 1 m tall man completely encased in heavy armor, hide behind and deal damage? That was just too incongruous. Just thinking about it gave Chen Chen goosebumps. Most female players either rushed to be archers or fought to be mages or healers. Who had a special fondness for tanks? Especially a little loli. How did she grow up wrong? Chen Chen scratched his helmet, utterly perplexed. You, and that yellow-haired girl, if you have the ability, don't run. At that moment, an angry voice filled with defiance interrupted Chen Chen's thoughts. He turned to see a swaying soul from the body of the Ghost Shadow Slayer. Seeing that it was a defeated foe speaking, a cold laugh immediately buzzed out from Chen Chen's helmet. Heh, I won't run. What can you do to me? Chen Chen's tone was quite arrogant, and instead of getting angry, a glimmer of delight flashed in the Ghost Shadow Slayer's eyes. I indeed can't do anything to you, but I have brothers. Just wait, dozens of members from my Ghost Shadow Guild are on their way here, and soon. Before the Ghost Shadow Slayer could finish his sentence, Chen Chen grabbed Encore and moved his legs like a whirlwind, kicking up dust behind him as he swiftly ran away. You! The Ghost Shadow Slayer was stunned for a while before coming to his senses. He never expected Chen Chen would escape so decisively, even starting from 0 frames. Damn it! Didn't we agree not to run? The Ghost Shadow Slayer felt a lump in his chest, uncomfortable and ready to explode. After all, he was the vice president of one of the top 10 guilds, the Ghost Shadow Guild, and he had been humiliated twice by a single person. This made him furious. Sweet Orange, and that white card hero of yours, I'll remember you. Just wait for me. A breeze blew through the wilderness, carrying the scent of frustration. Only a fool wouldn't run. On the other side, Chen Chen, who was running, felt no shame for his actions. Right now, he could only take down a single blue card Qin Wuyang. Facing dozens of Qin Wuyangs was no different from seeking death. Moreover, he didn't know if there were any heroes among the other members of the Ghost Shadow Guild that were stronger than Qin Wuyang. If he encountered a purple card SR or even a gold card SSR, it would be game over for him. If he got killed, he would lose stars and levels. Losing levels was secondary. Losing stars meant he would have to consume a lot of slime goo to rank back up. The taste and texture of that, Chen Shen didn't even want to recall. So running away was not a disgrace. Being able to bend and stretch was the mark of a true man. What he needed to do now was to endure for the time being and avoid the spotlight. Once his strength improved, he would deal with them. Big Can, where are we going? And Kor, being held by the back of her shirt by Chen Shen, obediently asked him with her head tilted like a curious little turtle. I don't know either. My plan is to look around nearby and see where I can get some slime pearls, Chen Shen replied, shaking his head. After reaching 5 stars, he would need a material called slime pearl to continue leveling up. He decided to search thoroughly around the novice village. Chen Shen didn't think about leaving the novice village because he couldn't. Although both he and Encore had reached level 20, they still didn't qualify to go to the main city. This was because Sky Domain was a pay-to-win card drawing game, not a traditional virtual reality online game. The qualification to enter the main city was unrelated to player levels and only related to cards. Only by evolving any card once could one unlock the qualification to go to the main city. Thus, Chen Shen began searching for clues about slime pearls outside the novice village. 3 hours later, he returned to the novice village, exhausted. He had found clues. Outside the novice village, in the east, west, and north directions, there were slime plains, each inhabited by different slime tribes. Chen Shen had tried them all, but the slimes in the 3 plains only dropped slime goo, and he hadn't seen a hint of a pearl. Only to the south, it was no longer a grassland but a deserted ruin, protected by a transparent energy shield without any gaps. Chen Shen and Encore wandered outside for a long time, trying various methods, open sesame, blood recognition, and attempting to grasp and refine instantly. But none worked. They returned to the novice village, and Chen Shen guessed that there must be a way to enter the ruins hidden in the village. In fact, there was no need to guess, because as soon as he returned to the village, Chen Shen's vision went dark. In the center of the village square stood an old man with a head full of white hair, thin and dry, yet exceptionally spirited. He had his hands behind his back, scanning the area with a gaze that exuded an air of authority. But what caught Chen Shen's attention was the enormous banner behind the old man, 10 meters long and 3 meters high. The banner had golden letters on a red background, boldly stating, "The old village chief is here, everyone align your gaze with me. Those who wish to enter the Slime Empire ruins, line up and come one by one." At this moment, many players had already lined up voluntarily. The line spiraled out from the old village chief, circling around the village again and again, eventually forming a giant coil of incense. Wow, so many people. It looks like we'll have to wait a long time in line, and Cora said, her little head drooping as she glanced at the queue, her long eyelashes hanging limply, her whole body lacking energy, resembling a wilted eggplant. Don't be disheartened, summoner. Every novice village has 10,000 players. Just wait a little while. The little sprite Eve flew beside Encore to comfort her. Unlike the downcast Encore, this little creature was in high spirits, particularly energetic, flapping its 4 wings as thin as cicada wings rapidly. Eve, something seems off with you. Why do you get more excited the more people there are? Facing the sea of people, Chen Shen's mood was no better than Encore's, so he was very puzzled by Eve's unusual state. Of course, the more people there are, doesn't that just show that our game is thriving? Eve rolled her eyes at Chen Shen, puffed out her chest, and with a confident smile on her beautiful face, she looked as if she was basking in glory. Chen Shen was at a loss for words. He almost forgot that this little cash-grabbing sprite was not on his or Encore's side. She was just an insider sent by the system, a cash-grab promoter. Not wanting to continue the idle chatter, Chen Shen picked up Encore and threw her over his shoulder, then walked to the end of the mosquito coil line to start queuing. The reason for carrying Encore was to prevent her from being knocked over again like before. The process of waiting in line was torturous, the speed of the line was crawling, and the players' moods were anxious. Hey, can you hurry up? There are only 3 hours left of game time today. What the hell? What's going on? Why is the line moving so slowly? Damn it, my 4th uncle fell from the 3rd floor, broke both legs, and with a cane, he walks faster than this. I, Gao Yucheng, officially warn everyone. If anyone dawdles and doesn't skip that crappy plot, just wait and see if I won't slap you. Amidst the noisy complaints, it was finally Encore and the old village chief's turn to talk. Chen Shen set her down in front of the old village chief. Hello, Grandpa. I want to enter the ruins with Big Can. Can you help us? Encore asked sweetly. Good child, I can help you. But before that, are you interested in hearing about this village chief's legendary deeds? The old village chief nodded, then fixed his bright eyes on Encore, asking in a booming voice. Yay! I love stories the most. Please tell me, Grandpa. Encore clenched her little fist, eagerly rubbing her hands together. Summoner, entering the ruins is urgent. Let's skip the story for now and come back to it later. Unexpectedly, Chen Shen suddenly spoke up. He didn't mean to interrupt the little girl's enthusiasm. During the wait, he had heard other players mention that the so-called legendary deeds from the old village chief were a long and tedious plot. Previously, a player thought there would be a reward and patiently listened to the hour-long story. In the end, not only did they get nothing, but they were also scolded by the players waiting behind them. Since there was no benefit, Shin didn't want to waste everyone's time, so he advised Nkura to skip the plot. Okay, then I guess I'll have to wait until next time. Hearing Shin say this, although she was very reluctant, Nkura still prepared to skip the plot with a pitiful expression. However, someone was not happy. You want to skip such a perfect plot? Are you trying to skip your life? Eve flapped her little wings, buzzing angrily as she launched a soul-searching question at Shen. Are you crazy? Shen's eye twitched. At that moment, he wished he could open up Eve's head to see how her mind worked, connecting the plot and life, two completely unrelated things. But, forget it. Summoner, if you want to listen, then listen. Enjoy it. After thinking it over, Shen chose to compromise. It had nothing to do with Eve, he just couldn't stand Nkura's pitiful gaze. After all, she was his summoner. If he didn't care for her, who would? Yay! Big Can, you're the best. Nkura's eyes instantly sparkled with 1,000 stars. Then, under the furious gazes of a group of players behind him who looked like they wanted to eat him, the old village chief slightly raised his head at a 45-degree angle, his face showing a nostalgic expression as he began to recount his legendary tales to Nkura. Old man me. Back in the day, I roamed the skies and the earth, swallowing the 7 seas and 8 wastelands, single-handedly annihilating the 6 paths of reincarnation, with my eyes open to protect the beings of the 5 elements, and my eyes closed to suppress the 4 poles of heaven and earth. All things began with me, and I was the invincible powerhouse of the 2 forms of yin and yang, cough cough cough. The old village chief started with a lengthy rap-like self-introduction, but he ended up coughing so hard that he bent over like a shrimp, his face turning red. Grandpa, take it slow, your health is important, Nkura said hurriedly, running to the old village chief's back to pat him and help him catch his breath. Shen covered his face with his hand, feeling it was too awkward. Indeed, the older one gets, the less shame they have. How could you have the audacity to boast such grandiose tales? For the next hour, unsurprisingly, it was all the old village chief, gesturing wildly while crazily bragging about how wise and powerful he was back in the day, invincible in the world. Shen felt his embarrassment reaching new heights. Even a 3-year-old wouldn't be fooled by his boasting. What made him even more speechless was that Nkura was listening with great interest, occasionally clapping her little hands in delight. Hey, after talking for so long, this village chief is hungry. You all wait a moment, I'll go eat first and then continue. The old village chief suddenly stopped, stretching lazily and addressing everyone. What? I've been waiting in line for so long, and now I have to wait more? Ah, I'm going crazy, little girl. What plot are you listening to? You're wasting everyone's time. Damn old man, with his old arms and legs, eating could take hours. I'm losing my mind. The crowd glared angrily at Nkura and Shen, with some even harboring murderous intent, just waiting for them to leave the village to strike. However, the next scene left everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. In a flash, the old village chief moved. He instantly flew over 300 meters, from the square directly to the bun shop in the east of the village, clattering as he grabbed 2 chive pockets and flew back in an instant. The square fell silent. The old village chief ignored everyone else and pulled out a dazzling white-covered book from his tattered sleeve, handing it to Nkura. Little girl, you are the first summoner to listen to the stories seriously. This platinum-level skill book is a reward for you. Nkura took a look and then handed it to Shen. Big Can, this is for you. Shen took the book, stunned on the spot, because the skill recorded in it was incredibly powerful. Instant Prison Thunder God, unique, quality, platinum level, LV1 effect. After activation, it allows the user to transform into a bolt of lightning, freely traversing within a 5 by 5 meter range 3 times, dealing 300% physical damage to all enemies passed through each time. This damage ignores 20% of the target's defense, and during the traversal, the user can stop at any time. Each traversal consumes 100 mana and has an 80-second cooldown. Multiple displacements with area damage, perfect for chasing down fleeing enemies. It also comes with armor-breaking effects, taking the damage to the next level. Shen immediately set his sights on it. Previously, he had been troubled by his lack of mobility, but now with the arrival of Instant Prison Thunder God, it undoubtedly solved his urgent problem. After thanking Nkura, Shen directly clicked to learn it. Even after finishing learning the skill, Shen still felt an unreal sense of being in a dream. He had learned a platinum-level skill so easily? Earlier, Shen had taken the time to ask Eve many game-related questions. Although she had a sour face, she explained everything to him in detail. This included the classification of quality. In the celestial domain, the quality of equipment, skills, items, and quests ranges from low to high as follows. ordinary, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, emerald, epic, legendary, mythical. According to Eve, platinum quality equipment and items are rare treasures in the celestial domain, which are hard to come by and priceless, with no market value. Not to mention that this rare treasure has the suffix unique, indicating its extreme rarity. Have you not seen the players and heroes around, each breathing heavily, their jealousy turning their eyes red? So the first player who didn't skip the storyline and listen carefully got such an outrageous reward? That's a platinum level skill book. I've been playing this long and haven't even seen an ordinary one. Players were buzzing with discussion, the air thick with envy, as if a vinegar jar had been overturned. Put, why is the heavens targeting me? A heart-wrenching wail suddenly rang out, and everyone turned to see a player collapsed on the ground, clutching his chest. His face was filled with regret and unwillingness. In fact, he was the first player to finish the storyline, but he had purely listened to see if there were rewards, approaching it with a utilitarian mindset, and it was this perfunctory attitude that caused him to miss out on the reward. Oh dear, wasn't someone just planning to skip my storyline? Now look who's been slapped in the face. Eve, with her jade-like arms supporting her white chin, glanced at Chun Chen with a smug expression, teasing him with a sarcastic tone. After having been bested by Chin Chen several times before, she was overjoyed to finally turn the tables. Chin Chen remained silent. Who would have thought there would be rewards for listening to the storyline? However, the legendary tales of the old village chief were either fabricated or exaggerated. Perhaps only a pure-hearted child like Ankh could truly listen attentively. But then again, the old village chief could traverse hundreds of meters in an instant. Even if he wasn't as powerful as he boasted, he certainly wasn't an ordinary old man. Just as Chen Chen was carefully observing the old village chief, the latter spoke loudly to Ankh again. Little girl, I see your heart is pure and you are patient. Just so happens there is a unique hidden epic quest here. Would you like to accept it? The old village chief's voice was so loud that all the players in the novice village could hear it clearly. Put. This time it was Chen Chen who spat blood. Old dang, could you be any louder? What do you mean by a hidden quest? Now the whole village knows about it. What's hidden about it? Without turning around, Chin Chen could clearly feel the wolf-like gazes behind him. Well, now he had become the target of everyone's attention. Grandpa, I'm willing. Ankh seemed oblivious to the malice around her and happily agreed. Then, Chin Chen noticed movement in his quest log. Quest, find Lisa, unique hidden, quality, epic description. The old village chief's sister has gone missing in the Slime Empire ruins south of the village. Please find her and bring her back to the old village chief. Reward, unknown. Penalty, permanent 50% decrease in all attributes for the summoner. Permanent 50% decrease in all attributes for the hero. Time limit, 3 days. Damn! The quest description was simple. Bring the old village chief's sister, the old lady, back to the village. But seeing the penalties for failing the quest, Chen Chen couldn't hold back. It could be said that if the quest failed, both Ankh and he would be done for. This village chief old Deng didn't seem like a good person. That old man was quite cunning. Chen Chen secretly grumbled in his heart. Little girl, this is for you too. With it, you and your hero can freely enter and exit the Slime Empire ruins. The old village chief extended his wrinkled, dry right hand towards Ankh. In the palm lay an ancient, purple jade talisman, exuding a mysterious aura. The simple drawing on the front of the talisman caught Chen Chen's attention. With just a few strokes, an endless expanse of dark clouds was sketched, and figures, both divine and demonic, with a presence deeper and more terrifying than the abyss, lurked within the clouds. Beneath the clouds lay 1,000 miles of floating corpses and a cracked earth soaked in blood. On this vast land, only one being stood proudly, unmatched in grace, sword pointed at the heavens filled with gods and demons. It was not a human, but a pure white slime. The gaze of all the gods and demons focused on it, as if an unprecedented battle that would overturn the universe was about to erupt. The simple scene gave Chen Chen a tremendous shock to his soul. In the hazy distance, he seemed to touch upon some secrets buried for endless years. And Kor took the jade talisman from the village chief and placed it in her backpack. Just after doing all this, a red light suddenly erupted from her body, flashing brilliantly, and at the same time, Kor's petite form began to fade away little by little. This scene was particularly familiar to Chen Chen. Wasn't it the same when his spiritual power was insufficient and he was about to disappear? Big Can, I'm going to disappear. And Kor suddenly leaped into Chen Chen's arms, hugging him like an octopus, reluctantly saying, "Disappear? Then you should eat the jelly quickly." No, it's that the game time is almost up. Chen Chen was taken aback, then turned his head to look around. Sure enough, the other players were in the same situation as Kor, their bodies gradually becoming faint. Moreover, something very strange was happening. As they were about to log off, the players were not staying in the safe zone of the novice village but were rushing outside the village. What's going on? Chen Shen did not ask the clueless Encore but looked at Eve with confusion. Knowing time was of the essence, Eve did not beat around the bush and quickly explained. Summoners are beings from beyond the heavens, so they are subject to certain special restrictions. They must leave after a period of time and cannot stay in the heavenly domain for long. However, their heroes are native inhabitants of the heavenly domain, so they can exist for a long time. When the summoners leave, it will also trigger some peculiar changes in the heavenly domain. For example, the secret realm will only open when the summoners are about to leave. At this time, the summoners can send their heroes into the secret realm to explore and develop unknown areas, searching for various hidden treasures. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen showed a look of sudden realization. After all that talk, it was just logging off and idling, one of the essential gameplay mechanics in pay-to-win gacha games. There are many names for this type of gameplay: expedition, dispatch, exploration, garrison. Ultimately, it just means sending out cards and coming back a few hours later to collect the rewards. So the secret realm appears outside the novice village? Chen Shen nodded, indicating he understood. Tro-ha-ha, you big fool, what do you know? The door to the secret realm doesn't appear naturally, it requires the guidance of the fairies. However, the novice village, as a safe zone, has a very stable and indestructible space, which is why we have to go outside. Eve laughed sweetly, holding her stomach. Chen Shen's face darkened, he had been mocked again. It seemed he had underestimated the little fairies. They were not just a bunch of beings that tricked players into spending money. Ah, right, you're the smartest, the most amazing, the most capable. While pretending to praise her, Chen Shen gave Eve a thumbs up. Humph, at least you have some insight, now you've seen the power of this fairy. Come, this fairy will take you to open the secret realm. Just as Eve led Chen Shen and Encore toward the village entrance, little did they know that dozens of greedy eyes had locked onto them tightly. Boss Wuji, that little girl went outside the village. Can we move to snatch the epic quest? A player holding a staff said to the leader. Come with me now. Even if we can't snatch the task, we must at least force her to join the guild. As the vice president of one of the top 10 guilds, the Wind and Cloud Guild, I haven't received an epic level task, so why should a little fool who can barely cultivate a white card get one? With a broad-shouldered, tall figure, Feng Yun Wuji suddenly waved his hand, leading a large group of dozens to follow Chen Shen out of the village. What do you all mean? Chen Shen, shouldering a heavy sword, scanned the uninvited guests surrounding him and Encore with a cold expression. Most of them had IDs containing the words Wind and Cloud, and their eyes were filled with greed and ill intent. The leader, Feng Yun Wuji, glanced at Chen Shen as if he were trash. I have something to discuss with your summoner. A mere white card should roll aside and not interrupt. After saying this, he ignored Chen Shen's reaction and focused his attention on Encore. Upon seeing her, his eyes instantly lit up. Earlier in the novice village, there were too many players blocking his view, so he hadn't seen Encore's appearance clearly. Now, witnessing her in person, Feng Yun Wuji felt his heart skip a beat. In the game, he was the vice president of the Wind and Cloud Guild, one of the top 10 gaming guilds in Dian. In reality, his status was equally impressive, a standard rich second-generation heir. With his skill of driving a Ferrari with one hand, he was never short of beautiful women around him. To him, women were like clothes. When they got dirty, old, or broken, he would just change them out. Proud, flirtatious, cold, voluptuous. He had experienced all kinds. The heaviest thing he had ever carried on his shoulders was the pair of beautiful legs of a 3060 beauty wearing a black silk bodycon dress. He even established a company where all employees, from secretaries to cleaners, were carefully selected women. However, no woman had ever captivated him like Encore. She was like a pure lotus emerging from clear water, naturally unadorned. Her face was sweet and flawless, and the light in her eyes was pure and clear, as if it contained countless stars. She resembled a solitary lily blooming in a secluded valley, untouched by the slightest hint of worldly dust. Feng Yun Wuji had seen pure women before, but they were all fake purity. As long as the money was right, they would strip faster than anyone else and twist their waists more joyfully than anyone else. Encore was different. With over a decade of experience in romance, he could tell at a glance that she was truly innocent and naive. In an instant, a primitive desire stirred within Feng Yun Wuji, and he changed his mind about forcing Encore to hand over the task. He revealed a gentle smile, placed his right hand on his chest, and extended his left hand toward Encore, inviting her in a very gentlemanly manner. Lovely little sister, why not join our Wind and Cloud Guild? As long as you agree, there's no need for any procedures or contributions. Joining means you'll be an elite member. As the vice president, I still have this little bit of power. As his words fell, the nearby players watching the spectacle erupted in an uproar. It should be noted that the Wind and Cloud Guild was one of the top 10 guilds in the gaming world of Dian, and its members not only received high salaries every month but also enjoyed various benefits. Countless people aspired to join, but the rigorous selection process kept them at bay, leaving them to lament their fate. Now, this incredible fortune had fallen upon a little novice. Joining as an elite member right away? Those in the know looked on in astonishment and envy, while the players who already belonged to the Wind and Cloud Guild exchanged glances. Within the 9th branch of the Wind and Cloud Guild, the hierarchy of membership ranged from outer members, formal members, elite members, core members, veteran members, to the most prestigious vice president and president. Some of these veterans had worked hard for the guild for years and were still only formal members, but that girl could easily overpower them as soon as she joined. It was simply unreasonable. Does being pretty mean one can do whatever they want? At this moment, some members even felt a twinge of resentment towards their parents for giving them such a troublesome rival. However, what was unexpected was that with such favorable conditions, Encore actually rejected the offer without a second thought. "You just insulted Big Can, you're a bad person, I don't want to go with you." Her crisp words immediately left Fongyun Wuji unable to maintain his composure. Accustomed to beautiful women throwing themselves at him, how could he let this slide? "Little sister, why don't you reconsider? You bastard, are you deaf? Didn't you hear her say she doesn't want to?" Chen Chen's voice suddenly rang out, firm and cold. Fongyun Wuji's face instantly darkened. "Trash by Ka, are you looking for death? Han Bing, Man Sandao, go, blow him up for me." With that, Fongyun Wuji drew 2 purple cards from his card pouch and flicked his wrist. Swish, swish. In a flash of purple light, a female archer wielding an ice bow and a barbarian warrior wearing a horned helmet materialized. The appearance of the 2 heroes stunned the surrounding players. Wow, it's actually an SR-level hero, and he summoned 2 at once. The probability of drawing an SR from the Wanxiang pool is only 1%, and it costs $100 per draw. That means Fongyun Wuji must have spent at least $20,000. No wonder he's the vice president of the Fongyun Guild, truly wealthy. There are still so many rich people in the world. A big spender appeared on the first day the game launched. Gasps of astonishment and envy filled the air, and Fongyun Wuji's face was filled with pride, but his heart twitched violently. $20,000? Ha, he had actually spent a full 200,000 yen coins on the game. According to the surrounding people's comments, he wasn't just a big spender but a mega spender of 100,000. His original plan was to draw 2 SSRs, as the probability of SSRs is 0.1%, which means it would cost about $100,000 for one. Logically, with $200,000, he should have been able to draw 2 SSRs. Yet, for some unknown reason, his luck was abysmal. After 2,000 draws, he hadn't managed to get a single SSR. However, blowing up a white-in card was more than enough. After transforming, the female archer and the barbarian warrior immediately launched their strongest attacks. Frost Freeze Arrow, the ice archer shouted, releasing her bowstring, and a half-meter-long white ice arrow shot out, aimed directly at Chen Chen's face. As the ice arrow flew, the air froze, leaving a long white trail behind. Roar! My big knife has long been thirsty for battle. Man Sandao swung a fierce-looking black knife, circling around to slash at Chen Chen. So what if it's a purple card? Even if I'm holding a lowly and can only wield a sword with one hand, I can still defeat you. A sharp glint flashed in Chen Chen's eyes as he grabbed Encore with his left hand and held his unsharpened heavy sword aloft with his right. Encore blinked her big, confused eyes while Chen Chen activated his skill, Instant Thunder God. Ziz! The moment the skill activated, thousands of blue arcs of electricity appeared around Chen Chen, dancing and swirling, even jumping in his eyes. Finally, at the moment the Frost Freeze arrow and the black knife were about to hit him, Chen Chen moved. He transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, crossing through the arrow and the knife at an almost imperceptible speed. Then he zipped past the ice archer and Man Sandao as if there was no collision. The next second, -680, critical hit. -615, critical hit. 2 terrifying damage numbers appeared simultaneously, and the health of the ice archer and Man Sandao instantly evaporated by half. Turn back. After passing through the 2, the blue lightning returned along the same path. -680, critical hit. -615, critical hit. In the blink of an eye, 2 critical hits completely drained the health of the ice archer and the barbarian swordsman. The next moment, with 2 loud bangs, they not only reverted to card status but also dropped from 3-star to 2-star. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Fongyun Wujia widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. 2 level 20, 3-star purple cards were actually taken down by a white card? A player who spent 100,000 on the game was defeated by a 0 spender? And it was a crushing defeat? Was that money spent in vain? Put. Fong Yun-wujie felt a tightness in his chest, and the next second, he spat out a mouthful of blood. As for why Fong Yun-wujie knew that Anchor hadn't spent any money, it was because of the aura effect beneath her feet. In Sky Domain, players unlock different levels of VIP status based on their recharge amounts, and the color of the aura changes accordingly. Beginner VIP, recharge 1 to 3,000 yuan, aura is green. Intermediate VIP, recharge 3,000 to 10,000 yuan, aura is blue. Advanced VIP, recharge 10,000 to 100,000 yuan, aura is purple. Super VIP, recharge 100,000 to 1 million yuan, aura is gold. Supreme VIP, recharge 1 million to 10 million yuan, aura is misty pink. Earth Supreme VIP, recharge 10 million to 100 million yuan, aura is glaring red. Heaven Supreme VIP, recharge over 100 million big flame coins, aura is rainbow colored with dazzling light effects. Of course, there is also an eighth color for the aura. That is pure white, holy and untainted, devoid of any trace of spending, and it belongs exclusively to the stingy zero spenders, commonly known as the leopard head zero charge. Coincidentally, the aura beneath Anchor's feet was pure white. Looking at the players gathered outside the novice village, zero spenders were few and far between. The vast majority had green auras. Blue and purple were also rare. Players like Fong Yun-wujie, who had recharged over 100,000, were even more of a rarity. The only exception was a female player with the ID blue crystal, whose expression was icy, and her aura was a hazy pink, exuding a mysterious and noble quality. Don't stare at me like that, it makes me shy. She was accompanied by a nine-tailed fox that constantly posed and occasionally let out a charming, bell-like laugh. Why is it that I, who spent 200,000 and drew a bunch of purple cards, am being beaten up by a zero-spending little girl with a white card? Fong Yun-wujie scratched his head, frowning, deep in thought, nearly pulling his hair out in confusion. It wasn't just him, the members of the Fong Yun Guild and the ordinary players watching were all stunned. Is this really the heavy swordsman that I remember struggling against the slimes in the beginner tutorial? Bug, it must be a bug. Who cares? If there's a loophole, I'll exploit it. I refuse to believe the game itself can ban my account for its own issues. It's decided. From now on, all my resources will go into leveling up the heavy swordsman. In no time, the chatter outside the novice village was incessant, with many players determined to abandon blue and purple cards in favor of heavily investing in the heavy swordsman, the supermodel white card. After all, the heavy swordsman not only had high strength but also consumed little. It only used 1 point of spirit power per minute, while the purple cards he defeated consumed as much as 4 points per minute. Just as everyone was in shock, Shen Shen seized the opportunity, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Instant thunder god. Third time traveling. Swish. The blurred lightning tore through the air, carrying a hint of scorching burnt smell as it pierced through Fong Yun-wujie. Minus 1,236. Critical hit. Fong Yun-wujie died on the spot, his soul slowly rising from his body. You dare to kill me? I am. Instantly killed in one hit, Fong Yun-wujie was furious and wanted to threaten Chen Chen with his real identity. But he suddenly stopped. Threatening a card in a game was laughable to think about. Fong Yun-wujie suddenly became much clearer, realizing that the object of his anger was actually a card, and a strong sense of absurdity arose in his heart. At the same time, he felt an extreme incredulity. What kind of game was Tianyu? Every card and every NPC inside felt so real, as if they had independent, free souls. They were nothing like products of data and code. Instead, it felt as if human souls had been captured and forcibly stuffed into bodies. Don't be discouraged, summoner, victory and defeat are common in battle. At some point, a little sprite flew to his ear. But I spent money and still couldn't beat a freeloader. Despite being in a soul state, Fong Yun-wujie's gritted teeth expression was still incredibly clear. Spending money and still losing only means you haven't spent enough. Spend another million, and you'll definitely draw an SSR to help you redeem your shame. The little sprite licked its lips, whispering like a demon. Upon hearing this, Fong Yun-wujie fell into a dilemma. Although he was a rich young master, $1 million was still not a small amount. If he used it to chase girls, he could change one every day and enjoy himself for a long time. Alright, once I draw an SSR, I refuse to believe I can still lose. In the end, his competitive spirit overcame his lust. Looking at Chen Shen's proud and defiant back, Fong Yun-wujie still couldn't swallow this anger. You certainly won't disappoint me, summoner. He didn't notice that a sly smile of a successful scheme suddenly crossed the little sprite's face. Iron Man, stop pretending. The summoner has little time left. If you don't open the secret realm soon, it will be too late. Suddenly, Eve flew above Chen Chen, angrily slapping the helmet, making it sound like a drum. Oh, Chen Chen was taken aback, looking at Anchor in his hand. Sure enough, the frequency of the red light flashing on the little lowly was getting faster, and her body was becoming semi-transparent. Without delay, he quickly walked to a place where players were slightly sparse and set anchor down. Taking advantage of the momentum from the instant kill of the SR, the members of the Fengyun Guild dared not act against him. Then, Eve floated in the air, crossing her arms over her chest, tilting her head slightly back, and began to chant some kind of incantation with a look of devotion. "O natural goddess residing in the clouds of the other shore, your offspring calls upon you here. When the heavens and earth change, allow me to guide the other world." As she chanted, the space in front of Eve began to fluctuate violently, with transparent ripples spreading out like water waves. Boom! With a sound, a peculiar stone door emerged from the center of the ripples. The reason it was called peculiar was that the stone door was a slanted field grid. Each grid's center had a white vortex and a line of explanatory text. Chen Chen focused his gaze. East, Scripture Pavilion, can obtain fragments of the Heavenly Book. Heavenly Book fragments can enhance skills and talent levels. South, the Plantation, can obtain Ju Fruit. Ju Fruit can enhance the hero's level. West, Spirit Plant Valley, can obtain fragrant herbs. Fragrant herbs can be used to make spirit food, restoring the hero's spirit power. North, Hall of Heroes, can obtain hero fragments for dispatching heroes. Hero fragments can be used to synthesize heroes. Explanation: each time the secret realm opens, the summoner can only dispatch one hero to explore. In addition, at the intersection of the four grids, there was a pure white jade plate with 6 golden dice on it. The gameplay was simple and straightforward, even Anchor could understand it. Big Can, which secret realm do you want to go to? She bit her delicate finger and tilted her head to ask Chen Chen. That's right, which secret realm to send the hero to, and even which hero to send, was all decided by the player. Chen Chen began to ponder. He wanted to go to both the Scripture Pavilion and the Spirit Plant Valley. The former can enhance talent levels, especially those stacked attributes on him. The earlier the enhancement, the greater the benefits. But the fragrant herbs are even more crucial. Without the jelly made from them to replenish spiritual power, he wouldn't even be able to transform. If he can't maintain his human form, then everything is meaningless, more illusory than the grand plans drawn by the boss. Because a hero in card form is no different from a vegetable. Let's go to the Spirit Plant Valley in the west. Without thinking too long, Shin Chen made his choice. Okay. And Kor obediently responded, immediately pointing her finger at the vortex representing the Spirit Plant Valley. Wait a moment, Summoner. Eve suddenly flew over, extending her jade arm to block Kor's finger. What's wrong, little fairy? Kor blinked in confusion. Don't be in such a hurry, Summoner. Aren't you curious about what they do? Eve flew to the intersection of the 4 squares on the white jade plate, picking up a golden die to gesture to Kor. Oh, what is it used for? As Eve expected, Kor became curious. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes. Eve was the type who wouldn't rise early without profit. These 6 golden dice were probably related to spending money. Seeing Kor's curiosity piqued, Eve smiled brightly and began to explain in detail. These 6 dice are called good luck dice. Before the hero enters the secret realm, you, Summoner, can roll them once to test your luck. If you roll 666, the hero will gain 1. 5 times the benefits in the secret realm. If you roll 6666, the benefits will increase to 2 times. If you roll 66,666, the benefits will increase to 5 times. If you are exceptionally lucky and roll 6 sixes, meaning each die shows 6, not only will the hero's gains in the secret realm increase to 3 times, but you can also exit the secret realm at any time. Come and give it a try. Eve's words made Kor's face flush, her little heart racing with excitement. A 3 times gain means that entering the secret realm once is equivalent to entering 3 times. Yay! So Kor grabbed the golden dice, closed her palms, and began to shake them. Heavenly brother and sister, bless me to roll 6 sixes. With her eyes closed, Kor mumbled for a while, then tossed the golden dice onto the white jade plate. 135,352. Not to mention 6, there wasn't even 1 6. Woo-woo, how could this happen? Kor pouted, looking a bit dejected. It's okay, Summoner, you still have one more chance, and I have a way to help you roll many 6s. Eve's smile suddenly became much more enthusiastic. A familiar scene instantly made Chen Chen alert. What method? Kor's disappointment was instantly swept away by anticipation. Summoner, look, this is a perfect die, which can guarantee a roll of 6. Before each roll, you can replace up to 4 golden dice with perfect dice, and replacing one only costs 1,000 starstones. It's very affordable and a great deal. Eve strongly recommends it. Under the gaze of Kor and Chen Chen, Eve pulled out a peculiar die from under her flower skirt, eagerly introducing it to Kor. Chen Chen's forehead was instantly covered in black lines. He was utterly speechless. As expected of a money-grabbing little fairy, she wouldn't miss any opportunity to entice spending. As for the so-called perfect die, of course, All 6 sides showing 6 means it can guarantee a roll of 6, right? And Core's face turned pale. Ah, more money? And it costs 100 for each replacement. That's so expensive. I could buy 200 big white buns with that. Woo-woo, selling me wouldn't even get that much money. After several attempts to squeeze out profits from Encore, her kin were all making a fortune, and Eve's pretty face showed a hint of urgency. Summoner, just charge a little. Look at the other summoners who have all charged money. Chen Shen turned his head to look around. Eve was right, indeed, many players, under the temptation of their little spirits, began to charge money vigorously, with coins bursting out in a dazzling display. But was it necessary for him? Talent of fortune. All probabilities that apply to you and are beneficial to you are always fixed at 100%. Summoner, let me throw this time. Chen Chen volunteered. Big can, you. Oh. And Core's eyes lit up as she suddenly remembered that the embodiment of miracles was right beside her. Her talent's unstable mutation trigger probability was only 0.1%, yet Big Can managed to trigger it every time he leveled up. Thinking about it, throwing 6 sixes didn't seem impossible. Yes, hurry and throw. After getting in Core's permission, Chen Shen grabbed 6 dice, not even glancing at them, and tossed them casually. Clink clink clank. The dice landed on the jade plate, first producing a series of crisp sounds. No, this is impossible. Big Can, you're amazing. Then came the delighted exclamations from Eve and Encore. Chen Shen glanced over and, as expected, 6 sixes, everything was going smoothly. Keep it low-key, it's nothing impressive. Just as Chen Shen was about to feign modesty, suddenly golden flowers rained down, and the announcement echoed throughout the server. Player Orange Sweet, you are the first player to throw 6 sixes without cheating. You have attracted the attention of the goddess of luck, her gaze. The server announcement rang out, shocking everyone. In the newbie village 88,888, all eyes instantly focused on Encore. Is it that little lowly again? She got the platinum skill, and now she threw 6 sixes? I admit she's super kawaii, looking at her makes my heart melt, but come on, can't the heavens be a little less biased? Is there a math genius here? Can someone calculate the probability of rolling 6 sixes with 6 gold dice without using perfect dice? If I had that luck, I'd sell my car and house and go all in on stocks. Everyone, don't be too envious too soon. The system announcement seems a bit off. It doesn't sound like a congratulatory tone. It's not my fault, don't look at me. And Encore had never been the center of attention before. She was like a flustered little rabbit, shyly hiding behind Chen Shen. Meanwhile, Chen Shen looked at the new content that appeared on his panel, his expression uncertain. The gaze of the goddess of luck was neither a talent nor a skill, it felt more like a mark. Gaze of the goddess of luck, one of the 18 divine causes. Your fortune has attracted a trivial bit of attention from that supreme existence. You have been tainted by her cause. Whether this is good or bad remains to be seen. Effect, you become luckier. You have a 10% chance to trigger a lucky combo with each normal attack. Each normal attack will accumulate a bit of combo value. When the combo value reaches 100,000, it will trigger the desperate trial of life and death. Combo value cannot be eliminated in any way. Current combo value, 0/100,000. Indeed, as the instigator of this system announcement, Chen Shen had also been tainted by divine cause. From the description, this was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. A 10% chance to trigger a combo meant it was a 100% combo for him, significantly boosting his output capability. The downside was that desperate trial of life and death. Just hearing the name made it clear how terrifying it was. Forget it, the ship will sink when it reaches the bridge. Thinking too far ahead is useless. Chen Shen shook his head and turned back to Encore. Summoner, please take me into the secret realm. Encore obediently nodded and pointed her hand. Whoosh! In an instant, the vortex leading to the Spirit Plant Valley suddenly expanded, swallowing the other 3 vortices in one breath, and erupted with a strong suction that pulled Chen Shen inside. Big Can, see you tomorrow. Encore reluctantly waved goodbye to the vortex. Players' game time is from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., exactly 12 hours, and once it exceeds 8 p.m., they will be forcibly logged out. At this moment, there were less than 3 minutes until 8 p.m. Meanwhile, in an unknown land, a woman so beautiful that she could make the heavens and earth pale was leaning with her eyes closed against a dazzling divine throne. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Then, her fair and slender left hand gently lifted. With a whoosh, a strange magic cube lying in her palm was thrown up. It was called strange because the magic cube had 100 billion faces, and the colors were chaotic. During the throwing process, each face of the cube rotated randomly. As it turned, the nearby space continuously collapsed and reformed, as if the world was constantly being destroyed and reborn. In an instant, the cube stopped at a position parallel to the woman's beautiful eyes. A breathtaking scene appeared. The originally varied colors of the 100 billion faces unified and turned golden outward. The entire cube became a golden mirror, reflecting everything happening in the 88888 novice village. I hope this time you won't disappoint me, the woman's ethereal voice echoed in the empty temple. Dian, Beijiang City, First High School, Girls' Dormitory 602. And Cora opened her eyes, sat up from the bed, and stared blankly for a moment before removing the virtual reality holographic sensing wristband from her left wrist. Even now, everything in Sky Domain still left her wanting more. There was no doubt that Sky Domain was a magical game, the only flaw being the little money that had been on her mind. Little money. As if recalling something, and Cora hurriedly grabbed the well-worn phone beside her pillow, her fingers trembling as she opened the Dian Bank app. Ugh, I wonder how much is left. Biting her lip with her pearly teeth, her face tense, and Cora finally mustered the courage to click the I symbol next to her account balance. Swish! In an instant, it was as if a band-aid had been ripped off, like a modesty cloth had been forcibly pulled away. The balance that had been obscured by asterisks was laid bare. 102.65. Woo-woo, I usually don't spend money recklessly, how come it's only this much? And Cora felt her spirit drain away in an instant, her head drooping, her beautiful eyes filled with panic and frustration. Goo goo goo. Until her stomach began to protest, she regained a bit of strength. So hungry, I didn't eat during the game at noon, had pickled vegetables and steamed buns for breakfast, and tonight I'll just dip the buns in spicy sauce. And Cora's bed was on the upper bunk. After stepping down the stairs, she took half a big steamed bun and a jar of spicy sauce from her single locker, quietly leaning over her desk, taking small bites and dipping them in the sauce. The dormitory was quiet because it was Saturday, and everyone else had gone home. As for her, she had no home. No, that wasn't home, it was hell. Even now, poor to the point of falling apart, living on steamed buns every day, she still didn't want to return to that den of demons. Thinking of this, and Cora put down the bun and looked down at her own body. White, short, flat, a tiny little thing. As she stared, her pupils gradually lost their light, sinking into memories. She was born in a remote little mountain village, where the mountains were steep and the waters were harsh, poor, and backward, with no road leading to the outside world. In Cora's memory, she started helping her family with work at the age of 3. At 7, she stood on a small stool, cooking for the whole family in front of a stove taller than her. By 9, she was already following her parents to harvest rice in the fields. She vividly remembered that summer of heavy rains, when the water in the rice fields had not dried up. The first time she went to the fields, she was bitten by leeches as thick as her thumbs, which burrowed into her calves. The horror of that foreign object writhing in her flesh was etched deep in her mind, impossible to forget. Besides that, she had done everything from cutting pigweed, shucking corn, harvesting wheat, to carrying manure. She had done all kinds of farm work. She did what men did, and what men didn't do, she did too. Perhaps it was due to overwork in her childhood and insufficient nutrition that her height, face, and even skin texture had not changed since she was 13. Time had simply stopped flowing for her. Even now, having clearly passed 18, she still looked like a child, chased and called lowly by a group of people. That was not all. When she was 15, her mother gave birth to a younger brother, and that was when the nightmare began. From that time on, her parents looked at her with increasing disdain, complaining that she couldn't earn money, that going to school cost money, that she was a burden, and that with her petite figure, no one would want to marry her. Later, her parents finally found an opportunity through connections and sold her to the village chief's son from the neighboring village for 2,000 big yen coins. He was a complete idiot. Not only could he not take care of himself, but he couldn't even speak a complete sentence. And she was to marry such a person, to serve him for the rest of her life, losing her freedom. In return, she would only get 2,000 coins, which wouldn't even end up in her pocket. That woman, who should have been her mother, had once said words that still echoed in her mind. Xiaoko, you're a girl, studying is useless. Mom went to school yesterday and has already signed your withdrawal application. Marry a chicken, follow a chicken, marry a dog, follow a dog. From now on, you'll be Wang Erden's wife, and we'll have nothing to do with each other. Don't come looking for us, just live your own life well. She felt a chill in her heart, but she was even more unwilling to hand over her life so carelessly. She longed for the outside world, the one she had only seen in books, with libraries full of books, the blue sea, and a world with ice cream she had never tasted. So she escaped on a dark, rainy night. She fled along the rugged mountain path all the way to school. Along the way, she didn't know how many times she fell, her knees and ankles bleeding, and she almost fell off a cliff. Fortunately, she managed to grab hold of a crooked pepper tree nearby just in time, and luckily, she was light enough that the tree, as thick as a stick, didn't break. After reaching the school, she immediately found her homeroom teacher and sobbed as she explained everything. She was lucky. Her homeroom teacher was a very kind teacher who not only protected her from her fierce parents who came to take her back but also took her in, allowing her to continue her studies. But for some reason, Ankora was born a bit slow, like a silly little bird, not quick at learning anything. However, she also had the diligence and effort of a slow bird that flies first. Therefore, despite her hard work, she was not the top student in her class, but she was not at the bottom either. During the entrance exam, it seemed that heaven had given her special favor. She was in great condition, her thoughts were clear, and she performed exceptionally well, writing as if guided by a divine hand. When the results came out, she surprisingly got into the top high school in Beijing City. In the new school, Ankora continued to live her silly and hardworking life. Whenever she had free time, she would work part-time to earn money to support herself. If nothing unexpected happened, she would use her foolish efforts and persistence to get into a good university, find a suitable job after graduation, and live a free life. However, a year ago, that silver meteorite that fell from the sky shattered all her dreams. Scientists from various countries called it the Silver Visitor and conducted round-the-clock research on it. A year later, the message from the Silver Visitor was completely deciphered, and the game Heavenly Domain burst onto the scene. It's unclear what secrets the scientists discovered, but national policies were drastically altered as a result. In the Great Yin Kingdom, the college entrance examination scores, which were originally composed of a total of 750 points across various subjects, were slashed to just 200 points, with the remaining 550 points depending on students' performance in the Heavenly Domain game. Not only the college entrance exam, but even military and political assessments were all linked to the Heavenly Domain game. Nowadays, the prevailing sentiment in the Great Yin Kingdom is that if you can't perform well in Heavenly Domain, your entire life is at stake. Ironically, Heavenly Domain is not a traditional virtual reality online game, but rather a pay-to-win card drawing game. Ankora had never played games before and was completely clueless about them. In reality, she was also broke. So now, she faced a bleak dead end, an infinite abyss. Once I finish this bun, I need to head out. Ankora pulled herself from her memories and quickened her chewing. She still had to go to the Honey Snow Ice Castle for her part-time job. If she dawdled any longer, she would miss her clock in time. Click! At that moment, a clear sound of a door creaking abruptly echoed. Who? Ankora turned her head sharply, alertly staring at the dormitory door. Don't be nervous, Xiao Kiki, it's me. The wooden door swung open to the right, and a woman wearing a black baseball cap walked in. Not only was the cap black, but the woman also wore a black lace top and a black short skirt. Her straight black hair cascaded down to her waist, smooth and silky, like fine satin. Even her earlobes sparkled with two small black pearl earrings. In contrast to the black, her small feet in high-heeled sandals and her long, beautiful legs were exceptionally fair and tender, glowing under the dormitory's fluorescent lights, a perfect blend of purity and temptation at that moment. Especially the fullness at her chest, which made Ankora's face flush bright red, the blush extending all the way to her ears. The interplay of black and white radiated an unusual stunning beauty from the woman. Upon seeing that it was her roommate, Ankora immediately relaxed her vigilance and defenses. Because the woman was one of her roommates, Mu Qinghuang. Sister Qinghuang, isn't it only Saturday? Why are you back at school already? Ankora asked while secretly pushing the half-eaten bun and chili sauce behind the bookshelf. Xiao Kiki, don't you know your sister? My parents are doing business abroad and rarely come home. The house is empty and dull, so I returned to school early. Mu Qinghuang gracefully walked to Ankora's side, effortlessly picking up the hidden bun and explaining as she ate. Oh dear, sorry Xiao Kiki, I accidentally finished your bun. After a few bites, Mu Qinghuang finally realized with surprise. It's fine, you eat it. I was already full anyway, Ankora mumbled. Gurgle. But her rebellious stomach betrayed her at that moment. Xiao Kiki, it's all my fault. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you. Saying this, Mu Qinghuang took off her backpack and pulled out packed cola chicken wings, spicy king crab, snowflake beef rolls, strawberry cream pudding, and laid them all out on Ankora's desk. Seeing this, Ankora understood that Mu Qinghuang was doing it on purpose. Sister Qinghuang, I'm really full, I have something to do, I'm leaving. Ankora waved her hands awkwardly in refusal and stood up to leave. Xiao Kiki, you can't think of leaving. You won't go anywhere until you finish all of this. Mu Qinghuang suddenly shifted from her previous gentle demeanor. Seeing Ankora trying to escape, she boldly reached out and pulled her back into her embrace, sitting down on the bench. Ankora struggled with all her might, but the tall Mu Qinghuang was not someone this little potato could shake. The key point was that she was almost pressed against Mu Qinghuang at this moment, and every twist allowed her to clearly feel the soft pressure from the two large, ample mounds behind her. The strange sensation left Ankora at a loss, and she could only obediently give in. Little Kiki is so good, come, try the crab roe from this king crab, Open your mouth and sister will feed you. To soften Encore's resistance, Mu Qinghuang kept chatting to divert her attention. Little Kiki, today is the public test of Heavenly Domain, did you play? As soon as Heavenly Domain was mentioned, Encore immediately thought of Big Can, and her confidence surged. I played, and I leveled up to level 20. Upon hearing this, Mu Qinghuang's hand paused in feeding, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. She had seen related analyses on the official forum, and there were only 2 scenarios for someone to reach level 20 on the first day of the game's launch. The first was that the player was a skilled operator, maximizing efficiency and leveling up by focusing all attributes on attack power, compensating for weaknesses in survival with technique and agility. The second was that they drew an SR or even SSR hero, rapidly leveling up by leveraging their numerical advantage over monsters. Clearly, Encore, who was new to the game, could not be the first scenario. Little Kiki, did you draw a purple card or a gold card? Mu Qinghuang asked curiously while playing with a strand of her hair. A blue one, but my battle hero is Big Can, he's super strong. Big Can? Mu Qinghuang furrowed her brows, repeating in confusion. It's that one in the cool armor, holding a really big sword. Heavy swordman? Listening to Encore's excited description, Mu Qinghuang's eyes twitched. If a white card could take someone to level 20, then even a Sao could climb a tree. It must be that little Kiki was deliberately fabricating lies to avoid worrying her, this beautiful lady. Thinking of this, Mu Qinghuang lowered her head, bringing her delicate face close to Encore's eyes, and said seriously, Little Kiki, listen to your sister. As soon as you log into the game tomorrow, you should dismantle him. The Heavy Swordman is the lowest level fodder card in the game, with no cultivation value. This nameless bank card has 1 million Dian coins. You can use it to draw an SSR for cultivation. Although statistically, you can get an SSR for an average of 100,000 coins, that's just in an ideal situation, so 1 million is safer. As she spoke, Mu Qinghuang took out a black card with golden edges from her wallet and pushed it in front of Encore. This 1 million? Encore's pupils suddenly dilated. Although she had long seen from Mu Qinghuang's attire and speech that she was wealthy, she never expected that she could casually toss out 1 million. The phrase spending money like dirt learned in language class became a reality at this moment. Sister Qinghuang, this is too precious, I can't take it. And I absolutely won't dismantle Big Can. Faced with the temptation, Encore's big eyes were filled with determination. Little Kiki, you, forget it. But once you leave the novice village, go to Huangfeng City to meet up with your sister. That's not a problem, right? After a long time of contact, Mu Qinghuang had already figured out Encore's personality. Although her roommate looked small and was adorably cute, she had a strong sense of pride and was incredibly stubborn. Once she made up her mind about something, it was nearly impossible to change it. Therefore, Mu Qinghuang chose to take a step back and proceed slowly. Once they reached Huangfeng City, she would show Encore the power of SSR, and that would surely change her mind. Then, she could take advantage of the moment to win over the sweet, soft little lowly. Okay, well, I still have a part-time job. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Xinghuang Jia. While Mu Qinghuang was lost in her fantasies, Encore seized the opportunity to slip out of her embrace. It wasn't until she had run out of the school that Encore shook her little head vigorously, but the strange feeling in her mind still lingered. Her roommate, Mu Qinghuang. She had the figure, the face, the grades that consistently ranked in the top 3 of the year, and a family background that could easily toss around 1 million. Such a stunning beauty with long black hair, regarded as the school goddess by all the boys at the school, had always taken care of her meticulously. For a long time, Encore had felt a strange sensation. That Mu Qinghuang had ulterior motives towards her. No, this won't do, I'm a traditional girl. Although Encore was still emotionally naive, she instinctively disliked this feeling. Time to work. With a leap of her legs, Encore ran even faster than before. Meanwhile, Chen began his exploration journey in the secret realm. As night fell, the dark sky hung low, bright stars accompanied him, and a gentle breeze blew. A fully armored swordsman walked through the desolate valley, his shadow stretching long under the moonlight, stepping on weathered stone powder, making a rustling sound all the way. Slurp, slurp. Chen took out a slime gel jelly from his backpack, eating while observing the surroundings. He had been walking in this spirit plant valley secret realm for about 10 minutes, and not to mention fragrant herbs, he hadn't even seen a single weed. Only weathered, incomplete rocks and fine sand scattered everywhere by the wind. Fortunately, after players log off, heroes can use the player's backpack and some items, so Chen didn't have to worry about running out of spiritual power and reverting to card status for now. Chen counted, including the one in his hand, he had a total of 6 jellies left, enough to last him another 3 hours, until 11 o'clock. If he wanted to maintain his human form for a full 24 hours tomorrow, he would need to consume a full 50 jellies. Otherwise, he would inevitably be locked in a dark room, experiencing the agony of being a vegetable. But right now, the most important material for making jellies, the fragrant herbs, he hadn't even seen a shadow of. Is the goddess of luck there? Haven't you been secretly watching over me? Please help me out. Shen Shen mumbled, suddenly kicking a small stone by his feet. Gulyolu. The stone rolled away for about 100 meters, and when it stopped, its smooth surface surprisingly glowed with a faint purple light. Chen Shen's gaze sharpened. The stone was merely reflecting light. The real source of illumination was the two purple plants beside it. The stems had 4 leaves, resembling foxtail grass. It was indeed the fragrant herbs. Finally found it. Chen Shen hurriedly ran over. Boom! Just as he stepped within 10 meters of the fragrant herbs, the ground suddenly opened up a large hole. Wind and sand rose, and debris flew, as a fierce giant creature charged out, blocking Chen Shen's path. Fragrant Toad, Black Iron Boss, level, 20 health, 5,000 over 5,000 attack, 280 skills, Giant Tongue Lick, 5-fold Earth Wave. Description: often lurks near fragrant herbs, will attack any nearby creatures. Chen Shen stopped in his tracks, gripping his unsharpened heavy sword with both hands, pointing the sword tip at the fragrant toad. The surface of the pure white steel armor glimmered with blue arcs of electricity, jumping and dancing wildly. The air crackled with electricity, emitting a burnt smell. But Chen Shen just assumed a stance, not immediately activating his skill, Instant Thunder God. He recognized the monster blocking his way, as it had appeared once in the novice tutorial, and had beaten him to a pulp. But in the novice tutorial, only elites were present, while in front of him was a black iron boss, their strengths worlds apart, forcing Chen Shen to treat it with caution. Quack! The vanilla toad suddenly opened its massive mouth, and its sticky, enormous tongue shot out, wildly licking towards Chen Shen. Now's the time. Instant Prison Thunder God. The electric arcs on Chen Shen's body suddenly merged with him. At that moment, he was electricity, and electricity was him. In the state of human electric unity, Chen Shen became ethereal, passing through the giant tongue without any hindrance or harm, swiftly stabbing behind the vanilla toad. That's right, this is one of the great uses of Instant Prison Thunder God, utilizing the ethereal state to avoid damage. Minus 960, critical hit. At the same time, a blood-red number floated up from the vanilla toad's head. Quack! The vanilla toad raised its paw in confusion and scratched its head. Where's the enemy? How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Seizing the opportunity before it could react, Chen Shen thrust his unsharpened heavy sword fiercely towards its rear. Minus 600, critical hit? Vital point. Minus 600, critical hit? Lucky combo? Vital point. A normal attack dealt more damage than the platinum skill Instant Prison Thunder God. This was because of the double damage from the critical hit, double damage from the weak point, plus triggering a lucky combo, resulting in a total damage multiplier of 8 times. Especially the lucky combo, which gave Chen Shen a big surprise. His current attack speed was 1 sword every 8 seconds. Normally, 2 swords would take 6 seconds, but 1 sword plus 1 combo took only 8 seconds, meaning the combo didn't consume any time, which was very nice. The goddess of luck truly gifted him a great present. As for the vital point, in heavenly domain, most monsters have vital parts, and hitting them can cause higher damage. And the rear, without a doubt, is the vital point for all creatures. It's worth mentioning that the easily bullied slime, due to its uniform body, actually has no vital point. Quack! With its rear hit, the vanilla toad let out a piercing wail, followed by extreme anger. Boom boom boom! It slammed its massive paw on the ground, causing the earth to tremble, and rolling waves of dirt surged towards Chen Shen. Instant Prison Thunder God. Minus 960, critical hit. However, Chen Shen activated the skill again, teleporting 5 meters away, once more avoiding damage. Back and forth, the vanilla toad lost more than half its health, while Chen Shen didn't lose a single hair. Big Toad, are you even capable? Why not go back and practice a bit? You're so dumb, you won't find a female toad. Chen Shen yawned, looking extremely bored. Quack quack quack. As if it understood Chen Shen's words, or perhaps it hit a sore spot, the vanilla toad jumped around in anger, its entire body turning red. Come on, I only said a couple of words to you. Do you have to be so petty? Chen Shen's eyes widened in shock because the vanilla toad was genuinely turning red, in a physical sense. It opened its mouth wide and took a deep breath. Then its skin changed from a muddy yellow to a bright red, and the fragrant herbs growing on its back turned yellow and withered. A huge mushroom, redder than blood, burst through its skin, spreading its cap and growing wildly. In the blink of an eye, the vanilla toad transformed into a mushroom toad, and the information about it in Chen Shen's eyes changed dramatically. Poisonous mushroom toad, bronze boss, level, 20 health, 1880/10,000 attack, 500 skills, giant tongue lick, poison cloud, spore bombardment. Description: a mutated form of the vanilla toad, which can only successfully mutate under extremely harsh conditions. It possesses a very strong poison attack ability. Please keep your distance if encountered. Wasn't it said that the mutation conditions are extremely harsh? What's going on now? Chen Shen was dumbfounded. He hadn't done anything. So how did it mutate? After the mutation, the life limit doubled, and the attack doubled, becoming stronger by more than one level. Quack quack. The mutated poison fungus toad seemed to have an increased IQ. It glared at Chen Shen with hatred, and the blood-red mushrooms on its back suddenly opened wide, releasing a green mist that quickly spread within a 10-meter radius. As soon as the surrounding stones came into contact with this mist, they immediately began to hiss and emit white smoke, corroded into 1,000 holes. -100. -100. With such a wide-ranging skill, Chen Shen couldn't dodge at all. One by one, green damage numbers floated up from his head. Is it that fierce? Chen Shen was almost shocked out of his wits. His life was just over 800 points and could not withstand such terrifying damage. Fortunately, although the fragrant toad had evolved into a poison fungus toad, its health had not recovered. In a critical moment, instant prison thunder god. -600, critical hit. Vital attack. -300, critical hit. Vital. -300, critical hit. Lucky combo. Vital. Chen Shen unleashed a skill followed by 4 normal attacks, finally slaying the poison fungus toad. Thud. The poison fungus toad's limbs went limp, crashing heavily to the ground, its basin-sized eyes wide open in disbelief. Clearly, this guy died with its eyes wide open, harboring 1,000 grievances. Crash! But its body honestly exploded into a big loot drop. While drinking a potion, Chen Shen squatted down to check the drops from the poison fungus toad. The potion was bought with the copper coins that Ankh had farmed from slimes during the day, just to be prepared. Low-level life potion quality, ordinary effect, restores 50 life points per second for 10 seconds when consumed. Suggested retail price, 10 copper coins. Although the poison fungus toad dropped a pile of items, there were only 4 types. Chen Shen first picked up a pale golden longsword. The sword's blade was curved, with a snake's mouth swallowing the blade at the hilt, and the blade itself was a sickly green, looking very sinister. Golden snake poison sword quality, bronze equipment requirement, level 20 physical melee attack plus 50 poisoning. Attacking the target will poison them, dealing 100 fixed poison damage per second for 10 seconds. This damage cannot stack, but has a 10% chance to double. Although curious as to why a toad dropped a snake sword, the attributes of the golden snake poison sword made Chen Shen's eyes shine. First, the 50 points of attack were very generous. He had just reached 5-star level 20, and his panel attack was only 256 points, so this alone increased his output by nearly 20%. Then there was the fixed damage from the poisoning effect, which gave Chen Shen a big surprise. Fixed damage has a characteristic: whatever is written on the panel is exactly what it is, ignoring defense and magic resistance. Chen Shen had just experienced its power. Even with over 200 magic resistance, he lost exactly the amount of health that should have been lost. The key point was that this effect perfectly matched his talent, Fortune's favor. A 10% chance of doubling damage? Nonsense! It was clearly 100%. As time passed, Chen Shen became more and more satisfied with the Fortune's favor talent and increasingly understood its terrifying aspects. Any probability that was beneficial to him, no matter how low, could be forcibly raised to 100%. The only flaw was that it only applied to probabilities affecting himself to trigger the talent. For example, the monster's drop rate was the monster dropping items, not him, so it didn't take effect. Even so, Chen Shen was very satisfied. Now, whenever he attacked, it was a guaranteed critical hit, guaranteed combo, guaranteed double poisoning. If he could also arrange for cleave, splash, split, penetrate, disarm, silence, all of it, then it would be incredibly satisfying. While Chen Shen fantasized about a bright future, he happily equipped the golden snake poison sword. In an instant, the edge of the unsharpened heavy sword gleamed with a dark green luster, like the gaze of a venomous snake, chilling and dangerous. Aside from that, the unsharpened heavy sword showed no other changes. Its straight and direct shape remained unbent. This was because a hero's appearance, image, and even the character art in card form would only change significantly under 2 circumstances. The first was evolution. After a hero evolved, their power would leap forward, their soul would be sublimated, and their life level would greatly increase, leading to a change in their image. The second was one of the essential cash grab features of gacha games, costumes. Costumes were the new clothes for heroes. During the day, while Eve was enticing Anka to spend money, Chen Shen curiously glanced at the system shop. Goodness! The dazzling array of costumes left him bewildered, of course, none of which he could wear. It should be said that only SSR heroes had access to them. Even if there were some, Chen Shen guessed Anka couldn't afford them, as the cheapest item had several zeros trailing behind it. Forget it, there's nothing wrong with freeloading. Chenshin shook his head. He didn't mind that Anka was a broke kid who couldn't spend money. Putting himself in her shoes, the little lowly didn't mind that he was just a white card, right? Returning to reality, Shinshen continued to check the remaining 3 items, but during this check, his expression turned strange. First were the 2 orchid herbs. Shinshen pulled up the 2 on the ground beside him, making a total of 4. Orchid herb quality, ordinary effect, can be used to make slime herb gel jelly, restoring a hero's spiritual power. Description: a treasure in the hearts of heroes, hard currency among hard currencies. Don't let its quality blind your eyes. When Chenshin placed them in his backpack, something miraculous happened. The 4 orchid herbs suddenly turned into 12. Ha, why is that? Just as Chenshin scratched his head in confusion, he caught a glimpse of the status bar out of the corner of his eye. Buff, 6/6 great success effect, your harvest of local specialties in the secret realm ×3, activation condition, obtained through gathering and defeating monsters. Remaining time, 11 hours 26 minutes 25 seconds. So that's how it is, Shen Shen understood. However, the specialty of Lingji Valley is the orchid herb, so only it can receive the bonus, and there are even additional conditions? Eve didn't clarify this. I thought all harvests could triple. Chen Shen cursed under his breath and then picked up the second dropped item, 5 deep blue roses. The roses were beautiful, and not only were the petals deep blue, but even the stems and thorns were deep blue. They didn't look like herbaceous plants grown in the soil. Instead, they seemed to be carved from blue crystal, reflecting a hazy, ethereal blue glow under the soft moonlight, both dreamlike and luxurious. Just the effect made Chen Shen's eyes twitch. Blue Demon Rose quality, bronze effect, can be gifted to heroes, each increasing favorability by 5 points. Description: quickly give it to your beloved hero. Once the hero's favorability reaches a certain value, special functions can be unlocked. Special functions? What special functions? Chen Shen couldn't help but recall the gacha games he played in his past life. Many of them had a favorability mechanic, though the terminology varied. Trust value, heart value, progress. It all referred to the same thing. In more serious games, favorability could increase a card's combat power. In less serious ones, it could lead directly to marriage, and even unlock some blush-inducing content. Paper Wife is how that came about. No way. Heavenly Domain, you must be a serious game, right? Thinking of a certain possible Chen Shen, he couldn't help but get goosebumps, especially when he thought that his summoner was still a cute little lowly. Stop. Chen Shen didn't want to think in that direction, so he hurriedly checked the last drop from the poisonous mushroom toad. 4 pieces of fire red, wrinkled toad skin. Poisonous mushroom toad skin quality, bronze effect. Collect any type of toad skin in 10 pieces to summon the toad sage hidden in the clouds here. Description: toad skin, synonymous with quality fraud. Rest assured, even if you drop a mythical quality toad skin, it can only be used to summon the toad sage. It seems the only use of toad skin is to summon the toad sage. With this thought, Chen Shen couldn't help but feel curious. Is the toad sage a special merchant? Or an NPC? Or a powerful boss? Everything will only be known once he collects 10 pieces of toad skin. So, after counting all his gains and packing them up, Chen Shen began to gather the remaining 6 pieces of toad skin. Although the Spirit Plant Valley has the word valley in its name, it is actually vast and boundless. Following the navigation of the stars in the night sky, Chen Shen walked north for 3 hours, yet the surrounding area was still a desolate plain, with not even a shadow of the valley wall in sight. Along the way, he hadn't encountered any other heroes, which made him start to doubt whether the Spirit Plant Valley was a solo secret realm. Dog food card, hand over the fragrant orchid grass on you, and I might spare your life. Just then, a sinister chuckle suddenly reached Chen Shen's ears. Where did this old thing come from, daring to claim to be this seat with just a purple card? Chen Shen stopped and looked up at the air ahead, sneering coldly. Suddenly, a thick black mist floated over, within which swirled translucent evil souls. Occasionally, their faces emerged from the mist, all with twisted features, bleeding from all orifices, constantly emitting silent howls of agony, their expressions filled with extreme pain, as if they had suffered great torment in life. Standing on the black mist, surrounded by the souls, was a hunchbacked old man with a hooked nose. At this moment, he was staring at Chen Shen with a pair of sinister black eyes. Soul Domain? Lohufa, 6-star level 35. The old man's name, flashing with purple light, appeared before Chen Shen's eyes. You little beast who doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. You're simply tired of living, daring to shout at this seat with a mere white card? I'll let you taste the good flavor of the 10,000 souls devouring your body. After saying that, Lohufa stretched out his withered hands from his long sleeves and quickly formed a strange seal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next second, the black mist rolled, souls howled through the heavens and earth, and hundreds of souls rushed out from the mist, clawing and pouncing towards Chen Shen. Instant prison thunder god. Chen Shen activated his skill immediately, dodging the incoming vicious souls. Awoo. -40, -36, -38. However, there were simply too many souls coming at him, and as soon as Chen Shen's first displacement ended, he was heavily surrounded. These evil souls bit with sharp teeth and clawed with fierce claws, each one going madly, continuously dealing damage to him. Although the damage was small, the sheer number overwhelmed him, resulting in Chen Shen's health plummeting by 500 in a short time. You little brat who speaks wildly, is this all you can do? Become one of the many evil souls under my command. Seeing Chen Shen's health about to hit rock bottom, Lo Hufa laughed triumphantly. Chen Shen narrowed his eyes. As a purple card, Lo Hufa was stronger than both the Icebow Woman and the Barbarian Three Knives combined during the day. If they were T3 level among purple cards, then with the ability to control souls and fly, Lo Hufa's strength could probably rank T1 among purple cards. Faced with such a tricky enemy, Chen Shen did not lose his composure. Old dog, do you think you've won for sure? I have a sword that will send you straight to the underworld. With a whoosh, Chen Shen executed the instant prison flying thunder god twice in quick succession. The first time was to close the distance with the Heron Guardian. The second time, Chen Shen soared into the air to continue approaching the Heron Guardian in the dark clouds. The third time, the Heron Guardian was already within attack range. Thus, the counterattack began. Instant prison flying thunder god, -758, critical hit. Seamless connection to a normal attack, -286, critical hit. -286, critical hit? Lucky combo. Chen Shen barely managed to land one normal attack before his body plummeted downwards. Just before hitting the ground, he rolled like a nimble monkey to dissipate the impact, then ran off without looking back. All souls, tear that hateful little thing apart for me. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, so fast that the Heron Guardian couldn't react in time. Watching Chen Shen flee, he belatedly commanded the souls to pursue, but it was already too late. -200, -200, -200. The double poisoning effect of the golden snake poison sword caused his life to plummet. I am unwilling. That hateful little thing. I will repay today's grudge 100-fold in the future. The Heron Guardian roared in frustration, unwilling to accept defeat. As a T1 level purple hero, he had rampaged through the secret realm, plundering everywhere, slaying countless blue heroes, and even 3 purple heroes had perished at the hands of the fierce souls. Now, however, he had capsized in the gutter, sanctioned by a mere white card. Yet, no matter how unwilling he was, he could not escape the outcome of death. In just 5 seconds, the Heron Guardian was poisoned to death, reverting back to his purple card form. Bang! One of the stars behind the card immediately exploded into nothingness. As it dropped from 6 stars to 5 stars, the card was also whooshed away from the secret realm by some inexplicable rule. Seeing this, Chen Shen finally turned back. At the spot where the Heron Guardian had died, a large pile of fragrant herbs exploded forth. Chen Shen counted 78 plants in total. Adding the 32 he had collected during this time, that made 110 plants. Meeting the requirement of 50 plants was more than enough. He didn't have to worry about being locked in the little black room for now. So, the Heron Guardian had nearly 100 fragrant herbs on him. I wonder where he got so many. Chen Shen suddenly recalled the rules of the Spirit Plant Valley secret realm. They were not complicated, just 2 points. First, a hero that dies drops a maximum of 50% of their fragrant herbs. Second, the more fragrant herbs a hero plunders, the more they drop upon death. No wonder the old man looked so pained before dying. It turned out he was dropping too many fragrant herbs, probably close to half. It seemed he had plundered quite a bit. Now, there were enough fragrant herbs, but he still needed one last toad skin. So, Chen Shen continued to search for the fragrant herb toad's whereabouts. Half an hour later, -200, -200, -200. Under the terrifying fixed poison damage, the toad in front of Chen Shen collapsed with a crash. Seeing this, Chen Shen nodded slightly. Fixed damage is indeed useful, rendering resistance meaningless. If it weren't for that in the lightning battle with the Heron Guardian, he would have had to choose to endure and flee in disgrace. Now, with 10 toad skins collected, it was time to summon the Toad Sage. The only regret was that all the toads encountered afterward were fragrant herb toads. Not a single poison fungus toad was found. Toad Sage, appear. Chen Shen placed the 10 toad skins on the ground, arranging the yellow and red ones in a circle, then eagerly watched the ground. Sizzle! Accompanied by strange sounds, 10 toad skins quickly expanded, sticking together, then rotating and enlarging, ultimately solidifying into a teleportation array covered in tadpole script. RIP! Above the teleportation array, space suddenly split open with a narrow vertical crack, and an ethereal old man stepped out from within. He was an elderly man dressed in a loose white robe, but with a toad's head. He slightly hunched over, causing his long-neglected, messy white beard to drag on the ground. The old man gave Chun Chen a strange feeling, like a carefree cloud drifting in the sky, transcendent and unconcerned with the world. He also seemed like someone who had exhausted all efforts, only to fail at the last moment, ultimately disheartened and retreating to a corner, letting everything go. Moreover, apart from the name Toad Immortal, all other information was marked as Choose 1. After the Toad Immortal appeared, he lazily glanced at Chun Chen, then extended his bony finger to lightly tap the air. In the next moment, a shop interface appeared before Chun Chen. This shop was quite peculiar. It sold neither divine weapons nor miraculous elixirs, nor a variety of skills, and certainly not magical items with various functions. Instead, it offered only toads of different sizes and shapes. However, when Chun Chen saw the name of the shop, his breath instantly became heavy, and even blood vessels faintly appeared in his eyes. The shop's name was Exclusive Bond Selection Shop. It's actually a bond? Chun Chen was astonished. After being transformed into a card, the game system had instilled a lot of knowledge in him, including the concept of bonds. In Heavenly Domain, heroes do not fight alone. Heroes with an initial rarity of blue or above will carry bond attributes to some extent. For example, Xin Huiyang, whom Chun Chen had encountered, carried the bond Assassin. The Icebow Archer carried the bonds Winter and Sniper. The Barbarian with 3 blades carried the bonds Winter and Barbarian Warrior. And the earlier mentioned Heron Guardian carried the bonds Soul Domain and Soul Controller. When a specific number of heroes with the same bond attribute fought together, the bond could be activated. Activated bonds would grant them various bizarre abilities, including but not limited to attack enhancement, defense enhancement, life enhancement, gaining shields when casting skills, and stunning targets with attacks. Any bond, once activated, could significantly enhance a hero's strength. However, the vast majority of bonds required a certain number of people to activate, and these were called combination bonds. In contrast, exclusive bonds could be activated solely by oneself without the need for others. Heroes with an initial rarity of SSR must carry one exclusive bond. Originally, as a lowly white card, Chun Chen had no bonds. But now, an opportunity to obtain an exclusive bond lay before him. How could he not be overjoyed? Moreover, every bond in the exclusive bond selection shop was priced at 0. That's right, the different toads in the shop each represented a unique exclusive bond. Chun Chen carefully examined each toad, afraid of missing any detail. He first looked at a fist-sized light yellow toad, whose eyes were hazy and tears flowed endlessly, as if it had experienced all the tragedies of the world. Tragic toad quality, ordinary effect, after purchase, will acquire the unique bond Lord of Tragedy. Special note: the unique bond learned from the Toad Immortal can only exist in one form on a hero at a time. Lord of Tragedy, 1-to-1, quality, ordinary, can be upgraded. Ability: when attacking, there is a 5% chance to turn one buff on the target into the corresponding debuff. Upgrading quality only increases the probability. No way. Chun Chen shook his head in rejection. Only increasing the probability? With his innate luck, he would be foolish to choose it. Next, Chun Chen looked at the second toad. This was a toad similar in size to the tragic toad, but it was covered in wounds, its body riddled with injuries of all sizes, flesh torn and blood flowing. The crimson blood even obscured its original skin color. Scarred toad quality, ordinary effect, after purchase, will gain the unique bond, Master of Scars. Special note: Master of Scars, 1-to-1, quality, ordinary, can be upgraded. Ability: when attacked, damage taken plus 10%, while attack power plus 20%. Upgrading quality increases additional damage taken and attack power. This bond is suitable for berserkers and thugs, but not for me. Chun Chen smacked his lips and continued to look at the next one. The third toad was the size of a basketball, with bulging eyes and a body that was a molten mix of black and red, swelling and contracting with each breath, like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. Destruction toad quality, ordinary effect, after purchase, will gain the unique bond, Master of Destruction. Special note: Master of Destruction, 1-to-1, quality, ordinary, can be upgraded. Ability: critical damage plus 10%. Upgrading quality increases critical damage. Hey, this one's good. Chun Chen instantly perked up. This unique bond was very suitable. No, it was practically tailor-made for him. Because his critical hit rate was 100%, every attack would be a critical hit, so the higher the critical damage, the better. Not in a hurry, let's finish looking at the rest. Excited, Chun Chen didn't let his enthusiasm lead him to recklessly choose the Master of Destruction. He could only buy one toad, What if there was something better later? So, Chen Chen patiently continued to look at dozens of strange-looking toads, each with its own characteristics. Among them, he was satisfied with two. The first was the destruction toad. The other was called the abundant toad, which was round and plump, with smooth skin, free of the bumps of poison glands. Its ability was to increase maximum health by 10%. After much thought, Chen Chen still decided to choose the destruction toad and go all out with violence. What the heck? There's a gambling hand. In the shop, the only toad Chen Chen hadn't seen was the last one, and it was precisely this last one that made his eyes widen in shock. This last toad was simply too bizarre, too humorous. It was about the size of an apple, but its appearance was very interesting. Divided by a line down the center of its forehead, the left side of its body was pure black, while the right side was pure white. However, the colors of its pupils were reversed. The left eye had a white minus sign for a pupil, while the right eye had a black plus sign. Its ability also perfectly matched its appearance. Gambling toad quality, ordinary effect, after purchase, will gain the unique bond, Master of Gambling. Special note: Master of Gambling, 1-to-1, quality, ordinary, can be upgraded. Ability: there is a 999% chance that maximum health will decrease by 50% and a 0.001% chance that it will increase by 50%. Each level of quality upgrade randomly adds a gambling option. Chen Chen's expression gradually became strange. It was a look of wanting to laugh but holding it in, making it very uncomfortable. A 0.001% chance, huh? Now, let's give it a try. Chen Chen decisively pointed his finger at the purchase button. Young man, are you sure you want to buy it? Suddenly, a deep, aged voice came from behind. Chen Chen turned to look at the toad sage and nodded firmly. Yes, senior, I want to buy this gambling toad. The toad sage did not respond but stroked his white beard, squinting his eyes as he glanced at Chen Chen. At this moment, a ripple quietly spread across the heart lake that had remained undisturbed for many years. After the battle of that year, it had secluded itself in this place, no longer concerning itself with worldly affairs. In the long years that followed, to pass the time, it created these 81 special toads. Among them, 80 had their own strengths and unique characteristics, capable of significantly enhancing the combat power of their buyers. Only this gambling toad was the sole failure. Over the long years, many skeptics, each believing themselves to be the chosen ones, had purchased this gambling toad. As a result, they all experienced a significant drop in strength, without exception. Now, another skeptical young fool had arrived. How could the toad sage not take a closer look at him? Daring to choose the gambling toad, I thought this young one was just another self-important prodigy, but it turns out he has the abysmal white quality. Is this an act of self-destruction? Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. Just one glance. With just one glance, the toad sage's gaze pierced through Chen Chen, seeing him inside and out as if under an ultrasound. Seeing that the toad sage had no intention of stopping him, Chen Chen no longer hesitated and immediately purchased the gambling toad. The moment he bought the gambling toad, Chen Chen's body trembled. A surge of overwhelming life force, like crashing waves, poured into his body from an unknown void. Crack, crack. At that moment, all 206 bones in Chen Chen's body emitted a sound like popping beans. His muscles became even firmer as they contracted. Chen Chen slightly closed his eyes, hearing the sound of his heart beating like a drum, along with the thunderous roar of rivers surging and crashing against the shore. Of course, there were no rivers in his body, but blood was surging wildly through his veins. Moreover, with his eyes closed, his mind was unexpectedly clear and transparent. Many questions that had puzzled him before were suddenly resolved, and everything became clear. These were the changes Chen Chen could directly feel. What he did not know was that there were even more changes. The skin, tightly wrapped in armor, quietly became fair and tender, and even the luster of the armor brightened considerably. The broken hair on his head suddenly regained vitality, and a new hair, both black and thick, sprouted from the scalp in its place. Even his height had increased, rising from 1.9 meters to 1.91 meters. In fact, at this moment, Chen Chen's level of life and essence of life had made a significant leap. Awesome! The heavenly domain is truly amazing. Chen Chen felt fantastic, as if he had reached the peak of his life. Logically speaking, as a card in the game, he should be just a pile of data and code, not experiencing so many detailed sensations exclusive to living beings. Yet, the feeling of becoming stronger was so real, as if he were truly cultivating, as if Heavenly Domain was not a game but a real existing world. Of course, Chen Chen also knew the reason for his sudden surge in strength. Opening the panel, he saw new content behind the skills section. Bond, Master of Gambling, 1/1, Quality, Ordinary Ability, Life Limit plus 50%. Chen Chen guessed correctly. The effect of the talent fortune of heaven was to turn favorable probabilities into 100%. When both favorable and unfavorable effects existed simultaneously, the unfavorable effect became 0%, absolutely impossible to trigger. What a huge profit! Chen Chen trembled with excitement. What could be more thrilling than a guaranteed win in gambling? Moreover, the rewards were unimaginably generous. After all, another toad specifically designed to enhance life limits only increased it by 10%. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The ancients did not deceive me. This young one? The scene of Chen Chen's rising aura caught the toad sage's eye, and its originally indifferent expression suddenly changed. The first one. Before him stood merely a young man of white aptitude, the first to benefit from the gambling toad, rather than experiencing a drastic drop in strength. Throughout history, how many prodigies with golden or even dark golden aptitudes have met their demise? Why is it that this young man with white aptitude has succeeded? Is this a distortion of human nature, or a decline in morality? Is his good fortune a coincidence, or a necessity? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the toad sage suddenly spoke, his aged and calm voice awakening Chen Chen, who was still immersed in joy. Young man, you are quite lucky. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Chen Chen was taken aback. What did continuing the challenge mean? Wasn't it said that one could only buy one toad? Wait, Chen Chen looked at the black and white toad cradled in his hands and suddenly realized. It turned out that after he purchased the gambling toad, the information had undergone a significant change. Gambling toad, Black Iron Boss, level, 1 health, 8000/8000 attack, 300 skills, none. Description: a miraculous creature sealed by layers of enchantments. Heroes can enhance the bond, Master of Gambling, by defeating it at different stages. After the gambling toad is defeated, heroes can ask the toad sage to unlock the seals on it. Each layer of seal unlocked will increase its combat power by times 1000%, and talents and skills will be unlocked one by one. Current combat power, 200, please act according to your abilities. Number of unlocked seals, 0. This black and white toad had actually transformed from an item into a boss? Chen Chen was astonished, but the description made his eyelids twitch. Each layer of seal unlocked would multiply its combat power tenfold? This was multiplication, not addition. If the seals were unlocked further, its combat power would reach astronomical numbers. Feeling both excited and apprehensive, Chen Chen stole a glance at its creator, the toad sage. It was hard to imagine that this elderly man, with white hair and a seemingly ordinary appearance, possessed such immense power. Chen Chen then looked at his own combat power. 247. He could fight and win. Please confirm again if you wish to challenge the gambling toad, Black Iron Boss. Confirm, -72. As soon as he made his choice, the gambling toad in his palm flicked its tongue at him. No martial ethics, actually launching a sneak attack? Chen Chen cursed under his breath and tossed it into the air. Then, instant prison thunder god, -1536, critical hit. Normal attack, -512, critical hit. -512, critical hit. Lucky combo, double poison, -200, -200. In less than 10 seconds, the gambling toad's health bar was completely emptied, and it transformed into a toad stone sculpture that clattered to the ground. Congratulations, you have defeated the gambling toad, Black Iron Boss. Your bond, Master of Gambling, has been enhanced. Chen Chen quickly opened the panel to check. Bond, Master of Gambling, 1-to-1, quality, Black Iron ability, health limit plus 50%, health limit plus 50% without a doubt. With the help of good fortune, Chen Chen had once again gained a positive benefit with a probability of only 0.001%. That said, the name Master of Gambling seemed tailor-made for him, as he was the gambler who could never lose. However, is the second gambling option also a health limit? Chen Chen felt somewhat surprised. But this was good. This way, his health increased from 825 points to 1650 points, a full doubling. In terms of health, he had finally caught up to SR heroes. Chen Chen contentedly picked up the toad stone sculpture, just about to ask the toad sage to help unlock the first layer of the seal, when he noticed the latter's gaze was filled with deep meaning. This young man was indeed not simple. He had managed to gain another minuscule positive benefit. However, did you just use a lucky combo? The voice of the toad sage was calm and unruffled like an ancient well, but Chen Chen could faintly sense the hidden waves of anger within. Yes. May I ask what guidance the senior has? Chen Chen felt a pang of anxiety. Luck was related to the goddess of fortune, and he truly couldn't grasp the purpose behind the toad sage's question. Young man, take care of yourself. Gather 50 toad skins and summon me again. At that time, I will unlock the first layer of the seal for you. The toad sage paid little attention to Chen Chen, leaving behind those two sentences before tearing open space and stepping in, disappearing from sight. This young man is born with extraordinary luck, even more exaggerated than any child of destiny I have seen. No wonder she has her eyes on him. Oh well, I am just a carefree wandering toad, Why should I concern myself with such matters? Watching the place where the toad sage had vanished, Chen Shen furrowed his brow. Hidden immortals, lofty goddesses. The heavenly domain seems to conceal many secrets. But why should he think so much? If the sky were to fall, he had SSRs to hold it up. He, with his little white card, should eat and drink as he pleased, not let anything weigh on his heart. Chen Shen yawned, stretching lazily. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed clearly from afar. Bang 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 bang. Then came a series of explosions, like firecrackers, incessantly erupting, interspersed with the sounds of battle and screams like waves. What is happening? Although there is an old saying in Dian that curiosity killed the cat, Chen Shen couldn't suppress his restless heart, so he ran towards the source of the sound. Is this reasonable? How can it be so outrageous? Upon reaching his destination, Chen Shen looked at the scene unfolding before him, feeling as if 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. 20 meters ahead, an unprecedented battle was taking place. The cause of the fight was clear to Chen Shen with just a glance. Wealth stirs the heart. The broken flowerbed glowing with purple light on the ground was the reason for the conflict. Although the flowerbed was dilapidated and old, it was filled with fragrant herbs, with at least 500 plants. They swayed gently in the soft moonlight, releasing faint, intoxicating fragrances that drove one mad with desire. Fragrant herbs are something heroes must compete for. If a summoner dies, so be it, the heroes would not be affected in the slightest. But without the jelly made from fragrant herbs to replenish their spiritual power, heroes would have to revert to card form and be placed back into the summoner's card pack. Just thinking about it, being locked in a pitch-black space while fully conscious, unable to move except to feel, that sensation would be far worse than being in prison. Thus, it seemed entirely normal for the heroes of the two factions to erupt into a tremendous battle over the fragrant herbs. But the problem arose here. Among the two factions, one side had over 100 members, all blue and purple heroes, yet their opponents consisted of only 2 people. One was enchanting, exuding charm with every glance, her eyebrows and eyes holding an indescribable allure, and on her rounded, perky backside were 9 fluffy yellow tails. The other held a large spear, with thick eyebrows like swords and a broad face. His build was extraordinarily robust. Even though he wore heavy ancient general armor, the contours of his iron-like muscles were still clearly visible. His aura was far stronger than that of his teammates, and the kingly presence he unconsciously radiated made the heroes of the opposing faction tremble in fear. Chen Shen also saw the golden names above their heads. Nine-tailed fox, Dodgy, 5-star, level 41. Overlord Xiangyu, 4-star, level 28. They were actually 2 SSRs. Chen Shen had seen the nine-tailed fox during the day and knew her summoner was a female player named Lan Jingjing. This was his first time seeing Overlord Xiangyu. It was this first meeting that brought a tremendous shock to Chen Shen's heart. Stand behind Braun. A muscular man with a bare upper body, wielding a 3-meter-high ice shield, bravely charged at the Overlord Xiangyu. Winter Shield, Braun, 6-star, level 30. Under the leadership of this strong SR purple hero, a group of heroes hid behind his shield and launched a fierce assault on the Overlord Xiangyu. Roar! Where is my Yuji? The Overlord Xiangyu roared angrily, uttering a line that was quite out of place, then raised his spear and fiercely thrust it towards the incoming blue-purple hero. Breaking formation Overlord Spear. The spear's shadows fell like rain, fast as phantoms, yet carrying a terrifying force capable of shattering stone, causing the air to ripple and the shockwaves to howl like the wind, a fearsome display. Even more terrifying was that, starting from the Overlord Xiangyu, the entire fan-shaped area within 10 meters in front of him was included in the attack range. Minus 3,260, minus 3,573, minus 3,487. Braun's shield exploded into ice shards on the spot, and even he was sent flying by a single thrust, his health bar completely emptied in midair, reverting him back to card status, losing stars and levels. The heroes behind the shield were equally unfortunate, not even having the chance to deal damage before being instantly killed. For a moment, the sound of stars exploding echoed incessantly. Soul Fox Fire. On the other side, the power of the nine-tailed fox was equally evident. She lightly tapped the void with her jade foot, then tilted her jade face slightly upward, extending her jade arms, and whoosh she ascended into the air, merging with the bright moon. In the moonlight, the 9 tails bloomed, pale flames appearing one after another around her, then shooting towards the ground like flowers blooming in the night wind, reaching only the heroes who could only look up in awe. Minus 767, minus 621, minus 698. Although the single damage of the Soul Fox Fire was far less than that of the breaking formation Overlord Spear, the number was over 100, and the range was vast. The number of heroes falling with a scream was even greater than those killed by the breaking formation Overlord Spear. The scene of the 2 great SSRs displaying their might left Chen Chen in a daze, his eyelids mechanically blinking. Hiss. After several seconds, he finally came to his senses, gasping in shock. What kind of damage is this? Over 3,000 spear shadows could easily kill 2 of his current self, not to mention those 100 pale flames. Before this, Chen Chen had been a bit proud, because he had defeated the T1 level purple card Lu Guardian with just a white card body, and gained the Lord of Gambling bond. His strength had surged. But at this moment, the scene before him was like a bucket of ice water, completely extinguishing his budding arrogance. He fully understood the gap between himself and the SSRs. It could even be said that there was an unfathomable chasm separating SSR-level heroes from all heroes below SSR. Without entering SSR, one would forever be an ant. No wonder it's a pay-to-win card game, no wonder it costs an average of 100,000 yuan to draw an SSR. The strength is on point, truly worthy of its value. Indeed, Shen Chen was shocked. He was astonished by the nine-tailed fox and the overlord Xiangyu, his whole being filled with the word strength. But he did not feel unfair or imbalanced because of it. Nonsense, if those who spend money can't beat those who don't, that would be called imbalance. Especially someone like him, a pure white card meant to pollute the card pool, seemed to have no right to complain about imbalance. At the same time, Shen Chen was not disheartened or discouraged. He firmly believed that with his talent of fortune, it wouldn't be long before he could catch up, even surpass the SSRs. Moreover, in Heavenly Domain, cards could evolve infinitely. He wouldn't be a white card for life. Meanwhile, the overlord Xiangyu and the nine-tailed fox had already worked together to clear out the other heroes competing for the fragrant herbs. Fox, can we now share these fragrant orchids? The overlord Xiangyu said in a deep voice. Although he did not know why he had come to this strange world, his immediate priority was to find the lost Yuji, so he placed great importance on these orchids that could empower heroes. Overlord, don't be anxious, the nine-tailed fox said with a playful smile, covering her mouth. Are you thinking of going back on your word and keeping it all to yourself? Xiangyu's brows instantly furrowed, and he tightened his grip on the spear. You misunderstand, Overlord. I am not a fickle fox, it's just that there's a little fish that slipped through the net over there. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back. With that, the nine-tailed fox took small, quick steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She crossed the space in 3 movements, blocking Chen Chen's path. Staring at the stunningly beautiful face before him, Shen Chen was momentarily stunned, and then his scalp went numb. Instantaneous thunder god, not forward, but backward. Seeing this, the nine-tailed fox playfully threw a flirtatious glance at Chen Chen. Phew, staring at my body all day, couldn't take your eyes off me, and I didn't say anything. Now that I've come to find you, why are you running away? Chen Chen wanted to curse. Stupid fox, who the hell was staring at you? He just glanced out of curiosity, but he couldn't voice his anger, as a barrage of soul fox fire was already shooting towards him. -786. -786. Damn! 2 shots of fox fire directly brought Chen Chen's health to the brink. Fortunately, the bond of Lord of Gambling increased his life limit by 100%, or he would have really been done for. I'll remember what happened today. Before the 3rd shot of fox fire arrived, Chen Chen finally activated the exit privilege granted by the smooth sailing buff. With a whoosh, a white beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping him and blocking the subsequent soul fox fire. 2 seconds later, the light beam disappeared, and Chen Chen was no longer there. She actually let this little fish escape? The nine-tailed fox frowned in dissatisfaction. Over 80% of purple heroes couldn't withstand 2 shots of soul fox fire, yet a white hero managed to. This was quite unbelievable and made her increasingly curious about Chen Chen. Little fish, I remember you. Oh, you're also from the 88888 newbie village, this will be fun. A sly smile suddenly blossomed on the breathtakingly beautiful face of the nine-tailed fox. Outside the newbie village, the white beam of light flashed by, and Chen Chen fell to the ground from the air. With only 78 health points left, he felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell. A gust of evening wind blew, evaporating the sweat on his back, and a chill seeped into his bones. My life has been like walking on thin ice. I almost didn't make it back just now. Chen Chen sat up, breathing heavily with lingering fear. Although he wouldn't truly die, losing stars and levels was inevitable, and the worst part was entering a 24-hour summoning cooldown. +16. Under the effect of the talent recovery wind, Shen Chen's health slowly recovered, but his mood didn't improve much. SSR is unbeatable. This is just a bunch of violent stat monsters. Before I grow stronger, I should focus on survival and avoid the chaos. In the long night, it wasn't just Chen Chen who was feeling unsettled. The official website of the game Sky Domain had been overwhelmed by angry players. Just one day after launch, a flood of negative reviews had propelled Sky Domain to the top of the negative review charts, far surpassing the second-ranked Three Kingdoms kill. The players' complaints were almost all the same: pay to win. Dog planners, you've really messed up, damn it. I was also a big fool, having expectations for Tianma Game Company before the launch. Now it's clear that a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. The probability of drawing an SSR was only 0.1%. Each draw costs 100 big yen coins, which means an average of 100,000 yuan to get an SSR? Damn it! Are you all blinded by money? Are you here to play games or to make money? Answer me. I'm so hungry. If I had known, I wouldn't have played Tianyu. I agree with the person above. Why had pay-to-win card draws? Wouldn't it be better to make a traditional virtual reality online game like Xingui or Tianxia? I've put all my rent and food money into this month, yet I haven't even drawn a purple card. Whoa, I'm done. Refund my money. Fengyun Vice President Fengyun Wuji, the person above, I'm worse off than you. I put in a full 200,000 and still only drew a purple card, not even a glimpse of a gold card. This garbage game's odds are definitely problematic. And the purple card I drew was blown up by a free-to-play white card. It made me so mad I almost spat blood. Love eating folded ear roots. Your son is crazy. A purple card can be blown up by a white card? Fengyun Vice President Fengyun Wuji, am I the vice president of a branch and going to lie to you, a little loser? In Magic City, in an incredibly luxurious bedroom filled with brand-name furnishings, Fengyun Wuji, bare-chested, leaned against the headboard, his fingers typing furiously. The phone screen emitted a bright white light, illuminating his increasingly flushed face. Love eating folded ear roots? You might as well change your name to Love Picking Arguments, chasing me for over 10 floors. If I could hit you through the internet, I would slap you to death. Fengyun Wuji gritted his teeth in anger, veins faintly appearing on his forehead. Lin Xiao, what's wrong? At that moment, the blanket beside him stirred, revealing a woman's head. The woman, with exquisite makeup and decent looks, still had a few traces of blush on her face. Ha! Fengyun Wuji glanced at her, casually tossing his phone aside, took a deep breath, and looked up at the ceiling. Choo-choo, I'm really angry right now. You know what to do, right? Hee, Lin Xiao, just leave it to me, Choo-choo said with a flirtatious smile, her voice sweet and soft. Then blushing, she dove under the blanket. 3 minutes later, the world in Fengyun Wuji's eyes became dull. Alright, now you can get lost. Fengyun Wuji suddenly spoke, his voice as cold as the wind in the 12th lunar month. Ha, Lin Xiao, why are you chasing me away? Did I not serve you well? Or did I make you unhappy? Don't leave me, Lin Xiao, woo-woo. Choo-choo's lip-licking action paused, her face instantly filled with panic and confusion. She rubbed her eyes, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Get out! Fengyun Wuji showed no mercy, kicking Choo-choo onto the cold hardwood floor. Stupid bitch, still pretending in front of me. I waste 300,000 a month to support you, and what do you give back? Seeing Choo-choo still putting on an innocent and pitiful look, Fengyun Wuji was about to explode with anger. You're really good at pretending, huh? The videos from the Li and Wang families have been sent to my phone. I almost didn't recognize you, you little whore. What else do you have to say? With her true colors exposed, Choo-choo immediately got up from the floor, silently lowering her head and leaving. At this point, she had nothing to argue about, but she was unconvinced. Who said that taking your money means I can only be your woman? A smart girl wouldn't put all her eggs in one basket. Damn it! Really, I might as well put the money into the game, at least the paper characters won't betray me. Charge, as soon as I log in at 8 o'clock, I'll charge $1 million. And that white card greatsword user, just wait for me to draw a gold card and crush you. Fengyun Wuji, with a cold expression, rested his arm on his hand, already planning in his heart. Meanwhile, in the deep market, at the headquarters of Tianma Game Company, in a multifunctional conference hall, members of the board, company executives, shareholders, and core programmers all gathered here for a meeting titled Summary of the First Day of the Heavenly Domain Game. Behind the golden Nanmo lectern, Ma Tingyun, the highest chairman and CEO of Tianma Game Company, was presenting the first day data of the game using a PowerPoint. As of 8 p.m. last night, the number of players in the Great Yen domestic market has surpassed 2 billion, and the first day revenue has exceeded 32 trillion. This proves that the Heavenly Domain game is gaining momentum and thriving. Despite such excellent results, a small number of executives present showed no signs of joy. Suddenly, a well-dressed young man stood up from his seat. He straightened his back and looked at Ma Tingyun on stage without fear. Hello, Chairman Ma, I am Zuo Rome, the deputy manager of the Market Research Department. What I want to say is that although Heavenly Domain has maximized its profit, its reputation among the public has completely deteriorated, which is very detrimental to the game's future development. I really don't understand why we need to include pay-to-win content in a virtual reality game. I hope Chairman Ma can clarify this. On stage, Ma Tingyun adjusted his gold-framed glasses and nodded appreciatively. A good young man, facing the problem directly, commendable courage. However, his expression soon turned to one of helplessness. Young man, I cannot directly answer your question. You just need to know one thing: the 32 trillion great yen coins in first-day revenue, including all future income from the Heavenly Domain game, will not bring a single cent to Tianma Game Company. What? At this statement, except for a few high-level executives who already knew the inside story, everyone else was shocked, with many even slamming their hands on the table. Why would they not receive any money? Moreover, since they wouldn't get a cent, why continue to vigorously operate the Heavenly Domain game? Seeing through everyone's thoughts, Ma Tingyun bowed respectfully to an elderly man sitting in the front row and said, "Oldju, please explain to them." The man referred to as Oldju was a tall elder wearing a simple gray coat. In an instant, hundreds of gazes converged. Many people finally realized that the elderly man, treated with the highest courtesy by Ma Tingyun, was not a member of Tianma Game Company. Ha, that old man. I think I've seen him in a TV drama. No, it's not a TV drama. I think I've seen him on the news channel. Just as the executives were feeling familiar with Oldju and their suspicions were growing, Oldju suddenly stood up and stepped onto the podium. With just a few steps, he made everyone widen their eyes in shock. These simple steps were imbued with an iron and blood military might. Standing on the podium, the elder stood straight as a pine, his chiseled face bearing a solemn expression. Below the stage, feeling the sharp and capable aura emanating from the elder, the attendees suddenly widened their eyes as they finally remembered his identity. He was the god of war, Yu Zhantian. Decades ago, over 800 countries on the Tiantian Star united to launch an invasion against the Great Yen Kingdom, aiming to completely annihilate this strongest dragon and carve up the vast territory of the Great Yen. It was a protracted and unprecedentedly brutal war. Although the Great Yen was the strongest country on the surface, the enemy's forces were hundreds of times greater, putting the situation in jeopardy. Fortunately, heroes emerged in troubled times, and a group of talented generals rose to the occasion. Under their leadership and command, the Great Yen ultimately won this war with a significant disparity in forces. Among them, Yu Zhantian, with his formidable personal combat strength and unparalleled military strategy, stood out as a leader, earning him the title of God of War of the Great Yen. I have met the God of War, Oldju. After recognizing the identity of the old man, all the senior executives stood up immediately and sincerely bowed to Yu Zhantian. Their hearts were filled with indescribable excitement. They never expected to have the honor of meeting a living legend. I'm just an old man now, hardly worthy of the title God of War. Yu Zhantian waved his hand. Although he tried hard to appear approachable, the firmness in his voice still made everyone's expression serious. Please sit down, don't be too formal. I'm here to explain what President Ma just said. Thus, everyone obediently sat down, their ears perked up. Zhuo Rong stared at Yu Zhantian without blinking, his curiosity gnawing at him. Clearly, the in-game purchases were overwhelming, to the point where players were cursing their ancestors, and the first-day revenue had exceeded 32 trillion. Why, then, did not a single cent end up in their pockets? Yu Zhantian's first sentence answered his question. Because all the money players spend goes directly to the real game officials, not a penny is left behind. Upon hearing this, many people showed confusion, while only the programmers who already knew the inside story sighed with their heads down. The real game officials? Wasn't the game official their Tianma Game Company? Yu Zhantian scanned the crowd and said slowly, "Did you think that the game Tianyu was created using information deciphered from the meteorite Silver Visitor combined with Tiantian Star technology? The truth is, Tianyu was not artificially created at all. It was sent by the Silver Visitor. Everything inside, including the in-game purchases, is all part of it. So, the real officials." Yu Zhantian paused and pointed to the ceiling. The executives all looked up, seeing the pristine white ceiling. But they knew that beyond the ceiling lay the mysterious, vast universe. Finally, we don't have to keep secrets anymore. The programmers present all breathed a sigh of relief. For the past year, they had been working overtime to create the illusion of hard work, pouring their hearts and souls into it. All of this was to prevent the public from knowing the truth and causing widespread panic. They had even signed non-disclosure agreements, with their families unaware of the true inside story of the Tianyu game. During this time, only they knew the truth. As for the rights to modify and operate the game, they had very little power, with over 99% of the data inaccessible to them. To put it bluntly, even if the game had a bug, they could only watch helplessly. "Oldju, you must have come here for more than just to say this," Zhuorong suddenly raised his hand to ask, and others quickly reacted. Indeed, it hardly warranted the God of War himself to make a trip just to inform them of the truth about Tianyu. "Young man, you're quite sharp, good job," Yu Zhantian praised, then his expression turned solemn, a fierce killing intent flashing in his eyes. The executives felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. This was the familiar hellish killing god they knew. He lightly tapped the table with his knuckles and continued, we have also extracted a crucial piece of information from the Silver Visitor. A year from now, players ranked at the top in Tianyu from various countries, along with their heroes, will receive an unparalleled opportunity. What this unparalleled opportunity specifically entails is still unclear, but it is known that the stronger the player in the game, the greater the benefits they will receive, and the quota for Dian is 2 million. Only 2 million? Considering that Dian's population is over 2 billion. This meant that, on average, only 1 in 1,000 people would receive that seemingly extraordinary unparalleled opportunity. In an instant, everyone present became animated with thoughts. At this moment, Yu Zhantian let out a cold laugh. Those petty nations that suffered defeat decades ago will surely not be willing to accept it. A year later, when they have also gained supreme fortune, they will inevitably return to invade our Great Yin territory. I represent the Great Yin government here, and my purpose is to inform you to use your limited observation rights to identify talented and potential players in the Heavenly Domain game. The government will provide strong support for them, help them invest money, and assist them in developing within the game. Of course, during this process, the government will send people to assist. Now, does anyone have any objections? After finishing his last sentence, Yu Zhantian stopped tapping his fingers on the table and waited for the high-ranking official's responses. Assist? It should be called absolute dominance, right? Everyone knew the truth, but the large conference hall was eerily quiet. Even the sound of breathing was suppressed to a minimum. In the end, it was still Ma Tingyun who wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead and broke the silence with a dry laugh. Ha ha ha, we couldn't ask for more. I represent Tianma Game Company and extend a warm welcome. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the conference hall. A faint, inexplicable smile appeared on Yu Zhantian's face. He certainly understood that the vast majority of people present were unwilling to relinquish their power. However, how could the fate of the entire Great Yin nation be entrusted to a private company? Meanwhile, Chen Shan, who was in the vast world of the Heavenly Domain, was completely unaware of everything happening outside. He lay on the grass with his legs crossed, a blunt heavy sword beside him, his arms resting behind his head, gazing at the increasingly radiant fishbelly white on the horizon. His thoughts rippled like stones dropped into a lake. What is this all about? He was living his life just fine, and out of nowhere, he had crossed over into a card, and a low-level white card at that, in a trashy gacha game where spending more money made you stronger. As he pondered, a sense of resentment inevitably arose in Chen Shen's heart. Forget it, the strong never complain about their environment. What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. Realizing that his emotions were a bit off, Chen Shen quickly downed 2 big bowls of chicken soup and gave himself a pep talk, trying to lift his spirits. But he was just a white card, not an SSR. What kind of strong person was he? He not only had to complain about the environment, but he also had to complain about the strong, trashy pay-to-win game. Have you ever considered the feelings of the common players? There are only a few rich people in the world, while the poor are countless. Selling an SSR for 100,000, why don't you go rob a bank? And the strength of those SSRs. To be honest, after venting his frustrations, Chen Shen felt much better. Refreshing. Ha big can, good morning. Suddenly, Chen Shen's vision darkened, and a round, cute little face reflected in his eyes. Summoner? Chen Shen sprang up from the grass. Only then did he notice that, at some point, there were already a few scattered figures around him. Is it 8 a.m. already? Chen Shen clearly remembered that players' online time was from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. After greeting Chen Shen and Kuryond again, her eyelids fluttering like they were in a battle, her long eyelashes trembling incessantly. Summoner, did you not rest well last night? Chen Shen asked casually. I'm fine, just worked all night, I can handle it. She was still trying to act tough, but the little lowly's eyelids were fluttering faster and faster, and her petite body was swaying unsteadily. Chen Shen frowned. It turned out that his summoner was not stingy but genuinely poor. If she weren't really poor, how could she work all night without sleeping? It seemed he had to find a way to make money. Chen Shen certainly didn't want his summoner to collapse at her workstation one day. Summoner, you should take a nap first. When you wake up, we can go hunt monsters and level up. Hearing Chen Shen's suggestion, Encore obediently responded with a soft then tightly held his hand, her voice weak yet stubborn as she said, "But I want you to hold me while I sleep." Oh, Chen Shen was taken aback. He had never heard such a request in his life. Summoner, that's not appropriate, and there are so many people around watching. Oh no, I'm feeling dizzy, I'm going to fall. Before Chen Shen could finish his sentence, Encore deliberately closed her eyes and let her small, doll-like body fall towards the ground. Fortunately, Chen Shen was quick and caught her, or her pretty little face would have landed in the dirt. There's no helping it, she is the summoner, and I am the hero. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Thus, fearing the repercussions, Chen Shen had no choice but to hold the snoring Encore and sit back down on the ground. Perhaps she was truly exhausted, as Encore slept soundly and obediently, not squirming in Chen Shen's arms. Up close, Chen Shen noticed that Encore seemed even smaller and softer. Holding her felt like cradling a fluffy cotton candy. Her skin is tender and smooth as a freshly peeled egg, delicate to the touch. Her little face was the epitome of cuteness. This left him puzzled, as Encore had logged in for a full 12 hours yesterday, with no restrictions for underage players, indicating that she was indeed an adult. But her appearance and personality had nothing to do with maturity. What was this? A naturally youthful body? While Chen Shen was in deep thought, the eyes of nearby players were already red with envy. Stop! Let go of that exquisite lowly and let me have her. This is outrageous. In broad daylight, to commit such shameless acts, where is the morality? Where is the bottom line? Where is the little lowly? I'm so unbalanced. Who is the noble player here? Why does he, a hero, get to hug a lowly? I want one too. Summoner, do you want to get cozy with someone? Old Chang will fulfill your wish. Get lost. Your chest hair is longer than my hair. Among the players, a young man in white, looking dignified, squinted and said to the person beside him, Wu Yong, you should know what I'm thinking. Do you have a plan? Beside the white-clad player, a refined purple hero waved his feather fan, confidently stroking his beard. Don't worry, Summoner. Back in the day, I could easily outsmart the birthday convoy. Now, capturing a little girl is a piece of cake. Good. I'll be counting on you. An hour later, Encore stood up, looking refreshed. Seeing her starry eyes shining again, Chen Shen was amazed. The game is impressive. After just an hour of sleep, all her status is restored. Big Can, let's hurry and hunt monsters. Yay! Encore waved her little fists around, full of energy. Please wait a moment, Summoner. Just as Chen Shen was about to take Encore to the Slime Empire ruins, he caught a glimpse of her collar moving out of the corner of his eye. A little sprite named Eve flew out, combing her hair gracefully. Chen Shen's vision darkened. If he wasn't mistaken, the little sprite had indeed emerged from Encore's underwear. Summoner, please claim today's login reward first. Eve is afraid you might forget again. Eve seemed oblivious to Chen Shen's expression and began carefully instructing Encore to open the system interface. Chen Shen quietly watched from the side. Yesterday's login reward was fragrant orchid herbs, and today's was a random skill chest for summoners. After claiming it, Eve instructed Encore to open another interface. Seeing the name of this interface, Chen Shen instantly couldn't hold back. 7-day limited time ranking, what the heck? Isn't this the usual money-grabbing trick found in many pay-to-win card games I've played? While Chen Shen was frantically complaining in his heart, Eve, with a rosy face, began to introduce it to Encore. Respected Summoner, this is a limited time event only available in the first 7 days after the game launches. After the event ends, the summoners on the leaderboard can not only receive generous rewards but also become celebrities in the eyes of other summoners. Summoner, hurry and spend money, no, work hard. Eve has high hopes for you. Encore blinked curiously, and Chen Shen began to browse through the rankings of each leaderboard. In the 7-day ranking event, there are a total of 5 major leaderboards, from left to right: Summoner Level Ranking, Hero Evolution Ranking, Equipment Ranking, Spending Ranking, Combat Power Ranking. The competition range of the 5 major leaderboards is divided into the entire server and the current novice village. The reward for being first in the entire server instantly made Chen Shen breathe heavily, his eyes filled with desire. Among the 5 leaderboards, the player ranked first in the entire server can obtain a corresponding unique title. For example, the first in the Summoner level ranking can receive the unique title, One Step Ahead. The first in the Hero Evolution ranking can receive the unique title, Unlimited Potential. At the same time, players can also allow one hero to receive this title. To maintain mystery, the specific effects of the titles are not displayed, but there is a note. The title greatly benefits the development of both the summoner and the hero. In addition to the title, the first in the entire server for the 5 major leaderboards can also receive an epic treasure chest, Random Exclusive Bond Chest. Opening it grants a random exclusive bond. Chen Shen had already experienced the power of exclusive bonds. The Master of Gambling, 1-to-1, on him, which was only at the Black Iron level, had already increased his life limit by 100%, giving a glimpse of how powerful exclusive bonds could be. Not only are they powerful, but they are also convenient, requiring no other accessories to activate. The above is the reward for being first in the entire server. To maintain mystery, the equipment attributes are not displayed. Overall, the rewards are generous, but reality poured a bucket of cold water on Chen Shen. Today is only the 2nd day since the server opened, yet the top of the 5 major leaderboards is ridiculously strong. Summoner level ranking, first place, Xianyuan Emperor Tian, level 88. Hero Evolution ranking, First place, SSR Fire Domain, Xiao Xuanhua, 9 stars. Belonging Summoner, Xianyuan Emperor Tian. Equipment ranking, first place, Breaking Waves and Cutting Streams Blade, silver level. Belonging Summoner, O Xiaobai. Spending ranking, first place, Xian Duo, 823,690,000 Great Yen coins. Combat power ranking, first place, Dugu Buba, combat power 23,516. Lineup, Summoner Dugu Buba, SSR Water God. Ganggong, 9 stars, SSR Fire God. Zhu Rong, 9 stars. They're all beasts. Chen looked at his own data, 5 stars, level 20, combat power 330, and his equipment was just a bronze level golden snake poison sword, which was barely acceptable. Spending? 0, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Next to him, Encore counted with her slender white fingers, and the result left her dumbfounded. 800 million? 1 yuan can buy 2 big white buns, and working at Mishue Bingcheng only earns 9 yuan an hour. 800 million, how many big white buns can that buy? Even if she worked until being packed into a small wooden box, the money she earned wouldn't even be a fraction of 800 million. Is this the world of the rich? At that moment, Encore, who had come out of the mountains, was greatly shocked. Summoner, please don't be discouraged. Even if you're facing a godly player who spends billions, even if you can't spend a single cent, I can still bring your name to the top of the leaderboard. A slight vibration came from her shoulder, and Encore turned to meet a pair of deep, resolute eyes. Really, is it true? Encore's voice lacked any confidence. In reality, she was a zero investment player who could only nibble on steamed buns, coupled with the lowest tier white card in the game. Could such a combination really compete with those players who spent billions or were born into wealth and power as an SSR? As if sensing Encore's insecurity, Chen smiled slightly. If I say it's possible, then it's not impossible. Summoner, have you forgotten? I am the embodiment of miracles. Encore's eyes widened suddenly, sparkling like stars bursting with brilliance. She remembered, the Big Ken was unique, it was different. With a 0.1% critical hit rate, the Big Ken could crit with every strike. Her talent, Unstable Mutation, had a triggering probability of only 0.1%, yet the Big Ken could trigger every time it leveled up, and when it came to rolling dice, it would always land 6 sixes. Perhaps, they could truly start from the lowest point and reach the highest peak. To stand atop the highest peak and overlook the mountains below. Ha 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 ha, you're killing me, you Tin Ken are too funny. You think you can be number 1 on the leaderboard without spending money? You're dreaming too boldly. Eve's reaction was completely opposite to Encore's. She held her stomach, laughing so hard that she trembled, even tears of joy streaming from the corners of her eyes. Short-sighted with long hair, no chest, no butt, I can't be bothered to explain to you. Summoner, let's go. Chen ignored Eve and took Encore by the hand. Encore allowed Chen to lead her but silently looked down at her chest. Her hair wasn't very long, but, Tin Can, stop, what do you mean? Explain yourself to me. Just a moment ago, Eve had been playful, but now she was chasing after them in a fit of anger. In fact, Chen wasn't just talking nonsense. Among the 5 major leaderboards, not to mention the other 3, the pay-to-win big shots were exclusive. He didn't target the equipment leaderboard either. Relying solely on luck was too unstable. He had his sights set on the Hero Evolution leaderboard. Although he was only at 5 stars now, the top player was already at 9 stars, but the gap wasn't that significant. It was just that the Xianyuan Emperor had entered the Slime Empire ruins earlier than him and obtained the subsequent star-up materials first. On the contrary, he had an advantage that no other hero, not even SSRs, possessed. That was, his initial rarity was the lowest white card. That's right, the white card had the lowest attributes and the weakest talent skills. However, the spiritual power consumption and star-up material consumption of the white card were also the lowest, even only 1/5 of that of SSRs. Moreover, over 99.9% of items in the heavenly domain could not be bought with money, including star-up materials. Right now, he was indeed behind, but with such low consumption, catching up was just a matter of time. He was certain he would take the top spot on the evolution leaderboard. Even the billion-dollar spenders couldn't stop him, he said. Half an hour later, Chen, Encore, and Eve arrived at the Slime Empire ruins south of the Novice Village, where a white energy shield resembling an eggshell connected to the sky blocked their way. Slime Empire Royal City Protective Shield, status, near scrap life, 100000000/100000000 remaining power, recovers 1% of maximum life per second, damage taken reduced by 90%. Description, once, it shone brightly in the distant past, but now it is merely a candle in the wind. What the hell, a candle in the wind? Even though it wasn't his first time seeing this eggshell shield, Chen Shen couldn't help but complain. Whose candle in the wind has 100 million health? Watch this. And Kor took out the purple jade talisman given by the village chief from her backpack and gently pressed it against the surface of the protective shield. Whoosh! A portal 1 meter wide and 2 meters high slowly unfolded before them. Chen Chen and the others stepped inside. Then, the world changed, as if they had entered another realm. The outside world was fresh and vibrant, while the inside was filled with broken stone pillars, collapsed walls, and scattered rubble on the ground. Black ashes floated in the air, and the lingering smell of gunpowder and blood filled their nostrils. Above them was a vast expanse of heavy dark clouds, deep and oppressive, just like the carvings on a purple jade talisman. Within it lay an indescribable pressure that made Chen Chen instinctively tremble and warn him to retreat. Ultimately, he had to abandon this reckless thought. Forget it. I'll just focus on leveling up by defeating monsters and look for the slime gem along the way. With that in mind, Chen Chen set his sights on a black bull to his left front. It was a massive black bull, 5 meters long and 2 meters tall, with muscles rippling all over its body. Its 2 horns reflected a blinding cold light, sharper than steel blades. Mimetic Blade Bull, Elite, Level, 30 Health, 6000/6000 Attack, 370 Skills, Bull Charge, Trample. Description: transformed from a slime with mimetic abilities. Unfortunately, it went wrong and cannot revert back. An elite monster? Chen Chen's face lit up. Although elite monsters had higher attributes than ordinary ones, they also offered much better experience points and loot. Moo! At that moment, the black bull noticed Chen Chen. It lowered its massive head, and the next second, it charged at him like an out-of-control tank, its hooves thundering. The stones along its path were crushed to dust. Big Can, watch out! Just as the sharp horns were about to gore him, he heard Ang's panicked shout. But Chen Chen remained calm, slightly bending his legs, exerting force against the ground, and leaping into the air. Thus, he flew above the bull as it passed beneath him. Spinal break! The unsharpened heavy sword struck down with precision and violence. -614, critical hit? Vital hit. -614, critical hit? Lucky strike? Vital hit. Crack! The bull's spine was severed in one blow, and it could no longer maintain its balance. Its massive body spun and was flung away by its own terrifying inertia, crashing through countless already ruined relics along the way. Indeed, for creatures with spines, the spine is one of their vital areas. Once severely injured, they would completely lose their ability to move. Chen Chen took advantage of this. Next, the black bull became meat on the chopping block. Instant prison thunder god. -1950, critical hit? Vital hit. Double poison. -200. -200. In less than half a minute, the black bull's 6,000 health points were completely depleted by Chen Chen. You have killed the mimetic blade bull, level 30 elite, gaining 600 experience points, and permanently increasing your health by 10, attack by 1, and spell power by 1. Seeing his level 20 experience bar surge significantly, Chen Chen couldn't help but show a look of surprise. He hadn't expected the experience from an elite monster to be double that of an ordinary one. Additionally, his talents, indestructible grip, combat training, and learning phonics, began to accumulate today's share as well. The loot from the black bull also made Chen Chen breathe a sigh of relief. Slime gem quality, black iron effect, can be used to enhance a hero's star level, 5 to 10 stars, only effective before the first evolution. Description: a rare material, condensed from slime mucus, can only be dropped by killing elites among the slime clan. Picking up the coveted slime gem, Chen Chen began to examine it closely. Unlike the sticky and disgusting slime goo, the egg-sized pearl was not only clean and bright, shimmering with colors, but also emitted a refreshing fragrance that captivated Chen Chen, instilling a strong desire to consume it. Suppressing this desire for the moment, Chen Chen picked up the other dropped items from the black cow: 6 copper coins, 2 blobs of slime goo, and a thick cowhide hat. Slime cowhide hat quality, black iron equipment requirement, level 30 defense plus 40 magic resistance plus 20 experience plus 5% slime set, 1/4 when fully collected, unlocks set effects. Can it really increase experience gain? Chen Chen's expression shifted. The cowhide had offered little boost to combat power but could accelerate leveling speed. Just for that, Chen Chen regarded it with higher esteem. As for the level 30 requirement, it was a minor hurdle. At the current leveling pace, it wouldn't be long before he reached level 30. Summoner, you just focus on playing, leave the rest to me, Chen Chen said to the lively and core standing beside him. He had planned a growth path for the little girl that was purely about survival, so she dealt almost no damage and couldn't help with monster fighting. As for pulling monsters, ever since he saw the little girl's clumsy handling last time, Chen Chen had abandoned that thought. Okay, and Core obediently replied, but she didn't just stand by idly. she took out a large pot from her backpack and began making slime gel jelly with the fragrant herbs Qinshen had harvested from the secret realm last night. Only then did Qinshen fully immerse himself in fighting monsters and leveling up. You have killed a mimic ram, level 35 elite, gaining 600 experience points, and permanently increasing 10 health, 1 attack, and 1 magic power. You have killed a mimic steel-maned black bear, level 45 elite, gaining 700 experience points, and permanently increasing 10 health, 1 attack, and 1 magic power. You have leveled up from 20 to 21, health plus 5, mana plus 3, attack plus 2, defense plus 2, magic resistance plus 2, speed plus 1. You have successfully triggered the talent, Lucky Minion, gaining the above growth once more. Qinshen circled around the ruins, slashing at any monster he encountered, his level skyrocketing like a rocket. And Core followed him like a little tail, picking up dropped items and stopping to make jelly, busy and happy. Qinshen discovered that the monsters around the ruins were between levels 30 and 50, and all were elite monsters. The experience gained from killing them was incredibly rich, leading to both Qinshen and Nkura jumping from level 20 to level 50 in just 6 hours. Level skyrocketed to 30. During this process, the collected slime set played an indispensable role. In addition to the slime cowhide hat, the remaining 3 pieces were slime black bear jacket quality, black iron equipment requirement, level 45 health plus 900 defense plus 60 magic resistance plus 40 experience plus 5% slime experience set, 1/4 when fully collected, unlocks set effects. Slime sheepskin gloves quality, black iron equipment requirement, level 35 defense plus 45 magic resistance plus 25 experience plus 5% slime experience set, 1/4 when fully collected, unlocks set effects. Slime crocodile skin pants quality, black iron equipment requirement, level 40 defense plus 55 magic resistance plus 35 experience plus 5% slime experience set, 1/4 when fully collected, unlocks set effects. Each piece provides a 5% experience boost, and when the set is complete, it adds another 10%, totaling a 30% experience boost. Although Heavenly Domain seems to have fallen into a money pit, the equipment drops are still quite generous. Qinshen couldn't help but exclaim. The black iron set he dropped was not just the one he was wearing. Ankair was also wearing a set. The drop rate today is really high. Little did he know, if other players heard this, they would surely curse him out. Listen, is this even human talk? For other players, let alone a complete black iron set, just getting a single white item would be like their ancestors' graves emitting 3 feet of green smoke. Male players were so furious at this African drop rate that they were spitting blood, and female players were so enraged they were entering menopause early. Many had already quit the game, flipping through dictionaries to launch a second wave of complaints to the official website of Heavenly Domain. What Qinshen didn't know was that the reason he could drop equipment in quantities that other players could only dream of was all due to the divine causality he possessed. The gaze of the goddess of luck, one of the 18 divine causalities. Your good fortune has caught the attention of that supreme being, and you have been touched by her causality. Whether this is good or bad remains to be seen. Effect, you become luckier, with a 10% chance to trigger a lucky combo with each normal attack. Each normal attack accumulates a bit of combo value, and when the combo value reaches 100,000, it will trigger the desperate trial of 10 deaths and no life. Combo value cannot be removed in any way. Current combo value, 2233/100000. Becoming luckier is not just a simple phrase. Leveling up 30 levels, my strength has improved quite a bit, right? With a strong sense of curiosity, Qinshen opened the panel. Before opening the panel, Qinshen guessed that his increased strength would not be small, because in the 30 levels he had gained, each level triggered the innate talent of the white card greatsword wielder. Talent, Lucky Minion effect. When leveling up, star upgrading, and evolving, there is a 0.1% chance of additional growth. Double growth, plus the permanent attributes from the 3 major talents, along with a complete set of black iron gear, it would be hard not to see a significant increase in strength. When he opened the panel, even though he had mentally prepared himself, Qinshen couldn't help but be shocked. Real name, Qinshen, not unlocked, summoner, sweet orange main body, greatsword wielder rarity, and white, star level, 5 stars level, 50, current cap reached, star level can break the cap, health, 4750/4750 mana, 510/510 spirit, 2855 attack, 446 magic power, 40 defense, 548 magic resistance, 465 speed, 173, attacks once every 1.5 seconds, moves 9.2 meters per second, talents, heavenly luck, hidden unique, lucky minion, unyielding grip, LV1, practical training, LV1, learning phonics, LV1, wind of revival, LV1, skills, earthshaking / normal level LV1, instant prison thunder god, platinum level LV1, bond, lord of gambling, 1-1, combat power, 698. With over 600 combat power at 5 stars and level 50, it seems not far from the purple cards on the leaderboard. Especially the health, it actually broke 4,000, enough to withstand 5 hits from Soul Fox Fire. After analyzing, Chen Chen immediately found Ankair and had her open the Hero Evolution leaderboard. Of course, he was not looking at the overall server leaderboard, but the leaderboard for the 88888 newbie village. Since the leaderboard only had 100 spots, those who made it to the overall server leaderboard must be SSR Golden cards. In Heavenly Domain, a game where spending money reigns supreme, SSR cards, being the highest initial rarity and most expensive, are undoubtedly on a different level. Cards below SSR are like a mayfly facing the sky. Chen Chen knew he had not yet grown enough, so comparing himself to them was not very meaningful, because a 5-star SSR has a combat power of at least 4,000. The rankings of the novice villages are quite different. Even if each novice village has 10,000 players, those who can spend hundreds of thousands to draw SSRs are few and far between. Because of this, almost all the players on the leaderboard have purple card lineups. Chen Chen casually glanced at it. Ranked 79th, the Mad Scholar, combat power 1906, lineup, Summoner Mad Scholar, SR Killing Star, Li Kuei, 6 stars, SR Y Star, Wu Yon, 6 stars. Upon closer inspection, Killing Star, Li Kuei has a combat power of 890, Y Star, Wu Yong has a combat power of 784. The two 6-star purple cards have combat powers that are not much higher than his 5-star white card. It's important to note that combat power is merely a reflection of attributes. Talents, skills, and even his guaranteed critical hit cannot be measured by combat power. Right now, although I am still far from SSR, obtaining SR is not difficult. Even in cross battle, Chen Chen was quite confident of victory. However, the more combat power he had, the greater his chances of success. Since that's the case, let's start upgrading. Chen Chen opened the star upgrade interface. To upgrade from 5 stars to 6 stars, he needed 80 lumps of slime goo and 80 slime pearls. Fortunately, after more than 6 hours of monster hunting, Chen Chen had accumulated over 500 pearls and thousands of lumps of goo. The materials were more than enough. Big can, take it slow, don't choke to death. On a broken outdoor ancient stone platform, Ankora sat across from Chen Chen, neatly arranging the pearls and goo, her big eyes curiously yet fearfully watching Chen Chen. So many materials, combined, must weigh over 100 pounds. Does he really have to eat all of it? Even a pig raised in the countryside couldn't eat that much in one sitting. Summoners don't need to worry. Oh, the hero's physique is different from yours. That guy won't choke to death. Eve rested her little hands on Ankora's head, propping her face up, swinging her little legs lazily as she spoke. Oh, really? Bigkin is amazing, eating more than a big pig. Ankora seemed to have discovered a new world, her eyes filled with sparkling anticipation and excitement. Chen Chen felt a headache coming on. Could they not compare him to a pig? It felt strange. Chomp! He first took a bite of the slime pearl. Mmm. It tasted sweet and crunchy, with a refreshing cooling sensation. Chen Chen's eyes lit up. This was much better than slime goo, like rock candy and snow pear. With the flavor of the pearls, the goo didn't seem so hard to swallow anymore. More than 10 minutes passed, and Chen Chen rubbed his belly, letting out a satisfied burp. In front of him, over 100 pounds of materials had been completely cleared away. You have upgraded from 5 stars to 6 stars, level cap plus 10, health plus 25, mana plus 15, attack plus 10, defense plus 10, magic resistance plus 10, speed plus 5. You have successfully triggered the talent, Lucky Minion, gaining the above growth once more. You have successfully triggered the Summoner Orange Sweets talent, Unstable Mutation, and you have learned the silver level skill Polar Whirlwind Slash. Chen Chen was slightly taken aback. He knew that Orange Sweet had a talent that gave him a 0.1% chance of gaining random benefits when upgrading stars. Of course, with the talent's boost, any favorable probability would turn into 100%. But in the previous upgrades, he either got a new talent or a flat plus 10% to all attributes. This was the first time he learned a new skill. Silver level, not a low quality. Chen Chen opened the panel to check. Polar Whirlwind Slash, unique, quality, silver level, LV1 effect, swinging the weapon, spin in place for 3 seconds. During the duration, for every complete rotation, deal 100% physical damage to all targets within the attack range. Number of rotations equals 3 plus speed divided by 150, currently can rotate 4 times. The mana cost is 120 points, with a cooldown time of 80 seconds. Interesting. Chen Chen instantly perked up. Although the Arctic Whirlwind Slash had low damage per rotation and could only be cast in place, its number of rotations benefited from speed bonuses. Once he stacked his speed high enough, a single spin could result in dozens or even hundreds of rotations, and the accumulated damage would likely be unbearable even for a boss. Just thinking about the cool scene of him rampaging with it made Chen Chen itch with excitement. He immediately got up, hefted his heavy sword, and ran towards the stone platform. Under Encore's puzzled gaze, Chen Chen skillfully lured 2 mimic blade black bulls, 1 mimic steel mane black bear, 3 mimic earth sheep, and 2 mimic iron-tailed crocodiles to one spot. 8 monsters, all elites. Can he really handle so many monsters? Encore's heart raced, her pearly teeth unknowingly biting her lower lip. Who told him to show off? This elf just doesn't understand why that guy is always so oblivious to the situation. He's just a white card. What gives him the confidence to challenge a bunch of elite monsters at once? He even foolishly thinks he can top the leaderboard. Sometimes this elf really wants to take his helmet off and see if his head underneath is made of iron too. Unlike Encore, Eve's words were filled with disdain for Chen Chen. It was all this detestable guy's fault for charming the summoner, causing her not to spend money and even foolishly act as his solo supporter. How infuriating. Without spending money, she wouldn't have her shiny starstones. Without spending money, she wouldn't grow up and would forever remain a little one. Yes, that's right, the summoner isn't at fault. How could the adorable little lowly be wrong? It's all the fault of those tin men. Eve glared at Chen Chen with deep resentment, her silver teeth clattering. However, Chen Chen was oblivious to all this. As the 8 elite monsters charged at him in a pincer formation, he focused his gaze, gripped the sword hilt tightly, and twisted his waist to the extreme. In the next second, he spun violently in place like a spring that had been released. Arctic Whirlwind Slash. The immense inertia from the spin transformed into terrifying power, infused into the pitch-black, edgeless heavy sword. Where the sword arc passed, fierce winds howled, and anything touched would be shredded. Minus 632, critical hit, times 4. Minus 706, critical hit, times 4. Minus 658, critical hit, times 4. Roar! The 8 elite monsters were cut to pieces, roaring in fury. In just 3 seconds, their health had dropped by nearly half. Minus 102, minus 116, minus 131, but Chen Chen's situation wasn't much better. While the Arctic Whirlwind Slash had extremely high burst damage, it was purely a skill that took hits. After all, he could only spin in place, neither dodging nor evading. If he didn't take hits, who would? In just a short while, Chen Chen's health plummeted by over 2,000 points under the furious assault of the elite monsters. Fortunately, he had thick health. If it were any other purple hero, they would have been knocked back to their original form long ago. I'm not playing with you anymore. Instant prison thunder god, triple dash. Seeing his health was already in a very unhealthy state, Chen Chen decisively activated his strongest skill, and it was a triple cast. Minus 1896, critical hit, times 3. Minus 1954, critical hit, times 3. Minus 1822, critical hit, times 3. Chen Chen transformed into blue lightning, darting back and forth, and as the arcs of electricity danced, the 8 elite monsters fell one by one like cut wheat. It's time to go to the inner area to grind higher-level monsters. After defeating the 8 elite monsters with just 2 skills, Chen Chen knew that the outer area of the Slime Emperor's ruins was no longer suitable for him. 6 hours ago, the reason he chose to hunt monsters on the outskirts was because the overall difficulty of kills and experience made leveling up there the fastest. Now that his strength had surged, it was time to tackle higher-level monsters. Additionally, there was a problem that was driving Chen Chen crazy. During this time, he had turned the outskirts upside down, leaving no corner unsearched, yet he still hadn't found the village chief's sister, that Granny Laisha. That's right, Chen Chen hadn't forgotten. He and Encore were still burdened with a life-threatening quest. Find Laisha, hidden unique, quality, epic description. The old village chief's sister got lost in the Slime Empire ruins south of the village. Please find her and bring her before the old village chief. Reward, unknown. Penalty, permanent 50% decrease in all attributes for the summoner. Permanent 50% decrease in all attributes for the hero. Time limit, 3 days. If he couldn't find her in the outskirts, then he had to go into the inner area. So, Chen Chen returned to the stone platform and shared his plan with Encore. I'll follow you. Where you go, I go. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. The scene of Chen Chen effortlessly taking down 8 elite monsters left Encore, who had been worried, utterly stunned. Big canned food, so strong. It turned out that a powerful hero could exist without spending money. the heavenly domain was truly benevolent. It was decided, from now on, she would cling tightly to big canned food and never let go. No one could separate them. All good. Everything is good. The admiration on Encore's small face was so evident, so pure. The belief in not spending money in her eyes was so firm, so unshakable. At that moment, Eve felt as if her little heart had shattered like a mirror dropped on the ground. She weakly collapsed onto Encore's head, all her strength drained, her head drooping helplessly. The most important mission of their fairy clan was to induce summoners to spend money. The more money a summoner spent, the higher their status within the clan. Last night, after the summoner logged off, when she returned to report her performance, she was undoubtedly ridiculed by her sisters. It was all because the summoner she was responsible for hadn't spent a single cent. It's all your fault, all your fault. Why do you have to be so strong? You're just a white card. Being bullied should be your fate. The scene of Chen Shen slaughtering the 8 elite monsters also stunned Eve. She had imagined that the Iron Man would be severely punished, but reality had slapped her hard in the face. However, the shock was only slight. More was the indignation and unwillingness. The life of this fairy is so hard. Oh, goddess of nature, please take this monster away, so the summoner will immediately spend money. Eve clasped her hands together, her beautiful eyes tightly closed, and began to pray with utmost sincerity. What are you mumbling about? Chen Chen glanced curiously at Eve. To be honest, he didn't have a good impression of this money-grubbing little fairy, but for some reason, he subconsciously felt a twinge of sympathy. Maybe I'm just crazy. Shaking his head, Chen Chen didn't waste any more time and led Encoeur toward the center of the ruins. Along the way, besides the broken walls and collapsed stone pillars that were also found in the outskirts, they saw some new things. These were murals carved on huge white rocks, some a few meters long, others stretching hundreds of meters. However, they all had one thing in common: they were all tattered, with cracks, scorch marks, and dense indentations that completely destroyed the original content of the murals. Yet, there were a few lucky murals that were relatively well preserved, each depicting different scenes. The first mural showed various races gathering, different species celebrating together, as if celebrating the birth of an unprecedented great nation. The second mural depicts a sudden change, with countless figures appearing in the sky, each one incredibly noble and high above, looking down with indifference upon the newly born kingdom. The third mural shows the arrival of the end times, with countless disasters ravaging the world. The newly born kingdom, not yet having had the chance to grow, is snuffed out before it can even ignite the flame of life, as if its very existence violates some unspeakable taboo. The final mural is the same as the purple jade talisman given by the village chief. It features a pure white slime, sword in hand, standing proudly against the heavens. By the way, the pure white slime also appears in the first 3 murals, occupying the absolute core position in the images. Big canned food, that white slime is so pitiful. Family, partners, friends, everyone is dead, and in the end, it's all alone. What did they do wrong? Why did they all have to die? Anchor asked Chen Chen, her mood low. Chen Chen fell silent, momentarily unsure how to respond. Although he wanted to say that this was just a game plot, made up by some fool, the words wouldn't come out, because he had a feeling that the story recorded in the mural had really happened. Just like he once felt that the heavenly domain was not a game, but a real world. Since we don't understand, let's find out the truth. In the end, Chen Chen said this. Anchor nodded her little head, her expression particularly serious. Chen Chen and Anchor explored while battling monsters, also searching for the village chief's sister, Grand Malatia. The monsters in the inner area were elite monsters, and their levels were high, ranging from 50 to 100. Of course, their experience was also exceptionally rich. This time, Chen Chen only took a little over 4 hours to soar from level 50 to level 82. His combat power surged once again. You have killed the Mimic Blade Black Bull, level 60 elite, gaining 1,200 experience points. You have killed the Mimic Steel Mane Black Bear, level 75 elite, gaining 1,500 experience points. You have leveled up from 50 to 51, health plus 5, mana plus 3, attack plus 2, defense plus 2, magic resistance plus 2, speed plus 1. You have successfully triggered the talent, Lucky Minion, gaining the above growth once more. You have leveled up from 81 to 82, health plus 5, mana plus 3, attack plus 2, defense plus 2, magic resistance plus 2, speed plus 1. You have successfully triggered the talent, Lucky Minion, gaining the above growth once more. Leveling up from 50 to 82 means Chen Chen has consecutively gained 3 stars. He is now a 9-star white card, just 1 star away from beginning his first evolution. At that time, he will shed his identity as a white card, and the attributes gained with each level up will no longer be just a few points. However, even though I triggered the orange talent, Unstable Mutation, 3 times in a row, which gives a permanent plus 10% to all attributes, there are no new talents or skills. I don't know if this is good luck or bad luck. Chen Shen squatted on a boulder the size of a grinding stone, frowning as he stared at the system prompt. You have leveled up from 6 stars to 7 stars, level cap plus 10, health plus 25, mana plus 15, attack plus 10, defense plus 10, magic resistance plus 10, speed plus 5. You have successfully triggered the talent, Lucky Minion, gaining the above growth once more. You have successfully triggered the Summoner's Orange talent, Unstable Mutation, your all attributes permanently plus 10%. You have leveled up from 7 stars to 8 stars. You have leveled up from 8 stars to 9 stars. Chen Shen had already fallen in love with the feeling of leveling up, even though the preparation before each upgrade was both long and painful. From 6 stars to 7 stars, he consumed 160 lumps of slime goo and 160 slime pearls. From 7 stars to 8 stars, he ate 320 lumps of goo and 320 pearls. From 8 stars to 9 stars, he consumed 640 of each. He nearly burst from overeating. The total weight of these materials exceeded 1,000 pounds. Anchor was right, even the world's hungriest pig couldn't eat as much as he could. But all this suffering was merely a bit of frost in the face of the feeling during the upgrade. With each star he leveled up, Chen Shen felt an exceptionally clear sense of expansiveness. It was as if he had originally been a small goldfish, kept in a cramped glass bowl, or a canary, imprisoned in a narrow cage. Each time he leveled up, he was placed in a larger bowl or cage, granting him a greater and broader space to move. Chen Shen knew this represented the shackles within him being broken layer by layer, his potential and limits being raised time and again. In the depths of his being, he also developed a magical premonition that as long as he continued to level up, one day he would soar like a bird escaping its cage into the blue sky, or leap like a fish from its bowl into the ocean, free from any constraints and enjoying a life of leisure. Is the heavenly domain really just a game? Why does the experience of becoming stronger feel so real? Chen Shen furrowed his brow, doubts rising in his heart. He closed his eyes, clenched his fists slightly, and felt the power surging within his muscles, wild as a storm. That power was enough to crush a strong bull with a single punch. Enough of that, let's check the stats. Chen Shen dispelled his distracting thoughts and opened the panel. True name, Chen Shen, not released, Summoner, Sweet Orange Body, Greatsword Master Rarity, and White, Star Level, 9 stars level, 82 life, 8791/8791 mana, 1058/1058 spirit power, 3270 seconds attack, 849 magic power, 52 defense, 1115 magic resistance, 950 speed, 356, 1 attacks per second, moves 11, 5 meters per second, talent, Fortuitous Lock, Hidden Unique, Lucky Minion, Indestructible Grip, LV1, Practical Training, LV1, Learning Phonics, LV1, Wind of Revival, LV1, Skills, Earthshaking / Normal, LV1, Instant Hell Thunder God, Platinum, LV1, Polar Whirlwind / Silver, LV1, Bond, Master of Gambling, 1/1, Combat Power, 1324 from level 50 at 6 stars to level 82 at 9 stars, his combat power nearly doubled. The other attributes are pretty good, but this spirit power. Chen Shen showed an extremely hurt expression. 72 points. This meant that even if he fully replenished his spirit power, it could only sustain him for just over an hour at a time. Fortunately, Anchor occasionally took time to make jelly. Chen Shen looked down at his feet, where a fluffy Anchor was squatting on the ground, intently guarding a large black pot in front of her. The reason she looked fluffy was that she was wearing a complete 60-level slime experience set. In this set of equipment, whether it was the horned felt hat, the bearskin jacket, or the earth sheep gauntlets, there was a thick layer of fluff on the surface. Wearing them, Anchor looked like a little panda, chubby and adorable. Of course, the previous 30-level set had already been taken off, as its attributes were half that of the 60-level set. Summoner, my strength has improved again, so I'm ready to go find some monsters to test my skills. Do you want to come along? Chen Shen asked Anchor politely in a standard human-machine tone. You go ahead and open the big can. I want to stay here and guard the pot. Alright, if anything happens, please call out to the summoner loudly, and I will come immediately. Until Chen Shen turned to leave, and Kura didn't look at him even once, not even shifting her position, her bottom seemingly rooted to the ground. Goody goo, suddenly, the sound of boiling water in the pot grew much louder, steam rushing out from the pot's edge, not only pure white but also carrying a tempting aroma that made one's fingers itch. In an instant, a 3-meter radius around the large pot transformed into a misty, ethereal paradise. Oh, it's a great success. And Kora seemed quite familiar with the scene before her. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly got up, extending her small hand to lift the pot lid. Inside the pot were 2 soft, bouncy jellies, glistening like amethyst. And Kora held them in her hands, her gaze fixed on them, unwilling to look away. The rich fragrance in the air made her swallow hard. So fragrant, it must be better than plain steamed buns. High quality slime vanilla gel jelly quality, bronze effect, restores 45 points of spirit after consumption by a hero. Shelf life, 14 days. No, the jelly is for big canned food. It wouldn't do me any good to eat it. In the end, Encore resolutely turned her little head away and put the 2 jellies into her backpack. Once I reach level 100, I can make jellies with an unlimited shelf life. Encore thought of the career tree auxiliary branch that Big Canned Food had pointed out to her, Master Chef. Master Chef, level 1, 5 out of 5% chance to produce an extra dish when cooking spirit food. Level 2, 5/5 spirit food recovery amount plus 50%. Level 3, 5/5 spirit food shelf life plus 100%. Level 4, 1/5 after maxing out. Can choose any of the first 3 levels for a super transformation. It was precisely because of the Master Chef's effect that the quality of the jelly Encore made improved from ordinary to bronze. She also discovered a little secret. The more focused she was while cooking, the higher the probability of producing extra jellies, far exceeding the literal 5%. Come on! Just as Encore excitedly added fragrant herbs, slime goo, and clean water into the pot, intending to continue cooking, the light in front of her suddenly dimmed, and the water's surface reflected 2 malicious faces. Little sister, are you leveling up alone? Do you want your big brothers to take you along? Encore looked up and frowned. 2 male players stood beside the pot, one on the left and one on the right, arms crossed, grinning at her. The player on the left had the ID left hand quick action, and the one on the right was right hand slow action. I'm not alone, and I don't need you to take me. After saying that, Encore put the large black pot into her backpack and turned to walk away, wanting to distance herself from the 2. Although Encore wasn't always very clever, her past experiences had endowed her with a special ability. She could clearly sense whether the people around her had good or bad intentions, or if they were scheming. However, at this moment, she didn't need that ability at all. The frivolous smiles on the players' faces and their wandering eyes made her very uncomfortable. Oh, little sister, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We're both really good people. It's just that seeing you all alone made us worry, so we kindly invited you, right? Right hand slow action moved his feet, spinning around twice before blocking Encore's path again, shamelessly saying, exactly, we mean no harm. What's that saying? The wicked aren't afraid of the shadow. Right, little sister, don't think too much, come with us, and we guarantee you'll level up faster than riding a rocket. Left hand quick action also reached out to block Encore, but soon his expression turned to surprise. Little sister, what equipment are you wearing? I've never seen it before, let me take a look. As he spoke, he reached his hand toward Encore. Bad guy. Encore executed a kitten roll, dodging the quick-moving hand of the lecherous man. At the same time, she threw a punch that landed hard on his waist. -1. However, with all her points in defense, the damage she dealt was pitifully low. Ha, little sister, you're just adorable. Despite being attacked, the lecherous man not only didn't get angry but instead grinned playfully. Encore's small face was fuming, and she was about to call for Chin Chen when a gentle voice came from behind. Stop, you 2 big men, what kind of skill is it to bully a girl? If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being rude. The group turned around to find a player, elegantly waving a folding fan, walking towards them. However, his ID didn't quite match his appearance. Mad Scholar. Oh, where did this fool come from, daring to ruin our fun? Are you tired of living? The right-handed slow-motion man smirked, threatening arrogantly. I've given you a chance. Mad Scholar sneered, then reached out with his right hand, pulling out 2 cards from a card holder at his waist and tossing them into the air with flair. With a whoosh, 2 heroes materialized amidst a flash of purple light. One of them had a refined appearance, wearing a silk cap and holding a feather fan, with a long strand of beard at his chin, exuding elegance. SRY star. Wu Yon, 7 star, level 68. The other hero was burly, with a face as dark as a pot bottom and sporting a circle of stubble. But what caught the most attention was the pair of half-meter-long giant axes in his hands, stained with dried blood, emanating a fierce aura. SR Killing Star? Li Kuei, 8 star, level 76. We're done for, it's Mad Scholar, ranked 79th in combat power. We're doomed. Ah, we know we were wrong, Great One, you were wise and mighty, like a god descending to earth, please spare us. Upon seeing the 2 SR heroes appear, the right-handed slow motion and left-handed quick motion men immediately fell to their knees, begging for mercy. However, what answered them were 2 spinning, blood-soaked axes. -1,613, -1,575. Their heads flew off on the spot, crimson blood gushing from their severed necks, even spraying up to 3 meters high. Thud, thud. After a while, the 2 headless corpses, drained of blood, collapsed to the ground. 2 translucent souls floated out from the bodies, but their expressions were one of shock and confusion. No way, boss, you really killed them? Wasn't it agreed that you would flex your muscles, show your kingly aura, and then we would be so scared we'd flee in panic? In the end, you would win the admiration and affection of the girl, right? When did the script change? Ignoring the bewildered spirits, Mad Scholar walked up to Encore, fanning himself, and said politely, "Little sister, don't be afraid, I've dealt with the bad guys. But you look so cute and beautiful, playing games alone can indeed attract harassment. For your safety, why not team up with me? You can take the majority of the experience, and you can also choose the dropped equipment first. What do you think?" Encore didn't respond but backed away, warily watching Mad Scholar. She could sense that this guy in front of her was definitely not a good person, even worse than the two before. Not speaking? I'll take that as your agreement. I know where there's a hidden boss. Come, let's go fight it together. Mad Scholar pressed closer. At the same time, he was a bit puzzled. He thought he looked so handsome that even a pretty boy would have to step aside, and even the likes of Nicholas Tse would have to retreat, not to mention the heroic rescue scene planned by the strategist. Under various buff bonuses, logically speaking, the girl in front of him should be eagerly throwing herself into his arms, sweetly calling him Oni-chan while lying in his embrace. So why is she now staring at him like a thief? Where did it all go wrong? Hey, are you done making a scene? Suddenly, a voice devoid of emotion reached his ears. The Mad Scholar's gaze was then occupied by a heavy sword with a restrained sharpness. He turned his head to the right and saw a tall armored warrior blocking him with his sword, his eyes as indifferent as ice. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" The Mad Scholar glared at Chen Chen as a warning. "Just because he is my hero." And Cora leaned against Chen Chen's side, proudly lifting her head. "Little sister, you actually trained a trash white card and even leveled it up to 9 stars? Have you never played a game? You don't even understand the most basic game knowledge like rarity." The Mad Scholar took 2 steps back, carefully sizing up Chen Chen, half of his face showing surprise, the other half mockery. "I won't allow you to say that the big canned food is a trash white card. He is very powerful, even stronger than purple cards." Upon hearing the word trash, Encore instantly became furious, clenching her small fists indignantly in defense of Chen Chen. "So it turns out you're a zero spender who can't even afford a dime. You seem to be hurt in your pride." The Mad Scholar glanced at the pure white halo under Encore's feet, taking it as her embarrassment over not being able to spend money. A white card stronger than a purple card? What a joke! If that were true, then his 20,000 yuan would have been wasted. The purple halo under his feet, exclusive to high-level VIPs, would not be a symbol of glory but rather a mark of foolishness. "Summoner, I have a brilliant plan." At that moment, Wu Yong stepped forward quickly, stroking his long beard and whispering a few words into the Mad Scholar's ear. Good, good, good. The Mad Scholar's eyes lit up. As expected of the wise strategist, his ideas were endless, and this card draw was just right. The Mad Scholar's gaze shifted back and forth between Encore and Chen Chen. Already having a clever plan in mind, the little lowly was within his grasp. "Humph, little sister, you can't escape my palm. Next, let's see just how powerful the strength of spending money can be." The Mad Scholar flicked his wrist, and the folding fan instantly closed with a snap against his palm. He glanced at Encore, his eyes filled with 3 parts suspicion and 3 parts provocation. "Little sister, being strong isn't something you can just say. Since you believe your white card heavy swordsman is stronger than my purple card Liangshan hero, let's make a bet. If you don't dare, then admit that your heavy swordsman is a trash card, a benchwarmer with no place even as a warehouse manager." Provocation may be crude, but it was effective. Just a few words, and Encore was so angry her cheeks puffed up like a bloated pufferfish, ready to jump up and hit the bad guy's knee. She wouldn't allow anyone to slander her big canned food. "Fine, let's bet. How do you want to bet?" Seeing that Encore had indeed fallen for his trick, the Mad Scholar smiled knowingly and secretly gave Wu Yong a thumbs up. The strategist's plan was truly brilliant. Wu Yong waved his feather fan, a calm smile of someone who had everything under control appearing on his face. As the second in command of Liangshan, and being hailed as the wise star, how could he be undeserving of his reputation? Ahem. The Mad Scholar cleared his throat twice and replied, "Very simple, we will have a battle to see whether my 2 purple cards can turn your heavy swordsman into dust, or if your heavy swordsman can win against 2 opponents. If I win, little sister, you will have to obediently team up with me. If I lose, I will admit that your white card is quite impressive." The Mad Scholar spoke earnestly, but inside he was already bursting with laughter. What a joke, a purple card against a white card, and it was even 2 against 1. With 2 major advantages on my side, how could I possibly lose? Although the opponent's heavy sword wielder has a slightly higher star rating and level, does that really matter? 10 kilograms of trash and 10 grams of gold, can they even be compared? Not to mention the gap is less than level 20. What if he's level 80? In Heavenly Domain, the rarity of cards is the strongest benchmark for measuring strength. Alright, I agree to your terms, Encore said cheerfully. The mad scholar's smile grew even brighter, while Chen Chen covered his eyes in disbelief. Silly child, how could you be so foolish? Wait a minute, who do you think you are? Do I need your acknowledgement? Chen Chen said, leaning on his sword, speaking suddenly. The mad scholar's expression darkened. Is a hero like you allowed to interrupt a conversation between summoners? If the bigkin says something, then let him speak. You're the one being chatty. And Kor shot a fierce glare at the mad scholar, like a hen protecting her chicks. The mad scholar frowned but said nothing more. Behind him, Wu Yong and Li Kuei cast envious and jealous glances at Chen Chen. To be defended by a summoner like that was truly a stroke of good fortune. Chen Chen continued, my summoner lost and has to team up with you. If you lose, all you have to do is utter a dry acknowledgement. Are you trying to fool a child here? If we're going to gamble, let's do it fairly and squarely. Show your sincerity. Upon hearing this, Enkur's eyes widened in realization. Yes, she had been tricked. Fortunately, the bigkin was clever enough to see through the villain's scheme. The mad scholar's expression shifted several times before he finally gritted his teeth and reluctantly took out a blue treasure chest from his backpack. As soon as the chest was revealed, a rich scent of scrolls wafted through the air. This is a random skill treasure chest for summoners that I received from today's 7-day sign-in event. I haven't had the chance to open it yet. If I lose, it will belong to you. Thus, the mad scholar and Encore signed a betting contract under the system's supervision. The stakes were the random skill treasure chest for summoners and a requirement for Encore to team up for 10 days in the game. After the contract was signed, they moved to a nearby dilapidated arena, distancing themselves and preparing for battle. Left side lineup, level 76 slaughter type summoner Mad Scholar, SR Clever Star, Wu Yong, 7-star level 68, SR Sky Killer, Li Kuei, 8-star level 76, total combat power, 3160, ranked 79th on the new village hero power list 88888. Right side lineup, level 82 survival type summoner Orange Sweet, and heavy sword wielder, 9-star level 82, total combat power 2027, unranked. As the battle commenced, the mad scholar immediately noticed something odd. How could that adorable little loli on the opposing side have a higher level than him? Her combat power was also abnormally high, with his 3-person team having a total of 3,000 combat power. That averages to 1,000 per person. What about her? With 2 people having 2,000 combat power, that also averages to 1,000 per person. Something was off, very off. Just as the mad scholar's brain began to stall, Chen Chen had already engaged in battle with the heavy sword wielder and Li Kuei. Hey, rusty shell, taste my ultimate move, Black Whirlwind Sky Killer 9-linked axe. Li Kuei roared, and a black whirlwind suddenly appeared around him. The whirlwind howled, wrapping around the giant axe in his hand. With the speed of the whirlwind enhancing his strength, he unleashed a series of 9 axe strikes, the axe shadows merging into a fierce and dense barrage. -386, -386, -386, clang clang. Chen Chen was struck, his blood surging, and deep axe marks appeared on the surface of his armor. His health plummeted by over 3,000 in an instant. What kind of monster is he? Seeing Li Kuei take the lead, the mad scholar was not only not happy but was instead left dumbfounded, because this ultimate skill didn't even take away half of Chen Chen's health. It shouldn't be the case, even other purple cards of the same star and level would have been knocked out after taking this combo. Moreover, Chen Chen's damage made his heart sink. Polar Whirlwind Slash, -606, critical hit, -606, critical hit. While being beaten, Chen Chen transformed into a white spinning top and began to spin in place. After his power surged and speed increased, his number of spins rose from 4 to 5. After completing 5 spins, Li Kuei was left severely injured. -200, -200. The double poisoning from the golden snake poison sword ruthlessly devoured his dwindling life. As the scales of victory tipped towards his opponent, the mad scholar still wore a confident expression. Iron Bull, I'm here to assist you. -510, -510. Wu Yong waved his feather fan and continuously shot fireballs at Chen Chen. But what was even more terrifying was that he flicked his long sleeves, and a medicine bowl shot out with a whoosh, flying towards Chen Chen. The bowl contained an unknown potion, glowing green and bubbling ominously. Hero, please hold on, drink this bowl of sleep-inducing medicine. Wu Yong shouted loudly, his whole demeanor exuding confidence. Back in the day at Lianshan, countless heroes had been knocked out by his sleep-inducing medicine. This medicine had no damage and a long cooldown, but once thrown, it wouldn't stop until it hit its target. Moreover, during its flight, the target couldn't use any displacement skills. Once hit, it would cause a 12-second stun. 12 seconds. With his output, taking down the bizarre white card opposite him was a sure thing. Oh no! Chen felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively sensing danger. Ha! Big Can, you're not fighting alone. Just as he was about to be hit by the sleep-inducing medicine, a petite figure wrapped in a light green shield suddenly teleported in front of him and drank the medicine instead. Woo and Korra immediately collapsed to the ground, her eyes turning into spirals, and stars began to swirl around her head in a dizzying effect. Instant prison thunder god! Time was precious, and Chen didn't have time to check the summoner. He transformed into a flash of lightning, wreaking havoc across the battlefield. Minus 4,594, critical hit. Minus 4,496, critical hit. Minus 3,921, critical hit. 3 explosive critical hits cleared the health bars of the Mad Scholar, Wu Yong, and Li Kuei. Even as they fell, the confusion in their eyes did not dissipate. The Heaven-Killing Star, Li Kuei, and the Wisdom Star? Wu Yong turned into thin card forms the moment their health bars emptied. Bang bang! A golden pentagram on the back of the purple card exploded into ashes. The Mad Scholar collapsed to the ground, his soul drifting away from his body. And Korra bounced over to him, hands on her hips, puffing up with pride. Humph, I told you I was right. My Big Can is the most powerful. Ignoring the triumphant Encore, whose little face was full of pride, the Mad Scholar lowered his eyelids and bowed his head, sinking into deep confusion. How could I lose? My lineup has 2 major purple cards, with combat power exceeding 3,000, standing out among 10,000 players, ranking 79th on the leaderboard. And that yellow-haired girl's lineup only has 1 white card, with a combat power of only 2,000. How could I lose? Did the 20,000 I spent turn out to be fake money? The Mad Scholar fell into despair, suddenly recalling the day before yesterday when he found a mouse head in a dish of spicy duck neck at the company cafeteria. Indeed, his mood was just as terrible as it was then. 20,000, that was real money, 20,000. In order to develop well and achieve great things in the Tianyu game, he resolutely decided not to visit the 68th little darling at the Honlingman Foot Bath Center for several months, which he had painstakingly saved up. As a result, when he charged into the game, he hadn't even played a single zero-cost match. What was the point? If he had known it would be like this, he might as well have gone for a foot massage. Humph, I'm not talking to you anymore. Big Can, we're leaving. Sensing that the Manic Scholar's emotions were a bit off, and Korra didn't continue to pester him but excitedly ran back to Chen, grabbing his hand and heading in the opposite direction. Summoner, you suddenly teleported in front of me just now. What skill was that? Chen recalled the scene as he walked. He had been firmly locked down by Wu Yong's soporific drug, and even the instant prison thunder god was disabled. If it weren't for Encore's timely intervention, he would have been in serious trouble. Oh, it's from a treasure chest I got from signing in. Look. Encore tilted her head and thought for a moment, then showed Chen her skill panel. Instant flash shield quality, bronze level, LV1 effect. You are a brave and fearless summoner with a kind heart. After activating this skill, you can ignore any restrictions and teleport in front of a hero. At the same time, you will lose 2,000 health points and gain a layer of shield. This shield can absorb 1 instance of damage but cannot immunize against control or negative states. Mana cost, 150 points, cooldown time, 100 seconds. Chen understood, this was a directional displacement skill. However, the downside was significant, costing 2,000 health points. Fortunately, he had chosen a pure meat build for Sweet Orange, along with a complete set of 60-level Black Iron gear, so this little lowly's health had already surpassed 5,000, not much less than his own. With over 700 defense and more than 600 magic resistance, she had become quite tanky. The trade-off was that her attack power and spell strength were only 20, which was painfully low. Having no attack capability at all won't do. Looking down at Encore's chubby little face, Chen began to ponder. If she could only take hits without fighting back, what kind of gaming experience would that be? Just as he was considering whether to allocate some of her attribute points to spell strength, she suddenly stopped. Oh no, how did I forget that? Encore slapped her forehead and took out a blue treasure chest from her backpack, holding it in her small hands and looking eagerly at Chen. Big Can, you're so lucky. Can you help me open the treasure chest, please? The treasure chest was the wager won from betting against the Manic Scholar. Summoner random skill chest quality, bronze effect. After opening, there is a 99% chance of obtaining a bronze level skill, a 0.9% chance of obtaining a silver level skill, a 0.9% chance of obtaining a gold level skill, a 0.1% chance of obtaining a platinum level skill. Description: why are you staring at me? If you can't get a high level skill, don't blame me for the low probability. Look for your own reasons, okay? Think about whether you've been washing your face seriously? Have you been helping old ladies cross the street to build good karma? Chen Shen's face darkened. Why did this treasure chest feel a bit annoying? However, seeing the anticipation in Encore's big, hopeful eyes, Chen Shen still reached out with his lucky hand, certified by the goddess of luck. This item is exclusive to players. Only players have the right to use it. However, the system coldly told Chen Shen no. There was nothing he could do but awkwardly retract his hand. It wasn't surprising. If a hero could do everything, what would be the point of having players? Sorry, summoner, only the summoner can open the chest. Heroes do not have permission. Chen Shen helplessly shrugged at Encore. Woo-woo, is that so? Anchor's brilliant eyes dimmed instantly. It seemed it was another bronze skill. Click. Anchor listlessly pressed the switch on the front of the treasure chest, and the lid slowly opened. The next second, her face was illuminated in a golden hue like wheat. Wow, I got it. I really got it. Big Can, did you see that? Anchor cheered joyfully, bouncing and pulling Chen Shen's hand, extremely excited. At that moment, the treasure chest was fully opened, and Chen Shen focused his gaze to see a skill book with a golden cover lying at the bottom of the chest. A golden level skill? The probability of getting this is less than 1 in 1,000. The summoner is quite lucky, Chen Shen thought to himself. This was the true luck of a European king. The kind of happiness and surprise that could only be suppressed by recalling many sad things. Unlike his own good fortune, where every chest open and every lottery drawn guaranteed the best outcome, with no suspense at all, it was simply too dull, too uninteresting. This skill? When Anchor learned the newly acquired skill and showed it to him, Chen Shen's face, hidden beneath the steel, twitched uncontrollably. His eyelids also twitched incessantly. This skill was too bizarre, too terrifying. Kidney Explosion Fist, unique, quality, gold level, LV1 effect. Lock onto the target's kidney and deliver an incredibly brutal explosive punch. After the skill is activated, if your punch hits the target's kidney on your next attack, it will deal true damage equal to 10% of your maximum health plus 100% defense plus 100% magic resistance. Additionally, for the next 20 seconds, all your attacks will deal extra true damage equal to 1% of your maximum health plus 10% defense plus 10% magic resistance. Special, this skill inflicts 10 times the pain of kidney damage, regardless of whether the target has kidneys. Mana cost, 200 points, cooldown, 120 seconds. Kidney Explosion Fist? Golden Kidney Fighter? After reading the skill, Chen Shen felt a chill rise from his spine, making him shiver involuntarily. This bizarre skill was entirely a kidney special attack, and there was no man in the world who didn't care about his kidneys, unless his name was Lu Xiaohui. The more Chen Shen looked, the more he felt something was off. This skill seemed tailor-made for Anchor. Her stat points were in health, defense, magic resistance, and speed, and the damage enhancement type of this skill matched her perfectly. The most important point was that it dealt true damage, so there was no need to worry about it being blocked. Moreover, a normal person would need to bend down to attack the waist, which would be inconvenient. But Anchor? At less than 1 meter 50, the little lowly could attack normally, and she could even jump to hit. Just as Chen Shen was complaining endlessly, Anchor looked at him with her big innocent eyes, eager to try it out. Big Can, where are your kidneys? Chen Shen instantly broke out in a cold sweat. However, for the little lowly to use the skill better, a small sacrifice was nothing. Ha! Chen Shen took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and pointed to the sides of his abdomen. Here, the kidneys are located on either side of the spine. Normally, living beings have 2 kidneys. Do you remember, Summoner? I remember. Chen Shen quietly opened his eyes a crack and saw Anchor sweetly raising her little fist, her mouth slightly open as she began to huff. Then she aimed at her own waist and threw a punch. Hey! The sweet and cute voice, at that moment, sounded like thunder in Chen Shen's ears. Ah! Ha! Why didn't I feel anything? Chen Shen had braced himself to scream. After all, that was 10 times the kidney pain Iron Man would turn to scrap metal after a hit. But now, not only did it not hurt, but he also felt a light and airy sensation. Chen Shen opened his eyes and found that Encore hadn't really attacked. Instead, she had transformed her fist into a palm and was gently stroking the steel armor at her waist. Hee, scared you, didn't I? Encore looked up and playfully winked at Chen Shen. Chen Shen nodded. He really had been startled. Big Can, you're so silly. We're on the same team. How could I bear to hit you? If I were to hit anyone, it would be those big bad guys from earlier. Encore excitedly waved her fists, her little face eager to try. Chen Shen helplessly rubbed his forehead. How had he not noticed before that this little girl had a bit of a violent streak in her blood? I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Hey, here's a flower for you, don't be angry. Seeing Chen Shen silent, Encore thought he was upset, so she quickly apologized and took out a deep blue rose from her backpack, handing it to Chen Shen. Blue Enchantress quality, bronze effect, can be given to heroes, each one increases favorability by 5 points. Description: hurry and give it to the hero you admire. Once the hero's favorability reaches a certain value, special functions can be unlocked. Chen Shen took the rose, his expression stunned. Wasn't this the special item he had obtained in the secret realm last night? Ding! Your favorability towards Summoner Orange Sweet has increased by 5 points. As the system notification sounded, the blue enchantress in Chen Shen's hand vanished in an instant. I have many more flowers, all for you. And Cora's eyes lit up, clearly having heard the system notification, and she hurriedly stuffed the remaining 9 deep blue roses into Chen Shen's arms. Ding! Your favorability towards Summoner Orange Sweet has increased by 5 points. Ding! Your favorability towards Summoner Orange Sweet has increased by 5 points. The dinging sound continued endlessly, and Chen Shen's favorability towards Encore skyrocketed. Encore was already cute and charming, like a little angel that had fallen to earth. Now, with the sudden increase in favorability, she seemed even more beautiful, softer, and more alluring in Chen Shen's eyes. Impossible! How could that happen? The corners of Chen Shen's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed his soul was independent and self-contained, not changing with the system data. Detected that your favorability towards Summoner Orange Sweet has surpassed 50 points. The favorability system has been unlocked. Please check it yourself. As the system voice fell, Chen Shen scratched his head in confusion. Favorability system? What was that? He immediately checked the panel. Sure enough, behind the information for Summoner Orange Sweet, there was an extra line of small text. Favorability 60 points. Touching the small text with his mind, a more detailed explanation appeared. Favorability 60 points. Stage, Acquaintance, Level 1, Effect. When fighting alongside the summoner, both parties' combat power plus 1%. Special note: if the hero maintains their combat form for 24 consecutive hours, favorability towards the summoner plus 10, conversely, minus 100, with a minimum of 0, strangers. Reaching level 10, Life and Death Bond, will unlock special functions. It can actually increase combat power? Chen Shen was slightly surprised. He had thought favorability was just a decorative feature. However, that line of special notes made his expression not so pleasant. If the human form couldn't be maintained at all times, favorability would drop by 100 every day until it reached 0. At first glance, this seemed very harsh, almost unreasonable, but upon careful thought, Chen Shen felt relieved. If one couldn't maintain their human form, it would have to be locked in a dark little room. How could favorability not drop? What could the special function be? And Cora bit her finger in imagination, her focus completely different from Chen Shen's. From now on, I'll give all the flowers to Big Can, and I'll find out sooner. At this point, Encore quietly set her first small goal in the game. Summoner, let's take another round in the inner area and see if we can find the old village chief's sister. If we can't find her, we'll head to the core area of the ruins. Chen Shen closed the panel, gazing at the desolate, broken land, and suggested to Encore, I'm all ears. Just as Chen Shen was searching for the old lady's traces with Encore, the 3 people he had killed revived, their souls returning to their bodies. You better think this through. I have a strategist helping me, and I will definitely achieve great things in the future. If you leave now, when I become successful later, don't blame me for kicking you out too hard. Looking at the left hand moving quickly and the right hand moving slowly, the mad scholar's expression darkened, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Boss, we can't be blamed for being ruthless. It's really your fault for being so unreasonable. We had agreed on a 50 yuan appearance fee, and we just needed to escape. But you let that black guy chop us down with an axe. What kind of deal is that? The left hand, moving quickly, didn't shy away from the mad scholar's gaze and retorted with a sneer. Exactly. You put on a show in front of the girl, acting all cool. Meanwhile, we ended up as a couple of bizarre clowns, failing without any surprise. Now you're reluctant to give us the 50 yuan extra fee for the act. With your kind of attitude, you think you'll achieve great things? Ha, I was really blind to hang out with you before. Ha! The right hand, moving slowly, grew angrier with each word, finally spitting a large mouthful of saliva onto the mad scholar's clean pants. You! Bold! The mad scholar clenched his folding fan, trembling with anger at this rude act. He wished he could immediately kill the 2, but he was powerless. His hero had been sent back to the card by Chen Shen and was now in a 24-hour summoning cooldown. You too, and Orange Sweet, especially you with that broken white card, just wait. The mad scholar slightly lowered his head, his long hair falling forward, hiding the malice and resentment in his eyes. You won't even pay 50 yuan. With your pathetic self, you deserve to miss out on girls. The right hand, moving slowly, wanted to curse again but was patted on the shoulder by the left hand, moving quickly. Let's go, don't stoop to the level of this idiot. It's not worth it. Just as the 2 took a few steps, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, stones rolling chaotically, dust rising, as if a massive earthquake had struck. Ouch! What the hell is that? The right hand, moving slowly, was knocked to the ground, rolling around, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a magnificent palace rising from the ground in the distance. Boom! The tremors affected the entire Slime Empire ruins, near a low mound in the inner area. Ouch! And Korra lost her balance and fell, rolling like a gourd. Chen Chen, on the other hand, thrust his unsharpened heavy sword into the ground, firmly gripping the hilt. At the same time, he bent his legs slightly into a horse stance, sinking his shoulders and elbows, channeling his energy into his dantian, relying on his powerful core strength to remain standing. A minute later, the ground finally stopped shaking, dust settling, and the rumbling ceased. Wow! Big Can, look at that! And Korra stood up dazedly, pointing into the distance, her gray face filled with wonder. Following her finger, Chen Chen saw a massive palace. The palace was pure white, with no hint of color on the base, high walls, or roof. A sacred aura permeated the surroundings, and even from a distance, Chen Chen could feel it. Moreover, this palace, which appeared only after the earthquake, was remarkably well preserved, standing out starkly amidst the rubble and ruins. Ding! Due to the emergence of the Slime Empire Palace, the special lord of the novice village, Emperor Assam, has reappeared in the world. Suddenly, all players heard the system's voice. Emperor Assam? Could it be a boss? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. He had been grinding monsters in the Slime Empire ruins for nearly 10 hours without encountering a single boss, only elite monsters. Now, a boss finally appeared, but this one seemed quite unusual. Emperor Assam, the title Emperor is something that ordinary bosses can use? Moreover, its appearance triggered a system announcement, instantly elevating its prestige. Summoner, let's go. To speed things up, Chen Chen directly picked up anchor and sprinted towards the pure white palace. The strong wind brushed against his face, kicking up dust as he ran. While running, Chen Chen noticed that more and more players were gathering around. If one were to look down from the sky at that moment, they would see countless small black dots on the ground, converging towards the pure white palace like rivers flowing into the sea. After a full half hour of running, Chen Chen finally reached the palace's exterior. As he got closer, he discovered a 10-meter-high city wall surrounding the palace. The wall appeared to be forged from platinum, not only indestructible but also reflecting brilliant light in the glow of the setting sun, dazzling and magnificent. However, Chen Chen frowned. There was only one passage to enter the palace beneath the platinum wall, and at that moment, the sole passage was occupied. Damn it, it's those bastards from the Ghost Shadow Guild again. Why are they everywhere? Ghost Shadow Guild, you are too overbearing. This game isn't yours to control. Why can't we go in? Just because you spend more money, does that mean you can do whatever you want? A large group of players was blocked at the entrance, angrily cursing but not daring to step over the line. The entrance was blocked by more than a dozen players with IDs starting with Ghost Shadow, all of whom had purple heroes. Of course, that wasn't the real reason for their fear. At the top of the 10-meter-high wall, a cocky player named Ghost Shadow Soul, with a piece of grass in his mouth, looked down disdainfully at the sea of people below. TCH, a bunch of poor fools, can't even afford to spend money and just know how to shout. In a pay-to-win game, if you don't spend money, just be prepared to get beaten up. So what if I want to monopolize the boss? I'm just being extravagant. Ghost Shadow Soul scoffed. The president is right. Wanting a good experience in a game without spending money is just daydreaming. If you don't want to spend, then be ready to be humiliated. What's the big deal about monopolizing? Not killing them is already our Ghost Shadow Guild's great mercy. A player with the ID Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind flattered beside him. You make a good point. After all, I didn't spend $1 million for nothing. Ghost Shadow Soul shook his head and patted his card pouch. With a whoosh, a tall and robust figure appeared beside him. SSR Overlord Xiangyu, 9 stars, level 92. Since being beaten up by Chen Chen yesterday, Ghost Shadow Soul had fallen into deep contemplation. He finally concluded that the reason for his loss was that he had spent too little money and hadn't drawn an SSR. Thus, he made a firm resolution: he wouldn't stop until he drew an SSR. But he still underestimated the greed of Sky Domain. With a 0.1% probability, 100 yuan per draw, truly random, with no guarantee. This meant that ideally, it would take 100,000 yuan to draw one SSR. In reality, Ghost Shadow Soul spent a whopping 1,030,000 yen coins, and he was completely enraged. During this time, he cursed the game's official lineage 18 times back and forth. Damn it! I'm so fed up. Xiangyu, go. Kill everyone shouting at the city gate. A hint of brutality flashed in Ghost Shadow Soul's eyes as he issued the command to Overlord Xiangyu, pointing at the crowd below. Yes, Xiang Yu brandished his spear and leaped down from the city wall. Is that one of the two great SSRs I encountered last night? From a distance, Qin Chen recognized the overlord Xiang Yu and saw that his summoner was actually Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper. No wonder he's the vice president of one of the top 10 guilds, pulling in hundreds of thousands just like that. Under Qin Shen's watch, Overlord Xiang Yu unleashed the Breaking Formation Overlord Spear. In an instant, the 10-meter fan-shaped area in front of the entrance was filled with a continuous barrage of spear shadows. You beasts of the Ghost Shadow Guild, I curse you. Damn it, you bastards of Ghost Shadow, just wait until I get the chance to bite you to death. Amidst the curses, players at the entrance fell one by one. Minus 7,128, minus 7,276, minus 6,988. Eye-popping damage numbers floated up densely, forming a sea of figures. Instant kill, still instant kill. Whether blue cards or purple cards, or even the players themselves, none could withstand this move for even a second. This is the outrageous damage of SSR. Minus 1. Of course, some players bravely launched a counterattack, but unfortunately, it was completely ineffective. Heartless game, you can't play at all without spending money. Is this reasonable? I just want to ask the game officials, is this reasonable? Damn it, if it weren't for the sudden change in the national policy of Dian, causing every industry in reality to look at achievements in Sky Domain, I wouldn't play this pure pay-to-win garbage game. Don't worry, on the 7th day of the sign-in event, a random SSR will be given, and then we'll settle the score with the Ghost Shadow Guild. Seeing dozens of players and heroes instantly killed, the rest hurriedly cursed and retreated, no longer daring to hope to enter the palace. Come back. Seeing this, Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper, high on the city wall, revealed a satisfied smile and waved to recall Overlord Xiang Yu back into his card pack. He dared not leave him out. Because ordinary players do not have SSRs, they do not know that the overwhelming strength of SSR comes at a cost. That is consumption. To maintain combat status, an SSR gold card requires 5 points of spiritual power per minute, which is 5 times that of the lowest level white card. In the past 10 hours, to upgrade Overlord Xiang Yu, Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper had already used quite a bit of jelly. Not to mention that he still needed to send Overlord Xiang Yu into the secret realm for exploration at night, requiring a full 12 hours of transformation time, which would consume a lot of jelly. Because of this, he saved as much as possible, living frugally, and would never leave an SSR out in the open if he could keep it in a small black room. Little did he know, Qin Chen in the crowd was taking all of this in, revealing a thoughtful expression. SSR is so strong, how can we counter it? Is it true that the boss has nothing to do with us? Just as the thousands of players outside the city wall were at a loss, a bold voice erupted like thunder from the ground. Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper, do you think you're the only one with money in the entire novice village that you can afford to spend? If the Ghost Shadow Guild wants to monopolize, they still have to ask if I agree. My Wind and Cloud is one of the top 10 guilds just like your Ghost Shadow, why should I fear you? Swish, swish, swish. The crowd turned around in unison and saw a tall player walking confidently with his hands behind his back. Following closely behind him was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. However, she was dressed in simple cloth clothing. Strangely, the plain attire did not diminish the woman's pure beauty. Instead, it gave her an innate charm. SSR Heavenly Seductive Star? Pan Jinlian, 9 stars, level 83. Ah, this. Chen Chen's mouth slightly opened, instantly petrified. Although he was familiar with many card names by now, Pan Jinlian? This could also be a card? And even an SSR? Chen Chen also recognized Pan Jinlian Summoner, who was none other than Fengyun Wujie, the vice president of the Fengyun Guild that he had beaten up before. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call him the Wind and Cloud Wu Dalong. But the other players seemed not to recognize Pan Jinlian. They only knew that another SSR had appeared, and it was on their side. Many felt as if they had found a strong backing, and hope ignited in their hearts. Wind and Cloud Boss, the Ghost Shadow Guild is being unreasonable. Please teach them a good lesson. Please, Wind and Cloud Boss. Wind and Cloud Wujie walked all the way to the entrance at the city wall, and the compliments in his ears never ceased. The calls of Boss made his heart bloom with joy, lifting him to the skies, feeling 100 times better than before. The members of the Ghost Shadow Guild guarding the entrance, upon seeing the SSR beauty behind him, dared not act rashly, let alone drive him away. Everyone, rest assured, as long as I'm here, the Ghost Shadow Guild cannot dominate alone. With his vanity greatly satisfied, Wind and Cloud Wujie turned to face the crowd, raised his hands, and solemnly promised, Wind and Cloud Boss, Wind and Cloud Boss, Wind and Cloud Handsome, I want to have your babies. In an instant, cheers surged like a tide, lasting long, and many female players even had starry eyes. At that moment, only 2 words filled Wind and Cloud Wujia's mind: worth it. Spending 830,000 to draw this SSR was so worth it. This was the meaning of playing games. As for Choo Choo, the further away, the better. No need for babies, I have Jinlian. Just as Wind and Cloud Wujia was about to say something, the crowd's cheers suddenly diminished. He sensed something and tilted his head to the left, and sure enough, he saw a female player in a flowing blue dress, her expression and demeanor cold as ice. It was the player number 88888 from the novice village, the first to possess an SSR, Lanjingjing. And her SSR, Nine-Tailed Fox? Dodgy, 9 stars, level 96. The stunningly beautiful Nine-Tailed Fox appeared, and many players couldn't take their eyes off her, each wishing to transform into King Zhou and pamper their beloved concubine. Hee, so many people are staring at me, I'm so shy. The Nine-Tailed Fox giggled in response, her every frown and smile exuding natural charm. Humph, shameless fox. Pan Jinlian coldly snorted, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. Everyone's here? On the city wall, Ghost Shadow Slaughter's soul stretched lazily, then leaped down, landing in front of Wind and Cloud Wujia and Lanjingjing. Great! Facing 2 SSRs, the Ghost Shadow Guild can't back down. Most people were excitedly looking forward to it, even preparing to rush into the palace to fight the boss. Chen Shen and some players, however, were not as optimistic as they were. Sure enough, it was unclear what Ghost Shadow Slaughter Soul said to Wind and Cloud Wujia and Lanjingjing, but the 3 entered the palace together and didn't come out until 10 minutes later. Everyone disperse, the boss has nothing to do with you. Lanjingjing spoke for the first time, her voice icy and ethereal, but the content left the players outside shocked and confused. But soon, they reacted. What the hell? They want to form an alliance to monopolize the boss. So shameless. Especially that Wind and Cloud Wujia. Just a moment ago he was so resolute, and now he changes his tune, his words as empty as farts. What can we do? We can't handle even 1 SSR, let alone 3? The common players sighed and shook their heads. Just as they were about to leave, a deafening voice suddenly rang in their ears. Everyone, are you really planning to give up just like this? In reality, you toil and bear hardships, being driven like cattle and horses, and that's fine. But in the game, you still want to be a turtle hiding its head? Do you even have a semblance of a person's life? Answer me. This voice was not loud, but it struck the hearts and souls of the common players like a thunderbolt. Who is speaking? Everyone stopped in their tracks, turning to the source of the voice, a warrior clad in armor, sword pointed at the sky. His spine was even straighter than the sword. You're killing me with laughter. I thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be a lowly white card. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Indeed, you have a point, but that's an SSR. Didn't you just see their terror? What can we do if we don't give up? A card from a game is preaching to us now. How ridiculous. You're a card, you don't understand. In our world, money determines our strength in the game. Unfortunately, most people here are not wealthy. Chen Chen fell silent. He doesn't understand? How could he not understand? How could he possibly not understand? Oh, isn't this the trash white card that lost to me yesterday? Wonderful. Truly a motivational young man, even I feel my blood boiling. But unfortunately, in front of my SSR, crushing you is no different from crushing an ant. Ghost Shadow Butcher clapped repeatedly, his face filled with disdain and mockery. Then he slapped his card pack, and the Overlord Xiang Yu reappeared. A terrifying sense of oppression instantly swept across the venue, causing the players to struggle to breathe. However, there was a resolute figure standing against this pressure, gripping the blunt heavy sword, step by step, moving forward against the light. Fool, what are you doing? He's an SSR, he can kill even purple cards in an instant. You're definitely going to die with a white card. Come back, silly child. Some felt pity, but that figure continued to press on, leaving only a calm yet unshakable voice behind. Yes, I'm just a white card that many of you think is only fit to be dog food. But I have the courage to draw my sword against the higher-ups, the nobles, the stronger ones. Do you know why? Because life and soul know no distinction of high or low. Nobility and commoners, do they not have their own kind? Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, all the players were stunned. At this moment, their bodies and minds felt as if they had been violently crushed by countless bolts of heavenly thunder. At this moment, they felt something deep within their souls sprouting, something awakening. Instant prison thunder god. Then, they saw Chen Chen wielding the blunt heavy sword, fearless and undaunted, launching the strongest strike against the Overlord Xiang Yu, against this powerful being far beyond him. The pitch-black sword reflected his unwavering, self-reliant dark eyes, and the pale face of Ghost Shadow Butcher in panic. When he was less than 5 meters away from Overlord Xiang Yu and Ghost Shadow Butcher, Chen Chen suddenly erupted. A flash of dazzling blue lightning instantly illuminated the dim world, piercing straight through both their bodies. Minus 1094, critical hit. Minus 4882, critical hit. Two explosive numbers rose simultaneously. Overlord Xiangyu maintained his majestic demeanor, the aura of a king still intact, his thick health bar only dropping imperceptibly. Ghost Shadow Butcher, however, was in dire straits. A large hole opened up in the center of his chest, the edges charred and still emitting white smoke. Ah! The piercing scream just escaped his throat when his body could no longer support itself, collapsing backward. From the corpse, the soul of Ghost Shadow Butcher floated up unsteadily. Did I die again? Killed once more by this damn white card? Xiangyu, destroy him. Ghost Shadow Butcher glared at Chun Chen with fury, nearly going mad. Because this guy not only killed him but was also stepping on his corpse. Break the formation Overlord Spear. Xiangyu suddenly turned around, gripping the spear shaft and shaking it with all his might, instantly creating countless spear shadows within a 10-meter radius. The shadows of guns were suffocatingly dense, heavy enough to instill fear. At this moment, Chen Chen finally understood the overwhelming pressure that other cards felt when facing an SSR, as if it were a mountain or an abyss. Boom! A shadow of a gun pierced heavily into Chen Chen's chest, as if he had been hit by a cannonball. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his iron armor buzzing and trembling, even showing signs of disintegration. Minus 6587. The terrifying damage invaded the player's eyes. It's over. With such high damage, he can't withstand it, he's doomed. Though he may die without regret, he still has honor in defeat. What a brave warrior. I usually don't help when I go to the bathroom, but today I admire him. No, look, he hasn't died. He hasn't fallen yet. The players gasped in disbelief, hardly able to believe their eyes. He had withstood a blow that could have instantly killed even a purple card, yet that white card greatsword wielder still stood tall like a mountain. He even had nearly a third of his health remaining. Xuanyu Feilei Shan! Xuanyu Feilei Shan! After taking a shot, Chen Chen used two consecutive movements, instantly shaking off the remaining gun shadow's attacks and returning to the crowd of players. Seeing this, the tyrant Xiangyu showed a hint of astonishment. A white card, coming alone, landing a hit, and still managing to retreat unscathed. Courage, strength, wisdom, and boldness all combined. Such an opponent, even if they were just a low-level white card, he couldn't help but regard with a higher opinion. The little fish that could barely escape under my hand last night now seems quite capable. Hee hee, but this is where it ends. Looking at Chun Chen, Daji's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Then, a teasing smile curved her lips, and her 9 tails began to twist and writhe energetically as she slowly ascended into the air. Chen Chen's gaze sharpened. Looking again at Feng Yunwuj, Lan Jingjing, and the ghostly figure of the Soul Reaper, all of them were watching him leisurely, as if they wanted to see what tricks he had left. Since that's the case, then as you wish. Chen Chen turned to face the thousands of civilian players and spoke again. This time, everyone listened attentively, and there were no more objections in the crowd. Because Chen Chen's courage to swing his sword at a stronger opponent had already earned their recognition. Fellow summoners, you need not be discouraged, nor should you compromise, for possessing an SSR does not mean invincibility. Though SSRs are powerful, their consumption is equally terrifying. As far as I know, all of you summoners are currently in a protection period, with no penalties for death. If that's the case, then let's engage in a war of attrition. Heroes die and lose stars and levels, so I won't summon heroes. Instead, I will use your lives and fighting spirit to drain the SSR's spiritual power. Victory will ultimately belong to us. What if we are civilians? What if we can't afford to pay? Little do they know, the roar of countless ants can shake the heavens and the earth. What is there to fear from a few bullies? In the center of the crowd, as Chen Chen's last word fell, as he drew his sword and pointed it towards the sky, as his proud voice swept across the wilderness, it boiled over. Thousands of civilian players erupted in a frenzy. Yes, why should there be a hierarchy in a game? Just because they can't afford to pay, does that mean their lives and souls should be looked down upon? No, absolutely not. Brothers, let's fight them. I'll be the first to charge. Even if it takes everything, we'll wear them down. Ha ha ha, I've lived half my life in a daze, and in the end, I can't even see through a card in the game. I'm going in too. Damn it. Anyway, it's the new player protection period, and there's no penalty for death. If you won't let us fight the boss, then you can't expect to fight either. In an instant, the crowd surged like a mountain and a sea, madly rushing towards the palace entrance. Feng Yunwuj, Lan Jingjing, and the resurrected Soul Reaper's face changed dramatically. They never expected that a mere white card could stir up such a storm and directly hit their most worried and feared point. Yes, the SSR damage is high and can wipe out a group in an instant, but players can also respawn infinitely. Once the SSR's spiritual power is exhausted and it reverts to card status, only the 3 summoners remain, facing a surging sea of enemies, unable to stir even a ripple. Damn white card! What a vicious scheme! Ghost Shadow and Wind Cloud were furious, completely holding a grudge against Chen Chen. Humph! Lan Jingjing snorted coldly, her pretty face frosted, also deeply remembering Chen Chen. Only Nkora looked up at him, her eyes brimming with admiration. At that moment, Baekkan had almost become a perfect synonym in her heart. Baekkan, you're so handsome, so impressive. What you just did, hey, and then that nasty bad guy was taken down. And there's more. Nkora excitedly recounted Chen Chen's recent deeds, her little fists pumping and kicking her legs, full of energy. Summoner, stop flailing around, your life is the priority. Chen Chen directly bent down and picked up Nkor, sprinting away in the opposite direction of the players charging forward. During this process, the players did not stop him, even actively clearing a path. Plus 87. Although the talent of Revival Wind began to take effect, and his health was slowly climbing, Chen Chen still felt uncertain facing that breathtaking figure rising into the air. Soul Fox Fire. In the center of the orange-red sunset, Daji floated in midair, her arms outstretched, the graceful curves of her jade body perfectly outlined, with 9 tails standing tall. White flames erupted from the tips of her tails, bombarding the players on the ground with long trails of fire. Minus 1,586. Minus 1,614. Minus 1,537. Players fell in waves, but soon others rushed to take their place. Their only goal was the entrance to the palace. Soon, the dozen or so players from the Ghost Shadow Guild were overwhelmed and beaten to death by the crowd. However, the SSR overlord Xiangyu stood firm, his spear dancing wildly, while Pan Jinlian unleashed her ultimate move Darling, Take Your Medicine, generating a cloud of purple poison at the city gate, barely holding back the fearless players. The scene of common players clashing with the SSR fell into Chen Chen's eyes from behind, as well as into the gaze of a pure white phantom. The pure white phantom hid within the dark clouds above the palace, and with just a glance at the chaotic battlefield, its endless, profound gaze focused on Chen Chen. At the same time, both Chen Chen and Nkor heard the system's notification sound. You have gained the recognition of the Emperor. Your status bar has been updated. Please check for details. Recognition of the Emperor? The sudden system notification left Chen Chen bewildered. The Emperor? Could it be that Emperor Assam mentioned in the previous system announcement? Recognition? He hadn't done anything, so how did he gain recognition? Oh right. Chen Chen suddenly realized and immediately checked the status bar. Sure enough, a new buff had been added, the icon depicting a round, white slime, with a particularly unique effect. Recognition of the Emperor effect. After defeating Emperor Assam, you will be summoned by the Emperor. Duration, 3 days. Description: the Emperor sees a glimpse of his past self in you. Go! Seize this opportunity well. Perhaps you are confused now, but when your strength reaches a certain level, you will understand what an unparalleled honor it is to be summoned by Emperor Assam. Summoned by the Emperor? Chen Chen yawned with little enthusiasm. He couldn't even enter the palace or see the boss, so it was best not to think too much for now. One step at a time, one bite at a time. Under the relentless assault of thousands of civilian players, the mana of the 3 SSRs quickly ran out, and the speed of kills dropped significantly. The trio of Ghost Shadow Butchers also knew that dragging this out was not a solution. The SSR's spiritual power would eventually be exhausted, and they would ultimately have to compromise helplessly. You win! I, the president of the Ghost Shadow Guild, announced that we will no longer reserve the venue. At the entrance, Ghost Shadow Butcher shouted angrily. Feng Yun Wujie and Lan Jingjing exchanged glances and had no objections. They even took a few steps back voluntarily, clearing the entrance. Beyond the entrance, a corner of the grand and magnificent palace finally appeared before the eyes of the thousands of civilian players. Ah, we won, we really won. The Ghost Shadow Guild and the Feng Yun Guild are both among the top 10 guilds of Dian. Who would have thought that one day, we ordinary people would defeat them? All of this is thanks to that white card greatsword master. Without him, how could those who recharge tens or hundreds of thousands have an equal conversation with us? His existence is simply the only refreshing stream and miracle in this trashy pay-to-win game. At this moment, whether standing or lying on the ground, with only their souls drifting in the wind, the vast majority of players felt a deep sense of comfort. Yes, the vast majority. Just as they cheered and celebrated their victory, the mad scholar, who had been watching coldly throughout the process, moved. He glanced at Chen Chen at the back of the crowd, a sinister smile creeping onto his lips, and quickly walked to Ghost Shadow Butcher's side. Respected President Ghost Shadow, I have a plan to resolve the current crisis. As a reward, I want to obtain a core member position in the Ghost Shadow Guild. Ghost Shadow Butcher turned to look at the mad scholar, not asking who he was, but suddenly wrapped his arm around his neck, pulling him close and threatening him in his ear. No problem, but if your plan doesn't work, don't blame me for having my brothers chase you to the ends of the earth. Heh, President Ghost Shadow, just rest assured. The mad scholar fanned himself with a folding fan, smiling confidently, then began to chatter away. Good. So you're the mad scholar. I'll appoint you as the core member of the Ghost Shadow Ninth Branch, no, an honorary member. Additionally, I will also appoint you as my chief military advisor. It was unclear what the mad scholar said, but Ghost Shadow Butcher was clapping his thighs and cheering repeatedly. Feng Yun Wujie, Lan Jingjing, I have an idea. Abba. Almost everyone had relaxed their guard when the three summoners with SSRs gathered together to whisper conspiratorially. Big Can, isn't that the big bad guy we encountered before? Suddenly, Encore widened her eyes, spotting the mad scholar next to Ghost Shadow Butcher, and quickly shook Chen Chen's arm. It really is him. Chen Chen's gaze sharpened, seeing the mad scholar colluding with Ghost Shadow Butcher. An ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. The latter seemed to sense something, turned to look at him, and made a throat-cutting gesture. Then the mad scholar ignored Chen Chen, stepping forward and loudly addressing the civilian players. Everyone, what just happened was just a misunderstanding. Let's leave it at that. The three big bosses behind me have also said that not only will they not blame you, but they will also give you a tremendous benefit. You heard that right. A tremendous benefit is right in front of you, limited to today. 500 Dian coins. The three big bosses are willing to buy your jelly for 500 Dian coins each. What are you waiting for? A huge profit is right here, charge. As soon as these words were spoken, many players were stirred. 500 Dian coins is no small amount. Many civilian players here earn only 2,000 Dian coins a month. But in their backpacks, there were at least 10 slime gel jellies. If they could really sell them, they would directly receive 5 months' worth of salary. Of course, they also understood what it meant to sell the jellies to the owners of SSR. Cunning, the enemy was too cunning, actually using a series of strategies to weaken supplies and incite rebellion. This was an unsolvable conspiracy. For a moment, the vast wilderness fell into silence. Only the north wind howled past, and the blood spilled on the ground and city walls during the recent battle emitted a strong, pungent smell. The mad scholar, seeing this, coldly added fuel to the fire. Everyone, the spots are limited, first come, first served. After all, the three big shots don't have much spare cash. Whoever comes first. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd became even more agitated. I'll go. Finally, a player with the ID eating crab couldn't hold back and ran towards the mad scholar. White card greatsword user, did you see that? Everything you've painstakingly managed, your struggles like an ant, are utterly insignificant in the face of my financial power. Ha. Ghost Shadow Butcher laughed loudly, and the mad scholar in Wind and Cloud Wuji also looked at Chun Shen with mocking eyes. Only Lan Jingjing's cold expression softened slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. Faced with an unsolvable conspiracy, what could he do? Could he break the deadlock? Not just Lan Jingjing thought this way, thousands of civilian players also focused their attention on Chun Shen alone. What to do? I can only say, if I want to leave, the path is right beneath my feet. Instant prison thunder god. Under the Steel Knight's helmet, Chun Shen's expression hardened. He immediately transformed into a flash of lightning, directly piercing through Eating Crab. Minus 4,962, critical hit. With a look of deep confusion and bewilderment, Eating Crab thudded to the ground. Chen Chen turned to face the crowd, and this time his eyes were like a wolf and an eagle, fierce and terrifying, exuding an astonishing killing intent. This is the way to break the deadlock. Whoever trades will be killed. Ghost Shadow Butcher and their money are limited, so they can only buy jellies from a very few people. But the price to pay for this will be the vast majority of you. Moreover, do you think that with the style of the two major guilds, they won't take revenge after getting the jellies? As soon as these words were spoken, the vast number of civilian players suddenly realized. In contrast, the faces of the mad scholar and Ghost Shadow Butcher turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn! Is that guy really a white card? This intelligence, this insight, is it really something a white card can have? Wind and Cloud Wujia was both shocked and angry. Originally, he thought the mad scholar's scheme was truly unsolvable. He had been ready to enjoy the despair and helplessness on that damned greatsword user's face. But now, he had turned the tide back. Yes, the thousands of players gathered here all knew that only a few could make money from the jellies, but the vast majority would suffer the consequences. Thus, a subtle understanding was reached among them. Anyone who dared to trade with the three major SSR owners would surely be attacked by the crowd. My lord, please calm down, don't let it affect your health. At some point, SSR Pan Jinlian walked gracefully in front of Wind and Cloud Wujia, gently using a handkerchief to wipe his face. It's still my little golden lotus that knows how to care for me. Just as a look of relief appeared on Wind and Cloud Wujia's face, Pan Jinlian's next words almost made him faint with anger. If my lord gets sick, I will have to find other brothers to play with. As she spoke, Pan Jinlian's charming eyes darted around, occasionally stopping on Xiangyu, and sometimes on Chen Chen. Heavenly flirt star? Pan Jinlian, no wonder. No wonder when I drew her, I thought her name was very strange. Wind and Cloud Wujie felt a darkness before his eyes, as if something had suddenly been added to his head. Great strategist, do you have any plans? On the other side, Ghost Shadow Slayer patted the shoulder of the Mad Scholar. Let me think. Got it. The Mad Scholar's eyes lit up, and he looked at Chun Chen with a mocking expression. I admit, you have a bit of cleverness, but you wouldn't think. Before he could finish, he was interrupted angrily by Encore. Ha! It's you again, big bad guy, full of bad ideas. I'm going to hit your kidney. Clenching her small fist, Encore marched over to him with her short legs. Hit me, little one, just you? The Mad Scholar waved his fan and laughed lightly, completely dismissing the advancing Encore. He still remembered that not long ago, when this little lowly hit his left hand in a quick motion, it only caused a mere 1 point of force damage. Soon, Encore reached in front of him and recalled Chun Chen's earnest teaching: humans have 2 kidneys, located on either side of the spine. So, she decided to hit the right one first. Bad guy, take my explosive punch. Encore raised her fierce big eyes, jumped up, and struck the Mad Scholar's kidney with her right fist. -634. The white number representing real damage floated up from the Mad Scholar's head, followed by a heart-wrenching wail. Ah! The Mad Scholar's face twisted, his eyes tightly shut, features scrunched together, his folding fan fell with a bang, and his body curled up like a cooked shrimp, trembling from the extreme pain. Hiss! He clutched his right side, gasping for air, unable to utter a word for a long time. Just a light tap from a little lowly, and he's in this state. This guy is too weak. A mere 600 points of damage, is it really that exaggerated? I didn't even feel this bad when I gave birth to twins back in the day. Players pointed and laughed at the Mad Scholar, their voices filled with disdain. Although Heavenly Domain is a very realistic game, where the higher the damage taken, the stronger the pain felt, and the degree of physical damage is also more apparent. But 600 points of damage is only slightly worse than a mosquito bite. Strategist, pull yourself together. Don't embarrass the Ghost Shadow Guild. Ghost Shadow Slayer frowned, very dissatisfied with the Mad Scholar's performance. The Mad Scholar had no words to express his pain. He only felt like his right kidney was about to shatter. He swore he had never felt this much pain before. Lying would be a small dog. He looked at Encore with a fearful gaze, even forcing himself to step back several times despite the excruciating pain. What kind of monster is this little girl? He would rather be beaten to death than endure this terrifying torment. Is it really that painful? Encore tilted her head, curious, and raised her small pink fist to try again, but the Mad Scholar was nearly scared to death and quickly hid behind Xiangyu. Bad guy, if you do any more bad things, I'll hit your other kidney. Instant flash shield. After showing her fist to the Mad Scholar, Encore used her skill to return to Chen Chen's side. Well done, summoner. Chen Chen praised sincerely. That little rascal, the Mad Scholar, had so many tricks up his sleeve. Fortunately, Encore's kidney exploding punch came with 10 times the kidney pain, leaving him unable to think, or who knows what trouble would arise. After this little interlude, the situation finally settled down. Thousands of civilian players streamed in through the passage, arriving at a completely white courtyard. So beautiful, the ground, the rockery, the bricks, and tiles are all white. Wow, even the water in the pond is white. It seems the palace owner has a particular fondness for white. Look, there's an adorable statue over there. As soon as they entered the palace, or more precisely, the front courtyard of the palace, the players instantly transformed into curious little ones, looking here and touching there, feeling novelty in everything. Chen Chen quietly observed the surrounding environment. At this moment, they were in an extremely vast courtyard, roughly the size of 50 basketball courts, easily accommodating thousands of players. Here, everything was white, including the square, continuous tiles that stretched to the end, the pavilions and towers, the artificial hills and water pavilions, and also the strange statue in the very center of the front courtyard, standing 100 meters tall. Chen Chen squinted his eyes. As a card, he possessed sensations that many players did not have. The most profound of these was the omnipresent white. On the surface, this white gave a feeling of purity, sanctity, and cleanliness. But in his eyes, this white was the product of deleting all information and erasing all traces. It represented nothingness. As for what was deleted, why was it deleted? Who deleted it? That was beyond his reach. Hey, everyone come over, there's a free lottery at the statue. Suddenly, a sweet voice came from beneath the statue. Chen Chen focused his gaze and found a female player with a neat braid, looking quite charming, excitedly waving at them. Free lottery? Has this greedy game finally found its conscience? Has the game officials finally remembered to defend their lineage? The players perked up and rushed towards the 100-meter statue. However, Chen noticed that Guiying Tuhun, Fengyun Wuji, and Lan Jingjing remained indifferent. Even Guiying Tuhun did not hide the disdain on his face, as if the so-called free lottery had some hidden secrets. Big Can, let's go take a look, and Kur said enthusiastically, pulling Chen along. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the statue. That's not quite right, because the statue didn't have feet at all. Yes, because the statue was not human-shaped, but a round slime. Although this slime looked comical, its gaze was incredibly profound, as if it contained the entire universe within. It held a majestic and ornate imperial sword, the blade slanted, the tip seemingly piercing the heavens, sharp and unmatched. Behind it was a flowing, amorphous cloak. Although it was merely a stone statue, it exuded a sense of free will that moved Chen, as if fate was under its dominion. Emperor Assam, the name was engraved on a square stone tablet beneath the statue. As for the free lottery, Chen understood what was going on. In the open space in front of the Emperor Assam statue stood a huge four-eared ram-headed square cauldron. This cauldron was made of flawless white jade, feeling icy cool, smooth and slippery, with a warm luster. But what surprised Chen the most was its shape. It was only 1 meter tall, but 10 meters long and 10 meters wide, with 4 white jade ram heads distributed at the corners, looking less like a cauldron and more like a jade dish. The moment his steel finger touched the warm white jade, Chen learned the information about the cauldron. A divine artifact of the slime-fighting empire, a sacrificial vessel. Quality, mythical effect. Each summoner has 3 chances to sacrifice to the great empire that existed long ago. The first time is free, the second time costs 1,000 starstones, and the third time costs 5,000 starstones. After each sacrifice, the summoner will receive a random reward, and both the summoner and their heroes will gain a layer of inspiration. For each layer of inspiration, attack power increases by 5%. With a 1% chance to trigger a combo during attacks, lasting for 2 days. At least one sacrifice must be completed to qualify for the challenge against Emperor Assam. Sacrifices can be performed by heroes on behalf of the summoner. Description: although that glorious era has come to an end, when passing by, don't forget to light a stick of incense. Is this really a divine artifact? Chen's hand paused as he gazed hungrily at the white jade square cauldron. But he didn't act rashly. It was simple. If this divine artifact could be taken away, it would have been long gone, and it wouldn't be his turn. Perhaps he should see how to perform the ritual? Chen turned his head, his gaze sweeping around, finally locking onto the girl with the braided hair who had called everyone over. The girl's ID was Tian Xiaolian, and at that moment, she was biting her pink lips, her slender willow-like brows filled with hesitation and entanglement. Her exclusive little sprite was buzzing around her ear, anxiously shouting non-stop, "Summoner, hurry and recharge, hurry and recharge." The sprite Aya can sense that the only mysterious grand prize in the ritual artifact hasn't been drawn yet. If you don't recharge soon, it will be too late. But my money is meant to buy my brother a new backpack. Although she shook her head, Tian Xiaolian's tone was not firm. What are you buying? Is the old backpack unusable? Boys should be raised in poverty to develop a strong and independent character from a young age. That's how our sprite clan does it. Hurry and recharge, summoner. If you don't recharge, the mysterious grand prize will be drawn by other summoners. As long as you win the grand prize, I'm sure your brother will understand. The little sprite Aya chattered incessantly, spitting out saliva onto Tian Xiaolian's braids. Is that so? Alright, I'll recharge. In the end, Tian Xiaolian closed her eyes and made up her mind. Sorry, brother. There won't be a new backpack, but isn't there a leftover urea bag from the fertilizer at home? We can weave it into a backpack for school. That's not bad at all. If he doesn't like it, then we can get a big brand, Stanley Fertilizer. We have that at home too. So Chen watched in astonishment as, under the little sprite's persuasion, a clattering effect of coins rolling appeared around Tian Xiaolian. Then, the sheep's head in front of her spat out a stick of incense, and Tian Xiaolian raised it with both hands, bending down to insert it into the white jade square cauldron. Indeed, the white jade square cauldron was designed to be 10 meters long and 10 meters wide to be filled with white soil and leave enough space for players to offer incense. As soon as Tian Xiaolian's incense was inserted into the white soil, it ignited spontaneously without wind. At the same time, Tian Xiaolian clasped her hands together, her eyes under her long bangs eagerly staring at her palms. This was her third time offering incense, costing her 5,000 starstones, equivalent to 500 DN coins. I must win the mysterious grand prize, Tian Xiaolian prayed in her heart. Ding 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 ding. With a series of pleasant sounds, 50 copper coins appeared out of thin air, neatly stacking into a pile in her hands. No, I'm not playing anymore. Refund, refund. That was my money for my brother's new backpack, Boo-hoo. Tian Xiaolian was now upset, stomping her feet and shaking her head, her braids dancing like a swimming dragon. According to the current exchange rate, 50 copper coins could only be sold for 50 yen coins in the black market. 500 for 50, wasn't that a huge loss? Victory and defeat are common in battles, and sinking ships are common in lotteries. Summoner, don't mind it. You'll definitely have better luck next time, hee. Seeing her goal achieved, the little sprite comforted Tian Xiaolian and then awkwardly laughed before disappearing. And before the white jade square cauldron, Tian Xiaolian was far from being the only one. All the players' little sprites, which they hadn't even seen the shadow of during their heated battles, now awakened like mosquitoes sensing the scent of living beings, like leeches drawn to blood, appearing one after another. An unprecedented recharging feast had grandly begun. It was unclear whether the willpower of the civilian players was too weak or the little sprite's persuasion skills were too outstanding, but some people immediately began to recharge, eager to draw the mysterious grand prize. However, apart from copper coins, ju fruits, and slime pearls, they gained nothing, which was quite disappointing. This was not surprising. According to the fairies, the probability of drawing miscellaneous items was 99.9%, with only a 0.1% chance of winning a mysterious grand prize. I want to chop my hands off. Who got the mysterious grand prize? Let me see it, please. Put. The fairy's sweet talk has deceived me. I can only drink the northwest wind this month. The courtyard in front of the palace was filled with whales, and Chen Chen, like a cold observer, took it all in. He also didn't forget to gently flick Eve's smooth forehead. This guy usually hid in Ank's underwear, sleeping soundly and ignoring everything, but once there was a chance to spend money, he immediately came out to encourage Ank to spend. Chen Chen didn't know what to say about this behavior. If you don't spend money, that's fine, but you still curse this fairy. I curse you all to not draw the mysterious grand prize. Eve covered her red forehead with one hand and pointed at Chen Chen, angrily shouting, "Isn't it normal not to draw anything? What kind of curse is that?" At Ank's strong insistence, Chen Chen took action himself. He imitated Tian Xiaolian's method, sincerely lit a stick of white incense, then extended his hands, waiting for the random rewards to appear out of thin air. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderclap erupted from the ground, followed by a white beam of light descending from the sky, completely enveloping Chen Chen's figure. Within the beam, 2 deep green hexagonal jade pieces and a silver book slowly descended into Chen Chen's hands. Ha! Chen Chen blinked. Why was his outcome different from others? Without caring about anything else, Chen Chen immediately checked the items in his palm. Polished jade quality, emerald effect, can be used to upgrade the title Outstanding Person. Description: stone must be polished to become jade, a person must be tempered to become talented. Crack, passive skill, quality, silver level, LV1 effect. When attacking hits, there is a 15% chance to reduce the target's defense by 100 points for 5 seconds. Ding! Attention all summoners, the mysterious grand prize has been drawn. The regional system announcement rang out in time. However, Chen Chen's face darkened. Was this the mysterious grand prize? The skill book was only silver level, clearly a freebie. And what about the 2 emerald level jade pieces? Their function was to upgrade a title. But what title did he have? The key was that he didn't even know how to obtain this so-called outstanding person. Great job, Big Can. I knew you could draw it. Ank, that silly girl, was still happily celebrating for Chen Chen, completely unaware that she was surrounded by envious and jealous eyes. The mysterious grand prize has been drawn, and I'm so sad. Why did I spend $600 only to get a pile of junk, while he could draw the grand prize? I'm not convinced. Even with a 0.1% chance, how could he draw it? This must be a dog from the system. What a waste of my $600. A dog has ruined me. A dog has ruined me. Damn it, if it was a paid draw, I would feel better about it. Seeing him win the grand prize makes me feel worse than not winning. Unknowingly, Chen Chen felt as if he had entered the underworld, surrounded by resentful spirits, the cold air rising from his feet straight to the crown of his head. The player's nature of loving to watch the excitement kicked in, and they swarmed in, encircling Chen Chen and Ank tightly. However, that was all. They did not take any further extreme actions. The reason was simple. First, they were wary of the strength Chen Chen had previously displayed. Not only did he have a thick health pool capable of withstanding a direct hit from an SSR, but his damage was also terrifying, capable of killing a purple card without even blinking. Second, the reason they could break through the SSR's blockade to come here was largely due to Chen Chen's contributions, and it would be too ungrateful to snatch from him now. Of course, the most important point is that players in the novice village are in a protected state. Dying will not cause them to drop any items, so why bother with such actions? However, are the players really that well behaved? Guiying Tohan and Feng Yunwuji do not care about that, since good things have appeared. No matter whose they are now, in the end, they will all belong to themselves. Just grab it. If there's territory, take it. If there's something, snatch it. If there are girls, pursue them. As the vice president of one of the top 10 guilds, if you don't even have this awareness and courage, you might as well quit and go home to raise pigs. Everything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, or swims in the water is all written with my name. Guiying Tohan wore a sinister smile as he strode towards Nkur and Chen Shen, ready to use his well-practiced threatening skills to force them to hand over the grand prize. At that moment, a folding fan gently tapped on his right shoulder. Great strategist, what do you mean by this? Guiying Tohan stopped, frowning as he looked at the mad scholar. President, don't be anxious, let me say a word first. It's unclear what the mad scholar babbled to Guiying Tohan, but after casting a malicious glance at Chen Shen, the latter actually took a step back. Then I'll let them temporarily keep my treasure. Seeing this, Feng Yunwuji, though confused, also stepped back. As the turmoil subsided here, another unexpected event occurred. Tian Xiaolian struggled to squeeze out of the crowd, running a few steps to hug Chen Shen's thigh, looking up at him with pleading eyes. Great God! What is the mysterious grand prize? Can I take a look? I spent 600 yuan, putting the money meant for my brother's new backpack into the game, but I only drew 100 copper coins. I'm losing out big time, boo-hoo. If you don't let me see it, I won't die in peace. Just one glance will satisfy me. Even if I have to let my brother carry a urea bag to school for the rest of his life, I won't complain. Chen Shen was speechless. What kind of person is this? Spending money feels good for a moment, but regretting it afterward? Summoner, you decide. Chen Shen chose to hand the jade piece and skill book to Nkur and let her decide. Come on, he's just a hero, a card, why bother with so much? And why does everyone come to him for everything? Shouldn't they be looking for his summoner? Sister, let me show you, but you have to let go of the big can. I won't allow you to hug him. The first half of her sentence was polite, but the latter half was filled with hostility, her voice even rising several decibels, and her little face turned red. Ha, oh, okay. Tian Xiaolian was taken aback, then quickly reacted, awkwardly releasing her grip and standing up, taking 2 steps back before finally standing still. This little girl startled me. It was just a hug. If you were to roll in bed with him, wouldn't you swallow me whole? Tian Xiaolian played with her braids, mumbling softly. In the end, kind-hearted Nkur still showed her the jade piece. She couldn't show her the skill book because she had already learned it from Chen Shen. After this experiment, Chen Shen also understood that his talent was not as simple as it seemed. Or rather, he had misunderstood it before. Han Yun Qitian, the probability of effects that benefit you and apply to yourself is always fixed at 100%. This talent not only increases critical hit rates and the probability of special effects triggering but also affects lottery draws, allowing him to hit the jackpot directly and win the best prizes. Before long, all the players in the palace's front yard had completed the ritual and qualified to challenge Emperor Assam. Seeing that there were no other places to explore in the front yard, the players formed groups and marched through the front yard to the main hall of the palace. This was the true interior of the palace. As soon as they entered the palace, the players hadn't had time to observe their surroundings when their gazes unconsciously converged on one spot. They focused on the pure white figure sitting on the throne at the center of the grand hall. There was no way around it. His presence was overwhelmingly strong. Everything around, whether it was the vast space of the hall, larger than 100 football fields, or the massive pillars entwined with divine dragons, thicker than office buildings and taller than mountains, seemed so small and insignificant in front of that figure. Ha! A faint pressure emanated from him, sweeping through the dim space in an instant. Yes, after entering the palace, the view was no longer dominated by white. There was a golden floor, blood-red beams, and a throne that seemed forged from blood and fire. The only white here was the figure on the throne, only him. The pressure he radiated instantly suppressed the bodies, souls, and even the wills of everyone present. Chen Shen frowned slightly. This pressure made him feel extremely oppressed and instinctively repelled. But looking at the panel, none of his attributes had decreased. At this moment, Chen Shen and all the players present, including the heroes, felt a strange sensation. It was as if they had become a seedling, just breaking out of its shell and ready to grow wildly, but a massive stone loomed above them. The stone blocked external threats but also blocked sunlight, rain, and all the nutrients needed for growth. Their potential and future were completely stifled. You have finally arrived. I have waited too long. The voice came from the throne, devoid of complaints or relief, only an endless calm. The speaker was a pure white, flawless slime, shining as brightly as the midday sun. It was so bright that one could hardly discern its expression, only vaguely recognizing its round shape, the imperial sword in its hand, and the outline of the cloak behind it. It radiated boundless light and heat, like an unquenchable sun, as if it aimed to illuminate all darkness, as if it would fight until the end of time. Yet, for some reason, its brilliance could not break through even the area around the throne, leaving the hall in a dim haze. As thousands waited curiously, its voice echoed through the hall once more. Go forth. I am the final obstacle before your evolution. Only by defeating me can you open the path to infinite evolution. Remember well, my name is Assam. The voice carried supreme imperial might, sweeping in all directions, causing the grand central hall to tremble violently. At that moment, the name, Emperor Assam, was deeply imprinted in the minds of thousands of players. Above Emperor Assam's head, a health bar appeared, extending from nothingness. At the same time, the players discovered they could see the attributes of this terrifying boss. Emperor Assam, a remnant soul, super special / limited edition / supreme type, gold level world boss, level, 100 health, 2/400/2/400/000 attack, 1500 defense, 800 magic resistance, 800 talent, the imperial might of a setting sun, a broken imperial body, the power of a candle in the wind. Skills, imperial sweep, imperial vertical / earth and sky 8 desolation / death sword chi. Description: the creator of the slime empire, the remnant soul of Emperor Assam, with strength less than 1/billionth of its peak. Only by defeating this fearless emperor, who once dared to declare war on the heavens, can the potential of summoners and heroes be fully unleashed, and the paths of class change and evolution be opened. If Emperor Assam is defeated within 3 days, all participating summoners and heroes will receive the limited edition title, Outstanding Person. If not defeated within 3 days, the Emperor will show mercy and lower his strength. Go forth, give it your all. The Emperor will never blame you for your disrespect, for he was once a challenger too. Not looking at the attributes was fine, but once they did, everyone's heart sank. Some timid players were so scared that they wet their diapers. Designer, did you fill in the stats for this round, big boss with your feet? Who understands, family? This beauty has cleared the area outside the novice village and hasn't encountered a single boss. Finally found a big guy, but it's ridiculously strong. I'm speechless. With 800 dual resistances, I can't even break its defense. With 1500 attack, if I take a second hit, I'm done for. And its health is a staggering 2. 4 million? Are you sure you didn't add an extra 0? The more than 6,000 ordinary players on site had grim expressions. Not to mention them, even the owners of the 3 SSR heroes, Ghost Shadow, Wind and Cloud, and Blue Crystal, looked troubled, especially since they had previously tried to monopolize the boss. Looking back now, it seemed utterly foolish and laughable. Chen Shen's gaze was deep as he estimated the strength of this Emperor Assam, pondering a way to win. If it were just high attributes, that would be fine. With over 6,000 players present, perhaps they could overwhelm it with sheer numbers. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Emperor Assam's 3 major talents told Chun Chen, do not dream of the impossible. The Dying Sun's imperial might, the Emperor's majesty, feared by all races. Those who oppose the Emperor lose 1% of their maximum health every second. The crippled imperial body, the Emperor's broken form still holds vitality. The Emperor recovers 1% of his maximum health every second. The flickering candle of imperial power, the Emperor's strength makes the universe tremble. When the Emperor deals damage, there is a 1% chance to double that damage. -87. -87. Affected by the imperial might, Chen Chen's health had already begun to dwindle. In contrast, Emperor Assam could recover 24,000 health per second, significantly weakening the human C tactic. Brothers, charge. Why think so much? Just charge. Some players noticed their health slowly decreasing and realized that hesitation would lead to defeat. So, they heatedly charged in. A player focused on speed was the first to rush to the center throne. Backstab. Throat slit. A small combo was initiated, and with 2 ding-ding sounds, 2 pitch-black daggers struck at a tricky angle at the bottom of the black-red throne. That's right. The throne covered nearly 100 square meters and stood 20 meters high, but Emperor Assam sitting on it was not much larger than a pot lid. Not to mention his height of 1.6 meters, even Yao Ming would be out of luck. It was simply unreachable, and they could only attack the throne. Then, the player's expression became comical, half surprised and half delighted. -1. -1. Surprised that there was no defense break, delighted that even without directly hitting the boss, they could still deal damage. Kill. Other players, seeing this, were invigorated and charged around the throne like a swarm of locusts, all becoming foot massage workers. -1. -2. Critical hit. -31. -1. Players swung their longswords, hammers, mountain-cutting knives, even staffs and short bows, fervently striking the throne, and in an instant, the sounds of ding-ding rang out endlessly, sparks flying everywhere. Before defeating Emperor Assam, players could level up to a maximum of 100 gaining a total of 1000 attribute points. If they allocated all points to attack, their attack power would reach 2000. But even a fool wouldn't do that. Allocate all points to attack? What about health, mana, dual resistances, and speed? Do they really want to become a fragile chicken? A crispy shark? Therefore, most players distributed their points evenly, leading to the current inability to break defenses. Fortunately, the players were not fighting alone. They had heroes. Soul Foxfire. Daji's jade-like feet stepped into the void, floating upwards, as her 9 tails waved and shot out hundreds of flames, all striking the body of the great Emperor Assam. -880, -880, -865, -865. Although hitting the same target, the subsequent flame damage gradually decreased, but the terrifying number of foxfires allowed Daji to ascend to the top of the damage leaderboard. Indeed, as the battle began, a damage ranking appeared in the upper right corner for players and heroes. At the top was the 9-tailed fox, Daji. In second place, unsurprisingly, was the overlord Xian Yu. However, the third place on the damage list left over 6,000 players in shock. It was not the SSR Pan Jinlian, but a white card with no title or name, Heavy Swordsman. Am I seeing things? The damage-dealing SSR actually lost to a white card? Wait, Heavy Swordsman did deal high damage before, but that was during a skills burst. Now it's about sustained output. How can he still be at the top? Many players and heroes were puzzled, but those near Qin Shen were left dumbfounded. The reason was that the heavy sword, dark and edged with a ghostly green sheen, was now as light as a feather in Qin Shen's hands, swung like a fan, and at maximum power, no less. Ding 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 ding. For consecutive dings, -382, critical hit, -382, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, ×3. Qin Shen swung his sword, immediately followed by 3 more strikes. The main reason was the buff Inspire, which gave him a 1% chance, effectively 100%, to trigger a combo on attack, plus the lucky combo. Combo after combo, it was impossible not to be fast. -200, -200. The Golden Snake Poison Sword, which ignored defense with fixed damage, also played a significant role at this moment. Even with the 100 points of armor penetration from the crack passive, my single hit damage is still too low, too superficial. Qin Shen shook his head while swinging his sword. That said, his expression was not dejected, because even if it was superficial, as long as it was fast enough, it could be bone scraping. His attack speed was 1.5 swords per second, multiplied by the combo, that was 6 swords per second, with a final damage per second reaching a terrifying 2,492. This meant that as long as Qin Shen did not die, 10 of him could kill the great Emperor Assam, equivalent to hundreds of players. That brother is so impressive, I can't fall behind. Among the crowd, the SSR Tian Xing, Pan Jinlian, who ranked 4th in damage, glanced at Qin Shen from afar, her beautiful eyes shimmering. At the same time, she resolutely unleashed her strongest ultimate skill. Pan Jinlian stopped her attack, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. After taking a deep breath, her hands moved like a butterfly in flight, forming a mysterious hand seal at a dazzling speed. Suddenly, a Celadon porcelain bowl appeared out of thin air, floating above her head. Then, the Celadon bowl split into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Soon, the space in the hall was filled with countless porcelain bowls. Guliolu, Guliolu. Inside the bowls, a nauseating purple potion bubbled and steamed. My lords, quickly drink the medicine. Pan Jinlian called out sweetly, and as her hand seal paused, countless Celadon bowls sought their targets, flying towards them one by one. I'll drink the medicine, Gulugulu. So disgusting, such a foul-smelling soup. Even if I die of thirst, I, King of Jingza, will never drink it. Glug glug. What's this? Why is this medicine so familiar? I don't want to drink it, yet it's trying to pour itself into my mouth. Qin Shen was truly speechless. His head was tightly protected by the Steel Knight's helmet, yet this strange potion somehow penetrated the dense steel and his tightly closed mouth, flowing into his throat. Why keep his mouth shut? Obviously, the medicine brewed by Pan Jinlian was not something one could drink casually. It turned out that, although it was bitter and astringent, this medicine was indeed drinkable. A new buff appeared in Qin Shen's status bar. Pan Jinlian's Heart Secret Medicine, attack power times 150%, lasting for 120 seconds. No wonder, as an SSR, her damage isn't as high as Daji and Xiangyu. She is actually a super support. After drinking the potion, Qin Shen unleashed 6 swords in 1 second. -1,231, critical hit, ×6. The sudden increase in damage made him widen his eyes in shock. Pan Jinlian, you really are something. Other players also discovered the magic of the potion, gasping in surprise. Many players who previously couldn't break through defenses found themselves able to do so after drinking the heart secret medicine. In no time, Emperor Asam's health began to plummet rapidly. Half an hour later, it finally dropped to 1 million. During this time, under the influence of the talent The Dying Majesty of the Setting Sun, players' lives continuously ebbed away, living and dying, dying and living again. As for the heroes, since dying would cause them to lose stars and levels, most were recalled to the players' card packs just before death. Only a small portion with recovery abilities continued to fight to the bitter end. Chen Chen, relying on the talent Wind of Revival which restored 1% of his maximum health every 2 seconds, along with a basic health potion, had managed to hold on until now. But as the battle progressed, the players' hearts sank deeper into despair. Because, Emperor Asam, not a single sword had been drawn. For a full half hour, he hadn't attacked even once. He truly resembled a noble and powerful emperor, quietly allowing himself to be besieged by a swarm of ants. Perhaps he had grown tired of it. Then, he raised his sword. The Emperor's Sweep. With a gentle sweep of the Imperial Sword in his hand, a 100-meter-long arc of sword energy suddenly flew out, like a newly born crescent moon, sweeping past in front of the throne. Minus 2,230. Minus 4,084. Minus 2,181. Wow! Like a sickle cutting through wheat, it was swift and decisive. Hundreds of low-health players fell straight down. The Emperor's Vertical Slash. Emperor Asam raised the Imperial Sword again, turning the sweep into a slash. Swish! 8 pure white sword energies, resembling shark fins, flew out from the 8 directions of the throne. Minus 2,766. Minus 2,547. Minus 2,693. Players in the path were instantly killed, and even the incredibly solid white jade floor was plowed into a deep trench. Instant prison Thunder God. Fortunately, Chen Chen anticipated the danger, quickly picked up anchor, and activated the skill, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. At this point, Emperor Asam finally began a simple counterattack. But this simple counterattack increased the player's casualty rates several times over. Damn slime! Just wait, in 2 minutes, I'll be a good man again. Ouch! It hurts so much, I just revived and died again, boo-hoo. Continuous deaths made the players furious. In other games, they were the fourth calamity. How had they ever suffered such humiliation? Eventually, as soon as the players revived, they charged forward with red eyes, resulting in a chaotic melee, with no order whatsoever. It's too chaotic, it's like a disorganized mob, a scattered sand. At the back of the battlefield, a player with the ID Agu observed the situation ahead, shaking his head and curling his lips. Agu was not tall, and he was quite thin, but his eyes were bright and piercing. However, the most remarkable thing was his demeanor. With his arms crossed, he calmly watched the players rush into battle, like a seasoned general, both scholarly and martial, analyzing the battlefield situation. Looks like it's time for me to step in. Aga yawned and took out a trumpet-shaped disposable amplifier from his backpack, placing it in front of his mouth. He had received it after completing a task. Ahem. He cleared his throat a couple of times to test the sound, and sure enough, many players began to look around, searching for the source of the noise. Only then did Agu get to the point. Everyone, listen to me. Your formations, strategies, and rhythm are all in disarray, wasting a lot of output. If you want the boss to go down faster and have fewer deaths, then listen to my commands. Upon hearing Agu's voice, many players frowned. Why should we listen to you? Who do you think you are? But Agu continued on, undeterred. First, all players with health above 3,000, who can take a hit from the boss and survive, you can attack the throne directly from up close, but please maintain at least a 1-meter distance from each other. Next, for ranged players with health below 3,000, please form a Bagua formation and attack the boss from a distance. If you don't understand the Bagua formation, just follow my lead. The Bagua is divided into 8 gates, and when executed correctly, it can perfectly avoid the boss's second skill's 8 sword energies. First, the 500 fragile ranged players should head to the west gate, then the south gate. And for melee players with health below 3,000, please form a long snake formation, weaving through the spaces I've reserved for you, moving the corpses of fallen players to the back to avoid congestion, and please fill in the gaps yourselves. Also, newly revived players, you should also return to your original positions in a long snake formation and take on some of the tasks of the previous long snake formation players. this is the dual snake parallel formation. And Egu spoke fluently, his gaze sharp. At that moment, he seemed like a seasoned general. Every gesture of his displayed the wisdom of a strategist commanding 1,000,000 troops. Some players followed his commands, and indeed, the number of casualties plummeted while the output damage soared. Soon, more and more players began to act according to Egu's instructions. Before long, over 6,000 players had formed a large, orderly, and precisely functioning mixed battle formation under Egu's command. What a talent! I must get him on my side. Ghost Shadow, the Soul Slayer, stared at Egu in the rear, who stood tall and composed, greedily licking his lips, his gaze burning with intensity. That guy has some skills. No, he should have many. Even Shen didn't expect such an outstanding figure to exist among the players, commanding over 6,000 players in battle and doing it with ease. Especially those formations, just hearing their names made Shen dizzy, yet this guy handled them effortlessly and could even combine and merge them, which was truly rare. However, Shen felt it was a pity that even with the players' excellent cooperation and orderly execution, the damage dealt still couldn't keep up with Emperor Asam's health recovery. Even more regrettable was that the gap was very small. If they could increase their output by just 1,000 per second, they could defeat Emperor Asam. Egu, who was commanding the formations, also noticed this issue. Everyone, retreat. The damage isn't keeping up. It's just a little bit off. Let's hit the secret realm of the Sutra repository tonight to improve our talent skills, and then tomorrow we can level up our star ratings and levels. We should be able to get through then. Egu exhaled, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he spoke. Are we just wasting our efforts? Suddenly, a player expressed their frustration. Hey, are you an idiot? How can clearing a dungeon be called a waste? Although we didn't defeat the boss, we figured out its attack rhythm and built some synergy. How is that a waste? Someone immediately retorted. Can't you keep your cool after one failure? Young people are indeed too young. Where in the world are there so many things that can be accomplished in one go? Who is relying on their age to lecture me? This ID, Li Fugue who loves Tsuewa? Could it be that Mr. Li who made the news? I heard you pursued Aunt Lu next door and failed 68 times without giving up. Truly impressive patience. So, did you succeed later? What's it to you? Keep talking, and I'll show you how sharp my big sword is. The players left the main hall in a noisy uproar, agreeing to regroup tomorrow at 3 p.m. for the final battle against Emperor Asam. To avoid the sardine-like crowd, Shen deliberately walked at the back with Encore. As they walked, he checked the leaderboard, especially focusing on the Hero Evolution rankings. Hero Evolution rankings, first place, SSR Fire Domain, Xiao Shuanghua, 10 stars, belonging to the summoner Xianyuan Daitian. Still the familiar face of Xianyuan Daitian Xiao Shuanghua. Only 10 stars? That means the novice village where Xianyuan Daitian is located couldn't defeat Emperor Asam either? Shen frowned slightly, but he wasn't surprised. After all, Emperor Asam is a world-class boss, not something a single player or hero can match. Shen estimated that according to the nature of this black-hearted game Sky Domain, without the assistance of civilian players, each novice village would need at least 5 heavy spenders who have invested over 1 million to defeat Emperor Asam within 3 days and earn the limited edition title Outstanding Person. That's quite a greedy approach. Shen smacked his lips, thinking that if those games on Blue Star dared to extort money like this, they would have collapsed long ago. Just as he was silently complaining, the hidden and accomplished Agu had just stepped out of the palace when a group cornered him. Blocking Agu was the Ghost Shadow Butcher and his right-hand men, Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind and Mad Scholar. President Ghost Shadow, what do you mean by this? Agu leaned against the wall, staring directly at Ghost Shadow Butcher, his face calm and relaxed. You're Agu, right? Your performance just now was quite impressive. I won't beat around the bush. As long as you're willing to join the Ghost Shadow Guild, I'll immediately promote you to an Ashes member and Chief General. What do you say? Interested? Ghost Shadow Butcher grinned, directly extending an olive branch to Agu. Thank you for your kindness, President, but unfortunately, I love my freedom and don't want to be bound by the rules of a big guild, so I must politely decline. Agu shook his head politely. How dare you? Our president has lowered himself to personally invite you, and you actually dare to refuse? You pathetic free player. Don't blame us for being rude. Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind, with a bad temper, disdainfully glanced at the pure white halo under Agu's feet, which represented that he hadn't spent a dime, and raised his hand to slap him. But just as his hand was in the air, it was intercepted by a folding fan. The one who stopped him was Mad Scholar. Brother Agu, our president means well. You probably don't know what being an Ashes member of the Ghost Shadow Guild entails, right? Let me explain the benefits of being an Ashes member, and then you can refuse. Mad Scholar waved his folding fan, looking confident. Oh, I'd like to hear more. Agu glanced up at Mad Scholar. Swish, swish, swish. Players walking behind noticed the situation and immediately brightened up, gathering around to become onlookers, eagerly listening. Chen Shen and Nkor also mixed into the crowd. To let Little Potato and Nkor see the excitement, Chen Shen directly placed her on his shoulder. To be honest, Chen Shen was quite curious about the benefits of these big guilds. Mad Scholar looked around and proudly began to introduce. The Ashes members of the Ghost Shadow Guild have a very high promotion difficulty, and there are also very strict quota limits. That's why the benefits enjoyed by the hardcore members are top-notch. First, there's a monthly salary of 500,000. Note, this is just the base salary. If you perform exceptionally well or make outstanding contributions, there will be additional generous bonuses. Secondly, our Ghost Shadow Guild strictly adheres to the laws of the Great Yin Kingdom regarding weekends and holidays, with no rescheduling or deductions. Moreover, during holidays and on the birthdays of hardcore members, the guild distributes small gifts like gold bracelets, gold necklaces, and little yellow fish, just to bring a smile to your face. Lastly, the Ghost Shadow Guild is a major shareholder in several nationwide chain KTVs, bathing centers, and high-end bars in reality. Greedy and lustful, with young models by their side, this is where a man's happiness lies. Everyone understands, so I won't go into detail. After the Mad Scholar's introduction, the entrance to the palace fell silent. The players were stunned. Their mouths agape. They could even fit a salted duck egg inside. They had long heard that the benefits of the top 10 guilds were explosive, but they never expected them to be even more outrageous than the rumors. Chen Shen nodded secretly. The Ghost Shadow Guild was indeed impressive, and he wondered how many large financial groups and big enterprises were backing it. The 3 members of Ghost Shadow Butcher were also pleased with the crowd's reaction. Brother Agu, now you should. The Mad Scholar turned around, just about to ask Agu for his opinion again, but he was interrupted by a crisp, curious voice. I don't understand. What is a man's happiness? Hurry and tell me. Why aren't you saying anything? Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, sharp gazes like swords pierced towards Chen Shen, or more accurately, towards Nkor on his shoulder. The little loli had no idea what was happening, her small hands propping up her chin, her big eyes filled with anticipation as she stared at the Mad Scholar. Chen Shen's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. This little girl really had no filter, saying whatever came to her mind. Was this something she should be asking? A man's happiness? Well, it's... The Mad Scholar's lips curled into a lewd smile. He was ready. Today he would corrupt this pure little loli, as innocent as ice. Oomph. That punch that made him roll on the ground in pain would start collecting interest from here. Just as the Mad Scholar was about to spew something inappropriate, Chen Shen decisively covered Nkor's ears. Then, he activated Instant Prison Thunder God, casting 3 spells in a row. So fast? The Mad Scholar was also taken aback by Chen Shen's decisiveness, but he didn't forget the main point. The benefits of your guild are indeed tempting, but my decision won't change. Before he could speak, Agu shook his head and refused again. Confused. You look like a clever young man, but how can you not recognize a good opportunity? Big shots of the Ghost Shadow Guild, can you see me? If he doesn't want me, I want to. What the hell do you want? Do you have that capability? Do you really think the hardcore members of a big guild are given out casually? Do you want me to ask for you? The players all felt regret for Agu's refusal, some even feeling frustrated. After the failed recruitment, Ghost Shadow Butcher did not force the issue. If it led to animosity and Agu joined a rival guild, that would be a huge loss for him. Alright, if you change your mind, I'm always welcome. After saying that, Ghost Shadow Butcher left with his subordinates, and the other players, seeing there was no more show to watch, also dispersed. A few minutes later, as Chen Shen was walking, he suddenly felt an unusual sensation on his back. He immediately turned around and found a player poking him with a finger. Hello, I have an idea. Would you like to hear it? Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The person in front of him was none other than Agu, who had just rejected the generous recruitment offer from the Ghost Shadow Guild. An idea? Chen Shen narrowed his eyes. Since this player with exceptional commanding ability had approached him, the idea must be related to him. Let's hear it. Chen Shen's voice was very flat, and Nkor hid behind Chen Shen, peeking out with her little head to observe Agu. Her sparkling ears perked up. I'll get straight to the point. I want to establish a guild and would like you to be the president, Agu said in a very rational tone, as if he had thought it over for a long time. Chen Shen was completely speechless, his face under the steel helmet twitching. He couldn't understand how these words formed a sentence. This summoner, do you want to listen to what you're saying? You want to establish a player-exclusive guild, but you choose a card to be the president? It's simply absurd, a ridiculous joke. Strange things happen every year, but why do they all happen to me? Yay! Yay! Big Can, you have a president now. And Kor suddenly jumped out from behind Chen Chen, waving her little paws and cheering excitedly. She didn't know what a president was, but it sounded powerful, so she decided to celebrate anyway. Chen Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead, wondering what kind of oddballs were around him. Are you sure you want me, and not my summoner, to be the president? Chen Chen exhaled, adjusted his mood, and asked seriously. I want to ask you, do you think she can handle being the president? Agu covered his eyes, a pale smile appearing on his face. Glancing at the silly and Kor, Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh deeply. Letting this guy be the president would probably mean he wouldn't even warm the seat before being sidelined. Why me? What's the reason? Upon hearing Chen Chen's question, Agu immediately straightened his back, putting away his usual casual demeanor, his expression becoming particularly serious. It's not about why you, but that it can only be you. A big question mark popped up over Chen Chen's head, and then he heard Agu explain. Although you are a card, I guess you've noticed that this greedy game is almost unplayable without spending money. A few players who recharge millions can easily intimidate thousands of lower-tier players who can't afford to spend. You can imagine how difficult it is for those lower-tier players. The reason I want to establish a guild is to give a very small number of lower-tier players a place to huddle together for warmth. The reason it's a very small number is that my ability is not enough. And you, the miraculous white card greatsword wielder, you are equivalent to the lower-tier players among the cards, but your strength far exceeds that of ordinary cards, even approaching SSR. Do you know what this means? It means only you can become the spiritual support and inspirational model for the lower-tier players. Because you, like tens of thousands of lower-tier players, come from the lowest origins. Agu became more and more excited, and the last sentence was even shouted out. Do you know that outside the city walls, among thousands of realities, the lowest tier players in the game are blocked by the high and mighty spenders, humiliated at will, with no way to fight back? Do you know? Your line, nobles and generals, do they have any special qualities? Ignited the dormant blood of countless lower-tier players and awakened many numb souls. That video was even recorded and has gone viral online. After saying this, Agu's entire face was flushed, even steaming with heat. He bent down his thin body, gasping for breath, trying to calm his overly excited emotions. Am I really that amazing? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? I can't take that. Chen Chen was dumbfounded. However, his evaluation of Agu was rising rapidly. This guy not only had unparalleled commanding ability but also had excellent character. No wonder the Ghost Shadow Slayer offered tempting conditions that anyone would jump at, yet he didn't agree. The reason was right here. For the sake of the lower-tier players huddling together for warmth, young man, I give you a big thumbs up. It's a pity, but I have to shatter your illusions. I sincerely admire your original intentions, but I'm really sorry to disappoint you. I'm really not as remarkable as you imagine, nor am I that noble. I'm just an ordinary white card that has worked very hard to grow. Even if I were a reverse battle SSR, it would only be because I burned all my potential and willpower to barely achieve that. The key point is, I know nothing about managing a guild. Handling affairs, selecting members, personnel changes, just a glance makes me dizzy. Chen Chen shrugged, adopting a helpless pose like a little bear. It's okay, I'll take care of everything. You don't have to worry about anything. Really? A Dayen person doesn't deceive another Dayen person. Alright, I'll be the guild leader. In the end, both sides successfully agreed, and Chen Chen, in a rebellious manner, overshadowed the player and Kor and successfully took on the role of guild leader. But what should we name our guild? Chen Chen asked, stroking his chin. Agu furrowed her brows, lost in thought. Orange Society. A sweet, cute voice startled the two thinkers. Chen Chen, Agu, and Kor blinked in confusion. Why were they silent? Had they been awed by her talent? It must be so. Her naming talent is indeed strong. Great God, what are you all gathering here for? At that moment, a player in the distance shouted excitedly while running over. Tian Shaolian? As soon as he saw the iconic, lively, swinging braid, Chen Chen instantly recognized the newcomer. So, it's like this, Abba. Once Tian Shaolian arrived, Chen Chen recounted the events. Great God, you're the guild leader? Then I want to join. After hearing this, Tian Shaolian's eyes sparkled, her delicate face filled with determination. Thus, even before the guild had a name, there was already a new member. What should we name it? The three squatted on the ground, drawing circles while racking their brains. Oh, and there was a little troublemaker. Orange Society, Orange Society, Grapefruit Society, Grapefruit Society, Fruit House, and Kora was extremely excited, chattering like a lively lark. I'm sorry, Summoner, but I guess there's no guild in the world named after fruit. The little loli was just too noisy, there was no choice, so Chen Shen had to silence her by covering her little mouth with his hand. Without this noisy little bird, the three felt refreshed, their minds clear. A flash of inspiration, like a shooting star cutting through the sky, tore through the thick clouds in Chen Shen's mind. Got it. It says, there is no clothing, but we share the same robe. Let's name our guild No Clothing Alliance. As soon as Chen Shen proposed his suggestion, a goose stood up with a whoosh. No Clothing Alliance. What a great name. It refers to not having clothes to wear, so I'll share mine with you. It perfectly aligns with our purpose of lower-tier players banding together for warmth. A goose stared at Chen Shen, her face filled with admiration. As expected of the great god, not only is your strength impressive, but your literary talent also leaves me in awe. Tian Xiaolian clasped her hands above her head, almost ready to worship Chen Shen. Only Encore stubbornly turned her head to the side, pouting, feeling sulky. Suddenly, the first to calm down, a goo frowned and looked at Chen Shen. Great god, I have a suggestion. Should I say it? Go ahead. Our guild can use the name The Unclothed Alliance because it sounds ambiguous, yet it represents our philosophy. But if you, great deity, were to become the ruler of a greater power in the future, like a kingdom, an empire, or a divine realm, then the name of the realm cannot be this, it must be grand and magnificent. After hearing Agu's suggestion, Chen Shen nodded in understanding. No problem. But he thought to himself that Agu was thinking too far ahead. Having just become the guild leader, how could he possibly become the ruler of a realm in such a short time? Regardless, the Unclothed Alliance was established by chance. From that moment on, the wheels of fate began to turn. The four founders could never have imagined the tremendous waves their seemingly unambitious guild would stir in the future. Once the initial concept was settled, Agu and Tian Xiaolian hurried off to prepare for the series of tedious tasks required to establish the guild. As for Chen Shen, with the remaining online time for players dwindling today, he didn't go monster hunting but instead accompanied Encore to stroll around the slime plains. However, because they didn't use the series of fruit pie names suggested by Encore, the little lowly felt a bit down. Moo. Just then, a plump green slime was lying in their path, happily slurping on the grass. Stinky Moo, don't be happy. Encore kicked the green slime in the rear. The slime flew up with a whoosh, tracing a graceful arc under the clear blue sky, disappearing far away. She then turned back and asked Chen Shen in confusion, Big Can, why didn't you use the name I suggested? The Orange Society is so good. Oranges are round, fragrant, sweet, and delicious. Unlike your Unclothed Alliance, which doesn't even wear clothes. Chen Shen was speechless. Where was this little girl's mind wandering? His guild was called the Unclothed Alliance, not the Exposed Alliance. Who said they didn't wear clothes? Summoner, your online time is almost up. It's time to send heroes to explore the secret realm. At that moment, Eve emerged from Encore's arms, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Are we saying goodbye again without realizing it? Hearing Eve say this, Encore showed sadness and reluctance on her face. Has time passed so quickly? She would have to temporarily leave this interesting world again. In reality, she felt so lonely. Apart from Sister Qinghuang, she had no other friends, and she kept many emotions to herself, never revealing them, because she knew that a child without a home must be strong outside. Showing weakness would attract bad people. But in the game, beside Big Can, she could be her true self. Big Can gave her an unprecedented sense of security. As long as she was by his side, she felt very safe and happy, as if she could throw away all her worries. Summoner, please don't be sad. Temporary farewells are for better reunions next time. Tomorrow, please be full of energy and fight with me. Don't stay up late. The little lowly couldn't hide her emotions at all. Everything was written on her little face. Seeing her reluctance, Chen Shen comforted her. Encore nodded perfunctorily. O natural goddess residing in the clouds, your offspring calls upon you. When the world changes, allow me to draw from another realm. Meanwhile, Eve had closed her eyes and began her devout chant. The space rippled like water, and the door to the secret realm appeared. Chen Shen skillfully grabbed the 6 golden dice on the white jade plate at the center of the secret realm door and tossed them casually. 6 sixes, a great fortune. The talent of great luck activated once again, tripling the harvest of the secret realm's specialties. Stinky Iron Man, rotten Iron Man, why are you always so lucky? It's all because of you that the summoner doesn't spend money. Woo, tonight the Queen is holding the induction ceremony for summoners spending achievements and judgment conference, and all the elves must attend. What should I do? This is terrible. Eve glared at Chen Shen with resentment, and her pretty face was soon filled with panic. Even the frequency of her 6 little wings flapping became chaotic. Chen Shen didn't notice this scene. Under Ang's dispatch, he was quickly sucked into a white vortex representing the secret realm of the scripture pavilion. The scene before him flickered between dark and light, and in the transition, Chen Shen found that the environment had changed dramatically. No longer was it the gentle breeze and the setting sun over the vast grassland, but rather the interior of a gigantic golden pavilion, still on the bottom floor. Chen Shen looked around, and what caught his eye was a sea of gold. Golden wooden floors, golden wooden racks covered in cobwebs as if they hadn't been used in a long time, tall golden bookshelves filled to the brim with tomes bound in golden covers. The gold of these objects was not the superficial kind like gold, but rather the deep, subdued gold of a bountiful wheat field, heavy and lustrous. Is this the scripture pavilion? Chen Shen curiously explored, but soon he discovered that he couldn't interact with the wooden racks, bookshelves, or books. The only thing he could interact with was the winding staircase on the right, spiraling endlessly upward. The staircase was a pale blue, standing out distinctly against the golden backdrop. Jade steps of the book mountain quality, mythical effect. This staircase is made of phantom jade. Each step contains an internal space. Within a limited time, killing all the book spirits in the internal space allows you to pass that step and receive a completion reward. At the same time, it will unlock the AFK qualification for that step. Introduction: there is a path in the book mountain. Diligence is the way. The phantom jade steps measure one's strength. Each step will display the recommended combat power. If you forcefully ascend and get blown up, you won't even have a chance to AFK. Chen Shen stood before the jade steps, observing carefully. Each jade step was the same, about 3 meters long, 1 meter wide, with a height difference of half a meter between them. But the most peculiar thing was their thickness, which was as thin as paper. Chen Shen even worried that stepping on them might cause them to shatter. In the end, he decisively stepped onto the first jade step. Its recommended combat power was 300. As soon as he stepped onto the jade step, Chen Shen felt a flash in his eyes, and his body felt light. When the sensation of weightlessness disappeared, he found himself in an abandoned mine. Here, apart from thumb-sized rubble, there were 8 enormous blocks of brown rock with small protrusions on top. They formed a perfect square, trapping Chen Shen in the center. Rock spirit level, 50 health, 10,000/10,000 attack, 630 skills, rock fist shock, unstoppable introduction, mastering the power of rock. This book spirit resembles a giant rock. Be careful, it might send you flying. These 8 giant rocks are actually monsters? Chen Shen was startled and craned his neck. Upon closer inspection, he found that what seemed like a single brown rock was actually the result of limbs and body fitting together seamlessly. The small protrusion on top was, surprisingly, the head of this rock monster. Unstoppable. Unstoppable. -372, knocked back. -372, knocked back. Chen Shen was still marveling when, unexpectedly, the 8 rock spirits launched a sneak attack without any martial ethics. They teleported in sequence to strike at Chen Shen's position, sending him flying high and knocking off over 2,000 of his health in one hit. Damn, a bunch of old sneaky bastards. Chen Shen cursed under his breath, furious as he landed and activated the instant prison thunder god. Success and failure both lie with Xiaohe. The 8-headed rock spirit activated its skills in sequence, successfully ambushing Chen Shen, but as a result, they gathered together. The outcome was that they fully absorbed every instance of damage from the instant prison thunder god's teleportation. -4,494, critical hit, times 3. -4,494, critical hit, times 3, shattering the rock with thunder. Under the relentless triple strike of the instant prison thunder god, the rock spirit was electrocuted, its body cracking open, with jagged fissures spreading from its center to its stout limbs and sharp head. Finally, with a loud bang, it exploded into countless small stones, some shooting into the cave walls, while others rolled to the ground. Ding! You have passed the first layer of the book mountain illusion, the green jade stage. In the explosion's aftermath, Chen Shen bent down to pick up a piece of paper. It was a yellowed sheet, about the size of a notebook. Very thin, its texture was not like wood pulp, but rather like papyrus, feeling rough to the touch. Yet it emanated a faint aura of wisdom. Just holding it made Chen Shen feel his mind clear, as if his IQ had risen. So amazing. Chen Shen's eyes widened in astonishment. Heavenly Book Fragment, first stage, quality, ordinary effect. Can upgrade a talent or skill that can be leveled up from level 1 to level 2. Description: in an era so ancient that it is unknowable and untraceable, even before history was born, an incredibly terrifying war occurred. In that war, the quality uncertain primordial Tao Saint Universe Infinite Transformation Heavenly Book was destroyed, turning into countless fragments, which is the origin of the Heavenly Book Fragments. 10 first stage Heavenly Book Fragments can be combined into 1 second stage, 10 second stage can be combined into 1 third stage, and so on. Can upgrade talents or skills? Chen Shen checked his panel. Talents: Fortuitous Luck, Hidden Unique, Lucky Minion, Unyielding Grip, LV1, Practical Training, LV1, Learning Phonics, LV1, Wind of Revival, LV1, Skills, Earthshaking / Normal, LV1, Instant Prison Thunder God, Platinum, LV1, Polar Whirlwind / Silver. LV1, only those talents and skills with a level displayed can be upgraded. Therefore, Fortuitous Luck and Lucky Minion were immediately excluded. Shen didn't dwell too much on the remaining options and decided to upgrade the 3 talents that could stack attributes daily: Unyielding Grip, Practical Training, and Learning Phonics. What? You ask how one Heavenly Book fragment can upgrade 3 talents? It's simple. Shen placed the Heavenly Book fragment into his backpack and then took it out again, and it instantly transformed into 3. This was the effect of the buff 6/6 Great Smoothness. The harvest of specialties in the secret realm became 3 times. So, Shen took off his helmet, revealing a stunningly handsome face, and applied the 3 Heavenly Book fragments to his face like a facial mask. That's right. This is how to use the Heavenly Book fragments. As the fragments ignited spontaneously, transforming into bright golden sparks that merged into Shen's Sea of Consciousness, all 3 of his major talents were upgraded to level 2. Unyielding Grip, LV1 LV2 every 109. 5 seconds, your next attack will deal spell damage equal to 5% 5% of your maximum health and permanently increase your maximum health by 1020 points. Can stack a maximum of 2040 times per day. Practical Training, LV1 LV2 each time you kill a creature, permanently increase your attack power by 12 points. Can stack a maximum of 2030 times per day. Learning Phonics, LV1 LV2 each time you kill a creature, permanently increase your spell power by 12 points. Can stack a maximum of 2030 times per day. Just 1 level up, and the improvement is this significant? Shen's expression brightened, but he quickly noticed something amiss. The amplification of the Unyielding Grip seems to far exceed Practical Training and Learning to Spell, but to determine whether this guess is true, he needs to level up once more. Then let's continue climbing. With that, Shen closed the panel. At this moment, he realized he had unknowingly left the abandoned mine and was now standing on the first level of the Jade Spirit Steps. The Jade Spirit Steps after clearing the level were adorned with a layer of gold trim, indicating that he could now go idle. Shen glanced at the idle rewards: 1 fragment of a Heavenly Book per hour, first level, continuing until he left the secret realm. Too little. Who could be satisfied with just 1? Shen shook his head in disdain and looked towards the second level of the Jade Spirit Steps. Recommended combat power, 600. There was no hesitation. Shen stepped forward. In an instant, the light and shadow twisted, and the environment changed. This time, he was teleported to the center of a swamp. Shen looked around and found himself surrounded by vast gray-brown sludge. Pop, pop, pop. The surface of the sludge alternately bulged up, then exploded one after another, releasing a cloud of gray smoke. Shen accidentally inhaled a whiff and immediately bent over, gagging uncontrollably, feeling as if his stomach might crawl out of his throat. The smell was exactly like that of freshly expelled vomit. -30. -30. Realizing he was losing health, Shen quickly checked his status bar. Primary swamp poison loses 30 health points per second, lasting for 240 seconds. Shen frowned slightly. The foul stench was bad enough, but it was also poisonous? Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound entered Shen's ears, seemingly getting closer. He turned his head like lightning, his gaze sharp as a sword towards the front right. A large swarm of gray mosquitoes was frantically flapping their wings, flying towards him with insatiable hunger. The number of mosquitoes was at least in the thousands, each the size of a banana, with long, slender mouthparts glinting with a piercing light, their red eyes filled with a thirst for blood. Gray mosquito spirit level, 35 health, 600 over 600 attack, 185 skills, bloodthirsty stab, venom injection description, a spirit that wields the power of bloodthirst, resembling a giant gray mosquito. Even in winter, they can emerge to bite you. Shen's expression grew serious. At this moment, he stood on a piece of floating wood, surrounded by the swamp, with no way to avoid this swarm of mosquitoes. -1. Soon, the leading gray mosquito spirit bit into Shen's armor, dealing an unblocked 1 point of damage. -2. -2. Then came the continuous poison damage. -1. -4. -4. Immediately after, the second gray mosquito spirit kissed Shen's steel faceplate. No way? The poison damage can stack? Shen was taken aback, his strong and robust body shivering several times. There were thousands of gray mosquitoes. If they all bit him once, the poison damage per second would exceed 2,000. He would be dead in 4 seconds. No time to hesitate. Polar Whirlwind Slash. As the third gray mosquito approached, Shen wielded his sword with his arm, using his waist for power, and with his legs together, he spun like a top on the floating wood. -1456, critical hit. -1456, critical hit. The heavy sword swung through, accompanied by a fierce wind, its might terrifying beyond measure, yet the gray mosquitoes continued to recklessly approach Chen. Then they truly lost their lives. You have killed the gray mosquito spirit, level 35, gaining 350 experience points, and permanently increasing 20 health, 2 attack, and 2 spell power. You have killed the gray mosquito spirit, level 35, gaining 350 experience points, and permanently increasing 20 health, 2 attack, and 2 spell power. A gray rain began to fall around the floating wood, and not a single gray giant mosquito survived. Chen's 3 great talents were also fully stacked. The second layer of the illusory spirit green jade stage passed. Chen, standing with his sword sheathed, showed a look of surprise, for the reward for clearing this level included not only fragments of the heavenly book but also other items. After defeating the gray giant mosquitoes, Chen's health increased by 800 points, and his health cap had already surpassed 9,000. The robustness of his current health was nearly double that of a purple card of the same star level. Of course, there was still a considerable gap to a gold card SSR. However, Chen firmly believed that as long as he lived well, he would surely be able to match or even surpass SSR in the future, and that day would not be too far off. In addition to his health, Chen's attack also increased by 20 points, bringing his total attack to 849. His magic power similarly increased by 20 points, totaling 72. Well, he was seriously skewed in his stats. But who told him he was a physical melee fighter? After confirming his increased strength, Chen began to check the rewards for clearing the second layer of the illusory spirit green jade stage. 2 fragments of the heavenly book, a stunningly delicate red rose, as if it had just been picked, with glistening dewdrops still clinging to its petals, and a piece of paper similar to the heavenly book fragments, but much larger, with a big black character for forget written in the center. Skipping over the heavenly book fragments, Chen's gaze focused on the red rose and the paper with the forget character. Red demon rose quality, bronze effect, can be given to a hero, increasing favorability by 6 points for each rose. Description: represents a more direct and passionate friendship than the blue demon rose. Hurry and give it to your beloved hero. Once the hero's favorability reaches a certain value, special functions can be unlocked. Forgetting chapter quality, bronze effect, can forget one talent or skill. Description: there is no medicine for regret in this world. Forgetting a mistake will lead to heartache, so think twice before acting. A look of interest appeared on Chen's face. The red demon rose, like the blue demon rose, was of bronze quality, but it increased favorability a bit more. As for the forgetting chapter, after reading its effect, Chen recalled a skill he had. Earthshatter / LV1 dual-wielding heavy swords, leap high into the air, then smash down on the target, dealing 120% physical damage to all enemies within a 1-meter radius of the target. Mana cost, 10 points, cooldown, 60 seconds. This was the initial skill that came with the white card Heavy Swordsman. If Chen had to evaluate it in 2 words, he would say, 1 lump. If in 4 words, it would be a big lump. This skill seemed useless just from its description, but Chen had suffered greatly from it when he first crossed over. Leap high into the air referred to a 3-second wind-up. Smash down on the target referred to a 3-second recovery. Combined, it meant using a broken skill that controlled himself for 6 seconds. A pure clown skill. So, should he forget such a skill where the negatives outweighed the positives? Was there even a need to think? Even if he didn't want to, Chen found it took up space. Then, let's forget it. Just as Chen was about to use the forgetting chapter, he glanced at its description and decided against it. Was there really no place for a garbage skill? Chen didn't dwell on this question but instead looked towards the third layer of the illusory spirit green jade stage. Recommended combat power, 1000. In the dead of night, when the stars and moon concealed themselves, and heroes were diligently exploring the secret realm to enhance their strength, a certain mysterious place within the vast world of the heavens was anything but quiet. This mysterious place was a world of flowers, an ocean of trees, where countless unnamed exotic flowers and plants grew wildly, and towering ancient trees with lush branches and leaves rose from the ground. The vast and magnificent life force, as boundless as the ocean and as ancient as the Milky Way, filled the entire space. In the gaps between flowers and leaves, and in the chasms between heaven and earth, there exists a pure life force that, with just one breath, can extend a mortal's life by 100 years. Here lies the direct lineage of the nature goddess, the ancestral land of the elf race, the forest of elves. Tonight, the forest of elves is not as tranquil as usual, it is filled with joy and celebration. Occasionally, one can see little elves holding flutes, harmonicas, or swanas, playing music while dancing gracefully among the green leaves and flower clusters. The vast majority of the little elves are extremely happy because tonight, their most noble, supreme, and breathtakingly beautiful elf queen is hosting a grand banquet. Induction Summoner Recharge Achievement Recognition and Judgment Conference. At the center of the Forest of Elves is a deliberately cleared open area. The clearing is filled with small tables and tiny stools. Countless little elves sit on the stools, eating the small fruits laid out on the tables. In front of all the little elves stands a towering giant tree. Its crown spreads out like a magnificent canopy, even enveloping the entire Forest of Elves beneath it. This is the sacred tree of the elf race, the ancient tree of life. According to historical records, the nature goddess was the first elf born from the ancient tree of life. Thick, emerald green vines hang down from the branches of the ancient tree, intertwining as they approach the ground, ultimately forming a vibrant throne. A woman sits regally upon the throne. Just by sitting there, she draws all the light from the world towards her. She is so beautiful that her face seems to be a perfect masterpiece crafted by nature itself, requiring no makeup. Her figure embodies the essence of nature, evoking thoughts of fertility, abundance, and reproduction. Especially her bosom, which is as large as melons, so full that it seems ready to burst through her exquisite garments. The long legs beneath her floral skirt are round and firm, full of flesh yet undeniably sexy. Her skin is smooth and fair, as if she has just bathed in milk. However, what captivates the eye the most are the 18 radiant wings behind her, shining like glass, and her long, flowing golden hair that spills over the entire verdant throne. Each strand of golden hair is adorned with varying numbers of oval green leaves, truly a marvel. She is the Elf Queen, the most revered and beloved by the little elves. This grand event is initiated by her. Little Elf Leia, Induction Summoner Ghost Shadow Soul has recharged 10,600,000 starstones. I reward you with 100 drops of the holy dew blessed by the nature goddess. Little Elf Cecilia, Induction Summoner Blue Crystal has recharged 23,600,000 starstones. I reward you with 236 drops of the holy dew blessed by the nature goddess. Little Elf Lucille, Induction Summoner Tian Shelian has recharged 12,000 starstones. I reward you with 1 drop of ordinary holy dew. The Elf Queen sits high upon her throne, awarding prizes as she reads from the Recharge Achievement Roll in her left hand. As her swan-like elegant voice fills the venue, a pink bowl made of lotus flowers appears on the table in front of each little elf whose name is called. Inside the bowl is a clear, transparent liquid that glimmers with a starlight similar to that of starstones. However, some little elves have bowls that shine brightly like the full moon, while others glow faintly like fireflies. Thud thud thud. The little elves lift the pink bowls, drinking the contents with expressions of pure enjoyment. Subsequently, every little elf who drinks the holy dew experiences a proportional growth in size. I've grown up. I've grown up. I've grown up too, but can I grow as big as the queen? Hey, don't be discouraged. As long as we persist in inducing the summoners to spend money, to spend it to the limit, we will definitely succeed. The vast majority of the little spirits were filled with excitement and hope for the future. Another part looked at them with longing. Eve was one of them. With white cards, broken white cards, it's all because of the mud summoners that they don't spend money, and that's why I can't grow up. Eve mumbled angrily while stuffing spirit fruit into her mouth. Just then, the voice of the Spirit Queen turned cold. The commendation meeting is over. Next is the judgment meeting. Upon hearing this, the color drained from Eve's pretty face. Gulyolu, the fruit she had just picked up rolled to the ground as her strength was completely drained. On the throne. Clap. The Spirit Queen slapped the armrest, rising from her seat, standing tall, her emerald-like eyes surveying the entire hall with authority. The little spirits were silenced by her imposing presence, and the celebratory music abruptly stopped. Especially the little spirits who were zero-spending players, they lowered their heads in fear, their small bodies trembling uncontrollably. As the Spirit Queen surveyed the room, she reprimanded them, her heavenly voice filled with disappointment. My citizens who return empty-handed, what is the matter with you? During my class, did you not listen attentively? Knowledge points like cute technique, crying technique, taking advantage to deceive spending technique, listing benefits of spending technique, I emphasized these repeatedly in class. Did you all grasp them? Each of you returns with a score of 0, giving back everything you learned to me. Sooner or later, you will drive me to my grave. The Spirit Queen's unparalleled beauty was filled with anger, waves surging in her chest. The green leaves in her magnificent golden hair trembled and swayed with her fury, slowly growing. The little spirits who had failed to induce players to spend money buried their heads even deeper. Eve, step forward. Suddenly, the Spirit Queen's gaze fixed on the trembling Eve, who was curled up with her knees hugged. Ha! Eve's body stiffened, her heart sinking like it had fallen into an ice cellar. But she still struggled to flap her wings and slowly flew to the front of the Spirit Queen. "Mother, Shut up, did I not teach you? Address me by my title." The Spirit Queen's brows furrowed, sternly reprimanding her. "Yes, Your Majesty." Eve knows her mistake. Glancing timidly at her imposing mother, Eve quickly admitted her fault in a low voice. But the Spirit Queen showed no mercy. "I brought you out to set a negative example. Eve, you are the youngest of all my daughters, but you also have the highest talent and the most perfect bloodline. Therefore, from the day you were born, I held high expectations for you. But how have you repaid me? Eating and sleeping every day, doing nothing but excelling at eating. Lazy and wasteful, squandering your exceptional bloodline and talent, and now you can't even complete a simple task like inducing summoners to spend money. No wonder your sisters laugh at you, because you have always been the most amusing." Eve was left speechless, her eyes red, her little head lowered almost to the small hill that was slightly bulging. Ha ha ha! More than a dozen little spirits sitting close to the throne laughed heartily, holding their bellies. They were Eve's sisters, also part of the royal family of the Spirit Clan. Alas! Seeing Eve's disappointing demeanor, a light sigh escaped the Spirit Queen's ruby lips. With this attitude, can she ever bear the heavy responsibility of being the Spirit Queen? Good daughter, do not blame your mother for being harsh. A jade must be carved to become a gem. A spirit must be trained to become talented. The Spirit Queen gently closed her beautiful eyes, and when she opened them again, only decisiveness and ruthlessness remained. Punishments and rewards should not be inconsistent. Today, this emperor will impose the shame punishment on Eve, as a penalty for her failure to successfully entice the summoner to recharge, and as a warning to the citizens like her. As soon as these words were spoken, the little fairy's pupils widened, fear creeping onto their faces. The shame punishment refers to being stripped of all clothing in front of everyone, left completely bare, and then whipped with a switch. It is a cruel form of torture. Even though all the fairies are female, being exposed so blatantly in front of their kin would still bring immense shame. The Fairy Queen extended her delicate finger and gently pointed at Eve. Strands of green light spiraled out from her fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, Eve was tightly bound like a rice dumpling, while the floral gown she wore began to dissolve bit by bit. "No, please, Mother, no. Your Majesty, Eve knows her mistake. Eve will never dare to be lazy again. Eve will definitely work hard in the future to trick the summoner into recharging." Eve, terrified, turned pale and began to plead for mercy with tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, a flash of lightning struck her mind. "Your Majesty, you may not know, but there is a reason why the summoner I am responsible for does not recharge. Eve is also very helpless. This cannot be blamed on Eve." Eve hurriedly spoke up. "Oh, what reason? Explain it to this emperor." The Fairy Queen flicked her finger, and a beam of green light struck Eve, releasing the threads that bound her. Eve, still shaken, placed a hand on her chest and said, "The summoner I am responsible for is a silly little girl who is usually easy to deceive. However, the hero she trained is a bizarre white card greatsword wielder. A mere white card. How bizarre can it be?" The Fairy Queen narrowed her beautiful eyes, her tone growing increasingly cold. Eve swallowed hard and continued, "Your Majesty, please let Eve explain. Although that guy is a white card, his combat power and potential are stronger than an average purple card, even approaching SSR. But he is a white card. The materials needed for star upgrades and the spiritual power consumption are only a quarter of that of a purple card. So the little girl thought she had struck gold and became his sole supporter, not drawing any other cards at all. If she doesn't even draw cards, how can we talk about recharging?" Just as Eve finished speaking, the little fairies burst into laughter. In an instant, the atmosphere inside and outside the venue was filled with joy. Eve hasn't been with the fools among humans for too long, has she? Has her brain turned mushy? A white card doesn't even have the qualifications to carry a purple card's shoes. How could it possibly be stronger than a purple card? Don't even mention comparing white cards to purple cards. Even green cards can't hold their heads up in front of purple cards. And for a white card to evolve into a green card, there are very high combat power requirements. Throughout history, over 99.9% of white cards have failed to meet that requirement. Exactly. Eve is also foolish. To avoid punishment, she couldn't even come up with a more credible excuse. Now she's in for it. He. I can feast my eyes on the princess's exquisite body. Eve, do you think this emperor is easy to fool?" The Fairy Queen's expression darkened, and she looked ready to explode with anger. Suddenly, however, she smiled, and in that instant, her charm was revealed, stunning all the little fairies. "Eve would never dare. Every word Eve speaks is true. Your Majesty, please do not punish Eve." However, knowing her mother well, Eve recognized this as a sign of her impending outburst, so she bowed repeatedly and begged for mercy. Ha! The fairy queen remained silent. After a long while, she exhaled a breath of fragrant air and waved her hand, dismissing Eve back to her seat. Indeed, she was still soft-hearted towards her most gifted daughter. But there was only one chance. All citizens, listen well to this emperor. Beneath the ancient life tree, the fairy queen, with a bare face and piercing gaze, flapped her 18 wings in unison, her royal voice echoing throughout the entire venue. Not long after, the great plan of eliminating zero-cost summoners that I, the Emperor, have long laid out will officially commence. The birth of this plan is to create a beautiful new world where everyone contributes. At that time, if anyone dares to return with 0 achievements, they should not blame me for being ruthless. Just as Eve returned to her seat, she nearly fell to the ground upon hearing her mother's command. Eliminate summoners who don't spend money? Is her mother really going to be that cruel? Must they be eliminated for not spending money? The little lowly and that detestable scrap iron man, surely they don't deserve death, right? The other little spirits were also in a panic, unable to believe that their most beloved empress could be so merciless. Silence! The spirit empress exclaimed, and the dizzy little spirits immediately closed their mouths. My plan is to eliminate the phenomenon of not spending money, not the summoners who don't spend money. Do you all understand? After hearing the empress's explanation, the little spirits showed expressions of relief. Eve also patted her chest and sighed in relief. But the next words from the spirit empress made her heart, which had just relaxed, rise to her throat again. If some of my subjects, after the plan is implemented, find that the summoners you are responsible for still refuse to spend money, then to grow up, you will have to venture into the forbidden grounds of our clan. Upon hearing the words forbidden grounds, the little spirits' faces all showed signs of terror. Eve's body stiffened, her pupils dilated, and images involuntarily surfaced in her mind from the ancient texts of the spirit clan regarding the forbidden grounds. It was an ancient path sealed for over 10,000 years due to its extreme danger. Just stepping onto that ancient path meant facing death at every step, with every 10 steps bringing calamity. Even surviving 9 times out of 10 could not describe its level of danger. That ancient path was called the Path of the Thorned Emperor of the Calamity Lotus. Seeing that the little ones were successfully frightened, the spirit empress's lips curled into a satisfied arc. As if she thought of something else, her emerald eyes turned back to Eve. After the plan is launched, if the summoner you are responsible for still refuses to spend money, bring her before me. Oh, and that broken white card you mentioned, bring that too. Humph, dare not to spend money? I will teach her a good lesson. Eve nodded obediently, not daring to utter a single no. Far away, many kilometers away, Qin Shen was completely unaware that he had already caught someone's attention. At this moment, he was happily standing on the 9th level of the illusory spirit green jade steps. The edges of the green jade steps were inlaid with shimmering gold, indicating that Chen Shen had passed this level and unlocked the qualification for idle play. It should be noted that the recommended combat power for this level was 3,800, yet Chen Shen's combat power was only 1670. This meant that he had actually surpassed more than double the combat power to defeat a powerful opponent. This was truly incredible. Unlike the multi-person secret realm of Spirit Plant Valley, the Scripture Pavilion belonged to a single-person secret realm, so Chen Shen could not see the progress of others. In fact, other purple cards entering the Scripture Pavilion, although their combat power was similar to Chen Shen's, the vast majority were stuck at the 7th level with a recommended combat power of 3,000. Those who could reach the 8th level with a recommended combat power of 3,400 were rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Moreover, no purple card had reached the 9th level, and characters like the Nine-Tailed Fox, Daji, and the Overlord Xiangyu, despite relying on their simple and brutal numerical advantages, had reached more levels than Chen Shen. But what Chen Shen could achieve, they could not. They could only defeat opponents who were more than twice as strong as themselves. There was a reason for Chen Shen's remarkable performance. On one hand, it was due to his talent. Fortune reigns supreme. All probabilities in his favor were forcibly fixed at 100%. A simple sword strike, even if it merely grazed a monster, would trigger guaranteed critical hit, guaranteed combo, guaranteed lucky combo, guaranteed armor break, and guaranteed double poison. On the other hand, from the 2nd layer to the 9th layer, he obtained more than 70 first-tier fragments of the Heavenly Book, most of which he synthesized into second-tier ones, perfectly enhancing all his main talents and skills. First was his signature skill, which could chase down and escape simultaneously, equipped with a phasing ability to dodge damage, achieving remarkable feats, and even allowing him to travel with beauty. Instant Prison Thunder God. Instant Prison Thunder God, unique, quality, Platinum level, LV1 LV3 effect, after activation, transforms into a bolt of lightning, able to shuttle 3 times within a 5x5 7x7 meter range, dealing 300% 320% physical damage to all enemies encountered. This damage ignores 20% to 2% of the target's defense, and he can stop at any time during the shuttling. Each shuttling consumes 100120 mana, with a cooldown of 8078 seconds. The numerical increase may seem small, but it excels in comprehensiveness. Range, damage, defense penetration, and cooldown have all improved. With such all-around enhancements, the result is 1+1+1+1 4. Next is Chen Shen's group attack weapon, showcasing his prowess on the second layer, annihilating swarms of mosquitoes with the Polar Whirlwind Slash. Polar Whirlwind Slash, unique, quality, silver level, LV1 LV3 effect, swings the weapon and spins in place for 3 seconds. During this time, each rotation deals 100% 110% physical damage to all targets within the attack range. Number of rotations equals 3-5, plus speed divided by 150, currently able to rotate 7 times. Mana consumption is 120140 points, with a cooldown of 8078 seconds. Although it only increased damage by 10%, it should not be underestimated. Now he can spin 7 times in 3 seconds, with each rotation adding 10%, resulting in a significant increase in damage. After finishing the upgrades for active skills, next is Chen Shen's only passive skill. Crack, passive skill, quality, silver level, LV1 LV3 effect. When an attack hits, there is a 15% chance to reduce the target's defense by 100300 points for 5-7 seconds. Crack is a fixed value armor penetration, which is obvious to anyone. In the later stages, even in the mid stage, it will need to be phased out. But in the early stages, it is genuinely strong. My current attack power is only 879 points, with a solid 300 points of armor penetration. The increase in output is even stronger than the 2 major active skills combined. Chen Shen was extremely satisfied with this passive skill. After all, active skills have cooldowns, while normal attacks are his forte in combat. After all, who wouldn't love a sword strike with a bunch of special effects? Moreover, after upgrading the crack passive, the benefits extend beyond just himself. In the final battle tomorrow with Emperor Assam, it will enable more players to have armor penetration capabilities. After applying the Heavenly Book Fragment Mask 6 times, Chen Shen finally upgraded all 3 major skills to LV3. As for the forgotten and useless skill, Earthquake Slash, the fact that Chen Shen didn't forget it was already a sign of his soft heart. Upgrade? Don't even think about it. Since the skills have all been upgraded to LV3, Chen Shen naturally wouldn't neglect the more cost-effective talents. The 3 major permanent stacking attribute talents, along with the Wind of Revival, have also been upgraded to LV3. Furthermore, Chen Shen did not forget to compare the Unyielding Grip, Practical Training, and the learning of the 3 in terms of the extent of their upgrades. And it was this comparison that led him to discover a clue. Unyielding Grip, LV2 LV3 every 9.59 seconds, your next attack will deal spell damage equal to 5% 6% of your maximum health and permanently increase your maximum health by 2030 points. It can stack up to 4080 times per day. Practical Training, LV2 LV3 permanently increases attack power by 2-3 for each creature killed. A maximum of 3040 times can be stacked each day. Learning Phonics, LV2 LV3 permanently increases spell power by 2-3 for each creature killed. A maximum of 3040 times can be stacked each day. Chen Shen discovered that after upgrading the 3 major talents, the increase in health, attack power, and spell power was like squeezing toothpaste, with only a little bit added each time. At the same time, the daily stacking of Practical Training and Learning Phonics was also like squeezing toothpaste. Only the Indomitable Grip had its daily stacking times doubling. This led to Chen Shen's health stacking speed far exceeding that of attack power and spell power. Now, Chen Shen's maximum health not only exceeded 10,000 but was even approaching 12,000. This is a one-way road to becoming a tank. Chen Shen smiled wryly. If the rapid increase in health was like a runaway wild horse, then the percentage healing from the Wind of Revival was like a cart being pulled by the wild horse. The faster the wild horse, the faster the cart. Upgrading the Wind of Revival from LV1 to LV3 also brought Chen Shen considerable surprise. Wind of Revival, LV1 LV3 restores 1% of maximum health every 2 seconds. Restores 1.5% of maximum health every second. From LV1 to LV3, not only did the amount of healing increase, but more importantly, the frequency became faster. Take Chen Shen's current health of 11,991 as an example. Before the upgrade, he restored 119 health every 2 seconds. After the upgrade, he restored 179 health every second. This afternoon, when fighting Emperor Assam, Chen Shen still needed to drink a basic health potion to barely offset the negative effects of the Emperor's Might at Dusk. Now, with LV3 Wind of Revival, when he faces Emperor Assam in the final battle tomorrow, he won't need to drink health potions, saving him quite a bit of money. Just 2 words: comfortable. It was with the strong support of talents and skills that Chen Shen could step onto the 9th level of the Jade Illusion stage with a combat power of 1670, a level that even purple cards could only look up to. However, Chen Shen's ambition did not stop there. Although the monsters on the 9th level had already made him sweat profusely, and the process of clearing it was quite difficult, he still wanted to step onto the 10th level. The reason was simple: the reward for the 9th level was 9 first-tier scrolls of the Book of Heaven, and there were still a little over 10 hours left before players logged on. If he on the 9th level, with the help of the buff of 6/6 Great Success, Chen Shen could obtain a total of 270 first-tier scrolls of the Book of Heaven, which could be combined into 2 third-tier scrolls. Among the 3 major permanent stacking attribute talents, only 2 could be upgraded to LV4. But if he stepped onto the 10th level, the reward would be 1 second-tier scroll of the Book of Heaven, and after 10 hours that would be 30 second-tier scrolls. He could combine them into 3 third-tier scrolls. All 3 major permanent stacking attribute talents could be upgraded to LV4. So, should he step onto the 10th level to stack a bit more attributes and increase his strength? After all, the process of clearing the 9th level was already quite bumpy. If it were other heroes, even if their real strength was similar to Chen Shen's, they would still choose to take a step back and play it safe to avoid losing stars and levels. But Chen Shen would not retreat. Why not retreat? Naturally, it was because of one of the effects added by the buff of 6/6 Great Success. You can exit the secret realm at any time. Last night, Chen Shen had relied on it to escape from Daji's grasp. Come on, 10th level, let me see what monsters are inside. Chen Shen puffed out his chest and fearlessly stepped onto the 10th level of the illusionary Jade stage. Once again, there was a disorienting time-space teleportation, and as soon as he landed, Chen Shen skillfully began to observe his surroundings and the opponent for this battle. It's actually an arena? Chen Shen raised an eyebrow slightly. The battle arenas from the 1st to the 9th level were all set in natural environments, such as caves, swamps, hills, and wastelands. But this time, Chen Shen found himself standing on an octagonal white arena. Beneath his feet was the cold, hard granite. At each of the 8 corners of the arena stood a rust-red iron stake. Between each pair of adjacent stakes, thick iron chains, as thick as an adult's arm, were connected from top to bottom at equal intervals. The entire structure of the arena was simple, as if symbolizing a brutal fight that was straightforward and devoid of any rules. Additionally, Chen Shen also saw his opponent for this battle. Directly opposite him was a strange figure with a face wrapped in bandages, with only a single kaleidoscopic Sharingan eye exposed. This guy was emaciated, with long arms and legs, and his body and limbs were also completely wrapped in white bandages. As Chen Shen stared at the strange figure, the figure leaned against the chains, also using that eerie eye to gaze back at Chen Shen. How strange, clearly being looked at openly, yet it feels like I'm being spied on. Chen Shen inhaled sharply. This bizarre sensation made his scalp tingle. However, what was even stranger was the attributes of the figure in Chen Shen's eyes. Strange Eye Book Spirit Level, 100 Health, 50,000/50,000 Attack, 0 Magic Power, 0 Skill. Bring it on description: a book spirit resembling a mummy, possessing the power of reading. Do you think it's easy to bully? Great! The last deceased thought so too. Health so thick it's outrageous, yet both attack and magic power are 0? Even the skills are limited to just 1? Chen Shen frowned. No matter how he looked at it, this guy seemed bizarre. Chen Shen also noticed that all the monsters in the previous 9 levels were aggressive attackers. Only this guy was calmly waiting, like those flamboyantly dressed ladies in some deep alleys, never taking the initiative to attract customers because regulars would come looking for them. Since the enemy isn't moving, then I won't move either. Thus, Chen Shen and the strange figure stared at each other, each with one eye wide open, for a full minute. In the end, Chen Shen had to concede. There was no choice, there was a time limit to clear the level, and if he continued to stall, losing was the only option. Forget it, let's test the waters first. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and Chen Shen immediately transformed into a streak of lightning, enveloped in the might of thunder, darting past the strange figure. It was the instant thunder god technique he had learned upon reaching LV3. Minus 5,624, critical hit. Minus 1,438, unyielding grip, critical hit. Large blood red and blue numbers popped up above the strange figure's head, and Chen Shen's expression brightened. This damage indicated that not only were the figure's attack and magic power 0, but even its defense and magic resistance were also 0. Perhaps he had overthought it, or maybe the 10th level was indeed a reward stage? Such a mere health bag would be taken down in less than 10 seconds. In his excitement, Chen Chen did not notice the strange blue lightning that suddenly flickered in the figure's eerie right eye. The next second, the figure instantly vanished from its spot. A bolt of lightning, brighter and swifter than Chen Chen's previous attack, whooshed past him and struck behind him. Minus 10,378, critical hit. A 5-digit damage number floated above Chen Chen's head, and his health instantly dropped to just over 1,000. Ziz, ziz. Chen Chen looked down at his chest, where the white armor, along with his skin, flesh, and even bones, had vanished without a trace, leaving only a large gaping hole with arcs of electricity dancing around the edges. Hiss! Chen Chen gasped in pain, but he gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating agony as he turned and retreated, distancing himself from the strange figure. Plus 179, plus 179. The talent of the Wind of Revival took effect, and Chen Chen's health slowly began to recover. The restoration of life is not only reflected in the health bar above Chen Chen's head. In the large hole at the center of his chest, flesh granules continuously wriggle and grow, while blood vessels extend and intertwine from the walls of the cavity, gradually forming a network of veins. White bone powder accumulates little by little, building up the ribs and spine like a tower of sand. Finally, skin is generated, along with a brand new steel chest armor. This is heavenly domain, so real it feels like a game from another world. Chen Chen stands at a distance facing the monster. Strangely, after the monster unleashed an enhanced version of Instant Prison Thunder God, it did not continue its attack. Instead, it remained in place, staring intently at Chen Chen with its eerie right eye. This guy is really sinister. Chen Chen pushed aside his face shield and wiped the cold sweat that had appeared on his forehead without him noticing. The difficulty of the monsters on the 10th level far exceeded his expectations. Yes, the monster's attack power, magic strength, defense, and magic resistance are all 0, yet it can replicate the skills of heroes. After some calculations, Chen Chen discovered that this creature not only replicates but does so with double the power. If it weren't for the unyielding grip stacking an overwhelming amount of health, he would have already met his end, reverting to card form and losing stars and levels. If skills can be doubled in replication, then what about normal attacks? Chen Chen narrowed his eyes, dragging the unsharpened heavy sword step by step toward the monster. With little time left for the challenge, he couldn't wait to fully restore his health. Replication monster, I wonder how you will respond if I use a normal attack. Chen Chen stopped 3 steps away from the monster, resting the unsharpened heavy sword on his right shoulder, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He truly didn't believe that this monster could replicate even a basic attack with its only skill. Give it to me. Humph. The monster seemed to understand Chen Chen's words, and a low chuckle unexpectedly escaped from the gaps in the bandages wrapped around its head. Arrogant. Chen Chen's brows furrowed, his bent right arm suddenly straightening. The unsharpened heavy sword, measuring over 1 meter 6 and taller than Ankh, traced a graceful arc before crashing down on the monster's shoulder. Minus 1,758, critical hit. Minus 1,758, critical hit. Lucky combo. Minus 1,758, critical hit. Combo. Minus 1,758, critical hit. Combo. Lucky combo. For crimson numbers rose almost simultaneously above the monster's head. In an instant, it lost over 7,000 health. This guy is indeed a tough man, not even attempting to dodge. Even with its shoulder smashed to a pulp and bones shattered, it didn't make a sound. Just as Chen Chen felt a twinge of emotion at this, an eerie image of a heavy sword gradually appeared in the monster's strange blood-red right eye. It raised its intact right hand and flicked its wrist downward. Bang bang! The air above Chen Chen's head suddenly surged violently, rippling outward like waves. For phantoms of unsharpened heavy swords abruptly appeared, striking rhythmically against his crown. Thud 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 thud. Minus 2,400, critical hit, times 4. After being hit 4 times in a row, Chen Chen felt his head buzzing, as if he were about to suffer a concussion. The world before him began to sway, and his reaction slowed by several beats. Plus 179, plus 179. Fortunately, the powerful restorative effect of the Wind of Revival quickly dispelled all discomfort. Coming back to his senses, Chen Chen felt a wave of fear, his heart pounding incessantly, still not fully recovering from the shock. That was too close. Just now, he had only a sliver of health left. This guy can not only double replicate skills but can also replicate normal attacks? Chen Chen felt slightly irritated. Damn designer, wouldn't it be nice to slack off at work? Why go to such lengths to design these sinister monsters? The level of greed in Heavenly Domain once again exceeded Chen Chen's imagination. This is bad. The remaining time for the challenge is less than 20 seconds. Looking at the time bar shrinking like a burning cigarette, Chen Chen felt a tightness in his heart. Humph. Adding fuel to the fire, the strange person mocked Chen Chen again. Not only did he mock him, but he even raised his middle finger at him. Your skills are useless, and your basic attacks are pathetic. Damn, this guy actually looks down on me, too arrogant. Uncle can tolerate it, but Aunt can't. Chen Chen frowned, racking his brain for a way out. At the same time, he opened the panel, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over talents, skills, and even equipment. Ha! Suddenly, Chen Chen's gaze sharpened, focusing on the Earthshatter / a common level skill he had almost forgotten, which could be considered trash among trash. Got it! Time was running out, and Chen Chen immediately gripped the blunt heavy sword with both hands, raising it high. Then, he pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, slashing down at the strange person. Crack, crack, crack. As he cast this skill, Chen Chen felt an indescribable oddness and discomfort. To put it simply, it felt terrible all over. 3 seconds later, the blunt heavy sword clumsily smashed into the granite ground in front of the strange person, and in an instant, the rock shattered, sending stone fragments flying. Minus 2108, critical hit. The strange person successfully took damage. It took Chen Chen another 3 seconds to pull the sword out of the ground. Your turn. Under Chen Chen's expectant gaze, a flash of bloodlight appeared in the monster's eyes, and he indeed used his hand as a sword, ferociously unleashing Earthshatter / at Chen Chen. Then, Chen Chen saw this guy freeze like a PowerPoint presentation, his movements painfully slow. Yes, the strange person could double the skill, which meant the wind-up and recovery of Earthshatter / would go from 3 seconds to 6 seconds. Casting a skill, he was forced to control himself for 12 seconds. Roar! The strange person, still in midair, sensed something was off with the skill and let out his first roar of battle. In his blood-red single eye, a human-like anger appeared. He hadn't expected that the guy opposite him would use such a dirty trick. He struggled desperately, trying to escape the skill's casting process, but he couldn't do it. The reason was simple: while enjoying the power brought by the exclusive skill, he also had to bear the cost and risk. Since you can't move, then next, he. Chen Chen licked his lips, a hint of wickedness appearing on his face hidden behind the helmet. After being tormented for so long, it was time to vent his anger. Chen Chen raised the blunt heavy sword, and without using any skills, he smashed it down on the strange person's forehead with a bang, bang. Minus 1758, critical hit. Minus 1758, critical hit. Lucky strike. Minus 1758, critical hit. Combo. Minus 1758, critical hit. Combo. Lucky strike. In less than 5 seconds, while the strange person was still in midair, he was brutally taken down by Chen Chen. Until death, that blood-red eerie right eye could not close, glaring hatefully at Chen Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the strange person fell, the clearing reward for the 10th level also landed in Chen Chen's hands. A red demon flower, a piece of yellow paper edged with beautiful dark patterns, and a deep yellow chicken claw mud sculpture. A total of 3 rewards. The red demon flower, which was a rose that increased hero affinity, was not worth mentioning. The yellow paper was a second-tier fragment of a heavenly book, which, compared to the first tier, was not only more intricate and beautiful in appearance but also felt much more delicate. The sensation was like changing from an old person's skin to that of a middle-aged person. Heavenly book fragment, second tier, quality, black iron effect, can upgrade a talent or skill that can be leveled up from level 2 to level 3. Description: in an era so ancient that it is unknowable and untraceable, even before history was born, an incredibly terrifying war occurred. In that great battle, the quality uncertain primordial Tao Saint Universe Infinite Transformation Heavenly Book was destroyed, turning into countless fragments, which is the origin of the Heavenly Book fragments. 10 first-tier Heavenly Book fragments can be combined to form 1 second tier, 10 second tier can form 1 third tier, 10 third tier can form 1 fourth tier. And in the end, there is that inexplicable chicken claw clay sculpture. The deliberately lost chicken claw clay sculpture quality, silver effect, can be used once every 10 levels of the illusory spirit green jade steps. After use, the guardian of the scripture pavilion, sweeping monk, will find you. Current usable times: 1. This item cannot be dropped, stolen, sold, or destroyed. Description: as the guardian of the scripture pavilion, sweeping monk possesses many miraculous chapters that cannot be obtained by any other means. Whether you can obtain them depends on whether you are fated with him. The deliberately lost chicken claw clay sculpture? Sweeping monk? Chen Chen slowly nodded, as if enlightened. He remembered that in the secret realm of the Spirit Plant Valley, there was also a reclusive NPC frog immortal. It was not surprising that there was also an NPC in the Scripture Pavilion, one of the secret realms. Speaking of which, in the 4 major secret realms, the plantation that produces the Zhu fruit and the Hall of Heroes that produces hero fragments, which he had yet to visit, should also each have a miraculous NPC. As he pondered, Chen Chen was teleported out of the granite arena and arrived at the 10th level of the illusory spirit green jade steps. At this moment, there were strands of golden light flickering at the edge of the green jade steps, indicating that Chen Chen could now AFK here. As for how to AFK, the method was very simple. Chen Chen yawned, brushed off the dust and bloodstains from his armor after 10 consecutive battles, and then lay directly on the illusory spirit green jade steps. That's right, the method to AFK was to sleep. On the 10th level of the illusory spirit green jade steps, for every hour Chen Chen slept, he could obtain 1 second-tier heavenly book fragment. By the time he woke up, with the buff of 6/6 great luck, he would be able to obtain 30 fragments, just enough to level up the 3 permanent attribute stacking talents by 1 level. After his strength increased, he would be more confident in the final battle with Emperor Assam tomorrow. To be honest, sleeping on these illusory spirit green jade steps was really quite comfortable. It was cool, like sleeping on a cold jade bed. Moreover, the coolness was just right, as if a cool breeze was blowing through the shade of an old banyan tree on a scorching summer day. Refreshing, natural, and transparent. Not the kind of excessive cold that could lead to internal chill. The coolness enveloped not just the body, but also the soul and consciousness. Chen Chen lay on his back on the green jade steps, as if a gentle breeze was sweeping through his mind, blowing away all distractions, impurities, anxieties, and excitements. All emotions were carried away. The only thing left was the peaceful tranquility of watching the flowers bloom and fall in the courtyard, and the clouds roll and unfold in the sky. Gradually, Chen Chen's spirit grew more and more drowsy, and his eyelids began to droop. No, I can't sleep yet. Just as he was about to drift into dreamland, Chen Chen quickly shook his head, reached out to pat his cheeks, and struggled to stand up with willpower. This book Mountain Illusory Spirit Green Jade Steps is indeed a divine artifact, with excellent sleep-inducing effects. If it were in reality, insomnia patients would be blessed. Chen Chen silently praised, while taking out the deliberately lost chicken claw clay sculpture from his backpack. Looking at the chicken claw clay sculpture in his hand, Chen Chen's dark eyes were filled with great confusion. Undeniably, the craftsmanship of the chicken claw clay sculpture was incredibly lifelike and exquisite, whether it was the plump meat pad in the middle, the fine lines on the chicken skin, or the 4 sharp claws, all were vividly realistic, as if freshly cut from Kuan-Kuan's leg. But the problem lay here. In the Spirit Plant Valley secret realm, the frog skin could summon the frog immortal, and the connection between the two was particularly close. But chicken feet and a monk? Can these two even be related? Not to mention that the monk has the precept of abstaining from meat. Chen Chen has always believed that there is nothing difficult in the world as long as one is willing to give up. So, if he can't figure it out, he won't think about it. Please confirm whether to use the deliberately lost chicken feet clay sculpture to summon the sweeping old monk. Confirm. As the only opportunity of the chicken feet clay sculpture was used, a gray light beam suddenly descended upon the 10th level of the illusory spirit green jade steps. Who? Cough cough. The light beam was blown away in one breath, revealing the person inside. It was an old monk dressed in a tattered gray robe, which was patched all over but still had holes that weren't covered. The old monk had an unremarkable face, rough skin, and a short stature, looking no different from an ordinary old man. Behind him was a long bamboo broom, and hanging from his chest was a bulging storage bag, the contents of which were unknown. Moreover, the sharp-eyed Chen Chen noticed that there were still oil stains at the corner of the old monk's mouth that hadn't been wiped clean. Cough cough cough. This poor monk greets you. Upon seeing Chen Chen, the old monk clasped his hands and bowed, surprisingly polite in his greeting. After the bow, the old monk raised his eyes to examine Chen Chen. The more he looked, the more astonished his wise eyes became. This poor monk never expected that the little benefactor, with the lowest white qualification and a combat power of less than 1700, could break through level after level on this poor monk's illusory spirit green jade steps, cough cough cough, even reaching the 10th level. For many long years, the little benefactor is the first person I have seen with such weak strength to step onto the 10th level. Truly remarkable. The little benefactor is physically disabled but has a strong will, with a sound mind despite the body's limitations. Truly moves this poor monk. Cough cough. The old monk's first sentence made Chen Chen's heart bloom with joy, and he unconsciously puffed out his chest a bit. Indeed, I am somewhat remarkable. But the second sentence made Chen Chen's face darken. What does it mean to be physically disabled but strong in will? What is he disabled in? Can he not speak? Chen Chen wanted to explode in anger, but after glancing at the old monk's attributes, he quickly chose to endure. Sweeping old monk level? Life? Attack? Skills? Introduction. Guardian of the Scripture Pavilion, one of the 4 basic secret realms, and master of the divine artifact illusory spirit green jade steps. Once had a glorious past, but later chose to live in seclusion here for unknown reasons. A pile of question marks. How could Chen Chen provoke him? So he humbly responded, "Senior, you flatter me, I am merely lucky." Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, the sweeping old monk inexplicably coughed 3 times in a row. Chen Chen furrowed his brows in confusion. Why is Senior coughing? Did I say something wrong? Upon hearing this, a glint of mischief flashed in the old monk's eyes. Cough, cough, cough. Little benefactor, you may not know, but I have had this throat itch since I was young, and I can't stop coughing. For decades, I have tried various remedies, but there has been no improvement. Only in the village's century-old brand, Brother Lay's Chicken Feet Shop, do they sell a delicacy called secretly made boneless chicken feet, which can relieve my throat itch when I use it to scratch my throat. As he spoke, the sweeping old monk licked the oil stain at the corner of his mouth with a look of reminiscence. Chen Chen. At this moment, his speechlessness was a deafening roar in his heart. Chen Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he scanned the old monk over and over again. He couldn't fathom that this seemingly simple and reclusive monk would say such things. What does it mean to scratch an itchy throat with boneless chicken feet? Who taught you to organize your words like this? Those boneless chicken feet must have gone into your stomach. Hey, little benefactor, don't be so surprised. In the vast world of the heavens, anything is possible. Having this terminal illness is not what this poor monk wishes for. Little benefactor, please show some compassion and help this poor monk escape from the sea of suffering. I will surely repay you with a good gift. Seeing that Chen Chen didn't believe him at all, the old monk sweeping the floor immediately revealed a sorrowful expression. While pleading in a low voice, he also patted the bulging bag hanging from his chest. Chen Chen's eyes twitched, but with his little white card, how could he dare to expose the tricks of the living Buddha in front of him? There was no choice. I can only do my best to perform in this act you want. Senior, I would be very willing to save you from the sea of suffering, but I don't have any boneless chicken feet on me? Let me correct you, it's not boneless chicken feet, it's secret boneless chicken feet from Jueyin Jiao Jiao. Chen Chen, calm down, calm down. After taking several deep breaths, Chen Chen suppressed the impulse to punch the bald monk in front of him. He continued, it's fine, since I don't have the secret boneless chicken feet from Jueyin Jiao Jiao, I must have some starstones, right? Could the little benefactor spare me 10,000 starstones? I can go to Brother Lay's Chicken Feet Shop to buy it myself, so you don't have to trouble yourself. Of course, the Buddha speaks of cause and effect. Since you have helped this poor monk, I naturally have a good gift to offer in return. After saying this, the old monk sweeping the floor stared intently at Chen Chen, his eyes filled with a greedy glint, completely devoid of the wisdom he had shown earlier. Smack! Chen Chen slapped his forehead, finally understanding what was going on. Alas, the road of reality is complicated, and the road of games is even more slippery. Chen Chen suddenly realized that the longest road he had walked in his life was the tricks of others. That's right. What a terminal illness with a scratchy throat. What secret boneless chicken feet from Jueyin Jiao Jiao. It's all a trick. It's this black-hearted game trying to trick players into spending money. Chen Chen was furious, cursing inwardly. Who developed this black-hearted game? The tricks to deceive players into spending money are numerous, and the techniques are profound. 10,000 starstones, a full 1,000 Dian coins, just to buy some broken chicken feet? This black-hearted game is truly money-crazed. Chen Chen glanced at the upper right corner of Encore's backpack. Copper coins, 859. Starstones, 0. A big fat 0. Currently, the only way to obtain starstones is through recharging. As a zero recharge player, Encore had not a single starstone on her. Thus, under the greedy gaze of the old monk sweeping the floor, Chen Chen shook his head and spread his hands. I'm sorry, senior, but I don't have 10,000 starstones. Upon hearing this, the old monk suddenly leaned in close, his nose twitching. Sniff, sniff. Then he slowly backed away, the greed in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a hint of disdain. This poor monk did not smell a lie from you. It turns out your poverty is not a disguise. Chen Chen felt a lump in his heart. Why did that sound a bit uncomfortable? It's a pity that the best reward is beyond your reach. The old monk shook his head and sighed, slightly opening the dusty, old bag hanging from his chest. Wow! In an instant, brilliant colors filled the air. The entire scripture pavilion was bathed in a magnificent rainbow light. Chen Chen was momentarily stunned, then focused his gaze on the bag. Through the gap, he saw a colorful starry sky. In the starry sky, pages of all shapes and sizes had sprouted wings, soaring freely like living creatures, playing and chasing each other. This magical scene left Chen Chen speechless. Little benefactor, when walking outside, it's best not to look around recklessly. The old monk sweeping the floor warned Chen Chen meaningfully, then with his withered left hand, he slapped the bag. In an instant, the gap closed, the brilliance faded, and everything that had just happened felt like a dream. At this moment, the old monk held up a silver-white scroll taken from the bag, waving it in front of Chen Chen. The poor little benefactor, it seems you can't produce 10,000 starstones. This monk is also unable to indulge in a feast. Cough cough. I can no longer use the secret recipe boneless chicken feet to relieve my throat itch, which is a dire condition. Then this monk can only settle for second best and choose the secret recipe red oil boneless chicken feet, which only costs 1,000 starstones. If you can provide 1,000 starstones, this silver-grade fragment of enlightenment will be gifted to you. Observing the scroll in the old monk's hand, Chen Chen curiously asked, "What is the fragment of enlightenment? Silver grade? Is there a higher grade?" Perhaps tired from standing, the old monk took the broom from behind him, laid it flat on one side of the jade steps, and then sat down on the broom's head. He tilted his head back and began to explain to Chen Chen. The fragment of enlightenment is a type of celestial book fragment. As the name suggests, it can enlighten talents or skills, granting them new effects. As for the grade, if you can produce 10,000 starstones, I would gift you a gold grade fragment of enlightenment. Compared to the silver grade, its success rate is significantly higher. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen's expression began to change. Is it just the success rate that differs? The old monk looked at him as if he were a fool. Little benefactor, that is a grave misunderstanding. I have 3 types of fragments in hand. The gold grade fragment of enlightenment has a success rate of 20%, the silver grade has a success rate of 10%. As for the bronze grade fragment of enlightenment, it has only a 1% chance of success, making it the most useless. Although the differences lie only in the success rates, that is enough to greatly widen their value. A glimmer of understanding appeared in Chen Chen's eyes. So that's how it is. The old monk, however, grew somewhat impatient. Little benefactor, you don't have 10,000 starstones, but you must have 1,000, right? Quickly bring it. This monk's throat itches terribly. Cough cough cough. As he spoke, the old monk shamelessly extended his right hand towards Chen Chen. Faced with such a blatant demand for money, Chen Chen was once again at a loss for words. But today, he was determined to be that leopard-headed free player. Senior, I must lay my cards on the table and tell you the truth. As for starstones, I don't have even a single one, let alone 1,000. If the bronze grade fragment of enlightenment still requires starstones to obtain, then please leave quickly. As soon as Chen Chen finished speaking, the old monk instantly stood up from the jade steps. His eyes darkened as he stared at Chen Chen. So, you mean to say that you want to spend 100 copper coins to buy the bitter and astringent herbal boneless chicken feet for this monk? Chen Chen's face lit up with joy. There was hope. Yes, yes, yes. He nodded repeatedly. Cough cough. Little benefactor, you may not know, but this monk only uses the secret recipe chicken feet or secret recipe red oil boneless chicken feet to scratch his throat. Using anything else makes me cough, the old monk said to Chen Chen in a warning tone. However, Chen Chen's next words infuriated him to the point of wanting to swing the broom and smack Chen Chen's mouth. But, senior, you are already coughing. If I may be so bold, the first 2 chicken feet are both spicy and oily, and you eat them often, your throat coughs lightly, and if it hasn't rotted away, that's just luck. The herbal boneless chicken feet is so good, the herbs are gentle and nourishing for the throat, making it truly suitable for you. What's a little bitterness? Isn't there a saying that good medicine tastes bitter? The old monk was so angry he nearly turned red, trembling as he pointed at Chen Chen. You little brat! You! What strength did he have? How could he be harmed by mere mortals? Coughing was just an act. But he couldn't refute it, because Chen Chen's words were flawless in both reason and emotion. Next, I want to see what you can conjure up. With that, Chen Chen spent 100 copper coins to exchange for a bronze-level transformation fragment, along with the sweeping monk's eager gaze. That night, he sold many gold-level transformation fragments, but most of the heroes who bought them failed to transform. Not to mention the bronze-level transformation fragments with a mere 1% success rate. If this poor little monk could succeed, he would eat the broom on the spot. Regret for not spending more money. Just as the sweeping monk was reveling in his misfortune, ready to enjoy the disappointment on Chen Chen's face, a green beam of light suddenly rose from above Chen Chen's head, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of vitality pouring forth. No way? He actually succeeded? Frustration, anger, shock. At that moment, the sweeping monk's heart was a mix of emotions. Compared to him, those who spent 10,000 starstones but failed to transform became pure fools. I didn't expect the special effect from the transformation to be so powerful. On the other side, Chen Chen's pupils constricted, equally astonished. After much contemplation, Chen Chen transformed his talent, Unyielding Grip. The newly added special effect brought him great surprise. Unyielding Grip, LV3 every 9 seconds. your next attack will deal spell damage equal to 6% of your maximum health and permanently increase your maximum health by 30 points. It can stack up to 80 times per day. Supreme Transformation, 1/10 reduces percentage damage taken by 10%. Unyielding Grip can permanently stack health, belonging to the survival type talents. Therefore, the special effect derived from it is closely related to survival. It is no exaggeration to say that reducing percentage damage taken is a special effect that all tanks and meat shield warriors dream of obtaining. What is the nightmare of tanks and meat shields? It is neither armor penetration nor true damage. Their eternal nightmare, their greatest weakness, their absolute nemesis is only 1% damage. In the face of percentage damage, whether it's 10,000 health, 100,000 health, or 1 million health, there is no difference. Percentage damage is the merciless blade specifically designed to slaughter tanks and meat shields. Originally, Shin did not want to be a tank who would be beaten up while still alive. But who could blame him for possessing the unyielding grip talent that could stack massive health? Forced into a corner, he reluctantly became a captive of percentage damage. However, from now on, the times have changed. He would become a tank without a nemesis, an absolutely solid meat shield. But there was one thing that Shen was very unhappy about. Senior, may I dare to suggest, are you being a bit too stingy? Is a transformation special effect so meager that 1/10 is not enough? It feels like scratching through gloves, not satisfying at all. Shen mustered his courage and spoke to the sweeping monk, who was still immersed in his gloom. What? You little brat, you better clarify for me, is the special effect you transformed only 1/10? Unexpectedly, after hearing Shen's complaint, the sweeping monk's temper flared up like a monkey from a May mountain. His eyes widened to the limit, his emaciated chest heaving violently, and he even exhaled 2 long streams of white vapor from his nose. This expression was even more exaggerated than when he saw Shen succeed with a 1% probability. Why yes, what's the problem? Shen was also startled by the sweeping monk's reaction, swallowing hard and stammering. Ha ha ha, the sweeping monk laughed, purely out of anger. At that moment, looking at Shen's bewildered expression, he wished he could tear the other's face apart. What's the problem? The problem is huge. Only the sweeping monk knew that after the talent and skills were transformed through the fragment, there could be 2 types of new special effects generated: ordinary effects, and the Supreme Heaven effects. The Supreme Heaven effects are far rarer and more powerful than ordinary effects, but the probability of occurrence is only 0.001%. Moreover, the Supreme Heaven effects can only be obtained through point transformation. They cannot be attached to equipment or items at all. Additionally, whether it's a bronze level, silver level, or gold level point transformation fragment, the success rate is only 0.001%. But now, the probability that countless wealthy individuals have failed to trigger has been activated by this stingy, poor kid in front of me. As for why it's only 1/10, it's because the Supreme Heaven effect is too strong. A mere fragment cannot fully transform it. Ordinary effects can be completely transformed, but in the face of the incomplete Supreme Heaven effect, they aren't even worthy of looking up. Damn it, this stinky kid, did he save the whole world in his past life? Otherwise, how could his fortune be so deep? What a loss, this poor monk has lost big tonight. The sweeping monk was extremely frustrated, even losing the mood to eat chicken feet. Senior, why are you just laughing without saying anything? The effects that the younger generation lacks, you need to make up for them. Seeing the sweeping monk only smiling, Shen couldn't help but remind him. Make up? This poor monk will make you a amatba. Get lost, hurry up and roll, this poor monk gets angry just seeing you. Shen's clueless demeanor only made the sweeping monk even more irritated, his anger rising. I'm not leaving, not only am I not leaving, but I'm also going to lie down. Although he couldn't understand why the sweeping monk's attitude towards him suddenly became so bad, it was impossible for him to leave. He still needed to hang up. So, Shen lay straight on the illusory spirit green jade steps and fell asleep. Fine. If you're not leaving, then this poor monk will leave. The sweeping monk was in a terrible mood. The one he least expected turned out to perform the best. Anyone would have a heart attack over this. He quickly picked up the broom, tightened the storage bag on his chest, and casually waved his hand. Buzz! A grayish space door suddenly appeared on the 11th level of the illusory spirit green jade steps. Stinky kid! Just as he was about to ascend the steps, the sweeping monk suddenly turned around and lightly kicked Shen before entering the space door. The scripture pavilion returned to silence. Shen slept soundly, his shiny armor covered in a layer of golden light. The dim golden glow fell from an unknown height of the dome, and not only the armor was gilded, but also the layers of illusory spirit green jade steps spiraling upwards. In this golden light, time flowed neither fast nor slow. 10 hours later, Chen Chen woke up naturally. He opened his eyes, stretched, and then claimed his hanging rewards. 10 black iron-level fragments of heavenly books were placed into his backpack, and under the buff of 6/6 great smoothness, they instantly turned into 30. Then, Chen Chen decisively combined them into 3 bronze-level fragments of heavenly books. He then upgraded all 3 permanent stacking attributes to LV4. Indestructible Grip, LV3 LV4 every 9-8. 5 seconds, your next attack will deal spell damage equal to 6% 5% of your maximum health and permanently increase your maximum health by 3040 points. Up to 80160 stacks can be accumulated each day. Supreme Heaven Transformation, 1/10 percentage damage received is reduced by 10%. The stacking count of Indestructible Grip continued to double, and Chen Chen was overjoyed. Although this meant an increase in effort, as long as he could become stronger, what did a little hardship matter? As for the Supreme Heaven Transformation, although it was an incomplete version, it didn't stop there. Every time he cleared 10 levels of the Illusory Spirit Green Jade Steps, he could summon the Sweeping Monk once. At that time, if he gave him another bitter and astringent herbal boneless chicken feet, he could exchange for transformation fragments to continue improving. In comparison, the improvement in practical training and learning to spell is somewhat lacking. Practical training, LV3 LV4 permanently increases attack power by 3/4 for each creature killed, can be stacked a maximum of 4050 times per day. Learning to spell, LV3 LV4 permanently increases spell power by 3/4 for each creature killed, can be stacked a maximum of 4050 times per day. However, being able to increase 200 points of attack and spell power each day is still quite good. Naturally, talents that can stack attributes are best improved as early as possible. The remaining Wind of Resurrection, along with a series of passive and active skills, will have to wait until tomorrow night to return to this place to grind. But why tomorrow night and not tonight? Because tonight he is returning to the Spirit Plant Valley Secret Realm. That's right, mainly because he doesn't have enough jelly. Chen Chen glanced at his backpack, which contained 56 pieces of bronze quality, high-quality slime herb gelatin jelly, and a few scattered orchid herbs. Each piece of bronze jelly provides 45 points of spiritual power, and to avoid losing favor, Chen Chen must maintain his human form at all times, consuming 32 pieces of jelly each day. If he doesn't go to the Spirit Plant Valley Secret Realm tonight to replenish the orchid herbs, he will be forced to stay locked up in a small dark room tomorrow. Therefore, sending heroes to specific secret realms each day tests the player's planning ability. I should go out and see this silly summoner. Just as the secret realm was about to close, Chen Chen used the escape function of the buff 6/6 Great Luck in advance. A white beam of light enveloped him. Whoosh! The next second, both the light beam and the person vanished. Outside the novice village, on the slime plains where the wind blew and the grass swayed, Chen Chen met up with Encore, who was dressed in a slime suit, looking like a little furry bear. Big Can. The little lowly's face was beaming with joy at their long-awaited reunion, completely forgetting yesterday's naming incident. She eagerly scampered over with her short legs and leaped into Chen Chen's arms like a dove seeking warmth. Summoner, did you stay up late again? The attentive Chen Chen noticed that Encore had 2 round dark circles under her eyes. Encore shyly turned her head, her delicate lips murmuring a weak, mosquito-like sound. Clang! Chen Chen slapped his helmet, suddenly remembering that his summoner was financially struggling in reality. A poor little thing. Last night, she must have taken on another part-time job. He needed to quickly brainstorm and think of some quick and profitable ways to earn money. Gently setting Encore down, Chen Chen looked up at the drifting white clouds and began to ponder. Unfortunately, he learned from players' casual chats yesterday that the free trading function between players would only unlock after leaving the novice village for the main city, and the prerequisite for going to the main city was to complete the first evolution. Otherwise, why would he be racking his brain? He would have had Encore sell the extra equipment in her backpack long ago. How big can? I'm so sleepy. I want to be held by you and sleep like yesterday. At this moment, Encore quietly reached out her small hand, grabbing Chen Chen's left arm and gently shaking it in a spoiled manner. Chen Chen stopped his frantically spinning brain and looked at Encore in confusion. Is that okay? The little lowly's face flushed, her gaze darting away from Chen Chen, but her soft voice contained a very determined attitude. It would be my honor, summoner. Chen Chen felt he should fulfill the little request of the summoner, but he was quite puzzled inside. In his human form, he was wearing a set of all-around protective white armor. To put it bluntly, he was just a lump of iron. Would it really be comfortable to be held to sleep by someone like him? Indeed, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, and one cannot fathom it. However, since it was a small whim of the summoner's power, he decided to indulge her. So, Chen Chen sat on the dewy, still slightly damp grass, holding the already curled up and prepared Encore. I must say, having a loli in my arms and a gentle breeze by my side, this kind of life is quite pleasant and leisurely. If it weren't for the pairs of red eyes around and the annoying noise, it would be even better. What the hell? How can I see such an enviable, shameless scene right after logging in? It really infuriates me. My faith has collapsed. I never expected that the legendary greatsword master, who is famous online as humble body, ambitious spirit, is actually a dead loli fan. Damn it! I can't take it anymore. I also want to hold a fragrant, soft little loli. Can I? I don't believe I can't draw a loli hero. For more than an hour, while other players were busy grinding monsters and leveling up in preparation for the final battle with Emperor Assam in the afternoon, Shen Shen and Encore did nothing. So comfortable, thank you, Big Can. Finally, Encore stretched her little lazy body and woke up refreshed. Here for you, flowers. The first thing she did upon waking was to give Chen Shen all the red demon flowers he had received last night, not leaving a single one behind. Yes, that's how much she was spoiled. Chen Shen's affection for the little loli immediately skyrocketed, of course, just the one displayed on the panel. Thank you for your affection, summoner. Chen Shen's face twitched involuntarily. A scene of a beloved concubine being rewarded by the emperor inexplicably flashed in his mind. What a strange feeling, go away. Chen Shen was covered in goosebumps and hurriedly drove away some terrifying thoughts, then looked at the affection panel. Upon seeing it, his sword-like brows raised slightly. The affection level actually increased? Affection 60130 point stage, acquaintance, first stage, knot of friendship, second stage, effect, when fighting together with the summoner, both parties attributes plus 1% 3%. Special note, each time the hero maintains a combat form for 24 consecutive hours, the summoner's affection plus 10, otherwise minus 100, minimum 0, stranger. Reaching the 10th stage, life and death bond, will unlock special functions. Not bad, a small boost in strength. Compared to Chen Shen's indifference, Encore was much more excited. Yay! Yay! She bounced around like a little rabbit, her face full of anticipation. She was already at the second stage, getting one step closer to unlocking special functions at the 10th stage. Suddenly, Encore seemed to think of something, hands on her hips, and proudly said to Chen Shen, Big Can, I've learned how to claim the 7-day login reward. Impressive, right? Chen. Looking at the little loli's praise me expression, Shen Shen could only force himself to say, that's impressive. But, summoner, what login reward did you get today? Can I see it? Shen Shen asked curiously. He remembered that yesterday's login reward was a random skill chest for the summoner, and Encore had opened the super powerful skill, Kidney Explosion Fist, from it. Today's reward shouldn't be too bad either. Here, for you. Encore straightforwardly handed a soft blue and white ticket to Chen Shen. Chen Shen took it and instantly turned dark. Growth Fund 20% discount voucher quality, Black Iron effect. After use, the Summoner's Growth Fund, originally needing 8,000 Starstones to purchase, will be reduced to 6,400 Starstones. Description: I shouldn't continue living in this world, Summoner, use me. Hurry, I can't wait anymore. It's so unexpected, so unexpected. The deceitful tactics of the black-hearted game to extract money are simply pervasive. Giving out discount coupons to encourage spending is no different from handing out abortion vouchers to make people get pregnant. Summoner, can this thing be destroyed? It's just taking up space in the backpack. Chen Shen raised the discount coupon in his hand. Let me see. Yes, it can be. And Cora drowsily searched around and finally found a small trash can icon in the lower right corner of her backpack. Then let's destroy it. Chen Shan reached out to return the discount coupon to Encore. No! Suddenly, a sharp cry rang out. Immediately, a small figure flew out from Encore's underwear and snatched the discount coupon away. What do you mean, little money-sucking sprite? Chen Shen glared at Eve, who had suddenly appeared. This guy only shows up when it comes to spending money. No way, I won't let you destroy it. Eve unabashedly met Chen Shen's gaze, her bright blue eyes filled with hostility, and her four thin, transparent crystal wings buzzed incessantly. She tightly clutched the discount coupon with her delicate arms, almost squeezing it into a single line. While holding the discount coupon and keeping a wary eye on Chen Shen, Eve flapped her wings in a strange frequency and pattern, her fair and exquisite shoulder blades fluttering like a butterfly. Then Chen Shen was stunned by the next scene. Eve actually flew backward in the air, gliding right up to Encore's ear. What kind of flying technique is this? It doesn't seem to comply with aerodynamics, does it? Newton's coffin lid is about to be unable to hold it down. Seeing that Chen Shen was astonished by her backward flying skill, a hint of pride flashed in Eve's eyes. This flying technique could only be mastered by pure-blooded, highly talented elven royalty. Even her sisters couldn't do it. Once Eve successfully approached Encore, she immediately began to tirelessly persuade her, her little mouth chattering nonstop. Dear Summoner, just spend a little money and use the discount coupon. Eve is a beautiful and kind little sprite, never lies, and the growth fund is truly the most worthwhile recharge project. Come on, recharging is a wonderful thing. Eve's charming face was filled with sincerity, her words incredibly earnest, and her eyes even glimmered with tears. For just 8,000 starstones, you can get the highest return on investment in the world. After purchasing the growth fund, starting from level 0, for every 10 levels you gain, you can receive 8,000 starstones, continuing all the way to level 200. The total return rate is as high as 2,000%. Aren't you tempted, Summoner? If you can't afford it, I suggest you borrow from other summoners. No matter what, you must recharge. But no matter how beautifully Eve spoke, Encore remained firm. No recharge, no money. Originally, Chen Chen was leisurely watching the show, but gradually, he noticed that Eve was getting more and more anxious, and in the end, she even became furious, her face turning as red as a cooked shrimp. Dear Summoner, you really won't recharge, will you? Woo-woo. Eve is finished, Eve is finished. You are all finished too. Soon, Mother will activate the Eliminate Zero recharge plan, just wait and see. Humph. Upon hearing this, Encore instantly widened her eyes in shock, tears welling up. Eliminate Zero recharge? Did that mean she and the Big Ken would become desperate lovers? How could it be like this? Chen Chen was also taken aback, then clenched his teeth. Damn black-hearted game, did they finally think there were too many free players? Were they finally going to fix the bug that allowed playing without spending money? But seeing the little loli about to cry, Eve's anger dissipated, and her heart softened. It's not like that, dear Summoner, you misunderstood. It's not about physical elimination. In short, you'll understand when the time comes. After saying this, Eve, who knew that this attempt to induce a recharge had little hope of success, dejectedly burrowed back into Anchor's underwear. She only comforted Anchor. As for the useless Iron Man behind, who cares about him? If the plan is implemented and the summoner still refuses to spend money, then they will be taken back to the Elf clan, where Mother will teach that detestable Iron Man a lesson. Eve had already begun to doze off, while Chen Chen still didn't grasp the meaning of her words. It wasn't about eliminating the zero-spending players on a physical level, but rather making them spend money. But what kind of miraculous plan could make a penny pincher or someone too poor to spend money actually put money into the game? At this point, Chen Chen had another question he couldn't figure out, but now wasn't the time to think about these things. Summoner, we've wasted quite a bit of time, we should hurry up and level up. Let's go, we're off to fight slimes. Thus, Shin Shin took Anchor away from the slime plains and headed to the gathering place of high-level monsters, the ruins of the Slime Empire. The outer area of the ruins of the Slime Empire was populated with slime-like monsters ranging from level 20 to 50. The inner area was filled with monsters from level 50 to 80. The core circle, where Emperor Assam's palace was located, had monsters ranging from level 80 to 100. In order to reach the current stage's maximum level as quickly as possible, Chen Shen and Anchor headed straight for the core circle. During this time, Chen Shen's eyes darted around, searching for the target of his epic quest, the old village chief's sister, Lisa. However, he still hadn't seen even a shadow of her. This time's search quest is really a pain. The old village chief isn't being very helpful, not even giving a hint. Chen Shen grumbled as he and Anchor arrived at the core circle, a wetland rich in water plants, with somewhat sticky soil. A slight turn of his head to the left revealed the pure white palace a few hundred meters away. You have discovered a new area, Bobo Wetland. The system's prompt sounded in his ears, but Chen Chen frowned. Because all around him was nothing but muddy water and grass, he hadn't seen a single monster. Did the monsters here just respawn? Are they in a refresh cooldown? It seems like there are monsters over there. Chen Chen looked to the right and, with hawk-like vision, spotted a dense cluster of pink figures a few hundred meters away. Summoner, follow me. Stepping on the sticky mud, Chen Chen walked eastward, the ground making a squelch-squelch sound with each step. Anchor, feeling playful, kept stepping into the pits left by Chen Shen's iron boots, having a great time. Ouch! Suddenly, while focusing on looking down, Anchor bumped into Chen Shen's lower back. Yes, Chen Shen had stopped abruptly, because besides the sound of his feet in the mud, he heard another sound. The noise was coming from a confrontation between two groups of players not far to the left front. One side had more than 20 people, all with IDs starting with Ghost Shadow, led by a young man wearing a black scarf and wielding a pair of light purple daggers, looking fierce. The young man's ID was Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind, the right-hand man of Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper. The other side had only 3 people, 2 of whom Chen Chen recognized. They were actually the 2 founders of the Clothless Alliance, Agu and Tian Sholian. Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind held a dagger in his right hand, licking the edge of the dagger with his tongue. His eyes were maliciously fixed on the three people across from him. More precisely, he was staring at the small-statured Egu. "Humph, unappreciative poor fool, I'll give you one last chance. Join my Ghost Shadow Guild, or die." Without a second thought, Egu shook his head in refusal. "I have no interest in your guild leader." But he hadn't finished speaking when he was impatiently interrupted by Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind, who waved his hand. "If the president doesn't force you, it's because he's magnanimous. But I'm not our president. If you dare to say a word of no, I have plenty of strength and means. For example, I can have my brothers surround you and kill you, making sure you can never level up and will forever be stuck in the novice village." As soon as the words fell, over 20 players behind Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind instantly scattered and formed a circle around Egu and the others in a well-trained formation. "How can you be so unreasonable? Just because you spend more money, you can do whatever you want?" Tian Xiaolian stepped forward, her pretty face filled with anger. "Sorry, little sister, but having money really does allow you to do as you please. Don't say it's you guys." Even that zero-spending orange sweet, who was seen as a role model by many poor players, with her broken white card, would have to kneel and bow down in front of me if she encountered me. Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind licked his dagger and said proudly, "Oh, is that so? I would like to see how you make me kneel and submit." Suddenly, a cold and sharp voice, like the biting wind of winter, pierced into Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind's ears and soul. Startled by the sudden voice, Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind's right hand trembled involuntarily. Hiss! In a moment of carelessness, his tongue was cut by the sharp edge of the dagger. -20, -20, -20. Second in command, you're poisoned. Seeing the green numbers popping up above Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind's head, one of his subordinates whispered a reminder. "Do I not know?" Hiss! Why do you have to say so much? Slap yourself 50 times. Taking advantage of his subordinate's slap on his own face, Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind turned his body around. The remaining 20 or so members of the Ghost Shadow Guild also focused their gazes in one direction. Standing at a height of 192 meters, clad in exquisite white heavy armor that armed him from toe to head, was a unique, 1.6 meter long, pitch-black sword with a dangerous green sheen along its edge, a blunt heavy sword. It couldn't be wrong. It absolutely couldn't be wrong. The one who had come was none other than the Sword of Fearlessness, the pioneer of common players, the inspiring model of determination, the legendary heavy swordsman. In short, there were many titles, but they all referred to the same person, the white card hero of Summoner Orange Suite. White card heavy swordsman, you. How did you end up here? What I said just now is just nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. A hint of panic flashed across Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind's face as he swallowed hard, his voice hoarse. Chen, however, smiled mockingly. "Oh, nonsense? Weren't you very arrogant just now? You were haughty before and humble after. It makes one laugh." Seeing that the other party not only didn't appreciate it but also refused to back down, even mocking him, a ruthless glint crossed Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind's eyes. At that moment, "Great! The president is here. We're saved." Tian Xiaolian waved excitedly at Chun Shen, her long braided hair bouncing joyfully. "President?" Upon hearing this, Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind's expression instantly darkened, the veins on his forehead bulging. At that moment, he looked like a demon crawling out of hell, his face twisted with rage. Before Chen Shen arrived, he had advised Egu and the others several times, of course, each time ending in failure. The reason was always the same: they had already joined another guild. Originally, he thought it was just an excuse. Now it seemed it was true. "Daring to steal people from my Ghost Shadow Guild, you have quite the guts." Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind glared fiercely at Chun Shen, his anger overshadowing his fear of the latter's strength. He had always been the one to take from others, whether it was territory, tasks, equipment, or treasures. When will the Ghost Shadow Guild be able to have others disturb the ground under the Grand Duke's feet? White card heavy swordman, I know your strength is extraordinary, but behind me, there are more than 20 brothers. Weren't you the one who rallied a bunch of poor losers to besiege our guild leader yesterday? Now, I'll return the favor and let you taste what it's like to be surrounded and beaten. I don't believe you can take on so many of us. Brothers, charge! Tear him apart and turn him into minced meat. With a command from Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind, more than 20 players from the Ghost Shadow Guild slapped their card packs and summoned their heroes. Clatter! In an instant, over 40 people rushed towards Chen Shen, intending to engulf him with sheer numbers. "Zhuanzhu, you go too." Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind opened his card pack and pulled out a purple card, tossing it into the air. In a flash of purple light, an assassin dressed in black knight gear materialized. "SR, Assassin Wooly Blade? Zhuanzhu, 8 stars, level 77, reporting for duty." As soon as he landed, the Night Gear assassin closed in on Chun Shen at an incredible speed. The heroes of the Ghost Shadow Guild were at least blue cards, and their energy consumption was at least 3 times that of Chen Shen. Therefore, to save jelly, they usually kept their cards in the pack and only summoned them during battle. Seeing that Chen Chen was about to face 1v40, Tian Xiaolian became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and Agu's expression was grave. Although the guild leader was not an ordinary white card and had even taken a hit from the SSR overlord Xiangyu yesterday without dying, this was not a one-on-one fight. The enemy was shamelessly ganging up on him. With so many ants, they could kill an elephant, and the guild leader was likely in grave danger. Guild leader, run. As long as the Green Mountains remain, you need not fear the firewood will run out. Guild leader, you don't need to worry about us. Both Tian Xiaolian and Agu believed that the guild leader's life was the priority. Cards are not players. There is no so-called newbie protection period. Once killed, they would definitely lose stars and levels and enter a long 24-hour summoning cooldown. Only a third person among them, who had remained silent from the beginning, stood with his hands behind his back, facing away from the world, exuding an air of a master. Run? A bunch of little karami, do they even qualify? Facing the wolf-like ferocity of the approaching enemies, Chen Chen didn't even budge an inch. The attacks from the Ghost Shadow Guild poured down on him as expected. -1, -23, -206, critical hit, -8, but the damage they dealt left them utterly terrified. Among them, the assassin Wooly Blade? Zhuanzhu unleashed his ultimate move, Bone-Piercing Strike, and the damage barely broke into 3 digits. What left them even more desperate was what came next. +179, +179. The health bar of that white card heavy swordman barely dropped a little, and on top of that, a high health recovery number popped up every second that made them curse. Freak. This is simply a freak. That guy's health can't be over 10,000, right? My blue card is just over 3,000. Rarity fraud, this is pure rarity fraud. I want to report this. I want to take it to the top. The players of the Ghost Shadow Guild were stunned, as they felt a strong sense of absurdity. The one being besieged was not a low-level white card, but a terrifying boss. Have you all had enough? Now, it's my turn to strike. When his health dropped to over 9,000, Chen Chen lifted his eyelids and decisively unleashed the Polar Whirlwind Slash. He instantly transformed into a high-speed spinning top, his unsharpened heavy sword creating a blur of afterimages, and the powerful wind pressure forced the water plants to bow low, even causing the wet ground beneath him to sink an inch. -1,332, critical hit. -1,466, critical hit. -1,579, critical hit. The first battle after the Polar Whirlwind Slash reached LV3 was spectacular, spinning 7 times in 3 seconds, with each rotation dealing over 1,000 damage. Not to mention that after 7 rotations, the players from the Ghost Shadow Guild couldn't even withstand the 3rd rotation and fell to the ground. Souls, with faces filled with fear, floated up from the corpses. A series of system notification sounds echoed in Chen Chen's ears. You have killed Ghost Shadow Little 2, level 67, gaining 871 experience points, permanently increasing 40 health, for attack, and 4 spell power. You have killed Hero Assassin Wooly Blade? Shuozhu, level 77, gaining 1001 experience points, permanently increasing 40 health, for attack, and 4 spell power. You have killed Ghost Shadow Little 3, level 72, gaining 936 experience points, permanently increasing 40 health, for attack, and 4 spell power. Indeed, Chen Chen realized that killing players and heroes could also stack the 3 major talents. Moreover, today's attack and spell power limits were directly maxed out, both increasing by 200 points, while health could still continue to stack. Additionally, the generous experience they provided allowed Chen Chen to level up from 82 to 84. You have leveled up from 82 to 83, health +5, mana +3, attack +2, defense +2, magic resistance +2, speed +1. You have successfully triggered the talent, Minion Luck, gaining the above growth once more. You have leveled up from 83 to 84. Soon, all the players besieging him fell to the ground with a thud, except for Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind, who, seeing the situation was not right, furrowed his brow and retreated behind the crowd. But could he escape? Chen Chen dragged his unsharpened heavy sword, carving a deep trench in the ground, step by step approaching him. More than 20 brothers and their heroes couldn't take you down together? You must be using hacks. Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind's face still bore traces of horror. Dead men don't need to know so much. Chen Chen raised his unsharpened heavy sword from above. No, you can't kill me. I am from the Ghost Shadow Guild. Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind began to threaten, his tone fierce yet weak. He didn't want to die because even if he could be resurrected, the pain of death was very real. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong way to beg for mercy. Before he could finish speaking, he was physically transcended by 6 strikes of the unsharpened heavy sword in a second. Ah! Ignoring the guy's shrill scream, Chen Shen sheathed his sword and walked towards Agu and Tian Shaolian. With the unsharpened heavy sword resting on his back, Chen Shen walked steadily step by step. Behind him lay corpses sprawled in all directions. Wisps of white, translucent souls floated up from the bodies, like delicate dandelions being tugged by the noisy wind, seemingly ready to be carried off to an unknown distance. Bang 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 bang! A romantic and splendid fireworks show also grandly commenced in mid-air. It was caused by the heroes being returned to card status, with the stars on their card backs exploding one after another. Agu and Tian Shaolian watched as Chen Shen approached them amidst the farewell of dandelions and fireworks. Just moments ago, their hearts had leaped to their throats. Because the Ghost Shadow Guild was numerous and powerful, each member was skilled in wrongdoing and proficient in PK. Being targeted by such a group, even if 4 or 5 purple heroes teamed up, they would only end up being beaten to a pulp. Yet their guild leader had displayed even stronger power than yesterday, single-handedly taking down the strong enemies 1v40 with ease. For a moment, Agu and Tian Shaolian's eyes were filled with admiration and pride. This was their guild leader, the head of the Unclothed Alliance. Are you all okay? Although the few of them looked intact, Chen Shen still asked. Agu shook his head. We're fine, thanks to you coming in time. These villains didn't have a chance to do anything to us. As soon as the words fell, Tian Shaolian hugged her hair and said with a hint of grievance, Agu is a boy, of course he's not scared. But I, a weak woman, have long been frightened. Right now, I urgently need a tall, handsome guy who is 9 meters tall and has 8-pack abs to give me a hug. President, you understand what I mean, right? You wouldn't want to see your lovely member sad and upset, would you? Tian Shaolian twisted her delicate body, her bright eyes sending several flirtatious glances towards Chen Shen. Chen Shen, why did I have to speak up? He secretly glanced at Encore. Sure enough, the little loli was glaring fiercely at Tian Shaolian, her cheeks puffed up like a hamster with its cheeks full of seeds, looking quite angry. Sorry, the president refuses. Mainly because there are too many abs, 32 might be too much for you. He casually made up an excuse to brush it off, not caring about Tian Shaolian's reaction, and focused his gaze straight ahead. On that figure dressed in white, who had remained silent and turned away from everyone. Oh, look at my memory. I almost forgot the main business. President, let me introduce you. This is the new member of the Wui Alliance that I brought in, and also my childhood friend. Ago scratched his head, smiled apologetically at Chen Shen, then walked over to the player in white and patted his shoulder twice. Abba, hurry up and greet the president. Abba suddenly straightened his back and turned around. But the first thing that turned was not his body, but his head. With that turn, Chen Shen was instantly stunned. What a charming smile! And yet, he had a pair of cross-eyed eyes. The left eye was big, the right eye small, which was quite comical. Moreover, this guy had an unkempt beard on his face. Fortunately, when he turned his body around, there was nothing particularly special about it, just a bit sturdy. Standing next to the frail Agu, they formed a striking contrast, yet there was an inexplicable sense of humor. But what puzzled Chen Shen the most was that this guy, like a mad scholar, had somehow brought a goosefeather fan from somewhere. As he slowly waved it, that face with cross-eyed eyes and a scruffy beard surprisingly showed an expression of confidence, as if he held all the wisdom. I am Abba, nice to meet you, President. The quirky guy was quite polite to Chen Shen, even bowing deeply 3 times. We're all brothers, just be casual, no need to be so formal, it's a bit awkward. And the guild is managed by you all, I'm just a casual manager. If you need help, just let me know, the rest you can handle yourselves. If there are any problems or opinions, feel free to speak up, no need to hide. Chen Shen, unable to watch any longer, waved his hand. Since the president is so gracious, I'll speak frankly. To his surprise, Abba really took the hint and began to slowly wave his fan while passionately describing the grand plans he had painstakingly devised. President, this is how I see it. Our Wui Alliance, besides dividing members by contribution levels, like ordinary members, elite members, core members, also needs to be detailed by responsibilities. Here, I propose a system of 3 provinces and 6 ministries. You, President, are the supreme commander, able to decide overall affairs. You alone represent the 3 provinces and hold the highest decision-making power, highest supervisory power, and highest adjudicative power. Ago has excellent battlefield command skills and can serve as the Minister of War. Tian Shaolian has an extremely rare farming talent and can serve as the Minister of Agriculture. The other 4 ministries are temporarily unoccupied, so we won't discuss them for now. I, on the other hand, would like to be the chief military strategist of our Wui Alliance. And, President, what do you think? Abba spoke a long segment at an extremely fast pace and with great fluency. Chen Shen listened, feeling a bit dizzy, but he also understood some of the ideas. It is evident that this guy had long since made this plan, otherwise, he wouldn't be so skilled. In fact, after Agu logged off yesterday and found ABA, explaining the core concept of the Unclothed Alliance to him, ABA resolutely made his decision without a moment's hesitation. He wanted to join the Unclothed Alliance. After a whole night of burning the midnight oil, integrating all the knowledge he had learned while staying at home in college, ABA finally mapped out a grand and bright future for the Unclothed Alliance. However, Chen felt quite speechless inside. The 3 provinces and 6 ministries system? I have to say, this cross-eyed brother has some big ambitions, doesn't he? What he was planning was not just a guild, it was clearly the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. But then again, isn't it a bit too early to be talking about this? It's like a newborn baby who hasn't even learned to crawl, and yet you're thinking about breaking the world record in sprinting? Is that appropriate? Including the cute mascot Anchor, the Unclothed Alliance only had 5 members, and they were still a long way from that goal. But on the other hand, Chen did recognize ABA's talent. ABA, your plan really opened my eyes. Great, let's do it your way. From now on, you are the chief military strategist of the Unclothed Alliance. Egu, Tian Shelian, you will be the ministers of the military and agriculture departments, respectively. To avoid dampening this guy's enthusiasm, Chen had no choice but to pretend to assign positions. However, he didn't expect that Egu and the others would all look excited upon hearing this. Yes, thank you, President. From now on, they could be considered to have official positions and were no longer just scattered soldiers. What they needed to do next was to recruit more people. Cough, cough. Bringing people into the guild would help them quickly escape the awkward situation of being a lone commander. As for how to lure people onto the pirate ship, that would require some more thought. What about me? What about me? Seeing that everyone had a position while she was forgotten, Anchor eagerly raised her little hand. Chen stroked his chin and pondered for a moment before quickly coming up with an idea. I am the president, and you? You are my summoner, so you can be the vice president. What do you all think? After saying this, Chen gestured to Egu and the others with his eyes. I agree. I have no objections. I concur. Egu and the others exchanged glances and expressed their opinions. Yay! Anchor immediately beamed, showing off her little white teeth. Dealing with the ghost shadow and the others and handling guild affairs wasted some time, and they were set to battle Emperor Assam at 3 in the afternoon. Chen decided to level up as much as possible before that. So, he led Anchor and the others toward their target, a group of carefree pink monsters playing not far away. The pink monsters were round and plump, looking quite similar to slimes. However, they had a pair of big, beautiful eyes that slimes did not possess, making them look extremely cute. Their language was also different from that of slimes. When they rolled and played in the mud, they emitted cheerful bobo sounds instead of the moo sounds of slimes. Even more peculiar was that the skin of these pink monsters was as smooth as a mirror. Even when they got muddy, the mud would quickly slide off, giving off a sense of being untainted by the filth. Chen and his group stood in a clean spot next to the mud pit, observing this group of carefree and extremely happy pink monsters. Mud Bobo Monster, Elite, Level, 100 Health, 15,000/15,000 Attack, 555 Skills, Z-shaped serpentine movement, mud escape technique description, a variant of the mud slime. Although it is an elite, its strength is the weakest among its level. Moreover, its attack power is merely for show, as it is a kind-hearted little cutie that would never retaliate even if attacked. However, the experience they provide is 3 times that of elite monsters of the same level. Stop, you cold-hearted person. What did it do wrong? Are you really going to kill this defenseless little cutie just for more abundant experience? Except for Anchor, the expressions of Chen and the others were a mix of surprise and excitement. Weak in strength, unable to attack or retaliate, and most importantly, 3 times the experience. A full 3 times. Such a magical monster actually exists in the game? Sky Domain has finally had a moment of conscience? Clearly, the little creatures happily rolling in the mud have a fate destined to become the highest quality experience packs. As for the last sentence of the introduction, Chen, Agu, Aba, and Tian Shaolian all chose to ignore it. Let alone these ordinary folks, even a high monk who usually eats vegetarian and chants scriptures would be unable to resist rolling up their sleeves, picking up a butcher's knife, and crazily chopping while muttering sins, right? The group exchanged glances and nodded in perfect understanding. Just then, Bobo, Anchor squatted by the mud pit, surprisingly mimicking the call of the mud Bobo monsters, letting out a sweet call. A miraculous scene unfolded. Upon hearing Anchor's call, all the playful mud Bobo monsters suddenly stopped, then turned and bounced towards Anchor with a springy energy. Bobo. They jumped while making happy sounds, as if delighted to have found a new friend. The fastest jumping mud Bobo monster leaped into Anchor's arms, affectionately rubbing its face against her. Bobo. The remaining mud Bobo monsters surrounded Anchor, bouncing and radiating carefree joy. Chen Chen, Agu, and Tian Xiaolian were even more astonished at this scene. This group of pink monsters seemed overly naive, recklessly approaching without fear. Weren't they afraid Anchor was a bad person? Only Aba, the chief military strategist of the Wui Alliance, flashed a glimmer of wisdom in his cross-eyed gaze at this scene. Big Can, they're so cute. What do you think? Anchor asked Chun Chen, rubbing the mud bobo monster in her arms and tilting her little face up. They are indeed very lovable. Chen Chen nodded gently. An innocent and adorable smile instantly blossomed on the little lowly's face. But the next second, she heard Chen Chen's panicked shout. Not good. Summoner, get away. My unsharpened greatsword is spinning out of control. Oh no, it's even using Polar Whirlwind Slash on the Bobo monsters automatically. Then, Anchor stared in confusion at the familiar unsharpened heavy sword, which swept the round, chubby mud Bobo monsters into the air like leaves in a storm. Minus 1792, critical hit. Minus 1792, critical hit. After spinning 7 times, it directly knocked off more than 2/3 of their health. But next, it was Chin Chen's turn to be dumbfounded. Bobo! Bobo! The suddenly attacked mud Bobo monsters were all frightened, and they immediately burst forth with terrifying speed, zigzagging back to the mud pit. Then they dove down, as the black mud sprayed out with a puff, their entire bodies sank into the bottom of the mud pit, completely disappearing. Chen Chen was left speechless, and Tian Xiaolian and the others were also stunned. In the blink of an eye, the only mud Bobo monster left in the scene was the one trembling in Anchor's arms. Bobo! Seeing its kin being ruthlessly beaten back to their muddy lair by the big demon, this mud Bobo monster immediately let out a pitiful, helpless, and weak cry of fear. Anchor finally reacted, quickly holding the last mud blob monster in her arms tightly, her big eyes vigilantly fixed on Chun Chen, not moving them for a moment. Ha! Ha! Chen Chen awkwardly scratched his helmet. Vice President, don't mind it. The mud blob monster is a creature in the game. When it dies, it respawns. Just like leeks, no matter how many times you cut them, they never run out. At this moment, Agu stepped forward to explain. Is that so? I understand now. Anchor nodded her small head in confusion. But, can we spare this one? Anchor looked at Chun Chen with pleading eyes, rubbing the trembling mud blob monster nestled in her arms. Chen Chen chose silence as golden. Meanwhile, neither Chun Chen nor Anchor noticed that a boss suddenly whispered a few words to Tian Xiaolian. A flash of realization crossed Tian Xiaolian's eyes. Vice President, look at this. She took a seed from her backpack and directly threw it on the ground. Then she extended her slender left hand, and a faint green light glowed in her palm as she gently brushed it over the seed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In less than 3 seconds, the seed grew into a small orange tree, bearing an orange the size of a goose egg. Next, Tian Xiaolian plucked the orange and gently tossed it towards Anchor. It's an orange. Anchor joyfully reached out her small hand to catch it. The mud blob monster she was holding fell to the ground with a thud. This creature also knew that it had lost the protection of the Saintess and was in great danger in an environment surrounded by monsters, so it hurriedly activated its skill to escape. But disaster was always a step ahead. Instant prison thunder god. Triple shuttling. Minus 6,436. Critical hit. Times 3. Guiying Chuefeng and others selflessly contributed themselves, forcibly increasing Chen Chen's attack power from 879 points to 1079 points. Coupled with the instant prison thunder god reaching LV3, the powerful combination directly emptied the mud blob monster's health bar. You have killed the mud blob monster, level 100 elite, gaining 7,800 experience points and permanently increasing your health by 40 points. The abundant experience even caused a golden light pillar to rise from Chun Chen. He actually leveled up directly. You have leveled up from level 84 to level 85, health plus 5, mana plus 3, attack plus 2, defense plus 2, magic resistance plus 2, speed plus 1. You have successfully triggered the talent, Lucky Minion, gaining the above growth once more. Chen Chen's face showed joy. It was truly an astonishingly rich experience. Mud blob monster, you could be said to have died by accident. In your next life, you should be born into a good family and become an underworld monster. And don't stray onto the path of experience packs again. Closing his eyes, the kind-hearted Chen Chen silently prayed for it in his heart. When he opened his eyes, the loot from the mud blob monster surprised him again. 2 slime pearls and 4 lumps of pink slime grew aside. Chen Chen's gaze focused on a pink necklace shimmering with silver light. The necklace was not made of metal but was woven from 3 soft light pink threads. The texture of the light pink threads was peculiar, similar to the skin of the mud blob monster, clean and smooth. It was untainted by mud and dust. The pendant of the necklace was a miniature version of the mud blob monster, with big, sparkling eyes, a chubby pink body, and that signature carefree smile. Just looking at it brightened one's mood. However, what Chin Chin cared about most were the necklace's attributes: sound and appearance, mud blob quality, silver equipment requirement, level 80 mana plus 2000 critical hit rate plus 1% experience plus 20%. Not bad, all excellent attributes. Chen Chen's dark eyes lit up. First, the high mana value of 2000 greatly alleviated Chen Chen's predicament of being frugal and constrained when casting skills. His current mana was just over 1000, and this necklace doubled it. Next was the critical hit rate. Under the blessing of the talent Fortune smiles upon all, 1%? No, that's 100%. Finally, there was a staggering 20% experience boost. To put it into perspective, the entire 60-level slime experience set he was wearing only provided a total of 30% experience boost. With this silver-level necklace, the yellow gemstone necklace that had accompanied him through numerous battles could finally retire honorably. As soon as Chen Chen put on the new necklace, a sudden exclamation rang in his ears. No, my Bobo monster. It was in core. She had just received a large orange thrown by Tian Xiaolian, and the skin hadn't even been peeled yet? Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of her adorable Bobo monster being easily killed by a large can. Why would anyone kill such a cute Bobo monster? A hint of sadness flashed in Encore's gem-like eyes. Seeing this, Tian Xiaolian hurriedly took a few quick steps to Encore's side, snatched the orange from her hands, and swiftly peeled it with hands as quick as shadows. While peeling, she comforted her, Vice President, once a Bobo monster is dead, it can't come back to life. Just let it go. Besides, the monsters in the game are born to be killed. That Bobo monster turning into experience for the president is not a disgrace to its mission. If it knew in the afterlife, it would be happy. Tian Xiaolian quickly finished peeling, broke off a small segment of the orange, and directly stuffed it into Encore's plump little mouth. How is it? Tasty? It's really delicious. Whether it was Tian Xiaolian's comfort that worked or the orange was just too tasty, Encore's eyes squinted into crescent moons, and the death of the Bobo monster was thrown to the back of her mind. After the small commotion, Chen Chen curiously asked Tian Xiaolian how she managed to ripen the seeds into large oranges in such a short time. Tian Xiaolian didn't hide anything and readily showed Chen Chen her talent. Talent, 888th generation soul air farmer, unique, quality, legendary effect. When planting any crop, the growth cycle is shortened by 50%, yield increased by 50%, and quality unconditionally raised by 1 level. You can consume mana to hasten the growth of ordinary crops, allowing them to reach their maximum growth form in a very short time. Chen Chen's expression changed slightly, somewhat surprised. Tian Xiaolian's talent was actually legendary, while his summoner Encore's unstable mutation was only of ordinary level. There was a full 9-level difference between the two. Of course, the triggering probability of only 0.1% for unstable mutation, combined with his Fortune smiles upon all, meant its quality was far beyond ordinary. Moreover, Tian Xiaolian's talent had no combat power, it was only effective for farming. No wonder Reba strongly recommended her as the Minister of Agriculture. President, since you've seen my talent, can I see your abs in exchange? To be honest, I'm really curious about what 32 abs look like. Just as Chen Chen was lost in thought, Tian Xiaolian suddenly leaned in, her delicate hand teasing his abdominal armor, and her moist red lips came close to his ear. The warm, soft pressure transmitted through the armor to his nerves, and he caught a whiff of a fresh, natural fragrance. But Chen Chen pushed Tian Xiaolian away with annoyance. Go away! What are you doing? You really believe that nonsense? I'm a person, not corn. Where would I have 32 abs? Tian Xiaolian stumbled back 2 steps from the push, perhaps because some undisclosed purpose was unfulfilled. Her beautiful eyes shot Chen Chen a resentful glance. Unromantic. Was her focus really on whether he had 32 abs? Ignoring what Tian Xiaolian thought, Chen Chen took 3 strides and jumped directly into the mud pit in front of him. Minus 1558, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 4. With a swing of the unsharpened great sword, for blades strike at once, a mud slime that had just poked its head out of the sludge was instantly killed as soon as it showed itself. You have killed a mud Bobo monster, level 100 elite, gaining 9,000 experience points and permanently increasing your health by 40. The mud Bobo monster already provided rich experience, and with the 50% experience boost from Chen Chen's equipment, just killing one made his experience bar noticeably advance a small segment. Next, Chen Chen repeated the process, killing the other mud Bobo monsters that popped up one by one. You have killed. Chen Chen noticed that while the mud Bobo monsters did not retaliate, once attacked, they would dive back into the mud and reappear after a while, with their lost health not recovering. Following that, Chen Chen led Agu and the others around the nearby mud pits, killing mud bobo monsters one by one. Soon, Chen Chen discovered a problem. Agu and the others had no money, so they were training with blue cards, which had low damage. Even with his own white card that dealt over 9,000 damage per second, they couldn't take down a mud bobo monster with 15,000 health in the first round of attacks. The result was that once the mud bobo monsters burrowed into the mud, they could only stare helplessly. Moreover, the distance between the mud pits was quite far, making their monster hunting and leveling efficiency very low. Sigh, if only I could lend them my talent temporarily and draw a few SSRs, it wouldn't be so slow. Seeing another mud bobo monster hide under the mud, Chen Chen felt a bit irritated. President, do not worry. I have a plan to resolve the current predicament. At that moment, the chief strategist of the Wui Alliance, Aba, waved his feather fan, his eyes squinting slightly, confidently speaking to Chen Chen. Oh, please, strategist, go ahead. Upon hearing this, Aba suddenly opened his wise eyes wide. During this time, I have observed that any bobo monster that is attacked dives into the mud to avoid danger for exactly the same amount of time, 90 seconds. Therefore, to maximize our monster hunting efficiency, we can lure all the nearby bobo monsters into the same mud pit. Next, we can attack them in a constant time interval, ensuring that there are always bobo monsters popping up in the mud pit without any gaps. After hearing Aba's words, Chen Chen felt a sudden clarity. However, Tian Xiulian raised a question. But bobo monsters are not regular monsters. Attacking them not only won't attract their aggro but will instead make them flee and hide in the mud. How do we lure them? Aba calmly shook his feather fan, stroked his messy beard, but his gaze turned towards the lively Encore. Have you all forgotten how the vice president attracts bobo monsters? Oh, Tian Xiulian suddenly realized, her mouth forming an O shape. That's right. Malicious attacks would drive bobo monsters away from danger, but kind calls would lead them right into the trap. At that moment, Chen Chen also looked at Aba with newfound respect. This seemingly unremarkable chief strategist was not only quick-witted and exceptionally intelligent but also had a keen eye for observation. In a short time, he had devised a perfect solution to the predicament. The title of strategist was truly well-deserved. Chen Chen then realized that although his Wui alliance was still small in scale, with just 5 people, it couldn't even be called a scale. The first batch of members were all talents. Agu, who led thousands in large-scale battles, could do so with precision and order, even mastering various complex formations, was a true military talent. Aba, whose appearance was comical, was even more unique in his strategic insights and ability to perceive the subtle, making him a worthy intellectual talent. Tian Xiulian, possessing the only legendary agricultural talent, although currently without a place to showcase it, Chen Chen had a premonition that she would become a crucial part of the Unclothed Alliance in the future. Encore, well. In any case, at this moment, Chen Chen seemed to see the future of the Unclothed Alliance thriving in them. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Aba's next words. Next is the detailed plan. I, Agu, Tian Xiulian, and the vice president will be responsible for luring the bobo monsters from the other mud pits. Our heroes will stay here and attack the bobo monsters we lure in at an interval of 2 seconds. As for the president, you just focus on leveling up and enjoy the experience, quickly reaching 10 stars and level 100. In just a few words, Aba laid out a clear and detailed plan. After speaking, he slowly waved his feather fan and looked at Chen Chen for approval. President, what do you think? What could Chen Chen think? Of course, he gave him a thumbs up. Nice. Agu, Tian Xiulian, and Encore also had no objections. Thus, the plan officially began to operate. Bobo. Bobo. Agu and the others imitated Encore from before, calling out to the bobo monsters from the other mud pits. This tactic indeed worked. The silly and naive bobo monsters followed them closely. Among them, it was unclear whether it was Encore's sweet voice or her pleasing appearance, but she always attracted the most bobo monsters. The combined efforts of Agu and the others couldn't match her. In this way, a large group of bobo monsters arrived at the mud pit where Chen Chen was located. At this time, Agu's heroes were R. Assassin, Qin Wuyan, 9 stars, level 83, a small-framed assassin. R. General of Lingling, Xing Daoron, 9 stars, level 80, a somewhat chubby man clad in black armor, wielding a great axe. And R. General Wu, Zhu Mao, 9 stars, level 81, a middle-aged general with a long beard on his chin. They wielded their weapons and attacked the bobo monsters at a frequency of once every 2 seconds. Bobo. Bobo. The attacked bobo monsters immediately scrambled into the nearest mud pit, which was where Chen Chen was. After 90 seconds, they popped their heads up one by one from the mud pit. A perfectly modern assembly line was thus formed in this primitive and wild otherworld. Consequently, Chen Chen entered a state of relentless monster killing. You have killed a sludge bobo monster, level 100 elite, gaining 9,000 experience points and permanently increasing your health by 40. His level was rapidly soaring. You have leveled up from level 85 to level 86, health plus 5, mana plus 3, attack plus 2, defense plus 2, magic resistance plus 2, speed plus 1. You have successfully triggered the talent, Lucky Minion, gaining the above growth once more. You have leveled up from level 86 to level 87. Before long, Chen Shan reached level 90. Seeing the leveling speed so fast, as if he had taken a rocket, Chen Shan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the power of the assembly line? It can shine brightly even in the game. Could it be that the end of the universe is the assembly line?" However, since the level had reached the limit, it was time to begin the last star upgrade before evolution. So, Chen Shen called in Kura back and had her take out the materials for this star upgrade from her backpack. 1280 blobs of slime goo and 1280 slime pearls. The two types of materials were placed in front of Chen Shen, even piled into two small mountains 3 meters high. Nearby, Qin Wuyang, Xing Daorong, and Zhu Mao, the three heroes, were so frightened by the scene that their faces turned green. They even trembled uncontrollably, nearly unable to hold their weapons. They were blue cards, and their upgrade cost was 3 times that of Chen Shen. In other words, to upgrade from 9 stars to 10 stars, they needed to consume 3,840 portions of slime and gems. The combined weight of these materials exceeded 3,000 kilograms. Sigh, let's eat. With a helpless sigh, Chen Shen steeled himself and began tackling the mountain of food in front of him. While eating, Chen Shen couldn't help but think that if one day he died, it would most likely be from overeating. Burp. Over an hour later, Chen Shen, with a belly so swollen it felt like it might burst his armor, kept burping. He had finally consumed all the materials for the star upgrade, and the time spent far exceeded that of leveling up by fighting monsters. Let's upgrade. Closing his eyes, with a thought, Chen Shen embarked on his star upgrade journey. His bloated belly began to shrink little by little, like a deflating balloon. The materials inside transformed into the purest star upgrade energy, flowing to various parts of Chen Shen's body. As the energy flowed, it continuously dissipated, as his cells, like parched seedlings, greedily absorbed it. During this process, Chen Shen could distinctly feel his life essence gradually rising, but soon it reached a limit. In the depths of his being, he sensed a thick barrier blocking his way. He tried to muster all his strength to break through it, but the barrier remained unmoved. It seemed to be formed by countless complex rules, condensed in some mysterious way, and conventional methods could not break it. It seems that only by defeating Emperor Assam can I break through and continue to upgrade. Chen Shen opened his eyes and looked at the system prompt. You have upgraded from 9 stars to 10 stars, level cap plus 10 levels, life plus 25, mana plus 15, attack plus 10, defense plus 10, magic resistance plus 10, speed plus 5. You have successfully triggered the talent, Lucky Minion, gaining the above growth once more. You have successfully triggered the Summoner Orange Sweets talent, Unstable Mutation, and you have learned the bronze level skill Ruthless Combo. A new skill? Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, but his expression was not very satisfied, because this time the skill he learned was only bronze level. What good could come from bronze level? But when he opened the skill panel to check the details of Ruthless Combo, his face was hit hard. Ruthless Combo quality, bronze level, LV1 effect. After activation, the next normal attack will hit consecutively 2 times, the first dealing 100% attack power in physical damage, and the second dealing 110% attack power in physical damage. Both attacks are considered normal attacks. When this skill is cast, there is a 3% chance that it will not consume mana. Mana cost, 50 points, cooldown, 10 seconds. This is hardly bronze level, even gold level isn't much better. Above, Ruthless Combo, Chen Shen only saw 2 words, adaptation. Both consecutive hits are considered normal attacks, meaning they can trigger the temporary buff, inspiration, on him, as well as the lucky combo from the divine causality. A 3% chance of not consuming mana? To Chen Shen, that felt like 100%, and the cooldown was only a brief 10 seconds. No more talking, upgrade, immediately upgrade. So, Chen Shen had Anchor take out a normal level scroll and a black iron level scroll. Then he turned his back to everyone, opened his facial armor, and placed the 2 scrolls on his face. As for why he didn't reveal his true face, it was actually due to Chen Shen's hidden worries. He was concerned that if he revealed his handsome face, what would happen if he captivated others? What if he was too handsome? Especially a certain Minister of Agriculture from the Unclothed Alliance, who shall remain nameless here. Not even showing his face yet? She dared to come up and harass him openly. Once he revealed himself, what she might do was something Chen Shen truly dared not imagine. Sigh. Chen Shen sighed helplessly, finished applying the facial mask, and closed the facial armor again. There was no way around it. He had to do this. If being handsome could lead to imprisonment, he would be among those who died of old age in jail. Besides, maintaining a bit of mystery was always good. Moreover, wasn't a fully armored heavy knight handsome too? Handsomeness is a feeling. In any case, after consuming 2 fragments of the heavenly book, Qinshen successfully upgraded Relentless Combo to LV3. Relentless Combo quality, Bronze level, LV1 LV3 effect. After activation, the next normal attack will hit twice in succession, with the first hit dealing 100% 110% physical damage and the second hit dealing 110% 120% physical damage. Both hits are considered normal attacks. When this skill is cast, there is a 3% chance that it will not consume mana. Mana cost, 5060 points, cooldown, 108 seconds. The damage increased a bit, but the key point was that the cooldown was reduced by 2 seconds. Chen pondered. If he equipped items that reduced cooldowns in the future, wouldn't this active skill be usable as a passive one? Let's test its power. Chen hefted the unsharpened heavy sword and approached the blue card hero Xing Daorong. Leave this mud blob monster to me. Xing Daorong immediately took a step back, respectfully yielding his position. No problem, please go ahead. At first, when he was summoned by the summoner ABA and heard he was to assist a white card, his pride made him feel 1,000 times unwilling. He was a blue card, yet he had to assist a white card. Where was the dignity of a blue card? Where was the face? He wasn't the only one thinking this. Tian Shelian's hero Zhu Mao and Agu's hero Qin Woyang thought the same. But since it was the summoner's order, they had to comply. However, when they saw Chen every attack was a 4-hit combo, dealing damage that left them in the dust, the 3 were shocked and completely convinced, no longer voicing any dissent. Chen was not polite and took over Xing Daorong's position. He first activated Relentless Combo, then effortlessly swung the unsharpened heavy sword. In an instant, 8 dark sword shadows merged into one, like a half-open steel folding fan, fiercely slicing into the mud blob monster that ABA had just summoned. Minus 1828, Relentless Combo, Critical Hit, Combo, Lucky Combo, times 4. Minus 1994, Relentless Combo, Critical Hit, Combo, Lucky Combo, times 4. A total damage of 15,288 was dealt in 8 strikes, and the mud blob monster, with a health cap of exactly 15,000, perished on the spot. One-shot kill? Xing Daorong, Zhu Mao, and Qin Woyang exchanged glances, all seeing the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. As the second-to-last step in this monster-slaying assembly line, they naturally understood how thick the mud blob monster's health was. Even if the mud blob monster didn't run away and allowed the 3 of them to surround and attack, it would take at least 20 minutes to take it down. Yet, right before their eyes, a white card that had just reached level 90 managed to kill this monster, which they thought was quite tough, in less than a second. Is this reasonable? Who is the blue card here? No, even a purple card couldn't do this. Even an SSR of the same star and level couldn't one-shot this level 100 mud blob monster with just normal attacks. The scene before Xing Daorong and the others was simply absurd, utterly ridiculous. Even more absurd was that before the star upgrade, this white card they couldn't see through couldn't do this either. Just a single star upgrade had brought about a tremendous improvement in strength. Isn't star upgrading just supposed to enhance basic attributes a little? Why is he so amazing? Zhu Mao elbowed Qin Woyang, asking with a puzzled expression. You ask me, who should I ask? That guy is like a lame person's, but there's something eerie about it. Qin Woyang shot a glance at Zhu Mao. After the experiment, Chen was very satisfied with the skill, Relentless Combo. This bronze-level skill brought him an unexpected surprise. The first hit had a damage bonus of 110%, the second hit 120%, and subsequent triggered normal attacks could benefit from it. It directly caused his output to surge, almost qualifying as a small burst skill. Congratulations, President, on achieving great mastery for generations to come, unifying the heavenly domain. ABA seized the opportunity and congratulated Chen with a cupped fist. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Although he felt a bit pleased inside, Chen maintained an air of indifference on the surface. Truly worthy of being the president, just this temperament and cultivation is enough for me to learn from. What Chen didn't know was that his unintentional act had significantly raised his status in ABA's eyes. With the assistance of Relentless Combo, Chen's path to leveling up was undoubtedly smoother and faster. You have leveled up from level 90 to level 91, health plus 5, mana plus 3, attack plus 2, defense plus 2, magic resistance plus 2, speed plus 1. You have successfully triggered the talent, Lucky Minion, gaining the above growth once more. You have leveled up from level 99 to level 100. In less than an hour, as the golden pillar of light shot up into the sky, Chen finally reached the current stage's maximum level of 100. The moment he hit level 100, he opened his attribute panel. True name, Chen Shan, not released. Summoner, Sweet Orange, Affection level 130, second tier acquaintance, body, Greatsword master rarity, and white, star level, 10 stars level, 100 health, 25711/25711 mana, 3196/3196 spirit, 4570 seconds attack, 1171 magic power, 302 defense, 1207 magic resistance, 942 speed, 402, 6 attacks per second, moves 12 meters per second, talent, Fortuitous Luck, Hidden Unique, Lucky Minion, Unyielding Grip, LV4, Practical Training, LV4, Learning Phonics, LV4, Wind of Revival, LV3, Skills, Earthshatter / Normal level, LV1, Instant Prison Thunder God, Platinum level, LV3, Polar Whirlwind / Silver level, LV3, Rift, Passive Skill, Silver level, LV3, Relentless Combo, Bronze level, LV3, Bond, Lord of Gambling, 1/1, Divine Causality, Gaze of the Goddess of Luck Equipment, Voice and Image Remain, Mud Wave, level 80, Silver, Golden Snake Poison Sword, level 20, Bronze, Slime Horn Felt Hat, level 60, Black Iron, Slime Black Bear Jacket, level 60, Black Iron, Slime Sheepskin Gloves, level 60, Black Iron, Slime Crocodile Skin Pants, level 60, Black Iron, Combat Power, 2074. Reaching level 100, my combat power has also surpassed 2000. What surprised me the most was my health, which actually exceeded 25,000, almost 6 times that of a purple card of the same star and level. Chen Chen thought for a moment and then opened the Hero Combat Power Leaderboard. Combat Power Leaderboard, first place, Dugu Buba, Combat Power 12132, Team, Summoner Dugu Buba, SSR Water God, Gangong, 10 stars, SSR Fire God, Shu Rong, 10 stars. First place was still Dugu Buba. Chen Chen glanced at this guy's lineup. His single SSR combat power was around 5,200, a little more than double his own. Although the gap still existed, it had significantly narrowed. It should be noted that when the leaderboard opened yesterday, his combat power had just exceeded 10,000, while he was only around 200 points. Perhaps, the day of facing an SSR head-on was not far off. Since there was no further leveling up to be done, it was time to challenge Emperor Assam and embark on the path of evolution. However, before that, Chen Chen planned to level up Agu, Aba, and Tian Shaolian as well. After all, if Jun treated me with sincerity, how could I let him down? Moreover, there was still plenty of time before the final battle we agreed upon at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As for Incoair, as Chen Chen's summoner, she also reached level 100 when he did. There was no need to give her special treatment anymore. You all pause for a moment, I have something to say. With that, Chen Chen recalled Agu, Aba, Tian Shaolian, and Incoair. The 5 of them found a slightly cleaner spot by the mud pit and sat in a circle. What does the president want? Agu, sitting next to Aba, asked with a puzzled expression. Chen Chen didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his plan. You see, both I and the summoner Chang Zi Tian have reached the current level cap of 100, and experience is no longer useful to us. So next, I will set the experience distribution ratio to 10 o'clock, allowing the 3 of you to level up to 100 in turn. As he spoke, Chen Chen began to take off his gear. Of course, it wasn't the outer armor, but a complete set of 60-level Slime Black Iron experience gear, along with the necklace, In Rong Wan's Eye, Mud Wave Bow. Seeing Chen Chen undressing, Tian Shaolian was initially delighted, but when she realized this was not what she thought, her anticipation instantly turned into disappointment. She had thought the president finally came to his senses and wanted to show her his abs, but it was all for nothing. President, what are you doing? Looking at the gear laid out in front of her, Tian Shaolian asked with a hint of melancholy on her pretty face. Agu and Aba also looked at her with big question marks in their eyes. These are all gear that can increase experience gain. I'm lending them to you to see if you need any. If you do, wear them to speed up your leveling. Chen Chen felt their looks were a bit strange, but he patiently explained a couple of things. What? Increase experience gain? There are such good items? Tian Shaolian exclaimed, quickly grabbing a pair of slime sheepskin gloves and examining them closely with wide eyes. Then she immediately tossed them aside and hurriedly checked the remaining gear. After Tian Shaolian finished, Agu and Aba, one being the chief military strategist and the other the minister of military affairs, lost all their composure and grabbed the gear on the ground like beggars fighting for buns, eagerly inspecting them. Hey, I said you, a chief strategist and 2 ministers, at least pay attention to your image. It's just a few pieces of gear. Is it necessary to look like you've never seen the world before? Chen Chen helplessly held his forehead, feeling somewhat speechless inside. Getting so excited over just a few pieces of gear, these guys still needed to train their temperament. To his surprise, upon hearing Chen Chen's words, they all cast him strange looks. From their gazes, Chen Chen read a strong sense of absurdity and jealousy. Tian Xiaolian even rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. President, you listen to yourself? Are you speaking human language? What do you mean, just a few pieces of gear? What you brought out are all black iron level items. There's even a silver level necklace. We're not even fully equipped with whiteboard gear, let alone black iron level. Moreover, these pieces of gear come with the premium attribute of increasing experience gain. Their value is beyond measure. As Tian Xiaolian spoke, her tone grew more and more excited, and her gaze towards Chen Chen became increasingly strange. Not just her, but Agu and Aba's expressions also shifted. That kind of look was all too familiar to Chen Chen. Before he crossed over, when he played card games and hit the big jackpot, how did other players look? It was either a one-shot hit or double or triple hits. At that time, he viewed those lucky players with the same kind of gaze: jealousy, envy, a desire to cut the other party through the network cable. Chen Chen felt a tingling on his scalp and quickly said to appease their emotions, "Don't be envious, isn't black iron equipment easy to obtain? Just kill some slimes at the outskirts or inside the slime empire ruins, and it will drop, right? Look, not only am I wearing a full set, but the summoner is too. It's really nothing special. Agu, Aba, and Tian Xiaolian, let's go. We won't play with the European king." How ruthless is the drop rate of this game, Sky Domain. They couldn't be clearer. Thousands upon thousands of players knew it well. The official game website had been bombarded by players again and again because of this stingy drop rate. However, they did not argue with Chen Chen. Because the joys and sorrows between people do not resonate, the European king's self-evident explanation only sounded noisy to them. After the small episode, the three of them took their seats on Chen Chen's express train to level up. Then the doors were welded shut, the accelerator was pressed to the floor, and they sped away. First was Agu, who, after donning a full set of equipment with a 50% experience bonus, was the first to reach level 100. Next was Tian Xiaolian, who excitedly inherited the equipment from Agu and became the second to reach level 100. Finally, the last to reach level 100 was Aba, who joined the Wui Alliance the latest. When they all reached level 100, the total time spent was less than 3 hours. If this were to be said, other players would absolutely consider it a tall tale. No one would believe it, because the experience required to level up from 90 to 100 was more than the total needed from 0 to 90, and it was even more than 5 times that of the latter. But now, what ordinary players would never believe had actually happened. The reason they could achieve this was due to the abundant experience from the Mudwave Bobo monsters, the bonuses from the slime set, and Aba's perfect assembly line monster killing plan, all of which played a crucial role. But the core of it all was Chen Chen's overwhelming output, killing a Bobo monster in 2 seconds with his white card. Because of this, Agu and the others had even deeper faith in Chen Chen and were extremely glad they joined the Wui Alliance. However, Chen Chen had no time to pay attention to the three, as a system prompt refreshed in his information panel detected that your combo value is full. The quest, Desperate Trial of 10 Deaths and No Life, is now unlocked. Combo value? Chen Chen's brow twitched slightly, as if recalling something, and immediately opened the panel. Goddess of Luck's gaze, one of the 18 divine causes. Your good fortune has attracted a trivial attention from that supreme existence. You have been touched by her cause. Whether this is good or bad remains to be seen. Effect, you become luckier, with a 10% chance to trigger a lucky combo on normal attacks. Each normal attack will accumulate a bit of combo value. When the combo value reaches 100,000, it will trigger the Desperate Trial of 10 Deaths and No Life. Combo value cannot be eliminated in any way. Current combo value, 100,000/100,000. That's right, during the process of helping the three level up, Chen Chen's combo value had stacked to the maximum. He was also forcibly given a quest because of it. Quest, Desperate Trial of 10 Deaths and No Life Quality, Emerald Level Description. Congratulations, you have successfully filled the first stage of combo value. Your efforts have attracted the attention of the supreme, stunningly beautiful Goddess of Luck. 6 days later, she will descend at the Yishur Pavilion on the 6 Platforms Mountain outside Huangfeng City. Please go to that location within the limited time to accept and pass the Goddess of Luck's trial. Reward, unknown. Penalty, if the trial fails, the Goddess of Luck will take 1/10 of your soul. Not participating in the trial is also considered a failure. Time limit, 7 days. The Goddess of Luck personally descends? The trial of 10 deaths and no life? Taking away souls? Chen Chen furrowed his brows tightly. The quality of this task was emerald, seemingly just a notch above platinum level. However, he dared not let his guard down, especially since even the Goddess of Luck had personally descended to the mortal realm. It was one thing to see it as an emerald-level task, but if it were to be treated as an ordinary-level task, that would be akin to an old man hanging himself, wishing for a longer life. Big Can, did you receive a task too? While Chen Chen was lost in thought, Encore quietly approached him and gently poked his lower back with her slender finger. Yes, 6 days later, Huangfeng City. Chen Chen was not surprised, as Encore was his summoner. Their tasks would be shared unless stated otherwise. Moreover, she had been involved in the divine causality that day. Huangfeng City? Upon hearing these 3 words, Encore bit her finger and tilted her little head, her gem-like pupils slightly lifting as she fell into deep recollection. This name seemed familiar. Where had she heard it? Was it in Sister Qinghuang? Yes, it was Sister Qinghuang who told me to go to Huangfeng City to find her as soon as I left the novice village. She even said she would protect me. A bright gleam suddenly flashed in her pure, big eyes as Encore finally remembered where she had heard that name. Seeing the genuine smile that naturally appeared on Encore's face, Chen Chen understood something. The relationship between this Sister Qinghuang and the summoner seemed quite extraordinary. Could they be good friends? Thus, Chen Chen decided to probe a little. Sister Qinghuang? Summoner, is she your friend? Upon hearing Chen Chen's question, Encore immediately put her hands on her hips proudly, her tender lips curving into a proud arc. At that moment, a strong desire to share surged from her little heart. Let me tell you, Big Can, Sister Qinghuang is my good friend from another world, the best of the best in the world. The little loli gestured animatedly as she spoke. Sister Qinghuang is tall and as beautiful as a fairy. Her hair is very long, it can reach her butt and cover it all. Can you believe it? And her legs, long and white, Sister Qinghuang often lets me rest my head on them while I sleep. They smell nice, feel warm, and are really comfortable. When you meet Sister Qinghuang, you'll know I'm not lying. And also, Encore chattered on, but Chen Chen was left speechless, his forehead covered in black lines. He had just asked casually, yet the little loli poured out so much random information. Was it a basic attack or a big move? What left Chen Chen even more speechless was that he hadn't even met this Sister Qinghuang yet, and he already knew what kind of underwear she liked to wear. Big Can, I've only told you these things, you have to keep it a secret and not tell anyone else, okay? Finally, Encore leaned close to Chen Chen, her little face looking up at him with seriousness written all over it. She even cutely raised her little pink fist in a mock threat. Okay, I swear, I won't tell anyone, lying is for little dogs. Chen Chen raised his right hand, held up 3 fingers, and made a solemn vow, feeling both amused and helpless. Only then was Encore satisfied. It seems that this Sister Qinghuang and the summoner's relationship is even closer than I imagined. Chen Chen pondered. This was not bad. Having a support in reality was better than being all alone. Big Can, are you hungry again? Here, try the jelly I just made. Suddenly, Encore took out a jelly from her backpack and offered it to Chen Chen with her small hands. A strong sense of surprise gathered in Chen Chen's dark eyes. The jelly Encore handed him was different from the ones before. First was the smell. Fragrant. It was a very peculiar fragrance, neither too strong nor too light, just perfectly balanced, yet it was deeply aromatic. Chen Chen merely sniffed, and saliva instantly filled his mouth, while his stomach began to grumble restlessly. What is that smell? So fragrant. It's so delicious that my tongue is about to swallow itself. The attention of Agu, Ba, and Tian Xiaolian was instantly drawn over. Xin Wuyang, Xing Daorong, and Zhu Mao, who had already reached level 90 and were stuffing themselves with treasures and slime to level up, also stopped eating, their eyes gleaming with greed as they stared at the jelly in Encore's hand. Besides the aroma, the color of this jelly was also different from what Chen Chen had eaten before. In addition to the original light purple, it was mixed with strands of magical golden light. It was said to be magical because Chen Chen could sense a hint of eternity from within it. Chen Chen picked up the jelly and looked at its attributes. Peerless delicacy, slime vanilla gelatin jelly quality, gold effect, restores 45 spirit power when consumed by a hero. Shelf life, infinite description. Among the 3 major types of advanced jellies, it is the most delicious and also the most valuable. Upon learning that it had been made into such a delicious delicacy, the deceased slime sincerely expressed, no regrets in death. Golden jelly? Ever fresh food? Chen Chen immediately thought of Encore's auxiliary profession branch, culinary master. After inquiring, Encore straightforwardly showed Chen Chen her skill points. Culinary master, first tier, 5/5 5% chance to produce an extra spirit food when cooking. Second tier, 5/5 spirit food spirit power recovery amount plus 50%. Third tier, 5/5 spirit food shelf life plus 100%. Fourth tier, 5/5 chose to super evolve the third tier bonus, changing spirit food shelf life to infinite. Sure enough, the little loli had honestly given the opportunity for super evolution to the third tier as he had previously mentioned, resulting in the fragrant bubbling jelly before them. Vice President, you are really extravagant, actually choosing to super evolve the effect of the third tier. Agu and the others gathered around, with Tian Shaolian immediately recognizing the origin of the golden jelly. Agu and Aba, however, looked on in confusion. Among them, Agu had evolved the first tier, 100% chance to produce an extra jelly when cooking. Aba had evolved the second tier, spirit food spirit power recovery amount plus 100%. The final products they cooked, although silver grade, seemed much stronger compared to the third tier evolution. For them, jelly was simply not enough, so the shelf life was as irrelevant as a fish's bicycle unimportant. The most crucial point was that the jelly had a short shelf life of only 14 days, while the raw materials had a shelf life of up to 3 years. Heroes could just make it fresh when they needed to eat, so why give up more practical spirit power benefits in pursuit of that elusive permanent freshness? In the face of their doubts, Encode Air explained with unusual determination, "In this lifetime, I will only ever cultivate one card, the Big Can. The Big Can is a white card, with very low daily consumption, and it eats little. The 45 spirit power before evolution is already enough. I know, permanent freshness isn't important, but what's important is that the introduction says the golden jelly is the best jelly in the world. The Big Can will eat jelly for a lifetime, so I must let him eat the best." And Koer's voice was very youthful, yet filled with sincerity. Her childish words left everyone present in stunned silence. Agu and the others fell silent, a hint of shame even blossoming in their hearts. They were purely player-minded, often thinking about how to maximize their gains. This was quite normal. It couldn't be said that they were wrong, but Koer approached it from Chun Chen's perspective. While other players cared about how high or far the hero could fly, she only cared about whether her Big Can was tired or not. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Not far away, the 3 blue card heroes Xing Daorong, Qin Woyang, and Zhu Mao were almost going crazy with envy. Such a devoted and singular summoner, they wanted one too. That white card greatsword wielder, could it be that he had been a good person for 10 lifetimes? Otherwise, how could he have encountered such a summoner that any hero would dream of? Chen Chen tossed the golden jelly into his mouth. Chewing, it was indeed much tastier than the previous bronze level, leaving a fragrant taste that made him want more. To be honest, he was a bit moved. "Just lie back, summoner, with me around, I will definitely make you soar high." After finishing the jelly, Chen Chen glanced at the time. It was already past 2:40 in the afternoon. "Let's go, it's time for the final battle with Emperor Assam." As soon as he finished speaking, he tightened his grip on the unsharpened greatsword and walked towards the pure white palace. Agu and the others had no objections and followed closely behind. On the way from the muddy pond to the pure white palace, Chen Chen and the others encountered many players. They surged forward like 100 boats competing in the current, with abundant passion and high spirits, heading straight for Emperor Assam. These players rushed past Chen Chen and the others. The wind they stirred up was scorching hot. It was easy to imagine how excited and passionate they were. This was not surprising, because what they were about to fight was a limited edition world-class boss. It was also the last obstacle before its first evolution. Moreover, its background and identity seemed extremely prestigious. Participating in the kill could even earn them a limited edition title. With all these accolades, almost all players in the 88888 Novice Village were unwilling to miss this fierce battle. This was a real, immersive, epic battle against a super strong boss. Just thinking about it made their blood boil and nearly reach a fever pitch. Some of them were diligent students who had specifically asked their teachers for leave to participate in this royal palace battle. The principal's reaction was to slam the desk, wave his hand, and make a decision that went against tradition but delighted all the teachers and students. No classes, a 7-day holiday. There were also those who woke up for work but didn't wake up to hit the road, the 9-to-6 office workers, who specifically asked for leave from their companies just to take part in this epic battle that was filled with love and hate, but could not be missed. The company was, of course, very cooperative. Even a pregnant woman lying in the delivery room found some extra strength to push her baby out sooner, then rushed to join this absolutely spectacular battle. In today's Dian Kingdom, Heavenly Domain was regarded as the foundation of the nation, and all industries had to make way. This led to an unprecedented spectacle unfolding before Chen Chen and the others. The closer they got to the pure white palace, the denser the gathering of players became. A blood-pumping battle of over 10,000 mortal beings joining forces to fight the Supreme Emperor was about to. The curtain was slowly rising. Chen Chen and the others followed the vast flow of people, passing through the towering, solid city walls and the wide, pristine courtyard. In the courtyard, in front of the slime of divine might's sacrificial artifact to the Heavenly Emperor, Chen Chen saw players who hadn't come yesterday lining up in long lines, holding 3 long white incense sticks with both hands, respectfully making offerings. Half of them were there to commemorate the once great empire, and half to buff themselves. There were certainly some foolish rich folks who couldn't resist the temptation of the exclusive little spirits, starting to emit cuckoo effects of exploding gold coins. Clearly, they were ready to spend extra star stones to add 2 more layers of the inspiration buff. After observing others, Shen Shen began to analyze his team's pre-battle strength. Agu, ABA, and Tian Xiolian were not weak in combat. One could only say that the future was promising. It was the attributes of the little lowly and core that moved Shen Shen somewhat. Player, Orange Sweet Class, None Level, 100 Health, 5700/5700 Mana, 500 Attack, 20 Magic Power, 20 Defense, 820 Magic Resistance, 660 Speed, 210, 1. 2 attacks per second, moves 9, 8 meters per second, talent, unstable mutation, common, skills, flash shield, bronze, LV1, kidney explosion fist, gold, LV1, bond, none plastry, support, culinary master, 2020, equipment, slime horn felt hat, level 60, black iron, slime black bear jacket, level 60, black iron, slime sheepskin gloves, level 60, black iron, slime crocodile skin pants, level 60, black iron, combat power, 793 under Chin Shen's turtle flow build, combined with a full set of black iron gear. The little lowly's health and dual resistances have far surpassed those of players at the same level. Moreover, using the kidney explosion fist, each of her attacks can deal nearly 200 points of true damage, with no defense issues. I wonder if there's a way for Agu and the others to get SSRs for free, that would boost their combat power. Unfortunately, players can only draw from the card pool themselves. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind helping them with a bit of luck. Chen Shen lowered his head, walking while deep in thought. The veteran members of the Unclothed Alliance are loyal, and as the president, he certainly needs to find ways to reward them generously. Besides, if they grow stronger, the Unclothed Alliance can develop faster, right? Just as Chen Shen's thoughts drifted, the light in front suddenly dimmed. He looked up and realized he had entered the main hall. Before him was a dark and solemn hall space, with a floor made of red gold, and massive red pillars rising from the ground, entwined with divine dragons, exuding a majestic aura. In the center of all the pillars stood a gigantic throne of black and red. On the throne, the figure remained unchanged. The imperial sword's brilliance flickered, and the cloak rustled. On the red gold floor, thousands of players looked up in awe at that figure. No matter how hard they strained their eyes, trying to widen them to the limit, they still could not see clearly. The figure on the throne was too radiant, its blinding light almost transforming it into a second sun. Or perhaps what it had done in the past was even more dazzling than the sun, making it so that players could only admire it from afar, unable to touch it. This was the imperial presence that overshadowed the world. This was the unparalleled emperor. Just standing there, even without doing anything, he was the most dazzling being in the universe, darkness unable to approach. Of course, illuminating the dim space of the main hall, besides the brightest Emperor Assam, there were also 3 circles of soft pink light. No, it should be said that they were deep pink or even rich pink circles, so pink that they were not far from crimson. Standing on the pink circles were the 3 major pay-to-win players from the 88888 newbie village: Ghost Shadow Soul, Wind and Cloud Infinite, and Blue Crystal. Compared to yesterday, all 3 had seen a dramatic increase in combat power, and the reason was simple: they had spent more money. In addition to their original ones, they had surprisingly acquired a brand new SSR. First was Ghost Shadow Soul, who, in order to capture Emperor Assam today and earn the limited edition title Outstanding Person in one fell swoop, charged 680,000 Great Flame coins as soon as he logged in and drew his second SSR. A robust man dressed in coarse traveler's clothing, wearing a traveler's copper headband, with disheveled hair and a fierce demeanor. SSR, Earthly Tai Sui, Wusan, 7 stars, level 68. Next was Wind and Cloud Infinite, who seemed to be having a bad luck year. He was almost smashing the 10 consecutive draw button, his hand shaking like he had Parkinson's, but each time he either got blue skies and white clouds or purple chi coming from the east. Finally, he charged a whopping 1,170,000 Great Flame coins, maxing out a credit card, just to draw his second SSR. SSR, Tiandang Star, Pan Xiaoyun, 7 stars, level 62. Like Tian Sa Star? Pan Jinlian, she is also a female SSR, and is charmingly beautiful with a graceful figure. Her pair of slender, alluring eyes glances around, always accompanied by an unmistakable hint of springtime affection. What makes Feng Yun Wujie feel a sense of foreboding is that this springtime affection subtly gives him the feeling of a red apricot climbing over the wall. Lastly, there is the only female tycoon among the 3 wealthy individuals, Lan Jingjing. Not one to be outdone, she showcases what it means to be a heroine, a woman of great prowess. With a generous recharge of 820,000, she draws a new SSR. SSR, Qingqiu White Fox, 7 stars, level 65. A woman dressed in a long, ancient blue gown, tall and with exquisite features. Unfortunately, she has a cold expression, not lively and warm like the nine-tailed fox. Dodgy, and her tail is not as plentiful, having only one. She appears stiff, like a white ice shard, lacking the fluffy, soft texture of Daji's tail that makes one want to touch it at first glance. However, due to the similarity in temperament between Qingqiu White Fox and her summoner Lan Jingjing, she has garnered the latter's favor. Chen Chen saw Lan Jingjing take out 2 jellies from her backpack and give them all to Qingqiu White Fox. Daji, witnessing this scene, pouted her pink lips slightly, sulking while hugging her own large tail. Humph, biased summoner, I'm also very hungry, I want some too. Other players looked at the 3 wealthy tycoons and their 6 SSRs, their expressions a mix of emotions. Chattering discussions erupted, turning the royal palace's main hall into a noisy marketplace. Is this the power of money? It's simply inhumane. Here I am using a blue card, can't even afford a purple card, and these tycoons have drawn 2 SSRs. That pink halo, that's the symbol of a supreme VIP, meaning they've recharged over 1 million Dian coins. Oh my goodness, just casually recharging 1 million, these rich people are too extravagant, I'm so envious. Is this extravagant? This is just the beginning. I'm not afraid to tell you, my cousin works at the Hanlingman Foot Massage Center, and she says rich people call for 10 technicians for a foot massage, each one taking care of just one toe. How nice, young masters and young ladies have time every day for foot massages. Enough talk, I have to log off soon to feed the chickens corn. When the chickens grow up, I'll take them to the city to sell to the young masters and young ladies for chicken pot. At the front of the crowd, the trio of Ghost Shadow Soul Slayer took in the sincere envy on the faces of the common players. They were feeling quite pleased. Their lips couldn't help but curl up, more difficult to suppress than an AK. Even Feng Yun Wujie, who had spent the most money and felt the most wrong to draw a second SSR, at this moment cast aside the memories of the red warmth breaking through his defenses during the card draw, feeling invigorated and elated. My money was not spent in vain, just enjoying the envious gazes of these poor souls is worth the price of admission. Among the 3 supreme VIP players, only Lan Jingjing remained relatively reserved. Her attention was not on the players at all, but rather captivated by Qingqiu White Fox as she savored the jelly bite by bite. Humph, flirtatious fox, you've stolen the summoner's heart. What exactly am I lacking compared to her? The 9-tailed fox? Daji furrowed her brows, her delicate face filled with grievance, tugging at her soft, large tail and murmuring softly, nearly turning into a vinegar jar. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred that no one anticipated. Hey, poisonous woman, return my brother's life. Wu Song, beside Ghost Shadow Soul Slayer, looked at Pan Jinlian and found her increasingly familiar. After observing her several times, Wu Song finally confirmed that the flirtatious woman beside Feng Yun Wujie was indeed Pan Jinlian, who had poisoned his brother Wu Dalong. In an instant, Wu Song was filled with rage, his tiger eyes wide open, and he immediately clenched his massive fist, ready to smash Pan Jinlian's head. Ah, little uncle, please calm down. I know I was wrong, and you've already killed me once. Please spare me this time. Pan Jinlian recognized Wu Song and was so frightened that her face turned pale, her body going limp as she fell to the ground, pleading for mercy. The sudden scene left everyone with their mouths slightly agape, their expressions frozen. What was happening? Why was it that these 2 cards, which had never been seen before, seemed to have deep-seated grudges behind them? Block him, Xiangyu. Fortunately, Ghost Shadow Butcher reacted in time and ordered Xiangyu to stop the furious Wu Song. No matter what grievances existed between his SSR and Feng Yun Wujie's SSR, they should not be fighting among themselves at this moment. Not to mention that Pan Jinlian had a powerful support skill that could greatly enhance everyone's output. Her role was indispensable. Compared to Ghost Shadow Butcher's clear thinking, Feng Yun Wujie's was in a daze. He was somewhat dumbfounded. What was going on? They hadn't even fought yet, and his SSR was already on the ground begging for mercy? Even as a woman, she shouldn't be so spineless and cowardly, right? She was an SSR, one that he had spent over 1 million to draw. She was even worse than that broken white card heavy swordsman, who had faced Xiangyu, whose strength and rarity far surpassed his own, and still dared to draw his sword and charge forward. That courage was something even he, as an enemy, had to acknowledge. Get up, don't embarrass yourself. Feng Yun Wujie's angrily pulled Pan Jinlian up, but she trembled slightly, still looking unsteady on her feet. Fortunately, on the other side, Ghost Shadow Butcher seemed to have said something to Wu Song, who merely shot Pan Jinlian a cold glare and did not continue to attack. Poisonous woman, I'll spare your life for now, but after the battle, I will seek an explanation from you. Among the crowd, Chen Chen was enjoying the spectacle. He hadn't expected that the cards would continue the grudges from their backstories. Of course, this was only for named cards, a privilege that only cards with an initial rarity of blue or above possessed. Someone like him, a nameless white card, had a background cleaner than a wallet at the end of the month, so naturally, he had no love-hate entanglements. What he didn't expect was that while he was watching from the sidelines, the troublesome flames would burn him instead. In the 40v1 swamp, Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind, who had been killed by Chen Shen, keenly spotted him. He then reported everything he knew to Ghost Shadow Butcher, not only truthfully but even embellishing it. You mean to say that the one I had high hopes for, even offering generous treatment to Recruit, after rejecting me, turned around and joined another guild? Is the guild leader that broken white card? That broken white card even claimed that whenever he encounters someone from the Ghost Shadow Guild, he will kill them on sight? Ghost Shadow Butcher touched the scar on his face, his voice revealing no hint of emotion. Leader, do you suspect that I'm lying? You know what kind of person I am. I followed you since you first started. Do you remember that battle? You were severely injured, and I carried a watermelon knife, cutting my way from Wangzai Wharf to Miaotsue Corner, escorting you. Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind's face showed a hint of nostalgia, but his mouth kept going. Stop, stop, stop. Ghost Shadow Butcher interrupted him repeatedly and turned to the mad scholar on his right. Great strategist, what do you think? The mad scholar shook his bony folding fan and slowly said, Leader, in my opinion, there must be something fishy about this. We should ask him directly. Ghost Shadow Butcher nodded in agreement. The strategist makes a good point. Let's go. Thus, Ghost Shadow Butcher, along with his 2 trusted aides and a large group of Ghost Shadow Guild members, surrounded Chen Shen and the others. He didn't keep them in suspense, his gaze fixed directly on Agu. What benefits did he give you? Can he offer more than I can? Even surrounded by many, Agu remained calm and composed. None. Then why? The expression of Ghost Shadow Butcher turned fierce, the scar on his face writhing like a centipede, revealing his ferocity. President Ghost Shadow, there's a saying, a woman beautifies herself for the one she loves, and a man dies for the one who understands him. You and I are ultimately not on the same path, but he and I share the same ideals. Agu glanced at Chen Shen behind him, turned back, and firmly refused again. Give it up, President Ghost Shadow. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Forcing it will lead to no good outcome. A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet? Heh, but it quenches thirst. Everyone, attack. Capture him. With a decisive wave of his right hand, Ghost Shadow Butcher was about to give the order. Try moving a single step? Suddenly, a voice as cold as ice pierced the ears of everyone in the Ghost Shadow Guild. Tap, tap, tap. Following that, steel boots reflecting metallic sheen stepped heavily down, the sound dull and solid, causing the hearts of the Ghost Shadow Guild members to sink. Chen Shen, shouldering a heavy sword, walked a few steps to stand before Ghost Shadow Butcher, looking down at him with a smile. President Ghost Shadow, we meet again. However, to snatch my people in front of me, you're somewhat overstepping your bounds. Or should I say, you didn't learn your lesson enough yesterday at the city wall entrance? Chen Shen's cold voice stirred up Ghost Shadow Butcher's unpleasant memories. Just thinking about being trampled underfoot by Chen Shen in front of everyone yesterday made him furious, the veins on his forehead bulging. He also recalled his loyal little brother, Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind, along with over 20 brothers, all defeated by Chen Shen alone, losing their helmets and armor, cards exploding one after another, and the talent he had tried to recruit, who had quickly joined this broken white card faction. Each of these incidents only fueled Ghost Shadow Butcher's rage. Since his debut, when had he ever lost so much face? When had he suffered such a great loss? From this moment on, the enmity between his Ghost Shadow Guild and the person before him was thoroughly established, and even the waters of the Yellow River could not wash it clean. Ghost Shadow Butcher glared at Chen Shen like a demon, wishing he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. No, a true hero does not hold grudges overnight. He wanted to settle both old and new scores right now. Just you? You dare to speak so arrogantly in front of me? I now have 2 major SSR heroes, plus dozens of skilled fighters. Taking down a white card like you is a piece of cake. With a thud, Chen Shen drove his unsharpened heavy sword into the ground, resting his hands on the hilt, casually smirking. Is that so? Then come and try. Chen Shen was not bluffing. He was completely different today than he was yesterday, with a tremendous boost in strength. He was more than capable of facing an SSR head-on. Although he was very reluctant to face the challenge of the great Emperor Assam at this critical moment, he was not afraid of trouble. Since the other side wanted a fight, he would accompany them to the end. He was not someone to be trifled with. Just as both sides were on edge, a deep and wise voice suddenly rang out. Wait, I have something to say. ABA, with a somewhat protruding belly, lightly waved a feather fan, confidently walking to Chen Shen's side with his cross-eyed gaze full of assurance. Who are you? Spit it out. Ghost Shadow Butcher looked at ABA with a strange expression. This thing looked truly ridiculous, yet it was trying to imitate its own strategist, not knowing where it had gotten a fan from, fanning itself regardless of the season. Who am I? President Ghost Shadow, please perk up your ears and listen carefully. I am the chief military strategist of the Unclothed Alliance. Of course, the person beside me is the president of the Unclothed Alliance. ABA introduced himself with great momentum before getting to the point. President Ghost Shadow, you need to think this through. Starting a war now would benefit neither side. Although our president is a white card, he ranked third on yesterday's damage leaderboard, even surpassing SSR Pan Jinlian. As for Agu, you understand his command role better than I do. Without them, think about how many unexpected twists and turns the upcoming battle will bring. Having said what he needed to, Abba closed his mouth and stepped aside, no longer speaking. As for Ghost Shadow Slayer, although he was reluctant to admit it, the cross-eyed strategist opposite him was indeed stating a fact. Starting a war now would be nothing but foolish internal strife. Strategist, what do you think? To be safe, Ghost Shadow Slayer decided to consult the opinion of the Mad Scholar. The Mad Scholar did not respond immediately but squinted his eyes, sizing up Abba. In fact, ever since Ghost Shadow Slayer approached Chun Chen and his group, his gaze had been fixed on Abba. For some reason, he had a premonition that this clumsy imitator would be a very troublesome opponent. What he said makes sense. The Mad Scholar nodded slightly, acknowledging Abba's words. Then he leaned close to Ghost Shadow Slayer's ear, waving his folding fan as he whispered softly. However, the reputation of our Ghost Shadow Guild is not so easily disregarded. President, please remain calm. We just need to endure for a while and not reveal any signs. Once we defeat the boss, we will signal with a toast, and the skilled members of the Ghost Shadow Guild will rush in and launch a surprise attack, cutting them to pieces. Meanwhile, Abba also covered his face with his fan and quietly spoke to Chun Chen. President, right now the brats from the Ghost Shadow Guild will keep the peace, but after we defeat the boss, they will definitely swarm to attack. You need to be extra careful. Don't worry. Chen Chen smiled with a hint of meaning. Ghost Shadow Guild? Just a little trick. These guys will reveal their intentions as soon as they bend over. Ha ha ha, it was all a misunderstanding earlier. My apologies, don't take it to heart. But defeating the boss is the priority. Everyone, let's focus on the boss. Ghost Shadow Slayer suddenly laughed heartily and gestured for his subordinates to disperse, no longer surrounding Chen Chen and the others. It's a small matter. Chen Chen waved his hand, pretending to be unconcerned. At that moment, the Mad Scholar shook his fan and walked up to Abba, asserting his dominance. Someone like you as the chief strategist? Do you deserve it? Faced with the enemy's provocation, Abba did not back down. If you can hold that position, why can't I? It's a pity that some people can only imitate my fan but cannot imitate my face. The Mad Scholar was momentarily speechless. What is there to imitate? My wise cross-eyed eyes? Humph. In the end, who is imitating whom? Who is the true talent, and who is the fake? We'll find out. The Mad Scholar snorted coldly, disdainfully glancing at Abba. Abba also blared back defiantly. In an instant, the two chief strategists were completely at odds, the air between them crackling as if electrified. Since the storm had calmed, the final battle with Emperor Assam was about to begin. Just like yesterday, Agu sat in the central command, overseeing the entire situation. Using the loudspeaker obtained from completing a mission, he commanded tens of thousands of players to form a series of massive mixed battle formations, including the Bagua Array, the Long Snake Formation, the Double Snake Parallel Formation, the Three Talents Formation, and the Six Ding Six Jaw Formation. The various formations operated not only without interfering with each other but also cooperated in an orderly manner, strengthening one another. Such terrifying command ability left many players in awe, exclaiming it was unbelievable. In fact, initially, many players had strong doubts about Agu's abilities and were unwilling to follow his orders. We are all players, why should we listen to you? I want to do what I want. I want to be as free as the wind. When players noticed that those who cooperated had fewer deaths but dealt more damage, some skeptical players began to comply. However, there remained a stubborn group who insisted on doing things their own way, refusing to cooperate. And then, they really died. Ago specifically dispatched players with purple card heroes to form dozens of supervisory teams. Anyone who dared to disobey or cause trouble would be executed on the spot. On the battlefield, the most important thing in marching in formation is strict military discipline and command that is as precise as an arms movement. Thus, over 10,000 players surprisingly operated in an orderly manner under Agu's command, steady as an old dog. Guiying Tohan and Feng Yun Wuji watched this scene, filled with both anger and hatred. Such a rare talent could not be utilized for their own purposes, which was a regret to think about. Meanwhile, players and heroes with health above 3,000 gathered at the innermost part of the Black-Red Throne under Emperor Assam, including Chen Chen and the 6 SSRs. As soon as they made their move, the damage leaderboard surged dramatically. First, the three 10-star 100-level SSRs with combat power exceeding 5,000. Under Agu's deliberate arrangement, Tian Sa Xing, Pan Jinlian was the first to activate her skill De Lang Yi Yao. As Pan Jinlian's fair hands fluttered like butterflies, she quickly formed hand seals. One by one, Celadon bowls appeared, splitting like cells, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. Soon, in front of players and heroes within a 50-meter radius, there appeared bowls filled with a strange purple liquid. A bowl also appeared in front of Chen Shen, and this time he did not resist, gulping it down with gusto. After drinking, Chen Shen couldn't help but close his eyes and exhale, his brows furrowing into a shape. It was still the old formula, still the familiar taste. Truly undrinkable. It was so disgusting he almost vomited bile. However, the new buff in his status bar was incredibly powerful. Pan Jinlian's love potion, attack power times 150%, lasting 120 seconds. Meanwhile, the other 5 main attacking SSRs, after drinking Pan Jinlian's love potion, wasted no time. They unleashed their ultimate skills. First, the 2 veteran heroes at 10-star 100 level. Daji, with a graceful demeanor, replaced her enchanting charm with tranquility and peace. Soul Fox Fire. She slightly lowered her head, crossing her jade arms in front of her chest, as the Holy Maiden of the Moon rose to 30 meters above the ground. Behind her pert backside, 9 tails swayed gently, painting hundreds of pale flames in the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, they shot out in succession, forming 9 white flower dragons in the air, tearing towards the proudly standing Emperor Assam. Minus 3,476, minus 3,445, minus 3,418. Although hitting the same target caused subsequent damage to gradually decrease, the sheer number of terrifying sparks instantly propelled Daji to the top of the damage leaderboard. The Overlord Xiang Yu was not to be outdone. What can be done? Blood battle at Gaixia. Burn the boats? Destroy the ambitions of Qin. First, he cast 2 terrifyingly powerful buffs on himself. Then the Overlord wielded his spear, sweeping left and right. In an instant, heavy spear shadows filled a conical area 15 meters ahead. The spear shadows were dense, each carrying an overwhelming force. Bang 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 bang, crashing onto the black-red throne. Minus 29,784. Minus 29,784. In a fully buffed state, each thrust dealt explosive damage, shocking the eyes of over 10,000 civilian players. The remaining 3 SSRs, although they had just drawn them today and hadn't had time to level up to 10-star 100 level, and lacked enough fragments, talents, and skill levels, still outputted astonishing damage, making the thousands of civilian players widen their eyes. Heavenly Killing Tiger Fist. Wusong tore open the front of his shirt, revealing his strong muscles, his fists like giant hammers pounding the drum, striking fiercely towards the throne. With each punch, a phantom of a fierce-eyed white tiger followed, its majesty imposing and unmatched. Minus 7,250. Minus 7,250. Moreover, Wusong's attack also inflicted a negative status on Emperor Assam. Vulnerable, damage taken plus 10%, lasting for 7 seconds. Blizzard Pear Blossom Needle. SSR Tian Dangstar? Pan Xiaoyan's ultimate move was to raise her right hand, shooting a flurry of snowflake-like needles from her long sleeves every 0.5 seconds, lasting for 10 seconds. Dash 143 times 50. Dash 143 times 50. Frozen Earth. Finally, the highly favored Qingqiu White Fox, beloved by Lan Jingjing, crouched down, half kneeling on the ground, her jade-like right hand gently touching the surface. Crack, crack, crack. Deep blue ice spread from her fingertips, enveloping the majestic throne and completely sealing it in ice. Boom! 3 seconds later, the ice suddenly exploded, shards flying everywhere, the temperature in the hall plummeting, causing many players and heroes to have purple lips and ice crystals forming at the corners of their eyes. Minus 108,276. The highest single damage to date had appeared. Xiaobai, well done. Seeing this, the usually cold and silent Lan Jingjing surprisingly praised her. Gulp, gulp. Witnessing the 6 SSRs displaying their might, nearly 10,000 civilian players were left in shock, their throats moving as they struggled to swallow. Is this the world of the big shots? Is this what it means to draw an SSR, which statistically requires an average of 800,000 DN coins? Faced with this representation of spending, a symbol of wealth, an embodiment of strength, and a synonym for invincibility, the civilian players couldn't help but wonder if they stood a chance against SSRs with their blue and purple cards. As civilians, in front of the 3 supreme VIP spenders, they were significantly outmatched in both financial power and social status. Just like their blue and purple cards, they had no strength to resist SSRs, let alone the right to speak loudly. Were they destined to be inferior? The gap in their backgrounds felt like the heaviest mountain, the most insurmountable chasm, suffocating them, so distant that they lacked even the courage to catch up. They were powerless, as were their cards. Without SSRs, they remained as ants. Just look at the damage leaderboard. First place, SSR, Nine-Tailed Fox, Dodgy. Second place, SSR, Overlord Xiangyu. Third place, SSR, Human Tai Sui, Wu Song. Fourth place, SSR, Qingqiu White Fox. Fifth place, SSR, Tian Dang Star, Pan Xiaoyun. Sixth place, N, Great Swordmaster. Seventh place, SSR, Tian Sa Star, Pan Jinlian. Ha, wait, why is there a Great Swordmaster? Isn't that one of the 6 toxic white cards polluting the pool? Young man, you didn't come yesterday, and now you're here to fight the boss, right? Let me tell you, that guy is no ordinary Great Swordmaster. Let me explain it to you. A mere white card, yet it has entered a pile of SSRs? Isn't that like an ant trying to shake a tree? A mantis trying to stop a chariot, unmatched courage. A firefly daring to compete with the moon, its ambition unparalleled. I'm moved. It turns out being born in humble circumstances is not a shame, but striving forward is what makes a man. In the eyes of over 10,000 civilian players, an unprecedented shock appeared. Meanwhile, the face of the ghostly figure was filled with deep confusion. How could this happen? Fomian Wujie and Lan Jingjing, the 2 supreme VIPs, also flashed with intense wariness in their eyes. Because of that white card, he not only broke into the exclusive ranks of SSRs, but his position was also continuously rising. 6th place, 5th place, 4th place, swish, swish, swish. Coincidentally, the civilian players all turned their gazes towards that figure, who was diligently swinging his sword, oblivious to the storm outside. Clad in simple white armor, lacking the luxurious decorations and dazzling effects of the SSRs, he embodied simplicity and steadfastness. Just like his sword-swinging movements, each strike landed solidly on the throne, sending up bright red sparks. Ordinary and unadorned, wasn't this their true reflection? Piece by piece, brick by brick, they built that ordinary yet supremely glorious life. At this moment, many players and heroes resonated with him, their hearts deeply moved. Some even began to cheer for Chen Chen. Come on, ordinary swordsman, catch up to the SSRs ahead. Go for it. Handsome big brother swinging his sword with all his might. Even though you're just a lowly white card, I believe you can do it. The voices converged into a massive wave, carrying an indescribable will and hope, all directed towards Chen Chen. What everyone failed to notice was the Emperor Assam, who remained aloof on the throne, never lifting a finger from beginning to end. He cast a glance at Chen Chen, then slightly nodded. Clang, 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 clang. The blunt heavy sword collided violently with the black-red throne, producing a sound like iron being struck, the air heated by the drifting sparks. Chen Chen said nothing, only continued to swing his sword. What could he say? It was utterly baffling. The players behind him suddenly became overly excited, as if they had taken some strange medicine. They shouted things like inspirational, passionate, teary-eyed, resilient despite physical limitations, unyielding, eternally immortal. Some even howled loudly like wolves. It left Chen Chen feeling bewildered. Focus on fighting the boss. Why were they all howling like banshees? Did these guys eat something undercooked for lunch and were hallucinating? Forget it, let them be. He was busy and had no time to deal with this group of deranged players. His right arm holding the sword slightly lifted, power gathering like wild thunder in his muscles and bones. Then it fell swiftly. With this strike, he activated the skill, Relentless Combo. Minus 3040, Relentless Combo. Critical Hit, Combo. Lucky Combo, times 4. Minus 3317, Relentless Combo. Critical Hit, Combo. Lucky Combo, times 4. Minus 1916, Unyielding Grip. Critical Hit. In an instant, 8 sword strikes whirled and struck fiercely against the black-red throne. The LV3 crack passive reduced Emperor Assam's defense by 300 points. Coupled with the buffs from Pan Jinlian and Wu Song, Chen Chen's 8 strikes dealt over 20,000 damage. The momentum of the 8 strikes was not yet exhausted. Chen Chen retracted his forearm, and the blunt heavy sword returned, then struck down again in a flash. Minus 2763, Relentless Combo. Critical Hit, Combo. Lucky Combo, times 4. This time it was a plain ordinary attack, but the damage deeply shocked the players and heroes around Chen Chen. They paused in their breathing, rubbed their eyes, and after confirming they weren't seeing things, they all gasped in astonishment. Hiss! In less than a second, the damage exceeded 10,000. Could a white card really achieve this? At that moment, they noticed Chen Chen's ranking on the damage leaderboard rising again, pushing aside the earthly Tai Sui, Wu Song. He climbed to 3rd place, only behind the Overlord Xiangyu and the Nine-Tailed Fox, Dodgy. I know why the white card swordsman's ranking keeps rising. Suddenly, to Chen Chen's left, a player with the ID the first understanding brother of the celestial domain exclaimed with shining eyes. Oh, What do you mean? Nearby players immediately perked up their ears. The number one expert in the realm, holding a staff, began to analyze while banging on the throne. Ahem, look here. Since the battle started, aside from that strange high-frequency basic attack, the white card swordsman hasn't used any other skills, so his output has been consistently high and stable. And what about the 6 SSRs? During their skill burst, their damage skyrockets, but once their skills go on cooldown, their output weakens. At this moment, a player with the ID 3 Fool scratched his head, still very confused. What does that mean? How is that related to his ranking going up? Are you an idiot? The number one expert in the realm pulled back his staff and gave him a sharp retort. It means that the reason the 6 SSRs ranked high at the beginning was due to their burst damage. Their advantage lies in that burst. Whereas our white card swordsman focuses on stability and endurance, taking advantage of the SSR's skill cooldowns to overtake them, rising from behind. To put it bluntly, the characteristic of our white card swordsman is persistence and consistency. The other SSR's output weakens over time, only occasionally bursting forth with a pop of damage. Now do you understand? The crowd nodded in realization. Got it. Though your explanation is rough, it makes sense. Player 3 Fool, enlightened, slapped his forehead and shouted loudly. I understand what you mean. The white card swordsman is the most enduring man. This guy's voice was so loud that it echoed like Zhang Fei guarding Changban Bridge, scaring away 100,000 troops with a single shout. The sound even drowned out the loudspeaker of a gu. The dimly lit hall fell silent for a moment, and then the players' discussions buzzed like flies, refusing to dissipate. The white card swordsman is the most enduring? Who said that? How does he know? How long? 3 hours or 5 hours? Oh ho ho. I'm getting a bit impatient. Though I don't know who spread the news, I don't think they're lying. Listening to the new wave of discussions, Pan Jinlian and Pan Xiaoyan exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling as they turned their sticky gazes toward Qin Shen. This little fish really surprises me every time? With a graceful step, the enchanting Daji turned her beautiful eyes toward Qin Shen. Lost in thought, she gently bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth, and her alluring face flushed with a few intoxicating shades of red. Bastard! Chen Shen's face instantly darkened with a myriad of colors. He stopped attacking and glared angrily at the loud 3 Fool. Holding his heavy sword above his head, Chen Shen wished he could cleave this guy in two. Can't he keep his mouth shut? Why say everything out loud? And so loudly? Great God, spare him. He didn't mean it. 3 Fool seemed a bit slow on the uptake, still dazed, while the number one expert in the realm quickly came to his defense. Big Can, what are they talking about? Endurance? What does endurance mean? Is it a good thing? I'm also very impressive. Do you want to compare? Suddenly, while vigorously waving her small fists and trying to hit the throne, Aang turned around with a curious expression and looked at Chen Shen. No need to compare, you're impressive. Looking into her pure, innocent eyes, Chen Shen chose to concede. This is the last time. After giving 3 Fool a warning glare, he turned back and continued to swing his sword, ignoring everything outside. Thus, Chen Shen and the 6 SSRs served as the main damage dealers, supported by nearly 10,000 civilian players and their heroes. With their combined efforts, the health of Emperor Assam plummeted. Unlike yesterday, the number of players participating in the battle today was greater, and their strength was even stronger. In less than 10 minutes, the health of Emperor Assam plummeted from 2.4 million to 1 million. During this time, Emperor Assam still bestowed his imperial mercy upon them. Not a single sword was drawn. It wasn't until his health dropped below 1 million that he casually waved the imperial sword, unleashing the skills Imperial Sweep and Imperial Vertical Slash. These two skills were quite ordinary, yet each time they inflicted significant casualties on the players. Fortunately, the players had the command of the General Agu, and the mixed battle formation operated smoothly and efficiently. The duties of the dead players and the resurrected players alternated in an orderly manner, so the players did not lose their composure, and Emperor Assam's health continued to decline steadily. However, the rate of decline was slowing down. This was because of the Emperor's talent, the Dying Sun's Imperial Might, which caused all enemies to lose 1% of their maximum health every second. As the battle progressed, the health of the players and heroes dwindled. The players were fine. They could be resurrected if they died, but if a hero died, they would lose stars and levels, so the players had to recall their heroes back into their card packs. The first to be recalled were the 6 SSRs, as their health limits were high, and their health loss per second was terrifying, making health potions completely ineffective. In the end, the only hero remaining on the field was Qin Shen. -233. -233. Chen Shen, who possessed the highest celestial level enlightenment, received 10% less percentage damage, so his health loss per second was reduced from 1% to 0.9%, +385, +385. However, the Wind of Revival allowed him to recover 1.5% of his maximum health every second. The final result was that not only did he not lose health, but he also regained health, allowing him to remain on the battlefield. Other cards, even the SSRs, have fallen and exited the field, yet he is still holding on? Truly the most enduring man. This is too persistent. He hasn't even taken a potion. Long Outyan, also acknowledged this title. The players were in awe, as this miraculous white card swordsman repeatedly shattered their perceptions. He always managed to come up with something new. Although only Qin Shen remained as the violent output on the field, he quickly reduced Emperor Assam's health to 500,000. At this point, Emperor Assam raised the Imperial Sword, its tip pointing straight to the sky. He was finally going to take things a bit more seriously. Emperor Assam had a total of 4 skills: Imperial Sweep, Imperial Vertical Slash, the Earth and Sky 8 Desolation Land Sinking Slash, Bestow Death Sword Chi. With his health dropping below 1 million, the Emperor used Imperial Sweep and Imperial Vertical Slash. Now, with his health falling below 500,000 and becoming slightly serious, the Emperor unleashed the Earth and Sky 8 Desolation Land Sinking Slash. He still did not leave his throne, as if the 10,000 ants before him were not worth his personal intervention. This was the majesty of the Emperor, the demeanor of the Emperor. However, even if he did not leave the throne and merely raised the Imperial Sword, all the players felt the threat of death at the same time, along with an instinctive fear. Everyone had a premonition. This sword would be incredibly terrifying. Just a remnant soul, with power less than 1/1000th of the Emperor at his peak, now merely taking things a bit more seriously made their scalps tingle, their muscles tense, and they dared not even breathe. Inside the main palace hall, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy and eerie. Amidst the eeriness, a gust of wind suddenly blew through. The wind grew fiercer, transforming from gentle to a wild dance. The players were blown off balance, stumbling and falling like gourds, rolling chaotically on the ground. Only Qin Shen, with one hand holding a little loli whose white hair was dancing wildly and whose eyes were blown shut by the wind, used the other hand to stab his sword into the gap of the throne, firmly anchoring his position. Let the wind blow, let it swirl chaotically, I remain steadfast. After the wind rose, clouds surged. A vast expanse of dark clouds suddenly appeared above the great hall. Following the dark clouds came a torrential downpour, with raindrops as large as glass beads. Splash, splash, splash. -100. -100. The relentless rain continued, and any player struck by the raindrops lost another 100 points of life every second. After the clouds surged, the ground shook. Boom, boom, boom. The great hall emitted a deafening roar, and the crimson gold floor trembled violently, cracking open deep, bottomless fissures. Bang, bang, bang. Several of the vermilion pillars entwined with divine dragons suddenly broke like mountains, collapsing, toppling over. -3,790, -3,571, -3,643. Some players were caught off guard and were directly crushed to death, their souls floating up from their flattened bodies. In the end, there was a single sword, the earth-sinking sword of heaven and earth. The Imperial Sword in the hands of Emperor Assam, pointed straight at the sky, finally began to slowly descend at a 90-degree angle. With a boom, the players felt as if their eardrums would shatter, and then they were horrified to see a shattered continent's phantom, depicting various apocalyptic scenes, crashing down upon them. The coverage area was a radius of 999 meters. Fixed damage, -9,999, -9,999, -9,999. Like a comet striking the earth, the phantom of the shattered continent violently collided with the crimson gold floor, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Under the waves, all surviving players perished. Even the anchor in Qin Shen's hands lost its vitality, turning into a cute and quiet corpse, a translucent soul rising from behind, still wearing a bewildered expression. Looking up at Emperor Assam, who sat high on his throne, Qin Shen frowned. He had just activated the instant prison thunder god, but this time the phasing effect of the skill did not grant him an anchor immunity to damage. Fortunately, after the strike, Emperor Assam stood still with his sword, making no further moves. Moreover, the 4 phenomena of strong winds, dark clouds, torrential rain, and earthquakes suddenly vanished. +385. +385. Qin Shen was left with half of his life, which was quickly recovering. Players began to resurrect one after another, and under the command of Agu, they quickly formed a formation to continue battling against the incredibly powerful Emperor Assam. -1,342, Relentless Strike, Critical Hit, Combo, Lucky Combo, ×4. -1,742, Unyielding Grip, Critical Hit. Without the buffs from Pan Jinlian and Wu Song, Qin Shen's damage had decreased significantly. Even so, his damage alone was equivalent to that of over 1,000 players. On the damage leaderboard, he had already reached the first position, with damage twice that of the second place, the nine-tailed fox Daji. This was the power of tenacity. Under Qin Shen's leadership, the players fully entered their fighting state, determined to defeat Emperor Assam. Even the little lowly anchor had a focused expression, diligently swinging her small pink fists to deal real damage. -205. -205. With the players' concerted efforts, Emperor Assam's health quickly dropped to 100,000. By this point, many players had figured out the Emperor's attack patterns. Their expressions grew serious, knowing it was time to face his final skill. As expected, Emperor Assam slightly lowered his gaze and swept it over them. Then, with his empty left hand, he brushed past the pure white cloak behind his round body. Swish! Swish 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 swish! In an instant, countless blood-red sword energies flew up from the pure white cloak, like a bloodthirsty swarm of bats, sensing the presence of life and flying towards the players at an unavoidable speed, embedding themselves within them. Everyone received a share, never missing out. Chen Chen also received a blood-red sword energy, which pierced through his helmet and entered his body through the Baihui point at the top of his head. The sword energy entered the body, and the system prompt sounded immediately. Detected that you have been hit by cursed sword energy. For the next 100 seconds, a judgment will be made every 0.5 seconds. Cursed sword energy starts in the state of danger. Each judgment has a 99% chance of converting to death. In this state, you will die immediately, and the resurrection time will be extended by 100 times, recoverable only after the defeat of Emperor Assam. There is a 1% chance of converting to life. In this state, you can deal triple damage to Emperor Assam. First judgment begins, life. Second, life. Chen Shen turned his head and looked around, discovering that the players all had a red danger above their heads, which quickly changed to death. Occasionally, there were a few lucky ones who got life on the first try, but there were still 199 judgments to go. Thus, in less than 10 seconds, all players fell again. Due to the extreme extension of the resurrection time, this time they could only stare blankly in their soul state. Chen Shen looked up and saw that on the vast crimson gold ground, corpses lay everywhere, and he was the only one standing proudly. The talent, fortune of heaven, once again played an indelible role. The players also realized this, and it was as if they had been struck by heavenly thunder. Everyone was stunned. What the hell? 99% chance of death, judging every 0.5 seconds, and he's still standing? That white card swordsman's fate must be tougher than rebar. Wow! So according to you, the white card swordsman is not only the most enduring man but also the toughest man? Stop rambling. Can't you see the situation is unclear? The white card swordsman has become our village's last hope, the final light. Whether we can defeat Emperor Assam and obtain the limited edition title depends on him. Hurry up and cheer for him. Go for it. Big brother in armor, let the Emperor see the power of our bond and friendship. You absolutely cannot fall. White card swordsman, I believe you can do it. Let's go. When the battle is over, I'll treat you to jelly. You must come back alive, do you hear me, great sword wielder? After the shock, the players quickly regained their composure and cheered for Chen Chen, the lone seedling. However, a figure so bright it was blinding descended from the sky, floating 3 steps away from Chen Chen. The power of luck? No wonder you were chosen by him. Emperor Assam merely glanced at Chen Chen and understood the reason for the failure of the cursed sword energy. Then, in a testing tone, he said lightly, "Draw your sword." "I beg your pardon." Chen Chen narrowed his eyes, and with his blunt heavy sword, he slashed at Emperor Assam 4 times in 1 second. However, the next scene left him dumbfounded. -0, -0, -0, -0. Emperor Assam casually waved the imperial sword, using a technique so profound it could not be described in words, and completely nullified Chen Chen's attacks from the root. Therefore, the damage dealt was not -1, but 0. Is this the Emperor's skill? Chen Chen's expression was more serious than ever, but the next second he felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and the blunt heavy sword slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. Is this how you hold a sword? Remember, as a swordsman, even if you have only a breath left, you must never let go of the sword in your hand. Emperor Assam retracted the imperial sword, speaking as if to teach a lesson or impart wisdom. "Thank you for your guidance, your majesty." After that, Emperor Assam did not use that miraculous sword technique again but instead exchanged damage with Chen Chen. In the end, with the triple damage boost from the state of life, Shin Chen whittled down the last 100,000 health of Emperor Assam. At this point, Emperor Assam transformed into pure white light and ascended, leaving behind a massive explosion. Over 10,000 pieces of equipment and items shimmering with various lights fell like rain. This emperor is waiting for you in the backyard, be prepared. Just as the other players thought the emperor was dead and were overjoyed, a majestic voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind. Backyard? The emperor is waiting for me? Chen Chen pondered for a few seconds, looking at a buff in his status bar. Emperor's recognition effect. After defeating the Assam emperor, you will be summoned by the emperor alone. Duration, 3 days. Description: the Assam emperor sees a glimpse of his past self in you. Go! Make the most of this opportunity. Perhaps you are still a bit confused now, but when your strength reaches a certain level, you will understand what an unparalleled honor it is to be summoned by the Assam emperor. Just then, a system announcement exploded across the entire server. Congratulations to Newbie Village No. 88888 for defeating the Assam Emperor. Players of Newbie Village No. 88888, please note that your class change path and hero evolution path are now fully unlocked. Heroes meeting the conditions of 10 stars and level 100 can go to the Old Village Chief for their first evolution. All players and heroes from Newbie Village No. 88888 who participated in this battle will receive the limited edition title, Outstanding Person. The effects of Outstanding Person differ for players and heroes. Please check for details. Once the announcement was made, hundreds of thousands of other newbie villages erupted in chaos. Especially those players who were battling the emperor, their minds were racing with disbelief. They would rather think they were hallucinating, that the system was glitching, than believe someone could defeat the emperor who never held back. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The emperor was manageable in the earlier stages, but the final death sword energy is simply unsolvable. How did they get past it? The scheming frog has been probing your belly. There's only one truth. They must have opened it. They definitely opened it. Newbie Village No. 88888. Everyone is hanging up. Identification complete. What are we waiting for? Brothers, let's report together. Forget it, let's just mind our own business. We should think about how to defeat the emperor in 3 days. Hey, I have an idea. What idea? Look, our village has a total of 10,000 people. If everyone v me 100, wouldn't I have 1 million? Wouldn't that give me a better chance of drawing an SSR? Wouldn't that increase our chances of winning? Get lost. Why don't you give me money? V me 50 is enough. After hearing the system announcement, the vast majority of players were in a frenzy, arguing endlessly. Their lips were dry, their throats hoarse, and they were exhausted from envy. Yet there were also those who were indifferent, or rather, completely lacked the energy to care. For example, in the 7-day ranking event top of the recharge list, Chen Duo, recharge amount, 2,023,580,000 Dian coins. This guy was a chubby little man with a prosperous appearance. At this moment, he was lying on a swaying vine chair. On either side, there stood a team of female players fanning him. The two teams of female players total 18, each wearing pink rabbit ear headbands and low-cut maid outfits, showcasing their youthful beauty. This low-cut maid outfit was called Rabbit Maid Set, not equipment, but a player-exclusive costume purchased by Chen Duo in the system mall. It added no attributes, yet each set cost a staggering 999,998 starstones, nearly 100,000 Dian coins. Unfortunately, whether it was the beautiful scenery before him or the breathtaking natural landscape of green grass stretching to the horizon, Chen Duo had no leisure to appreciate or enjoy. Roll. You want to roll? Ha! I'll accompany you to the end. Don't even mention enjoyment. Shenduo's facial muscles twitched in pain, and every syllable he roared was filled with frustration. The 18 rabbit maids trembled in fear, hastily increasing the speed of their fans. How could Chen Duo not be angry? Born with a silver spoon, the hardships he endured over the past 25 years didn't even compare to these 2 days. The source of his pain, the recharge leaderboard. In reality, his family was wealthy, with money to burn, even using 50-year-old vintage Maotai to rinse his mouth. Every day, bored out of his mind, he would drive his globally limited Apollo sun god to the slums, throwing money in the faces of those he disliked, humiliating the poor with his wealth. Every time he went out, he had to spend all the money he brought before he would return home. Until Heavenly Domain suddenly appeared, and when Chen Duo entered the game, he thought, oh, the recharge leaderboard, isn't this tailor-made for me? But it ended up being a disaster for him. Because of this damn game, this heartless game, it had fully maxed out the tech tree for torturing players. Each recharge was capped at 20,000, and he had to do it himself. Trash game. Who said money makes you invincible? You poor fools can't even comprehend the pain of being rich. Duo cursed furiously. To maintain his position at the top of the recharge leaderboard, he had done nothing for the past 2 days. His level stuck at level 1. Every day he logged in, it was just one thing: recharge. While others were fighting monsters, he was recharging. While others excitedly explored the world, he was recharging. While others were flirting, he was still miserably recharging. With 12 hours of gaming each day, his fingers never stopped, clicking that recharge button until they twitched, nearly giving out. Even at night, he dreamed of recharging. And he couldn't stop, because the second and third places were too close, only a few million less than him. If he dared to slack off for even a moment, he would be overtaken. I hate this competition. You two stupid idiots. What are you competing for? Duo cursed, spitting as he frantically clicked the recharge button. He was about to go crazy. If those two idiots weren't so competitive, would he even dare to relax for a moment? I'll make you compete. I'll make you compete. Anger surged in Duo's heart, and his right hand's clicking action suddenly sped up. Ouch! Unexpectedly, he exerted too much force, lost his balance, and fell directly from the rattan chair. Young master! The rabbit maids exclaimed in shock, their faces pale, rushing over. Help me up! I can still recharge. At that moment, Duo's eyes were incredibly determined, his teeth clenched, letting out a roar of never giving up. What Duo didn't know was that he wasn't the only one troubled by being in first place. Power ranking: first place, Dugabuba, Combat Power 12132, Lineup, Summoner Dugabuba, SSR Water God Gongon, 10 stars, SSR Fire God Zhuron, 10 stars. From the moment he entered the game, Dugabuba planned to be a mysterious expert, just like his ID. Since he was a mysterious expert, the most important thing was to be taciturn. He had never seen a high-class expert who couldn't stop talking every day. Unfortunately, ever since his luck exploded, pulling 2 SSRs in a 10 consecutive draw, Dugabuba's dream was shattered. Stop! Don't hit anymore! Cough cough cough. Dugabuba's voice was hoarse, but his 2 main cards were still fighting endlessly. One side was Gongong, surrounded by swirling water, with waves crashing, while the other was Zhurong, with red skin and hair, flames rising from his body. Gongong, you angered Mount Bujo back then, causing the collapse of the heavenly pillar, creating a great mistake, and now you still have the face to attack me? Humph, isn't it because of you? Why do people only respect you, Zhurong, and not me, Gongong? Water and fire should be equal. I refuse to accept this. 2 major SSR skills were unleashed, showing no mercy, causing cold sweat to stream down Dugabuba's face. Everyone, be quiet. With no other choice, he could only raise his hand and retract both SSRs back into his card pack. What is this all about? Dugabuba's face was filled with helplessness. Is this what it means to be irreconcilable? The top 2 on the leaderboard were both in trouble. Meanwhile, in the grand hall where Chen was, a storm was about to break. In the ruins of the Slime Empire, the central palace, the Emperor Assam transformed into light and vanished, leaving behind a massive explosion. White, black, green, silver, gold. Various colors of brilliance trailed long tails, resembling falling meteors. The dim hall was instantly illuminated, and a glance revealed that the number of exploded equipment and items exceeded 10,000. At the same time, with the victory in battle, the negative effects of the Death Sword Chi completely disappeared, and players revived one by one. Over 10,000 dropped items, dense as rain, brought a strong visual impact. Such a scene had never been seen even by seasoned players who had been gaming for decades. Shock was deeply etched on every player's face. Clang! Until a heavy bronze-level shield fell first, producing a crisp collision sound. The silence in the hall was instantly shattered like thunder striking the ground. A riot! An unprecedented riot! A riot stronger than a volcanic eruption occurred. Grab it! Fight for it! The quick get it, the slow lose it. The young lady has arrived. Everyone, step aside. That silver-level staff is what I have my eyes on. Anyone who dares to take it will have their paws chopped off. A mere young lady dares to act high and mighty? Back in the day, I was the princess of heaven and earth. Why should I give you any leeway? I'm going to grab it. Ah, old 6, I treated you like a brother, and now you sneak attack me for a piece of equipment? Beast! Beast! I, Hu Hongxi, really misjudged you. Chaos, unprecedented chaos, more chaotic than a mad ant snatching discounted goods in a supermarket. Just a moment ago, this group of players was united, cheering for Chen. Now, their true colors were revealed. Each one looked like a wolf with red eyes, their minds completely consumed by greed and desire. Upon seeing treasures, they stretched out their claws to snatch. Upon encountering competitors, they swung their blades to cut. Chen did not immediately join this feast. seeing that he did not move, and Kor obediently stayed close to him without moving. However, while Chen Chen's body remained still, his gaze transformed into an all-encompassing fire control radar, scanning the skies and the ground, searching for the most valuable drops. Indeed, with over 10,000 treasures, how could he possibly take them all? To maximize his benefits, he could only select the best among them. That is, a legendary item? Smack! He slapped his thigh, quickly locking onto a target, a book wrapped in glaring red light. Red, representing legendary status. The cover of the book was not made of paper but a whole piece of transparent jade, its surface covered in tortoise-shell patterns, making it clear at a glance that it was no ordinary item. However, Chen Chen's expression was not good, as this legendary book was the highest quality among all the drops, but its descent speed was the slowest. It floated at over 40 meters high, drifting like a leaf. Chen Chen thought to himself that even using the 3-stage instant prison Flying Thunder God consecutively would still not reach it. What worried him the most was that many heroes with flying abilities were rushing towards the legendary book, including the SSR Nine-Tailed Fox, Dodgy. What to do? Chen Chen furrowed his brows, racking his brain on how to get the legendary book. Suddenly, he felt a slight vibration from the armor on his right shoulder. Turning his head, he discovered it was ABA gently fanning him with a feather fan. "President, don't panic. I have a plan that can help you seize the treasure." Abba confidently offered his strategy to Chen Chen. "Oh, military advisor, please tell me." Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, delighted. Time was of the essence, and Abba lowered his voice, quickly explaining the plan to Chen Chen. "Military advisor, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" After hearing it, Chen Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and a dark line appeared on his forehead. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trivial matters. If the president doesn't take action soon, the treasure will be snatched away by someone else. Seeing that Chen Chen was still hesitant, Abba's bulging eyes were filled with urgency. "All right, we'll do it your way." Chen Chen gritted his teeth and asked in Kor for a golden jelly. "Summoner, you should also go grab the equipment. Don't worry about gains or losses, just focus on participating." After advising in Kor, Chen Chen immediately ran at top speed to the location of the legendary book. At this moment, more than 10 heroes were preparing to soar into the air towards the treasure. "Hee, that book belongs to me, so no one is allowed to snatch it." Dodgy's charming face was adorned with a playful smile, her beautiful eyes scanning the surrounding heroes one by one. Sometimes, a smile is a courtesy, and sometimes, it is a warning. 3 perceptive purple heroes immediately withdrew from the competition. "TCH, flirtatious fox, do you think you're the only SSR?" Tian Dongqing Pan Xiaoyun scoffed, retorting, "Oh, sister, that's not right. How am I flirtatious? I'm not the one who strayed from the path." Dodgy continued to smile, but her slender, seductive eyes curved into a dangerous arc. "You, Blizzard Pear Blossom Needle." Pan Xiaoyun, embarrassed and angry, unleashed her ultimate move, Soul Fox Fire. Dodgy flicked her tail, and hundreds of fox fires swiftly flew out. But in a pure damage contest without skill, Pan Xiaoyun was no match for Dodgy, the king of single target. With a sultry scream, Pan Xiaoyun's health bar was emptied in an instant, and she was sent back to card form. Bang! A star on the golden card's back suddenly exploded. The other heroes and players who had not retreated from the legendary book's location were also completely wiped out by Dodgy. "Hee, the treasure is mine now." Dodgy covered her mouth and giggled, then activated her ability to ascend, slowly approaching the legendary book. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. After Dodgy ascended, Chen Chen also arrived directly beneath her. When Dodgy was about 7 meters off the ground, Chen Chen's gaze sharpened. "Now's the time. Instant Prison Thunder God, minus 3,546, critical hit." The blood-red damage number floated up from Dodgy's head, but her health bar barely dropped by a tenth. Dodgy frowned. Damage was secondary, but what was important was that she suddenly felt her legs tighten. "You, what are you doing? Let go of my legs, no hugging." A glance downward made Dodgy's charming face flush with embarrassment, for her legs were being tightly held by someone. The grip was strong, even leaving deep imprints on her 2 plump long legs. "I apologize." Knowing his actions were somewhat shameless, Chen Chen had no choice but to do so. Objectively speaking, her legs were smooth, fair, firm, and warm, indeed a pair of exquisite legs. But that wasn't why Chen Chen held on tightly. "Little fish, let me go." Soon, Chen Chen felt Dodgy's anger, as 9 warm foxtails were wildly slapping his face. Minus 1,356. Minus 1,356. Meanwhile, Dodgy was still in the air, getting closer to the legendary book. Instant Prison Thunder God. Instant Prison Thunder God. Seeing he was at the right distance, Chen Chen reluctantly let go and decisively activated his skill, transforming into a flash of lightning, instantly crossing a distance of 14 meters, successfully intercepting the legendary book. "No, that's mine," Daji finally reacted, unwillingly letting out a soft cry. At that moment, she realized she had fallen for the little fish's trick. The other party was trying to use her power to get closer to the treasure. It was also her first time having such intimate contact with the opposite sex, which led to her losing her composure, her mind clouded by shame and anger, causing her to miss the true intention of the other party. "I didn't mean it just now, this is my compensation for you." In midair, Shin casually tossed a golden jelly straight towards Daji. "Humph, don't think you. Smells so good. Why is it so much more delicious than what I, the summoner, make?" Daji's small mouth slightly opened, about to say something, but was interrupted by the flying jelly. She took a small bite, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief at such a delicacy in the world. "Wow, what kind of hard days have I lived before? It's so delicious, I want to eat more." Daji finished the jelly in just a few bites, and in the end, she stuck out her little fragrant tongue and licked her red lips, still wanting more. After temporarily calming Daji down, Shin, who lacked flying ability, fell to the ground with a thud. "Big bad guy, let go. This is for my big can." Just as he landed and hadn't had the chance to check the Book of Legends, Shin heard a familiar voice. It was Encore. Following the sound, Shin saw the little lowly using both hands to tightly grip the hilt of a treasured sword. On the other end of the hilt, it was also being held by someone else. "Little one, it's you who should let go. This sword is powerful and majestic. Only I am worthy to use it." The one competing with Encore for the treasured sword was none other than the Ghost Shadow Soul Slayer. Shin carefully observed the treasured sword they were fighting over, and the more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. What a dragon-slaying sword! It exuded an imposing aura. This was a broken sword, with a blade and hilt measuring 1.5 meters in total. That's right, the treasured sword was not complete. It lacked a tip, resembling a full blade that had been cut in half. On both sides of the blade, there were lifelike reliefs of 4-clawed golden dragons. The golden dragons had red eyes, sharp claws, and formidable scales. It looked fierce and awe-inspiring, which was the source of the sword's imposing aura. Moreover, the sword emitted a golden halo, indicating it was a golden-grade weapon. Even among over 10,000 dropped items, its quality was among the best. The golden snake poison sword he was currently equipped with was only bronze grade, and Kota was quite lucky. She participated and ended up grabbing a grand prize. As for the Ghost Shadow Soul Slayer, you troublesome guy, do you think you deserve the treasured sword? You only deserve to eat the big sword. Shin walked towards him slowly, holding the blunt heavy sword. Suddenly, the Ghost Shadow Soul Slayer's eyes widened. He finally remembered he was a summoner. Moreover, he was a supreme VIP summoner with 2 SSRs, a person of unparalleled status. So, he reached for the card pouch at his waist with his empty left hand. "Big bad guy, you're too despicable, always causing trouble for the big can. I clearly got the sword first, and you're here to snatch it. I've tolerated you for a long time. Watch me hit your kidneys." Seeing the other party refusing to let go and recalling all of their evil deeds, Encore became extremely angry, her cheeks puffing up. Suddenly, she released the hilt, clenched her small fist, and aimed a hard punch at the Ghost Shadow Soul Slayer's kidneys. Not far away, the mad scholar happened to catch sight of this scene, and the painful memories from yesterday surged back to his mind. Even at this moment, his waist still ached faintly. To prevent the respected president from suffering the same fate, he immediately shouted a warning. "President, dodge! Dodge? Dodge what?" The Ghost Shadow Soul Slayer curled his lips into a disdainful smile. His strategist was good at everything, but a bit timid, lacking the spirit of a man. Back in the day, when he was the boss at Wangzai Wharf, he had been slashed over 20 times by members of the enemy gang without uttering a word. Although the first strike had already cut his vocal cords, at that moment he was facing a vicious thug. But now, it was a ridiculously innocent little girl. Could her punch even make him dodge? Anchor's small pink fist landed precisely on the waist of the Ghost Shadow Butcher. The next second, the Ghost Shadow Butcher's movements froze, his pupils dilating suddenly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and then he collapsed with a thud, clutching his waist and convulsing uncontrollably. "My kidney!" A loud wail erupted, drawing the attention of many, and the fighting in the hall came to a halt. "Isn't that the president of the Ghost Shadow Guild? What happened? Did he have a seizure?" "What seizure? Didn't you hear him scream? It's clearly kidney stones." "Sigh, President, why didn't you listen to me? Now you're in for it, huh?" The mad scholar shook his folding fan and sighed helplessly. Shen, who was about to take action, paused slightly and then smiled knowingly. The summoner's kidney-bursting punch didn't deal much damage, but the added tenfold kidney pain was uniquely devastating. Even Iron Man would feel the pain, and Ultraman would have to flash his lights in agony. With the ghost shadow butcher out of the way, Anchor successfully stowed the treasured sword in her backpack. President, congratulations on acquiring the treasure. ABA came to Chen Chen's side, gently waving his feather fan and smiling to congratulate him. How can you still say that? From now on, do less. No, don't ever come up with such rotten ideas again. Chen Chen felt a bit of a toothache. Using Daji as a springboard, he had successfully snatched a legendary treasure, but he had also clung to her thigh, which had now thoroughly offended Daji. He wasn't afraid of SSR, he just didn't want to stir up unnecessary trouble. Chen Chen was about to say a few more words to ABA when he suddenly found himself floating off the ground. An overwhelming force of summoning was coming from the back of the hall. After the battle, the Emperor will summon me and the summoner. Could it be because of this? Chen Chen thought as he turned to look back. Sure enough, Anchor was also floating up. The summoning power grew stronger, and when it reached its peak, Chen Chen and Anchor were suddenly propelled backward. At the back wall of the hall, a long-sealed copper door swung open, pulling the two of them inside. Their unusual behavior caught the attention of the players. At that moment, over 10,000 treasures had been snatched clean. So, with nothing else to do and heavy curiosity, the players gathered in front of the ancient copper door. What's going on? Why can they go in, but we can't? Damn it! This door can't possibly recognize people, right? But no matter what methods they tried, the door remained shut, leaving not even a trace behind. President, since they went in, they will eventually come out. When they do, we'll force them to hand over their equipment and treasures. Now that the boss is defeated, we have no more worries. The mad scholar lightly waved his fan, suggesting to the ghost shadow butcher, who was still in pain. Hiss, humph, this time I'll make sure they can't escape. The ghost shadow butcher gasped, a fierce glint in his eyes. Lan Jingjing looked at the bronze door, her gaze growing colder. The heroes who dared to take liberties with her must pay the price. Behind her, Daji followed with her head bowed, looking as if she had done something wrong. On the other side of the bronze door was a courtyard. The courtyard was quite large, covering more than 100 square meters, but it was extremely simple, with only a white stone table, and on the stone table was an unremarkable yellow wooden box. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Emperor Assam did not appear. Chen Chen led Nkur to the stone table. Although he was very curious about what was inside the yellow wooden box, he did not rashly open it. Instead, he began to tally the various gains from the battle against Emperor Assam. First was the legendary book he had snatched. The cover was like jade, with an incredibly dense pattern resembling a turtle shell. Xuanwu Shield Guardian Job Change Book Quality, Legendary Effect. After use, the summoner can change to the legendary unique hidden class Xuanwu Shield Guardian, available at level 150. Description: thousands of years ago, a mysterious powerful being fell into a time-space turbulence and accidentally arrived at the sleeping place of the super divine beast Xuanwu. This mysterious being was trapped in the sleeping place for a full 3,000 years. Unable to leave temporarily, he could only observe and comprehend the divine might and mysteries of Xuanwu's true form. Ultimately, based on Xuanwu's characteristics, he painstakingly created the class Xuanwu Shield Guardian. Xuanwu was renowned for its unparalleled vitality and defense. Similarly, after changing to the Xuanwu Shield Guardian class, the summoner will excel in life and defense, reaching a level unattainable by other summoners. Job change book? After carefully reading the book's information, Chen Chen's eyes filled with astonishment. It was clear that the Xuanwu Shield Guardian was a tank class, and the top-tier one at that. Legendary quality, second only to mythic. It was both hidden and unique. The magical little story in the description undoubtedly elevated the prestige of the Xuanwu Shield Guardian. Unfortunately, it required level 150 to use, which was precisely the level at which players would first change classes. Unlike Chen Chen, who could evolve immediately after handling everything here and returning to the novice village. Xuanwu Shield Guardian? Does that mean the summoner is going to turn into a little turtle? Glancing at the adorably clumsy Nkur, Chen Chen felt a hint of anticipation. He wondered what the expressions of future enemies would be when they faced this little one, only to discover after engaging that she was surprisingly tough. It seemed that the previous training direction of turtle style was indeed correct. He would continue to intensify the effort. Big Can, this is the knife I specially snatched for you. Hurry and equip it. Nkur eagerly took out the treasured sword from her backpack. The sword was 1.5 meters long, taller than her entire body, so she could only hold it with both hands. It looked like a little panda hugging a giant bamboo, awkward yet comical. Under the expectant gaze of the little lowly, Chen Chen picked up the treasured sword with one hand. What a fine sword! Chen Chen's expression slightly shook, not only because of its imposing dragon-coiled blade design but also due to its attributes. Dragon Slayer Sword, Replica, Quality, Gold Equipment Requirement, Level 100 Physical Melee Attack plus 600 Armor Penetration plus 100 Dragon Might. Pseudo-normal attacks have an 8% chance to trigger Dragon's Roar, which will stun targets within a 3-meter radius for 0.2 seconds. Note, creatures have resistance to stunning. The more times they are stunned in a battle, the shorter the duration of subsequent stuns, until it completely fails. Description: Emperor Assam once slayed an evil ancient dragon and crafted a true Dragon Slayer sword for his ninth son using the body of the ancient dragon as the main material, supplemented by various divine metals from heaven and earth. The true Dragon Slayer sword can cut through iron like mud and even easily sever space, making it a truly unparalleled sword. This sword is a replica of the true Dragon Slayer sword. Although its quality is vastly inferior, it still inherits a trace of its power. High attack, high armor penetration, all of which made Chen Shun overjoyed. His current attack was only 1179 points, and this sword directly increased his output by more than half. Damage was secondary. The Dragon Slayer sword's additional Dragon Might effect was what Chen Shen valued most. An 8% chance to trigger Dragon Might and stun enemies? Nonsense, it was clearly a 100% guaranteed stun. Moreover, Chen Shen's attack is a 4-hit combo. This means that each attack can hard control the enemy for 0.8 seconds. Unfortunately, the stiffness mechanism is there, and the control effect will weaken over time. Otherwise, once he stacks up his attack speed, he could control the enemy to death. Even so, Chen Shen is content. Just think about it. No matter what enemy he encounters, he doesn't care about anything else and charges in to control them. Then he hacks away until the stiffness wears off. Enemies with low health are killed on the spot, and those with high health are weakened. This is the terrifying power of the talent, Fortune of the Heavens. As long as Chen Shen is given a bit of probability, no matter how small, it will trigger 100%. There's no hesitation. Chen Shen decisively equips the Dragon Slayer sword. Roar! Roar! With 2 dragon roars echoing, Chen Shen's blunt heavy sword remains unchanged in overall appearance, but on either side of the blade, a clawed golden dragon emerges. Majestic and imposing, the appearance of the blunt heavy sword instantly elevates several levels. From now on, the golden snake poison sword proudly retires. Once he leaves the novice village and heads to the main city, and the player's free trading function is unlocked, he can sell it and let Ankura make some money. Big canned food, your sword is so cool. Ankura's innocent words are the best praise. Oh, right, there's this too. Deeply attracted by the handsome new look of the blunt heavy sword, Ankura suddenly claps her head, her mouth forming a round shape as she lets out a sweet exclamation. I almost forgot, hee hee. She giggles foolishly and takes out 2 green hexagonal stones from her backpack. Refined Jade Quality, Emerald Effect, can be used to upgrade the title Outstanding Person. Description: stones are refined into jade, and people are forged into talents. Chen Shen raised an eyebrow, memories surfacing in his mind. This was exactly the mysterious grand prize he drew before the Slime Empire's sacrificial artifact of lost divine might. At that time, he had angrily cursed the greedy game for only painting big pies, without clarifying where the titles came from. Now it comes in handy. Chen Shan and Ankura both used the refined jade. Thus, the reward they obtained from defeating Emperor Assam within 3 days, the limited edition title, Outstanding Person, was upgraded to Heavenly Outstanding Person. Outstanding Person Quality, Gold Effect. When evolving, the increased attributes gain an additional 20%. Acquisition method: defeat Emperor Assam within 4 days of the game's public test. Completion time, 3rd day. Description: are you an outstanding guy? Or are you just a lucky one who got carried along? The truly outstanding ones are elsewhere? Heavenly Outstanding Person Quality, Emerald Effect. When evolving, the increased attributes gain an additional 50%. Acquisition method: can only be upgraded from the title, Outstanding Person. Description: stop looking around, it's you. You are the true chosen one, the excellent one. Be bold and take pride in yourself, Outstanding One. Chen Shen looked at his title, then at Ankura's. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise because Ankura's title effect was actually different from his. Heavenly Outstanding Person Quality, Emerald Effect. The attribute points gained during leveling up are increased by an additional 50%. Acquisition method: can only be upgraded from the title, Outstanding Person. Description: stop looking around, it's you. You are the true chosen one, the excellent one. Take pride in yourself, Outstanding One. He gains extra boosts when evolving, and Ankura gets more attribute points when leveling up. After a moment of thought, Chen Shen understood, this is tailored education. Because heroes do not gain attribute points when leveling up, and summoners cannot evolve. An increase of 30% just like that? So generous? Chen Shen was somewhat surprised. In this way, his and Encore's titles had a value of 50%, while the others in the 88888 novice village only had 20%. The gap was quite significant. In fact, there was one thing Chen Shen overlooked, which was that in the battle against Emperor Assam, his contribution was not something other players could compare to. When the Emperor used the Death Sword Chi to cut off everyone's hope of victory, it was he who stepped forward, it was he who turned the tide. Without him, how could the 88888 novice village defeat the Emperor? Didn't you see how envious the players from other novice villages were? Based on contributions, Chen Shen deserved better. Why hasn't the Emperor appeared yet? After finishing the harvest tally, Chen Shen looked around the small courtyard but still didn't see Emperor Assam's figure, a hint of confusion appearing on his face. Summoning us over but hiding himself? Could this be some kind of special test? Chen Shen glanced at the yellow wooden box on the stone table. Although he was very curious about what was inside, he dared not act rashly. The evolution routes have appeared, and there are still 2? While waiting, Chen Shen boredly checked the panel. Behind the star-level item, he found several lines of small text. The small text was related to evolution. Chen Shen focused and saw that there were actually 3 evolution routes. Evolution route, Ironclad Guardian Rarity, and plus description, as a heavy sword wielder, you have long been tired of the turtle-like movement speed and clumsy attack actions. You believe that all this damn trouble comes from that heavy iron block. Rather than being unable to hit others like a fool, you might as well wait for others to hit you. Thus, you discarded the useless heavy sword and replaced it with a lightweight cross-short sword. The ordinary armor on your body has also been replaced with sturdier forged iron armor. Your growth direction for star upgrades and leveling has shifted from useless balanced distribution to specializing in defense. Thus, you have evolved into a defense expert ironclad guardian. Since you are always ready to take hits, your pain sensitivity will be reduced by 10%. Potential rating, E, heavy sword wielder is F. Characteristics, outstanding defense, low output ability. Chen Shen's mouth twitched slightly. Ironclad Guardian? Might as well rename it to the Hit Me, I'm a Victim. Especially when he saw that he had to abandon the heavy sword, Chen Shen was 1000% unwilling, filled with resistance. The great sword is a man's romance. It is a symbol of handsomeness. How could he just give it up? The heavy sword is 1.6 meters long, and he still thought it wasn't enough? A great sword. It has to be big. The bigger, the more imposing. If possible, Chen Shen would love to carry a 40-meter-long greatsword on his shoulder. So what if the enemy ran 39 meters first? He could still smash it into the ground with one strike. The first evolution route was directly ignored. Chen Shen looked at the second one. Evolution route, Berserker Rarity, and plus description, as a heavy sword wielder, you have long been dissatisfied with your offensive capabilities. You believe that all this powerlessness comes from the heavy armor you wear. Rather than being clumsy and unable to catch up with others, you might as well shed this armor. Thus, the all-encompassing, seamless white steel armor was very disdainfully removed by you, and you happily donned the lightweight, revealing wild boar leather armor. Your growth direction for star upgrades and leveling has also shifted from mediocre balanced distribution to specializing in offense. Thus, you have evolved into an offense expert berserker. In pursuit of ultimate offense, you even learned the secret method of burning life to increase power. Potential rating, E, heavy sword wielder is F. Characteristics, outstanding attack power, low defense ability. Chen Chen. He was speechless. No, can we not be so extreme? To evolve, one discards weapons, and the other discards armor. It looked as if it was a heroic sacrifice, but when he saw the potential evaluation, he thought, is it really that serious? Evolving from a white card to a green card, Chen Shen could still understand the slight increase in potential. After all, the gap between white and green cards wasn't that big. They were like two unfortunate brothers. In the hands of most players, they would just be decomposed in the next round. But with two evolution paths, did something have to be sacrificed? A heartless game, a dog-like system. Did low-level cards not have card rights? Chen Shen cursed this heartless game in his heart. What else could he say? He didn't want either of the two evolution paths, so he could only pin his hopes on the third one. Evolution path? Rarity, N plus description. This is an evolution path that no one has ever set foot on. Now it appears solely for you. Go find the old village chief. He will help you embark on this path free of charge. Potential evaluation? Features? The last evolution path left Chen Chen baffled, but he roughly understood its meaning. Other heroes, even SSRs, only had two evolution paths, yet he, for some unknown reason, had a third one. The old village chief would even help him unlock it directly, without needing to complete any tasks or pay any price. Once I return to the novice village, I can evolve. It's still a hidden type of evolution. Thinking about it, he felt a bit excited. Young one, do you know why this emperor has summoned you? Suddenly, a plain voice echoed in the small courtyard. Chen Chen was startled. Opposite him, Encore widened her eyes, the stars within sparkling brightly, her mouth agape as if she had seen something extraordinary. So white, a slime, and so round. As Encore exclaimed, Chen Chen quickly turned around. Just 3 meters away from the white stone table, a pure white slime was floating in mid-air, about half a meter in diameter. Its body was indeed very round, as if it were the most perfect sphere in the universe. Just one glance made Chen Chen feel an overwhelming sense of perfection, flawless and harmonious. It seemed as if it embodied the very concept of round. The pure white slime's 2 hands were also round, about the size of a pomelo. In its right hand, it held a pure white long sword. Behind it was a flowing pure white cloak, moving without wind, rustling softly, ethereal and shapeless. Had the great Emperor Assam finally appeared? If he didn't show up soon, Chen Chen would have thought he was being stood up. Unlike in the Grand Hall, the Emperor now had retracted the dazzling brilliance that was even more radiant than the sun. And the terrifying imperial might that overshadowed the world was also not felt by Chen Chen and Encore. Emperor Assam glanced at the chattering Encore without any emotional fluctuation from her words. Then his gaze shifted back to Chen Chen, waiting for his response. "I do not know, my lord." Chen Chen scratched his head and spoke honestly. He was also puzzled. With so many SSRs not being summoned, why did the Emperor summon him, a white card? Chen Chen didn't ponder for long. "Outside my palace, you rallied thousands of ordinary beings, unyielding and fearless, to challenge the stronger and the noble, a scene that stirred a long-forgotten memory within me. Life and soul are born equal. Do nobles and lords have any special lineage? The roar of billions of ants can make the heavens tremble. From these words, I see a shadow of my past in you." The tone of Emperor Assam was calm and unruffled, yet Chen Chen could hear the unmasked appreciation within. "He, your majesty flatters me. I am not that impressive." At that time, it was merely an act of desperation. The stronger one was, the more humility was required, or so Chen Chen believed. However, the Emperor's next words left him feeling quite embarrassed. "There's no need to belittle yourself, and besides, isn't the humility of the strong a kind of cruelty towards the weak? Outside the palace, the moment you bravely wield your sword against a stronger opponent, you have qualified as one of the strong. The most ordinary qualifications, the most invincible fighting spirit. These 2 points are very much like me." The tone of Emperor Assam remained unchanged, while Chen Chen appeared increasingly interested on the surface, yet his inner pride surged like bamboo shoots after rain, rising steadily. After all, this was a compliment from an emperor. What kind of existence is an emperor? Even a wisp of a remnant soul, with strength less than 1/1000th of its peak, could still make players suffer greatly, even with intentional leniency. Suddenly, Emperor Assam's pure white eyes remained motionless, staring at Chen Chen. "I have called you here to impart a unique skill. Consider it a trivial gift. Speak. Which unique skill that I have demonstrated do you wish to learn?" Chen Chen was overjoyed. Had they finally gotten to the main topic? The Emperor's unique skills were extraordinary just by hearing about them. His heartbeat quickened, and his breath became slightly hurried. In the previous battle, Emperor Assam had used 3 major talents and 4 skills. But which one should he learn? Chen Chen suppressed his excitement and began to ponder seriously. Seeing this, a hint of approval flashed in Emperor Assam's eyes. The reason he had not appeared immediately after summoning Chen Chen and the others was that he was overlooking their actions from high above. Encore was innocent and pure, with a childlike heart. Chen Chen was steady and cautious, speaking and acting with care. Neither of them had opened the deliberately unlocked yellow wooden box out of curiosity or greed, thus passing this round of his test. Indeed, among hundreds of thousands of novice villages, there existed hundreds of thousands of his remnant souls. And unbeknownst to the players and heroes, the tests for the remnant souls had already begun. The purpose of the tests was to pass on several treasures. He had fallen 1,000 years ago, yet his remnant souls remained, lingering in the world. Those treasures truly did not need to be hidden and covered in dust with his passing. Let them find a worthy master, perhaps they could shine again in the future. Of course, not just anyone is qualified to inherit his treasures, hence the tests were born. There were a total of 5 rounds of tests. Chen Chen had just passed the 4th round, named, the Steady and Solid Temperament. The first round of the test, Strength far exceeding qualifications. The second round of the test, Brave and Fearless Fighting Spirit. The third round of the test, Shared Ideals. Previously, outside the palace, when Chen Chen charged at the SSR-class overlord Xianyu with his white card body and retreated unscathed, he had completed this as well. Emperor Assam had high hopes for this descendant with white qualifications. As he said, imparting unique skills was merely a small gift, not worth mentioning. Once this descendant passed all 5 rounds of tests, he would receive a true reward. Those treasures were rarer than the limited edition and were of the unique type, Even if there were hundreds of thousands of novice villages, there were only a few of those treasures. If someone got to them first, the test would be declared over. Emperor Assam understood how harsh his tests were. The difficulty could be said to be as hard as reaching the sky. Especially the most critical point of the test, the hero's strength must surpass the upper limit allowed by their own qualifications. This was nearly impossible for anyone to achieve, because it was completely illogical, contrary to common sense. In over 99.9% of cases, low qualifications meant low strength. High qualifications meant strong strength. Unless a miracle occurred, there would be a hero with extraordinary strength, so strong that even poor qualifications could not limit them. But what Emperor Assam was looking for was a miracle, because he himself was such a miracle. If this could not be achieved, then what qualifications did one have to become his successor? Even if we take a step back and say that miracles never appear, he would rather keep the treasures sealed forever than casually give them to someone. This is the principle and pride of being an emperor. Fortunately, the great Emperor Assam felt deeply relieved that among the hundreds of thousands of novice villages and over 1 billion heroes, a Chen finally emerged. A miracle walking among men, a miracle he was searching for. As a white quality hero, under the same star and level, his strength surpassed that of purple quality heroes, and he was pleasing in other aspects as well. He had passed 4 rounds of tests, and now only the final round remained. This last round was related to ultimate skills. Great Emperor, I have thought it over. The Emperor's body, Emperor's might, and Emperor's power are 3 ultimate techniques with immense power, returning to simplicity. You can teach me any of them, I am not picky. After much consideration, Chen decided to choose one of the Emperor's talents to learn. The broken Emperor's body restores 1% of maximum life per second. The setting sun's Emperor's might, the target loses 1% of maximum life per second. The flickering candle's Emperor's power has a 1% chance to deal double damage. Chen wanted all 3 talents, especially the Emperor's power. A 1% chance for him would be 100%, right? However, Emperor Assam shook his round body from side to side. Not teaching, not teaching. The powers of the Emperor can only be mastered by those of Emperor level, even in its incomplete form. Descendant, do not aim too high. Chen expression darkened. Can't learn the talent? Then he had to settle for skills. Then I would like to learn the earth and sky 8 desolations land sinking slash. With one sword strike, the heavens collapse and the earth shatters, accompanied by strange phenomena. It is both domineering and handsome, and I really like it. Moreover, I also use a sword, so this ultimate skill is very suitable for me. Chen recalled the Emperor's earth and sky 8 desolations land sinking slash, which had an enormous range of 999 meters. The multiplier was terrifyingly high. An attack of 1500 could deal 9999 damage. It also ignored defense with fixed damage. If he learned it, wouldn't he be able to kill a whole area with one sword? But Emperor Assam shook his round body again. Not teaching, not teaching. Although this ultimate skill has vast power and a wide killing range, each casting consumes 1 million mana. Descendant, if you learn this ultimate skill, you will be unable to use it for a long time, like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat. Chen eyes widened suddenly. What? Was there something wrong with his ears? 1 million? His current mana limit was just over 3,000. By the time it increased to 1 million, the flowers would have wilted, and the good daughter-in-law would have turned into a wicked mother-in-law, and the widow would have remarried and had 2 children. No way, no way. In that case, he could only learn the death sword chi. Every 0.5 seconds, it would determine once, with a 99% chance of the target dying directly, for a total of 200 determinations. This was simply the king of hell marking attendance. Whoever was marked would die. Great Emperor, I want to learn the death sword chi, to dominate life and death, to erase vitality, both strong and terrifying. Unexpectedly, Emperor Assam still shook his body to refuse. Not teaching, not teaching. This sword technique is too fierce and harms the harmony of heaven and earth. Moreover, each casting permanently decreases your life limit by 2%. Are you sure you want to learn this? Upon hearing that it would permanently lower his life limit, Chen immediately shook his head like a rattle. The helmet and neck armor made a continuous rustling sound. Under the helmet, Chen frowned. If he wouldn't teach this and wouldn't teach that, was the Emperor playing with him? Even Encore, who had been quietly standing by and listening obediently, frowned her delicate little nose at this moment. She was angry, very angry. Great Emperor, you are being bad. You can't teach this, you can't teach that. Why let my big can choose for himself? Are you deliberately making things difficult for my big can? Listening to Encore's blunt insults, Emperor Assam not only did not get angry, but instead revealed a hint of a human-like smile, a trace of memory flickering in his eyes. His youngest daughter, Lisa, was about the same age as this little girl when the accident happened. The memory lasted only a moment before the Emperor's gaze quickly returned to an abyss-like calm. He waved the imperial sword in his hand, the tip pointing directly at Chen Chen. "Young one, the ultimate skills you just witnessed are not suitable for you. When I first started out, I created a set of 4 seasoned sword techniques. I observe your bone structure and talent, and they are extremely compatible with it. Are you willing to learn?" Chen Chen's eyes lit up, fully aware that if he missed this opportunity, there would be no second chance, and he quickly nodded in agreement. "I am willing." This set of 4 seasoned sword techniques is not fixed in quality. Once learned, the quality will vary from person to person, depending entirely on individual comprehension. As he spoke, Emperor Assam looked deeply at Chen Chen. This was the 5th round, the final round of the test, Extraordinary Comprehension. As long as this young one could meet his requirements, he would personally pass on the treasure. "Young one, listen carefully. If your comprehension is outstanding, and the quality of the 4 seasoned sword techniques you learn meets my standards, there will be additional rewards." The Emperor's gaze shifted slightly, glancing at Enkur. "Your summoner will also benefit." "Ha!" Chen Chen smacked his lips, his expression somewhat bitter. From the Emperor's words, it seemed that the final skill learned would only relate to comprehension. If the quality satisfied the Emperor, there would be extra rewards. But what is comprehension? It wasn't even listed on the attribute panel. "Oh no, this is bad. It can't be that kind of comprehension, right?" Chen Chen's heart sank suddenly as he recalled the martial arts novels he had read before crossing over. There was a technique called the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, which had 13 levels, with no cultivation threshold. Anyone could practice it, and the speed of cultivation depended solely on comprehension. Those with average comprehension could practice for 60 or 70 years and reach at most the 3rd level. Exceptional martial arts geniuses could also practice for 60 or 70 years but could reach the 10th level. However, those with astonishing comprehension could reach the 10th level in just a year, or even a few months, and max out at the 13th level. If the comprehension Emperor Assam referred to was like that, then Chen Chen would be in deep trouble. Chen Chen was very self-aware. Before crossing over, he was just an ordinary person playing a card-drawing mobile game, not some extraordinary genius with peak comprehension. Although it was regrettable, he might have to say goodbye to the Emperor's additional rewards. Coincidentally, the system issued a task at that moment. Task: Emperor's Treasure Inheritance Test 5th round, final round, for seasoned sword techniques? The comprehension of a Monster King quality, mythical description. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first 4 rounds of Emperor Assam's test, and the Emperor holds you in high regard. Now, only the final test remains before you. So, erupt, erupt, let your little universe explode with all its might. Fully display your comprehension. Pass the test. Truly earn the Emperor's recognition. Reward: the 4 great treasures in the yellow wooden box in the Emperor's backyard. Punishment: what need is there for other punishments? Failing at the last moment and missing the treasures is enough to make you live in regret and remorse for eternity. Time limit: 2 hours. Chen Chen, no way? System, can you please be normal and not act up? Why did it suddenly get so intense? Yes, in many cases, an eruption is useful. A cornered dog will jump over a wall, a rabbit will bite when frightened, and a person in a hurry can do anything. But a person absolutely cannot complete a full set of arcane exam papers in 1 minute. Just like now, what good is an eruption? If you can't do it, you can't do it. Big can, it's okay. Even if you're a bit silly, like me, I won't dislike you. Well, if there are no extra rewards, then forget it. We don't want them. And Cora noticed Chen Chen's frustration, so she reached out her fair little hand to hold his right hand, gently kneading it as a form of comfort. Yeah, does it really matter how it turns out? As long as we've taken it seriously, put in the effort, and given it our all, what regrets could there be? What is there to lament? Chen Chen also came to understand, and in his pitch-black eyes, a light reflected that was as resolute as a mountain and as sharp as a sword. Rubbing in Kor's little head, Chen Chen spoke firmly to the Emperor. I am ready, please teach me the sword technique, Your Majesty. Emperor Assam nodded gently, a hint of distant memories appearing in his pure white eyes. Young one, your gaze is quite good, very much like mine back in the day. I was born as an ordinary sludge slime, my strength and talent almost at the bottom among all races. But I have never felt inferior or pitted myself because of my birth. Instead, I diligently practiced without rest, never retreating in the face of difficulties. I never believed I was any less than those prodigies with extraordinary talents. Opportunities, treasures, fate, what you can seize, I can seize too. Along the way, those geniuses who were the center of attention and deemed most likely to become emperors were surpassed by me one after another. After more than 800 years, I finally ascended to the supreme throne. At this point, the emperor's memories suddenly broke off, replaced by an endless calm. I digress. Next, I will teach you this set of 4 seasons sword technique, which I comprehended when I first started out, inspired by the changes in celestial phenomena and the transitions of the seasons. It took me 3 months of hard contemplation under the wisdom tree to create it, and later, through my continuous refinement, its power grew even stronger. Because of this sword technique, I earned the title of Sword Saint of the 4 Seasons back in the day. Young one, you must observe carefully and comprehend deeply. The first sword of the 4 Seasons sword technique, Spring Emergence. Under Chen Shen's utmost focus and seriousness, Emperor Assam drew his sword. There were no flashy movements, just a simple horizontal sweep of the imperial sword. A mysterious rhythm, filled with the vitality of spring, reached deep into Chen Shen's heart and soul. He involuntarily closed his eyes, savoring this peculiar rhythm. The emperor's voice, calm as water, began to explain this sword. Spring, among the 4 seasons, is vibrant and full of life, a time when all things revive, and animals reproduce, and plants sprout. My Spring Emergence sword incorporates the vitality of spring. Though its lethality is weak, it can make one feel as if spring has arrived, rejuvenating oneself. At this moment, Chen Shen dared not regard Heavenly Domain as an ordinary game. While he comprehended the rhythm of spring, he listened intently to the emperor's every word of explanation. Not a single distraction. Because of this, Chen Shen was unaware of the terrifying impact the emperor's sword had on the surrounding environment. Wow! Hiss! Encore, however, saw it and was so startled that she bit her little tongue, but fearing to disturb Chen Shen, she suppressed her gasps to a barely audible level. Heaven does not disappoint those who work hard. Fully immersed, Chen Shen quickly learned this sword technique. Spring Emergence sword, unique, quality, diamond. Skills of diamond quality or above cannot be learned directly from skill books. They can only be learned from legacy-type treasures or from powerful individuals who possess the skill. Level, LV1 effect. When wielding a sword-type weapon, perform a horizontal slash. Deals 100% of attack power as physical damage to all targets within the attack range. Restores 10% of one's health and mana. For the next 10 seconds, health and mana limits plus 10%. Mana cost, 150 points, cooldown time, 60 seconds. So powerful. Chen Shen was astonished by this Spring Emergence sword. The percentage-based health and mana recovery, the percentage-based limit increase, especially the mana regeneration effect, which could be said to have resolved Chen Shen's urgent need. In the previous battle with Emperor Assam, even the SSR had retreated, yet he was still able to hold on. This was thanks to the high healing effect of the revitalization wind. However, when it came to mana regeneration, he couldn't sustain himself and had to rely on basic mana potions for replenishment. It was a waste of small amounts of money and a source of constant worry. Now, with the Springborn sword, given his 3000 mana cap, he could recover 150 points with each strike after accounting for consumption. The key was that the cooldown for the Springborn sword was very short, only 60 seconds. The only downside was that the damage was a bit low, but that was a minor flaw. Diamond level quality? It might be considered very high-end in the eyes of players. I just wonder if it meets the Emperor's requirements? Chen Shen felt a bit anxious in his heart and wanted to see the Emperor's reaction, so he opened his eyes. He was then stunned by the sight before him, as if turned to stone. The backyard, over 100 square meters, was paved with perfectly aligned white bricks. This was what Chen Shen had seen before closing his eyes. Now, with his eyes open, where were the white bricks? Where was the flat ground? At a glance, it was lush and green. That was grass, vibrant green grass. The grass only grew to Chen Shen's ankle height, with slender stems, thin leaves that light could easily penetrate, and capillary-like veins. All these details undoubtedly indicated to Chen Shen that this was real grass. Moreover, it was tender, young grass. How is this possible? How could Chen Shen not be astonished? Players' and heroes' casting skills, whether in terms of effects or environmental impact, were all based on skill descriptions. For example, when Chen Shen cast Instant Prison Thunder God, he would transform into a blue lightning bolt. But the description of the Springborn sword didn't mention that it would create a patch of grass after being cast. Chew, chew. Chen Shen pulled up a blade of grass and put it in his mouth to chew. It was full of freshness and fragrance, with a hint of earthy taste. It was indeed real grass. This was too magical. Was this the might of the Emperor? A casual swing of a sword could change the environment. Amidst his astonishment, Chen Shen's peripheral vision caught Ankair's strange actions. He saw her squat down, grab with her small hands, and actually pull up a large handful of grass to stuff into her mouth. Summoner, what are you doing? stop that. I thought it was good grass. Ugh, it's bitter, hug me. Ankare's face was stuffed round with grass, and she could only mumble indistinctly, it's stuck in my mouth. Suddenly, the little girl covered her delicate neck with one hand and patted her shy little chest with the other, her face turning red, looking as if she wanted to vomit but couldn't. Chen. His summoner was indeed adorable but not very bright. She dared to stuff anything into her mouth. Sorry, summoner, bear with it. Chen bent down and gently picked up Ankare in a princess carry. Ugh, sorry, I really like this position, it's very comfortable. Despite being choked and uncomfortable, a happy smile squeezed onto Ankare's little face. A handsome knight in armor had defeated the evil dragon and was carrying the beautiful princess of the captured kingdom, returning triumphantly. Hee, how romantic. Just thinking about it made her feel dizzy with happiness. Then I can rest easy. Upon hearing this, Chen let out a sigh of relief, his guilt completely dissipated. Suddenly, he loosened his left hand, tightly grasped Ankare's delicate and smooth ankle with his right hand, and lifted her upside down. Then, he flicked his wrist, creating an illusion, shaking her wildly. Ankare hadn't reacted yet and was already dizzy, with a unique game indicator of swirling stars appearing above her head. Ugh, wow. Fortunately, in her unconscious state, she opened her little mouth and spat out all the grass she had eaten. Chen finally set the dazed little girl down. Woo, why is it different from what I imagined? After waking up, Ankare lay on the ground like a little turtle, her head spinning, her small face scrunched up as she stuck out her tongue. Young one, are you ready? Next is the second sword of the 4 seasons sword technique. Emperor Assam quietly watched Chen and Ankare play until this moment before speaking. No one noticed that in his pure white eyes, there was a hint of envy amidst the usual calm. Once upon a time, he was not a lonely figure. By his side, there were emperors and empresses sharing their lives, children laughing and accompanying him. Behind him, brothers swore to follow him to the death, and subjects supported and adored him. Everything from the past felt like a splendid old dream, but now, looking back, it seemed illusory and unreal. Your Majesty, I am ready, Shen's voice came through. Emperor Assam cut off the excess emotions with a thought and began to teach the sword technique. The second sword is called Summer Growth, so watch closely. Unlike the sweeping style of Spring Emergence, this time Emperor Assam held the imperial sword and thrust it upward from below, defying the force. This thrust was profound and exquisite, like grass and trees growing upward, flourishing to the utmost, and like a person unwilling to accept fate, challenging the heavens with an indomitable will. Swish, swish, swish. In the backyard, the tender grass seedlings, originally only a foot long, suddenly grew rapidly with the emperor's sword, reaching a height of 1 meter and 80 in the blink of an eye. The short Ankare was instantly submerged. After the sword strike, the emperor began to explain. In summer, there is a blazing sun hanging high, but it is also the season when flowers, grass, fish, insects, birds, and beasts grow the fastest. My Summer Growth Sword incorporates the most vigorous growth power of midsummer. After using this sword technique, your damage will rise like the summer grass, climbing steadily. Just after teaching the Summer Growth Sword, the emperor transitioned from thrusting to slashing, delivering a downward strike. Whoosh! With this sword strike, it felt as if a desolate autumn wind swept through the courtyard, and the lush green wild grass instantly turned yellow. The posture was no longer straight and soaring as before, but the stalks bent and drooped, some even lying flat on the ground. Ankare, who was less than 1 meter 50 tall, poked her little head out again. Drip, drip, drip. Suddenly, Chen heard a continuous crisp sound. He quickly focused his gaze and discovered that it was mature grass seeds falling, colliding with the white bricks on the ground. The emperor's voice, as calm as the passage of time, came again. This is the third sword of the 4 seasons sword technique, Autumn Harvest. In autumn, it represents harvest and joy, but also represents slaughter and solitude. My Autumn Harvest sword perfectly merges the two. After using this sword technique, you can harvest a portion of your enemy's speed and forcibly reap enemies below a certain health value. Chen concentrated, carefully listening to the emperor's explanation and earnestly observing his demonstration. After the Autumn Harvest sword, the emperor finally executed the last sword of the 4 seasons sword technique, Winter Storage. The way to execute the fourth sword was completely different from the other 3, even to the point of being contrary. Chen stared without blinking, both focused and shocked. The last sword was not a sweep, not a thrust, not a slash, not a flick, not a stab. It was none of the offensive techniques. Instead, it was sheathing the sword. Emperor Assam held an invisible sword sheath in his left hand and slowly pushed the sword back with his right hand. Unlike the first 3 swords, in this sword, Chen felt no mystery or wonder at all. Only simplicity and ordinariness, as if all sharpness had been withdrawn, as if all energy had been retracted, stored, and not leaked out in the slightest. Returning to simplicity, nothing more. The entire process of sheathing the sword took the Emperor a full 5 seconds to complete. Dang! At the moment of completion, a clear and melodious sword sound echoed in all directions. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. In the courtyard, the withered yellow weeds turned pale and dry, breaking and falling to the ground, all losing their vitality. But had they truly lost their vitality? Shinshin distinctly felt that beneath the white tiles, there seemed to be seeds hidden deep within the soil, just waiting for the spring of the coming year to break through the earth and sprout anew. The Emperor's explanation arrived as scheduled. This is the fourth sword technique of the 4 seasons swordsmanship, Winter's Concealment. Winter, among the 4 seasons, is the time when all things wither, and vitality is extinguished. In contrast to spring, it represents the ultimate death. But death and life are inherently one. How can they be separated? The setting of the sun is for it to rise again tomorrow. The withering of plants is to store nutrients, allowing seeds to grow faster in the coming year. The cold winter will eventually pass. The death of winter is for the birth of spring. The Winter's Concealment sword of this emperor conceals the vitality of the future. The intricacies of it, young one, you shall comprehend on your own. In 4 minutes, this emperor will test your understanding to see if you are qualified to inherit this emperor's treasure. With the sword technique imparted, the emperor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, saying no more. Ha! Chen Chen let out a long breath and opened the skill panel. Inside, the 4 major sword techniques, Spring's Birth, Summer's Growth, Autumn's Harvest, and Winter's Concealment, were prominently displayed. Just like the Spring's Birth sword, Summer's Growth sword, Autumn's Harvest sword, and Winter's Concealment sword, all 3 sword skills were diamond grade. After reviewing the effects of the 4 major sword techniques, Shinshin silently gave a thumbs up to Emperor Asam. Truly worthy of being an emperor, not only was his strength exceptional, but his cultural foundation was also top-notch. The effects of the 4 skills perfectly corresponded to their names. First was the Summer's Growth sword. Summer's Growth sword, unique, quality, diamond level, LV1 effect, holding a sword-type weapon, with a decisive force, swiftly thrust upward from below. Deals 150% physical damage to a single target hit. For the next 15 seconds, each time damage is dealt to the target, a 2% damage bonus is gained, calculated only for the number of times the single target is hit. Mana cost, 300 points, cooldown, 75 seconds. Undoubtedly, this is a skill that grows stronger the more it is used. The damage bonus continues to stack, just like summer weeds growing wildly, unstoppable. Moreover, Shinshan's Lucky Combo, Relentless Strikes, and Polar Whirlwind Slash can all increase attack frequency, accelerating the stacking damage of the Summer's Growth sword. They work together to create a wonderfully unique chemical reaction. Next was the Autumn's Harvest sword, which was not only aptly named but also the only sword technique in the 4 seasons swordsmanship that boasted overwhelming damage. Autumn's Harvest sword, unique, quality, diamond level, LV1 effect, holding a sword-type weapon, deliver the coldest, most merciless slash to the target. Deals 300% true damage to a single target hit. Gains 30% of the target's attack speed and movement speed for 20 seconds. When the target's health drops below 3%, it will be directly harvested. Mana cost, 450 points, cooldown, 90 seconds. Don't be fooled by the longer cooldown of the Autumn's Harvest sword. It absolutely qualifies as Chun Chen's trump card. This is a 300% multiplier of true damage. If combined with a critical hit, and then linked with the Summer's Growth sword, the final burst of damage made Chen Chen shudder just thinking about it. Not to mention that the Autumn's Harvest sword also has additional effects of stealing attack speed, movement speed, and execution. It perfectly combines the concepts of harvest and reaping. Finally, there was the Winter's Concealment sword, which was different from the other 3 swords. It had no damage, but its status in Chen Chen's heart was unshakable. Winter's Concealment sword, unique, quality, diamond level, LV1 effect, slowly sheath the sword into the void. This action lasts for 5 seconds. During the duration, self-immune control and immune death cannot actively attack. During this time, 30% of the damage taken will be stored in the blood pool. When the duration ends, the life stored in the blood pool can temporarily exceed the life limit for 30 seconds. The mana cost is 600 points, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. To put it bluntly, the Winter Storage Sword takes the concept of clinging to life to the extreme. Invincible plus healing. In terms of survival, the Winter Storage Sword is even stronger than the Spring Birth Sword. However, the cooldown time is also double that of the latter. This is undoubtedly a trump card skill capable of turning the tide in critical moments. Indeed, products from the Emperor are always of the highest quality. With the 4 seasons sword technique in hand, Chen Shen felt a slight swell of confidence within. He was now in high spirits, eagerly desiring a worthy opponent to practice against. But before that, he should first show the Emperor the results of his comprehension. 4 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Emperor Assam looked at Chen Shen, and in his pure white pupils, there was a hint of barely perceptible expectation. He hoped that this young man with white qualifications truly possessed the talent to be called a monstrous king. Only then could he confidently pass on the treasured legacy. Otherwise, if the qualifications were ordinary and the comprehension mediocre, even if he were to accidentally gain an opportunity and his strength far exceeded his peers, he still wouldn't go far. Young man, you will demonstrate the 4 seasons sword technique one by one, Emperor Assam said. Big canned food, you can do it, go for it. And Korra clapped her small hands, her fair face filled with encouragement. Summoner, thank you for your support. Emperor, the junior will begin. After politely thanking Nkor, Chen Shen raised the unsharpened heavy sword. He moved slowly and swept horizontally. The first sword of the 4 seasons sword technique, Spring Birth. Compared to the Emperor, Chen Shen's sword seemed somewhat ordinary, lacking any profound rhythm. There was no miraculous phenomenon of spring blooming with a single swing. However, Chen Shen noticed the Emperor's round eyes suddenly widen, then quickly shrink back. It was unclear whether this was satisfaction or dissatisfaction. Ah, why does it feel ticklish? At that moment, Nkor exclaimed, hurriedly reaching up to touch her head. What is this? Soft, like grass, oh no, I've sprouted. Chen Shen turned to look, and his expression instantly became strange. A blade of grass had inexplicably grown on Nkor's head, looking indeed as if it had sprouted. If the original Nkor was a small potato, now she was a sprouting little potato. As for the source of the grass, Chen Shen had a vague suspicion. So he first calmed the little girl down, then proceeded to cast the subsequent Summer Growth Sword, Autumn Harvest Sword, and Winter Storage Sword. Sure enough, the grass on the little girl's head first grew vigorously, then turned golden and bore seeds, and finally withered and lost vitality, falling from her head. After all 4 swords were demonstrated, Chen Shen sheathed his sword and stood, nervously awaiting the result. Descendant, you did very well. The simple 6 words made Chen Shen's heart ripple with joy. He knew he had secured it. On the other side, Emperor Assam expressed his appreciation for the first time without holding back. When this set of 4 seasons sword technique was first created by me, it was merely at the black iron level. It was only after continuous refinement that it was elevated to the diamond level. For those of ordinary comprehension, even if I personally teach them, they can only grasp the black iron level sword technique. For those of excellent comprehension, the sword technique they grasp will be at the silver level. For the rare genius with exceptional comprehension, the sword technique they grasp will be at the gold level. And for the unparalleled genius with comprehension that is 1 in 100,000, the sword technique they grasp will be at the platinum level. An extraordinary genius, 1 in a million, who comprehends the swordsmanship, achieves the emerald level. At this point, Emperor Assam paused slightly. However, none of the aforementioned individuals can manifest the true extraordinary phenomenon outside of the swordsmanship upon their first attempt. Only those whose swordsmanship quality reaches diamond, like me, can accomplish this. I will only teach it once, and you will grasp the highest diamond quality. Young one, your comprehension is unparalleled in my lifetime. In terms of understanding, you are invincible in this world, far surpassing extraordinary geniuses, even deserving to be called unmatched throughout history. Looking back at the many unparalleled powerhouses in the history of the heavenly domain, none possess comprehension stronger than yours, including myself. Emperor Assam was extremely satisfied with Chen Shen's performance, and a clear look of relief crossed his face, along with deep expectations. You have passed my test. You may take the 4 supreme treasures. At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Chen Shen's ear. Congratulations on completing the task, Emperor's Supreme Treasure Inheritance Test Round 5, Final Round, for Seasoned Swordsmanship, the Genius King's Comprehension. You can now claim your reward. Emperor Assam shook his pure white cloak. The yellow wooden box on the stone table began to tremble violently. An intense white light pierced through the gaps in the box like a sword. Cold sweat dripped down Chen Shen's back as he sensed an overwhelming murderous intent from the white light. Bang! Sure enough, the yellow wooden box was instantly blown to ashes. A dark hole opened in the surrounding space, and the jagged edges sent chills down Chen Shen's spine at a glance. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't acted rashly and opened the box earlier. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to dust. Moreover, he had a gut feeling that being killed by the Emperor's means would come with an extraordinary death penalty. The box was obliterated, leaving no trace, but the stone table beneath remained intact. The 4 supreme treasures inside were also unharmed. A pink egg, a bright red crown, a large seal, and a pitch-black scroll. The treasures were within reach, yet Chen Chen did not immediately step forward to collect them. He was still pondering why the swordsmanship he comprehended would be of the highest quality. He couldn't believe that his comprehension was truly, as the emperor said, the best in the world, unmatched throughout history. After thinking it over, his eyes narrowed. There was only one truth. That was, fortune reaches the sky. The emperor taught the swordsmanship, and he comprehended it randomly. This process, to put it simply, was a lottery. In the prize pool, the worst prize was black iron level swordsmanship, and the best was diamond level. Whenever it involved a lottery, it had to be managed by fortune reaches the sky. So Chen Chen would 100% draw the best diamond-level swordsmanship. All of this had little to do with comprehension, or rather, fortune reaches the sky, was his comprehension. After understanding this connection, Chen Chen took a few steps closer to Emperor Assam, clasped his hands in a salute, and performed a deep bow. "Thank you, Emperor." This expression of gratitude was sincere. The 4 diamond-level skills and the 4 supreme treasures made the gains from this journey far exceed Chen Chen's expectations. Not only the gains, but in this brief interaction, he also gleaned some intricate information from Emperor Assam's words. The emperor was not only extraordinarily powerful but seemed to have accomplished remarkable feats that benefited countless ordinary beings in the heavenly domain. He deserved this gratitude. Additionally, Chen Chen had many questions he wanted to seek answers for. "Thank you, Emperor." And Kor also jogged to Chen Chen's side, clasped her small hands, and respectfully bowed to the emperor. "Young one, I know you want to ask, but hold your questions for now. Sometimes knowing too much can bring unnecessary troubles. When the time is right, you will know." The emperor calmly accepted the bows from both, but Chen Chen's little thoughts were seen through and rejected by him. He. Chen Chen forced a couple of dry laughs to ease the awkwardness, and at that moment, he keenly noticed light spots beginning to float and dissipate from the emperor's body. The round figure was gradually becoming ethereal. "Emperor, you." But the Assam emperor had a look of relief on his face. "This remnant of my soul has existed for too long. It is time to dissipate. Old friends are gradually withering away, like leaves falling in the wind. Now, I can finally reunite with them." As the song ends, people also disperse, and the lights dim. "Descendants, do not mourn for me, nor should you reminisce. Your journey has just begun, and before you lies a vast and splendid world. Go forth and explore." Watching the emperor's body become increasingly transparent, the kind-hearted anchor was already teary-eyed. "Emperor, no, please don't," sob. Suddenly, just as the Assam emperor was about to completely vanish, he looked deeply at Chen Chen and said something that left him puzzled. "Descendant, you are the one chosen by fortune, but remember, do not get too close to him." Fortune must refer to the goddess of fortune. Don't get too close? What the hell? As a white card hero, how could he get close to a high and mighty deity? What was he thinking? Shaking his head, Chen Chen decided not to overthink it. After Anchor calmed down, he approached the stone table to examine the 4 treasures. The first was an unknown pink egg, about the size of an ostrich egg. Young body, Laisha, unique, to be identified, quality, effect, description. The young daughter of the Assam emperor, who died in the great battle 10,000 years ago. Later, due to some mysterious and unknown change, she became this egg form. Only specific individuals can identify this item. Chen Chen's face darkened. He could only use it after identification? And only specific people could identify it? Where was he supposed to find such a person? Not even a hint was given. He had Anchor pack the egg into her backpack, and then he picked up the second treasure, a deep red, exquisitely designed crown. Chen Chen counted carefully. The crown had 6 points, each topped with a round, crystal-clear ruby the size of a pigeon egg. As soon as he held it, he was immediately overwhelmed by a luxurious aura that washed over him. Slime Queen's Crown, unique, quality, epic equipment requirement, summoner only, life limit plus 50% death penalty minus 50% slime's reverence. Creatures of the slime race will be more friendly and kind to you. Special equipment, does not occupy equipment slots. Description: the crown once worn by the Assam Emperor's Empress, truly a queen's crown. 10,000 years ago, the emperor fell. The empress also perished in loyalty, her fragrance extinguished. Now, this crown, once filled with nobility and reverence, has welcomed its second master. However, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Summoner, are you ready? Wear the crown, become the queen, and diligently assist your emperor. This equipment will automatically bind to the first wearer. Thereafter, it cannot be dropped, sold, transferred, or... Chen Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. An epic level equipment? His dragon-slaying sword was only gold level. Above gold is platinum, then emerald, diamond, and only then can one reach epic quality. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chen Chen's mind. he quickly had Anchor open the equipment leaderboard from the 7-day ranking event. Equipment ranking, first place, flame combining swallowing wave ruler, platinum level weapon, owned by the summoner. Do not underestimate the poor young. In a time when ordinary players couldn't even gather whiteboard equipment and were living tightly, this "do not underestimate the poor young" could possess a platinum level weapon. To be honest, even stepping in dog poop wouldn't be enough. It must be that someone in the underworld had their ancestral grave emit 18 feet of green smoke for such luck to be so overwhelming. However, platinum-level weapons are completely inadequate in the face of an epic-level hat. At first, Shin-chan's only goal was to reach the top of the evolution leaderboard. Now it seems that competing for the top of the equipment leaderboard is also a possibility. Summoner, come on, put the hat on properly. Shin handed the Slime Queen's crown to Anchor. The little girl held the crown with her small hands, her eyes wide open, looking back and forth at the description several times, her face growing redder with each glance. Big can, it says here that only the queen can wear the crown. You want me to be your queen? Then, okay, I accept. Anchor raised the crown above her head with both hands and solemnly placed it on her head. The entire process was careful and reverent, as if she were not putting on equipment but fulfilling a very sacred mission. Shen tightly closed his mouth, trying hard to suppress his laughter. His summoner was sometimes really quite amusing. A tiny girl who hadn't even grown all her hair yet was already thinking about being a queen. The key point was that being a queen was just a line in the equipment description, and she took it seriously. Of course, Shen wasn't a low emotional intelligence fool. Why burst the cute and harmless dreams of his summoner? As soon as the Slime Queen's crown was worn, it was permanently bound to Anchor. At the same time, the rankings on the equipment leaderboard changed. Equipment leaderboard, first place, Slime Queen's crown, epic level hat, belonging to Summoner Orange Sweet. This change sent shockwaves through the player community that was always monitoring the rankings. Holy crap, epic level? Is it that awesome? It's like a little cow on a plane, incredible. The leaderboard only lasts for 7 days, and this is only the 3rd day. Epic level equipment has already appeared? I haven't even gathered a full set of whiteboard gear. How is this possible? Who's getting lucky in this broken game? Am I the only one who's a non-lucky player? Woo woo ha 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 woo woo. I'm done for, my heart is sealed in cement, I no longer believe in luck. Why can she, Orange Sweet, get epic level equipment? What's wrong with me, lemon sour? I'm eating lemons. Wasn't this Orange Sweet mentioned in a system announcement before? It said she was favored by the goddess of luck. That explains it. The goddess must have given her a special blessing. Oh, noble and beautiful goddess of luck, could you please bless my cold stove too? I'm begging you. Seeing that not only had the first place on the equipment leaderboard changed, but the quality of the equipment had also skyrocketed by 3 levels. Countless players were envious and jealous, pounding their chests and tearing their hair out, some turning as red as liver. Originally, everyone was living the same monotonous hard life. But why did you have to be so different? Your gaming experience is miles ahead of everyone else? In the newbie village number 66666, on the eastern plains of the slimes, next to a freshly dug pit, Mochi Shan leaned on a shovel with one hand and wiped the sweat off his face with the other. A little sprite fluttered around him. At his feet lay a silver treasure chest, covered in damp soil, clearly just dug up. After wiping his sweat, Mochi Shan squatted down, like a hard-working farmer waiting for a harvest, and opened the chest with hopeful eyes. Click! The chest opened, and in an instant, silver light flashed. Lying at the bottom was a pair of silver old cloth shoes. Silver-level shoes, a good find. Emochi Shan smiled shyly and put the shoes away. Another silver-level piece of equipment. The summoner is great. Shauna thinks very highly of you. In Shauna's eyes, you are the best summoner in the world. The little sprite giggled and praised him endlessly. Emochi Shan, who was introverted and had never had many friends in reality, turned beet red from the compliments, his neck flushing all the way to his ears. Highly motivated, he once again made a promise to the little sprite. Shauna, don't worry, even though I'm broke right now and can't afford to top up any money, but I have the talent for treasure maps, and every day I can dig up 2 treasure chests from random locations, with the highest being diamond quality treasures. Once I leave the novice village and enter the main city, unlocking the free trading feature, I'll sell all the treasures. Then I'll have money, and I'll listen to you and put all of it into the game. Not a penny left. The little sprite clapped her hands excitedly. Yes, that's right, go all in. Whatever amount you have, put it all in. After making this promise, Mochi Shan opened the equipment leaderboard. This was his hobby. He would check the equipment leaderboard from time to time. As long as he saw the flame-combining title ruler he opened yesterday sitting in the first place, he felt a secret thrill. The first place reward was his. However, when he opened the leaderboard, the sky seemed to fall. The thrill was gone. Epic level? Emochi Xiaoyan Xiong was stunned, as if he had seen a ghost. Then, a deep sense of loss surged from the bottom of his heart. His talent could only dig up diamond-level treasures. How could he compete with an epic-level crown? The first-place reward was completely out of reach. Thud! Emochi Xiaoyan Xiong felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he stumbled into the freshly dug pit. Meanwhile, outside the tightly closed red copper gate of the main palace in Novice Village number 88888, the gathered players also noticed the changes on the equipment leaderboard. Orange Suite? Ha! Isn't that the summoner of the white card swordsman? Epic level equipment. I knew there were good things behind the red copper gate. Oh my, open up, you rotten door. I'm dying of anxiety. What are you anxious about? Without the white card swordsman, we can't defeat the emperor at all. Even if there are treasures behind the door, they deserve it. At the front of the crowd, Guiying Tuhun paced back and forth anxiously. I topped up a few million, and the best equipment I have is only gold level. That little girl didn't spend a dime and got epic level equipment. Damn it! I'm not convinced. I have to snatch it. Military advisor, do you have any tricks? Guiying Tuhun suddenly stopped, looking irritably at the mad scholar. Players are currently in a novice protection period. Killing them won't cause them to lose levels or equipment, so the path of killing and looting treasures is blocked. This was precisely why Guiying Tuhun was anxious and frustrated. President, don't panic. I have a plan. Getting epic level equipment will be as easy as reaching into a pocket. As the chief military advisor, the mad scholar did not disappoint Guiying Tuhun. He slowly waved his folding fan, walking confidently to Guiying Tuhun's side, whispering a series of low words into his ear. Ha ha ha, he. Not far away, Fengyan Wuji and Lan Jingjing saw Guiying Tuhun's face gradually break into a wild grin, while the mad scholar shook his fan, grinning mischievously. Damn, I also want a piece of the pie. Lan Jingjing was just watching the excitement, but Fengyan Wuji, also a vice president of one of the top 10 guilds, wanted to snatch in Kuer's equipment. However, he didn't have the courage to go against Guiying Tuhun, because he couldn't fight back at all. Just look at their SSRs, Xiangyu, Wusong, all are the strongest of the strong. What about his? Pan Jinlian, Pan Xiaoyun, two weak women. Just a moment ago, Pan Jinlian was confronted by Wusong, who beat her up in the name of revenge. What frustrated and baffled him even more was that Pan Jinlian was busy crying and didn't fight back at all, as if Wusong beating Pan Jinlian was completely justified and beyond reproach. Because of this hero, not only did he fall short of Guiying Tuhun, but he also lost face in front of everyone. Fengyan Wuji never expected that in reality, he was a wealthy young master, but in the game, he had become a pure fool. Meanwhile, beside Lan Jingjing, Daji was pitifully recounting her previous encounters. Summoner, that little fish. The white card swordsman touched my leg before, and it can't just be let go. You don't know how rough and forceful he was, not at all gentle. I was in so much pain because of him. And, as she spoke, she pretended to wipe away tears, occasionally glancing up with her beautiful eyes, carefully observing Lan Jingjing's reaction. I will make him pay. Lan Jingjing lightly parted her thin lips, uttering a few cold, hard syllables. A sly smile flashed in Daji's eyes, yet her voice remained soft and round, evoking sympathy. But that guy didn't do it on purpose. He was wearing armor and didn't directly touch me. A little punishment would be enough. I know his summoner can make a kind of golden jelly, fragrant and delicious, so let him compensate me with 100 as an apology for offending me. Recalling the delicious treat she had eaten before, Daji couldn't help but lick her lips, her 9 large tails swaying impatiently. Humph, it's still the summoner's fault. The jelly was given to the white fox, and I could only get a little. Locked in a small darkroom for so long, I could only come out occasionally for fresh air. If you don't give it to me, I'll find a way to earn it myself. Upon hearing this, Lan Jingjing narrowed her cold eyes, thought for a moment, and gently nodded. I hope he knows better. Chen Chen was completely unaware that he had already been targeted. He picked up the third treasure. This was actually a treasure that only heroes could equip. Moreover, it was also the longest named treasure Chen Chen had seen so far. The third treasure was that large seal. The moment he picked up the seal, Chen Chen was stunned, because within the seal, 3 powerful auras returned. One was a domineering aura that stood tall and proud. One was a royal aura that commanded respect from all beings. One was an imperial aura that was invincible and supreme. These 3 auras gave Chen Chen a feeling of brightness, openness, and purity. It took more than 10 seconds for Chen Chen to break free from the influence of the domineering, royal, and imperial auras. Hiss! He quickly inhaled sharply to regain his composure. Then Chen Chen held the seal in front of his eyes, carefully observing it from every angle, not missing any detail. This was a large seal carved from mysterious white jade. No, It was more appropriate to call it a jade seal. The jade seal was only slightly smaller than Chen Chen's palm, just enough for him to grasp the square base. On the base, surrounding the inner edge of the jade seal, 9 divine dragons stood majestically, forming a protective circle. The 9 dragons were of different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white. Surrounding them were 5 hemispherical depressions, also forming a complete circle. Their colors were gold, green, blue, red, and yellow. That's right, they represented the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to their colors. 9 dragons guarding, 5 elements protecting, together they represented the supreme authority. Such a design, one wonders if it was a coincidence or intentional. Chen Chen held the jade seal in his hand, continuously flipping it over. As he examined it, he discovered that the bottom of the jade seal was inscribed with 8 large characters. Commanded by heaven, may it last forever and prosper. Suddenly, he paused, quickly bringing his eyes closer. It turned out that the jade seal was not perfect. For some reason, the front right corner was missing, but fortunately, it had been repaired with some unknown divine metal by the emperor. This meant that this was a golden-laid jade seal, and its name reflected this. However, the length of the jade seal's name made Chen Chen's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Awaiting restoration? Sovereign of the heavenly domain? Emperor dominating the 9 heavens, 10 earths, 8 desolations, 7 domains, 6 continents, 5 lakes, 4 seas, 3 mountains, 2 realms, 1 abyss? National treasure golden-laid jade seal, unique, quality? Equipment requirements: hero's only path of the emperor, LV1 for each citizen. Permanently increases maximum health by 1 point and maximum mana by 1 point. This effect triggers once per day. Dominion overall, LV1 with the consent of the other party. You can register a summoner, hero, or native as your citizen. Only 1 hero under a single summoner can be registered as a citizen. Number of citizens equals level times 100. Current citizens, 0. Personal campaign, LV1 when you fight alongside your citizens, both sides' combat power increases by 5%. Effect 4, unlocks after obtaining the Gold Divine Pearl. Effect 5, unlocks after obtaining the Wood Divine Pearl. Effect 6, unlocks after obtaining the Water Divine Pearl. Effect 7, unlocks after obtaining the Fire Divine Pearl. Effect 8, unlocks after obtaining the Earth Divine Pearl. Effect 9, unlocks after the Soul of the Crimson Dragon returns. Special equipment, does not occupy equipment slots. Introduction: after the great Emperor Assam established the slime-fighting empire, he consumed vast amounts of rare treasures and divine materials, enduring 81 years of refinement, before finally forging this jade seal. It has witnessed the glory of the emperor and carries his ideals. By taking it, you become the legitimate ruler of the celestial domain, embodying the emperor's stature. However, in the great battle 10,000 years ago, the jade seal suffered catastrophic damage, leading to the loss of the divine pearls and the escape of the dragon souls, resulting in its current incomplete state. Only by first finding the 5 divine pearls and then recalling the 9 dragon souls can it be fully restored. The jade seal will display the location of the nearest lost divine pearl. The nearest divine pearl is the Wood Divine Pearl, located in the 7 Maple City State, held by Count Maple. This equipment will automatically bind to the first user, and thereafter cannot be dropped, sold, transferred, or. Chen Chen spent quite a while reading through the information about the jade seal. His evaluation of the jade seal could be summed up in 2 words: awesome. Especially the quality, which surprisingly had 3 question marks. Question marks appear in only 2 situations. One is pending identification, like that pink egg. The second is when the quality surpasses mythic. Looking at the long list of effects below the jade seal, there is no doubt this is the second situation. As for how to maximize the jade seal's potential, Chen Chen had an idea. It's simple. Register citizens, collect divine pearls, recall dragon souls. He couldn't do the latter 2 yet, but registering citizens. Isn't there one right in front of him? Summoner, would you like to become my first citizen? Chen Chen held the jade seal, sincerely inviting Anchor. Citizen? I don't want to. To Chen Chen's surprise, Anchor rejected him without a second thought. Her little head shook non-stop. Can you tell me why? Chen Chen scratched his helmet in confusion. What happened? The little girl who usually obeyed him was rejecting him so decisively? Big Can, look, you have the jade seal, that makes you the emperor. If I wear the crown, that makes me the queen. An emperor and a queen, that's a pair. Humph, I want to be your queen, I don't want to be a citizen. Anchor stood on her tiptoes, looking up at Chen Chen with a very stubborn expression. Her voice was soft and sweet, but her tone was filled with righteous indignation. Ah, this. Chen Chen was taken aback, then couldn't help but laugh. He never expected that the seemingly small summoner had such big ambitions, already thinking about being a queen. He also didn't expect that a simple description on the equipment would be taken so seriously by the summoner. However, he had his own clever plan. Summoner, being a queen and being a citizen are not conflicting. And are you sure you don't want to be my first citizen? The first one, you know. Chen Shen's voice became a hook, stirring in Kor's heart. Was it really not a conflict? The first citizen of the Great Kan Kingdom sounded quite nice. If I don't take it, will it be snatched away by someone else? No, no. The first must only be me. Great Kan Kingdom, hurry up. Let me become your citizen. I want to be first. I want to be first. After a brief moment of thought, Kor suddenly understood and began to shout that she wanted to be first. All right, the first is yours, no one can take it away. Thus, as a summoner, Kor became a citizen of her hero. It sounded a bit upside down. One of the attributes of the Jade Seal. Current citizens, 0. Changed to, current citizens, 1. Unkor. Just as Chen Shen acquired his first citizen, an invisible aura spread from the Jade Seal, sweeping across a vast area in the blink of an eye. In a dimly lit, eerie underground palace. The enormous palace was empty, with only a massive coffin placed in the center. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the coffin lid shot up, and an emaciated old man sat up like a dried corpse. The old man was so thin that his bones were visible, his wrinkled skin revealing clear veins, and his body was covered in age spots, exuding a deathly aura even stronger than that of a recently deceased person. However, the formal attire he wore was not only finely crafted but also adorned with gold thread, with a maple leaf pattern embroidered on the right chest. It looked understated yet noble, magnificent yet profound. Clearly, the old man's identity was extraordinary. After falling for 10,000 years, is the emperor, whose remnant soul remains in this world, finally waiting for a successor? The old man murmured to himself as he stood up from the coffin. In such a short process, he quickly transformed into a middle-aged man with 3 white rings around his pupils and a fierce appearance. The middle-aged man's right hand slowly caressed a green bead the size of a goose egg. At this moment, the vast power of greenwood stored within the bead was flowing away at a torrential speed. But the Imperial Jade Seal, he cannot grasp it. It is better to leave it to your former subjects to manage. In the middle-aged man's eyes, which resembled those of a white-eyed wolf, deep greed and cunning were evident. Back in the emperor's courtyard, Chen Shen, who had just acquired his first citizen, received a task. Continuation of an old story or writing a new chapter? Unique, quality, mythical summary. Congratulations, you have successfully bound the Jade Seal representing the orthodox of the heavenly domain and acquired your first citizen. Thus, a path of kingship begins to extend from your feet, but the direction it takes is entirely up to you. You can rebuild the slime-fighting empire and continue its glory from 10,000 years ago. You can also create your own divine kingdom, turning a new page in the heavy book of history, writing new stories, and leaving new marks. So, future emperor with the Imperial Golden Jade Seal, please make your choice. Option 1, rebuild the slime-fighting empire. Option 2, create your own divine kingdom. After choosing this option, please immediately name your future divine kingdom. The two options, option 1 is easier than option 2, but the final rewards are the same. In the entire heavenly domain, only you, who have bound the Imperial Golden Jade Seal, possess the qualification to create an orthodox divine kingdom. Before making a choice, please think carefully to avoid future regrets. Reward, unknown. Punishment, the path to creating a divine kingdom is already long and arduous. What need is there for other punishments? Time limit, no time limit. This task actually has a free option? Chen Shen was slightly surprised. Previous tasks were all very demanding and never asked for his opinion. Has it changed now? But what should I choose? I have to admit that Chen Shen feels grateful to Emperor Assam. The teachings of swordsmanship, the inheritance of treasures, and the final admonitions, he remembers them all. However, to create his own divine kingdom and write his own mythological legend, to sit high on the throne of the divine kingdom, overlooking the land and its people. Under heaven, all lands belong to the king, and all shores belong to the king's subjects. Just thinking about it makes his heart race, his hair stand on end, and his blood boil. Players like Ghost Shadow and Windcloud, merely a guild leader, are content and proud. Yet, in the face of a divine kingdom, the guild cannot be said to be insignificant. It can only be described as utterly worthless. It's like one side is a globally limited, luxurious supercar that money can't buy, while the other is a makeshift cart cobbled together from a few rotten planks and 2 wheels. The latter doesn't even have the qualifications for comparison. So, what is there to hesitate about? I choose to create my divine kingdom. The name shall be the Divine Kingdom of Taitsong. After a brief thought, Chen Shen made up his mind. From the highest beings to the common folk, regardless of background, all may join the divine kingdom. Once confirmed, the text on the task panel immediately began to change, like shifting sands. When it stabilized again, the content had altered. Task: the rising new star, the quietly budding divine kingdom of Taizong, unique, quality, mythical description, noble and unique lord of the divine kingdom, grow quickly, and together with your divine kingdom, unleash a thunderous shock upon this vast and magnificent world. Current progress, 0.00000000001%. Reward, unknown. Punishment: the path to creating a divine kingdom is already long and arduous. What need is there for further punishment? Time limit, no time limit. What Chen Shen did not know was that at this very moment, swish, 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 in the vast world of the heavens, all the great lords, kings, overlords, and unparalleled powerhouses felt a sense of something. They all raised their heads solemnly, their gazes heavy as they looked towards the east. Even many reclusive old monsters, who had been in closed-door training in remote and desolate places, suddenly opened their eyes, breaking through their barriers, standing proudly in the sky, gazing towards the eastern horizon. These powerful beings, with extraordinary strength, pierced through layers of obstacles and distant distances, witnessing the scene in the starry sky. As they expected, the massive Z-Way Imperial Star had long since extinguished, unable to emit even a faint glow. However, just not far from the Z-Way Imperial Star, a star emitting a faint white light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Compared to the dead Imperial Star, it was much smaller and did not exude any power, as if it had just begun its path of growth. Yet, none of the top powerhouses in the vast world of the heavens dared to underestimate it. The heavens are about to change. After countless years, the winds and clouds gather again. They had already discerned that this rising new star was unstoppable. In the Emperor's backyard. Although this task has reached the mythical level of difficulty, fortunately, there is no time limit and no punishment. The changed task content made Chen Chen secretly breathe a sigh of relief. No matter how difficult it is, what does it matter? He can take his time. After all, there are no worries, no need to rush. Much better than the task of finding a sister issued by that old village chief. Not only was it limited to 3 days, but failure would also result in a halving of all attributes, taking the concept of pit to the extreme. The most annoying part was that the old chief didn't even provide a single clue. Oh, if names count as clues, then Chen Chen does know that his sister is named Lisa. Once I finish things here, I'll go back to the village and see if I can extract more clues from the old chief. With his mind made up, Chen Chen picked up the last treasure from the stone table, a pitch-black scroll. Among the first 3 treasures, the effect of the mysterious powder egg is unknown. The Slime Queen's crown is exclusive to summoners, and Anchor wore it. The Imperial Golden Jade Seal is exclusive to heroes, and he bound it as well. But it was unclear whether this scroll was meant for summoners or heroes. Suddenly, Chen Chen furrowed his brows in confusion. The scroll was very strange. For the first 3 treasures, he immediately received information upon obtaining them. This was normal, after all, Chen Chen was in a game. But this black scroll displayed no information at all. I can only unfold it to see what it says. Since the Emperor placed the black scroll together with the other 3 treasures, it was clearly extraordinary. The information recorded on it must be crucial. Chen Chen pinched the top end of the scroll with his left hand and grasped the bottom with his right, slowly pulling it down. Do not? Chen Chen's confusion deepened. The first thing that caught his eye was the bloody words do not. A mere 13 strokes, yet they contained an extreme warning in danger. In an instant, Chen Chen felt a chill run down his spine, but he was even more curious. Do not? Do not what? Chen Chen swallowed hard, his throat dry, and continued to unfold the scroll. The third character. A stroke, a horizontal line. Suddenly, whoosh 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 whoosh. 18 consecutive whooshes. 18 streams of light cross time and space, descending here. Each of the 18 streams of light was a different color, bringing Chen Chen different sensations. The blue stream was violent and fierce like thunder. The gray stream was dead and despairing like the end of the world. The green stream was vibrant and lively like a forest. The golden stream was warm and gentle like the sun. And there was a white stream that felt very familiar to Chen Chen. Without exception, each stream of light contained supreme power, eternal and indestructible. Its terrifying degree was far beyond the Emperor's imperial might. You have seen a trace of them, although it is only a fraction of their true power. Your strength is too low to bear it. You will die in 18 seconds, with a death penalty increased by 1800 times, and resurrection time extended by 1800 times. Chen Chen and Anchor received the system prompt immediately. What? Chen Chen was stunned. Just by looking, he would die? Was it really that unreasonable? Could this be the legendary instant death upon seeing the light? Whoosh whoosh. Just as Chen Chen was frantically complaining, the white stream of light he felt familiar with actually split into 2, shooting into his and Anchor's bodies in turn. You are under the protection of the goddess of luck. The death effect on you has disappeared. As the system prompt sounded again, Chen Shan saw the black scroll in his hand shatter into nothingness under the combined assault of the 18 streams of light. So this was their true purpose. After destroying the scroll, most of the streams of light completely ignored Chen Shan and Anchor. They returned as they came, crossing time and space. Only 2 streams temporarily lingered, floating in front of Chen Shan. One was the white stream that had protected Chen Shan and Anchor. The other stream was completely opposite in color, black. Your strength is negligible, and your growth rate is barely noticeable. We can observe for a while longer. A heavenly female voice emerged from the white stream, making one feel as if they were listening to celestial music. Chen Shan frowned slightly. The voice was pleasant, but too cold. It gave him a feeling of being high above, indifferent to everything. Sister, could this little ant be your choice? Hee, if I accidentally crush him, you won't be angry with me, will you? The voice from the black stream was crisp like silver bells, with a mischievous and playful tone. Chen Shan automatically imagined a girl with an evil smile. Indeed, it was evil. Because as her voice fell, endless malice wrapped around Chen Shan like maggots clinging to a bone. Chen Shan's body stiffened, a chill running down his spine, as an eerie and ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. It felt as if, in the next moment, he would be eternally entangled with all the misfortunes of the world, unable to escape for all eternity. Go ahead and try. The white flowing light, the voice of the goddess of fortune, was as indifferent as ever, high and mighty. Even as the words left her mouth, she traversed time and space, disappearing before Chen Shan, completely disregarding his sister's provocation. In 6 days, I shall personally arrive at the Yishur platform to test you. Be prepared. If you can pass the trial, I don't mind fulfilling a harmless request of yours. The white flowing light vanished without a trace, leaving only her cold voice echoing endlessly. She really looks down on me. Sister, do you think I truly dare not? Humph. Just wait. One day I will surpass you and trample you underfoot. The black flowing light, the goddess of misfortune, ultimately restrained the impulse to strike at Chen Shan. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly had an evil idea. 2 strands of black silk split from the black flowing light, and with a swift whoosh, they entered the bodies of Chen Shan and Ankur in the blink of an eye. 2 little ants, since you are involved with my sister, I shall play with you as well. With that, the goddess of misfortune also vanished across time and space. For a moment, the emperor's backyard was empty and quiet, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. Chen Shan furrowed his brows tightly. His mind was a chaotic mess that needed to be sorted out quickly. The last treasure left by the emperor, the black scroll, had actually attracted a trace of divine power. The purpose was solely to destroy it. On the half-open black scroll, the bloody words "do not" were written, clearly a warning. But what exactly was it that he should not do? Chen Shan had no way of knowing. Because the scroll had already been destroyed, and without the protection of the goddess of fortune, even he and Ankur would have been obliterated by the gods. The emperor had not told him this directly, perhaps considering this point, but he still overlooked many things. Aside from the scroll, there was the life and death trial mentioned by the goddess of fortune, set for 6 days later. After passing the trial, that aloof goddess would actually fulfill a request of his? Chen Shan did not think about what request to make, only because half the time was spent celebrating with champagne, and death was certain. Suddenly, a system announcement that echoed throughout the entire server interrupted Chen Shan's thoughts. The announcement contained only one sentence. Player Orange Sweet, you have been tainted by the divine karma gaze of the goddess of misfortune. As soon as the announcement was made, players in various novice villages were once again stunned, even becoming indignant. Wait, is this reasonable? It's Orange Sweet again? Didn't she just appear in a system announcement not long ago? Why is she back? She's also at the top of the equipment list. I suspect this game is run by her family. With the goddess of fortune and the goddess of misfortune, Orange Sweet has actually been tainted by 2 divine karmas alone. I, as a supreme VIP, don't even have such treatment. Or does spending more money increase the probability of being tainted by divine karma? Is that person actually a supreme VIP who has recharged over 10 million? Or even a heavenly supreme VIP who has recharged over 100 million? Spending money. I want to keep spending money. I also want to be favored by the gods. Humph, what's so great about it? Aren't we still alive without it? And just by looking at the name, it's clear that this divine karma is not a good thing. I wouldn't want it even if it were given to me for free. Chen Shan was unaware that players were once again stirred into a discussion frenzy because of him. Looking at the newly added divine karma on his panel, his expression was indeed not very pleasant. The sister of the goddess of fortune seemed extremely unfriendly. The gaze of the goddess of misfortune, one of the 18 divine karmas. Because the goddess of luck has chosen you, the goddess of misfortune, who has always been at odds with my sister, has decided to show you some color. You have been tainted by the causality of the goddess of misfortune. Whether this is good or bad remains to be seen. Effect: in the misfortune judgment, Countdown 23 hours 59 minutes and 12 seconds. After the countdown ends, you will randomly receive a type of double-edged sword of misfortune. This misfortune will carry both a positive and a negative state. The causality of the gods, goddess of luck's gaze, has directly laid out the effects. This, goddess of misfortune's malicious gaze, will have to wait 24 hours. During the waiting time, Chen Shen felt as if a sword of Damocles was hanging over his head, making him somewhat anxious. This goddess of misfortune really knows how to mess with people's minds. The only thing to be thankful for is that the effect of this divine causality is not purely negative. Since that's the case, let's wait. Big Can, there's nothing left here, can we go out now? At this moment, Ankura looked up at Chun Chen with her little face. We're going back to the novice village now. I want to evolve too. Ankura immediately clapped her little hands in excitement. Evolve? Yay! Yay! Looking at the carefree and sweet smile on Ankura's face, Chun Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Whether it's the gods or the causality of the gods, it surprisingly hasn't affected her at all. Indeed, foolish people have foolish blessings. The silly little loli has a lot of joy. So, Chen Shen took Ankura to the front of the red copper gate. How do we get out? Chen Shen pondered, stroking his chin. They were summoned in by the emperor, and now that the emperor's remnant soul has dissipated, he didn't tell them how to get out. It's a bit tricky. Boom! Just then, the red copper gate in front of them let out a huge rumbling sound, and the two doors slowly moved to the sides. The gap in the middle of the door grew larger. Chen Shen saw the scene outside, and the players outside also noticed Chen Shen. They all trembled with excitement. Look, they're out. They came out with epic-level equipment. Did you notice that the white card swordsman seems different from before? There seems to be a mysterious sword intent about him that's hard to describe. Let me take a look? I'll top you with a lung. What sword intent? Have you read too many immortal cultivation stories? When the door was fully opened, as Chen Shan and Ankura stepped out of the backyard and into the main hall, whoosh, a crowd instantly surged forward, surrounding the two of them. Chen Shan remained calm, scanning the surroundings. Oh, they're all old acquaintances. Surrounding him were the 9th branch president of the Ghost Shadow Guild, Ghost Shadow Soul, and 2 major veteran members, the Doghead military advisor, Mad Scholar, and his loyal little brother, Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind, along with more than 20 little minions. There was also the 9th branch president of the Wind and Cloud Guild, Wind and Cloud Wujie, and his group of little brothers, and the taciturn, wealthy female hero, Blue Crystal, along with her hero, the Qingqiu White Fox. Facing the 3 supreme VIPs, Chen Shen's expression didn't change, and his tone was calm. I just came out with the summoner, and you all rushed over to greet us. Are you inviting us to a feast? Wind and Cloud Wujie sneered first. Dream on. Want to eat a feast? Hand over the top-notch equipment you got behind the red copper gate, or I'll make sure you don't have a good time. Ghost Shadow Soul crossed his arms, casually shaking his left leg, and grinned menacingly as he threatened. Hurry up! Hand over the good stuff on you, don't force me to take action. Otherwise, I'll break your head. Chen Shun understood in his heart and then looked at Blue Crystal. What about you? It seems we have no grievances, right? No grievances, hee hee. Not long ago, you violated my beloved fox. But I don't want anything else, I just want you to apologize and compensate me with 100 golden jellies, and I'll forgive you for her. Lan Jingjing's voice was as hard as ice, piercing into Chen Shen's ears. Oh, so you all came to take advantage of me. Chen Shen nodded slightly, indicating he understood. But what if I refuse to hand it over? What can you do? Hee hee, I anticipated you would be so fearless. Because it's currently the newbie protection period, even if your summoner dies, you won't lose levels or items, so of course, you won't feel any pain. At that moment, the Mad Scholar waved his feather fan and confidently stepped forward. But have you thought about the future? Once we enter the main city, the members of my Ghost Shadow Guild, spread across various newbie villages, will gather. At that time, the solid foundation of the top 10 guilds of the Great Yen will be fully revealed. Without the newbie protection, with just your white card and a yellow-haired girl, do you really think you can compete with us? However, as long as you obediently hand over your treasure, my Ghost Shadow Guild guarantees that we will not actively seek trouble with you again. Those who know how to adapt are the true heroes. I hope you don't overestimate yourself. Chen Shen squinted his eyes. This guy indeed had some tricks up his sleeve. But would intimidation work on him? You seem quite clever. But clever people should keep a safe distance from my great sword. And to those who think they can take advantage of me, listen well. I don't respond to threats. If you dare to provoke me, I will ensure you return in defeat. Don't believe me? Just try it. As his cold voice fell, the expressions of Guiying Tohen and the others instantly darkened. Damn it! I can't take it anymore. What's with this broken white card? President, let's charge again. Take him down. Including President Feng Yun and Lan Jingjing, we have a total of 6 SSRs on our side. 6 o'clock. We have the advantage. Guaranteed win. If we lose, I'll eat it. The hot-tempered Guiying Chue Feng stepped forward first, urgently shouting at Guiying Tuhan. Once he started, he had a habit of not being able to stand anyone showing off better than him. Guiying Tuhan touched the scar on his face, feeling his little brother made a good point. He glanced at Feng Yun Wuji and Lan Jingjing, both of whom nodded. Looks like I'd become a sunflower, too much smiling. For those who lack insight, let's have the 6 SSRs beat you up. Overlord Xiang Yu, Earthly Tai Sui, Wu Song, Summon. Guiying Tuhan fiercely wiped his cheek with his left hand and touched his waist pouch with his right. 2 shiny golden cards, looking very special, were thrown into the air. Boom, boom. With 2 dull thuds, the golden cards disappeared, and 2 muscular SSRs descended from the sky, their expression stern. Heavenly Dancer Star? Pan Xiaoyun. Heavenly Seducer Star? Pan Jinlian. Summon. Nine-tailed Fox? Daji. Summon. In an instant, the scene was filled with golden light, blinding the onlooking civilian players. The rich aura of money spread in all directions. No matter how many times I see it, the appearance of SSRs is always so cool. Look, look, this exclusive entrance effect, this incredibly exquisite card illustration, this meticulously crafted modeling and equipment detail, even the skill effects are so magnificent. I have to say, the only downside to expensive things is their price. No wonder it costs an average of 800,000 great yen coins to draw 1 SSR. I want one too. Dude, don't rush. It's the last day of the 7-day login event. You can get an SSR for free. Don't miss it, or you'll regret it for life. Let's focus on the battle at hand. The white card swordsman seems to be a bit dead. He even has to lie down for an SSR, let alone 6. The people of Great Yen naturally love to watch the excitement, so even after defeating Emperor Assam, over 3,000 people stayed behind. But, under their watch, the white card swordsman actually advanced instead of retreating, raising his blunt heavy sword at an angle. The sword was as straight as his spine. He still dared to attack? A lowly white card, existing merely to fill numbers, actually wanted to challenge 6 of the most elite and prestigious SSRs. This was like a moth flying into the flame, seeking its own destruction. The common players widened their eyes, familiar, too familiar. The scene before them was exactly the same as that at the entrance of the palace, the original intention unchanged. Knowing full well they were no match, they still dared to swing their swords at a powerful enemy. How strong the enemy was, it didn't matter. The number of enemies, it didn't matter. A heart that moves forward bravely, a spirit that never admits defeat, a determination that I am extraordinary. Having these was enough. But was it really enough? The opponents were 6 SSRs. Overflowing health, incredibly high damage, the very definition of strength, their entire being radiated a beauty called strength. Unless a miracle occurred, how could a white card win? Just as the common players were both hopeful and anxious, 2 sound waves, amplified as if by a loudspeaker 100 times, rolled through the hall. President Ghost Shadow, President Wind and Cloud, NMS, Blue Crystal, are you sure you want to besiege my guild leader? Ask your heroes, are they really willing to lower themselves and even fight with numbers against a single white card? At the entrance of the hall, a dazed player with the ID of 3 foolish ones was flapping his mouth. Clearly, these 2 sentences were spoken by him. Beside him stood ABA, Egu, Tian Shilian, and the number 1 understanding brother in the realm. To avoid retaliation from the guild leader's enemies, after defeating Emperor Assam, ABA brought them to the entrance where they could assist the guild leader if needed, but not become a burden. Indeed, 3 foolish ones and the number 1 understanding brother in the realm had already become part of the Unclothed Alliance. Not long ago, the number 1 understanding brother and 3 foolish ones were both captivated by the guild leader's demeanor and grace. Especially the guild leader, as a white card, yet self-reliant and resilient, inspired a deep resonance in them as common players. So they found Egu, wanting to join the Unclothed Alliance. Coincidentally, Egu had just run out of the loudspeakers he obtained from completing a task, while 3 foolish ones possessed the unique talent, Roar of the Lion in Hadong, which could amplify sound up to 1,000 times. Wasn't this a permanent upgraded loudspeaker? As the battlefield commander, Egu needed such talent to convey marching in formation orders. Thus, after discussing with Egu and Tian Sholian, he agreed to their joining. Just after joining the guild, 3 foolish ones played a huge role. The chief military strategist of the Unclothed Alliance, ABA, implemented his brilliant strategies, psychological warfare and sowing discord, through him. That said, the Unclothed Alliance did not accept just anyone. At its founding, the 4 founders, Chun Shen, and Kor, Tian Shilian, and Egu established a fundamental rule. The Unclothed Alliance accepts people. It does not look at background, whether lowly or noble. It does not look at age, whether young or old. It does not look at appearance, whether ugly or beautiful. It does not look at spending, whether a penny-pinching zero investment or a supreme VIP spending over $1 million. It does not look at gender, whether male, female, or even a Walmart shopping bag. It does not look at. Many things are not considered, all can be accepted. No discrimination in teaching, gathering all possible strength. This is the core philosophy of the Unclothed Alliance. But there is one thing that must be looked at, and that is character. Personality must pass, background, experience, and history must be clean. The Unclothed Alliance does not accept morally corrupt scum or trash. Only then can the internal structure of the Unclothed Alliance be like a tightly clenched fist, solidifying into a seamless iron plate. In front of the red copper gate, Ghost Shadow, Wind and Cloud, and Blue Crystal's expressions changed, their hearts suddenly stopping. They quickly looked at their precious heroes. Sure enough, whether it was a strong man like Xiangyu or Wu Song, or delicate women like Daji or Pan Xiaoyun, their expressions at this moment were surprisingly the same. Extremely unwilling, not wanting to comply. Even someone like Pan Jinlian, who was an assistant, frowned, expressing her inner reluctance. The onlooking players were whispering among themselves, their voices filled with disdain. To attack a low-level white card, do we really need 6 top-tier gold cards? Can we have a little dignity? Sisters, isn't this just absurd? 6 gold cards attacking a white card, isn't that like me opening a small shop in a poor mountain village, and then the world's richest person, Ma Tingyin, hears about it and personally drives a Rolls Royce to smash my shop the same afternoon? So, rich people recharge millions just to attack a white card? My Jiang Zia would laugh his head off. It's like an old lady eating thin porridge, no teeth. Shameless. 6 gold cards attacking a white card. What's the difference between that and 5 tiger generals kicking a farming old man? These people and their heroes are not good folks. The previous exclusive event had already made most players resent the 3 major VIPs, coupled with the earlier battle against Emperor Assam, where they ultimately relied on the white card swordsman to turn the tide. They became the envy of other novice villages. And what happened? These few not only showed no gratitude but instead repaid kindness with malice. For both public and private reasons, the common players couldn't stand it. Yes, in terms of strength, they were far inferior to SSRs now. But when it came to verbal skills, let alone SSRs, even Zhuge Liang Reborn couldn't outspeak the 3,000 commoners present, could he? I can't beat you, but I can't outspeak you either? The sharp tongues of the people from Dian were honed under immense life pressure. Even more so, they were graduates from the Zuan district. In a place where keyboard warriors abound and god-level critics are everywhere, if you don't have some skills in your mouth, you can't even protect your parents and family tree. Under the verbal onslaught of the 3,000 common players, the 3 major pay-to-win players suffered another defeat, and it was a crushing one. They could only obediently endure the scolding, not even daring to retaliate. Because even in a soul state, it didn't stop the players from spewing insults, fiercely attacking from all angles. Ghost Shadow Butcher and Wind and Cloud were drenched in scorn, their faces flushed with anger. The cold as ice Blue Crystal finally showed a hint of color on her beautiful face. What a vicious scheme, a divide-and-conquer tactic, a psychological attack, and public opinion manipulation. That guy from the Unclothed Alliance is indeed a formidable opponent. The mad scholar looked far at ABA at the entrance of the palace, no longer showing the previous contempt. Little did he know, even ABA himself didn't expect that his simple 2 sentences would stir up such fervor. I told you to stop giving useless opinions. Are you a strategist just because you give advice? Ghost Shadow Butcher, unable to contain his anger, slapped the instigator Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind with a fierce blow, sending the latter spinning 3 times before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Humph, a white card swordsman, I don't even need 6 SSRs to deal with you. My Overlord Xiangyu is enough. After taking a couple of deep breaths to calm down, Ghost Shadow Butcher gritted his teeth and said to Chen Shen. Wind and Cloud and Blue Crystal had no objections, agreeing to the fair one-on-one duel between Overlord Xiangyu and the heavy swordsman. They surrendered, not to public opinion, but to the bond between them and their heroes. They could accept being scolded, but they could never accept their hero being insulted due to their own poor decisions. In Heavenly Domain, the relationship between players and heroes is very delicate, as heroes have independent souls and consciousness, so they cannot be viewed merely as tools. Almost all players respect their heroes. Even the coarse and vulgar Ghost Shadow Butcher has never uttered those 2 words to his hero. On the other side, Shen Shen also did not expect that over 3,000 civilian players were almost entirely on his side. Why was that? Shen Shen was puzzled. Everything he did was for himself, and he hadn't deliberately catered to anyone. Forget it, he decided not to think about these trivial matters. Whether it was a one-on-one duel or a group challenge, he would accompany them to the end. The Overlord Xiangyu, then let's have a battle. Wait! The mad scholar suddenly called to halt the impending battle, making a gesture with his fingers towards Ghost Shadow Slayer. You're getting ahead of yourself, President. We're not fighting just to fight, but for top-tier equipment. Before the battle, let's open the system betting. Only then did Ghost Shadow Slayer realize, and he kicked hard at Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, trying to evade responsibility. Look, the strategist is always calculating, learn from him. Then he shot a fierce glare at Chen Chen, his gaze landing on Encore beside him. Little girl, I've already sent you the system betting. Hurry up and accept it, be quick. Then put your Slime Queen's crown in the betting column. I'm ready on my side. After Ghost Shadow Slayer finished speaking, Chen Chen glanced at the bet he sent to Encore. At a glance, he almost laughed in anger. Clouds stretching for miles with white clouds, replica? President Ghost Shadow, you want to bet an epic level hat with a golden level cloak? Are you trying to fool my summoner? I can at most bet this Dragon Slayer sword with you. Don't even think about the epic level hat. The little trick was seen through, but Ghost Shadow Slayer was not angry. Instead, when he saw Chen Chen take off the displayed Dragon Slayer sword, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this the sword he had his eye on, only to be ambushed by a little loli and taken away? No problem. A sword for a hero, now it can finally return to my hands. Ghost Shadow Slayer readily agreed and quickly signed the system betting agreement with Encore. Thus, a battle with a huge disparity between the two sides, where victory seemed to be without suspense, began. The battle commenced, and the battlefield was set. A group of enthusiastic players spontaneously organized themselves, clearing the rubble from the central area of the palace, moving the broken columns, and cleaning the ground until it was neat and tidy. A circular battlefield with a diameter of 50 meters was formed. 3,000 civilian players, along with members under the three major heavy spenders, sat in neat circles under the command of Agu, with shorter players in front and taller ones in the back. Previously, during the battle with Emperor Assam, Agu's excellent command skills were evident, so most players were willing to follow his lead. A small number of unruly players learned to behave after receiving a solid beating from others. In the battlefield, left side lineup, Level 100 Slaughter-type Summoner Ghost Shadow Slayer, SSR Overlord Xiangyu, 10 stars, Level 100 Total Combat Power, 6272, Ghost Shadow Slayer Combat Power 900, Overlord Xiangyu Combat Power 5372, ranked first on the 88888 Novice Village Hero Power List. Right side lineup, Level 100 Survival-type Summoner Orange Suite, and Greatsword Fighter, 10 stars, Level 100 Total Combat Power 3398, Summoner Combat Power 1164, Greatsword Fighter Combat Power 2234, unranked. The combat power information of both sides was displayed in the light blue system panel above the battlefield for everyone to see. Other information was glanced over. The key point was that Overlord Xianyu's combat power was almost 2.5 times that of a white card swordsman. The players present held their breath. Will the white card swordsman, who has repeatedly created miracles, stop here this time? Anyway, this princess feels there's no hope. Even without considering combat power, the Overlord Xiangyu is an SSR, while the white card swordsman is just an N card. The strength of their talents and skills is simply not on the same level. Although the combat power of the white card swordsman is higher than that of an average purple card, there's simply no comparison between purple cards and SSRs. 3 moves. In less than 3 moves, the white card swordsman will be cut to pieces. Although the players yearned for an unexpected ending, for a miracle to happen, and to witness a thrilling battle, they knew it was impossible. Between SSR and white card, there lay an insurmountable chasm. One side is one of the 6 major cancers polluting the card pool. The other side is a precious card that requires an average of 800,000 Great Flame coins to draw. A battle between a white card and an SSR is unprecedented, even unparalleled. But the outcome of the battle was determined from the very beginning. Even the members of the Wui Alliance held little hope for their president. They admired the president's spirit, but spirit alone could not win this seemingly fair 1v1 battle. If a broken white card could defeat the president's SSR, wouldn't that mean the president's million investment went to waste? A bunch of poor fools, open your eyes. Watch how the president's SSR shatters your faith. There are no miracles in this world. Those who believe in miracles are just idiots. The members of the Ghost Shadow Guild all wished for the president's SSR to take out that lousy white card that always opposed them in one move. Inside the main hall, there was a chorus of pessimism, with no player believing Chin Chin could win, as they were all too familiar with this greedy pay-to-win game. Those who spend money are always stronger than those who don't. But there were those who believed from start to finish that, regardless of spending money, her hero was the strongest. This belief was blind, yet unshakable. Big can, go for it. Take down that big guy on the other side. You can do it because you are the best hero. Go, go, go. Amidst the overwhelming doubts, only Ankair was straining her voice, her little face flushed, desperately cheering for Chen Chen. If there were no believers, then she would be the only believer. If there were no cheerers, then she would be the only cheerer. Her Bigkin was the best. Bigkin was not a useless white card, nor just dog food that could be decomposed. Bigkin was an emperor, a miracle. But her voice was too small, drowned out by the tide of skepticism and pessimism. No one believed in him. Would Bigkin be sad? No. A determined light flashed in Ankair's big eyes as she reached into her clothes, fumbled around, and directly pulled out the sleeping Eve. Ha, summoner, do you need something? Eve mumbled half asleep, with a bubble of snot hanging from her little nose. Little fairy, come cheer for Big Ken with me. Cheer for that scrap metal? Aye. Upon hearing that detestable name, Eve instantly woke up. She had intended to refuse Ankair, but seeing the latter's pleading eyes softened her heart. All right, go, go. In front of the two, Chen Chen suddenly turned around. Looking at the flushed Ankair and the delicate Eve waving her slender arms, both small yet determined to resist the torrent of doubts, they became his strongest support. At that moment, Chen Chen felt a slight stirring in his heart. Don't worry, summoner and little fairy, I will bridge the gap between white card and SSR. When I return to this position, I will surely be cloaked in the glory of victory. After saying that, Chen Chen resolutely turned around, gripping the heavy sword tightly, and strode forward. The overlord Xian Yu donned a black gold armor, wielding the sky dragon spear, and walked directly towards Chen Chen. The distance between them quickly closed. 30 meters, 20 meters, 15 meters. Break the formation, overlord spear. Instant prison thunder god. Both sides unleashed their skills almost simultaneously. The spear shadows, heavy as mountains and dense as forests, instantly filled the 15-meter conical range in front of Chen Chen, but he remained unscathed. The 3 consecutive displacements of the instant prison thunder god perfectly evaded the damage. The final segment allowed Chen Chen to pass through Xiangyu, appearing behind him. Minus 9,366, critical hit. Minus 368, unyielding grip. Critical hit. 1 red and 1 blue damage number floated above Xiangyu's head. The surrounding doubts instantly diminished. What the hell? What kind of damage is this? 1 skill nearly 10,000? My purple card Zhanjiao only has a bit over 4,000 health. If I take a hit, I'd owe a tube of blood. Isn't he a white card? I checked on the official website. All 6 major toxic white cards have skills that are overwhelmingly negative. Where did he get such powerful skills? Strong skills are useless. Strong numbers are what truly matter. Our boss's Xiangyu has over 120,000 health, so what if he takes 10 of his skills? Just wait and see. That broken white card will soon be pierced to death by our boss's Xiangyu. Behind Xiangyu, Chen Chen's expression was somewhat serious. Over 9,000 damage didn't even take away 10% of Xianyu's health. Is this what an SSR drawn with nearly 1 million de yen coins looks like? It's a perfect fusion of spending money and strength, especially the health, which astonishingly reached 30 times that of a same star, same level purple card. Not to mention purple cards, even ordinary bosses of the same level and below gold quality don't have such thick health. How is it? White card swordsman, feeling desperate now, can you feel it? This is the power of spending money. The gaming experience of spending money is truly explosive. I declare, Sky Domain is the best game in the world. Not far away, the Ghost Shadow Butcher had already begun to lose himself in pride. Is that so? Chen Chen, however, smiled non-committally. Next, let's see whether spending money is stronger or if 100% stiffness is stronger. Chen Chen gripped the blunt heavy sword tightly and swung his arm. Thud! The sword struck heavily against Xiang Yu's back. Minus 476, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 4. Chen Chen's basic attack first triggered a combo and a lucky combo. The combo then triggered another lucky combo. Thus, 4 pitch-black sword shadows appeared before the players almost simultaneously. Chen Chen's gaze sharpened slightly. The damage was a bit underwhelming. Equipped with the dragon-slaying sword, his attack power reached 1721 points, plus the 100 points of armor penetration from the dragon-slaying sword and the 300 points of defense reduction from the LV3 crack passive. Backtracking, Xiang Yu's defense was a terrifying 1900 points, more than double that of the golden level boss, Emperor Assam. Considering that super thick health bar of 120,000, Chen Chen had some guesses. If Pan Jinlian is a support type SSR, then Xiang Yu is a tank type, and a high damage tank at that. High damage, high defense, high health. At this moment, the power of the SSR was undeniably revealed, stunning every player watching. Hiss! Thousands of people simultaneously gasped, the air in the hall nearly sucked dry. Can such an unreasonable SSR really be defeated? Just then, two four-clawed golden dragons appeared on Chen Chen's blunt heavy sword, their dragon eyes flashing with crimson light, and their mouths suddenly opened wide. Roar! A roar of dragon's fury, filled with overwhelming pressure, rolled outwards. Xiang Yu's mighty body stiffened, his skill interrupted on the spot. Look, why isn't Overlord Xiang Yu moving? He's still in the stance of striking. What you said is incorrect. I have the eye of the eagle talent. I see that the Overlord Xiang Yu has actually been turning around all along, but the movements are very slight, stopping and starting, as if the frames are dropping. Damn that white card swordsman, what have you done? Move. Hurry up and move. Overlord Xiang Yu, the enemy is behind you? The players reacted with various expressions. Some were dumbfounded, while others were as red-faced as a monkey's bottom. Xiang Yu indeed felt very uncomfortable, his body stiff as a puppet, completely unresponsive. Is this your confidence in challenging me, a powerful control skill? Little did he know that Chen Chen was relying not on skills at all. Dragon Might, fake. There is an 8% chance to trigger Dragon's Roar with normal attacks, which will stun targets within a 3-meter radius for 0.2 seconds. Note, creatures have resistance to being stunned. The more times they are stunned in a battle, the shorter the duration of subsequent stuns. Next, it's my turn. Chen Chen's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a storm-like offensive. Summer Longsword. The edgeless heavy sword struck decisively at Xiang Yu's spine, swiftly thrusting upward. This sword encapsulated the essence of summer's rampant growth. Minus 2,336, critical hit. In addition to the impressive damage, for the next 15 seconds, every time Chen Chen dealt damage to Xiang Yu, the damage would increase by 2%. In that case, Autumn Harvest Sword. As the edgeless heavy sword reached its peak, Chen Chen's steel boots stomped the ground. In an instant, power surged from his feet, traveled through his legs, concentrated at his waist, and exploded through his arms and fingers, as if to sever all obstacles. The edgeless heavy sword ruthlessly slashed down at Xiang Yu's back. This sword perfectly portrayed the desolation of autumn, the intent to harvest amidst the withering of all things. Minus 11,152, critical hit, true damage. A white number with explosive effects floated above Xiang Yu's head. At the same time, Chen Chen felt lighter, his limbs much more agile. He gained 30% attack speed and movement speed for 20 seconds. This was precisely why Chen Chen had released the Autumn Harvest Sword, his ultimate move, in advance. At this moment, his attack speed had reached 2.5. Relentless Strikes. Minus 534, critical hit. Minus 544, critical hit. Minus 554, critical hit. In an instant, 8 damage numbers swished out from above Xiang Yu's head, and under the enhancement of the Summer Longsword, each one was higher than the last. Not enough. Chen Chen switched from one-handed to two-handed sword grip, then twisted his waist and spun fiercely. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, Chen Chen transformed into a 5-speed electric fan, spinning wildly in place. Minus 1,000, critical hit. Minus 1,018, critical hit. Minus 1,034, critical hit. Compared to Xiang Yu's substantial health, Chen Chen's single damage seemed trivial, but as long as it was fast enough, it was no longer trivial, but a bone scraping. The watching players were mesmerized. The white card swordsman's attacks were incredibly smooth and fluid. Each move flowed like water, a true visual feast. After finishing his skills, the white card swordsman continued to output crazily, delivering 10 strikes per second. Each strike dealt at least 700 points of damage, and it was still climbing. 10 seconds. A full 10 seconds passed. The stun effect on Xiang Yu finally weakened, weak enough that it could no longer affect his actions. But at this point, his health had already plummeted to 10,000. Xiang Yu, unleash your ultimate move directly. Not far away, the ghostly figure of the Soul Reaper had long been frightened by Chen Chen's high attack frequency and overwhelming damage. Also deeply shocked were Feng Yun Wujie and Lan Jingjing. The Overlord Xiang Yu was the only tank among the 6 SSRs, with the highest health and defense. Even he had lost 110,000 health in just 10 seconds. If it were any other SSR, they would have long been defeated by this strange white card swordsman. At this moment, a question arose in the hearts of everyone present. How could such a low-level white card be so strong? Could it be that he really had some kind of cheat? But no matter who it was, no one felt it as intensely as Xiang Yu. The first time he saw the white card swordsman was in the Spirit Plant Valley Secret Realm, where the opponent didn't even have the qualifications to compete for the Jilan Herb and could only watch from afar, even fleeing in panic from Daji. The second time was at the entrance of the palace's outer wall, where the opponent had grown stronger and managed to inflict damage on him with a white card body. The third time was now, where the opponent had grown to a level he couldn't comprehend, even bringing a life and death crisis. The speed of the opponent's growth was too rapid. Xiang Yu once doubted whether the opponent was an SSR disguised in a white card skin. But everything ends here. What can be done? Blood battle at Gaixia. Burn the boats? Destroy the ambitions of Qin. First, two powerful support skills activated simultaneously. In the 8 seconds after activation, his attack not only significantly increased in damage but also guaranteed a hit. Next was his strongest finishing move, Heavenly Light Urging City Spear. Xiang Yu suddenly turned around, pushed off the ground, leaped high, and with his strong right arm clenched around the spear, he slammed the spear tip down onto the pure white palace floor. Boom! In an instant, the ground shook, and some players sitting dozens of meters away were knocked off balance. Clearly, this spear, carrying the force to destroy a city, added a wide-range control effect. Minus 48,769. A terrifying damage number floated above Chen Shen's head, far exceeding his life limit of 25,771. This is outrageous. 48,000 damage? My blue card hero's knife has dulled and can't even produce this number. The dust has settled, the white card swordsman has lost. Sigh, isn't this normal? What was I even expecting? No. Why? Why won't he fall? The players erupted once again. They saw the white card swordsman actually standing firm, slowly making a sheathing motion. All the players witnessing this process felt a strange sensation in their hearts, as if the life force of the white card swordsman had completely concealed itself. It could burst forth at any moment. Behind him, an ancient blood pool appeared. With Xiang Yu's attack, the crimson blood in the pool accumulated more and more. This move was the Winter Concealment Sword from the Four Seasons sword technique. Splash! 5 seconds later, the blood pool collapsed, and the blood surged into Chen Shen's body. His health bar, which had dropped to 0, not only filled completely but even exceeded the limit. His final health value was fixed at 52,886. Relentless Strike. Minus 522. Relentless Strike. Critical Hit. Combo. Lucky Combo. Times 4. Minus 570. Relentless Strike. Critical Hit. Combo. Lucky Combo. Times 4. 9-star Great Spear. Minus 5,867. With their major skills used up, Chen Shen and Xiang Yu engaged in their final struggle. In a narrow encounter, the brave are king. Neither of them wanted to be the coward to retreat. One side had a fast attack speed, while the other had high damage. Who would emerge victorious? The overlord Xiang Yu had only 10,000 health left, while Chen Shen had 50,000 health and could strike 10 times in a second. In the end, they began a pure exchange of blood. Minus 476. Critical Hit. Combo. Lucky Combo. Times 4. In less than 3 seconds, the unsharpened heavy sword pierced through the thick black gold armor, taking away the last trace of life from this Western Shu overlord. This unprecedented battle between a white card and an SSR came to an end. The victor was white card Chen Shen. At the same time, the body of the overlord Xiang Yu began to change. With a buzz, the robust body of the overlord Xiang Yu twisted and rippled like water. And then, it became increasingly illusory. Under the gaze of thousands, the figure of the overlord Xiang Yu quickly vanished completely, replaced by a card floating in midair. The illustration on the card depicted a broad-faced general clad in armor, with a formidable army behind him. Both the general and the army were dynamic Live 2D illustrations, brimming with detail. The general would occasionally brandish his long spear, leaving trails of white spear light in the air, the overwhelming sharpness of the spear light even piercing through the card surface, causing the players to squint in pain. Behind him, a flag bearing the character Xiang stood tall, fluttering relentlessly in the howling wind. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of the flag flapping in the wind also penetrated the card surface, reaching the players' ears. At that moment, all the civilian players simultaneously recalled a term taught by their teacher in language class: vivid and lifelike. What is vivid and lifelike? This is vivid and lifelike. Such an illustration could be said to leave even the nitpickers with no room for criticism. Aside from the illustration, the edges of the card were also adorned with golden filigree, shimmering with light, exuding an air of nobility and luxury. This is the essence of an SSR card, with every design element crafted with ingenuity, truly a work of art. The players looked on with envy, while ordinary heroes gazed at it with admiration. Yet, this highly sought-after SSR, this card regarded as a symbol of strength, beloved by many, was defeated by a lowly white card. Bang! Behind the luxurious golden card, a golden star trembled twice before suddenly exploding into nothingness. The massive explosion jolted everyone awake. It exploded. The star of the SSR overlord Xiang Yu exploded, not that of the white card swordsman. How could this be? He, with the weakest white card body, had defied the odds and defeated the SSR at the pinnacle of the strength pyramid? The civilian players' mouths gaped open, their eyes widened to the limit, the immense shock etched deeply on their faces. Not just them, but also the members of the two major guilds, Ghost Shadow and Wind and Cloud, the wealthy heroine Lan Jingjing, and a host of heroes. Even Ghost Shadow's Soul Reaper felt as if they were dreaming, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Hooray! I told you, Big Can is the strongest hero. Big Can is awesome. Amidst the stunned silence of the crowd, only Anchor, like a little rabbit, bounced around, cheering for Chen Chen. On her adorably innocent face, there was not shock, but pure joy. Really? You actually won? Eve isn't confused, right? Sitting on Anchor's left shoulder, Eve rubbed her sapphire-like eyes in disbelief. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and when she opened her eyes again, she found that the figure standing before her was indeed the white card swordsman she had always found displeasing. Wow, the summoner will be even less willing to spend money now. Wah, stinky white card, Eve hates you. Forever and ever. Eve pouted, her highly attractive oval face filled with resentment and indignation. She completely forgot that she had just been cheering for Chen Chen. Soon, the players' tumultuous emotions began to settle down. But the mixed feelings in their hearts prompted them to chatter incessantly with those around them, their mouths running on endlessly. Some things simply had to be said. The hall instantly became as noisy as a market. The white card swordsman is amazing. He actually defeated the SSR. It's like a cow not giving birth to a calf. But he's incredible. Today is a historic moment, but is this white card heavy swordsman really that powerful? Why can't the heavy swordsman I trained even defeat a similarly leveled monster? Damn it! The heavy swordman I trained is also useless, not even comparable to a white card swordsman. What on earth is the reason for this? Do I have to have a cute little white-haired loli like a white card swordsman to nurture them properly? Damn it! I refuse to accept this. The white card swordsman and that little loli must be cheating. It's just ridiculous. That damn white card swordsman, right from the start, hard-controlled the guild leader's Xiangyu for 10 seconds. What the hell? And that attack speed, faster than when I was training my Qilin arm. The last 5 seconds of invincibility and super healing limit, they didn't even pretend. Is this not cheating? Report. I want to report. Chen Chen ignored the chaotic discussions and carried the blunt heavy sword on his shoulder, walking up to Ankur with a triumphant demeanor. Summoner, I said, when I return to this position, I will definitely be cloaked in the glory of victory. Chen Chen's tone was calm, as if the victory of this battle was already within his expectations. I believe you. And Koa nodded seriously, then took out a golden jelly from her backpack, tiptoed, and held it up to Chen Chen. Big Can, you must be exhausted, eat the jelly. Chen Chen was not polite. He indeed hadn't replenished his spiritual power for quite a while. Chew, chew. As expected of a golden-level jelly, it was soft and delicious, never getting boring. In the spectator seats, Daji watched Chen Chen eat the jelly, her lips glistening with a droplet of liquid from her desire. However, that little fish, no, it should now be called a big fish. Its strength was formidable, and it was impossible to obtain jelly from him by force. What should she do? Daji swayed her fluffy foxtail, her delicate brows furrowed in thought. Meanwhile, on Chen Chen's side, once the tyrant Xiangyu fell, the ghostly shadow of the soul decisively chose to concede. At this stage, the player's strength was far from comparable to that of heroes, and he did not engage in a desperate struggle. Thus, Chen Chen also obtained the spoils of this gamble. A pure white cloak, smooth to the touch, as if woven from fine silk, resembling the one worn by Emperor Assam by about 80 to 90%. Cloud-soaring white cloud cloak, replica, quality, gold equipment requirement, level 100 health plus 5000 speed plus 100 cloud soaring, pseudo when moving, there is a 5% chance to enter the heavenly ladder state, lasting for 10 seconds. During this duration, the wearer can step with their left foot on their right foot, or their right foot on their left foot, continuously ascending, up to a height of 2 meters from the ground. After stopping the ascent, the wearer will enter the Yi Void Walking state for the remaining duration. They can walk freely in the air without the need for external force. Description: Emperor Assam once used extraordinary means to condense the formless white clouds into an incredibly precious material, white cloud light veil. He then used extraordinary power to continuously gather the first ray of twilight from 99 sunsets and the first light of dawn from sunrises, ultimately weaving the true, cloud-soaring white cloud cloak for himself. The real cloud-soaring white cloud cloak is incredibly marvelous. Once donned, the wearer will possess an unparalleled speed, ranking among the best in the entire heavenly domain. One step forward is like a distance of 1,000 miles. 2 trips back and forth cover the 4 corners of the world. The wearer can come and go freely like the wind, easily traversing even those restrictions on movement, formations, perilous places, and dead ends. Later, Emperor Assam passed it on to his 10th son. This cloak is a replica of the true, cloud-soaring white cloud cloak. Although its quality is vastly inferior, it still inherits a trace of its power. What an interesting piece of equipment! Chen Shen's face lit up with joy as he put it on. As soon as he wore it, his attributes underwent a significant change. The cloak can increase 5,000 points of health and 100 points of speed. With the exclusive bond of Master of Gambling, the 5,000 points of health doubled instantly. Chen Shen's health soared from 25,771 to 35,771. The increase of 100 points in speed was also significant. Originally, he could attack 6 times per second, now it became 8 times. He could move 12 meters per second, now it became 2 meters. However, what made Chen Shen the happiest was the cloak's special effect, Cloud Step. Stepping with the left foot on the right foot to ascend, or the right foot on the left foot would work too. If Newton heard this, the coffin lid wouldn't be able to hold him down. He would surely be resurrected in anger, only to die again from the same fury. Fortunately, this was the magical realm of the heavenly domain. In the heavenly domain, anything is possible. The only downside was that the trigger probability for stepping with the left foot on the right foot was a bit low, only 5%. During the previous battle, even with the cloak of Xiangyu, it had not triggered even once. However, Chen Shen was not Xiangyu. Probability? He never cared how low the probability was, because his talent, Fortune of the Heavens, would take care of it. Chen Shen read the introduction of Cloud Step, word by word again. Within 10 seconds after triggering, you can enter the void walking state. If I keep triggering, wouldn't I be able to walk on air continuously, becoming a true void walker? Chen Shen stroked his chin, lost in thought. Although the void walker's height was a bit exaggerated, at most it could only be 2 meters above the ground. But did that matter? The key point was it looked cool. Just imagine, in a crowded place where everyone was pushing and shoving, while other players were struggling and about to vomit their breakfast from being jostled, Chen Shen could stroll leisurely, casually walking over their heads, both composed and stylish. Moreover, it wasn't just about looking good. As long as he wore the cloud-soaring white cloud cloak, replica, it meant Chen Shen had a pseudo-infinite hovering ability. For instance, in harsh environments like swamps or lakes, he wouldn't have to worry about not having a place to stand. It was all about comfort. Summoner, do you want me to take you to play something fun? With the cloak on, a spark of inspiration flashed in Chen Shen's mind, and he suddenly had an idea. Something fun? Yes. Hurry and take me, Big Can. Hearing about something fun, Encore rushed to grab Chen Shen's hand, shaking it non-stop. Summoner, you need to stand still first. As soon as Chen Shen spoke, Encore quickly let go of his hand, took 2 steps back, brought her white lotus-like legs together, straightened her little waist, and placed her small hands neatly on the sides of her pants, standing properly with her big, lively eyes looking at Chen Shen expectantly. Chen Shen stretched out his arms, intending to pick her up in a princess carry. Do you want a hug? But Big Can, I don't like this position, change it. Unexpectedly, Encore took 2 steps back, shaking her little hands to indicate refusal. Yes. Just like when you hold me to sleep. Encore tilted her head and thought for a moment, her eyes suddenly shining brightly. Chen Shen hesitated for a moment, showing a hint of confusion. Wasn't the princess carry more comfortable? What was the summoner thinking? However, he naturally wouldn't refuse such a small request. So, Chen Shen went around to Encore's back, wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, and lifted her up like a teddy bear. Big Can, hold me tighter, or I'll slide down. After saying this, Encore's face gradually turned crimson. Chen. What? He just wanted to test the effect of Cloud Step. Why did the summoner have so many requests? Moreover, the nearby players were looking at him with increasingly strange expressions. Their teasing and hidden meanings pierced his heart like a sharp sword. Forget it. Let's get this done quickly. Chen Shen tightened his hold on Encore, and then with a thud, his left foot, clad in white steel battle boots, stepped forward. In an instant, Chen Shen felt a strange sensation. The space around him was no longer intangible and unreachable. It had transformed into a peculiar entity. The next scene left the players wide-eyed, exclaiming impossible. Chen Shen's right foot stepped on his left foot. When the left foot pulled away, the right foot surprisingly did not fall. Instead, it stepped onto the air. Thus, Chen Shen began to alternate stepping from left foot to right foot, ascending step by step until he finally hovered 2 meters high. This This is ridiculous. I always thought that the left and right foot stepping into the sky in TV dramas was fake, but you just pulled this off live? Is this even reasonable? What kind of bizarre skills are the white card swordsmen learning? Even if you could fly directly, I wouldn't be this surprised. Do you think flying directly is easy? My purple hero, Swift Shadow, Daizone, can fly, but it consumes mana every second. I wonder how much mana the white card swordsman's skill consumes. The players all believe that Chen Chen's ability to soar was due to a skill. Except for one person, the former owner of the cloak, Ghost Shadow Butcher. Damn it! My Xiangyu didn't trigger the cloak's effect throughout the entire battle, and that kid just steps out and flies up? This game is a joke. Are you targeting me on purpose? I spent 1.03 million to draw an SSR, and it failed. This broken game isn't fun at all. At that moment, the usually arrogant Ghost Shadow Butcher showed a hint of deep disappointment on his face for the first time. He couldn't help but question the meaning of spending money. Chen Chen didn't know and didn't care about the thoughts of this defeated opponent. After he held Encore up to the maximum height, he began to walk in the void. Oh, Big Can, you didn't lie to me. This is really fun. I feel like a little bird flying. Encore flapped her little feet in Chen Chen's arms, extremely excited. Eve, sitting on her shoulder, also widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. The annoying Tin Man could actually walk in the air. This was even more impressive than flying with wings. The players were buzzing with discussion. Wow, what a pair of divine couple who only envy the Mandarin ducks and not the immortals. I love it. I'm shipping it. Shipping anything will only harm you. And have some knowledge, okay? Where's the eagle? The white card swordsman's right arm isn't even broken. What kind of divine couple is that? Exactly, one is in knight armor, and the other is a little lowly. I think it should be called the knight lowly couple. If you can't come up with a name, don't blabber nonsense. No one thinks you're mute, even the lowly swordsman has a better name than you. Chen Chen's face darkened. This group of players really couldn't produce anything good. What were they saying? It made him feel awkward. So, even though Encore was still eager for more and didn't want to end, Chen Chen decisively stopped walking in the void, landed on the ground, and set the little lowly down. At that moment, Chen Chen caught a glimpse of Ghost Shadow Butcher out of the corner of his eye. After being defeated by the overlord Xiangyu, this guy's enthusiasm for spending money seemed to have taken a significant hit. Realizing this, his exclusive little spirit immediately entered a super urgent alert state. In the previous battle, Ghost Shadow Butcher's little spirit hadn't even seen a shadow. But when he began to doubt the effectiveness of spending money, the space beside him suddenly began to shake violently. A four-winged little spirit, the size of a grapefruit, suddenly appeared. Its expression was frantic. Summoner, you absolutely cannot give up on spending money. The summoner is the pillar of the heavenly domain. You must not give up on spending money. It was urgent. Ghost Shadow Butcher's exclusive little spirit, Leah, was in a panic. Before the game opened, she prayed day and night in front of the statue of the nature goddess. Her sincerity seemed to have touched the goddess. Thus, she was granted favor and found herself beside a wealthy summoner. At last night's induction ceremony for Summoners Spending Achievements and Judgment Conference, due to her outstanding performance, she not only received personal praise from the Elf Queen but also obtained 100 drops of the holy dew of the nature goddess's blessing. After drinking the holy dew, her body grew from the size of an orange to that of a grapefruit. The little sprite, Leia, was very happy because she saw a brilliant and grand future ahead. And the one responsible for all this was the great benefactor, Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper. If he stopped spending money, wouldn't her wish to continue growing be dashed? Didn't she see that the Princess Eve, who possessed the strongest talent and purest bloodline in the history of the elf race, hadn't grown at all because her summoner was a broke little girl? Now, the summoner wanted to give up spending money? No way! Little sprite Leia's gaze was resolute, but Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper shouted at her, his face twisted and flushed. What's the use of spending money? I've spent over 2 million, becoming a supreme VIP. And what happened? The SSR I drew at a sky-high price was defeated by a broke little girl's lousy white card. I'm so furious I could explode. Refund me, give me my money back. The anger and frustration in his voice were palpable. This shout was loud. Swish, swish, swish. The players then remembered there was a failed man, and they all turned to look at the Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper, who was slumped on the ground. Summoner, Leia knows you're very angry, but please don't be. Leia comforted Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper in a gentle voice. Usually hidden in her independent space, she had witnessed the battle just now. The white card beside Princess Eve was indeed incredibly strong, shocking her. It was understandable for the summoner to be frustrated, but not continuing to spend money was not an option. At that moment, Leia's mind was racing faster than a centrifuge. Got it! Her eyes lit up as she flapped her little wings and flew in front of Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper. Summoner, victory and defeat are common in battle. don't take it too much to heart. Moreover, Leia has a way to turn the tide in your favor. As soon as she said this, not only did Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper's expression ease a bit, but the players also perked up their ears. Even Chen Chen felt a spark of curiosity. Leia continued, Summoner, look. You defeated Emperor Assam and unlocked the path of evolution. Once you return to the village, you can evolve. Your current SSR, after evolution, will officially step onto the first tier of the tenfold gold rank. That means transforming from an ordinary golden card into a dark golden card, where power is further condensed and concentrated. And that white card swordsman, after evolution, will only be a green card, not worth mentioning. Leia also knows that with each tier of the tenfold gold rank there will be an explosive increase in power, and you will gain a unique might of the gold rank. The upgrade from a gold card to a dark gold card is much greater than from a white card to a green card. After evolution, you will definitely be able to redeem yourself. Leia's encouragement had a clear effect. Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper pushed himself up from the ground, standing up vigorously, his face full of spirit, and his fighting spirit reignited in his eyes. Chen Chen also showed a contemplative expression. Tenfold gold rank, a leap at each tier? This path of evolution was even more vast and magnificent than he had imagined. He had thought that the highest initial level SSR should be close to the end of evolution. He didn't expect it to not even count as a starting point. Thinking of this, Chen Chen's heart ignited with passion. The world ahead was vast enough for him to fully unleash his potential. Without a doubt, this endless path of evolution was the greatest blessing for all beings in the heavenly domain. I don't know if this road has always existed naturally, or if some great warrior paid countless prices to fight for it for all beings. The change of the Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper made the little sprite Leia grin. Good, the plan is halfway successful. She seized the opportunity and struck while the iron was hot. Summoner, after your hero evolves, your own level can exceed level 100, and at that time, you will unlock the third battle position. When 3 heroes with the same bond fight together, it will unlock the minimum required combination bond, greatly increasing the hero's combat power. However, after hearing Leia finish speaking, the Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper frowned. 3 heroes with the same bond? There are thousands of SSRs in the card pool. How can I guarantee that the SSR I draw has the same bond? This question from the Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper echoed the thoughts of all the players present. Indeed, this greedy game makes drawing cards feel like it's robbing their wallets, and SSRs are as hard to draw as reaching for the sky. Just being able to draw one is already a blessing. What more can they hope for in terms of the same bond? The little sprite Leia looked at the Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper, then at the players around, and raised her voice several times. Dear summoners, don't worry, the card pool has been arranged long ago. After obtaining the first SSR, any way you get the next SSR will definitely have the same bond as the first one, until that bond's SSRs are all drawn. For example, my summoners Xiangyu and Wu Song both have the bond, Heroic Man. That gentleman summoners Pan Jinlian and Pan Xiaoyun both have the bond, Red Apricot. And that Frost Beauty summoners Daji and Xingqiu White Fox both have the bond, Fox Clan. The clear voice of the little sprite Leia resonated throughout the venue. So, dear summoners, listen to Leia, spend money. Spend boldly. The little sprite won't harm you. What bad intentions could a little sprite have? As soon as these words were spoken, players with slightly weaker resolve clenched their teeth and immediately started spending. The greedy sky domain hasn't completely extinguished humanity. Support, it must be strongly supported. Little sprite, your words hit the nail on the head. It's decided. I'm going to spend another 2 million tonight. Seeing the Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper's desire to spend money finally stirred up, the little sprite Leia breathed a sigh of relief. She then gently snapped her fingers, and green light flickered around her, teleporting her back to her exclusive space. White card swordsman, you won't be bouncing around for long. Wait until my gold card evolves into a dark gold card, and after gathering the bonds, come back to settle today's score. The Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper puffed out his chest, rubbed his thumb across his nose, and grinned. Seeing this guy regain his former unruliness, Chen Chen said nothing, just turned his back to him and waved his hand. What does that mean? The Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper frowned, muttering to himself. President, I know. What he means is, waving goodbye doesn't mean farewell, but rather, bro, you still need to practice. The Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind, who had arrived here at some point, volunteered to explain. What? The Ghost Shadow Soul Reaper was both shocked and angry, and he slapped a big palm on the Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind's face, sending the latter spinning. Did I ask you? Why do you need to explain? On the other side, Chen Chen slightly crouched down, looking level with Eve on Aang's shoulder. Now, he had a big question he wanted to get an answer to from the little sprite. Money-grabbing little sprite, have you been picky and averse to food since you were little, not eating properly? Otherwise, why is someone else's sprite so big, while you're just a tiny one? Chen Chen was filled with doubts. Compared to the little sprite Leia, Eve was like an apple next to a grapefruit. The size difference was too obvious. Seeing Chen Shen still had the nerve to ask, Eve was furious. She whooshed up from Anchor's shoulder, one hand on her slim waist and the other raised, trembling as she pointed at Chen Shen's face. She wished she could poke several holes in the face of this detestable guy. Picky eater? Among her mother's several daughters, she was the least picky, not only eating everything but also eating a lot, often scolded by her mother and sisters. But the elven race could not grow up on ordinary food. Only the holy dew bestowed by the nature goddess could help them thrive and grow quickly. Aside from that, the only option was to venture into the very dangerous forbidden path. If you don't understand, don't make rash judgments. Our elven race can only grow by having summoners spend money. If the summoner doesn't spend money, Eve will never grow up. Boo-hoo. After getting angry, she felt wronged. Just thinking about the possibility of never growing up shattered Eve's little heart into glass shards, and her little pearls were about to fall off. Stinky Iron Man, rotten Iron Man, it's all your fault. Why do you have to be so strong? You even defeated an SSR. Otherwise, the summoner wouldn't be so devoted to you alone, unable to accommodate any other cards, not even pulling an SSR, let alone spending money. It's all your fault. Eve's resentment was almost palpable. Feeling this resentment, both Chun Chen and Anchor scratched their heads in embarrassment. It really is a bit unfair, but isn't there any other way to grow up? Chen Chen asked stubbornly. There is, but, why should Eve tell you this? The queen said that once you leave the novice village and enter the main city, the zero-spend elimination plan will officially start, and by then, you will definitely obediently spend money. Eve rolled her eyes at Chun Chen with pride, her head held high, her face full of confidence. Suddenly, a small white hand reached from behind and caught her. Don't be sad, little Eve. Hee. Actually being small is very cute. Anchor brought Eve in front of her, gently stroking her head to comfort her. The summoner is right, being small is indeed very cute. Eve, don't be too obsessed with growing up. Neither I nor the summoner will dislike you. Chen Chen couldn't help but reach out and pat Anchor's head. The summoner is also just a little one, right? Who knew that this sentence would instantly ignite Eve's powder keg? Despicable stinky Iron Man just knows how to make sarcastic remarks. If our roles were reversed, Eve would make you know what cruelty is. Eve really wishes she could catch you and squeeze you, and then see if you still say cute. Eve's beautiful eyes widened, her pink face fierce, and her little mouth kept growling at Chen Chen. Little Eve, it's time for you to sleep. Fortunately, Anchor timely stuffed Eve into her clothes. How ridiculous. Chen Chen stroked his chin, feeling somewhat speechless and suspicious. The little elves seemed to have a deep obsession with growing up, and that zero-spend elimination plan, after evolving today, he and Anchor would be able to go to the main city tomorrow. At that time, the true face of the plan would be revealed. Chen Chen was quite curious about what kind of plan could make those stingy players obediently spend money. Zero spend, quite a bold claim. The urgent task was to return to the village to evolve first, especially since his third evolution path still needed the old village chief's help to open up. So, Chen Chen picked up Anchor, stepping on his left and right feet to ascend, reaching a height of 2 meters before entering the void-walking state. Below was a sea of players, and after watching the excitement, they were pushing and shoving, all trying to squeeze towards the main hall's entrance. How convenient, thanks to the selfless contribution of the Ghost Shadow Soul Slayer. Below, it was so crowded that there wasn't even a gap, while above, it was completely unobstructed. The powerful convenience is evident in the vast expanse of white clouds. Excuse me, what do you mean by stopping me? Suddenly, Chen Chen paused, his gaze sharpening as he looked ahead. A woman with a graceful figure and alluring curves blocked his path. Her face was enchanting, every glance and every look a stunning sight, a beauty unmatched in the world. Wow, there are so many big-tailed fox sisters. Unlike Chen Chen's indifference, and Kor, cradled in his arms, exclaimed excitedly, Big fish, you really are as cold as the armor you wear. Earlier, you clung to my leg and wouldn't let go, but now you put on a distant and indifferent demeanor. If you maintain such a cold attitude, it only makes me seem overly sentimental. The summoner was right, men are all big pig hooves, it's better to keep your distance. Dear little sister, listen to your sister's advice. The nine-tailed fox? Daji's charming face was filled with heartache, and her seductive voice carried a hint of grievance. Stop rambling and tell me your intentions. I can guess you're here for jelly, right? One word, none. Chen Chen was no fool. He could see through the intentions of this female fox at a glance. After all, she had previously asked him for jelly. You're lying. You definitely have that delicious jelly. Is it wrong for me to ask you for some after you touched my leg? Not agreeing to this, big fish, you have a cruel heart. Seeing Chen Chen refuse to relent, Daji immediately put on a pitiful act. Her thin lips pressed tightly together, and her long, charming eyes gradually becoming misty. She even used her jade hand to grasp one of her big tails, hugging it close and gently rubbing her face against it. Big Can, Sister Fox is so pitiful, let's give her some jelly. Soft-hearted Encore couldn't bear to watch any longer, looking up with her little face pleading with Chun Chen. Summoner, I didn't mean to cling to her leg, and I have given her jelly before. Sister Fox's current behavior is called extortion, disguised fraud, and getting something for nothing. You mustn't learn from her. Chen Chen gently dissuaded Encore from her kind-heartedness. Oh, is that so? Sister Fox, Big Ken is right. Getting something for nothing is wrong. You should leave. Encore shook her head, speaking to Daji in a childish tone. Upon hearing this, Daji bit her silver teeth in frustration. How infuriating. She was a fox. Relying on deceit and trickery was her innate nature. She wasn't a hard-working ox or stubborn donkey, diligently toiling away. That was not what a fox should do. But it seemed that without giving something, she wouldn't get anywhere. As a fragrant breeze swept by, Daji gracefully walked to Chen Chen's side, slightly parting her red lips, and spoke to him and Encore in a soft, fragrant voice. Alright then, I won't take it for free. As long as you give me jelly, I will let you touch my tail. The one and only fluffy big tail in the entire heavenly domain. Only for you to touch and not for anyone else. Do you really not want to touch it? Saying this, Daji lifted one of her round, fluffy tails and gently brushed the tip against Encore's cheek. The little lowly's eyes instantly lit up like two little light bulbs. It's so soft, it really feels good. Big Can, I want to touch. I've actually wanted to rub Sister Fox's big tail for a long time. Chen Chen clenched his hand slightly, feeling a vague impulse. Before his transmigration, he was a cat-petting enthusiast, having petted at least 100 cats. Therefore, he was curious about the difference between petting a fox and a cat. Alright, I'll agree for the summoner. Finally breaking through Chen Chen's tough exterior, Daji's charming eyes turned into crescent moons. Then it's settled. Big Fish, come to the Spirit Plant Valley tonight, and we will discuss the details. At the end of the conversation, Daji charmingly exhaled a breath of fragrance towards Chen Chen, then turned and gracefully flew away. She returned to the side of Lan Jingjing, who was waiting under a broken pillar. How is it? Lan Jingjing asked with a frosty expression. Summoner, I have already made arrangements with the little lowly and the miscellaneous fish. They will provide the golden jelly. Daji slightly restrained her smile, her tone no longer as soft and charming as when she spoke to Chen Chen, now carrying a hint of coldness. Lan Jingjing nodded coldly. Thank you for your hard work. The Qingqiu white fox, standing close to Lan Jingjing, echoed her sentiment. Thank you, Sister Nine Tails. Daji said nothing more, not even mentioning the deal with Chun Chen. She silently took 2 steps back, quietly creating distance between herself and Lan Jingjing. Sigh, life is not easy, the fox sighs. Even if we get the jelly, most of it will surely be given to the white fox. Summoner, how can you be so biased? Daji sighed softly in her heart, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards Chun Chen, who was holding the little lowly. A deep envy surged in her eyes. How wonderful! Although the summoner of the miscellaneous fish was a poor fellow who couldn't afford much, he was very devoted. No, it should be said he was obsessive. Obsessed to the point of not drawing any other cards, obsessed to the point of giving all his affection to the miscellaneous fish. Looking at herself, powerful and stunning, what did it matter? She was still replaced by a new generation, her summoner's affection taken away by those who came later. In comparison, Daji was almost crying from envy. Chen Chen was unaware that, silently and without a sound, he had become the object of envy for many heroes, not just Daji. Arriving at the entrance of the palace, Chen Chen slowly landed. He set down anchor and walked towards Agu and the others, who had been waiting by a pure white column for a long time. President! Agu, Aba, Tian Xiulian, San Lengzi, and the number 1 understanding brother in the heavenly domain all looked at Chen Chen with excited eyes. They won! They really won! In a fair competition without any hint of favoritism, witnessed by over 3,000 people, they had triumphed against an SSR with a white card body, achieving a glorious victory. What a magnificent feat, what a miracle! And the one who wrote this legendary tale was their most respected and admired president, the white card swordsman. President, please allow me to introduce, they are. Agu stepped forward and began to introduce the new members of the Wui Alliance, San Lengzi and the number 1 understanding brother in the heavenly domain. Chen Chen had a very deep impression of these 2 guys, especially San Lengzi, whose loud and unrestrained voice had caused a huge blunder during his battle with Emperor Assam. However, upon hearing from Agu about San Lengzi's unique talent, Chen Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This guy was indeed a talent. He could amplify his voice by up to 1,000 times. With such a talent, he would be an indispensable right-hand man for Commander Agu on the battlefield. As for the number 1 understanding brother in the heavenly domain, this guy was quite familiar. As soon as Agu finished introducing him in Sanlangzi, he eagerly approached Chen Chen. He handed over a slightly yellowed but shimmering piece of paper to Chen Chen. Chen Chen took it, puzzled, and then was astounded. He raised his head and carefully examined the number one understanding brother in the heavenly domain, who was holding a staff. This guy was also a talent. The paper in his hand was extraordinarily marvelous. Luoyang Divine Paper Quality, Platinum Effect. This paper has a moderate softness and hardness, is smooth to write on, does not get wet when exposed to water, and does not burn when exposed to fire. It is resistant to insects, ants, and corrosion. This paper has an imprinting function. It can perfectly imprint the true image of a target onto the paper. If stored properly, this paper has an indefinite shelf life. Introduction: a precious paper very suitable for recording. It is an excellent medium for information. The only way to obtain this paper is through the summoner known as the first understanding brother of the heavenly domain. To the average person, this Luoyang divine paper is utterly useless and offers no help in battle. But Chen Chen does not think so. He begins to read the content on the paper. On the third day of the server opening, from 5:20 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., in the main hall of the Slime Empire's ruins, the guild leader, Heavy Swordmaster, will face the formidable enemy, SSR Overlord Xiangyu, in front of over 3,000 watching summoners, unafraid and in the form of a white card. Both are 10-star level 100, but the enemy's combat power is 4 times that of the guild leader, and the spectators are overwhelmingly pessimistic about the guild leader's chances. However, the guild leader unleashed a sword technique that astonished even the gods, defeating the strong enemy and achieving a triumphant victory that shocked the entire audience. With a white card, he reversed the tide against the SSR, and thus, a miracle was born. The guild leader has taken the first step in creating an immortal legend. The front of this Luoyang divine paper records Chen Chen's deeds, while the back depicts a scene of him battling Overlord Xiangyu. Chen Chen looked on in amazement, as the imprint was even clearer than a high-definition camera shot. What do you think, guild leader? I heard from Minister Agu that our Unclothed Alliance implements a 3 provinces and 6 ministries system. In another world, I am a graduate student in history, so allow me to recommend myself as the historian of our guild. I will record your legendary deeds and glorious history on the Luoyang divine paper. Let it be passed down forever, for future generations to admire. The first understanding brother of the heavenly domain expressed his wishes, desires, and ideals very straightforwardly. Chen Chen looked at him with a strange expression. Like Agu, this guy was a bit too passionate. He then shook his head. Guild leader, are you going to reject me? The first understanding brother of the heavenly domain clutched his chest, stepping back 2 paces, looking extremely hurt. His expression was dimmed to the extreme. He really wanted to be the historian of the Unclothed Alliance. From a very young age, he had a deep affection for history. After the college entrance examination, he chose to major in history and worked diligently, studying day and night. In the end, heaven did not disappoint those who worked hard. He successfully enrolled in a top university's history graduate program in the Great Yin Kingdom. But his greatest wish in life was not to achieve great accomplishments in existing history. Instead, he wanted to be the exclusive historian of a new great emperor, writing the legend and myth of his life. This wish could not be fulfilled in reality, so the first understanding brother of the heavenly domain could only settle for second best, seeking out potential legendary figures in the game. This was the biggest reason he joined the Unclothed Alliance, because in his eyes, Chen Chen was that legend. Although he was not an emperor and there was some deviation from his expectations, recording his legendary deeds would still fulfill his greatest wish. But right now, that wish seemed to be dashed. The legend had rejected him. Guild leader. Seeing this, Agu and the others felt a pang of sympathy, because both Sanlang Zi and the first understanding brother of the heavenly domain were not only talented individuals but also straightforward and of good character. They did not want to see such talents unable to realize their ideals. Chen Shun waved his hand to stop them and said lightly, "Who said I was going to reject you?" Upon hearing this, the first understanding brother of the heavenly domain felt as if he had encountered spring after a withered tree, or rain after a drought, stumbling over to hug Chen Chen's right leg. With tears and snot, he said, "Guild leader, you didn't reject me from becoming your historian, from becoming the historian of our guild?" Chen Chen was very disgusted and kicked the guy away. "Of course, but what you are going to become is far more than just the guild's historian." Chen Chen directly displayed the information about the Imperial Jade Seal and the myth-level quest, continuation of old stories or writing new chapters, unique to the others. At a glance, the expressions of Agu and the others instantly became incredibly vivid. At the same time, Chen Chen explained to them why he named the Divine Kingdom Tai Song. Divine. Divine Kingdom? The president I admire the most is actually the emperor of the Divine Kingdom? Tian Shaolian bit down hard on her big braid, her delicate and charming face filled with shock. Tai Tsong Divine Kingdom. The supreme Tai Shang in the myriad of living beings, taking care of all creatures. The president's ambition is too great. The name of the Divine Kingdom is so important. The president could have selfishly chosen a name that only represents himself, but he chose Tai Tsong. This shows that the president has always kept the core philosophy of our Wui alliance in mind. Such a president is worth our lifelong loyalty and never betraying. A Gu and a Ba exchanged glances, both seeing the unwavering determination in each other's eyes. Tai Tsong Divine Kingdom? Emperor? The number one understanding brother in the Tianyu region struggled to swallow, his throat moving. At this moment, he suddenly realized he had not joined a guild, but a magnificent divine kingdom with infinite possibilities and a grand future. The difference between a guild and a divine kingdom was like the difference between clouds and mud, with no comparability at all. Moreover, the number one understanding brother in the Tianyu region also learned from that mythical level quest that only the president could create a divine kingdom, players could not create one. Furthermore, the president's divine kingdom was the only legitimate one in the Tianyu world. At this moment, the number one understanding brother in the Tianyu region deeply felt that this might be his only chance in life to realize his dreams. He would not allow this opportunity to slip away. Thud! He knelt before Chen Shen, looking up and pleading loudly, "President, let me be the head historian of our Tai Tsong Divine Kingdom, Tai Shiling. I want to personally write the chronicles of the emperor for you. This is my only wish. As long as you agree, I will do anything. If you don't mind, I am willing to take you as my adoptive father." Chen Shen suddenly shivered, startled by the last sentence from the number one understanding brother in the Tianyu region. Adoptive father? Is he referring to that adoptive father who has spent half his life in vain, never meeting a wise ruler, wielding a halberd, and only poking at adoptive fathers? That simply won't do. Chen Shen quickly helped the number one understanding brother in the Tianyu region up. Patting his shoulder, he said, "All right, the position of Tai Shiling will be yours." Then he scanned the crowd one by one. "Our Tai Tsung Divine Kingdom will not play by the old-fashioned rules. From now on, no one is allowed to kneel." "Yes." Agu and the others responded excitedly and enthusiastically in unison. How could they not be excited? How could they not be thrilled? Now, the Tai Tsung Divine Kingdom was still in its infancy, and they had already joined. Once the Tai Tsung Divine Kingdom grew into a towering giant, they would be the loyal ministers who opened the Divine Kingdom. They would be the founding elders. Moreover, counting the affairs of the world, few things could surpass the sense of achievement of personally participating in the establishment of a divine kingdom. Next, Chen Shen registered a Gu, Tian Shaolian, a Ba, the number one understanding brother in the Tianyu region, and Sanlang Zi in order of their joining the Wui alliance on the golden jade seal of the kingdom. With this, the number of his subjects reached 6. Every day, he could increase his life limit by 6 points and his mana limit by 6 points. After finishing all this, Chen Shen looked at Agu and the others. "Both the summoner and I know nothing about managing forces, so we will have to trouble you a lot in the future. You don't need to inform me of everything, just go ahead boldly, I trust you. Of course, if you encounter any troubles you can't solve, you must tell me." After saying this, Agu and the others replied in unison, "Yes." Chen Shen nodded slightly, letting out a breath. Now that everything was settled, he could finally return to the novice village to evolve. "Wait a moment, President. I want to ask you for something." Just as Chen Shen was about to take Encore away, Tian Shaolian called out to him, "Go ahead. What do you want? If I can give it, I will definitely give it." Tian Shaolian glanced around, her delicate hands tightly gripping her smooth, braided hair, her pearly teeth lightly tapping her lower lip as she spoke in a shy tone. "President, can you come with me alone? There are too many people here." Agu and the others exchanged strange glances, and Chen Shen scratched his head. Was it really necessary to be so mysterious just to ask for something? However, Chen Shen was generally quite accommodating, so he immediately walked over to Tian Shaolian with Encore. "President, it can only be you alone." Tian Shaolian spoke again, emphasizing the words "only you." Chen Shen's face twitched slightly, his eyes filled with suspicion. What exactly was this Minister of Agriculture from the unclothed Divine Kingdom trying to sell him? Helpless, Chen Shen had no choice but to leave Encore behind and follow Tian Shaolian around the corner of the palace, arriving at another side of the palace. During this time, Tian Shaolian turned her head every few steps, as if afraid of being followed or that someone was nearby. Chen Shen was even more confused by her inexplicable behavior. Finally, after confirming that no one was around, Tian Shaolian stood in front of Chen Shen, her hands clasped behind her back, nervously fiddling with her slender fingers. She lowered her head, her braided hair cascading over her rather ample chest, Her pretty face flushed as she asked a question that left Chen Chen quite puzzled. President, what do you think of me? Chen Chen awkwardly twitched the corners of his mouth. What do you mean? Tian Shaolian pouted playfully. I mean, how do I look? Although his mind was filled with question marks, Chen Chen still chose to respond. Pretty. In fact, Chen Chen was being very modest. She was not just pretty. Aside from her somewhat plain name and hairstyle, in terms of looks, she was absolutely top-notch. The celebrities and internet influencers Chen Chen had seen in his past life were nothing compared to her, especially her fresh and vibrant aura, which city dwellers simply could not cultivate. It could only be nurtured by growing up alongside nature. Moreover, her figure was quite nice as well, right? I'm still quite good, aren't I? Not to make you laugh, President, but I'm actually a very traditional girl. So, can I ask you for a title of consort? As she said this, Tian Shaolian buried her head even lower, the blush on her face creeping up to her ears. What do you mean? Chen Chen's brain momentarily crashed. It took him several seconds to slap the armor beside his ear. That's right, he suspected there was something wrong with his ears. However, Tian Shaolian's next words shattered his fantasy. I mean, the title of consort. I saw the vice president's equipment on the leaderboard, Slime Queen's crown. She can be a queen, and I wholeheartedly support that. But wanting a consort's title isn't too much to ask, right? Suddenly, Tian Shaolian raised her flushed face, gritted her teeth, and boldly looked directly at Chen Chen, stepping closer to him. President, you are the emperor of the unclothed divine kingdom. Have you ever seen an emperor without a group of beautiful women around him? I not only want to be one of the earliest founders of the unclothed divine kingdom, but I also want to be your earliest consort. Chen Chen was completely stunned by Tian Shaolian's audacious request. Oh my, girl, so this is what you meant by traditional. Sometimes being a bit open-minded isn't so bad. You really dare to ask for it. You dare to ask for anything. This is something that cannot be done. What could Chen Chen do? Of course, he turned and ran. President, stop. You can't run. Tian Shaolian stomped her foot in a playful manner and then began to chase relentlessly. Chen Chen ran wildly, rounding the corner of the palace and darting behind Encore. President, don't run. I won't eat you. Behind him, Tian Shaolian swung her arms rapidly, her steps swift as the wind. She resembled a young leopard galloping across the plains, her figure agile and explosive. However, her movements were a bit too exaggerated, her two large white buns bobbing left and right, threatening to burst free from the confines of her clothing, while her long braided hair swayed back and forth, making a series of whoosh sounds. Hiss! Until she came to a sudden stop in front of Encore, all the dynamic wild beauty instantly transformed into a hint of melancholic tranquility. The two were in a game of chase, leaving Agu and the others looking bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Only Encore tilted her little face up, her eyes sparkling with joy. Sister Shaolian, are you playing eagle catching the chick with the big can? I want to play too, take me along. With bright eyes spinning, Tian Shaolian suddenly thought of a good idea. Vice President, Sister and the President are indeed playing a game, but it's not eagle catching the chick. Come with me, Sister will tell you what we were just playing, but you have to promise me a small request. She even took out a large, bright orange from her backpack and stuffed it into Encore's arms. Wow, it's a fragrant and sweet big orange. Sister Shaolian, I'm coming with you right now. Encore exclaimed, hugging the big orange tightly, her face breaking into a sweet smile. However, Chen Chen was covered in black lines on his forehead. It was clear that Tian Shaolian saw Encore as an easy target to exploit, wanting to find a breakthrough through the little girl. But how could he let this girl have her way? Even now, he was still stunned by the words of this country girl, Tian Shaolian. Summoner, we've delayed too long. It's time to return to the village and evolve. Sister Shaolian's game isn't fun at all. You must stay away from her in the future. With Encore looking completely confused, Chen Chen grabbed her by the back. With a gentle toss, he threw her over his shoulder and sped off toward the direction of the novice village. All matters of the Wui alliance will be left to you all. Goodbye. In a flash, Chen Chen disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Tian Shaolian bit her silver teeth, her clear eyes filled with a mix of unwillingness and determination. President, you can escape from the first day, but not from the 15th. Just wait and see. There's nothing I, Tian Shaolian, want that I can't get. After distancing himself from the overly traditional girl, Chen Chen quickly carried Encore back to the novice village. As soon as they returned, Chen Chen heard a familiar voice. It was strong and mixed with a hint of pride. Those who want to evolve, line up properly and come one by one. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow and quickened his pace, arriving at the edge of the village square. In the center of the square stood an elderly man with white hair, yet his eyes were bright and full of spirit, standing with his hands behind his back, looking quite proud. It was the old village chief. Just like before, the old village chief was still wearing a pair of old, shabby cloth shoes and draped in a dirty black cloak. Chen Shen squinted and looked closely. From the few scattered white spots peeking out from the edges, it was clear that black was not the original color of the cloak. The old village chief's cloak was originally supposed to be white, but due to neglect of hygiene and not being washed for too long, it had turned pitch black. As Chen Shen was quietly observing, the old village chief sensed him directly. He stepped forward and, in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of Chen Shen and Encore, looking quite astonished. Back already? Oh, not bad. I didn't expect that the task I casually issued would actually be completed by you two. Originally, I had no hope at all. But Chen Shen's pupils suddenly constricted. What kind of heaven-defying skill is this? In the previous second, he was still at the center of the square, and in this second, he had reached the edge of the square. With just one step, he had crossed 500 meters. If he wasn't dizzy, just a moment ago, Chen Shen seemed to have seen the edge of the old village chief's black cloak, as if a faint white light had flashed by. No way! Did the village chief say that the task he issued has been completed? Chen Shen suddenly came to his senses, grasping the key point in the old village chief's words. He quickly opened the task panel. Task, find Leisha, hidden unique, quality, epic description. The old village chief's sister got lost in the Slime Empire ruins south of the village. Please find her and bring her to the old village chief. Reward, unknown. Penalty, permanent 50% decrease in all attributes for the summoner. Permanent 50% decrease in all attributes for the hero. Time limit, 3 days, remaining 1 day 14 hours. Status, completed. How was this completed? I didn't find the old village chief's sister at all? I was still pondering about going back to ask him for some clues. Chen Shen looked puzzled. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration streaked through his mind like a shooting star, illuminating the fog of ignorance. He remembered one of the 4 great treasures in the emperor's backyard, the pink egg. Young body, Leisha, unique, to be identified, quality, a fact, description, the youngest daughter of Emperor Assam, who died in the Great War 10,000 years ago. Later, due to some mysterious unknown change, she became the current egg form. Only special individuals can identify this item. Chen Shen's face suddenly twitched unnaturally, his expression strange as he looked at the old village chief, his tone uncertain. Your sister is an egg? The old village chief's face darkened, and he bent his dry right index finger, knocking sharply on Chen Shen's steel forehead. Minus 10,000. You little brat, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. With a fierce glare at Chen Shen, the old village chief turned and stepped back into the air. If you want a reward, come with this village chief. Below, the players formed circles like coils of incense, each one excitedly rubbing their hands and shaking their feet. Their heroes were about to evolve, how could they not be thrilled? Especially the players with purple heroes, some were so excited they rolled on the ground. After evolving, the purple heroes would transform into SSR. The power of SSR was evident and beyond doubt. Now, everything was ready, just waiting for the old village chief's help. But at this critical moment, the players saw the old village chief gradually moving away from the square with the white card swordsman. This immediately sparked their dissatisfaction. Old village chief, didn't you say you would help us evolve? Where are you going? Exactly. The line is all set. You can't just leave us waiting, right? My time is very precious. I still have to go for an essential oil spa with my sisters later. Look, the white card swordsman is following the old village chief. Did he receive a hidden task? Sigh. I'm so tired of being envious. Voices of confusion, dissatisfaction, and complaints rose one after another. But the old village chief didn't look back, his tone as rude as ever. If you want to evolve, just wait patiently. No patience? Then just roll away. With just 2 sentences, he made the players seethe with anger. That damn old man, acting all high and mighty, really thought he was something special? Did he really think evolution couldn't happen without him? Humph. Wait, we will wait. Who's afraid of whom? On the other side, Chen Shen and Encore followed the old village chief to his home, his humble abode, a thatched cottage. It was a humble abode, but also a leaky one. Because 3 layers of thatch on the roof had been blown away by the wind, the daylight streamed through the numerous gaps in the roof, illuminating the interior brightly. The room was a mess, with a rotten wooden table, rotten wooden chairs, rotten wooden beds. The few pieces of furniture were all made of rotten wood. Chen Shen, with his sharp eyes, also noticed that there were even termites crawling around in the rotten wood, gnawing at the already dilapidated furniture, making it even more incomplete and fragile. However, he did not care about these things. He was only curious about what the mysterious reward for the task would be. Inside the thatched cottage, there was a pitted round wooden table, 3 of its 4 legs broken, but fortunately, a few bricks were propping it up, barely maintaining its balance. Chen Shen and the old village chief sat on either side of the round wooden table. "Bring out my sister," the old village chief said, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. Encore, who still had a childlike heart and was squatting nearby, focused on watching the termites carry food, immediately stood up obediently upon hearing the village chief's words and carefully took out the larva, Lisa, from her backpack, placing it gently on the round wooden table. The old village chief extended his withered hand, trembling yet gently stroking the pink giant egg on the table. Originally, his eyes were bright and proud. Now, they were filled with deep guilt and profound memories. 10,000 years ago, you were born not long before losing your life in that great battle. Fortunately, fate was kind. Your body, by a twist of chance, absorbed a mysterious substance and thus transformed into an egg, preserving a glimmer of life. After that, my father entrusted you to me, asking me to protect you well and wait for you to successfully hatch and truly come back to life. I only regret that I trusted the wrong person. After my father fell, the empire was torn apart by the machinations of ambitious men, and we several princes were also targeted by many powerful enemies. To protect you, I chose to hide temporarily. But unexpectedly, the traitor beside me leaked my whereabouts, bringing strong enemies upon us. Although I killed all the enemies, I inadvertently lost you in the battle and could never find you again. I have failed my father's trust. Traitor of the empire? Count Feng, you have already paved your path to death. The last few words were spat out by the old village chief through gritted teeth. The guilt in his eyes vanished, replaced by a deep-seated hatred and overwhelming killing intent. Chen Shan and Encore both felt a chill run down their spines and shivered simultaneously. Crack, crack, crack. The temperature in the thatched cottage plummeted, and the termites in the rotten wood were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, devoid of life. Encore's lips turned a shade of blue from the cold, her ear-length apple bob haircut, shallow eyebrows, and long eyelashes gradually covered with white ice crystals. Ha! Fortunately, the old village chief exhaled a long breath, reining in his emotions, and the killing intent in the room receded like a tide. The bone-chilling temperature returned to normal. He glanced at Chen Shan, then at Encore, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. You young people, thanks to you, I can reunite with my sister, who was accidentally lost. It's just a pity that after so many years, my sister still hasn't successfully hatched and truly come back to life. It seems that keeping her by my side will not provide the opportunity for resurrection. Moreover, I have also failed my father's trust due to my poor judgment of people. You young people, I will entrust my sister to you, as a reward for helping me reunite with her. After hearing the old village chief's words, Shen Shen couldn't help but be astonished. From the description of the pink giant egg, he learned that it was the transformation of the youngest daughter of Emperor Assam after her death. Since the old village chief was the brother of the pink giant egg, did that not mean he was the son of the emperor? The father he referred to undoubtedly pointed to Emperor Assam. Chen Shen felt a bit surprised. From the strength the old village chief had shown, he had guessed that his identity was extraordinary, but he had not expected to have greatly underestimated it. Ding, you have discovered the true identity of the old village chief, and your favorability with him has increased by 200 points. Small reminder, the higher your favorability with the natives, the easier it is to trigger tasks related to them and to learn the skills they possess. When your favorability reaches level 10, you can request an assessment from the indigenous people. After passing the assessment, that indigenous person will become your loyal supporter or follower. Current favorability level with Alram, level 3, a gentleman's friendship. The system prompt sounded, and Chen Shan and Encore slowly widened their eyes. They were astonished to see that the old village chief's name had changed. It transformed from 3 characters into a long string. Guardian of the 10th Evolution Tower? 10th son of Emperor Assam? Wandering god of 10,000 miles? Alram, 10th son of the Emperor, wandering god of 10,000 miles? Chen Shan's mind jolted, suddenly recalling the description of the cloud-soaring white cloud robe, replica, he wore, that Emperor Assam was the one who passed down the original version of this equipment to his 10th son. Chen Shen couldn't help but glance again at the old village chief's dark, tattered cloak. Who would have thought that such a dirty cloak was actually a peerless treasure crafted from rare materials by the emperor himself? Now Chen Shen finally understood why the old village chief could possess such incredible speed. However, what on earth was the task reward the old village chief mentioned? Was the task reward the same as the task objective? The problem was that even if he returned the pink giant egg, he would still be at a loss, helpless. Because if the pink giant egg wasn't identified, it was just a decoration taking up space in his backpack. However, the old village chief's next action dispelled Chen Shen's doubts. He extended his frail, aged hands and gently embraced both sides of the pink giant egg. Immediately, every part of the egg shell began to emit a faint pink glow. 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. As time passed, the pink glow emitted by the giant egg grew stronger, illuminating even the muddy ground, the rotten wooden table and bench, and the walls made of dry yellow straw into a dazzling pink. Chen Chen and Encore held their breath, not daring to make a sound, completely focused on the pink giant egg. Crack, crack, crack. A continuous crisp sound emerged, and they saw the eggshell of the pink giant egg cracking with thin, intricate, yet densely packed lines. It's about to hatch. It's about to hatch. What will it be? A cute little chick, or a lovely kitten? It could also be a round, plump slime. And Cora blinked her clear, pure eyes, her mind racing with guesses. Chen Chen's curiosity was no less than Encore's. Under their anticipation, the eggshell of the pink giant egg crumbled apart as the cracks spread. With a bang, the shell exploded. A fist-sized, crystal-clear pink liquid was fully revealed. The pink liquid had a peculiar texture, resembling jelly-like gel, constantly changing shape, sometimes round, sometimes flat, sometimes bulging, sometimes concave. It was full of vitality and life. What is this? Seeing that what hatched from the egg was actually a mass of liquid, Chen Chen couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Is this the celestial domain? Anything is possible? Duong. Just as Chen Chen was observing closely, the pink liquid suddenly bounced up and landed on his head. The next moment, it transformed into a pink stream, flowing from the eye socket of his helmet into his armor, tightly adhering to the surface of Chen Chen's body. Ding! Special equipment, adaptive living armor? Lisa wants to bind with you, do you agree? Yes. After agreeing, the information about the pink liquid immediately appeared in Chen Chen's eyes. Adaptive living armor? Lisa, unique, quality, ordinary equipment requirement. Obtain Lisa's recognition. Shapeshifter bond, 6/6 life limit times 150%, restores 0.5% of maximum life per second. Fully adaptive fluid, LV1 you can enlarge any body part or equipped gear up to 8 times. Slime Princess's abundance, LV1 produces 100 lumps of Slime Princess mucus daily. Special equipment, does not occupy equipment slots. This living armor can continuously upgrade by devouring spiritual energy. Spiritual energy required to reach Black Iron level, 0/1000. Introduction, transformed from the youngest daughter of Emperor Assam. Don't wonder why a set of armor hatched from an egg, because this is the celestial domain, where anything is possible. Better feed it quickly, it has been starving for a while. The power of this special equipment truly astonished Chen Chen. This living armor immediately provided a combination bond of 6 shapeshifters. Not only does it increase the maximum health, but it also adds a percentage of health recovery. Chen Chen's maximum health instantly surged from 35,771 points to 53,566 points. That's more than 10 times that of a purple card of the same star level. Although it can't compare to the top tank card, SSR Xiangyu, with 100,000 health, the gap has visibly narrowed. Progress is a good thing. Therefore, the spring sword of the 4-season sword technique also benefited. With a single sweep, Chen Chen could recover over 5,000 health. In the celestial domain, heroes primarily recover health through the following methods. The most common is drinking health potions. However, this method wastes a bit of money and disrupts the rhythm of battle when used. The second method is sitting in a small dark room, recovering both health and mana. That's right. When heroes are collected into a player's card pack, their spiritual energy consumption stops, and their health and mana gradually recover. The downside is that in card form, heroes can speak, see, and hear, but cannot move. Surrounded by darkness, heroes retain their consciousness but cannot feel the passage of time, making it apt to describe it as imprisonment. Then there's lifesteal. As long as the battle continues, lifesteal continues. But if there are no targets nearby, it just explodes. The best method is automatic health recovery, with no consumption and no limits, focusing on being worry-free. Just like Chen Chen, with the LV3 talent of revitalizing wind and the bond of 6 shapeshifters, he can recover 2% of his maximum health every second. That's 1,071 health points. This terrifying recovery amount allows Chen Chen to remain unafraid even when besieged by more than 10 purple heroes. The only threat to him comes from SSRs worth millions. Increasing the maximum health and percentage recovery is just one of the 3 major effects of the living armor. The second effect also made the joy on Chen Chen's face hard to conceal. Slime mucus is an essential material for making jelly, and the armor produces 100 lumps of Princess Slime mucus every day. This means Chen Chen doesn't have to take time out to hunt slimes anymore. The key point is that Princess Slime mucus is different from ordinary slime mucus. Princess Slime mucus quality, ordinary effect, can be used to enhance a hero's star level, only effective before the first evolution. Adding this mucus will make the cooked jelly more delicious. Additionally, it grants plus 5% spiritual energy. Introduction: this mucus can only be produced by adaptive living armor, Lisa, unique. Each lump of mucus contains Lisa's full enthusiasm, squeezed out with great effort and care. So please cherish it, use it well, and do not waste it. The quality of the mucus will improve along with the quality of the armor. Chen Shen was quite satisfied with the mucus's effect. However, squeezed out? Chen Shen's brow twitched slightly. The word squeezed was quite subtle. Feeling the cool, tight sensation of the living armor on his skin, Chen Shen shook his head and didn't think too deeply about it. Instead, he experimented with the final effect of the living armor. Any part could expand up to 8 times. This effect seemed to offer no increase in strength, but Chen Shen was most interested. Big, big, big. Chen Shen focused on his left arm, his thoughts repeating incessantly. Suddenly, streams of mysterious energy surged from the living armor to his left arm. Chen Shen stared in astonishment as his left arm truly began to swell like a balloon. As a being essentially made of cards, his physical body and armor were one, so the armor enveloping his left arm expanded in sync without bursting. Soon, his entire left arm had swollen to its limit, resembling the arm of the Hulk, creating a striking visual contrast when compared to his original right arm. It worked! Looks pretty fun! A sense of novelty filled Chen Shen's face, but just 3 seconds of joy later, he stumbled, losing his balance and tipping to the left. Thud! His fist, as large as a cooking pot, slammed heavily onto the wooden floor of the thatched cottage. The already dilapidated floor couldn't withstand such destruction, splintering and creating a large hole. The old village chief's eyes widened in anger, his fist clenched, ready to give this reckless brat a good beating. Forget it, this kid helped me find my sister, that's no small feat. I'll let him off this time. At worst, there'll be a puddle in the house when it rains, it's not a big deal. Besides, as the 10th prince of the slime-fighting empire, it's beneath my dignity to lose my temper with a junior. After some thought, the old village chief relaxed his clenched fist, choosing to be strict with himself and lenient with others. Unlike his silence, Nkura was amused by Chen Shen's awkwardness. She curled up, holding her belly with both hands, laughing like a little chubby bird. You're so cute, big can, hee hee, just like a fiddler crab on the beach. One hand is so big, and the other hand is so small. So fun, do it again, do it again. And Nkura clapped her little hands, her expression lively, urging Chen Shen to perform once more. Chen Shen tugged at the corner of his mouth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was too embarrassing. It seemed that if this ability to enlarge was not used properly, it would not only fail to help but would instead become a burden. With a thought, he withdrew the mysterious energy filling his left arm, flowing it back into the living armor. His left arm returned to normal, and Chen Shen gracefully flipped over and stood up from the ground. Then, he stroked his chin, lost in thought. The living armor could only enlarge one part of the body by 8 times. His arms wouldn't work, they would throw his body off balance. His legs wouldn't work either, unless he wanted to become a peculiar sight standing on one leg like a golden rooster. But stepping outside would surely make people laugh to death. What about enlarging his head? Becoming a big-headed sun? Or enlarging his body? With a large body and small limbs, wouldn't that make him a turtle? No. Chen Shen thought of several body parts in succession, only to find that enlarging them all had side effects. The armor can enlarge more than just the body. Suddenly, Chen Shen remembered the effect description on the armor, and he focused his thoughts on the blunt heavy sword. As streams of mysterious energy flowed into the sword's body, the pitch-black blunt heavy sword grew longer, wider, and taller, each by 2 times. Originally 1 meter long, it surged directly to 3 meters. Taller than Chen Shen himself, even taller than 2 Nkurs combined. It had truly become a great sword. No, it should be called a giant sword. Cool. Chen Shen extended both hands, gripping tightly onto the sword handle, which was about as thick as a utility pole. Then, his legs rooted firmly like an old tree, he planted himself on the wooden floor, his waist and arms exerting force together, swinging the 8 times heavier blunt heavy sword with all his might. Boom! The unsharpened heavy sword swept through with a forceful momentum, producing a dull thud in the air, as if it could not bear the weight. Puff sha 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 sha. The wall made of thatch was directly broken in half by the heavy sword, with thatch scattering everywhere, leaving the room in disarray. Sparrow Food Commander. Chen Shen was unable to contain his excitement, feeling as if the flow of his blood had quickened. Even without striking, just holding the 3-meter-2 heavy sword was enough to instill a sense of intimidation. Lost in his fantasies, Chen Shen overlooked one thing. Looking at the devastated thatched house, with large pits and broken walls, the old village chief's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Young man, well done, you have quite a bit of strength. Unlike this old village chief, who was getting on in years, you young fellows are so vigorous, you can cause destruction at the drop of a hat. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves behind, the former waves die on the beach, and the younger generation is to be feared. Suddenly, the old village chief's booming voice, accompanied by the sound of clapping, came from behind Chen Shen. In the teasing tone, there was a suppressed surge of anger. Chen Chen reined in his excitement and glanced around. It was then that he realized that the old village chief's humble abode had become even more humble due to his moment of prideful recklessness. Even Lu Yushi would have to delete the humble room overnight. Oh no, I've caused trouble. A cold sweat trickled down the side of Chen Chen's face. He quickly transformed the unsharpened heavy sword back to its original form and turned to face the old village chief, who resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. His pitch-black pupils darted around in their sockets, and his brain was working at full speed, thinking of how to argue, how to explain in order to quell the old village chief's anger. At this moment, Chen Chen's IQ momentarily surpassed Einstein's. Got it. Chen Chen scratched the back of his head and forced a dry laugh as he spoke to the old village chief. Old village chief, what are you saying? So what if you're old? Don't you know that it's never too late to learn, and the sky is still full of clouds? Haven't you heard that an old steed still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles? A martyr in old age still has unyielding ambitions. Old soldiers never die, they just fade away. Moreover, old village chief, you're just over 10,000 years old, right in the prime of your fighting age, not old at all. Chen Chen racked his brains and finally squeezed out a few words of flattery. Ha, you slick-tongued brat, do you think that by saying some sweet words, you can make this village chief happy and let you off the hook? This village chief doesn't fall for that. The old village chief waved his hand impatiently. Oh no, the flattery backfired. Chen Chen's face slightly soured, but the system's prompt left him momentarily stunned. Ding, your words have touched the old village chief's heart, thus his favorability towards you has increased by 10 points. Current favorability is 260 points, level, Tier 3, gentlemanly friendship. Just as Chen Chen was lost in thought, the old village chief stepped forward and appeared before him in an instant. Then he bent his right hand's index and middle fingers, and with his knuckles, he chastised Chen Chen's forehead with 5 taps. Minus 10,000, minus 10,000, minus 10,000. After 5 taps, Chen Chen's health dropped below 10,000. Moreover, he felt a slight throbbing pain in his forehead, as if a large bump was forming. Plus 1,071, plus 1,071. However, as his health rapidly restored at a terrifying speed, the pain quickly faded away. You little brat have quite a talent. Looking at Chen Chen's health bar rising rapidly, the old village chief showed a hint of surprise on his face, but it was quickly concealed as he continued to maintain an aloof demeanor. Grandpa village chief, the bigkin wasn't intentional, please forgive him, okay? Grandpa village chief, I love listening to your stories. The last story you told was so wonderful and interesting. I want to hear you tell more stories, can I? Seeing Chen Chen getting beaten, the old village chief was still fuming, and Encore immediately became anxious. As the saying goes, necessity is the mother of invention. The little girl quickly thought of a way to divert the old village chief's attention to calm him down. This tactic indeed worked. The delicate and charming Encore reminded the old village chief of his sister when she was alive. The sternness on his face transformed into warmth and kindness, and even his voice became much gentler, resembling that of an ordinary old man. Sure, of course. Little girl, sit tight, and I'll tell you a story about when I, the village chief, once fought like a god against 5 opponents. So, the old village chief and Encore sat on the benches beside the round table. Encore propped her delicate white arms on the table, cupping her chin with her hands, her big eyes fixed on the old village chief, listening intently. The old village chief cleared his throat, just about to start, when he glanced at Chen Chen. You don't get to slack off either. With his right hand reaching into his pocket, the old village chief pulled out 3 round objects and tossed them directly to Chen Chen. Help me break these open. You can get a share too. I won't let you work for nothing. After saying that, the old village chief turned to Encore and began to tell his fabricated story with great seriousness. Chen Chen reached out and caught the objects thrown by the old village chief, looking closely at them. They turned out to be 3 very peculiar walnuts. The first peculiarity was their weight. The 3 walnut-sized objects felt surprisingly heavy in Chen Chen's hand, as if he were holding 3 solid iron balls instead of walnuts. The second peculiarity lay in their shells. The shells were primarily yellow-brown, but the surface had 3 or 5 blue streaks. The blue streaks were bold and unruly, winding and elongated, resembling proud water dragons. The information they contained made Chen Chen's eyes light up. Today, he had gained new knowledge. Water dragon pattern? Iron egg walnut quality. Gold effect, eating the flesh permanently increases life limit by 1,000 points. Description: the old village chief's 7th sister, the 7th offspring of Emperor Assam, has a deep affection for farming and is exceptionally skilled at it. Over the long years, she has poured countless efforts into agriculture. Her persistent and diligent research has led her to achieve many unimaginable accomplishments in farming. Just the new varieties of extraordinary flowers and fruits, as well as spiritual plants, number in the thousands, each possessing various astonishing effects. The water dragon pattern? Iron egg walnut is one of her creations. Note, this walnut is extremely hard. Only a harder material can break its shell. A food that permanently increases attributes. The old village chief is indeed generous. If these walnuts were to spread, they would surely cause a frenzy among players. Such a precious treasure, yet it came from the hands of the old village chief's seventh sister, which made Chen Chen feel a strong curiosity about her. However, this walnut can only be broken by something harder. Chen Chen's expression darkened. He had a feeling that the old village chief was deliberately making things difficult for him. With a mindset of giving it a try, he placed the walnut on the ground and raised his blunt heavy sword to strike down hard. Bang! Sure enough, after a loud crash, the walnut remained unscathed. Humph, you little brat, let you suffer a bit first, and consider it revenge for earlier destroying the thatched house. The old village chief glanced at Chen Chen, smiling triumphantly. This water dragon pattern? Iron egg walnut cannot be broken without platinum level or higher equipment. He planned to let the little brat toil for a while, suffer enough, and then step in himself. If the blunt heavy sword can't break it, then what about this? Seeing that the surface of the iron egg walnut didn't even have a crack, Chen Chen lost interest in continuing to try and directly took out the Imperial Jade Seal. Chen Chen held the Imperial Jade Seal in his right hand, facing the 3 water dragon patterned iron egg walnuts in his left. He struck them 3 times in succession. Crack, crack, crack. With 3 crisp sounds, the shell, which could withstand even the mightiest sword, shattered effortlessly at that moment. If the Imperial Jade Seal can't even break a few walnuts, that would be too ridiculous. Chen Chen was not surprised by this outcome. He discarded the shattered shell, leaving only the light blue walnut kernels in the palm of his hand. The walnut kernels emitted a faint, exotic fragrance, making his fingers itch with desire. There was even an instinctual urge compelling him to eat all 3 kernels. Chen Chen forcibly restrained this desire, intending to hand the walnut kernels to the old village chief for distribution. However, he noticed that at some point, the latter had stopped telling stories and was staring intently at the Imperial Jade Seal in his hand. The expression on the old village chief's face was extremely complex, filled with disbelief, shock, confusion, and an unmistakable killing intent. How did you come by the Imperial Jade Seal? The old village chief's voice was as cold as the winter wind, chilling to the bone. His reaction was not without reason. After the fall of the emperor, the Imperial Jade Seal had also gone missing. It had been lost for a full 10,000 years. During this time, unparalleled powerhouses, super experts, reclusive old monsters, and sovereign kings within the heavenly domain had never ceased their search for the Imperial Jade Seal. The 10 children of the Assam Emperor were no exception. However, although they were all seeking the Imperial Jade Seal, their motives were vastly different. The unparalleled powerhouses and leaders of top forces valued the seal's influence and authority, hoping to use it to fulfill their grand ambitions, even to unify the heavenly domain and establish a second glorious slime empire, reaching the pinnacle of power. To achieve this, the Imperial Jade Seal was indispensable, as it represented the orthodoxy of the heavenly domain and was a symbol of the ruler of the heavenly domain. As for the old village chief and the other imperial children, their reason for seeking the Imperial Jade Seal was their unwillingness to let their father's legacy fall into the hands of the unworthy, especially those with ulterior motives. For the masses, it would bring about a bloody storm and a disaster of apocalyptic proportions. The old village chief never expected that the Imperial Jade Seal, which he had searched for so long, would suddenly appear before him. Its owner was a weak and insignificant junior. The old village chief's murderous intent stemmed from his suspicion that this junior had used some dirty and despicable means to obtain the seal. His suspicion was not unfounded. After all, so many powerful beings had searched for a full 10,000 years without even catching a glimpse of the seal, suggesting it had been properly arranged by the emperor. Since it had been arranged, it should not have appeared in the world. Its sudden emergence gave the old village chief ample reason to doubt Chen Chen. As the son of an emperor, he would never allow the Imperial Jade Seal to fall into the hands of a despicable person. If he discovered that the seal's origins were dubious, he would not only reclaim it but also teach the person a memorable lesson. In response to the old village chief's questioning, Chen Chen chose to speak the truth. What? You say the seal was passed down to you by the emperor after you passed his test? Upon receiving the answer, the old village chief was even more shocked, his tone rising several notches. How could he not be astonished? The emperor had not chosen this group of exceptionally talented imperial sons and daughters as successors. Instead, he had chosen an outsider, a weak junior from a different race. What was the emperor thinking? Grandpa village chief, I can testify that Big Can didn't lie. Because I was there too, the seal was indeed passed from the emperor to Big Can. Seeing that the old village chief was still skeptical, Encore quickly stood up, raising her small hand to testify for Chen Chen. Old village chief, I have no intention of explaining. You will understand after watching them. Chen Chen didn't waste words and directly demonstrated the 4 seasons sword technique on the spot. As he executed the 4 swords in order: spring's birth, summer's growth, autumn's harvest, and winter's storage, the old village chief was instantly stunned, followed by his lips trembling and his body shaking uncontrollably. It's definitely my father's 4 seasons sword technique. It's the diamond level 4 seasons sword technique, pushed to the highest level. I never expected to see my father's 4 seasons sword technique again after 10,000 years. How wonderful! He believed. The old village chief completely believed. The imperial seal might be obtained through underhanded means, but the 4 seasons sword technique exclusive to the emperor could only be mastered by someone who had gained his recognition and was personally taught by him. In other words, this white-graded armored swordsman before him was truly the designated successor and heir of the emperor. Thinking of this, the old village chief quickly took out a purple jade talisman from his bosom and brought it to his mouth. For seniors, please come here. The emperor's national treasure, the golden inlaid jade seal, has reappeared in the world, and he has personally designated a successor. Not long after the old village chief finished speaking, 4 spatial doors suddenly appeared in the thatched cottage, and 4 distinct figures walked out from them. 2 of them were very familiar to Chen Chen. They were the toad immortal guarding the Spirit Plant Valley Secret Realm and the sweeping monk guarding the Scripture Pavilion Secret Realm. The remaining 2 were a golden armored warrior wearing a red tassel helmet, holding a 2-meter-long golden crescent halberd, and a woman dressed in a black classical printed long dress, whose beauty was stunning, exuding elegance and grace in every gesture. Their names were the Golden Armored Warrior and the Black Swan Fairy. Aside from their names, all other information was a question mark. Can you explain to us what exactly is going on? The sweeping monk asked the old village chief while munching on the spicy and fragrant Julian spicy secret chicken feet, with a ring of red oil around his mouth. It's like this. The old village chief quickly explained everything in concise language, while also introducing the people present to each other. The toad immortal and the sweeping monk had impressions of Chen Chen, their eyes flashing with surprise. The golden armored warrior and the black swan fairy observed Chen Chen with scrutinizing gazes, trying to discern what made him so remarkable that he was chosen as the heir by the emperor. Chen Chen also learned the true identities of the 4, indeed, they were the 4 holy protectors of the slime-fighting empire from 10,000 years ago, their strength unfathomable, only the emperor knew how strong they truly were. This kid is about to evolve. I invited the 4 seniors here to help him carve out a unique 3rd path of evolution, something only you 4 can accomplish, the old village chief stated directly. A small matter. Since he is the emperor's heir, it wouldn't hurt to help. The toad immortal glanced at Chen Chen, flicked his finger, and a white light shot into Chen Chen's body. Then, he turned and stepped into the spatial door. Next, the golden armored warrior and the black swan fairy also raised their fingers, shooting out a golden light and a black light, respectively, which entered Chen Chen's body. After doing this, they left without saying a word. Finally, it was the sweeping monk. Little benefactor, the path has been opened for you, but how far you can go depends on yourself. He flicked his finger, shooting a gray light into Chen Chen's forehead, and then returned to the secret realm. As the 4 lights entered his body, Chen Chen felt as if something deep within him was continuously breaking apart and then reassembling. In the midst of it all, he had a magical feeling that his potential for evolution was increasing during the process of breaking and reassembling. Until the changes stopped, his 3rd path of evolution was completely fixed. Evolution path, Greatsword Warrior Rarity, N+ description. As a heavy sword wielder, you are very dissatisfied with your offensive capabilities, but you are enamored with the great sword in your hand and the all-encompassing protective armor on your body. You think they are incredibly cool and stylish. You decide that no matter how you evolve, you will never abandon them. Furthermore, you believe that balance is strength, so your growth direction for upgrading and star leveling continues to maintain a balanced distribution. Thus, you evolve into a giant sword warrior who excels in both offense and defense. To equip yourself with the ability to calmly respond to various emergencies, you will learn a very special sword technique. Potential evaluation, S. Great sword user is F. Characteristics, attack power, defense power, speed, and life are all top-notch. Introduction. This evolutionary path has been opened up for you by the 4 saints, possessing potential far beyond that of ordinary evolutionary paths. But as a price, you can only walk one path to the end. In other words, during evolution, you only have one unique evolutionary option. Chen Chen's face lit up with joy as the 3rd evolutionary route was unlocked. Now that everything was ready, he could finally evolve. The 3rd evolutionary route was most to Chen Chen's liking. Not only was the potential level as high as S, far surpassing the E of the previous 2 routes, the Ironclad Guardian and the Mad Sword User, but also because his iconic greatsword and full armor were preserved. Hooray! Giant Sword Warrior. Chen Chen murmured, anticipation rising in his eyes. Moments later, he came back to his senses and handed 3 pieces of water dragon pattern iron egg walnut kernels to the old village chief. The old village chief did not go back on his word and gave 1 each to him and Encore. Encore cupped the walnut in her hands, slowly chewing it in small bites, her round cheeks puffing up like a cute little hamster. It's fragrant and delicious. Seeing the summoner's eyes crescent-shaped with delight, completely lost in the taste, Chen Chen showed a puzzled expression. Is it really that good? He pushed up the movable facial armor plate, revealing a gap, and tossed the walnut kernel into his mouth. Shoo, shoo. With that bite, Chen Chen's pupils constricted, and then his spirit lifted, his face glowing. The summoner was right. The walnut kernel was not only crispy and tender, with distinct layers of flavor, but with a gentle bite, a rich and fragrant taste filled his mouth, awakening the taste buds that had been dormant on his tongue. The deliciousness was on par with golden jelly. However, the portion was too small. After a few bites, Chen Chen was left wanting more, feeling unsatisfied. He smacked his lips and mustered the courage to speak to the old village chief. Old village chief, it's not that the younger generation is intentionally criticizing you, but you are the 10th prince of the slime fighting empire. Why are you so stingy? 1 walnut per person, is that really enough? If the summoners outside see this, they might think you can't afford it. Listen to me, let's have another bucket. 1 bucket per person. The old village chief's face darkened, glaring angrily at Chen Chen. At that moment, he wished he could slap this insatiable brat away. Did you think this was just leftover scraps? In terms of buckets, this water dragon pattern iron egg walnut is a rare treasure, not to mention him, even 7th sister doesn't have much stock. The walnut tree takes 10 years to bloom, 10 years to bear fruit, and 10 years for the fruit to mature. 1 walnut takes 1,000 years to wait for. There is absolutely no exaggeration. If Chen Chen hadn't completed the task, he wouldn't even get to see the walnut skin. Sensing the old village chief's unfriendly gaze, Chen Chen awkwardly smiled and shrank his neck, not insisting further. Looking at the old village chief's expression, he probably didn't have any extra walnuts either. Big Can, do you still want to eat? I'll give you mine. Just then, Encore jumped off the bench and scampered to Chen Chen's side. As if it had been premeditated, she raised the unfinished walnut with her little paws, her eyes full of expectation, signaling Chen Chen to eat it. Perhaps because Encore's mouth was too small and she ate slowly, she still had more than half of her walnut left. Chen Chen shook his head repeatedly, firmly refusing. Not to mention snatching a little lowly snacks, it was indeed a bit of a loss of points. Just the few sparkling drool on the walnut made it hard for him to swallow. Ha, you really won't eat it? It's a big can. Encore asked again, not willing to give up. Chen Chen remained silent, just shaking his head. Was the plan a failure? The expectation in Encore's eyes faded, replaced by a few strands of disappointment. Helpless, she could only gloomily finish the remaining walnuts by herself. After eating, Encore's life limit increased by 1,500 points, bringing her total life to an astonishing 10,050 points, 3 times that of an ordinary player. Chen Chen's life limit increased even more, by a full 3,000 points. He took another small step on the path of becoming a blood cow. Alright, those little guys outside must have waited until the flowers wilted. This village chief should also go out to preside over the evolution ceremony. The old village chief stood up from the low stool, stretched lazily, and said, his sister had already been entrusted to Chen Chen, and the hidden evolution path on Chen Chen had also been opened up by the 4 holy protectors of the nation. Everything regarding Chen Chen had been settled, there could be no further delay. Summoner, come up, we are leaving. Chen Chen picked up the petite Encore and placed her on his left shoulder, following the old village chief as they left the dilapidated thatched house. They walked through the air, arriving at the square in the center of the village. Just as the old village chief had predicted, the players were already as anxious as ants on a hot pan, turning in circles. Upon seeing the old village chief appear, the more than 1,000 players in line felt as if they had encountered a long-awaited rain. Their anxiety and urgency instantly eased. He's here! Finally here! I've been waiting so long, the yellow flowers are almost cold. Oh my old baby, you finally came. If you hadn't come soon, I would have had to log off to feed the baby. Beautiful lady, you look so young, and you already have a child? Yes, the child is not small anymore. Already 240 months old, still clingy, needs milk every day, can't do without it. Ah, it seems I'm out of touch with the times. The young ones nowadays really know how to play. The players were chattering, and some noticed Chen Chen. Wow, no way? You guys look at the white card swordsman, why is his sword so big? It must be 3 meters long, right? Damn, it's simply blinding my titanium alloy dog eyes. What benefits did the old village chief give him? I want it too. A giant sword like a big iron block, damn, which man wouldn't be dazzled by it? Amidst the uproar, the old village chief shook his cloak and instantly teleported to the center of the crowd. He clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze sternly sweeping over the bustling crowd, and shouted loudly, "The evolution is about to begin, everyone be quiet for the village chief." The deafening sound waves radiated outward in ripples from the old village chief, forcibly suppressing the players' noisy discussions. Pairs of eyes focused on the old village chief. However, he ignored them, instead looking up at the sky, arms wide open in a summoning gesture, his cloak billowing without wind, making a rustling sound. The expression on his aged face was unprecedentedly solemn and dignified. Ancient and desolate chants flowed from his mouth. The sound of the chant entered the wind, piercing through the clouds, reaching the very dome of the heavens. In the great realm of the heavens, the beings are numerous. Above the high heavens, the shackles fall, blocking the path, sealing this realm. The emperor of the human world, break the shackles, continue the path, release all beings. In the 10th tower of evolution, I, with the authority of the 10th emperor, command you, appear. For some reason, as the chant continued, the old village chief, thin as a stick, appeared to the players as if he had become extraordinarily graceful and imposing. Boom! As the chant concluded, the sky above the square suddenly gathered clouds and winds, with thunder and lightning. Dawn! A white tower descended from the sky, cutting through the howling fierce winds and surging clouds, landing squarely in the open space before the old village chief. The material of the white tower was unknown, its design ancient and simple, tapering to a point at the top and rounded at the base, divided into 10 layers, with a base occupying a circular area of 10 meters. To its right stood a massive white stone tablet. The tablet was 20 meters tall and 5 meters wide, its surface smooth and even, without a single mark. It was, in fact, a blank stone tablet, and its purpose was unknown. The information about the White Tower was also presented to all players. 10th Evolution Tower, Phantom, Quality, Mythical Effect. The 10th Evolution Tower is entirely made of white limit-breaking stone. When a 10-star 100-level hero enters, the tower will release a white limit-breaking aurora. This aurora can enhance the hero's life level, break the star and level limits of the hero, and expand the hero's potential, thus helping the hero complete their first evolution. Description: the great Emperor Assam once expended vast resources and treasures to forge 10 evolution towers, through which any living species could enhance their qualifications and raise their limits. This tower is one of them. Later, the Emperor entrusted the 10 evolution towers to his 10 imperial sons and daughters for guardianship. At this moment, the tower door of the 10th evolution tower swung wide open, awaiting the first hero. Heroes who meet the evolution requirements, you may enter the tower in turn, the old village chief said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back to the right of the tower door, his voice booming like a bell. Not long ago, under the old village chief's orders, the players had already lined up early. In the 88888 novice village, there were a total of 10,000 players, but among them, fewer than 1,000 had heroes who reached 10 stars and 100 levels. Therefore, the line was not long. Even so, the village square was still packed with a sea of people. Even if the heroes under them did not meet the evolution requirements, many summoners could not suppress their curiosity and rushed over to see what evolution was all about. Currently, among the hundreds of thousands of novice villages in the game, only they had unlocked the qualification for evolution. This was a rare opportunity. Some quick-witted players, with keen instincts, had already activated the game's recording function, preparing to capture this first-hand evolution data. They planned to show off after logging off or post paid video threads on the game forum to make a fortune, cashing in big time. I must say, these guys were quite clever. But they were not the smartest. If we're talking about cleverness, who could outsmart the Heartless Games Sky domain itself? That's right, everything was part of the Heartless Games scheme. Who would have thought? The game's recording function required payment. Moreover, it implemented a tiered pricing model similar to that of long-distance roaming calls. For a single player, within 24 hours, if the recording time was less than 10 minutes, it consumed 1,000 starstones per minute, equivalent to 100 Great Flame coins. For recording durations of 10 minutes to 1 hour, it consumed 5,000 starstones per minute, or 500 Great Flame coins. For 1 hour to 12 hours, it consumed 10,000 starstones per minute, equating to 1,000 Great Flame coins. For 12 hours to 24 hours, it consumed 20,000 starstones per minute, or 2,000 Great Flame coins. Additionally, taking photos also incurred a fee. However, it was cheaper than recording. Regardless of quantity, each photo cost only 500 starstones, or 50 Great Flame coins. In short, the game Sky domain had its greedy hands reaching into every corner for money. This time, I must make back my investment. Undoubtedly, some of the players who started recording admitted they had a gambling mentality. The first to appear in their viewfinder was a bald player at the front of the line. His ID was Old Monk washes hair with softener. Finally, I can evolve. Let me see what this is all about. Old monk washes hair with softener patted his waist pouch. A blue light flashed wildly, and a robust man in black armor, wielding a battle axe, appeared before him. General Lingling, Xing Daorong, go. Begin the evolution. A look of joy spread across Xing Daorong's rugged face as he turned and walked toward the evolution tower. As he stepped inside the tower, with a loud thud, the 2-meter-high, 1-meter-wide tower door slammed shut. All external views were blocked. What's going on? Why did they close the door and not let us watch? Exactly, I was planning to record the detailed process of the evolution. Alas, what a pity. Why close the door? Oh no, my wish to see Miss Fox evolve has gone down the drain. Despite the players' complaints, the old village chief paid them no mind, instead raising his head to gaze solemnly at the 2nd to 10th floors of the White Tower. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Less than 10 seconds after Xing Daorong entered the tower, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors of the White Tower emitted increasingly loud buzzing sounds. Moreover, their colors shifted from white to a deep blue, like the sea. The 4th floor of the White Tower, from bottom to top, had 1/10 of its area dyed in deep blue. Just as the players were astonished and confused by this change, a regional system announcement suddenly rang out. Congratulations to player Old Monk Shampoo for using Soft and Smooth, your R-card hero General Lingling. Xing Daorong has successfully evolved into SR. After calculations, it has been determined that General Lingling, Xing Daorong's combat power during the R-card period exceeded 31% of all R-cards in the history of the Tianyu Great World. As a reward, you receive the Blue Glory 3-winged evolution medal. Currently, General Lingling, Xing Daorong ranks first on the same level competition Ancient Monument leaderboard. Heroes ranked in the top 10,000 of the same level competition Ancient Monument leaderboard will forever be remembered for their glory in the Tianyu Great World. As the system announcement concluded, the players looked at the massive stone tablet on the right side of the White Tower, and sure enough, at the top appeared Xing Daorong's name. Suddenly, the tower door opened, and Xing Daorong strode out. Compared to before his evolution, Xing Daorong had become significantly more robust, and his gaze was sharper. Clad in black armor, with a ghostly glow swirling around him, he appeared even more formidable. The battle axe in his hand gleamed coldly, sharper than ever. His strength had evidently seen a marked increase. Xing Daorong, how do you feel? Old Monk Shampoo hurriedly approached to ask. Summoner, I feel great, very powerful now. Xing Daorong smiled confidently, and above his head appeared a shimmering card shadow, pulsating with a provocative aura. The card shadow's border and back were purple, and the upper right corner of the card's front displayed a very handsome medal. The medal was a blue inverted triangle, seemingly crafted from pure sapphire. Above the medal were 3 small wings, 2 on the left and 1 on the right. The triangular medal and the 3 small wings were deliberately designed. They represented that Xing Daorong had surpassed 30% of the blue cards during the blue card period. What is this? Old Monk Shampoo asked, puzzled. The players in the square also instinctively closed their mouths, listening intently to Xing Daorong's response. Summoner, after the first evolution, the hero will unlock 2 major functions. The first is this flashy card, which has no practical significance, only a provocative one. The second is the assistance system. Assistance system? Players and heroes, including Chen Shen, were very curious about these 4 words. But Xing Daorong did not continue, instead leaving them in suspense. After the evolution, you will know what the assistance system is for. The various changes in Xing Daorong made the players waiting in line restless, so they hurriedly sent their heroes into the White Tower one by one. In no time, the system announcements rang out incessantly. Our card hero, Divine Jade Attendant, Jia Baoyu, has successfully evolved into SR, surpassing 30% of our cards in the history of the Heavenly Domain. Hereby awarded, Blue Glory, 3-wing evolution medal. Currently, Divine Jade Attendant, Jia Baoyu, ranks 2nd on the Ancient Tablet list for the same level competition. SR Hero, Source of Plague, Tutu, has successfully evolved into SSR, surpassing 45% of SR cards in the history of the Heavenly Domain. Hereby awarded, Purple Glory, 4-wing evolution medal. Currently, Source of Plague, Tutu, ranks 1st on the Ancient Tablet list for the same level competition. Due to being received privately by the village chief, Chen Shen and Inkur were at the end of the line. But Chen Shen was not in a hurry at all. Instead, he eagerly observed the evolution of other heroes. He found that most heroes could only exceed 30% or 40% of cards of the same rank. Those that could exceed 50% were few and far between. This data had nothing to do with rarity. After all, the higher the rarity, the stronger the competitors. Suddenly, Chen Shen raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. SSR hero, Nine-Tailed Fox, Daji, has successfully evolved into Dark Gold SSR, surpassing 68% of SSR cards in the history of the Heavenly Domain. Hereby awarded, Golden Glory, 6-wing evolution medal. Currently, 9-tailed fox, Daji, ranks first on the ancient tablet list for the same level competition. Chen Chen looked towards the Tower of Evolution upon hearing the announcement. Sure enough, the 1st to 6th floors, as well as most of the 7th floor, were dyed gold. Then the tower door opened, and a perfectly curved, smooth long leg stepped out first, followed by a slender waist and a delicate bosom. Next came a stunningly beautiful face. Finally, another long jade leg and 9 fluffy tails appeared. After the evolution, Daji seemed even more enchanting, her alluring face and graceful figure captivating all hearts. But what shocked Chen Chen the most was the aura she exuded, heavy and solid, with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The increase from ordinary SSR to dark gold SSR seemed to be much greater than the evolution of other heroes. In the distance, Daji's beautiful eyes swept over and found Chen Chen. He. She giggled and winked at Chen Chen, instantly radiating charm and allure. After stepping out of the stone tower and exchanging a glance with Chen Chen, Daji returned to the side of Lan Jingjing. Following Daji, the second and last SSR to evolve today was Pan Jinlian. SSR hero, Heavenly Seductress? Pan Jinlian has successfully evolved into Dark Gold SSR, surpassing 34% of SSR cards in the history of the Heavenly Domain. Hereby awarded, Golden Glory, 3-wing evolution medal. Currently, Heavenly Seductress, Pan Jinlian, ranks 296th on the ancient tablet list for the same level competition. Because she was competing with cards of the same rarity and being a support type card with weaker combat power, Pan Jinlian's ranking was even lower than some blue and purple cards. Even so, no one dared to mock Pan Jinlian, now a dark gold SSR. Especially those players whose heroes were originally SR and evolved into SSR. The transition from SR to SSR may seem like just an additional letter, but it encompasses the ultimate transformation of a carp leaping over the dragon gate. In front of SSR, SR is nothing. If that's the case, how great must the gap be between SSR and Dark Gold SSR? One must know that as one goes further, the gap between two adjacent rarities becomes increasingly larger. Many players still remember that the little sprite of Ghost Shadow Slayer once said that the Dark Gold SSR is the crucial first step in the evolution path, the first tier of the tenfold golden rank, while SSR doesn't even count as a starting point. Speaking of Ghost Shadow Slayer, this guy is now itching with desire. Damn it! If my Overlord Xiangyu doesn't die, he should have evolved into a Dark Gold SSR by now. He might even surpass that little flirtatious fox, Daji, and become number 1 on the leaderboard. That damn white card swordsman, just thinking about him makes me furious. In the upper right corner of the square, Ghost Shadow Slayer leaned against a crooked tree, chewing on a dogtail grass, cursing away. President, calm down. Your Xiangyu and Wusong, both SSRs, are currently grinding monsters and leveling up in the Slime Empire ruins, collecting materials for evolution. By tomorrow morning at the latest, they should both evolve into Dark Gold SSRs, and then we can find that white card swordsman to settle the score. The nearby mad scholar slowly waved his feather fan, analyzing the situation with great insight. Boss, wait a minute. Isn't there a 24-hour cooldown after a hero dies before they can be summoned again? Why is your Xiangyu alive again? Sitting on the ground, Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind couldn't figure it out. He tilted his head to look at Ghost Shadow Slayer. That's a special benefit for VIPs. Every day you can receive 1 resurrection coin, and I used a resurrection coin to bring Xiangyu back. However, the same hero can only be resurrected once per day with a resurrection coin. Ghost Shadow Slayer explained briefly. This benefit requires a VIP status, meaning you have to recharge 1 million Dian coins to have it? Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind's eyes widened. If the president hadn't told him, he would have been kept in the dark for life. Immediately, he gave a thumbs up to his president. As expected of the president, rich and generous, it's like a sparrow pecking a cow's, but sparrow food is awesome. Although it was meant as a compliment, the more Ghost Shadow Slayer thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. Smack! He spat out the dogtail grass, rolled up his sleeves, and gave Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind a hard slap, knocking him to the ground once again. President, what was that for this time? Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind covered his face, feeling extremely wronged. He hadn't done anything, just a casual thing. Soon, the other 10-star level 100 heroes completed their evolution. This included members of the Wui Alliance, Agu, Aba, and Tian Shelian. Their heroes also evolved from our cards to SR. Now, only Qin Shen was left. Oh, Big Can, it's finally our turn. He. I wonder what Big Can will look like after evolution. Will it turn into a giant can? And Kura bit her finger, tilting her head, her eyes filled with anticipation. We'll find out soon. Chen Chen patted Encore's little head and walked straight towards the White Tower. Go in, you little brat. Arriving at the tower entrance, Chen Chen was kicked in the calf by the old village chief in annoyance. Who? Chen Chen took a deep breath and then walked into the White Tower with determination. Bang! The tower door closed heavily, and most players in the square did not leave. They were also eager to know what kind of results this legendary white card swordsman would achieve. What do you think? How much combat power will the white card swordsman ultimately exceed? I guess 85%. Although the white card swordsman is very strong, the system's calculation of combat power seems off. I suspect it includes the native NPCs from the game. The historical background of this game is so damn long that there must have been quite a few white cards with incredible combat power. After all, isn't there a saying in the game? In the celestial domain, anything is possible. I have to admit you have a point, but I can't fully agree. After all, the white card swordsman has defeated an SSR entity with a white card body. No matter how many white cards there are, it won't make much of a difference. I guess it's 95%. Arguing back and forth won't yield a single coin. Why don't I take the lead and set up a betting pool for everyone, betting on how many opponents the white card swordsman's combat power can surpass at the same level, with star stones as chips, and a minimum bet of 100 star stones. Big bets harm the body, small bets bring joy. I want to join. Me too. At this moment, whether they were ordinary players, members of the Unclothed Alliance, or those like Ghost Shadow and Wind and Cloud who had grievances with Chun Shen, as well as Lan Jingjing and Daji, all were waiting for the result of his evolution. Inside the 10th evolution tower, Shen Shen found himself in a pitch-black space, with nothing in any direction, just a dark void. Only he emitted a faint white light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Suddenly, the dark space was illuminated. Beams of white extreme light flew in from nowhere, piercing through Chen Shen's body like sharp swords. Shen Shen did not feel any pain, as if the target of the swords was not him, but the shackles, chains, cages, and heavy suppressions that existed deep within his body and soul, limiting his continued growth. Bang, 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 bang. With the continuous piercing and slashing of the sharp swords, explosive sounds echoed within Chen Shen, layer upon layer of restrictions being obliterated into nothingness. As Chen Shen felt himself floating, he realized he was also beginning to change. First was his body, which underwent a complete transformation from head to toe, inside and out, becoming more powerful, more flexible, and more vibrant. His hair, skin, blood vessels, muscles, internal organs, and bones all underwent subtle adjustments, making his life form more perfect. This also caused his weight to increase slightly, and his height rose from 192 meters to 196 meters. The armor on Chen Shen also underwent a dramatic change. The white armor transformed into a resplendent silver heavy armor, with the material changing from the original fine steel to a more durable mithril. Its shape was no longer bulky but fitted his body better, exuding a streamlined beauty. Next were the components. In addition to the improved and optimized original chest armor, arm armor, hand armor, leg armor, and helmet, there were now additional components like armed soft armor caps, chainmail headscarves, tight belts, and chainmail. Now, Shen Shen truly achieved being armed to the teeth, with almost no skin exposed from head to toe. Finally, the weapon. There was no time to mourn the departure of the 1.6-meter blunt heavy sword. Now, what appeared was a mithril giant sword, 1.8 meters long and nearly half a meter wide, its blade shimmering with silver light. The giant sword was as large as a door, plain yet imposing. Moreover, both the mithril heavy armor and the mithril giant sword were engraved with delicate light green patterns, exquisite and eye-catching, corresponding to Chen Shen's green rarity. Chen Shen saw his true form, transforming from a rough white card into a finely designed green card with a more detailed illustration. The N in the upper left corner of the green card changed to N+, and the edges of the card were adorned with a light green border. The originally dull white card back was now replaced with a vibrant green. On the back of the card, 11 golden pentagrams sparkled, proving that Chen Shen had successfully evolved. The information bar, with its continuously scrolling system prompts, also confirmed this. Ding! Detecting whether you meet the evolution qualifications. To evolve from an N card to an N+ card, 3 major conditions must be met. First, star level 10 stars. Second, level 100. Third, basic combat power 300. Base combat power refers to the combat power calculated solely based on one's own attributes, excluding equipment, buffs, affinity bonuses, treasures, and other external enhancements. Currently detecting, Condition 1 met, Condition 2 met, Condition 3, your base combat power is 1338. This condition is exceeded. All 3 conditions met, evolution begins. Congratulations, evolution successful. You have evolved from Greatsword Master to Giant Sword Warrior. Your rarity has increased from N, white, to N+, green. Now starting to calculate evolution rewards. In the empty space of the tower, Chen Shen held the secret silver greatsword, floating in midair, reviewing the records in the information panel one by one. He had successfully evolved, so the white limit-breaking extreme light no longer shone. However, the tower's space did not fall into complete darkness, because the full-cover secret silver heavy armor on Chen Chen was constantly emitting a faint silver glow, not only beautiful but also illuminating a 1-meter radius. Inside the quiet evolution tower, Chen Chen glowed while checking the various details in the records. Detected that your evolution route is a special evolution route, unique, with a potential level of S, therefore you will receive an additional 500% attribute evolution benefits. You have evolved from Great Sword Master N to Giant Sword Warrior N+, level cap plus 10 levels, health plus 3000, mana plus 1500, spirit plus 30, attack plus 600, defense plus 600, magic resistance plus 600, speed plus 240. You have successfully triggered the talent Lucky Minion, gaining the above growth once more. Your title, Heavenly Show-Off, is activated. During evolution, your increased attributes gain an additional 50%. Your health plus 1500, mana plus 750, spirit plus 15, attack plus 300, defense plus 300, magic resistance plus 300, speed plus 120. Chen Chen quickly calculated, with the additional 5 times boost from the S-level potential of Giant Sword Warrior, the triggering of the talent, Lucky Minion, and the activation of the title, Heavenly Show-Off, along with the bonuses from the bonds with the Shapeshifter and the Lord of Gambling, it all added up. This time, he gained a total of 22,500 health, 3,750 mana, 75 spirit, 1,500 attack, 1,500 defense, 1,500 magic resistance, and 600 speed. Hiss! Chen Chen couldn't help but gasp. Such a massive increase nearly doubled his combat power. He rose from 0 stars to 10 stars, plus from level 0 to level 100, along with the 3 major talents' permanently stacked attributes, and Ang's talent, Unstable Mutation, which several times permanently increased his attributes by 10%. All of this constituted the bulk of Chen Chen's combat power. Now, just from one evolution, he achieved all the above effects. Describing it as becoming rich overnight is not an exaggeration. It was that exhilarating. The reason my combat power can soar is thanks to the S-level potential of the evolution route, Giant Sword Warrior. Upon reflection, Chen Chen realized the main reason for the leap in combat power. The massive 500% boost from S-level potential was simply incredible. Although my potential has reached S-level, it is merely the starting point. It may sound harsh, but this S-level starting point is the endpoint for many cards in their lifetime. Chen Chen murmured to himself, and he had his reasons for saying this. In Sky Domain, the potential of a card directly determines how much attributes it gains during leveling up, star upgrading, and evolution. Cards of different rarities have different potential levels. N cards, white cards, have F-level potential, gaining an additional 50% benefits during evolution. N+ cards, green cards, have E-level potential, gaining an additional 100% benefits during evolution. R card, blue card, potential D-level, gains an additional 150% benefit upon evolution. SR card, purple card, potential C-level, gains an additional 200% benefit upon evolution. Ordinary SSR card, ordinary gold card, potential S-level, gains an additional 500% benefit upon evolution. That's right, an SSR valued at 800,000 has a potential that is off the charts, which explains why other cards are like ants facing the heavens when confronted with an SSR, having almost no power to resist. Of course, although Chen Chen is currently a green card, his potential is already on par with an ordinary SSR. However, compared to a dark gold SSR, he falls a bit short. For cards, the importance of potential is no less than that of spiritual power, and may even surpass it. In Heavenly Domain, the statement that cards can evolve infinitely is not a mere fantasy, but rather a theoretical possibility. It's like buying a lottery ticket. There is a chance of winning the grand prize, but in reality, the odds are pitifully low. Want to win? Even the smoke from your ancestors' graves wouldn't be enough. In terms of cards, the biggest obstacle to infinite evolution is the basic combat power requirement for the next rarity level. Chen Chen doesn't need to think. This basic combat power requirement will definitely become higher and more perverse. In other words, if a card's potential is insufficient, the combat power gained from upgrading, star raising, and evolving will also be limited, and sooner or later, it will be stuck. This means hitting a bottleneck. Perhaps even an SSR that starts at the highest initial level cannot continue to evolve indefinitely. Chen Chen squinted slightly, a wise light flickering in his pupils. Soon, he frowned. To evolve, one must enhance the card's potential to meet the combat power requirements. But to enhance the card's potential, one must first evolve. Chen Chen's mouth twitched incessantly. Isn't this a dead loop? He just didn't know if there were other methods to enhance potential in the heavenly domain besides evolution. Wait, Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed Chen Chen's mind, and his eyes widened slightly. He suddenly realized that the white card's lowest level origin might be a unique advantage. Think about it. Cards that start as SSR have a potential level of S. But what about Chen Chen? His potential reached S level as an N card, and when he evolves to SSR, his potential will definitely exceed S level. However, there is still a long way to go before evolving to SSR. For now, let's first look at the other benefits of evolution. That's right. In addition to perfecting the humanoid form, optimizing the card, and enhancing basic attributes, there are also other benefits after a card evolves. By reviewing the historical records, Chen Chen first discovered the first benefit, which is that evolving from a white card to a green card, he also learned a semi-talent. Why is it called a semi-talent? Chen Chen opened the panel to check the complete talent. Iron Skin, LV1 Dual Resistance plus 5%. You can synchronize your body's sense of touch with the armor you wear. This function can be turned on and off freely. Chen Chen opened his mouth, momentarily stunned. He was truly amazed by this talent. It felt tailor-made for him. First, the percentage increase in dual resistance is pure gold. The later it gets, the more significant the effect. Then there's the touch synchronization. With it, what Chen Chen can feel is no longer the cold steel that is monotonous. From now on, whether it's the gentle resilience of grass, the moist softness of soil, the gentle coolness of the breeze, or the smooth little face of the summoner, he can directly feel it without needing to remove his armor. After all, the armor is born as part of him, and removing it would reduce his defense. Awesome! Chen Chen silently praised, then focused his attention on the remaining half-talent. The reason it's called a half-talent is that it hasn't been finalized yet. That's right, this is a choice waiting to be made. In the form of a task, it appeared in Chen Chen's taskbar. Task, show you some color quality, black ion description. Originally, when evolving from an N card to an N plus card, you would only acquire one talent. However, due to the influence of the divine causality of the goddess of misfortune, an undefined talent has additionally emerged within you. Now, the goddess of misfortune has given you two choices. 1. Give up the undefined talent and draw a new talent from the lucky jackpot specially prepared for you. 2. Do not give up the undefined talent, but it has a 999% chance of resulting in purely negative effects. Reward, determined by your choice. Punishment, the goddess of misfortune has taken a strong interest in you, which is already the cruelest punishment in the world. Good luck to you, unlucky one. Time limit, 1 hour. The goddess of misfortune will never tolerate cowardly acts. If you still have not made a choice after the time limit, she will lose interest in continuing to play games with you and will impose divine punishment of misfortune upon you. At the same time, you will receive a permanent negative status, the disappointment of the goddess of luck. The divine causality of the gaze of the goddess of luck upon you will also disappear. Chen Chen, is this even right? Chen Chen scratched the back of his head, completely speechless. How could a small white card like him attract the attention of two supreme beings during evolution? Moreover, the name of the task is quite amusing. Show you some color? Isn't that just blatant difficulty? In an unknown land, within a vast temple topped by a magnificent starry sky, two enormous thrones hovered in a standoff position. The throne on the left shimmered with colors, with a woman lazily leaning against it. The woman was so beautiful that she overshadowed the heavens and dimmed the sun and moon. In the face of her appearance and figure, any words of description and praise seemed pale and powerless. The throne on the right was dark and deep, surrounded by strands of the darkest light. The throne also emanated a terrifying aura of evil, disaster, misery, ominousness, and pain, and other negative vibes. Sitting atop it was a beautiful girl dressed in a black off-shoulder princess dress. She rested her chin on one hand while playing with her exclusive divine artifact, the Pandora's box, her gaze fixed ahead, and her legs crossed. The girl had sharp little tiger teeth and fierce little knife-like eyes, giving off an air of being hard to provoke. Her long hair flowed freely, and her delicate, fair feet were exposed, each toe round and smooth, like perfect works of art. If one were to ignore her face, the girl would seem like the mischievous little sister next door, often wearing a naughty smile and occasionally teasing you, only to stick out her tongue and make a face in triumph after succeeding. Unfortunately, her abyss-like dark eyes and the endless malice on her face completely ruined this peculiar impression. They were the goddess of luck and the goddess of misfortune. Between the two goddesses floated a magical cube, the exclusive divine artifact of the goddess of luck, the Chaos Cube. The cube had 10 billion faces, all of which were golden, forming mirrors of gold. Chen Chen's contemplative figure appeared prominently in the mirrors. Sister, are you really not worried about this little ant? If you don't stop him, he might end up being ruined by me. The goddess of misfortune joyfully swung her little feet, playfully looking across. The The goddess of luck merely cast her an indifferent glance. After living for endless ages, still so childish, how rare. The voice of the goddess of luck was as beautiful as celestial music, calm and composed, but the goddess of misfortune couldn't laugh after hearing it. She narrowed her fierce little knife-like eyes and glared fiercely at the goddess of luck. A wisp of bizarre black mist, infused with endless despair and tragedy, rose from the Pandora's box in her hand. In an instant, the entire temple began to tremble, and the vast starry sky outside darkened with a swish, all the stars dimming in a moment, teetering on the brink of collapse. The goddess of fortune's expression remained calm, not even changing her posture. "If you destroy this place, I will take over your temple." Upon hearing this, the goddess of misfortune gritted her teeth in frustration but still suppressed the urge to act. The vast starry sky returned to its original state. That infuriating sister, why is she always so composed? Why can she always keep her head above water? The goddess of misfortune clenched her jade-like hand in indignation. "Humph, don't be too happy too soon, sister. The little ant you have high hopes for is about to meet its end." Unable to do anything about her sister, the goddess of misfortune shifted her focus to Chen Chen. Looking at the scene in the mirror cube, a glint of cunning and pure evil crossed her eyes. "Choose, no matter what you pick, this goddess will make you experience true pain." The goddess of fortune did not stop her mischievous sister's antics. After all, the person she chose would not be troubled by such a small test. Inside the tower of the 10th evolution, Chen Chen did not hesitate much and chose the second option, not giving up on the unformed talent. Although it had a 999% chance of resulting in purely negative effects, he had the luck of the heavens by his side, so he had no need to worry. On the contrary, the first option, which seemed risk-free and allowed for a lottery in the lucky jackpot pool, appeared quite appealing. In reality, Shen Shen believed it was a guaranteed death sentence. Even with the luck of the heavens, he would never dare to try it. Ridiculous, the jackpot pool designed by the goddess of misfortune would be strange if it contained good things. It was definitely a scheme to get him. It was no surprise that the pool was filled with negative talents. Faced with a rigged game, no amount of luck would help. Shen Shen dared not gamble. The second option still held a glimmer of hope, so what else could he choose? You have chosen not to give up on the unformed talent. Preliminary talent effect assessment in progress. Preliminary assessment complete. The talent is a positive talent. Secondary assessment in progress. Secondary assessment complete. This talent will consume one temporary buff on you, and the final effect of the talent will depend on the consumed buff. The inspiration buff on you has been consumed. You have gained a new talent, Fighting Spirit. Please check for details. After a series of system prompts, Shen Chen immediately opened the panel. Fighting Spirit, LV1 attack power plus 10%, with a 2% chance to trigger a combo on attack. Great! Shen Chen's spirit soared. This time, the goddess of misfortune not only showed him her true colors but also opened a dying workshop for him. Originally, evolving to a green card would only grant Shen Chen one talent. Now, with the help of the goddess of misfortune, he had gained another one, and it was one he very much desired. Shen Chen recalled the effect of the inspiration buff he obtained through the Slime Battle Empire sacrificial artifact. Inspiration, attack power plus 5%, with a 1% chance to trigger a combo on attack, lasting 3 days. To ordinary players, this buff might seem trivial, but it had significantly boosted Shen Chen's output. Without it, how could he achieve 4 sword strikes with a single normal attack? The only drawback of the inspiration buff was its time limit. Just thinking about its eventual disappearance made Shen Chen, who had grown accustomed to it, feel 1,000 regrets. Now, it was great. The temporary buff had turned into a permanent talent, and even the effect had doubled. Shen Chen felt only 2 words in his heart: comfortable. But while he was comfortable, someone else was not pleased. Inside the goddess of fortune's temple, through the golden mirror transformed by the magic cube, the goddess of misfortune saw that Shen Chen did not choose to draw a lottery but opted for the second option, which surprised her slightly. Indeed, the lucky continuous jackpot pool she designed was filled with all sorts of curses and bizarre negative states, guaranteed to make her sister's little ant draw without a sound. However, her sister's little ant was quite clever and managed to avoid a bad ending. But was that useful? The second option still had a 999% chance of causing her sister's little ant to fall into a pit. Yet, she miscalculated. Her sister's little ant unexpectedly had incredible luck, triggering a positive effect with only a 0.001% probability. Luck? Sister, is that why you chose him? The goddess of misfortune squinted her eyes, a mischievous expression appearing on her delicate face. Things are getting interesting, aren't they? From now on, I will play with your little ant more often to see if he can be this lucky every time. The goddess of luck did not respond, merely extending her slender hand to grasp at the void of the chaotic cube. Whoosh! The chaotic cube returned to the goddess of luck's hand, trailing a white tail flame. Seeing that her sister ignored her, the goddess of misfortune, feeling foolish, bit her small tiger tooth in annoyance. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, a clever glint appeared in her dark magical eyes. Hee hee, sister, I know what you want to do with the little ant. But, you're too late. Destruction, thunder, nature, they are about to start a new round. You didn't participate last time, but this time, they won't allow you to sit it out, hee hee. The goddess of misfortune swayed her fair jade foot playfully, her lively and charming voice laced with a strong sense of glee at others' misfortune. No need for you to worry. You've already achieved your purpose for coming here. If you don't leave, do you want me to personally see you off? The goddess of luck cast a faint glance at her, still showing no emotional fluctuation. Humph. The goddess of misfortune huffed coldly, then lightly tapped her index finger, and with a pop, she vanished along with her divine seat. The vast temple returned to silence. What my sister said is not without reason. Time is short, he indeed needs to grow faster. Above the divine seat, the goddess of luck's gaze sharpened slightly, as countless images began to flow through her light golden pupils. The sheer number of images was terrifying, and their complexity so intricate that an ordinary person would immediately overload and turn into a drooling idiot. But the goddess of luck was not just watching, she was analyzing the probability of each event occurring within this endless torrent of images. These images shared a common point, they all featured Chen Chen. Let's add a little fire. After a moment, the goddess of luck stopped, the images in her pupils vanished, and she made a decision. Inside the evolution tower, Chen Chen was completely unaware of all this. After reviewing the two major talents, his attention turned to the last two benefits of this evolution. The first was, as the system prompt stated, he finally had his own small space. Congratulations on your successful evolution. During this evolution process, you have opened up 2 space slots within you. Each space slot can only hold one type of item, with no limit on quantity. Due to your exceptionally mysterious and wondrous evolution route, your internal space has become incredibly stable and has a stronger carrying capacity, thus additionally opening up 2 space slots. An independent storage space was something Chen Chen had long desired. It was essential to have his own small space, otherwise, storing everything with the summoner was quite inconvenient. Chen Chen truly did not expect that evolution would grant heroes an independent storage space. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Only 4 space slots are too limited. It seems they can only be used to store essentials. The final benefit of evolution is skills. A very special skill. 10 Directions Sword Servant, Unique, Quality, Gold Level, LV1 Effect. This skill consists of passive and active parts. Passive, for every 100 levels, you gain 1 servant slot, with a maximum of 10. Servant slots can only be used to store sword servants. The way to obtain a sword servant, using any item from a hero, such as clothing, hair, or armor pieces, consume 5,000 mana at once to create an energy replica of that hero, which is the sword servant. Sword servants possess the bonds, talents, and skills of the original hero. However, their rarity, star level, and level synchronize with yours. The level of talents and skills synchronizes with your highest talent and skill level. Sword servants can be freely changed. While sword servants remain in the servant slots, the bonds still take effect. Active, summon the sword servant from the servant slot to fight for you. Sword servants possess 30% of your attributes, which include your base attributes, equipment attributes, and various bonus attributes. Mana consumption. The summoning cost for each sword servant is 1,000 mana, and after being summoned, it requires 100 mana per second to maintain. Cooldown time. The skill has no cooldown time, but after each sword servant falls, a 300-second interval is required before it can be summoned again. I must say, this skill opened Chen Chen's eyes. Sword servants? Isn't this just using other people's heroes for free? The key point is that even if they are not summoned, the bonds can still take effect. This means that once he evolves into a blue card and has his own bonds, he can use this skill to gather bonds. 10 Directions Sword Servant. This skill appears to be only gold level, but in Chen Chen's view, its potential is even comparable to the diamond level 4 seasons sword technique. Skills are valuable for their quality, not quantity. In short, Chen Chen is 98 points satisfied with it, deducting 2 points for its high active skill consumption. With the harvest tally completed, Chen Chen immediately checked his current attributes. True name, Chen Chen, not released, Summoner, Orange Suite, Favorability 130 points, Second Tier Acquaintances, Title, Heavily Show-Off Body, Greatsword Warrior Rarity, N+, Green, Potential, S Level, 100 Life, 79066/79066 Mana, 6946/6946 Spirit, 36/147 Attack, 3543 Magic Power, 302 Defense, 2842 Magic Resistance, 2564 Speed, 1102, 2. 6 attacks per second, moves 15. 2 meters per second, talent, fortuitous luck, hidden unique, minion luck, indomitable grip, LV4, practical training, LV4, learning phonics, LV4, wind of revival, LV3, iron skin, LV1, fighting spirit, LV1, skills, earthshaking slash, normal level, LV1, instant prison thunder god, platinum level, LV3, polar whirlwind slash, silver level, LV3, crack, passive skill, silver level, LV3, ruthless combo, bronze level, LV3, spring sword, diamond level, LV1, summer long sword, diamond level, LV1, autumn harvest sword, diamond level, LV1, winter hidden sword, diamond level, LV1, 10 directions sword servant, gold level, LV1, bonds, master of gambling, 1-to-1, shapeshifter, 6/6, divine causality, gaze of the goddess of luck, malice of the goddess of misfortune space slots, 4, equipment, awaiting repair, lord of the celestial domain, emperor dominating the 9 heavens, 10 earths, 8 desolations, 7 domains, 6 continents, 5 lakes, 4 seas, 3 mountains, 2 realms, 1 abyss, national treasure golden jade seal, unique, adaptive living armor, Laisha, unique, black iron, dragon slayer sword, replica, level 100, gold, cloud stretching across the sky, replica, level 100, gold, voice and image still present, muddy waves, level 80, silver, slime bullhorn felt hat, level 60, black iron, slime black bear jacket, level 60, black iron, slime sheepskin gloves, level 60, black iron, slime crocodile skin pants, level 60, black iron, combat power, 5695 at a glance. Even Chen Shen himself was slightly taken aback. Chen Shen had previously fought against the overlord Xiangyu, so he had a good understanding of SSR attributes. He couldn't help but compare himself to the SSR. First, with nearly 80,000 health points, he could already rival non-tank SSRs. Secondly, with over 3,000 attack and over 2,000 defense and magic resistance, he surpassed the SSR. This was beyond doubt, because the tank-type SSR, Overlord Xiangyu, had an attack power of just over 3,000 and a defense of only 1,900 at level 100. Additionally, with a combat power of 5,695 points, he was equally impressive compared to the SSR. Even Overlord Xiangyu had a combat power of only over 5,300 at level 100. Finally, he also possessed the S-level potential that was standard for SSRs. Main attributes, combat power, and potential, all matched or even exceeded those of the SSR. In other words, the current him was completely an SSR wrapped in a green card skin. Not bad. Chen Shen was quite satisfied with such evolutionary results. Little did he know, outside, a huge uproar was brewing because of him. In the central square, players seemed like fish stranded on the shore, their eyes wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. They were speechless, their bodies stiff, as if they were sculptures. A deep shock and astonishment were firmly etched on their faces. All the commotion stemmed from the Tower of Evolution. It lit up. The entire Tower of Evolution was glowing. From the first floor to the 10th, each level radiated a brilliant white light. The light was pure and flawless, dazzling and blinding. Players and heroes could barely look directly at it without tears streaming from the corners of their eyes. Even so, they still forced themselves to endure the discomfort and gazed repeatedly at the shining Tower of Evolution, because everything was just too incredible. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Or is the Tower of Evolution broken? How could all 10 floors be glowing? Oh my god. Based on previous experience, every time a level of the tower lights up, it means that over 10% of the same tier cards have been surpassed. If all 10 levels are lit, doesn't that mean the white card swordsman? Oh my god, I can't even think about it. You can't think about it, but I can. Doesn't that mean the white card swordsman has surpassed 100% of the white cards? But is that even possible? Just now, I specifically logged off to check the official website. The Tower of Evolution counts not only the player's heroes but also the natives in the game. Even the deceased are included. The best among them, players' heroes can't even compare. The white card swordsman is strong, but compared to them, he falls far short, so the Tower of Evolution must be malfunctioning. Right. I saw a book on the official website called History of the Great Domain, which specifically records the unparalleled powerhouses that have appeared in the Great Domain, including the ancient War King, who had the same initial qualifications as the white card swordsman, both being white. Since his debut, due to his poor qualifications, the ancient War King couldn't defeat anyone. From 10 battles and 10 defeats to 100 battles and 100 defeats, and then to 10,000 battles and 10,000 defeats. Though he faced repeated defeats, he never gave up and eventually grew to become a dominant king. Compared to him, the white card swordsman is just a worthless chicken. Why should he surpass him? I think the Tower of Evolution must have short-circuited, which is why all 10 levels are lit. Soon, the shocked players gradually came to their senses and split into two factions. One faction believed he was the strongest white card, while the other thought there was a problem with the Evolution Tower. The two sides argued incessantly, even escalating into a heated dispute. At that moment, a system announcement suddenly rang out, shattering all controversy. Congratulations to player Orange Suite, your N card hero, Greatsword Master, has successfully evolved into N+ card, Giant Sword Warrior. After calculations, it has been determined that the combat power of the Giant Sword Warrior during the N card period exceeds 100% of all N cards in the history of the Heavenly Domain. As a reward, you have received the White Supreme Glory 10 Wings Evolution Medal. Currently, the Giant Sword Warrior ranks first on the same level competition Ancient Monument leaderboard. Heroes ranked in the top 10,000 on the same level competition Ancient Monument leaderboard will forever be remembered for their glory in the Heavenly Domain. Giant Sword Warrior, due to your performance in the White Stage, your combat power is 315% of the former First Chaos War King. As an additional reward, you receive the title, Strongest White Card in History. As the system announcement concluded, the players erupted in excitement. What are you shouting about? Keep shouting? If you're weak, just practice more. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. I said the white card swordsman is the strongest in history, and you insist on talking about some malfunction in the Evolution Tower. I think you're the one whose brain is short-circuited. Oh my goodness. The strongest white card in history? That title is too flashy. The white card swordsman is like a little cow stepping on a power line awesome with lightning. The strongest in history, wow, that's amazing. The president is mighty. And Kor and the members of the No Clothes Alliance beamed with admiration and joy upon hearing the announcement. As Chen Chen's exclusive historian, the #1 knowledgeable person in the Heavenly Domain was already eagerly taking out the Luoyang Divine Paper, writing furiously. Chronicles of the Divine Kingdom Sword Emperor in the Divine Kingdom calendar, on the evening of January 3rd, Year 1, at 7:40 p.m., the Emperor successfully evolved into the Giant Sword Warrior in the Novice Village. The Emperor's potential is unparalleled, with profound foundations, easily breaking the white card record set by the former Chaos War King with a combat power equivalent to 315%. Thus, the Emperor is awarded the myth-level title, Strongest White Card in History. The Emperor's grace is unmatched, and the Emperor's deeds will be sung through the ages. At this moment, however, a speculation began to circulate among the players like an undercurrent. The strongest white card? Just a tombstone inscription. I felt something was off before. How could a mere white card defeat an SSR? Now that I think about it, he must have used some kind of dark magic, overextending his potential for a moment of glory. That guy is finished. You make a good point. Other heroes can continue to evolve and grow stronger, but the white card swordsman has reached his limit. For the sake of a momentary false name, he actually chose to overdraw his potential. He's simply the fool of fools. But it can't be said like that. Over 99.9% of white cards cannot meet the combat power requirements for evolution. Although the white card swordsman used underhanded methods and overextended his potential and future, at least he succeeded in evolving. That's not a loss. But it's also true that he's finished. White card swordsman, I haven't forgotten the last time you killed me in the Spirit Plant Valley Secret Realm. Now that you've exhausted your potential and ruined your future, I've evolved from SR to SSR. Tonight, you'd better not appear in the Spirit Plant Valley Secret Realm, or I will definitely make you taste the flavor of 1,000 souls devouring your body. In a remote corner of the square, a black-robed figure with a long hooked nose, the Heron Guardian, hunched over in the shadow of the wall, revealing a sinister smile. The system announcement spread widely, and Chen Chen inside the tower naturally heard it too. The strongest white card? He raised an eyebrow and checked the newly acquired title. Strongest white card in history, unique, quality, mythical effect, potential level +1. Method of acquisition, combat power during the white card stage exceeds 100% of the same tier. Introduction, you have earned this supreme glory and brilliance through your own efforts, which is quite remarkable. However, can you truly hold on to it? This title is not permanent. Once a stronger white card appears with a combat power of at least 200% of yours, it will leave you, because it is only worthy of the strongest. And there can only be one strongest. This title can actually enhance potential? Chen Chen was pleasantly surprised. He glanced at the panel, and indeed, his potential had risen from S rank to SS rank. The corresponding upgrades and star growth also changed accordingly. At S rank, for each level he gained, health +300, mana +50, attack +20, defense +20, magic resistance +20, speed +10. At SS rank, for each level he gained, health plus 450, mana plus 75, attack plus 30, defense plus 30, magic resistance plus 30, speed plus 15. With potential rising from S rank to SS rank, the upgrade benefits increased by 50%. Chen Shen looked at the star growth, and it was the same. As expected of a mythical title, it really packs a punch, Chen Shen exclaimed. As for whether he would lose this title, he wasn't worried at all. To take away the title, a white card's combat power would not only have to exceed his but also reach double his, which was no small feat. At the same time, Chen Shen's mind began to race. Since there exists the strongest white card in history, could there also be titles like strongest green card in history, strongest blue card in history, and so on? If he could obtain them all, how high would his potential level stack up? Thus, aside from evolving into SSR and claiming the top spot on the evolution leaderboard, Chen Shen had added another small goal. The evolution is complete. It's time to head out. Chen Shen hoisted the 3-meter-6 secret silver giant sword onto his shoulder and walked out of the evolution tower with firm steps. Indeed, Chen Shen had used the ability of the living armor, Lissa, to enlarge the secret silver giant sword by 8 times. This was not just for show. More importantly, the longer the weapon, the farther his attack range as a physical melee hero. As soon as he stepped out of the tower, Chen Shen noticed that he had become the focal point of the player's attention. Wow, what an awesome armor, this streamlined design, this full coverage armed to the teeth, and this simple yet elegant pattern. Each element resonates with my aesthetic. It's decided. After logging off, I'll find someone to customize a set just like it. Damn, that giant sword is so cool. It's taller than a floor. I really want one too. Skinny dog, just you? What would you do with it? Can you even wield a 3-meter-6 giant sword? The white card swordsman isn't evolving, he's getting plastic surgery, right? Among all the heroes I've seen, his transformation after evolution is the most significant. Oh my god, so handsome, all my heart has been thoroughly pierced. White card swordsman, no, green card swordsman, I want to have your babies. Being treated like a monkey and critiqued made Chen Shen feel somewhat uncomfortable. So, he hurriedly returned to his summoner's side. Are you Big Ken? And Cora looked up at Chen Shen, her delicate lips lightly biting her pinkish thin lips, asking timidly. Chen Shen's transformation was so great that she couldn't confirm it for a moment. What she feared the most was that Chen Shen had changed not just in appearance. Of course, summoner, I will always be your hero. Chen Shen smiled faintly. The familiar voice and calm demeanor dispelled all of Cora's doubts. In an instant, her smile bloomed like a flower, and her face regained its radiance. Big Can you hug me? Though she was asking, and Cora had already tiptoed, arms wide open, ready for a hug. Chen Shen did not answer, he simply reached out and wrapped his arms around Cora's waist, holding her in his embrace. Soft yet resilient, fragrant yet warm, is this what a little loli is like? Chen Shen's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Just moments ago, he had been experimenting with his new talent, Steel Skin, in the evolution tower and had forgotten to turn it off. As a result, the cold, solid mithril armor became his second skin, transmitting every sensation of his close contact with Cora directly to his central nervous system. Chen Shen finally understood that the little loli was indeed soft and fragrant, and holding her was incredibly comfortable. Suddenly, Chen Shen felt something unusual in his abdomen and immediately looked down. He saw a fair little hand wandering over his lower belly. It would caress, draw circles, and press down, making him feel ticklish. Get your hand away! Chen Shen irritably swatted away Tian Shaolian's mischievous little hand. President. A few strands of embarrassment appeared on Tian Shaolian's blushing, slightly tipsy face. Her movements had been quite gentle. Why had she still been discovered? However, President, you're biased. When the vice president wants a hug, you embrace her without a second thought. But when I just want to touch a little, you get unhappy. Who does that? I want to touch. Tian Shaolian glared at Chen Shen indignantly, her determination rising. Today, she was determined to see if the president's abs were really an 8-pack. She rolled up the sleeves on both sides, licked her dry lips, and with a whoosh, pounced at Chen Shen like a little wildcat. Her 2 claw-like hands aimed straight for Chen Shen's abdomen. For this overly traditional girl, Chen Shen always remained vigilant. He quickly dodged her attack and activated Cloud Step, rising to a height of 2 meters above the ground. President, you can't play dirty like this. If you have the ability, come down, and let's settle this. Tian Shaolian missed her target and turned around, looking at Chen Shen with a mournful expression, her little mouth pouting incessantly. Just as Chen Shen was about to say something, the village chief's booming voice rolled in. Summoners, this old village chief is getting old, and my old arms and legs can't take the strain anymore. Therefore, this will be the only evolution ceremony held. What? The players' expressions instantly became incredibly vivid, especially those whose heroes had not yet evolved. If this was the only ceremony, who would their heroes evolve with? No, I haven't even gotten on the bus yet. Suddenly, a furious howl came from a corner of the square, and the players turned to look. It was the scar-faced ghost Shadow Slaughter Soul, his face flushed with anger and frustration. Many people suddenly felt a sense of balance. With this supreme VIP backing them, it didn't seem so bad anymore. Why are you all howling like ghosts? This village chief hasn't finished speaking. In front of the evolution tower, the old village chief waved his hand. Boom! The evolution tower began to tremble violently, then suddenly shot up into the sky, breaking through the clouds and disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Then, the old village chief waved his dry right hand again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A full 10,000 white jade talismans flew out from his sleeves, each heading towards the puzzled players. In the future, if your heroes want to evolve, let them activate this jade talisman. The talisman will transport them inside the 10th evolution tower, and after the evolution is complete, activating the talisman again will bring them back. After explaining the function of the white jade talismans, the old village chief paid no mind to the players' reactions, straightened his cloak, and with a flash of white light around him, he vanished from sight. The players checked the time. It was already 7:50 p.m., and in 10 minutes, they would be forcibly logged off. So they tucked away the talismans and hurriedly made their way out of the village. The day was coming to an end, and it was time to send heroes to the secret realm. Chen Shan, holding Encore, also stepped into the air, heading towards the village exit. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a fragrance that penetrated deep into his lungs. Tilting his head to the left, a stunning figure appeared before him, as if she were a rare beauty standing apart from the world. The evening breeze gently brushed by, and the figure's garments fluttered in the wind, as if she had been waiting just for him. Big Can, I'm waiting for you in the Spirit Plant Valley's secret realm. You must come. Daji smiled charmingly as she extended the invitation to Chen Chen. Chen Chen responded indifferently. He. With a positive reply, Daji smiled brightly and flew away. Arriving at the slime plain outside the village with Encore, Chen Chen noticed that the little loli seemed disinterested, her head drooping listlessly. What's wrong, Summoner? He asked curiously. Big Can, the day has passed so quickly, and we have to part again. Encore looked up, reluctant to leave Chen Chen. Chen Chen understood. It turned out she hadn't had enough fun. His summoner seemed to be turning into a little loli addicted to the internet. Summoner, parting is just a decoration in life. We will see each other again tomorrow. Chen Chen didn't know what else to say, so he could only offer this consolation. Okay, I really want tomorrow to come quickly. Encore still looked unenthusiastic, and seeing that time was running out, she reached into her clothes and pulled out the little gold spending sprite. Is it dark already? Eve's voice was muffled, her eyelids drooping as if she hadn't fully woken up. Little sprite, wake up, it's time to open the secret realm. Encore gently shook her little hand, finally rousing Eve from her hazy slumber. Who are you? Why do you give off such an annoying vibe? Upon waking, Eve caught sight of the refreshed Chen Chen, her eyes instantly alert. Little sprite, he is Big Can. Didn't recognize me, huh? Hearing Encore's voice, Eve couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. This was really that annoying Scrap Iron Man? Why did he look so much more handsome? Had he successfully evolved? But wasn't the probability of a regular white card evolving less than 0.1%? Well, Scrap Iron Man wasn't an ordinary white card. Still, he shouldn't have undergone such a drastic change in appearance, let alone change his name. Eve flew in front of Chen Chen, tilting her head and furrowing her brows, unable to comprehend. In her understanding, whether it was a white card or an SSR, the details after evolution would have slight adjustments, but there would never be a major change, and the name would definitely not change, unless the Scrap Iron Man had embarked on a special evolution path, and special often meant rare and powerful. That annoying guy, could he be involved with the goddess of luck? Otherwise, why does he get all the good things? As she watched, Eve pouted, her face full of dissatisfaction. I say, have you looked enough? If you don't open the secret realm now, it'll be too late. After Chen Chen's reminder, Eve finally remembered the important matter. O goddess of nature, who dwells high above the clouds. As Eve recited the incantation devoutly, the door to the secret realm appeared in a slanted grid pattern. Chen Chen grabbed the golden dice from the white jade plate at the center of the door and tossed it casually. 6 sixes. Triple rewards, secured. Then, Encore pointed at the white vortex representing the Spirit Plant Valley's secret realm. The vortex suddenly accelerated, a tremendous suction enveloping Chen Chen, pulling him in. When Chen Chen once again found his footing, the surrounding environment had completely changed. Ha, isn't this a different place from last time? Chen Shen's face showed surprise. The last time he entered, it was a barren land with hardly any weeds, just scattered stones everywhere. Now, he found himself in a dense forest, standing on a thick layer of fallen branches and leaves, which emitted a faint smell of decay. Surrounding him were towering trees with lush foliage, including firs, pines, cypress, and some trees Chen Shen couldn't name. Their dense branches and leaves blocked the bright moonlight, casting the surroundings in shadows, with very low visibility. This was a completely unfamiliar environment. Does it mean that different evolution counts lead to different entry points? Chen Shen speculated briefly and felt it was highly likely. Suddenly, without further thought, Chen Shen felt a slight sting in his right back. -316, -10, poisoned, -10, -10. One by one, green damage numbers floated up from his head. Chen Shen turned around and saw the culprit behind the damage. A giant frog the size of a table, its back a riot of colors, exuding a strong sense of warning and danger. Mountain Forest Arrow Poison Frog, Elite, Level, 110 Health, 33,000/33,000 Spell Power, 2880 Skills, Poison Rain, Overload, Poison Arrow Barrage. Description: a creature that only exists in the second area of the Spirit Plant Valley. From birth, they feed on various poisons such as centipedes, venomous snakes, poisonous spiders, and giant scorpions. The more poison they consume, the stronger the toxins that settle within them, and any attack will inflict continuous poison damage. This is a frog that can kite, so please do not underestimate it. Just as Chen Shen was checking its information, the Mountain Forest Arrow Poison Frog's body suddenly swelled up significantly, turning a fiery red. Puff 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 puff. It then rapidly opened and closed its massive mouth, shooting 10 green poison arrows at Chen Shen in quick succession. -316 × 10, -10, poisoned, -10. Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. His magic resistance was as high as 2500, yet he still lost 3000 health. If it were the evolved purple card, this barrage would have taken at least half his health. This frog's damage was impressive. However, that was as far as it would go. Instant Prison Thunder God. Chen Shen immediately transformed into a brilliant blue lightning bolt, illuminating the dark forest in an instant. The lightning struck the Mountain Forest Arrow Poison Frog, piercing through it and reaching its back. -20,980, critical hit. The first damage from the evolved form caused the Mountain Forest Arrow Poison Frog's health bar to plummet. Quack quack. The Mountain Forest Arrow Poison Frog cried out in panic, and in its bulging frog eyes, a human-like shock and fear appeared. It hurriedly pushed off the ground with its strong hind legs. Crack! As the sound of branches snapping echoed in the silent forest, the massive body of the Mountain Forest Arrow Poison Frog leaped up, trying to escape into the distance. At the moment of its leap, four sword shadows, shining with silver light, heavily struck its rear. -3,834, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, ×4. -6,278, unyielding grip, critical hit, quack. The Mountain Forest Arrow Poison Frog let out a miserable cry, and then its enormous body crashed heavily to the ground, its health bar completely empty, losing all signs of life. You have killed the Mountain Forest Arrow Poison Frog, level 110 elite, gaining 3,300 experience. With one skill and one basic attack, Chen Shen had eliminated an elite monster with over 30,000 health, giving him a new understanding of his output capability. What delighted him even more was the unyielding grip. With the surge in health, he could finally deal considerable damage. +1,581, +1,581, and the terrifying recovery rate of 2% of maximum health per second quickly replenished Chen Shen's health. Then, he picked up the items dropped by the Mountain Forest Arrow Poison Frog. 2 pieces of bronze-level toad skin, 3 stalks of fragrant orchids, 2 beautiful pink flowers, and a peculiar piece of equipment. Chen Shen first picked up the toad skin. His combat power had long exceeded 2,000, and as long as he gathered 50 pieces of toad skin, he could summon the Toad Sage and enhance his exclusive bond. Next were the 3 stalks of fragrant orchids, which turned into 9 under the triple bonus. The flowers were new affinity items. Pink tulip quality, silver effect, can be given to heroes, each increases affinity by 10 points. Introduction: pink tulips symbolize eternal blessings. Quickly give them to your beloved hero. Once the hero's favor reaches a certain level, special functions can be unlocked. The equipment is a green blow dart. The blow dart is over 30 centimeters long, with a thickness similar to that of sugarcane, entirely deep green, and has a cool, slippery texture. In the middle of the blow dart's body, there are 2 bulging frog eyes stuck on either side. They are the size of a baby's fist, and strangely, the brown vertical pupils inside keep spinning, as if they are not completely dead. -10, -10, plus 1581, plus 1581. Even more bizarre, as soon as Chen Shen picked up the blow dart, he started losing health. His curiosity fully piqued. He checked the details of the blow dart. Frog blow dart quality. Bronze equipment requirement, level 100 magic power plus 320 mana plus 1600 range 20 meters sleep arrowhead. Every 80 seconds, a blow dart carrying a special arrowhead will automatically generate inside the blow dart tube. When this blow dart hits a target, it will deal 280% of spell power as spell damage and put the target to sleep for 3 seconds. Sleep, loses consciousness, wakes up after being attacked or controlled. Introduction: this blow dart is poisonous everywhere, indiscriminate of friend or foe. Upon contact, it drains 10 health points per second. The mouthpiece is doubly poisonous. Each time it touches, it deducts an additional 100 health points, so use it cautiously when health is low. Not bad. Chen Shen's dark pupils slightly brightened. This frog blow dart came at just the right time, compensating for his lack of ranged control skills. The stun from the Dragon Slayer sword can only be triggered by melee attacks. The sleep effect of the frog blow dart, however, can control enemies from 20 meters away. One far, one near, they complement each other, making his small combo even more complete. As for the additional health loss, Chen Shen directly ignored it. With the ability to recover 2% of his maximum health per second, losing 10 points, or even 100 points, was nothing. What if he lost 1,000 points? In his first battle, he gained a lot, which was undoubtedly a good omen. After picking up all the dropped items, Chen Shen energetically began to explore this unfamiliar forest. You have killed a giant-bellied bullfrog, level 110, gaining 1650 experience points. You have killed a tiger-striped tree frog, level 120, gaining 1800 experience points. You have killed a blue-eyed golden toad, level 115, gaining 1725 experience points. Unfortunately, good luck did not continue to favor Chen Shen. He traveled west, exploring the forest, killing one frog monster after another, but the second elite monster did not appear for a long time. The drops from ordinary monsters were also quite common. Toad skins were guaranteed drops, and fragrant orchids occasionally dropped a few. As for favorability items, he hadn't seen a single silver-level tulip, but there were a few bronze-level roses. Fortunately, Chen Shen's experience kept rising rapidly. You have leveled up from level 100 to level 101, health plus 450, mana plus 75, attack plus 30, defense plus 30, magic resistance plus 30, speed plus 15. You have successfully triggered the talent, Minion Luck, gaining the above growth once more. In less than 2 hours, he had leveled up from 100 to 101. Chen Shen roughly calculated that although he had only increased by 1 level, his damage had increased by nearly 2%, which was quite significant. Additionally, leveling up by killing monsters was just a side benefit. Chen Shen had not forgotten the main purpose of this trip, obtaining fragrant orchids. As the forest in the second area, the frequency of fragrant orchids appearing was much higher than in the rocky wasteland of the first area. Along the way, he walked and stopped, carefully searching. He indeed found quite a few light purple fragrant orchids at the roots of towering trees or under the decayed soil covered by withered yellow branches and leaves. With the buff of 6/6 Great Luck, he collected a total of 45 plants. Making jelly can allow him to maintain his human form for an entire day, and this is just the result of less than 2 hours of effort. The heavy mithril boots, shining with silver light, crunched over the thick, soft layer of fallen leaves, constantly making a crunch-crunch sound as the leaves broke. Chen Shen walked while eating the fragrant and soft golden jelly. Slurp, chew. After evolving, his spiritual power limit had risen to 147 points. Even so, his endurance time was less than 2.5 hours, so he had to eat jelly from time to time to replenish his spiritual power. Chen Shen had 4 space slots, one of which was firmly reserved for storing jelly. Something's not right. After finishing the jelly, Chen Shen paused, his brow furrowed in confusion as he observed his surroundings. The moonlight was cold, and the shadows of the trees danced, seemingly without any abnormalities. However, the absence of abnormalities was the biggest abnormality. In the past hour and a half, every few minutes, various frogs or toads would jump out, recklessly launching suicidal attacks against him. But in the last 20 minutes, he hadn't encountered a single monster. Could they have learned their lesson? Chen Shen rubbed his chin in speculation. If the monsters really had retreated, he would be quite frustrated, because he was just 3 toad skins short of summoning the Toad Sage to enhance his exclusive bond. Let's look a bit more. Chen Shen, unwilling to give up, continued walking west. As he walked, he noticed that not only were there no monsters, but the surrounding space was also getting brighter. This was due to the lush trees gradually becoming sparse, with the gaps between them widening, allowing large patches of moonlight to pour in. A few minutes later, the trees completely disappeared, and Chen Chen emerged from the forest into a flat, open area ahead. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A cold mountain breeze blew in from the other side, revealing a dark abyss. Indeed, this was a cliff. Above the cliff, the cold moon hung like a hook, casting pale moonlight down that not only illuminated the ground like a bright mirror but also reflected off Chen Chen's silver armor, creating a hazy and enchanting silver halo. However, Chen Chen's attention was not on this. He focused intently on a spot 100 meters ahead. There, crouched a toad the size of a small hill, facing away from him, gazing at the moon. Unlike ordinary toads, this creature's skin was surprisingly smooth, without the usual bumps, resembling white glass. Chen Chen also noticed that the nearby moonlight had transformed into white light spots, merging into the toad's peculiar skin. Goo goo! Then, the toad's hill-sized body swelled slightly. Chen Chen watched in amazement, and the information about the white toad appeared before his eyes. Moonlight Cold Toad, rare, silver level boss, level, 120 health, 510000/510000 attack, 4200 spell power, 5500 talent, Cold Moon physique. Control effects received are reduced by 30%. Moon Devourer can continuously grow by absorbing moonlight. Skills: New Moonstrike, Ice Domain, Infinite Moonlight Combo. Blessing of the Cold Moon description: a powerful being that exists only in the second area of the Spirit Plant Valley, flowing with a trace of the bloodline of the divine beast, Moon Palace Sacred Toad. Therefore, although it is a silver-level boss, its strength surpasses that of an ordinary gold-level boss. Every night, it seeks an open area to absorb and refine the essence of the moon, continuously growing stronger. To avoid disturbance, it will preemptively slaughter all creatures within a radius of 500 meters. For the sake of his own life, it would be best to keep a distance from it. A rare boss? Chen Chen was slightly surprised. In Heavenly Domain, rare bosses are significantly stronger than their same-level counterparts, and correspondingly, the loot dropped after defeating them is more luxurious. At the same time, Chen Chen understood why he hadn't encountered any monsters earlier. It turned out they had all been cleared away by the Moonlight Cold Toad. Quack! Suddenly, it seemed to sense Chen Chen. The Moonlight Cold Toad, 100 meters away, immediately turned its body and hopped towards him. In its enormous scarlet eyes, larger than lanterns, there was a wild brutality and ferocity. Boom! The Moonlight Cold Toad's body was simply too massive. Each leap caused the ground to shake violently, and the entire cliff trembled intensely. Crack! Crack! Weak spots in the ground continuously opened up large fissures. Rustle! Rustle! At the base of the cliff, small stones were shaken loose, falling into the pitch-black abyss below. The strong tremors radiated from the cliff, spreading into the surrounding forest. Wave after wave, like the relentless tide. The unusual disturbance immediately caught the attention of the heroes around the forest. What's going on? An earthquake? The noise is coming from the west, and the tremors are persistent. I shall go investigate. With such disturbances in the world, there must be opportunities and treasures appearing. I shall go. He. The treasures can only belong to me, Drum Toad? Sure Chien. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the rugged forest, heroes rushed forward as if on flat ground, their target clearly the cliff where Chen Chen was located. But not long after, a series of curses, pleas for mercy, and screams suddenly erupted from the western part of the forest. Ah, who dares to ambush me? Put, please spare my life. I don't want the opportunity anymore. No. Each voice was cut off as soon as it was heard. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the angry shouts, there was a series of explosion sounds mixed in. The combination of these two sounds shattered the night silence. Some sharp-eyed heroes saw that those who were faster and had run ahead were all drained of their health, sent back to card status. Truly, the faster you run, the quicker you die, as if rushing to be reborn. A star on their card backs exploded into nothingness, which was the source of the explosion sounds. The forerunners had already met their demise, and the heroes who were a step slower were filled with anger and fear. Who was attacking? Who could easily kill nearly 10 purple heroes? At this moment, the remaining purple heroes felt a suffocating sense of being ensnared by a python. Yet they were unwilling to retreat and hand over the treasures. Because they had once been blue heroes, and it had taken great effort to evolve into purple, they felt a sense of pride, however slight. If they fled without even seeing the enemy, it would be too embarrassing. Thus, these purple heroes gathered together, choosing to advance as a group. Finally, over 30 purple heroes arrived at the site of the previous heroes' deaths. They saw a massive black mist floating in mid-air, with translucent vengeful spirits writhing in and out of it. Each of them had twisted faces, blood oozing from their 7 orifices, sending chills down one's spine. In the center of the black mist, an old man with a hooked nose sat cross-legged, his legs bent, gazing down at the group of heroes with a sinister glare. Upon seeing the name of the hook-nosed old man, the hearts of the 30-plus purple heroes sank. SSR, Soul Domain, Lu Protector, 11 stars, level 102. The gap between SR and SSR was a chasm. Some had already begun to retreat. But SR, General Lingling? Xing Daoron puffed out his chest, stubbornly stepping forward, and hoarsely questioned the Lu Protector. Old man, why are you here slaughtering the innocent instead of seeking opportunities? The Lu Protector greedily licked his lips, his aged face filled with intense malice. Because you are my opportunity. Kikik, 10,000 souls devour the body. He grinned wickedly and clapped his hands on the black cloud beneath him. Woo woo woo. In an instant, a stream of vengeful spirits wailed as they surged out, clawing and snapping at the crowd. Xing Daoron was the first to bear the brunt, with 2 vengeful spirits clamped tightly onto his neck. Minus 2,560. Minus 2,560. Until his death, a look of shock remained on Xing Daoron's face. He never expected that this old bastard would be so decisive, without a word, directly striking to kill. Ah, damn old demon, Ganlin's mother. I'll fight you to the end. Damn it. He's 20 meters off the ground, our attacks can't reach him at all. It's so frustrating. The vengeful spirits rampaged, and in no time, over 30 purple heroes had fallen, with none surviving. As they were teleported out of the secret realm, they also dropped varying amounts of fragrant herbs. A bunch of ants. The Guardian Lu sneered, picking up all the fragrant herbs before flying towards Chen Chen's direction. I want to see who was making such a commotion. Meanwhile, Chen Chen, dragging a 3.6-meter-long mithril giant sword, quietly watched as the Moonlight Cold Toad approached at high speed. 100 meters, 75 meters, 50 meters. When the distance was only 20 meters, Chen Chen moved. Whoosh! First, he took out a frog-blowing dart and blew into it. Minus 10, minus 100. While losing health himself, the ghostly green sleeping poison dart successfully hit the Moonlight Cold Toad's left forelimb. Minus 1. Thud! The Moonlight Cold Toad immediately closed its eyes and fell asleep, its massive body collapsing like a landslide. Due to the influence of the innate ability, Cold Moon Physique, it would only sleep for 2.1 seconds. For Chen Chen, this was more than enough. His speed was 15 meters per second, so in less than 2 seconds, he rushed to the head of the Moonlight Cold Toad, which was larger than a van. The mithril giant's sword slashed upward violently at the toad's forehead. Minus 2,218, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 4. Minus 5,626, unyielding grip, critical hit. The 4-hit normal attack, combined with unyielding grip, dealt over 10,000 damage right from the start. Quack, quack. The Moonlight Cold Toad woke up from the hit, just about to counterattack, when the Dragon Might effect of the Dragon Slayer sword activated, causing it to enter a 0.5-second stun. Seeing this, a confident smile curved on Chen Chen's lips, as if everything was under his control. Next, it's my turn. Summer Long Sword. The giant sword aimed at the Moonlight Cold Toad's chin, swiftly thrusting upward, like summer foliage, expressing a frenzied growth. Minus 5,824, critical hit. With one sword strike, Chen Chen entered a special state, gaining a 2% damage bonus for every hit dealt within 15 seconds. Autumn Harvest Sword. Following that, the mithril giant's sword decisively fell, ruthlessly chopping down towards the Moonlight Cold Toad's large face. Minus 21,654, critical hit. This strike not only dealt high true damage but also stole 30% of its attack speed and movement speed. After that, he interspersed a few normal attacks to maintain control, and without pausing, Chen Chen unleashed the Polar Whirlwind Slash. He transformed into a silver tornado, the mithril giant sword clashing rapidly against the Moonlight Cold Toad's glassy skin, sparks flying and scorching the air. Minus 2,996, critical hit. Minus 3,054, critical hit. After a surge in speed, this spin lasted a full 18 circles. In 3 seconds, the terrifying growth potential of the Polar Whirlwind Slash began to show. Relentless Strikes. Minus 4,056, Relentless Strikes. Critical hit, combo, lucky combo. Minus 4,114, Relentless Strikes. Critical hit, combo, lucky combo. 8 silver sword shadows struck down on the Moonlight Cold Toad's head in succession. At this point, a complete set of fluid, storm-like attacks was finished, taking a total of 5 seconds. The Moonlight Toad had only 2 seconds left to completely shake off the effects of paralysis. At this moment, Chen Chen glanced at the panel. His attack speed had already surpassed 3.0. In that case, let's see how you handle my 12 strikes in 1 second. Minus 3,460, critical hit, combo, lucky combo. Minus 3,504, critical hit, combo, lucky combo. The giant sword of the secret realm was a staggering 3 meters long, looking particularly heavy, yet in Chen Chen's hands, it was swung with dazzling afterimages. Clearly a giant sword more exaggerated than a heavy weapon, its attack speed was faster than the lightest dagger. Two completely opposite extremes combined, creating a visual impact that was off the charts. In the last 2 seconds, Chen Chen swung his sword 24 times, dealing a staggering 90,000 damage to the Moonlight Toad. Coupled with the previous seamless perfect combo, in just 7 seconds, Chen Chen had managed to whittle down the boss's health by a full 230,000, almost half of its total health. The Moonlight Toad, which had done nothing but take a beating, finally shook off the effects of paralysis. Quack! Its pair of crimson eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out. Clearly, it was furious. Next, Chen Chen would face its relentless revenge. The Moonlight Toad's powerful hind legs pushed off the ground, leaping high into the air. It raised its massive head, looking up at the crescent moon in the sky, and let out a loud quack. Chen Chen stretched his neck slightly, widening his eyes. He saw a thick moonwhite beam of light shooting from the direction of the full moon, enveloping the Moonlight Toad. 3 seconds later, the beam dissipated, and the Moonlight Toad fell heavily to the ground, its form reappearing. Compared to before, its body had swelled significantly, its skin resembling white glass radiating a strong white light. Most importantly, its attack and magic power on the panel had both increased. Attack rose from 4,200 to 5,400. Magic power rose from 5,500 to 7,200. Is this the effect of the blessing of the crescent moon? Looking at the changes in the Moonlight Toad, Chen Chen recalled one of its 4 major skills. At the same time, seeing the Moonlight Toad re-enter the attack range, he immediately seized the opportunity and wildly swung the mithril giant sword. Bang bang bang, minus 2,218, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 12. The damage increase from the summer long sword had ended, but the attack speed boost from the autumn harvest sword had not yet faded. Thus, Chen Chen maintained the terrifying attack frequency of 12 strikes per second. Crack crack crack. But as he swung, Chen Chen noticed white ice crystals beginning to form on the blade of the mithril giant sword. No, not just the giant sword. Looking down, he saw that even the surface of his mithril heavy armor was gradually being covered by white ice crystals. He turned his head to look around and realized that the entire cliff had somehow transformed into a world draped in silver, with snowflakes swirling everywhere. Moreover, the temperature had plummeted. Chen Chen felt his blood flow slow, his muscles stiffen and numb, making it difficult to move. His attack speed dropped from 12 strikes per second to 6. Ding! You have been affected by the skill, Ice Domain, attack speed reduced by 40%, movement speed reduced by 40%, lasting until the end of the battle. The system prompt sounded just in time, explaining the reason for Chen Chen's drastic speed reduction. Quack quack woo! At that moment, the Moonlight Toad let out a furious roar and launched its first attack against Chen Chen. It raised its massive right palm, tracing a crescent arc through the air, and slammed down hard towards Chen Chen. Affected by the Ice Domain, both Chen Chen's attack speed and movement speed had significantly decreased. Even if he wanted to dodge this palm, he was powerless to do so. Minus 4,630. With a dull thud, Chen Chen was struck as if by a giant hammer, being forced back 5 or 6 meters. His health dropped directly by 5%. Plus 1,581. Plus 1,581. Fortunately, the Wind of Revival talent and the Shapeshifter bond were as steady as an old dog, quickly restoring the lost health of Chen Chen. Minus 4,630. Minus 2,218. Critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 4. Next, Chen Chen and the Moonlight Cold Toad began a straightforward standoff. Without any skill involved, it was simply a matter of who had higher damage and thicker health. Clearly, with the ability to recover 2% of maximum health per second and a 4-hit basic attack, Chen Chen held an absolute advantage. Before long, the Moonlight Cold Toad's health dropped to 100,000, while Chen Chen was still at full health. Because of this, a human-like rage appeared in its eyes. Moonlight Infinite Combo. The enraged Moonlight Cold Toad unleashed its ultimate technique. As the surface of its glazed skin shone with bright white light, it transformed into a thick beam of white rainbow light, piercing through Chen Chen at lightning speed, directly from in front of him to behind. Minus 22,000. A massive damage number popped up above Chen Chen's head. A color-swapped version of the instant thunder god? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Chen Chen felt another pain in his chest. Minus 22,000. The white rainbow light pierced through him again, this time from behind to in front. Ha! Wait a minute? Chen Chen suddenly realized a blind spot. The white rainbow light, which represented the Moonlight Cold Toad's health, had actually dropped from 100,000 to 80,000 after 2 penetrations. So the boss's Moonlight Infinite Combo consumes health. A look of realization crossed Chen Chen's face. Since that was the case, he knew what to do. Winter Concealment Sword, activate. Holding the mithril greatsword, Chun Chen calmly made a sheathing motion. An ancient, crimson blood pool appeared behind him. Minus 22,000. Minus 22,000. Minus 22,000. During the 5 seconds of the Winter Concealment Sword's duration, the Moonlight Cold Toad executed the Moonlight Infinite combo 5 times in a row. After 5 times, the Moonlight Cold Toad's health was down to 30,000. What puzzled it was that this strange human's health bar was at 0, yet he hadn't died. The next second, it was dumbfounded. Because as the duration of the Winter Concealment Sword ended, the blood pool poured fresh blood into his body, and not only did Chen Chen not die, but his health actually recovered to 33,000. Quack quack quack, quack 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 quack. The Moonlight Toad was furious at this shameless skill, hopping around as if it had lost its mind. However, Chen Chen did not let his guard down, because the boss could still unleash the Moonlight Infinite combo 2 more times, dealing 44,000 points of damage. So, strike first to gain the upper hand, or suffer the consequences. Chen Chen's eyes hardened, decisively transforming into a flickering arc of blue lightning, charging forward towards the Moonlight Cold Toad. Instant Thunder God, 3 consecutive penetrations. 95-98, critical hit, times 3. The lightning pierced through the Moonlight Cold Toad 3 times in a row, causing massive damage, yet it still left it with a sliver of health. Spring Growth Sword, minus 2,218, critical hit. Arriving behind the Moonlight Cold Toad, Chen Chen turned and swept, taking away its last breath of life, plus 8,176. At the same time, he restored 10% of his maximum health. Boom! Just as the Moonlight Cold Toad died, its massive body exploded without hesitation. It was like a giant landmine, shaking the cliff violently. Minus 25,000. A huge red damage number floated up above Chen Chen's head. Chen Chen's face instantly turned as dark as a pot bottom. Did it have to take a shot at him even in death? However, considering the loot from the Moonlight Cold Toad, Chen Chen decided not to pursue the matter further, because a large pile of items fell in front of him with a clatter. Chen Chen bent down and picked up a book with a golden cover, radiating a faint golden glow. This was a golden level skill book, the highest quality drop from the Moonlight Toad. Taking a glance at the detailed content, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel delighted. This was actually a passive skill book. Blade Surge, passive skill, quality, gold level, LV1 effect. There is a 10% chance during normal attacks to generate a chaotic wave composed of invisible blades. These will deal area damage equal to 50% of the attack power to secondary targets around the main target. The main target is not affected by this damage. The range affected by Blade Surge depends on the weapon length, current range, 3.6 meters in diameter. Chen Chen carefully read through the introduction of Blade Surge. A 10% chance? Isn't that a guaranteed trigger? Area damage? Isn't that splash damage? From now on, my normal attacks will not only guarantee critical hits, guaranteed combos, and guaranteed lucky combos, but also a new special effect. It's just that the range is surprisingly influenced by the weapon length, which is a bit strange. Chen Chen fondled the cover of the skill book with affection, just about to learn it. At that moment, a sinister voice came from behind. He, leave everything behind, and I might show mercy and let you go. Otherwise, you can just die. Ha, just finished off a boss, and now someone wants to pick the fruit. Who is it? Chen Chen turned around while holding the Blade Surge skill book. He saw a dark cloud floating down from the sky at some point. The cloud was deep and shallow, with fierce souls coming in and out, and sitting atop it was an old man with a hooked nose. The old man's gaze was contemptuous, and his posture was high and mighty. Chen Chen immediately recognized this old man who wanted to rob him. It was the purple-carded Guardian Egret who had beaten him up with a white card last time he entered the Spirit Plant Valley secret realm. However, 30 years of ups and downs, the Guardian Egret was no longer the small purple card of the past. The name said it all. SSR, Soul Domain, Guardian Egret, 11 stars, level 102. From a purple card evolving into an SSR, the Guardian Egret's appearance had not changed much. That iconic hooked nose, the thick fingers, and the rolling dark clouds beneath him, along with the fierce souls, instantly stirred Chen Chen's memories. This old man seemed to have wanted to rob him last time too? Truly, he had not forgotten his original intention and was dedicated to his work. It's just a pity that he chose the wrong target and was destined to be disappointed. You want the skill book in my hand and the treasures behind me? Chen Chen weighed the shimmering skill book in his hand, pointed at the loot on the ground, and spoke in a frivolous tone. Kid, I advise you to be sensible and stop playing tricks. Don't seek trouble for no reason. Times have changed, even if you've evolved into a green card, so what? As an SSR, I can easily crush you with a finger. The Guardian Egret's hoarse voice was laced with impatience and a strong threat. Even though Chen Chen's appearance had changed dramatically, becoming more imposing and handsome, the guardian egret still recognized him at a glance as the white card that had once caused him great loss. Because looking across the entire 88888 novice village, apart from him, there was no other white card or green card that would be cultivated as a main force. More importantly, Chen Chen had entered the evolution tower with his original appearance and walked out with his current one. The process of this change was clear to the guardian egret. If I could directly kill you and obtain the skill book, I wouldn't need to waste my breath. The humiliating experience of failing to steal last time had always been on the guardian egret's mind. He wished to clear that shame on the spot, but thinking of the skill book, he could only resort to threats. After all, that is an incredibly rare gold-level skill book. The guardian egret's eyes glinted with greed. In response to his threat, Chen Chen's reply was only 5 words. Get lost, you turtle. The guardian egret frowned, his gaze slightly puzzled as he looked at Chen Chen. What do you mean? It means you should roll away, crawl away. As Chen Chen explained slowly, he slapped the skill book. The latter transformed into golden light spots, scattering with the wind. Congratulations! You have successfully learned the passive skill, Blade Surge. What? The Guardian Lu was taken aback at first, but when he realized he had been insulted, he immediately became furious. Moreover, Chen Chen's act of learning the skill completely disregarded him, an SSR. Sharp-tongued little brat, you're asking for death. Soul extraction. The Guardian Lu's face twisted in rage, his chest heaving violently, clearly infuriated. He suddenly extended his right hand, curling it into an eagle's claw, and reached out towards Chen Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wisps of translucent black gas surged out from the divine court point above Chen Chen's head. Minus 7,358. As the blue numbers floated up from above, Chen Chen felt his steps falter, his whole body weak, as if he had been drained of energy. You are afflicted with the negative status, Soul Dispersal, lose 9% of health, defense reduced by 20%, magic resistance reduced by 20%, lasting for 20 seconds. Then, the Guardian Lu clapped his hands, and a swarm of vengeful souls lunged at Chen Chen. Little brat, taste my 10,000 souls devour. Kick. The thought of Chen Chen being torn to shreds by the multitude of souls made the Guardian Lu chuckle wickedly. But soon, he found himself unable to laugh, like a duck with its neck grasped tightly. Minus 148. Minus 148. Plus 1,635. Plus 1,635. The vengeful souls clung to Chen Chen, biting fiercely, but the damage dealt was far from what the Guardian Lu had imagined. Damn it! What's up with his magic resistance and health? And the healing too? Can't I even deal damage? The Guardian Lu was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. He had thought that after evolving into an SSR, he could take down low-tier cards with ease. The 30 purple heroes before were the best proof of that. But why was he now struggling against a green card? Who was the real SSR here? Wasn't there a rumor in the village that white card swordsmen had exhausted their potential and were no longer a threat? What kind of exhausted potential was this? Old dang, is this all you can do? Chen Chen crossed his arms, looking calmly at the Guardian Lu in the sky. Little brat, I admit you have some skill, but you still can't escape death. I have the advantage in the air, how can I lose? You ultimately cannot withstand my vengeful soul's gnawing. Kick. The Guardian Lu laughed incessantly, his wild laughter echoing through the night sky. Chen Chen's pupils constricted. The Guardian Lu was 20 meters in the air, and conventional means couldn't reach him at all. The number of vengeful souls surrounding him was overwhelming, and his healing was already becoming strained. If he didn't do something soon, he might really be ground down to death. Wail! Scream! Little brat! The Guardian Lu was smug, even conjuring a card illusion, flashing it at Chen Chen, fully provocative. Old man, you popped the champagne too early, and besides, you're not the only one who can reveal cards. Chen Chen shook his head with a cold smile. With a thought, the illusion of his green card appeared above his head, its green light flashing continuously. Chen Chen's main body was about the size of a palm, with green gilded edges, and compared to the white card, the artwork was much more refined. Of course, the dynamic effects and wall-breaking sound effects were exclusive to SSRs, which he did not have. But his card also had something that made the Guardian Lu, as an SSR, instantly filled with jealousy. That was the White Supreme Glory? 10 Wings Evolution Medal. Located at the upper right corner of Chen Chen's card was a pure white, translucent, perfectly round gem, with 5 small wings on each side. The small wings were also white, curving slightly upwards, as if they were about to take flight at any moment. In Sky Domain, every time a card succeeded, it would earn an Honor Evolution Medal. Before evolution, a combat power exceeding 30% at the same rank would earn a Triangular Medal, accompanied by 3 small wings. Exceeding 40% at the same rank would yield a quadrilateral medal, with 4 small wings, and so on. Chen Chen's circular medal, however, is synonymous with perfection. It only appears under one condition, when the combat power exceeds 100% at the same rank, making it the strongest card of this stage. This means that other shapes of gems can be possessed by multiple heroes simultaneously, but the perfect circular gem is unique, symbolizing the strongest of that stage. Possessing several circular gems equates to being a multi-crown king. Currently, Chen Chen is a single crown king. The uniqueness of the circular gem elevates Chen Chen's status immensely. This is the reason for the jealousy of the Heron Guardian. Its medal is merely a purple pentagon, far inferior to Chen Chen's, unable to catch up. After revealing his card, Chen Chen no longer hesitated. He took a step forward, triggering the cloak effect, cloud ladder, then alternated stepping with his left and right feet, ascending to a height of 2 meters above the ground. Finally, he took out the frog blow dart and aimed it at the Heron Guardian. "You little brat, you can actually float? But what can you do at just 2 meters? Hee hee, after I evolved from a purple card to SSR, my flying height doubled from the original 10 meters to 20 meters. You, a physical melee fighter, think you can reach me? Dream on." The Heron Guardian, feeling triumphant, loudly mocked, but Chen Chen seized the opportunity and unexpectedly blew the frog blow dart. Whoosh! The dark green arrow, concealed by the night, shot straight into his open mouth. It was a direct nucleic acid test. Hoo hoo hoo! The Heron Guardian instantly fell into a deep sleep, and the dark clouds beneath him dissipated, vanishing without a trace. The bright moonlight finally illuminated the earth. The sleeping Heron Guardian completely lost control of his body and fell with a thud onto the rough cliff surface. Chen Chen would not let this opportunity slip by. He dashed forward 3 steps, reached the Heron Guardian, and swung his shimmering giant sword, striking his treacherous old face without a word. Minus 3080, relentless strike, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 4. Minus 3360, relentless strike, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 4. A total of 8 strikes jolted the Heron Guardian's sleeping spirit awake. Where am I? The awakened Heron Guardian was still a bit dazed. He shouldn't be here, he should be in the clouds. But Chen Chen did not give him much time to think. The giant sword came down on the Heron Guardian's head with a clang clang clang, like smashing cucumbers. Minus 2800, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 10. 10 strikes in 1 second, combined with relentless strikes, directly knocked off over 50,000 health points from the Heron Guardian. Seeing his health plummet to less than half, the Heron Guardian finally felt a chill run down his spine. Deep fear, indescribable shock, and thick confusion were all etched on his face. It was profound. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am SSR, the very symbol of nobility and strength. How could I possibly lose? Before evolution, I lost to a white card swordsman, and after evolution, I lost to him again. Does that mean my evolution was in vain? At this moment, the Heron Guardian felt both unwilling and frustrated. Unwilling to accept defeat again, and frustrated that his body was inexplicably stiff, unable to move an inch. He could only obediently take the beating. "You little brat, just wait. This matter isn't over," the Heron Guardian threatened through gritted teeth. Chen Chen frowned. This old man didn't seem to be just blustering. Could he have some hidden card he hadn't used? Who cares? Just keep chopping. Minus 2800, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 10. Minus 2800, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 10. 2 seconds later, the Egret's Guardian lost the last trace of life, but he didn't die. A layer of shallow black, eggshell-like shield suddenly appeared, wrapping him inside, purifying the stiffness effect while absorbing subsequent damage. Additionally, 2 strands of black mist coiled around his feet. The Egret's Guardian glared fiercely at Chen Chen, then erupted with extraordinary speed, racing towards the forest. In just a few blinks, he vanished like a rabbit darting away. Did this old man evolve into an SSR and gain a life-saving exclusive bond? Looking at the disappearing figure of the Egret's Guardian, Chen Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had initially thought of getting some fragrant herbs from this old man like last time. However, this battle was not without its gains. Chen Chen withdrew his gaze from the forest, opened his left hand, and focused on the palm. A triangular piece of black cloth lay quietly there. This was precisely what he had cut from the old man's left sleeve while he was frantically attacking the Egret's Guardian. The new skill he learned during evolution, 10-direction sword attendant, required a medium corresponding to the target to replicate the sword attendant. The SSR Egret's Guardian was the first target Chen Chen planned to replicate. After replicating him, perhaps he would understand how that old man escaped just now. But before that, he needed to take stock of the remaining drops from the Moonlight Cold Toad. So, Chen Chen began to put the drops into his backpack while counting. Silver grade toad skin, 6 pieces. Now I have enough to summon the toad sage with 50 pieces. Fragrant herbs, 5 plants, which becomes 15 with the bonus from 6 great smooth. Pink tulips, 3 flowers. Copper coins, 45 pieces. Lastly, 3 pieces of bronze grade equipment. And 1 piece of gold grade equipment? By the end of the count, Chen Chen's tone had risen slightly. He didn't pay much attention to the 3 pieces of bronze grade equipment. Although their attributes were significantly better than his slime set, the latter had a 30% experience bonus. For now, he couldn't afford to switch. The only gold grade equipment did catch Chen Chen's attention. It was actually a shield. The design was a kite-shaped shield, round at the top, pointed at the bottom, and elongated in shape. Made entirely of white glass, it sparkled brilliantly under the light, dazzling and eye-catching. It didn't look like a shield at all, rather, it resembled a fine piece of craftsmanship. Chen Chen picked it up and examined it from all angles. It was very light, with a cool, smooth texture, and its attributes were quite impressive. Cold Moon Glass Shield quality, gold equipment requirement, level 100 health plus 8000 defense plus 300 magic resistance plus 200 glass guardian. After equipping, when health drops by 30%, gain a 5000 shield for 10 seconds. Description: a standard shield, very suitable for foolish newbies. With it, mom no longer has to worry about me dying suddenly. Indeed, as the description said, this was a shield that performed well in all aspects. Especially the blood loss to shield effect greatly increased the survival probability for clumsy players. I'll give this shield to the summoner when she logs in tomorrow. Chen Chen didn't keep it for himself. Firstly, his health and defense were strong enough, so the shield had little effect on him. Secondly, his mithril greatsword was too large, often requiring both hands to wield, leaving no room to hold a shield. After coming to this conclusion, Chen Chen put away the cold moon glass shield and stepped away from the cliff, heading north. Along the way, he stopped in a clearing in the woods. After confirming there were no other heroes around, he took out all the toad skins from his backpack and piled them in the center of the clearing. Among them, some were colorful, some were pure white and smooth, and some were bumpy, coming from more than a dozen different toads. Chen Chen placed 50 strange toad skins on the ground and arranged them in a specific pattern to form a circle. Zzzz. A peculiar sound emerged as the toad skins quickly extended, sticking to each other while rotating and enlarging, ultimately forming a teleportation array covered in mysterious runes. V-Room. With a buzzing sound, a 3-meter-tall white pillar of light suddenly appeared above the teleportation array. From within the light, an old man dressed in a loose white robe stepped out. The old man was hunched, with disheveled hair and beard, yet he exuded an otherworldly aura. The most peculiar thing was that he had a toad's head. Chen Chen squinted. Having been introduced to the old man by the village chief, he recognized the true identity of this toad immortal. Once one of the 4 saints who protected the slime empire, his power was unfathomable. Senior, I am deeply grateful for what you did before. Chen Chen clasped his hands in salute, thanking the toad immortal for helping him pave the way for evolution. The toad immortal did not speak, merely nodding. Only then did Chen Chen get to the point. Senior, my combat power has surpassed 2000, and I can challenge the next level of the gambling toad. I ask for your assistance in unsealing it. With that, Chen Chen took out a strange toad statue from his backpack and handed it to the toad immortal. The toad statue was about the size of an apple, with the left side entirely black and the right side pure white, as if representing luck and misfortune. The colors and shapes of the pupils were reversed. The left pupil was a white minus sign, while the right pupil was a black plus sign. This was indeed the statue of the gambling toad. As long as his combat power met the requirements, Chen Chen could ask the toad immortal to unseal the statue, transforming it into a vivid monster. After defeating the monster, his exclusive bond, Master of Gambling, would level up. No rush. However, the toad immortal waved his hand to block the statue Chen Chen offered. Senior, what do you mean? Chen Chen retracted the statue, filled with doubts. Waving my hand is not a rejection, young one, do not be anxious. Saying this, the toad immortal casually glanced at Chen Chen. With just that simple glance, Chen Chen felt as if he had been seen through inside and out. Young one, I see your foundation is solid, even the finer details of your body are approaching perfection. Your potential level must be quite high, right? Hearing the toad immortal's question, Chen Chen did not hide anything and answered truthfully. My potential level is SS grade. This is thanks to you, senior, and the strong support of several other seniors, who helped me carve out a powerful evolutionary path, allowing my potential level to leap from F grade to SS grade. Upon hearing this, the usually indifferent Toad Immortal was deeply moved at that moment. The first evolution, and the potential had risen from the lowest F grade to SS grade? Although they could carve out evolutionary paths, they could not determine whether those paths would ultimately be good or bad. It was solely dependent on the qualifications of the one being evolved. Generally, the higher the qualifications, the greater the probability of evolving a powerful path, with the highest potential reaching S grade. The four saints, led by the Toad Immortal, had thought that after the first evolution, Shin Shen's potential would only reach C grade at most. After all, he had white qualifications, which were too poor. The reason they left without looking back after helping Shin Shen carve out the evolutionary path was precisely this. Even though this young one was highly valued by the Emperor, even passing down the Imperial Jade Seal personally, his foundation was simply too poor, and he ultimately could not go far or achieve great things. How could this attract their attention? But now, the Toad Immortal suddenly realized that he had greatly underestimated this young one before him. Typically, potential levels were only related to qualifications, with a one-to-one correspondence. For instance, those with golden qualifications were geniuses whose potential was S grade. But this young man still had green qualifications, and his potential had surprisingly reached SS level. It is known that as qualifications improve, potential will certainly increase. Qualifications have a clear way to enhance, which is evolution. Once this young man evolves into golden qualifications, his potential will be unimaginable. Thinking of this, the Toad Sage slightly straightened his expression and for the first time acknowledged Chun Shen as the heir of the Emperor. His gaze towards Chun Shen became a bit more serious. Young man, to become an emperor or a king, you must undergo trials far beyond ordinary people. Are you willing to accept a greater challenge? As soon as the Toad Sage's words fell, Shin Shan received a new task. Toad Sage's King Trial Road. Quality, Emerald description. Due to your outstanding potential, you have gained the Toad Sage's recognition. He believes that the stronger one is, the more they should challenge higher difficulties. Only by continuously climbing higher mountains can one reach the ultimate peak and overlook all the smaller mountains. In the upcoming battle, you need to defeat an opponent with 3 times the strength, specifically the Gambling Toad with a combat power of 6,000. To enhance the bond of Lord of Gambling. Reward, the newly added bond will have its effect increased by half. Penalty, if you fail, you will no longer be able to trigger such tasks. Time limit, 2 hours. Chen Shen's pupils constricted. He did not expect to trigger a task so inexplicably. This task seemed to have more than one phase. Of course, he had no reason to refuse. Senior, bring it on. I am willing to accept a greater challenge, to ascend to the peak of the mountains and overlook the world. The Toad Sage nodded secretly. This was the kind of grand ambition that contained the universe, capable of swallowing the 4 extremes of heaven and earth. The Emperor's vision was indeed far superior to that of the 4 old geezers. A hint of nostalgia flickered in the Toad Sage's eyes as he picked up the toad statue in Chen Shen's hand. His right hand shimmered with white light as he gently brushed over the statue. Boom! The next moment, the fist-sized statue transformed into a dark green toad the size of a table. Gambling Toad? Shadow Summoning Version, Bronze Level Boss, Level, 100 Health, 850000/850000 Attack, 600 Talent, Corrosion. Each attack reduces the target's defense by 1, lasting until the end of the battle. Skills, Long Tongue Whip, Shadow Summoning. Description, a magical creature sealed in layers. Heroes can enhance the quality of the Bond Lord of Gambling by defeating it at different stages. Once the Gambling Toad is defeated and the hero meets the challenge requirements for the next stage, the hero can ask the Toad Sage to unseal it. For each layer of the seal that is unsealed, its combat power will increase by times 1000%, and talents and skills will be unlocked one by one. Current combat power, 6,000. Heroes should act according to their abilities. Number of unlocked seal layers, 1. Looking at the dark green toad in front of him, Chen Shen frowned slightly. The extremely thick health bar even surpassed that of the rare silver-level boss, Moonlight Cold Toad. But the attack was pitifully low. A mere 600 points. Not to mention his current self, even his pre-evolution self couldn't break through its defense. Could such a big sandbag really bear his trials? Was it certain this wasn't a gift? His current combat power was just over 5,700, seemingly close to the bronze-level Gambling Toad, but the actual value was completely different. The latter was too illusory. While Chen Shen was still analyzing the opponent's strength, the Gambling Toad had already begun to release its skill, Shadow Summoning. Quack 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 quack. With each quack, a dark green miniature summoning array the size of a plate appeared on the ground. What appeared in the summoning array was a much smaller dark green Gambling Toad. Then Chen Shan stared in shock as he witnessed. The small, Gambling Toads only had a few that lunged at him, while the vast majority croaked incessantly. In an instant, the forest clearing was filled with the chorus of frogs. After that, the number of miniature summoning arrays skyrocketed. In the center of each summoning array, a tiny gambling toad squatted. Rib bit, rib bit. A cold sweat trickled down Chen Chen's forehead. He had completely underestimated the strength of the gambling toads. It turned out that their power did not lie in themselves, but in their infinite nesting. -1, -1, -1. Chen Chen also discovered that the small gambling toads had only 1% of the mother toad's health, which was 8,500 points, but their attack power was not discounted, standing at 600. And they had also inherited the mother toad's corrosive talent. Under the siege, Chen Chen's defense began to plummet. In the forest clearing. No, it could no longer be called a clearing. If someone with a fear of tight spaces were here, they would surely be terrified into unconsciousness by the scene before them. Dense, dark green summoning arrays covered an area of 100 meters, like pus oozing from the earth. One by one, dark green toads the size of rice bowls sprang out of the summoning arrays. Rib bit, rib bit. As soon as they emerged, they inflated their vocal sacs, producing a cacophony of croaks that drove Chen Chen to distraction. Then they crowded around Chen Chen's feet, some even bouncing onto his helmet and shoulder pads, sticking out their wet, sticky green tongues and licking him from every angle. As a result, Chen Chen's defense plummeted like a stock market crash. 3,071, 3,056, 3,033. Disgusting. Chen Chen's lips curled in clear disdain. These toads were not large, but they produced a lot of saliva. In a short time, his shiny mithril heavy armor was left stained and soiled by the toad's licking. Fortunately, he had timely turned off the tactile synchronization of his iron skin, otherwise, he would have truly been disgusted to death. Die! A flash of thunderous sharpness crossed Chen Chen's eyes. He then gripped his mithril greatsword tightly, his arms, waist, and legs all exerting force as he spun rapidly in place. The sound of the air being sliced through was deafening. At that moment, Chen Chen had transformed into a small silver tornado. It was the skill, Polar Whirlwind Slash. Chen Chen was a physical melee fighter. The longer the weapon, the greater the attack range. The mithril greatsword was 3.6 meters long, so his skill range directly exceeded 7 meters. All the toads within a 7-meter radius were blown away by the powerful whirlwind, only to be struck hard by the whistling greatsword. Puff, 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 puff. The sound of explosions was incessant, with large numbers of toads being smashed and bursting, dark green juices splattering everywhere, intertwining with the silver tornado, creating a stunning visual impact. The toad sage, standing with his hands behind his back and quietly watching, couldn't help but squint. This young one's skill range was not small, and its power was not weak. However, relying solely on it would not allow him to pass the enhanced trial. -6,218, critical hit. -6,218, critical hit. The mithril greatsword, 3 seconds for 18 strikes. These small toads only had 8,500 health, unable to withstand even 2 strikes. Coupled with the exaggerated attack range, Chen Chen had killed over 2,000 toads with just Polar Whirlwind Slash. But the toads seemed endless, never ceasing. For every one that fell, dozens or even hundreds stood up. They surged forward, surrounding Chen Chen tightly, their tongues flicking out to lick him madly. The power of the Sea of People strategy was fully revealed at this moment. -600, -600. Under the effect of the corrosive talent, Chen Chen's defense was completely licked down to 0, and he began to take full damage. In just 1 second, his health plummeted by 30,000. Even so, Chen Chen's expression remained calm and unhurried. Relentless strike. -6,838, relentless strike. Critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 4. -7,460, relentless strike. Critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 4. Chen Chen raised the mithril giant sword and fiercely stabbed at a toad by his feet. 8 sword shadows fell simultaneously, sending it to the afterlife on the spot. At the same time, centered on the point where the giant sword landed, invisible waves of sword energy surged within a diameter of 3.6 meters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Chen even heard the sound of waves crashing against the shore. -2068, blade surge, critical hit, times 4. -2068, blade surge, critical hit, times 4. The blade surge triggered continuously, and the toads around Chen Chen kept dying instantly. That's right, this is Chen Chen's confidence. Blade surge. There is a 10% chance during a normal attack to deal area damage equal to 50% of his attack power to targets around the main target. The talent Fortune of the Heavens activated again, directly filling the 10% probability. Therefore, Chen Chen's normal attack is a group attack, a true group attack with no quantity limit. As long as they are within 3-6 meters of the main target, they will definitely be affected, and there will be no escape. You've had enough fun for so long. Next, the offense and defense will change. A flash of sharpness like electric light flickered in Chen Chen's dark pupils, disappearing in an instant. He held the door-sized mithril giant sword in one hand and swept it horizontally at a rate of 2.5 times per second. Empty, empty, empty. The air was violently exploded, producing a dull explosion. The toads rushed forward one after another, but fell dead on the ground. Within a radius of 3-6 meters around Chen Chen, it had completely become a field of death. He walked steadily to the front of the main body of the gambling toad. Then, the summer-long sword began, stacking damage. The autumn harvest sword connected, attack speed skyrocketed. At this point, Chen Chen entered a frenzy mode of 12 strikes per second. Minus 7,208. Critical hit, combo, lucky combo. Minus 7,304. Critical hit, combo, lucky combo. Compared to the previous Moonlight Cold Toad, the main body of the gambling toad had much lower defense. The result was that Chen Chen dealt 90,000 damage in 1 second. Moreover, 99% of the strength of the gambling toad's main body was in its offspring, making its own attack power pitifully weak. Now, the offspring couldn't even dream of dealing damage to Chen Chen, let alone getting close. It was isolated and helpless. With 850,000 health, it was just a matter of 9 seconds under Chen Chen's sword. Quack! After 9 seconds, the gambling toad let out a miserable cry, was cut down to the ground, and its plump body quickly shrank, the dark green on its skin completely fading away. With its health bar emptied, it soon transformed back into the original black and white two-colored toad statue. The little toads in the field also stretched their legs and stared wide-eyed, stiffly falling to the ground, lifeless. Congratulations, you have completed the task, the King's Trial Path of the Toad Sage. You have unlocked a new task, the King's Trial Path of the Toad Sage, 2. Chen Chen opened the taskbar and took a glance. The task content was largely unchanged, only the requirements had increased. Next time, he needed to reach a combat power of 20,000 and defeat an opponent with 4 times the strength, which meant an 80,000 combat power gambling toad. 20,000 combat power, I'll probably need to evolve into a blue card to achieve that. Putting the task aside, I should collect this reward first. Chen Chen shook his head, closed the taskbar, and focused his gaze on the toad sage. Young man, you did quite well. In the vast world of the heavens, even many 10,000 battle geniuses have been defeated by this shadow summoning version of the toad, yet you triumphed with over 5,000 combat power, which is truly rare. The toad sage praised Chen Chen a couple of times, then raised his hand and summoned the statue on the ground. The statue immediately flew into his hand. He lightly tapped the statue's head with his other hand, and as invisible ripples spread from his fingertips, the statue actually cracked and grew a few sizes larger, its surface shimmering with a faint fiery red glow. Red? The toad sage raised an eyebrow, surprised that the attribute was actually this? This young man had quite the luck. Immediately, the fiery red glow condensed into a red light point, swaying as it floated towards Chen Chen, passing through the mithril plate on his chest and merging into his body. In an instant, Chen Chen felt the blood in his body turn into scalding magma, his veins nearly burning through. His muscles twitched, feeling particularly restless and itchy, and even his breath became scorching. He now had an overwhelming urge to unleash a great battle. The root cause of all this was undoubtedly the red light point that had entered his body. At this moment, the red light point was continuously releasing waves of violent energy, transforming Chen Chen's body. In the system prompt bar, lines of text began to scroll. Due to your defeat of the gambling toad, Shadow Summoning Version, Level 100 Bronze Boss, your exclusive bond, Lord of Gambling, has been upgraded from Black Iron to Bronze and has unlocked new gambling options. The new gambling option is, critical damage has a 999% chance to decrease by 20% and a 0.001% chance to increase by 20%. Judging, judgment complete. Critical damage increased by 20%. The moment the judgment succeeded, Chen Chen's body shook, and a circle of red ripples rapidly spread from him, sweeping away large leaves as it passed the edge of the open space. At this moment, Chen Chen had a distinctly strong feeling that every punch and kick he threw would unleash even more astonishing power. So he opened the panel to check his upgraded exclusive bond. Lord of Gambling, 1-to-1, quality, Black Iron Bronze ability, life limit plus 50%, life limit plus 50%, critical damage plus 30%, newly added. Description: each time the quality of this bond is upgraded, a random ability is added. This ability has a 999% chance of being negative and a 0.001% chance of being positive. The new addition is actually critical damage? Chen Chen was taken aback, then couldn't hide his joy. Perfect, it was too perfect. The newly added ability was simply a perfect match for him. Because he had Fortune of the Heavens, any bit of critical hit rate would guarantee that the damage dealt would be a critical hit. Whether it was a normal attack or a skill, even the effect damage added by the talent, Unyielding Grip, and Blade Surge, was no exception. In other words, the critical damage increasing from 200% to 230% meant that Chen Chen's overall strength had permanently increased by 15%. Others didn't have this much because they couldn't achieve critical hits with every attack, unable to benefit from the critical damage bonus every time. Chen Chen also noticed that the system information showed critical damage plus 20%, but in reality, it was plus 30%. This must be the reward for completing the Toad Sage's task. This newly added ability had its effect increased by half. This harvest was indeed significant. When the Toad Sage saw the red ripples on Chen Chen, he knew that this young man had triggered the positive effect with only a 0.001% probability. However, he didn't show much surprise on his face. Last time, he had noticed that this young man was somehow connected to the high and mighty goddess of luck. Having a connection with the goddess of luck, it was understandable to have a bit of good fortune. This was not surprising. Young man, wait until your combat power reaches 20,000 before summoning me, the Toad Sage said calmly to Chen Chen, stroking his nearly ground-length white beard. Then he waved his long sleeves. Whoosh! The space in front of him suddenly shattered like a heavy blow, fracturing like a mirror, sharp fragments of space falling into the vast, formless darkness. A pure white portal materialized out of nowhere, standing tall in the irregular black hole formed by the shattered space. The Toad Sage, with an air of immortality, flicked his sleeve and stepped into the portal. Senior, we shall meet again. Chen Chen clasped his hands in a salute to bid farewell. Boom! As soon as the Toad Sage's figure vanished, the portal collapsed with a loud crash, and the dark, deep void quickly restored itself. The clearing in the forest returned to tranquility. Chen Chen tilted his head slightly, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, sorting through his thoughts. The exclusive bond enhancement is complete. One of the 3 main objectives for entering the Spirit Plant Valley secret realm has been achieved. The remaining 2, one is to collect as many fragrant orchids as possible, and the other is to negotiate with the summoner who wants to pet Daji's tail. I need to strike a good deal with this fox. After a thorough sorting, Chen Chen's thoughts became clear. The 2 objectives could be accomplished together. While waiting in line for evolution during the day, he had heard players discussing the strategies on the official website. The specialty of the Spirit Plant Valley secret realm was fragrant orchids, and every night, 1 or more flower beds would refresh in the center of the secret realm. Each flower bed contained at least 300 fragrant orchids, with 500 not being impossible. That place was a battleground for heroes, and Daji would definitely appear there. Whether it was collecting fragrant orchids or meeting Daji, Chen Chen had to go to the center of the secret realm. But before that, let's create the first sword attendant. Chen Chen took out a piece of black cloth from his spatial grid, which he had cut from the left sleeve of the Toad Guardian not long ago. He tossed the black cloth into the air and began to chant the creation incantation of the skill, 10 Directions Sword Attendant, while swiftly forming one creation seal after another with his hands. Minus 5,000 mana. Finally, under the combined effect of the incantation, the seals, and the massive mana consumption, the black cloth transformed into a wisp of black mist. The black mist twisted wildly, expanding and rapidly changing, ultimately condensing into an old man with a hooked nose and a sinister appearance, just like the Toad Guardian. Why does the copied old man look so robotic? However, Chen Chen furrowed his brow in doubt. The Toad Guardian before him seemed to lack even the most basic intelligence. His eyes were hollow, his expression blank, completely devoid of the original's sinister aura. Come on, try smiling. Chen Chen began testing the functions of the sword attendant. Ha, ha, ha. The sword attendant Toad Guardian opened and closed his mouth, but the sound was mechanical and dry, nothing like the laughter of a carbon-based lifeform. Chen Chen. It wasn't even a kikik, lacking any soul at all. Next, Chen Chen tested the intelligence of the sword attendant. How to put it? It couldn't be said to be unintelligent. It could only be described as purely low-functioning. It could only execute the most basic and simple commands, such as attack, retreat, defend, follow, gather, and stand guard. When given advanced commands, like cooking 2 dishes, delivering a message, or executing complex tactics, it would freeze up, completely unresponsive. Additionally, Chen Chen discovered a special aspect. The body of the sword attendant Toad Guardian was purely composed of energy. When damaged, it did not bleed, show wounds, or severed limbs like real effects. It would only gradually fade and become transparent. Of course, whether in intelligence or body, it was not a major issue. What Qinshan was most concerned about were its bonds, talents, and skills. The Toad Guardian had 3 bonds. First, there are 2 combination bonds. Soul Domain, 3/5/7. After activation, a Soul Domain will form within a radius of 10 meters, increasing personal combat power by 120%/130%/150%. Targets entering the Soul Domain will have their magic resistance reduced by 90%. Soul Controller, 3/6/9. After activation, the spell strength of the Summon Fierce Souls increases by 120%/140%/200%. Both combination bonds are undoubtedly very practical. Next, after the Guardian Heron evolves into SSR, a new exclusive bond is added. Soul Master, 1/1. After receiving fatal damage, it transforms into a Void Soul, becoming unselectable for 2 seconds, and removes any control effects it has received. After that, speed increases by 200% for 60 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 day. Upon seeing this, Qinshan exclaimed in realization, "Oh, no wonder the Guardian Heron was able to slip away from his sword just now. It was the effect of Soul Master." Additionally, he discovered an astonishing fact: all bonds, including the bonuses from his 6 shapeshifters, are multiplicative. This means the effects of the bonds will never be diluted, maintaining their value, which justifies the harsh activation conditions. The required number of heroes must be present to activate the corresponding effects. A summoner can initially deploy a maximum of 2 heroes, gaining an additional deployment slot for every 100 levels. Damn greedy game, are white cards and green cards not human? Why don't they have bonds, not even a name? Damn it. As he continued to look, Qinshan felt increasingly frustrated and had to vent. He needed to evolve into a blue card as soon as possible to achieve true name liberation. Only after having his own name would he gain his first bond. Otherwise, as a nameless pawn, no one would recognize him, so how could there be bonds? The Guardian Heron's bond opened Qinshan's eyes, but his own talents and skills were rather ordinary. The only things that piqued his interest were the talent Soul Combat Cloud and the skill 10,000 Souls Devour Body. Soul Combat Cloud allows the Guardian Heron to nurture fierce souls in the clouds and fly on the clouds at a height of 20 meters above the ground. 10,000 Souls Devour Body is a skill that can be used individually or in groups. 10,000 Souls Devour Body quality, Silver level, LV3 effect. Command all fierce souls under your command to attack, continuously biting the target, with each bite dealing 130% spell strength as spell damage and reducing the target's magic resistance by 1%, stacking up to 10 layers. Lasts for 20 seconds. Mana cost, 500 points, cooldown time, 90 seconds. After reviewing the talent, bonds, and skills, Qinshan glanced at the attributes of the Sword Servant Guardian Heron. Quite underwhelming. Aside from a staggering 25,000 health, the other attributes were dismal. After all, he only inherited 30% of his own attributes. At this point, Qinshan also understood the true purpose of the 10 Directions Sword Servant skill. Before the skill level increases, the Sword Servant is not very useful on the front lines. It can only serve roles like reconnaissance and vigilance. Its greatest function is still to contribute to bonds. Even if the Sword Servant does not participate in battle, its bond can still take effect when placed in the attendant position. Once I evolve into a blue card and gain the new bond, I can replicate heroes with the same bond as mine, gather the required number, and receive the bonuses. After coming to this realization, Qinshan did not dismiss the Sword Servant Guardian Heron but instead gave it an order: search for the fragrant orchid herb. That's right, having 2 people search together is much more efficient than one. Not to mention, the Guardian Heron has the advantage of being airborne, providing a broader field of vision. Upon hearing this, the Sword Servant Guardian Heron, with only the most basic intelligence and no self-awareness, obediently summoned a mass of black clouds. Then, riding the clouds, it took to the sky to begin its patrol. Thus, Qinshan and the Guardian Heron hurried toward the center of the secret realm while collecting fragrant orchid herbs along the way. Occasionally, toads would leap out and launch surprise attacks on Qinshan. He had nothing to say about these free experience packs and took them all. You have killed a garlic toad, level 120, gaining 1800 experience. You have killed a gestating giant frog, level 100, gaining 1500 experience. You have killed a purple spotted frog, level 110, gaining 1650 experience. With the support of the slime experience set and the mud bobo necklace, Qinshan's experience boost reached 50%. Therefore, in just 2 hours, he leveled up from 102 to 103. You have leveled up from 102 to 103, health plus 450, mana plus 75, attack plus 30, defense plus 30, magic resistance plus 30, speed plus 15. You have successfully triggered the talent, Minion Luck, gaining the above growth once more. With the assistance of the Sword Guardian Egret, Chen Chen found a total of 72 fragrant orchid herbs. Made into golden jelly, it was enough for him to eat for 2 days. It's a pity that the Sword Guardian Egret consumes 100 mana for every second of battle. The consumption is truly terrifying. Just thinking about the drawbacks of All Directions Sword Guardian, Chen Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Even though he could use Spring Sword to recover 10% of his maximum mana each time, it still couldn't support the terrifying consumption. Therefore, he could only reduce the frequency of the Sword Guardian Egret's battles. Otherwise, he would have found even more fragrant orchid herbs. After 2 hours of travel, Chen Chen finally arrived at the center of the secret realm. This was not flat ground, nor sandy land, nor rocky terrain, but an enormous tree stump. The stump was 10 meters high and covered an area roughly the size of 10 football fields. However, it was charred black inside and out, as if struck by rolling thunder. Chen Chen approached the base of the stump, slightly bending his legs, then suddenly stomped the ground with his shiny heavy boots. Boom! The powerful force from his legs propelled him up to 10 meters in the air, landing steadily on the edge of the giant stump. Only then did Chen Chen realize that he was not the only hero who had reached the center lightning-struck stump. There were even hundreds of them, most gathered at the center of the lightning-struck stump. Am I late? Chen Chen's expression changed slightly as he put away the Sword Guardian Egret. After all, there was no need for him to fight now, and this guy consumed a lot of mana. You little fish, why did it take you so long to arrive? I've been waiting so painfully. Suddenly, Chen Chen heard a delicate voice of complaint. He looked up in the direction of the sound, just in time to meet a pair of peach blossom eyes shimmering like autumn waters. Daji pouted playfully, striding gracefully towards Chen Chen with her long, beautiful legs. The moonlight was bright and clear, pouring down on Daji, giving her an aura of sacredness and ethereal beauty. Although she was already enchanting, the two elements did not conflict. Instead, they blended into a harmonious contrast, making her innate beauty even more stunning, especially her perfectly curved long legs, which appeared even whiter and smoother under the moonlight, making it hard for anyone to look away. Chen Chen watched Daji approach step by step, feeling a surge of emotions within. Is this the oppressive feeling of a dark gold SSR? Much stronger than the SSR Sword Guardian. Chen Chen did not admire Daji's breathtaking beauty or her alluring figure. Instead, he focused on sensing her aura and pressure. As he felt it, his brows furrowed. Chen Chen had not been unfamiliar with close encounters with SSRs, but whether it was the imposing and majestic Overlord Xiangyu, the withered and small, eerie, Soul Domain Sword Guardian, or the cold and beautiful Qingqiu White Fox, the delicate Pan Jinlian, and the demonic Taishan-like Wusong, none of them possessed the peculiar pressure that Daji exuded. From this pressure, Chen Chen caught a hint of familiarity. It was the Winter Concealed Sword. Daji's pressure shared a commonality with the rhythm of the Winter Concealed Sword. Both conveyed a sense of gathering and concentrating energy. The difference lay in what happened after the energy was gathered. Daji's pressure was solid and heavy, like hard basalt. The Winter Concealed Sword, on the other hand, gave a feeling of sheathing its sharpness, building up strength, like a seed continuously storing nutrients, waiting for the next year to burst forth with new life. Chen Chen's eyes widened in surprise. He knew that the peculiarities about Daji must be related to the dark gold SSR. As he pondered, Daji approached him with light steps, standing gracefully before him. The cool evening breeze brushed past her enchanting beauty, yet it could not sweep away the sorrowful self-pity on her face. Seeing Chen Chen silent, Daji furrowed her brows, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with grievance, her pink lips pouting as she let out a soft complaint. Whoa, why aren't you speaking, big fish? Why do you say nothing upon seeing me? Is it that you are unwilling in your heart, and only came to meet me out of the summoner's request? If that's the case, it would be better not to come at all. Why force yourself? It's also unfair for me to wait alone in this chilly wind for so long, appearing too pretentious. Whoa. Daji's weak reproach pulled Chen Chen from his sea of thoughts. He felt a black line forming on his forehead. She truly was a fox spirit. In just a few sentences, she had painted him as a heinous villain, making it seem as if he had committed some unforgivable crime. He had to admit, that pitiful little expression, that delicate and weak posture, was indeed convincingly performed, more than enough to win an Oscar. If only her 9 fluffy tails weren't swaying mischievously. Stop pretending to be pitiful. Don't you want it? Here. Chen Chen shook his head helplessly and took out a golden jelly, offering it to Daji. However, his expression changed slightly, and his body tensed, because a strange sensation came from his palm, soft, ticklish, and sticky like pulling threads. Slurp slurp. It turned out that Daji did not use her hands to take it. Instead, she bent down, leaned in, tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, and directly extended her little fragrant tongue to lick the jelly. So delicious. What kind of bland and bitter days have I lived before? Big fish, how do you know what I want as soon as I open my mouth? You understand me so well. Could it be that hidden inside that iron shell is also a fox spirit? While licking, Daji would occasionally glance up, her charming eyes observing Chen Chen's reaction. Chen Chen's face darkened, his temples throbbing. You are the fox spirit. Your whole family are fox spirits. Chen Chen lowered his head and shot Daji an annoyed glare. Who would have thought that a large expanse of soft, plump snow would suddenly invade his view? Chen Chen truly did not expect that the angle of looking down, combined with Daji's slightly open collar, would lead to such a result. He was stunned for a full 2 seconds before snapping back to reality, quickly turning his head to the side. However, that milky white snow lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. What's wrong, big fish? Noticing Chen Chen's abnormality, a hint of confusion appeared on Daji's face. Ha! At that moment, a gust of evening wind passed by Daji's chest, leaving a chill. She slightly lowered her head to take a look. Then she raised her gaze to Chen Chen, who dared not meet her eyes, and the details of the previous scene flashed before her like a slideshow. In an instant, a charming blush spread rapidly across Daji's exquisite face, like a burning cloud at sunset. She finished the jelly in a few bites, covered her chest, and took 2 steps back, playfully glaring at Chen Chen. Ah, you lecherous big fish, it turns out your honest demeanor is just a disguise. You actually took advantage of me when I was unprepared, so, you had it all planned when you hugged my leg earlier? You big pervert, you're so bad. Chen Chen frowned tightly. It was just a small accident, why was it getting worse? He turned his head and looked around, noticing many heroes nearby, their eyes fixed on this side. Oh no, I don't want my lifetime of reputation ruined in an instant. I can't let her keep whispering sweet nothings. So, Chen Chen hurriedly approached Daji, directly covering her cherry lips and began to explain. Little did he know, this scene looked even worse to the other heroes. What's going on? The enchanting demoness who brings disaster to the country is often flirtatious and alluring, yet she keeps people at a distance, even harder to approach than those icy beauties. How did she end up flirting with the white card? No. The green card swordsman? No. The number 88,888 newbie village's first beauty, you can't be taken. The green card swordsman is quite lucky. I'm so envious. It's really puzzling. I look better than Panan, yet the green card swordsman is just an ugly lump of iron. Why can he capture the beauty's heart? Does he have some special talent that attracts her? Ha ha, I've laughed my teeth out. I'm an old man, and I don't even take a moment to look at my own dignity. A stray dog on the roadside is more handsome than you. Who is cursing me? Letting pears? Kong Rong? So it's you, this hypocrite. Come here, let me show you what it means to respect the old and love the young. On the other side, Chen Chen took out a jelly to calm Daji down. Looking at Daji, who was chewing the jelly with a satisfied expression, Chen Chen finally voiced his inner question. Daji, what is the secret of the dark gold SSR? Why do you give me such a peculiar feeling? Daji glanced at Chen Chen but did not explain directly. After finishing the jelly and licking her lips with lingering desire, she extended her right hand and snapped her fingers. A golden card appeared above her head. Chen Chen focused his gaze. Sure enough, like Xiangyu, Daji's character design was also dynamic, with an abundance of details. In the character design, Daji was stunningly beautiful, her graceful figure standing tall against the night sky, with a full moon hanging behind her. As the night breeze blew, her pink thin shirt danced like a butterfly. 9 fluffy tails swayed gently in the wind, their soft fur fluttering back and forth. The sound of the wind, the rustling of the thin shirt, and the soft swaying of the fur all clearly reached Chen Chen's ears. This was the ultimate detail and beauty of an SSR worth 800,000. He was envious. Once I evolve into an SSR, I'll have cool dynamics, realistic sound effects, and various details. Secretly boosting his own morale, Chen Chen then focused on the true essence of the card. That is, the differences of the dark gold SSR compared to the ordinary SSR. He skipped over the golden hexagonal, golden glory, 6-winged evolution medal, in the upper right corner of the card. He began to observe the edges of the card. There, a strand of dark golden light was circulating at a constant speed. The dark golden glow felt heavy and solid, consistent with Daji's pressure. He moved behind Daji to observe. Unlike the ordinary SSR, the back of Daji's card was also a translucent gem-like gold. Gem-like gold refers to a golden color that is semi-transparent like a gem. The difference was in the color of the pentagram on the back of the card. The ordinary SSR's pentagram is a dazzling light gold, while the 11 pentagrams on Daji's card back are a dark gold, with a concentrated glow. Another dark gold? Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Hee hee, big fish, have you finished watching? Next, let me explain it to you. Daji gracefully turned around, her charming smile directed at Chen Chen as she began to elaborate. Chen Chen nodded, his expression serious, listening attentively. Big fish, you know that the initial rarity of cards is divided from low to high into N plus, R, SR, and the highest SSR. Of course, this is just the initial rarity. Above that is the tenfold gold tier. The SSR, with the highest initial rarity, is essentially ordinary gold and does not possess special powers, thus it does not qualify for the tenfold gold tier. Only when an SSR evolves once into a dark gold SSR, gaining special powers, does it officially step onto the first level of the tenfold gold tier. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen's face was filled with confusion, and he couldn't help but interrupt. Daji, you've mentioned the tenfold gold tier several times. What exactly is it? Daji covered her mouth and giggled, her jade finger raised to her pink lips, making a shushing gesture to Chen Shen. Baby, you can't interrupt the teacher's lecture, okay? The teacher will get to that. Chen Shen clicked his tongue, wanting to say something but hesitating, trying to organize his thoughts, unsure of what to say. After spending some time together, he realized that this fox was quite the drama queen, particularly fond of being dramatic. Forget it, let her be. There was no need to argue with a fox. Seeing Chen Shen obediently listening, Daji's lips curved into a slight smile, her charm brightening the air and stunning the mundane world. It seemed even the seasons in his heart were forever fixed in the warmth of spring. No wonder she's a fox spirit, her allure is absolutely captivating, Chen Shen thought to himself, just as Daji's gentle voice continued. As for the tenfold gold tier, I don't know much either. However, when I evolved into a dark gold SSR, a piece of information suddenly appeared in my mind. Tenfold gold tier, 1 step to ascend to heaven, 10 steps to transcend the mundane. Completing the tenfold gold tier will grant 3 eternal powers. The body is indestructible, which is the first eternity. The soul is immortal, which is the second eternity. The consciousness does not decay, which is the third eternity. Chen Shen's eyes widened in shock. Behind the tenfold gold tier, there was such a shocking secret. At the same time, he felt as if he were in a dream. The heavenly domain seemed less and less like a simple game, transcending the mundane, proving eternity. Is this the kind of content that should exist in an ordinary game? What was all this for? At this point, Daji finally got to the main topic. Big fish, you must have felt the weight of my pressure, right? Chen Shen nodded. Daji smiled sweetly and continued. This is the essence of the dark gold SSR, and it is also what distinguishes it from the ordinary SSR. The ordinary SSR, also known as the ordinary gold card, has a gold that is superficial light gold, dazzling and brilliant. However, too much brilliance is not a good thing because gold is a flowing substance, and light is a flickering energy that cannot be stable for long. This means that the ordinary SSR has an unstable foundation and cannot go far. In contrast, the dark gold SSR condenses the golden light, washes away the superficiality, settles itself, and solidifies its foundation. As a result, the glow dims, but the depth is much richer, and so is the pressure. This is because the dark gold, as the first level of the tenfold gold tier, aims to establish a solid foundation. Therefore, after the card evolves into a dark gold SSR, not only will its basic attributes surge significantly, but the spiritual power consumption will permanently decrease by 10%, and the mana consumption will also permanently decrease by 10%. Chen Shen nodded. Condensing and settling indeed reduces unnecessary consumption, and the unique powers of the dark gold SSR are very reasonable. Moreover, the practicality is maximized, especially the reduction in spiritual power consumption, which is particularly important for the gluttonous dark gold SSR. Chen Shen is just a green card, yet he actively seeks to understand the special aspects of dark gold SSR, which is not because he has nothing better to do. Rather, it's a precaution. You never know when he might end up fighting a dark gold SSR. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. In short, the tuition for the 2 golden jellies was worth it. The time is almost up, miscellaneous fish, let's go. Suddenly, Daji extended her jade hand and lightly patted Chen Shen's shoulder. Go? Where to? Chen Shen was completely puzzled. Just follow me. Daji giggled and led the way ahead. Chen Shen followed behind, still confused, as they made their way toward the center from the edge of the giant lightning-struck tree stump. As the flower king of the 88888 newbie village, the top beauty, one of the 3 major SSRs at the opening, one of the 2 dark gold SSRs, and the strongest dark gold SSR, Daji's reputation was even greater than Chen Shen's. Wherever she went, other heroes would retreat, obediently clearing the path. Chen Shen followed her, enjoying an unobstructed journey. Soon, they arrived at the center of the giant lightning-struck stump. There was a semicircular silver protective shield. Chen Shen looked through the shield and saw 9 flower beds arranged inside, 2 large and 7 small. Each flower bed was filled with purple dogtail grass-like fragrant orchids. At that moment, Chen Shen finally understood why Daji had brought him here. Moon Protective Shield Status, Full Life, 5000000/50000000 Defense, 10,000 Magic Resistance, 10,000 Power, recovers 5% of maximum life per second. Description: this protective shield is formed from the purine power of moonlight, exceptionally sturdy, with high dual resistance. It is advised not to recklessly challenge it. At midnight, Yang is born, and at noon, Yin is born. Yin gives rise to Yang, and Yang gives rise to Yin. After midnight, the purine power within the shield will begin to give birth to pure Yang power, causing the two forces to conflict and weaken each other. At that time, the shield's defense will gradually decrease, potentially dropping by up to 90%. Countdown to the birth of pure Yang power. 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Chen Shen was also startled by this protective shield. With 10,000 in dual resistance, he couldn't break through it except with the Autumn Harvest Sword. Even Daji, as a dark gold SSR, wouldn't be able to break it alone. They would have to wait until noon when the shield weakened itself to inflict effective damage. Chen Shen looked around and found that all the heroes had gathered near the protective shield. He even saw several familiar faces. One of them was the Heron Guardian. After more than 2 minutes, the shield's dual resistance began to decrease, and over 200 heroes, all of at least purple rarity except for Chen Shen, who had completed their first evolution, launched an attack on the shield together. Bang! An hour later, with everyone's combined efforts, the shield was finally shattered, fragments flying in all directions. Charge! The fragrant orchids are mine. Kong Rong, didn't you used to share pears when you were a kid? Why won't you even give way now? Ouch! You scoundrel! Not only do you refuse to yield, but you also dare to elbow me? You're asking for it. GGG. You're all short-sighted fools. Fragrant orchids aren't just in the flower beds, you have them in your pockets too. Hand them over to me. Pa, where did this young lad come from? Aren't you ashamed? Attacking an old man like me in his 60s or 70s. Taste my lightning 9 whips. If I don't whip you clean today, you can consider yourself lucky. The heroes surged toward the flower beds like hungry wolves, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, clang clang clang, bang bang bang, ah ah ah. Around the flower bed, the glint of blades flashed, flames and thunder surged, the sounds of battle shattered the skies, and the cries of the wounded rose and fell. The heroes who had just united to attack the protective shield turned their heads to fight fiercely over the jelly-like raw material, the fragrant orchid grass, with great fervor and intensity. Most of them aimed for the 7 flower beds filled with orchid grass. A few chose to pick on the soft targets. After all, when a hero dies, some of the orchid grass on their body will drop, which can be considered a kind of opportunity. Unfortunately for him, Chen Shen, who was heading towards the flower bed, was seen as a soft target. Stop! Don't look around, dog food green card, I'm talking about you. If you don't want to lose stars and levels, hand over all the orchid grass on you. The arrogant voice reached Chen Shen's ears, and a hint of amusement flashed across his face as he stood still. A nameless cannon fodder green card, not even keeping a low profile, dares to meddle in the battle of purple cards? Have you lost your mind? A middle-aged man in a scholar's robe, wielding a long sword, stepped in front of Chen Shen and looked down at him disdainfully. SR, Kong Rong, 11 stars, level 100. Chen Shen glanced at the name above this man's head and then said flatly, I'm a bit curious, has anyone ever told you that your mouth really stinks? Kong Rong's face darkened instantly. You overestimating cannon fodder, you've successfully angered me. So, I've changed my mind. You lowly cannon fodder, not only will you hand over all your orchid grass, but you must also produce something that satisfies me, or you'll become a soul under my sword. Chen Shen shook his head. Sorry, but I must refuse. Because I hate being threatened, and I also hate foul-mouthed guys, so please go die. As he spoke, he raised his right arm, the 3-meter-6 long giant sword pointing straight to the sky, ready to strike down on Kong Rong. Bold madman, dare to speak so arrogantly. Draw sword technique. Kong Rong was furious at the words, swiftly drawing his long sword from his waist, the bright sword light flashing and striking Chen Shen's throat. A mere green card dares to speak so shamelessly, you can die in my -1. In the previous second, Kong Rong was still reveling in his triumph, but in the next second, his eyes nearly bulged out. No defense? How is that possible? In shock, Chen Shen's mithril giant sword struck down on his head with immense force. -6,612, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, ×4. With a 230% critical damage, Chen Shen's instant damage broke 25,000, clearing Kong Rong's health bar on the spot. But he didn't die. Rock Candy Snow Pear. The talent activated, and a giant snow pear appeared above Kong Rong's head, absorbing the fatal damage. Bang! After that, the snow pear exploded, sweet juice splattering everywhere, while Kong Rong's robe was already soaked with cold sweat. He was an SR. Why was he forced to use his life-saving talent by a green card? During this time, he and the summoner had been focused on leveling up, completely oblivious to the outside world, What had they missed? But now was not the time to think about that. Hero, spare me. Kongron's plea for mercy was not finished when the mithril giant's sword came crashing down like a dark cloud. Bang! Kongron was directly smashed back into card status, a purple star on the back of the card exploding into dust like fireworks. Fool! This scene happened to fall into the eyes of Wise Star? Wu Yong not far away, who shook his head mockingly. He felt no sympathy for Kongron. This was the price of being out of the loop. Did he really think a green card swordsman was just an ordinary low-level card? But he had even less goodwill towards Chun Chen. After all, just a few days ago, he and Li Kuei had teamed up, outnumbering their opponents and using high combat power against low combat power, yet they still lost. This was a humiliation that stuck in his throat, one he could never swallow. Now I have evolved into an SSR, my strength has skyrocketed, perhaps I can find an opportunity to avenge the grievances of that day. Wu Yong shook his feather fan, his eyes sparkling with cunning as he contemplated his schemes. Chen Chen did not notice him and instead walked towards the flower beds. There were a total of 7 flower beds, 2 large and 5 small. The 5 smaller ones had long been stripped bare of their fragrant herbs by the nimble heroes, leaving them completely barren. The 2 larger ones, however, remained intact. Not only that, but no hero dared to approach within 3 meters of the large flower beds. It was as if they were a forbidden zone. Any transgression would lead to an irreversible disaster. Hee, mixed fish, come here. I want the left side, you take the right, no problem, right? Daji stood in the center of the 2 flower beds, smiling as she beckoned Chen Chen over. Indeed, it was precisely because Daji, the only dark gold SSR present, was guarding the large flower beds that they remained safe and sound. Even though she monopolized the 2 large flower beds, no hero present dared to utter a word of dissent. This was because Daji was a dark gold level card, having stepped into the first stage of the tenfold golden rank. Not only did she have a thick health pool, but her damage output was also extraordinarily high. Even if everyone present teamed up, they felt they were no match for her. Yet, hearing Daji say she would hand over half of the fragrant herbs to Chun Chen made many heroes envious and resentful. Why should he be able to enjoy such favor? What right did he have to claim half of the fragrant herbs? Yes, the green card swordsman had defeated the SSR overlord Xian Yu before his evolution. However, according to rumors, the green card swordsman had exhausted all his potential during the white card stage, cutting off any future growth, which was why he had combat power far exceeding that of the same rank. The vast majority believed this claim to be highly credible. After all, how else could a white card defeat an SSR? For someone with no future, even if temporarily stronger than them, they looked down on him from the bottom of their hearts. Especially the SSRs present, whose strength had surged after evolution, they regarded the green card swordsman with even more disdain. As Chen Chen walked to Daji's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, Wu Yong, who had also evolved into an SSR and held a grudge against Chen Chen, was the first to stand up in opposition. Daji, you alone occupy the 2 largest flower beds, and Wu has no objections. But the green card swordsman wants to rely on soft power rather than hard strength to occupy the flower beds. I, Wu, will not accept that. As soon as Wu Yong finished speaking, a sinister laugh echoed through the venue. Kik, I also do not agree. The law protector Lu looked at Chun Chen, a thick provocation hanging on his wrinkled face. You little brat, if you have the guts, come out and duel me. Hiding behind a woman is no skill at all. If it weren't for you catching me off guard before, I wouldn't have lost. We also do not agree. Following that, a robust figure wearing a horned helmet, the king of critical hits, barbarian 3 blades, and another dressed in an ice blue ranger suit, carrying an ice crystal longbow, the frost archer, Cold Ice, also stepped forward. These 2 SSRs, evolved from SRs, now stood together. And me, a tall man wielding dual swords, also emerged from among the purple heroes. Dancing Sword? Xiang Zhuan, another SSR evolved from an SR. As the cousin of the overlord Xiang Yu, even if he was not under the same summoner, he had to reclaim honor for the defeated Xiang Yu at the hands of Chen Chen. Faced with the united front of the 5 SSRs, Daji's delicate face turned cold, and she scoffed lightly. I have always acted according to my own will. Why should I heed the opinions of others? Whether you agree or not has nothing to do with me. Since you are so noisy, I shall send you on your way. At this moment, Daji showed no trace of the delicate and weak demeanor she had in front of Chen Chen. After finishing her 2 sentences, the 9 tails behind her stood straight up towards the sky, a sign of the soul fox fire being unleashed. Green card swordsman, do you want to hide behind a woman and live your life as a coward? Or do you want to stand tall and fight, earning everyone's recognition through your strength? You choose. Wu Yong looked at Chun Chen, who had remained silent, making a move that was both defensive and offensive. It seems that evolving into SSR has inflated everyone's egos quite a bit. Alright, then I'll play with you. You can all come at me together, because I'm in a hurry. Chen Shen did not refuse, waving his hand to stop Daji's attack, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the 5 SSRs. They were all ripe fruits offered to him. Why not take them? Come together? So brave? The green card swordsman actually dares to challenge 5 SSRs by himself? Alas, cowardice is the passport of the timid, while bravery is the epitaph of the courageous. I can already see the green card swordsman has 1 foot in the grave. TCH, that's his own doing. His 1v1 with Xiang Yu was hard won. Now he wants to take on 5? I think he's either inflated with pride or has had his brain pinched by a door to say such foolish things. I think the 5 SSRs won't team up against a green card. After all, it would be beneath their dignity. The 5 small flower beds of fragrant herbs were quickly stripped bare, leaving the nearby heroes with some leisure time. Seeing a good show, they all stopped, not in a hurry to leave, and began to discuss animatedly. Among them, over 99% of the heroes did not have high hopes for the green card swordsman. Evolving from a white card to a green card already represented the smallest increase in all evolutions, not to mention he had prematurely exhausted his potential. Compared to before the evolution, his strength could almost be said to have made no progress. But now, his opponents had gone from 1 to 5, it would be a miracle if he won. Only Daji was willing to believe in this swordsman who had continuously created miracles along his journey. Big fish, hurry up and finish the battle, then it will be just you and me. She picked up her soft, fluffy tail and playfully brushed the tip against Chen Shen's cheek, cheering for him in this special way. The beautiful woman was considerate, her voice gentle. Seeing this scene, the nearby heroes were all envious, their eyes turning red, pounding their chests in frustration. On the other side, Wu Yong revealed a cunning smile, pleased that his scheme had succeeded. Indeed, the young man was still too hot-headed. With just a little provocation, he couldn't keep his cool. This was exactly what he wanted. Alright, since you want to play the hero against the odds, then Wu will help you achieve your wish. As the strategist, Wu Yong only had victory in his eyes. Since they could gang up, why bother with a one-on-one? Thus, he moved between the 4 SSRs, connecting them, using his silver tongue to persuade them to set aside their pride and join forces. They even devised a strategy specifically targeting Chen Shen. Chen Shen watched leisurely, not stopping them. With everything ready, both sides moved to an open space on the right side of the flower bed, forming their formations and entering spectator mode. Left side formation, SSR, Y star. Wu Yon, 11 stars, level 100. SSR, Soul Domain. Lohufa, 11 stars, level 102. SSR, King of Critical Hits. Man Sandao, 11 stars, level 103. SSR, Frost Archer. Han Bing, 11 stars, level 101. SSR, Sword Dance. Xiang Zhuang, 11 stars, level 101. Formation Combat Power, 27,864. Right side formation, N+, Greatsword Warrior, 11 stars, level 102. Formation Combat Power, 6,042. As the information came out, the watching heroes were left speechless, their faces filled with shock. So high! The combat power of the green card swordsman was abnormally high, even surpassing any SSR in the opposing formation. Wu Yong's expression grew serious, he realized he had greatly underestimated his opponent. The other 4 SSRs also showed astonishment on their faces. Everyone, don't panic, just follow Wu's strategy. Upon hearing the words, the Guardian Heron, Man Sandao, and Han Bing quickly spread out in a peculiar formation. Man Sandao and Xiang Zhuang, the 2 melee fighters, charged towards Chen Shen first. Han Bing, the ranged physical attacker, retreated to the maximum distance where he could still target Chen Shen, and began to draw his bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Endless cold currents surged from all directions, converging at the center of the ice crystal longbow, gradually forming a massive blue ice arrow. The Guardian Heron, a ranged spellcaster, sat atop a dark cloud 20 meters high, smirking coldly as he suddenly waved his withered claws. Woo, woo, woo. The skill, Soul Devour, activated, and Fierce Soul surged forth, launching a saturated assault on Chen Shen. Finally, the spellcaster Wu Yong waved his feather fan, shooting fireballs at Chen Shen with a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, he squinted his eyes, analyzing the battlefield and waiting for the right moment. As Man Sandao charged in, he was only 5 meters away from Chen Shen when he boldly activated his skill. Charge Slash. He spun rapidly, his black blade cleaving towards Chen Shen's chest. Minus 3,412. The number floating above Chen Shen's head left Man Sandao stunned. With the skill enhancement, he only dealt 3,400 damage, which meant this guy's defense was close to 3,000. That was nearly double his own SSR. However, there was no time to lament. As the first link in the tactic, he had to fulfill his duty. Taunt. Ding. You have been inflicted with the negative status, Taunt, for the next 5 seconds, you will be forced to attack Man Sandao, unable to change targets or stop attacking until he dies. Cluck, cluck. A white hen, flapping its wings in panic, appeared as a taunt marker above Chen Shen's head, and the mithril greatsword uncontrollably swung towards Man Sandao. At that moment, Xiang Zhuang, who had just arrived, activated his skill. He leaned slightly towards Chen Shen, holding his twin swords aloft like a white crane spreading its wings, and a blood-red rectangular frame suddenly appeared on the ground, connecting him to Chen Shen. Twin sword slide slash. Xiang Zhuang transformed into a blood-colored phantom, directly thrusting through the rectangular frame to Chen Shen's back. Minus 4,385. Under the two powerful skills, Chen Shen's health evaporated by 10%. Plus 1,689. Plus 1,689. The percentage-based healing performed steadily, and the massive mithril greatsword finally slammed down hard on Man Sandao's head. Minus 5,692. Critical? Combo? Lucky combo, times 4. Bang! This strike not only knocked off nearly 30% of Man Sandao's health but also drove his legs deep into the lightning-struck wooden stake. In an instant, wood chips, splinters, and debris flew everywhere with a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, Man Sandao's rage meter filled up as a result. For the next 10 seconds, he would be immune to control effects and his critical hit rate would increase by 50%. Green card swordsman, you've completely enraged me. Taste the might of the king of critical hits. Man Sandao roared in fury, swinging his great sword wildly at Chen Shen. Minus 424, critical. Minus 212. Minus 424, critical. Is that it? You dare call yourself the king of critical hits? Watch closely, learn well, let me show you what a true critical hit is. Ignoring Man Sandao's slashes, Chen Shen twisted his neck, raised the mithril greatsword high, and brought it down heavily once more. Minus 6,536, relentless combo, critical, combo, lucky combo, times 4. Minus 7,383, relentless combo, critical, combo, lucky combo, times 4. 8 consecutive strikes, each one a critical hit. It completely emptied Man Sandao's health bar. What? Man Sandao's face was filled with disbelief. He was nearly driven mad by the blows. How could anyone achieve critical hits with every strike? It was ridiculous that he bore the title of King of Critical Hits. Now, in comparison, it was nothing but a joke. Your death is about to arrive. Seeing the health bar of Man Sandao drop to 0, Chen Shen hoisted his giant sword onto his shoulder and said calmly, "The wind is clear and the clouds are light." Who would have thought that Man Sandao would suddenly roar madly at Chen Shen? I can't fall down yet. I absolutely cannot fall down. I want to fight. I want to fight again. SSR exclusive bond unquenchable fury. Help me slay my strong enemies. Boom boom boom. With the roar, a blazing blood-red battle flame ignited on Man Sandao, resembling the fury of a warrior unwilling to fall. Chen Shen frowned, struck twice with his sword, and found that he had temporarily become immune to death. Barbarian, you did a great job holding him off. You can step back now. At that moment, a clear voice rang out. Following that was a 3-meter-long magical freezing arrow, trailing a chilling aura that spread across the heavens and earth, shooting rapidly towards Chen Shen. Crack, crack, crack. As the magical freezing arrow flew by, snowflakes began to drift in the air, and ice crystals formed on the ground. Looking back along its path, one could see the frost archer, Han Bing, slightly tilting her body, still in the posture of drawing her bowstring. Indeed, this was Wu Yong's tactic, utilizing Man Sandao's taunt, combined with the effect of the exclusive talent Unquenchable Fury, which allowed him to cling to life, to restrain Chen Shen. The goal was to allow Han Bing to complete the charging process for her ultimate magic freezing arrow. Once Chen Shen was hit by the arrow, he would be trapped in a frozen state for 8 seconds. 8 seconds was enough to put an end to this arrogant farce. Was everything part of your plan? Chen Shen's gaze passed over Man Sandao, over the freezing arrow, and landed on Wu Yong, who was lightly waving a feather fan, looking confident. The strategist of Liangshan Marsh was indeed capable. During this time, under the siege of the 5 major SSRs, his health had already dropped to just over 30,000. If the freezing arrow hit, it would truly be game over. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the magical freezing arrow reached Chen Shen, and the taunt effect on him was just a moment away from ending. There was no way to evade this arrow. Was there? At the critical moment, Chen Shen, like a squirrel taking nuts from a fire, displayed an exquisite control of timing. Instant prison thunder god. Activate. He seized the moment, transforming into a flash of lightning, and used the brief phasing effect while in the lightning state to perfectly evade the magical freezing arrow. The freezing arrow pierced through the lightning without causing any reaction or being blocked. After passing through Chen Shen, it struck a hapless onlooker and suddenly exploded into countless sparkling fragments. Bang! Minus 8,905. In the explosion, the unfortunate onlooker turned into a frozen corpse. The dense ice crystal fragments spread out in a radial pattern, creating a beautiful and shocking backdrop. And the main character of the backdrop was a steadfast silver-armored warrior. He bore a giant sword with imposing majesty, his silver armor shining brilliantly. At that moment, he was the most eye-catching presence on the entire battlefield. The watching heroes all held their breath. So handsome, too handsome. How can someone be this handsome? What a charming mixed bag. I'm a bit smitten myself. Daji blushed as she gazed at Chen Shan, her beautiful eyes subtly shimmering with affection. However, Chen Shan was indifferent to the commotion around him, his cold gaze fixed on Han Bing. The first SSR to fall will be you. As his murmured words fell, he stomped heavily on the ground, and Chen Shan shot towards Han Bing like an arrow released from a bow. No! Green card swordsman, if you have the ability, come at me. Leave Han Bing alone. Han Bing, I'm here to protect you. The furious roar of Man Sandao came from behind. Chen Shen glanced back and saw Man Sandao charging at him like a madman. In response, he coldly uttered two sentences. Sorry, you can't protect anything. Kill Han Bing, and you'll be next. Turning back, Chen Shen continued to sprint towards Han Bing. Minus 474. Minus 102. Minus 338. Minus 338. In this process, Wu Yong, Han Bing, and the Guardian Lu kept attacking without pause, and Chen Shen's health gradually decreased. During this time, although Han Bing was continuously retreating, the distance between her and Chen Shen was getting closer. This was inevitable. Under equal conditions, the movement speed of ranged attacks is slower than that of melee. Soon, Chen Shen charged within 10 meters of Han Bing. Die! A cold light flashed in Chen Shen's eyes. Green card swordsman, you are too reckless. With me, Wu, here, you won't kill anyone. At this moment, Wu Yong stroked his long beard, his expression confident, and gently waved his feather fan. Puff puff puff. A bowl of steaming green knockout drug, bubbling with gas, appeared out of thin air, wobbling as it flew towards Chen Shen. He introduced it with a smug look. This bowl of knockout drug from me, although it has a long cooldown, can automatically track its target, and won't disappear until it hits. Once it hits, the target will be stunned for 12 seconds. During its flight, the target cannot use any displacement skills. Green card swordsman, you cannot escape. Drink this bowl of knockout drug and go on your way. Oh, is that so? A strange curve appeared at the corner of Chen Shen's mouth. Just as he was about to be hit by the knockout drug, a figure blocked the way. It was the sword servant, Lu. Lu, what have you done? Wu Yong was so angry that his vision darkened, but he quickly realized that the person in front of him was not the real Lu. Oh no, it's a trap. He came to bait the skill on purpose. Han Bing, be careful. Wu Yong hurriedly warned, his confidence replaced by anxiety, no longer looking like he had everything under control. Too late. Chen Shen erupted with fury. Instant prison thunder god, double activation. Frog blow arrow, attack, target, Lu. That's right. Chen Shen transformed into a flash of lightning and shot up into the sky, instantly closing the distance to Lu. Then, Lu, sitting atop the dark clouds, suddenly fell for some unknown reason. The entire scene was shocked. What a clever trick to deceive the eye. What a feint. No one expected that Chen Shen's target was not Han Bing, nor was it to bait a skill, but rather the airborne Lu. As soon as Lu landed, a secret silver giant sword came crashing down on his forehead, waking him from his slumber. You old six. You infuriate me. The awakened Lu was furious, blowing his beard and glaring, cursing loudly. To prevent a repeat of the last time, he had been cautious, staying on the edge, but he never expected to fall for this little brat's trick. Old Deng, go back to the little black room to vent your anger. Goodbye. Minus 6,036, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 4, with an attack speed of 2. 5 and a 4-hit combo. Lu didn't even last 2 seconds under Chen Shen's sword before being sent back to card status. Bang! A light golden star on the back of the card exploded into ashes, indicating that Lu not only dropped 10 levels but also had to consume thousands of slime goo to restore the star. Clatter! A pile of fragrant herbs also fell beneath the card. Chen Shen quickly picked them up. The remaining 4 SSRs, now without control skills and flight capabilities, undoubtedly became lambs to the slaughter in Chen Shen's eyes. Next, the Indomitable Fury entered cooldown, and the Barbarian's 3 blades was first taken away by Chen Shen's sword. Thus, Chen Shen achieved a double kill. I'll fight you to the death. Xiang Zhuang swung his dual swords, wanting to make a desperate attempt. The result was the same as Lu. He didn't last even 2 seconds. You, don't come over. Han Bing trembled in fear at Chen Shen's decisive killing, her face losing color. Chen Shen remained merciless, taking her down with a single sword. In the end, only Wu Yong was left. Green card swordsman, today I indeed misjudged you. But mountains and rivers will meet again, let's wait and see. Despite this great defeat, there was still a clear unwillingness to accept defeat on Wu Yong's face. Hee, I'll give you time to chase me until you can't even see my back, Chen said. After saying that, the sword shadows surged, sending him off to the west. Thus, this unfair battle of the green card against SSR in a 1v5 ended perfectly with Chen's glorious 5 kills. Wow! The crowd erupted in astonishment, the heroes' faces filled with shock. They rubbed their eyes, slapped their faces, and confirmed multiple times whether they were seeing things. The green card swordsman won? He won again? Which son of a dog is spreading rumors that the green card swordsman has exhausted his potential and has no future? He doesn't look like someone whose potential is exhausted at all. Not only is he not exhausted, but why do I feel like his potential is even deeper? Normally, the improvement from white card to green card is minimal, yet he went from winning 1v1 to winning 1v5, completely breaking the mold. This old man observes that this child is spirited and brave, wise and courageous. He will surely achieve great things in the future. A golden-scaled fish is not a creature of the pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. This child's dragon transformation momentum is unstoppable. Sigh, it seems only a dark gold SSR can suppress this guy. Under the gaze of various unusual looks, Chen picked up the fragrant herbs dropped by the SSRs one by one. Then he walked over to Daji's side. Hee, I knew you could do it. Daji smiled charmingly at Chen, her unintentional seductive charm nearly leaving the nearby heroes dumbfounded. Of course, a man can't be incapable, Chen casually replied. On Daji's beautiful cheeks, 2 clouds of shyness suddenly appeared. You, pervert! First, you hugged my leg, then you peeked at me. Now you dare to tease me directly. Your courage is really growing. Daji playfully rolled her eyes at Chen. You're so bad. She even clenched her small fist and lightly punched Chen's chest. This. Chen scratched his head, feeling utterly confused. What teasing? When did he tease her? Seeing Chen's dazed expression, Daji was about to tease him again. Suddenly, she remembered there were others nearby, so she turned her head, narrowed her alluring fox-like eyes, and lightly parted her red lips. What are you all staring at me for? The fragrant herbs are gone, and if you don't leave, do you want to eat my soul's fox fire? Daji's voice was soft and charming, but her tone was filled with a strong warning. The tips of her 9 tails began to gather pale and scorching energy. Time to go. Didn't expect being a light bulb could be risky. My life is precious, I'm leaving. I won't disturb the couple under the flowers and moon. There's still plenty of time. I will definitely find more fragrant herbs. Work hard. Strive. All for avoiding the little black room. Under Daji's firm threat, the heroes wisely left. Soon, only Chen and Daji remained near the flower bed, so they collected all the fragrant herbs in the flower bed, leaving none behind. Chen sat down on the hard, charred ground and began to tally his harvest. Including the 3x bonus from the buff, he harvested a total of 1,140 fragrant herbs from the flower bed. After the deaths of the 5 major SSRs, a total of 150 fragrant herbs dropped. Adding the 132 herbs in his backpack, he had a total of 1,422 fragrant herbs. If he made them all into golden jelly, he could maintain his human form for over 40 days. Thus, it seemed he wouldn't lack jelly. However, that wasn't the case, because maintaining his human form was just a small part of jelly consumption. My living armor? Lisa can upgrade infinitely by absorbing jelly. So for me, jelly will never be enough. Naturally, the more, the better. Chen's mind raced rapidly. He could constantly feel the thin layer of film tightly adhering to his skin, along with the refreshing and cool sensation it brought. More than 1,400 herbs, made into golden jelly, can provide over 60,000 points of spiritual power. I wonder what quality it can upgrade the living armor to. A hint of anticipation surfaced on Chen's face. The living armor could increase maximum life and provide a percentage of health recovery, 2 crucial attributes for Chen. Just like earlier, if it weren't for the boost from the living armor, he would have been killed by the 5 SSRs long ago. However, to enhance the living armor, he could only wait until tomorrow when Ankh would go online to cook the jelly. While he was lost in thought, a fragrant breeze reminiscent of jasmine wafted by, deeply penetrating his heart and lungs. Unbeknownst to him, Daji had come to Chen's side. She bent over, her hips slightly raised, and with her jade-like hand, she playfully flicked the hem of her pink blouse before sitting closely next to Chen. Big fish, have you forgotten something important? Daji tilted her head, her peach blossom-like beautiful eyes staring directly at Chen, reminding him with a breath as fragrant as orchids. Important? Isn't the important thing collecting the Zhilan herbs? Besides that, the tail? Looking at the stunning beauty so close, Chen's face first clouded with confusion, then cleared as he suddenly came to his senses. Of course I haven't forgotten. I've been keeping it in mind. No. My summoner wants to use the golden jelly to exchange for a chance to touch your big tail. One of the reasons I entered the secret realm this time is to negotiate the price. As he spoke, Shen Shen also put forward his conditions. But before that, I want to touch it first. Such a small request, I naturally won't refuse. But do you want to touch little one? Or little two? Little three? Or? Daji covered her small mouth and smiled seductively. What do you mean? What little one, little two, little three? Shen Shen looked puzzled, confused by Daji's question. Little 1 to little 9 are the names of my 9 tails. Daji giggled, introducing each one as if they were treasures, while she hugged the corresponding big tail. This is little 1, the first to grow among my 9 tails, and also the biggest. This is little 2, the fattest one. This is little 3, the softest one. This is little 4, the one with the most meat inside. Shen Shen's mouth fell open, his expression dazed. Today, he truly had his eyes opened. The 9-tailed fox was so playful. Each tail had its own name, its own characteristics, and was even cherished like a child. Before long, Daji had introduced each tail, then looked at Chun Shen with charming eyes. Big fish, which tail do you want to touch? Which one? Looking at the 9 big tails on Daji's round, perky hips, Chen Shen had his own judgment. Only children would make a choice. Adults, of course, wanted them all. I want to touch all 9 tails. Upon hearing this, Daji raised her eyebrows slightly and chuckled. All right, you can touch them all. Finally, she added a reminder. Be gentle, okay? Don't hurt me. Shen Shen nodded, eagerly reaching out to grab a big tail. He stroked it like he used to pet cats before crossing over, sometimes gently caressing, sometimes kneading, and sometimes pinching. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. It was so comfortable, so relieving. How could there be such a fluffy, soft, and round tail in the world? Whether it was the fluffy texture or the light and smooth fur, everything was perfect beyond criticism, especially when the tip of the tail lightly brushed against his skin, leaving a delicate itch that made Chen Shen addicted. Moreover, perhaps due to the tail's incredibly good feel, as he kept touching, a wave of drowsiness surged, and his eyelids began to droop. Chen Shen quickly shook his head, forcing himself to focus, and put down the tail he was holding to touch the others. What he didn't notice was that as he caressed them, Daji bit her thin lips tightly, her face growing increasingly flushed, her delicate body trembling slightly as if electrified, and her rounded toes tensed up. Since her tails had never been touched by anyone before, Daji herself hadn't anticipated that being touched for the first time would elicit such a strange reaction from her body. Soon, after touching all the tails, Chen Shen reluctantly stopped. Daji was already panting, her fragrant sweat glistening. She looked at Chun Shen with her watery eyes, a question rising in her heart. Big fish, do you really feel comfortable when you touch my tails? Seeing the intoxication in Chun Shen's eyes seem genuine, Daji couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong with that? Chen Shen replied, puzzled. It would be strange if it were right. Look, your hands are completely covered by gloves, not even your skin is exposed. With a layer of secret silver in between, you should feel nothing at all, no matter what you touch. Daji slightly raised her fair chin, indicating for Chen Shen to look at his own palm. Chen Shen looked down, suddenly realizing, oh, so this is what you meant. To be honest, I gained a talent after evolving. He then revealed the effects of steel skin to Daji. Humph. After hearing this, Daji let out a light snort, crossing her arms, her long, charming eyes glancing at Chun Shen with a hint of disdain. Big fish, be honest. Did you plan this all along, to use this talent to take advantage of girls? Because your whole body is covered in armor, there's no direct contact, so their guard would easily drop, giving you the chance to extend your claws, right? Playboy big fish, is my tail not enough for you to touch? How annoying. Chen Shen stiffly opened and closed his mouth, unable to think of how talents could be played like this. What kind of ingenious mind had crafted her unique thought process? Little fox, life should be colorful, you can't get stuck on yellow. After several seconds, Chen Shen finally pulled himself out of Daji's thought process. Big fish, you are too much. Just admit it when I hit the nail on the head, I won't do anything to you. Why do you have to turn it around and slander my innocence? Boo-hoo, I'm not a lewd fox. Seeing Daji adopt a wronged posture again, Chen Shen couldn't take it anymore and waved his hands to stop her. Stop. Alright, you're not a lewd fox, you're a greedy fox. Back to the point, tell me, how much jelly do I need to pay to touch your tail? Upon hearing the word jelly, Daji's bright eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but stick out her little tongue to lick her lips. 10 pieces for 1 minute of touching. And not just any jelly, I want that very fragrant golden jelly. Chen Shen's forehead broke out in black lines. 10 pieces for 1 minute? Why don't you go rob someone? Is your tail made of gold? I'll say a number. 1 piece for 10 minutes. Daji immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. Big fish, although my tail isn't made of gold, only you and your summoner can touch it, so this price isn't expensive at all. And can you at least draft a rough estimate before bargaining? Maintaining my human form consumes 5 points of spiritual power per minute, and your golden jelly can provide 45 points of spiritual power, which means it allows me to maintain my human form for 9 minutes. In the last minute, you can touch my card instead. Shen Shen awkwardly scratched his nose. He had indeed just said it offhandedly. After some back and forth, Shen Shen and Daji settled on a price of 1 piece for 1 minute. This way, for every minute Shen Shen touched her tail, Daji would gain an extra 8 minutes of transformation time. With the terms of the deal agreed upon, Shen Shen felt relieved. He stood up, ready to leave, when a warm, jade-like touch came from his right hand. Is there something else? Turning to look at Daji, who had grabbed him, Shen Shen's eyes were filled with confusion. Little fish, to celebrate the successful transaction, I permit you to touch my leg just this once. You probably didn't get enough that day, did you? Daji gazed at Shen Shen with sultry eyes, her beautiful face blooming with an unprecedented charm. Ha! Shen Shen patted the ear guard of his helmet, somewhat doubting whether his ears were malfunctioning. Is this appropriate? He felt a bit at a loss. Having been single for over 20 years, he had never even held a girl's hand, let alone touched a leg. He, little fish, are you really content to only touch my tail? This opportunity only comes once. Daji suddenly leaned in, playfully blowing a warm breath towards Shen Shen. At that moment, Shen Shen realized that standing before him was a genuine fox spirit. His gaze slightly lowered. Daji's beautiful legs came into view. Her thighs were plump and firm, perfectly proportioned, with smooth, flawless knees. Her calves were slender, with graceful curves, and delicate ankles that even the most discerning person would find no fault with. When her two white, jade-like long legs were brought together, they fit seamlessly, taut and tight. The bright moonlight spilled over her skin, reflecting a soft glow, creating a breathtaking beauty. What beautiful legs, Shen Shen exclaimed sincerely. A charming smile instantly appeared on Daji's stunning face, but the next moment, the smile froze. Such beautiful legs, it would be a shame not to ride a tricycle. Daji lightly bit her silver teeth, then grabbed Shen Shen's right hand, pressing it firmly against her enchanting jade-like leg. I've let you touch me, so what are you hesitating for? Shen Shen was caught off guard, and the smooth, warm sensation immediately transmitted from his hand. After a long while, boring, it can't compare to the big tail at all. Shen Shen withdrew his hand, stating it blandly. He was indeed speaking the truth. You! Seeing Shen Shen take advantage and then act coy, Daji shot him an angry glance. By the way, how will I contact you in the future when my summoner wants to touch the tail? A flash of inspiration struck Shen Shen, and he suddenly remembered the most crucial question. Our summoner just needs to add me as a friend. Sigh, you should cherish my tail while you can. Finally, Daji looked up at the bright moon in the sky and sighed softly, a hint of melancholy appearing on her flower-like face. Why? Shen Shen furrowed his brows in confusion. Daji smiled self-deprecatingly. Because I ultimately belong to someone else's fox, right? Little fish, you can touch my tail, and you can touch my leg, but you will never be able to possess me. Perhaps one day, it won't be impossible for you not to see me anymore. Shen Shen clearly saw the seductive charm in Daji's eyes fade away, replaced by a trace of sorrow. Shen Shen clicked his tongue, wanting to say some comforting words, but he swallowed them back down. He certainly knew that Daji was a card of that woman, Lan Jingjing, and he himself was also a card of Sweet Orange. However, their fates were, in some ways, completely opposite. His summoner was a very obsessive little loli, only willing to cultivate one card of him. Lan Jingjing had more than just Daji as a card, and even favored another one more. What would happen in the future was truly uncertain. Realizing this, Shen Shen understood why Daji had made such a bold move earlier. Little fish, I'm really glad to have met you. See you next time. Daji smiled gently at Shen Shen, her smile sincere. Then, she decisively turned and flew away. Watching her graceful figure quickly disappear, Shen Shen felt a sense of something stirring within him. Daji is a very good friend, but she cannot be a partner. But there's one thing you got wrong. You can still see my appearance. Shen Shen yawned and opened his left hand. In the palm lay a tuft of light yellow tail fur. Now, he was about to create the sword servant, nine-tailed fox? Daji! This tuft of fur was secretly plucked from Daji's tail when he had just stroked it. He flicked his hand upward, and the soft tail fur was thrown into the air, beginning to sway as it fell. At the same time, Shen Shen's lips rhythmically trembled as he recited a spell similar to beatboxing. His hands formed seals like fluttering butterflies. Minus 5,000, mana. With the massive consumption of mana, the tail fur twisted wildly, continuously expanding and changing. 10 seconds later, the tail fur completely vanished. A breathtaking beauty in a pink thin shirt appeared before Chen Chen. It was the sword servant, Nine-Tailed Fox. Chen Chen focused and examined her closely. The stunningly beautiful and enchanting face, the curvaceous figure, were indistinguishable from the real Daji. Unfortunately, her expression was blank, devoid of any hint of life, without any breath, let alone temperament. As for the 9 fluffy-looking tails, when Chen Chen touched them, he couldn't help but curl his lip. The difference was too great. The real Daji's tail was not only incredibly fluffy but also soft, and one could even feel the bouncy flesh inside. It also had a strange effect of calming and inducing sleep. The sword servant, Nine-Tailed Fox's tail, while visually similar, felt like touching a hard stone. In comparison, the sword servant's tail was like a spoiled bun, while the real Daji's tail was a grand feast. After all, it's purely condensed from energy, so it's understandable. As long as it can assist in battle, that's enough. With this thought, Chen Chen excitedly rubbed his hands together. The silver plate in his palm rubbed rapidly, even sparking and making a beep-beep sound. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with excitement and couldn't stop. He had long wanted to understand Daji, the number 88,888 Rookie Village's first SSR, her talents, bonds, and skills. He decisively opened the sword servant, Nine-Tailed Fox's panel. Nine-Tailed Fox? Daji, level, 11 star 102 level, synchronized giant sword warrior, rarity, Dark Gold SSR, Golden Glory, 6-winged evolution medal, bond, heavenly charming fox, exclusive, Fox Clan, 3/4/5/6/7, beautiful mage, 3/5/7/10, talent, Nine-tailed rebirth, national calamity demoness, elegance never goes out of style, skills, soul fox fire, golden level, unique, lady's step, fox shadow overlapping, enchanting pearl. Attributes, 30% of synchronized giant sword warrior. Chen Chen's eyes lit up as he looked down the list. First was the exclusive bond. Heavenly charming fox, your appearance, figure, skin, voice, is a perfect fusion of heavenly craftsmanship and ethereal elegance. Every smile and movement of yours exudes an innate charm. When attacked, you will trigger the cherish the fragrant and treasure the jade effect, reducing damage taken by 10%. After reading the exclusive bond, Chen Chen's eyes shifted. No wonder Daji could mesmerize those heroes with just a smile. It turned out to be her talent at work. Next were the 2 major combination bonds. Fox Clan, 3/4/5/6/7. When dealing damage, the target has a 10%/15%/20%/25%/30% chance to fall into a confusion state, attacking indiscriminately for the next 5 seconds. Red-faced mage, 3/5/7/10. Spell power times 120%/140%/160%/200%. When the target is of the opposite sex, the damage dealt to the target increases by 5%. And the damage received from the target decreases by 5%. The combination bond means little to Chen Chen, as he simply doesn't have the population to gather. Even if he were to gather, it would be for himself first. Next is the talent, which is what the sword servant Nine-Tailed Fox can use. Nine-Tailed Resurrection. When receiving damage and nearing death, one tail can be sacrificed to restore 20% of maximum health and maximum mana. Additionally, the remaining cooldown time of skills is reduced by 20%. Up to 9 tails can be sacrificed, with a recovery time of 24 hours for each tail. Nation-destroying enchantress, control effective charm-type skills, control success rate plus 10%. Elegance never goes out of style. After attacking and hitting a target, attack speed plus 5%, movement speed plus 5%, stacking up to 10 layers. No wonder it's SSR, all 3 major talents are top-notch. Chen Chen couldn't help but exclaim. In comparison, his minion luck, when leveling up, star upgrading, and evolving, there is a 0.1% chance of an extra growth. It's simply a joke. Fortunately, there is fortune of the heavens, otherwise minion luck alone would be like boiling water at 100 degrees, purely scalding. Finally, there are the skills. Chen Chen didn't care about the other skills of Daji. However, the iconic Soul Fox Fire and another skill charm Pearl greatly piqued his interest. Soul Fox Fire, unique, quality, gold level, LV3 effect, stimulates the mana within the body, splitting it into 9, flowing towards the 9 tails. Once the mana condenses into pale Soul Fox Fire within the tails, it can be continuously sprayed out from the tips of the tails. Once the skill begins, the caster will slowly rise into the air. A total of 330 clusters of Soul Fox Fire can be condensed, each dealing 45% spell power damage to enemies within a radius of 33 meters. If the Soul Fox Fire hits the same target, subsequent damage will continue to decay. Mana cost, 1,300 points, cooldown time, 77 seconds. Charm Pearl quality, gold level, LV3 effect, stimulates mana to condense a pink pearl in front of the body and shoots it at high speed towards a target within an 18-meter range. Upon hitting, it will deal 180% spell power damage to the target and has a 50% chance to put it into a charm state. Once charmed, the target will walk towards you for 8 seconds. Mana cost, 230 points, cooldown time, 47 seconds. Soul Fox Fire is undoubtedly a highly lethal skill, which Chun-Chen has seen Daji use multiple times. When the skill is cast, it is like the east wind releasing 1,000 trees of flowers, with sparks illuminating the night as bright as day. It perfectly combines stunning beauty with terrifying power. Then there is Charm Pearl, and with the talent nation-destroying Enchantress, that makes for a 60% charm success rate. Thus, Chen gained another control skill. There is also a skill Lady's Step, which allows Daji to fly at low altitude. However, like the black clouds of the Heron Guardian, it also requires mana to maintain. It's a pity that all of Daji's skills are based on spell power. My spell power is just over 300 points, and I can't unleash their full potential. Chen shook his head and summoned the sword servant Nine-Tailed Fox into the servant position. The original sword servant Heron Guardian was, of course, ruthlessly destroyed by Chen. After all, it was just a pile of energy, not worth feeling sorry for. Moreover, in terms of functionality, the Nine-Tailed Fox is a perfect upgrade over the Heron Guardian. They can both fly and deal spell damage, but the Nine-Tailed Fox's survival, control, and damage are far superior to that of the Heron Guardian. The key point is that compared to an evil old man with a hooked nose, the beautiful Daji is undoubtedly much more pleasing to the eye. 8 hours remain until the players go online. During this time, let's continue gathering the Jilan herbs. Chen glanced at the time, casually chose a direction, and swiftly took off. Meanwhile, in the real world, at the headquarters of Tianma Game Company, in a high-end conference room on the top floor, a high-level meeting regarding the game Tianyu was taking place. The room was sparsely populated, with just over 50 attendees. This meeting had a high specification, and only 2 types of people were qualified to attend. One was company members at the level of deputy manager or above. The other was special assistance officers sent by the Diyen government. The host of this meeting was none other than Ma Tingyun, the chief executive officer of Tianma Game Company and the richest man in Diyen. At this moment, images were being projected clearly onto the white screen at the front of the conference room using the latest projector. Ma Tingyun held a red dot pen, a hint of joy on his face as he explained the content of the images to the attendees. Through the continuous all-around monitoring and observation by the monitoring department, we have finally discovered that among the 203,958 novice villages in Diyen, one novice village has defeated Emperor Assam and has produced the first batch of evolved heroes. It is novice village number 88888. These images of the hero's evolution are the proof. The executives and officers seated below displayed expressions of surprise and excitement. They were astonished that a novice village had unlocked evolution and gained entry into the main city so quickly. As far as they knew, players from other countries were all being held back by their respective boss battles and were in dire straits. They were delighted that novice village number 88888, the first in the world to defeat a boss, belonged to their Diyen. President Ma, how did novice village number 88888 defeat Emperor Assam? Why are there no images of the battle process in the PPT? At this moment, a bald executive stood up and curiously inquired. Others shared the same sentiment, their puzzled gazes fixed on Ma Tingyun. Let me explain. After receiving Ma Tingyun's nod, the manager of the monitoring department stood up, wearing a wry smile and helplessly shrugging his shoulders. Although our department can monitor the game Tianyu, our permissions are extremely limited. Over 99.9% of the areas are inaccessible. This includes the interior of the Pure White Palace where novice village number 88888 fought Emperor Assam. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a bit disappointed. They had hoped to uncover the winning strategy of novice village number 88888 and see if other novice villages could replicate it. Now, that idea was dashed. Just then, Zuorong, the deputy manager of the market research department, stood up. He elegantly pushed his gold-framed glasses up the bridge of his nose, surveyed the room, and spoke. Our department staff has found some information online. Oh, what is it? The crowd instantly perked up, leaning forward, stretching their necks, and quietly pricking up their ears. Even a hint of curiosity flickered in Ma Tingyun's eyes. What could be the reason that novice village number 88,888 stood out among nearly 10 million novice villages worldwide? Ahem. Zuorong cleared his throat and got straight to the point. There are players claiming to be from novice village number 88888 who revealed that they were on the verge of defeat, about to be wiped out by the boss. In the end, it was all thanks to a white card that stepped up and turned the tide, allowing them to defeat the boss and secure victory. By the way, the information online also mentioned that it wasn't an ordinary white card, but one that could defeat an SSR in a 1v1 face-off. Upon hearing this, all the big shots present couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiaozhua, didn't I teach you when I took you under my wing? You must carefully verify information from the internet. You can't just believe any rumors or gossip. How could you forget that now? Ha ha ha, a white card defeats SSR. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Oh, it makes my stomach hurt from laughing. To think that the super boss, which has stumped over 800 countries and more than 100 billion players worldwide, was actually defeated by a lowly white card. This isn't science fiction, it's fantasy. No one in the room believed Zhuo Rong's explanation. Zhuo Rong wasn't frustrated, he simply sat down gracefully. He was just conveying the information he had gathered, which was his duty as the deputy manager of the market research department. Whether others believed it or not was none of his concern. Hee, what is everyone laughing about? Suddenly, a powerful voice resonated in the conference room. Everyone turned to look at the door. A tall, white-haired old man, with a stern face, was forcing a smile. Tap, tap, tap. He walked into the conference room with steady steps and a clear rhythm. In an instant, everyone sensed a chilling aura of iron and blood. Old war god you. Everyone in the room stood up respectfully to bow. I told you not to be so formal. I was delayed by some matters. Xiaoma, please report on the meeting's content. Yu Zhantian shook his head and then looked at Ma Tingyun. Old war god you, it's like this. Ma Tingyun stepped in front of Yu Zhantian and explained everything in detail, not missing a single part of Zhuo Rong's investigation. The 88,888 novice village? Good job. You all need to increase your observation efforts and find outstanding talents in the 88888 novice village. Also, keep an eye on the summoner of that white card. If there really is a talent, and their subsequent performance is good, I can recommend them for residency in the Yanhuang Heavenly Palace. After hearing this, Yu Zhantian narrowed his eyes and gave his orders. However, as soon as the words Yanhuang Heavenly Palace were mentioned, the conference room erupted. Everyone's pupils constricted, their expressions shifting from shock to deep yearning and unprecedented desire. Even Ma Tingyun, the CEO of Tianma Game Company, was taken aback. The discussions among the crowd nearly blew the ceiling off the conference room. Yanhuang Heavenly Palace? Is that the one said to be the strongest fortress in Tianqian Star, with an unbreakable divine wall and absolute defense? 10 years ago, the Deyan government tested the defense of the Yanhuang Heavenly Palace by launching 13 hydrogen bombs equivalent to 63 million tons, yet they couldn't even destroy the outermost wall of the palace. The Yanhuang Heavenly Palace is the dream residence of countless dignitaries and world billionaires in Tianqian Star. Besides being invulnerable, it's said to have its own ecosystem and can be completely self-sufficient. Not only that, but it also has the Tianwang intelligence system and countless intelligent mechanical battle guardians. They do not accept any commands. Their sole duty is to protect the residents of the Yanhuang Heavenly Palace around the clock, ensuring they suffer no harm. It seems the Deyan government is taking the Tianyu game very seriously. They are even willing to offer residency in the Yanhuang Heavenly Palace. You should know that in the past, getting a chance to live in the Yanhuang Heavenly Palace was harder than winning the lottery. I know. The prerequisites for residency in the Yanhuang Heavenly Palace are strict. One must be a native born with pure Yanhuang blood, and their nationality must be Deyan. Furthermore, looking back at the family tree, at least 8 generations must be clean, with no criminal history. After meeting these conditions, the Deyan government will send someone to investigate and verify. Any blemish in one's life will result in losing the qualification for residency in the Yanhuang Heavenly Palace forever. Finally, one must make a significant contribution to Deyan. Only if all these conditions are met can one reside in the Yanhuang Heavenly Palace, and the residency qualification can only be held by oneself, not passed on to others. After giving the orders, Yu Zhantian ignored the agitated crowd and turned to leave the conference room. Meanwhile, in Beijiang City, at the first high school, in the girls' dormitory 602, Encore was like a chirping little bird, excitedly sharing everything that had happened in the game today with the stunning beauty with long black hair in front of her. In the dormitory, only Encore and Mu Qinghuang remained. The other 2 roommates had packed up and gone home a few days ago. They had stopped attending classes and listening to lectures. Attention! They were neither rebellious nor had they been expelled by the school. Instead, they had chosen to stay home and play Tianyu wholeheartedly. In fact, the vast majority of students at Beijiang First High School had returned to their homes, each finding their own mothers. The school not only did not reprimand this but actively supported it. Everything took precedence over Tianyu. Only Encore, in order to escape abuse, had long severed ties with her family, leaving her homeless and without money. Apart from the school dormitory, she had nowhere else to go. Fortunately, Encore had a caring sister, Xinghuang, who couldn't bear to see her all alone. So, instead of living in her family's luxurious seaside villa of over 3,000 square meters, she came to school to share a less than 20 square meter dormitory with her. She even bought her lots of delicious food every day, constantly thinking of new ways to surprise her. Haagen-Dazs ice cream, bluefin tuna rolls, abalone and bird's nest lotus seed porridge. So many delicacies that Encore had never even heard of before. Feeling Qinghuan's genuine kindness, Encore was willing to share everything with her. Sister Qinghuan, you underestimated me. The Big Kin is super awesome and powerful. Not only did it defeat Emperor Mumu, but it also became the president of the Wui Alliance. Hee, I also became the vice president. Isn't that amazing? In the dormitory, Encore proudly placed her hands on her hips, her face slightly raised, revealing a carefree smile. Beside her, Mu Qinghuan, wearing a black baseball cap and leaning against the desk, clapped her hands. Amazing! My little Core is the best in the world. She smiled gently, her black gemstone-like eyes filled with affection. And a series of question marks. If she remembered correctly, the Big Kin that little Core mentioned was a white card, right? Hadn't she told her to decompose it a few days ago? How could she not have decomposed it? The fact that the newbie village 88888, where Encore was located, had defeated Emperor Assam was undeniable, as the system had announced it server-wide. But what did that have to do with a white card? And why was the card the president while little Core, the summoner, had become the vice? And the name of the guild, Wui Alliance. An alliance that doesn't wear clothes? Just hearing the name, one could guess that the guild was filled with some unsavory characters. Little Core was as pure as a little white flower, and so naive that she could easily be led astray by these people. No, absolutely not. With this thought, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in Mu Qinghuan's eyes. She immediately stood up, her casually draped long hair instantly gathering, flowing like a sleek black waterfall down her elegantly long and graceful neck, over her smooth shoulders, and gently cascading to her rounded calves. Mu Qinghuan took a few steps to Encore's side, leaned down, looked directly into her eyes, and spoke in a mature yet gentle voice. Little Core, disband the Wui Alliance and come to my Thingy Pavilion Guild. Thingy Pavilion is all girls, with no messy, stinky men. I'm still the vice president, and with me protecting you, you won't be bullied at all. But Encore shook her head repeatedly, her short apple hairstyle bouncing along. Thank you, Sister Qinghuan, but I can't agree. The Wui Alliance is the Big Can's hard work. If I quit, the Big Can will be very sad, and I don't want to see him sad. An excellent summoner shouldn't disappoint the heroes who trust her. Anchor's voice was very tender, but the refusal in her tone was firm, leaving no room for reconsideration. Mu Qinghuan was taken aback, then narrowed her eyes dangerously, a hint of anger surfacing on her exquisite face. That detestable Bai Ka must have seen that little Anchor was naive and pure-hearted, so he had instilled many ulterior motives in her, attempting to control her. Otherwise, how could the usually obedient Anchor repeatedly reject her? No, she had to think of a way to make Anchor dismantle that despicable and evil Bai Ka. Only then could she save Anchor from her suffering. Mu Qinghuan extended a slender finger, unconsciously twirling the hair beside her cheek, lost in deep thought. Got it. Her eyes lit up as her long hands gently pressed on Anchor's delicate shoulders, earnestly advising her. Little Anchor, don't touch the 7-day login reward tomorrow. Then take your Big Can and wait for your sister in Huangfeng City. Sister has already found a way to defeat Emperor Assam in the new player village here, and by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, I will be able to meet you in Huangfeng City. Sister has also specially prepared a gift for you, you will definitely like it. However, upon hearing the word gift, Anchor not only did not show excitement but instead lowered her eyelids and fidgeted with her small hands. Don't feel burdened, Sister has always regarded you as a real little sister. Isn't it normal for a sister to give her little sister a gift? Moreover, the gift is not expensive. If you refuse again, Sister will really be angry. Mu Qinghuan pretended to put on a stern face, her voice turning a bit colder. Okay. Anchor could only obediently peck her head twice. By the way, Mu Qinghuan suddenly remembered something, her willow brows slightly raised, and her gaze turned cold. She solemnly reminded Anchor, Little Anchor, remember, once you get to the main city, if you see any players whose names start with Lei, make sure to stay far away, because they are members of the Thunder Guild, a group of ruthless killers. Anchor blinked her big, watery eyes. Ruthless killers? Don't their eyes get dry? Mu Qinghuan. Because they blink enough before killing. Alright, it's already 12 o'clock, it's time to sleep. If you stay up late, you'll get ugly, old, and wrinkled. Anchor was instantly startled and hurriedly scrambled up to bed, frantically burrowing under the small blanket. She didn't want to become ugly, otherwise, she couldn't be the queen of the Big Can. Sleep, sleep. Seeing this, Mu Qinghuan smiled indulgently, first walking to the door to turn off the light. Then she returned to her bedside, and with the sound of rustling, her lace undershirt, black tight corset, and black pleated skirt, one piece of clothing after another slid off, and finally, she slipped into the quilt completely naked. A night without conversation. In the morning, the sun rose slowly from the east, radiating thousands of vibrant rays of light, dispelling the remnants of the night and awakening the entire slime plane. Chen Chen lay leisurely on a low mound, resting his arms behind his head, feeling the warmth of the sunlight. The door-sized mithril giant sword stood straight behind him. He didn't know how long it had been. Big Can, good morning. A familiar greeting came from behind, and Chen Chen turned his head to look. A delicate little white-haired loli stood playfully under the massive mithril giant sword, tilting her little head and smiling at him. The morning sun cast a soft glow on the little loli, giving her a faint golden sheen and making her smile seem warm and tangible. Good morning, summoner. Let's start a brand new day. Chen Chen got up and smiled back. Hey! A new day begins with claiming the login reward. Anchor raised her small fist, full of energy, spun around in place, and bounced a little before opening the activity interface. She extended her slender index finger and began clicking the X in the upper right corner of the daily pop-up window. Chen Chen glanced over. These pop-ups were varied and mostly related to top-ups. Wondrous Pool 100 consecutive draws luxury gift pack, 20% off and hot on sale, only 80,000 starstones. What are you waiting for? Hurry and buy it. Unprecedented, super high discounts, buying is earning. Fixed Pool 50 consecutive draw special combo pack, only 35,000 starstones. Don't hold back. Quickly take out your money, buy. Record your beautiful moments, leave your highlights. Super value recorder package, includes 20 minutes of in-game recording time, plus 30 in-game photo qualifications, clearance price 12,000 starstones. Why not top up and buy big? Seductive little chef, adept in both the kitchen and the hall. Summoner exclusive outfit? Chef apron set hot on sale, 99,998 starstones. Take it home right away. Chen Chen. The money-grabbing tactics of the game's Sky domain left a deep shock on his impoverished wallet. The variety of schemes left him speechless. In just a short while, Anchor had clicked away at least 20 or 30 pop-ups, yet there were still countless left. Chen Chen was about to shift his gaze elsewhere when a newly appeared pop-up caught his attention. The first All-Star card competition is heating up. Cards with a rarity of blue or above can participate. The competition is divided into combat and non-combat categories. Combat includes solo king challenges, 5v5 team competitions, and 100-person siege battles, etc. Non-combat includes legendary card voting selection, most beautiful card voting selection, etc. Cards that achieve rankings will receive exclusive custom outfits, limited edition titles, top-tier equipment, powerful skills, and other rewards. Start time, after the 7-day ranking event ends. A look of interest appeared on Chen Chen's face. From the introduction, the rewards for this so-called first All-Star card competition were incredibly generous. Therefore, he had no reason to refuse participation. Whether he could achieve a ranking was another matter. Even if the results were unsatisfactory, as long as he gave it his all, there would be no regrets. However, the minimum qualification to participate was a blue card. White and green cards were not allowed. Chen Chen found this quite reasonable instead of complaining. The ultimate goal of the competition was to select different types of star cards. The most basic requirement for a star card was that it had to have a name, right? And white and green cards had no names. Today is the 4th day. The 7-day ranking event will end in 3 days, so the star card competition will start in 4 days. Before that, I must level up to 20 stars and 200 levels, then evolve into a blue card. Chen Chen analyzed meticulously, feeling a sense of urgency rising within him. As his thoughts drifted, Anchor finally finished clicking the pop-ups and received the reward for the 4th day of the 7-day login event. Big Can, look, this is today's login reward. Anchor stood on her tiptoes, proudly holding up 2 paper vouchers in front of Chen Chen. The 2 vouchers, 1 blue and 1 gold, were soft and long. Chen Chen picked up the 2 vouchers, focused his gaze, and surprise quickly spread across his face. First was the blue voucher. The front featured an endless blue ocean, with a giant fish swimming freely, shaking its head and tail, utterly carefree. The vast sea allows fish to leap. Seeing the image, Chen Chen immediately thought of this phrase. Then there was the back of the voucher. Under the high and endless blue sky, a giant rock soared joyfully, every feather shimmering with the light of freedom. The sky is high, and the birds can fly. Chen Chen recalled a saying. Combined, it means, the sea is vast, allowing fish to leap, the sky is high, permitting birds to fly. From this, Chen Chen felt a sense of freedom. The effect of the blue paper voucher corresponded perfectly to this. High skies and vast seas? A false voucher of freedom. Quality, gold. Effect: after using it on one of your heroes, it can be sent back to the myriad card pool. Description: designed specifically for summoners who are kind-hearted and reluctant to break down excess heroes. Gentle and kind, even if the world kisses them with pain, they will respond with song. Kindness, however, comes at a price. Unless this voucher was obtained for free. Store retail price, 10,000 starstones. Then there was the golden paper voucher. Its design was the same as the blue paper voucher, featuring birds flying and fish leaping. However, Chen Chen sensed a special aura on it that the blue paper voucher lacked. This aura was vast, grand, mysterious, and unfathomable. Suddenly, Chen Chen furrowed his brows. He recalled the 18 streams of powerful light that descended through time and space when he opened the black scroll inscribed with the word "Do Not" in the backyard of Emperor Assam. The aura on the golden paper voucher seemed particularly similar to one of those streams. He quickly checked the effect of the golden paper voucher. Long companionship, a true voucher of freedom. Quality: gold. Effect: after using it on one of your heroes, it will completely erase any decomposition, smelting, or other restriction options on them. Description: also known as the no-slip voucher. Please think carefully before use. If used on a nuisance, they might annoy you for a lifetime. Store retail price, 10,000 starstones. This? Chen Chan's eyes widened. He had thought of many effects, but never this one. Erasing the decomposition option? So, once a summoner uses it on me, I will never be able to be decomposed again? Chen Chen recalled when he first crossed over and discovered he was the most useless white card, always anxious about being disliked by the summoner and facing a cruel decomposition. Fortunately, his summoner was not the fourth calamity, and he was not an ordinary white card, which spared him from disaster. However, the concern of being decomposed by the summoner always lingered. Little did he know, the game Heavenly Domain had long been prepared for this. In the system store, spending 10,000 starstones could buy a no-slip voucher. However, Anchor was too poor to even open the store, let alone buy anything. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Chen Chen. He thought of Xiangyu, Daji, Wusong, Panjinlian, and other SSRs. They must have all been used with the no-slip voucher. After reading, Chen Chen returned the 2 paper vouchers to Anchor. As soon as the little girl received them, she put the blue paper voucher into her backpack. Then, with her head down, she stared intently at the golden paper voucher, confirming the effect over and over, afraid of making a mistake. Seeing this, Chen Chen's eyes shifted, and he teased, "Summoner, are you sure you want to use it on me? Aren't you afraid I might become an annoying nuisance in the future?" Anchor looked up at Chen Chen, her cute face full of indifference, and she replied cheerfully, "So what? If you become a nuisance, then I'll become an annoying female ghost. Let's see who annoys whom. He. Chen Chen." After confirming multiple times, Anchor used the golden paper voucher. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the golden paper voucher transformed into a magical golden light the size of a thumb, shooting into Chen Chen's chest. Bang bang bang. Immediately, a series of explosive sounds echoed within him, and Chen Chen felt some of the deepest weaknesses in his body being completely eliminated at that moment. A sense of ease, exhilaration, and freedom, like the vast sea allowing fish to leap and the high sky permitting birds to fly, instantly filled his heart. "Thank you, Summoner." After saying thank you, Chen Chen saw Nkura pat her waist pouch, her small hand pinching a blue card, and then she tossed it into the air. Swish! In a flash of blue light, the card vanished, replaced by a masked assassin holding a dagger. It was Qin Wuyang, whom Nkor had drawn in the beginner's tutorial. I came out?" Qin Wuyang stammered, his lips trembling, his voice choked as he spoke to himself. Having been locked in a small dark room for so long, he squinted against the sudden brightness, his eyes struggling to adjust. Reflecting on the past few days, he was first overwhelmed with tears, then his emotions spiraled out of control as he stretched his neck and began to roar hysterically at Nkor and Chen Chen. 3 days, a full 3 days. Do you know how I spent those 3 days? In the small dark room, without a hint of light. My mind was clear, but I couldn't move, not even feel the passage of time. This is simply the most terrifying torture in the world. 3 days? No, it felt as long as 3 years. Chen Chen quietly watched Qin Wuyang vent his emotions, nodding slightly twice. Now I finally understand why a hero's favorability drops by 100 points as soon as they enter the small dark room. Given Qin Wuyang's mental state, a drop of 100 points is actually mild. Unlike Chen Chen's calmness, Nkor, with her kind heart, was deeply consumed by guilt. "Woo, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Because my heart is very small, it can only hold one card." Nkor's apologetic voice was sweet and soft, like gentle little hands soothing Qin Wuyang's agitated spirit. Huff. After a long while, he exhaled deeply, calming his mind, and waved at Nkor. "Summoner, I was just too excited. No one is perfect. Since you've realized that the blue card has more cultivation value than the white card and let me out, I won't hold it against you anymore, I forgive you. After saying this, Shin Woo-young scanned the surroundings but couldn't find the culprit that caused him to be locked in the small dark room, the strange white card. All he saw was a tall, imposing, and handsome green card swordsman. A heavy sense of oppression surged from him, causing Shin Woo-young to momentarily halt his breath. Even his heartbeat skipped 2 beats. It felt as if what stood before him was not a person, but a mountain, a great mountain. Especially the shining silver armor and the 3-meter-6 long mithril greatsword on the opponent's shoulder, which added to his overwhelming pressure. Gulp! Shin Woo-young struggled to swallow, a storm of emotions rising within him. Why? The other party was merely a green card, yet why was their presence so intimidating? Just as Shin Woo-young was puzzled, Encore took out a golden jelly from her backpack and handed it to him. Shin Woo-young, you've suffered during this time. Here, consider this a compensation. Shin Woo-young reached out to take it, and before he even tasted it, the jelly's aroma made his mouth water, his stomach growling. After a small taste, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. So delicious, and I can eat this every day from now on. Life is truly better than being a living deity. Things are getting better, everything is getting better. The white card swordsman has vanished, probably disassembled by the summoner. The green card swordsman's might did startle me, but upon calm reflection, even if he turned the world upside down, he is just a green card, all show and no substance, not worth worrying about. Only I am the summoner's only choice. While savoring the jelly, Shin Woo-young also fell into a beautiful daydream about the future. Little did he know, Encore's next words made him freeze, a chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head. Shin Woo-young, after you finish eating, you can happily set off on your journey. I believe you will meet an even better summoner. Set off? Beheading meal? Was he going to be disassembled? Upon hearing this, Shin Woo-young's heart sank, and his hand trembled, causing the unfinished jelly to fall with a plop onto the green meadow. But why? Summoner, I refuse to accept this. I don't understand. Even if there is a necessary reason to decompose a card, why is it my blue card that gets decomposed instead of his green card? Shin Woo-young pointed at Chen Shen, his eyes filled with intense indignation. Chen Shen's gaze sharpened as he walked steadily in front of Shin Woo-young. He said nothing, directly showcasing his combat power of over 6,000. What? Shin Woo-young was instantly dumbfounded, even sweating in his pants. A combat power of 6,000 is something only an SSR can possess. How could it appear on a green card? This is simply outrageous. Because I've said it before, I will only cultivate one big king card. And don't worry, you won't be decomposed, you'll just return to the myriad card pool. At this moment, Encore comforted him. A look of shock crossed Shin Woo-young's face again. It turned out that the white card swordsman who had captured the summoner's heart had not been decomposed but had evolved into a stronger green card swordsman. At the same time, hearing that it was a return to the card pool and not a decomposition, Shin Woo-young's tense nerves relaxed. Summoner, I apologize for my earlier offense. Shin Woo-young apologized to Encore. Returning to the myriad card pool is much better than being directly decomposed. He just didn't know if the next summoner he encountered would be as kind and friendly as the one in front of him. It's okay. Encore shook her little head and took out the sky-high, sea-wide, false freedom voucher, clicking to use it on Shin Woo-young. Swish! The next moment, a blue beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Shin Woo-young. Good luck, kid. Goodbye, summoner, I'm off to sail far away. After casting an envious glance at Chen Shen and bidding a final farewell to Encore, Shin Woo-young disappeared with the blue beam of light. Hee hee, big can, from now on, you will be my only card. After sending off Shin Woo-young, Encore flashed a playful and cute smile at Chen Shen. Thank you for your generous affection, summoner. By the way, since the evolution is complete, it's time to ask the village chief how to get to Huangfeng City. After thanking Encore, Chen Shen slapped his forehead, remembering the important matter. Are we going to Huangfeng City? Yay! Encore clapped her hands excitedly. So, Chen Shen took Encore into the novice village, and when they reached the central square, they saw a large banner hanging high. The banner had a red background with white letters, boldly stating, "The main city teleportation array is being urgently constructed, expected to be completed within 3 hours. Please do not disturb the village chief during this time, or you will bear the consequences." Looking down, Chen Shen saw a giant teleportation array with a diameter of 20 meters on the ground. The patterns of the teleportation array were extremely complex, filled with dense irregular shapes. Just one glance made him recall the challenging geometry problems he had done before crossing over. It made his head spin. The entire teleportation array was white, the array diagram was already complete, and the base and pillars were more than halfway finished. In the center of the teleportation array, the old village chief, thin but full of spirit, was urging his magic to refine, fuse, and shape various materials placed nearby, using them to construct the remaining base and pillars of the array. At this moment, many players gathered at the edge of the central square. Some of them were excitedly rubbing their hands together because their heroes had completed their evolution and qualified to go to the main city. They were just waiting for the teleportation array to be completed. After watching for a while, Chen Chen took an Koer out of the novice village and headed towards the Slime Empire ruins. He didn't want to waste these 3 hours, so he planned to level up a bit and also farm the daily amount of the 3 major permanent stacking attribute talents. Additionally, he wanted Anchor to turn all the fragrant herbs into golden jelly to enhance the living armor, Reza. At the Slime Empire ruins, in the core area, the Bobo mud puddle. Anchor, like a little white deer, hopped and skipped through the mud puddle. Bobo, Bobo. As she ran, she called out with a pure and sweet voice. Goo-doo. Hearing the sound, bubbles began to rise on the surface of the mud, and soon pink mud Bobo monsters poked their heads out, looking left and right. Bobo, Bobo. Upon seeing Anchor, they immediately let out cheerful cries and eagerly jumped closer. Are you ready, Big Can? I'm bringing all the pink moo over. Glancing at the gathering pink tide, Anchor reminded him while quickly running towards Chun Shen, who was waiting nearby. Attracted by Anchor's voice, the mud Bobo monsters bounced along, unguarded, following behind. When they were less than 2 meters away from Chun Shen, Anchor's little face tensed, and her steps suddenly widened. 1, 2, 3, jump. Instantly, Anchor leaped into the air. Chen Chen reached out his left arm and caught her in his embrace. This was to ensure that the upcoming skill wouldn't accidentally harm her. Summoner, please remember, dizziness is normal, so hold on tight. After reminding her, he saw that all the mud Bobo monsters had entered a radius of 7 meters. Chen Chen raised his right hand, wielding the mithril greatsword, and transformed into a silver whirlwind. It was the Polar Whirlwind Slash. -7,302, critical hit. -7,302, critical hit. Puff puff puff. The mithril greatsword whistled past, striking each mud Bobo monster hard, causing them to burst open like hot water bags. Pink slime sprayed everywhere, dyeing the nearby marshland pink. The Polar Whirlwind Slash, with 18 spins in 3 seconds, dealt such high damage that the mud Bobo monsters, with only 15,000 health, couldn't withstand it. In the end, they all turned into rich experience, contributing to Chen Shen's leveling efforts. You killed a mud Bobo monster, level 100 elite, gaining 9,000 experience points, and permanently increasing 40 health, for attack, and 4 spell power. You killed a mud Bobo monster, level 100 elite, gaining 9,000 experience points, and permanently increasing 40 health, for attack, and 4 spell power. You leveled up from level 102 to level 103, health plus 150, mana plus 75, attack plus 30, defense plus 30, magic resistance plus 30, speed plus 15. You successfully triggered the talent Minion Luck, gaining the above growth once more. Do. As the mud Bobo monsters died, copper coins and pieces of equipment fell into the mud, making a dull sound. Chen Chen set Anchor down and was about to pick them up. With a thud, Anchor suddenly felt weak in her legs and fell to the ground. Mum, Big Can, why are you two now? Which one is the real you? Anchor tilted her head to look at Chen Chen, her little face dizzy, her dark pupils spinning nonstop, and stars swirling above her head indicating dizziness. Chen Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead, only able to reach out and hold her back, lifting her up with one hand while picking up the drops from the mud Bobo monsters with the other. A total of 267 copper coins and 4 pieces of black iron equipment, which were exactly the components of the level 100 slime experience set. The slime experience set that Chen Chen and Anchor were wearing was still level 60, just right to be replaced. However, to gather a complete set, they needed to kill more mud Bobo monsters. Next, Chen Chen and Anchor continued to do the same, with clear division of labor. One responsible for attracting, one responsible for killing. To improve the efficiency of leveling up, Chen Chen also released the sword servant, the nine-tailed fox, letting her learn to lure monsters like Ank. With the tacit cooperation of the three, Chen Chen's level skyrocketed. You have killed the sludge Bobo monster, level 100 elite, gaining 9,000 experience points, and permanently increasing 40 health, for attack, and 4 spell power. You have leveled up from level 103 to level 104, health plus 150, mana plus 75, attack plus 30, defense plus 30, magic resistance plus 30, speed plus 15. You successfully triggered the talent, Minion Luck, gaining the above growth once more. You have leveled up from level 104 to level 105, health plus 150, mana plus 75, attack plus 30, defense plus 30, magic resistance plus 30, speed plus 15. You successfully triggered the talent, Minion Luck, gaining the above growth once more. In just 2 hours, Shinshen leveled up from 11-star level 103 to 11-star level 110. Additionally, the unyielding grip, practical training, and learning to spell out the 3 major permanent stacking attributes were all filled by Shinshen today. A total of 6,400 health, 200 attack, and 200 spell power were added. The growth in levels, from level 103 to level 110, resulted in an increase of 1050 health, 525 mana, 210 attack, 210 defense, 210 magic resistance, and 105 speed. This is just the most basic enhancement, including the exclusive bond, Lord of Gambling, the combination bond, Shapeshifter, 6/6, and the talent, Fighting Spirit, and Iron Skin bonuses. In just 2 hours, Shinshen's health increased by a total of 22,350 points, mana increased by 525 points, attack increased by 451 points, spell power increased by 200 points, defense and magic resistance increased by 220 points, and speed increased by 105 points. The improvement in combat power was particularly remarkable. Additionally, Shinshen also gathered the level 100 slime experience set. Slimehorn felt hat quality, black ion equipment requirement, level 100 defense plus 120 magic resistance plus 60 experience plus 5% slime experience set, 1/4 collecting all pieces unlocks set effects. Slime black bear jacket quality, black iron equipment requirement, level 100 health plus 1800 defense plus 150 magic resistance plus 80 experience plus 5% slime experience set, 1/4 collecting all pieces unlocks set effects. Slime sheepskin gloves quality, black iron equipment requirement, level 100 defense plus 135 magic resistance plus 75 experience plus 5% slime experience set, 1/4 collecting all pieces unlocks set effects. Slime crocodile skin pants quality, black iron equipment requirement, level 100 defense plus 115 magic resistance plus 65 experience plus 5% slime experience set, 1/4 collecting all pieces unlocks set effects. After putting them on, compared to 2 hours ago, Shinshen's health increased to 106,816 points, already catching up to the top tank SSR, Xiangyu, at level 100. Attack power rose from 3,675 points to 4,126 points, finally breaking through the 4,000 mark. Spell power also increased from 302 points to 502 points. Defense exceeded 3,300, magic resistance exceeded 2,900, and speed exceeded 1,200. Overall combat power increased from 6,042 points to 7,263 points. After reaching level 110, Shinshen found that he had reached the level cap again. To continue leveling up, he must first upgrade his star level. Shinshen looked at the star upgrade material bar, his expression slightly changing. After the first evolution, starting from the 11th star, every time a hero levels up, they must consume one of their own body cards? Wow, isn't this just a blatant way to entice people to spend money? Shinshen secretly complained. The reason it was called entice rather than force was that besides spending money to draw cards, heroes could also enter one of the 4 basic secret realms, the Hall of Heroes, at night to obtain hero fragments. As the name suggests, hero fragments can be synthesized into the hero's body. The initial rarity varies, and the number of fragments required for synthesis also differs. The specifics are as follows: 10 hero fragments can synthesize a hero body with an initial rarity of N. 20 hero fragments can synthesize a hero body with an initial rarity of N+. 30 hero fragments can synthesize a hero body with an initial rarity of R. 40 hero fragments can synthesize a hero body with an initial rarity of SR. 50 hero fragments can synthesize a hero body with an initial rarity of SSR. The Hall of Heroes can be said to be a must-visit secret realm for players. It is not limited to just casual players but also includes wealthy spenders. After all, the average price of an SSR is 800,000 Great Yen coins, making it too extravagant to obtain the body through card draws. Wealthy players have money, but money doesn't just come from thin air. Therefore, the importance of the Hall of Heroes is even higher than that of the Sutra Pavilion, which produces fragments of heavenly books, second only to the Spirit Plant Valley, which produces fragrant herbs. Among the 4 basic secret realms, only the plantation secret realm that produces red fruits is considered less valuable. Although consuming red fruits can directly level up, there are many other ways to level up. Completing tasks, defeating monsters, and even cutting down enemies can all yield experience points to increase levels. Additionally, Shinshen saw that in the Star Up materials section, besides an N-card Greatsword Warrior, he also needed 100 copper coins and a pending material. Interestingly, the pending material depends on the main city the summoner reaches first. That's right, when the summoner and hero arrive at the main city, the pending material will become definite and will be the main specialty of that city. In this way, you must go to the main city to level up. Chen Chen nodded in realization. Suddenly, he had an idea and asked Encore to open the leaderboard for the 7-day ranking event. Look, Big Can. Encore obediently complied, and Chen Chen checked today's rankings. Hero Evolution Leaderboard, first place, General Lingling, Xing Daoron, 11 stars. Belonging Summoner, Old Monk washes hair with softness. The top spot has changed. It is no longer the original Xianyuan Emperor Tian, and the hero is not even SSR, but a purple card. Chen Chen had anticipated this, because the Summoner Old Monk washes hair with softness had the first hero to evolve in the 88888 Novice Village. This is the rule of the leaderboard: if the star levels are the same, the earlier the evolution, the higher the rank. Chen Chen glanced at his own ranking. 1022nd place, Greatsword Warrior, 11 stars. Belonging Summoner, Orange Sweet. Although the ranks were different, the starting line was the same. There are still 3 days left. He was confident he would take first place, and no one could stop him. After checking the rankings, Chen Chen had Encore close the panel. Then he equipped a complete set of level 100 slime experience gear, and the Frost Jade Glass shield dropped from the Moonlight Cold Toad he killed last night. Big Can, this shield is so beautiful. Why are you giving it to me? Aren't you equipping it yourself? Encore carefully stroked the exquisitely designed Frost Jade Glass shield, her big eyes filled with eager anticipation as she looked at Chen Chen. Summoner, to me, it's just a nice addition, but to you, it's a timely help. Chen Chen shrugged and said, Okay, I see, I thought. After listening to Chen Chen's explanation, Encore's eyes dimmed slightly. By the way, Summoner, you've also reached level 110 and gained a new profession point. Have you decided which profession branch to take? Suddenly, Chen Chen slapped his forehead. He remembered that players gain 1 profession point every 5 levels, which can be used to unlock branches under the 3 main profession trees: killing, support, and survival. Previously, he had chosen the first branch for Encore as the support classes, Master Chef, which was fully unlocked. Now she could unlock a second profession branch. Hearing Chen Chen mention the profession tree, Encore's face turned into a little bitter melon. Not yet. Ugh, there are so many branches, I'm getting dizzy. Then, she looked at Chen Chen awkwardly, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, and foolishly asked, How about this? Big Can, why don't you help me choose? Hee, that way I won't have to think. Chen Chen. His summoner seemed a bit silly, but sometimes she was a little clever too. This was fine. Rather than randomly allocating points and going down the wrong path, it was better to leave it to a professional who could arrange everything clearly for her. Summoner, just leave it to me. Encore nodded her head and then displayed the 3 main profession trees and their countless branches in front of Chen Chen. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen it, Chen Chen was still secretly shocked by the sheer number and complexity of the branches. After half an hour of selection, Chen Chen chose a branch from the survival profession tree that was very suitable for Encore. Underworld Soul Chaser, Level 1, 2/5 max health plus 20%. Level 2, 0/5 recovers a certain percentage of max health per second. Level 3, 0/5 death penalty reduced, resurrection time shortened. Level 4, 0/5 can super evolve any of the first 3 levels, with effects greatly enhanced after evolution. The reason Chen Chen chose this branch was simple: the summoner was a bit silly, and he didn't expect her to make any contributions. Just staying alive was already impressive. Underworld Soul Chaser was the strongest in terms of survival ability among all the branches Chen Chen had checked, especially its level 3 effect, reduced death penalty. The Slime Queen crown that Encore wore could reduce the death penalty by 50%. If this attribute could be maxed out, Encore would no longer have to worry about dying suddenly. After allocating the points, Chen Chen took another look at Encore's attributes. Not bad, the summoner's health has exceeded 20,000 points, and her dual resistances are around 1,000 points. Although it can't compare to the same level SSR, it's much stronger than the purple cards. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. His turtle-style training route was effective. It just felt a bit strange. It seemed a bit backward for a hero to guide a summoner in allocating points. Big Can, thank you for your hard work. Let me make you something delicious. After allocating the points, Encore smiled sweetly at Chen Chen and took out a large black pot that was bigger than her whole body from her backpack. She placed it neatly on the swamp in front of her. Encore reached out her small hand, lifted the pot lid, and put in a sprig of fragrant herb, 2 blobs of slime goo, and a portion of clean water before closing the lid again. 1 second. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds passed, and the pot lid began to bubble, with rich fragrant white steam escaping from the edge of the pot, quickly spreading and turning the surroundings into a misty realm. It's done, let's see how many jellies there are. Yay, it's a big success. And Cora lifted the pot lid, and as the whiteness dissipated, she saw two jellies intertwined with purple and gold light in the pot, her face beaming with joy. Chen Chen, on the other hand, felt his eyelids twitch, throwing the materials into the pot and covering it, and the food was done by itself? What kind of cooking is this? It's more like synthesis, but the advantage is that the jelly is made very quickly. My living armor? Lisa can be upgraded right away. Thinking of this, Chen Chen rubbed his hands together with slight excitement. Ankair took two steaming jellies out of the pot and handed them to Chen Chen with her small hands. Big can, eat it. Chen Chen picked up a jelly, ate one to replenish his spiritual power, and placed the other in the palm of his open left hand. He then conveyed the command of absorb and devour to the living armor, Lisa, attached to the surface of his body. SSSSS. A faint sound of flowing water emerged, and Chen Chen clearly felt a part of the material from the living armor, Lisa, flowing into his left hand. The next scene made his pupils widen in surprise. He saw a puddle of light pink liquid seeping through the mithril gauntlet, appearing around the jelly, condensing into a small pink hand that grasped the jelly and refined it in an instant. After that, it returned to a liquid state, seeping back through the glove along the same path. Eating so fast? Chen Chen immediately checked the information of the living armor, and one item caught his attention. Spiritual power required to upgrade to Black Iron level 0/1045/1000. A golden jelly can provide 45 points of spiritual power, which matched perfectly. Big can, where's the jelly? Such a big jelly? Ankair beside him was confused, holding Chen Chen's left hand and searching back and forth, but she couldn't find where the jelly had gone. Don't panic, summoner. Allow me to organize my thoughts and explain to you immediately. Abba. Chen Chen introduced everything about the living armor to Ankair in detail. Task received, don't worry, Big Can, I will definitely make Princess Lisa eat her fill. After hearing this, Ankair seemed to be energized, puffing out her flat little chest, and energetically approached the big black pot. She then took out portions of materials from her backpack and neatly placed them into the pot. That's right. After multiple cooking sessions, Ankair had become quite skilled. She could not only shorten the cooking time as much as possible but also find ways to maximize the probability of double output, and she could cook several jellies at once in one pot. Thus, under Ankair's tireless cooking, the upgrade progress bar of the living armor soared rapidly. 90/1000, 180/1000, 315/1000. Soon, Chen Chen felt a jolt, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He truly experienced that the thin layer of film covering the surface of his skin had become more flexible and powerful. A cool breath seeped into his bones, dispelling the fatigue in his cells, and he instantly felt more energetic, his thoughts clearer, and many distractions in his mind faded away. This was the change brought by the living armor upgrading to Black Iron level. Moreover, Black Iron level was just the beginning. 270/5000, 675/5000, 990/5000. Before long, the living armor reached the bronze level. 3600/30,000, 7650/30,000, 13500/30,000. Then it reached the silver level. Finally, until the remaining jelly was insufficient to support the living armor's continued upgrade, Chen Chen checked its attributes. Adaptive living armor? Lisa, unique, quality, ordinary silver equipment requirement, obtain Lisa's recognition. Shapeshifter bond, 6/6 12/12 life limit times 150% 180%, recover 0, 5% 2% of maximum life per second. Fully adaptive fluid, LV1 LV4 you can enlarge any body part or equipped gear up to 814 times. Slime Princess's abundance, LV1 LV4 produce 100400 lumps of Slime Princess mucus daily. Special equipment that does not occupy an equipment slot. This living armor can continuously upgrade by devouring spiritual power. The spiritual power required to reach the golden level, for 50/150,000. Description, transformed from the youngest daughter of Emperor Assam. Don't be curious about why she became living armor, because anything is possible in the heavenly domain. Hurry and feed it well, it has long been waiting to be nourished. Chen Chen's expression was somewhat astonished. He did not expect the living armor to have such a significant and comprehensive upgrade after leveling up 3 times. First was the bond, upgrading from a level 6 shapeshifter to a level 12 shapeshifter, which reflected in Chen Chen's attributes, causing his health to surge from 100,000 to 120,000. Now, among SSRs of the same star level, there should be none that can surpass him in health, including tank-type SSRs. Then there was the health regeneration, which increased from 2% of maximum health per second to 3.5% of maximum health per second. Calculating it out, the health recovered per second reached a staggering 4,000 points, equivalent to the health of a level 100 purple card. Next was the second effect, Chen Shen's mithril greatsword grew larger again, making progress towards the goal of a 40-meter greatsword. Finally, the Slime Princess's slime not only increased in daily output. Slime Princess slime quality, ordinary silver effect, can be used to enhance a hero's star level, effective only before the first evolution. After adding this slime, the jelly cooked will be even more delicious. Additionally, spiritual power increases from 5% to 20%. Description: this type of slime can only be produced by Adaptive Living Armor, Lisa, unique. Each blob of slime contains Lisa's full enthusiasm, squeezed out with great effort and care. So please cherish it, use it well, and do not waste it. The quality of the slime will improve along with the quality of the armor. Here, summoner, try making a jelly with this. Chen Shen took out a blob of freshly produced pink slime from his space pouch and handed it to Anchor. This blob of slime is so strange, not sticky at all, and it smells nice. Anchor curiously widened her eyes, constantly observing the slime in her hand, even leaning in to sniff it gently with her little nose. However, she did not delay for long and quickly placed the slime along with some fragrant herbs and clean water into the big black pot. Glug glug. 30 seconds later, Anchor lifted the pot lid. Instantly, a mist of white with a hint of pink wafted out, and with Brownie in motion, the aroma spread across half the swamp. What is that smell? So fragrant, it has awakened the glutton in my stomach. I smell it too. This smell is simply, how to describe it? In short, wow, amazing. Let's go, search around nearby and see what is producing this fragrance. As nearby players began to act, Chen Shen picked up the jelly made from the Slime Princess's slime and took a closer look. Collectible treasure? Slime Herb Gel Jelly Quality, Platinum Effect, restores 51 points of spiritual power when consumed by a hero. Shelf life, infinite. Description: a more delicious and precious existence than the 3 major advanced jellies cannot be obtained through conventional means. Such deliciousness is definitely worth collecting. Platinum level? A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Shen's eyes. The previous jelly was golden level, restoring 45 points of spiritual power. Now it had actually upgraded to platinum level, restoring even more spiritual power, but he wondered how it would taste? Unable to contain his curiosity, Chen Shen took a bite. Shoo. The taste lingered on his lips and teeth, ethereal and delightful. Truly a top-notch delicacy. It's about time. The village chief's teleportation array should be set up by now. With his level maxed out and the living armor upgraded, Chen Shen, with nothing else to do, was preparing to take Anchor back to the village. A few figures rushed over from the front. President! It turned out to be members of the Wui Alliance, including Agu. What's the matter? Chen Shen asked curiously. There's something urgent, something extremely urgent. Tian Shelian took the lead, charging ahead with her long braid dancing wildly in the wind, making a whoosh sound, her vibrant energy as a country girl fully on display. Just as she was about to crash into Chen Shen, he squinted slightly and leisurely turned to the left. While avoiding her, he extended his right hand to gently press down on Tian Shelian's head, stopping her momentum. Take your time to explain, no need to be so flustered. President, you're holding my head down. How am I supposed to speak properly? Tian Shelian shot Chen Shen a glance, her beautiful face a mix of complaint and frustration. What's going on? She was so close to leaping into the president's arms, pretending to accidentally take advantage of him. Fearing she was too slow, she had allocated all her attribute points to speed. But why was it still not fast enough? Never mind, she decided to go all out on speed. Next time, she would definitely succeed. Seeing that Tian Shelian was silent, Chen Shen thought she was angry, so he simply withdrew his hand. Then he saw Tian Shelian blissfully close her eyes, her nostrils gently flaring. President, you smell that delicious aroma too, right? Woo, I'm about to cry from hunger. Can we go find out what delicious dish it's coming from? Chen Shen's expression darkened, and his tone unconsciously became heavier. Is this the urgent matter you were talking about? At that moment, Agu and the others arrived in front of Chen Shen, each rubbing their fists, their eyes blazing with anticipation. It seemed these guys were truly craving something. Chen Shen thought to himself, let me tell you the truth. The delicacy you're looking for is actually the jelly that the summoner just made. Chen Shen stepped aside, revealing the petite encore behind him. Encore blinked in confusion. Vice President, the extraordinary delicacy was made by you? That's amazing. Tian Shelian took 2 or 3 steps to Encore, smiling as she bent down and gave her a thumbs up. Hey, Vice President, can you make another jelly? I really want to taste it. She pleaded eagerly. Encore didn't agree immediately but looked at Chen Shen. Chen Shen nodded without hesitation. Make some more. Tian Shelian, Agu, Aba, the first brother of Tianyu, and the three fools were all core members of the Wui Alliance. They could be considered the backbone of the Taitsong Divine Kingdom. As the ruler of the Taitsong Divine Kingdom, if he was stingy over a few jellies, it would be too embarrassing. And Kor obediently nodded in agreement and then walked over to the big black pot, taking out 6 portions of ingredients to start cooking. Hee, finally going to have a feast. Thank you, President and Vice President. Thank you, President and Vice President. After expressing their gratitude, Tian Shelian and Agu eagerly surrounded in Kor's black pot with fiery eyes. Gurgle. 2 minutes later, 6 jellies, shimmering in golden and pink hues, were steaming hot as they came out of the pot. What beautiful jellies! Just the appearance alone outshines my silver-grade jelly by 10 streets. I can definitely smell the aroma we caught earlier. It's intoxicating. Tian Shelian and the others praised endlessly, but when they picked up the jellies, a look of astonishment flashed in their eyes. Isn't the highest quality jelly supposed to be gold? Why is the jelly you made, Vice President, platinum grade? Moreover, this platinum grade jelly provides 51 points of spiritual power each, significantly more than the gold grade. Their questions went unanswered as Kor, holding the last jelly she had cooked, walked towards Chun Chen. Big Can, this is yours, eat it while it's hot. And Kor swallowed hard, reluctantly shifting her gaze from the tempting jelly to Chun Chen. Glancing at the jelly in her palm, Chun Chen slowly shook his head. Summoner, you can eat this jelly yourself. And Kor couldn't help but lick her small pink lips, her expression wavering, but she quickly shook her head in refusal. No. Big Can, you are a hero, eating jelly can restore your spiritual power. I'm a summoner, eating jelly only fills my stomach, and that's not worth it. And Kor's innocent and cute voice made Tian Shelian and the others, who were enjoying their jelly, blush and freeze, as the jelly in their hands suddenly didn't seem so appealing anymore. No, you are worth it. Summoner, you always make jelly for me. It's about time you tried some yourself. You've given so much, this is what you deserve. It's just a jelly. We have plenty of fragrant herbs. After Chin Chan's repeated insistence, Kor was finally persuaded. She brought the soft jelly to her mouth and took a huge bite. It really tastes amazing. With just one bite, Kor was completely captivated by the delicious platinum jelly, chewing while mumbling indistinctly. The jelly was quickly finished. Tian Shelian and the others had long since eaten every last bit and were still licking their lips, wanting more. So-called urgent matters, this is done now, right? Chen teased. No way. President, you don't think we just happened to run into you while looking for the source of the fragrance, do you? As soon as the words left her mouth, Tian Shelian exaggeratedly teased. Chen frowned, realizing something was off. Indeed, he and the summoner had come to the Bobo mud puddle to level up, and no one had told them how they just happened to run into Tian Shelian and the others. President, let me explain. At that moment, the slender Agu stepped forward and began to explain. We all added the vice president as a friend. After summoners add each other as friends, they can use the friend location feature to find out each other's locations. So we easily found this place. A hint of understanding appeared on Chen Chen's face, but soon more curiosity arose. Then what is your real purpose for finding me? Since the jelly's fragrance was an accident, Tian Shelian and the others must have other important matters. Of course. We came to hire you, President. Tian Shelian smiled slyly, her voice mixed with teasing and desire, sending shivers down Chen Chen's spine. Hire? What the heck? Are people nowadays so open and bold? And did they get his consent? Just like that, they want to hire him. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Lost in thought, Chen quietly took 2 steps back, his gaze warily fixed on Tian Shelian, Agu, Aba, and the others. President, you misunderstood. Tian Shelian means to assist in battle. The colloquial term for assisting in battle among summoners is hire for assistance, abbreviated as hire. Noticing Chen Chen's misunderstanding, Aba shook his feather fan, helplessly starting to explain. President, do you remember the 2 new functions unlocked after your first evolution? Hearing this, Chen was taken aback, lost in memories. After the first evolution, he indeed unlocked 2 major new functions. The first was that heroes could reveal the card's essence in the form of a phantom, known as showing the dog tag. The second was the in-game assistance function. Could it be that Agu and the others came for assistance? In the game Sky domain, assistance and card drawing are both player-side functions, entirely decided and led by the players. Therefore, Chen wasn't familiar with it. Hearing Aba say this, he suddenly became very interested. Chief Grand Strategist, why don't you explain the specific content and details of the assistance function? Aba lightly waved his feather fan and smiled wisely. It is my utmost honor. He then began to pace back and forth in the swamp, introducing Chen in a calm and unhurried tone. First, to achieve assistance in battle, the summoner must drag the avatar of a hero into the assistance bar in advance. This way, his friends can borrow this hero. However, there are two major prerequisites for a successful borrowing. First, it must be done face-to-face, and the distance between the borrower and the summoning summoner cannot exceed 5 meters. Second, it must be with the consent of the summoning summoner. At this point, Abba glanced at Egu and then at the number one understanding brother in the heavenly domain, giving a slight nod. The two instantly understood. President, please watch closely. We will demonstrate it for you live. The number one understanding brother in the heavenly domain and Egu volunteered to step forward. Chen focused intently on the two, afraid to miss a single detail. Egu first opened the assistance interface, and the hero in the assistance bar was clearly his main force. SR, Assassin, Qin Wuyang, 11 stars, level 102. Then, the number one understanding brother in the heavenly domain initiated a borrowing request to Egu, who clicked agree. Boom! A loud noise echoed in the sky, and the assassin, Qin Wuyang, made a dazzling entrance. He stood straight, expressionless, beside the number one understanding brother in the heavenly domain. Ha! Seeing this, Qin couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. Familiar, familiar, still so familiar. Look at that vacant, lifeless expression. Look at that body purely formed from condensed energy. Isn't it just a version of the sword servant? At this moment, Abba's voice confirmed his suspicion. President, this is assistance in battle. Borrowing a hero does not mean directly borrowing the other party's body. Rather, the game will condense a brand new energy replica. Under normal circumstances, the energy replica possesses 100% of the borrowed hero's talents, bonds, skills, and attributes, but some extremely special talents/bonds/skills cannot be replicated. The energy replica also does not have an independent soul or consciousness, only extremely low AI intelligence capable of executing only simple commands. Moreover, the energy replica can only exist for 10 minutes. Exceeding this time will result in automatic dissipation. Additionally, for privacy protection, the talents, bonds, skills, and attributes of the energy replica will only replicate the final effects during copying, without detailed explanatory information. Furthermore, the cooldown time for a single hero's assistance is 5 days, meaning that the understanding brother will have to wait 5 days before borrowing Egu's Qin Woyang again. For summoners, they can only borrow heroes twice a day. For a single hero, they can be borrowed a maximum of 100 times a day. Both types of counts can be increased with special treasures. Upon hearing this, Chen understood most of it. He stroked his chin, his thoughts drifting, and suddenly thought of many things. The assistance function, in simple terms, is about clinging to a powerful ally and summoning divine help. When faced with monsters that cannot be defeated, people that cannot be cut down, and levels that cannot be passed, one can borrow the assistance hero of a big shot, using their power to dominate. Although it only lasts for a brief 10 minutes and the energy replica does not possess high intelligence, if used well, it can definitely turn the tide of battle. In summary, the gameplay and potential of this assistance function have a lot of room for development. President, just let me borrow once. I really want to know what it feels like to have such a powerful hero as you. Suddenly, soft jade warmth entered his embrace. Chen looked down and found that Tian Shalian had unknowingly wrapped her arms around his waist, looking up at him with a face full of pleading. President, I want to borrow too. Me too. Same here. With Tian Shalian's opening, Agu, Aba, the number one understanding brother in Tianyu, and even the silly San Lengzi all chimed in. After talking for a long time, weren't they here just to have a go at the president and enjoy a limited time sweet orange? Chen. He was completely speechless, his face as dark as a pot bottom, with veins on his forehead faintly throbbing. Can't they speak properly? Can't they be a bit civilized? If they want to borrow help, just borrow it. Why must they use the word have fun? Chen was very averse to this term because it gave him an unclean feeling, not to mention how bad it would be to lead the children astray, with the summoner still wide-eyed and foolishly watching. He could no longer tolerate it and warned, you can borrow my help. But one thing, absolutely do not use the word have fun, understood? Tian Sholian and the others were taken aback for a moment, then their expressions turned to wild joy. Understood. I will definitely, absolutely, and certainly not say the words have fun with the president again. President, you can rest assured, I will be good and obedient. A person from Dian does not deceive another from Dian. Me too. After Chen agreed, Tian Shelian immediately let go of her hand and eagerly rushed to Encore, squatting down to teach her how to set Chen as a battle hero. Vice President, I have sent you an application. Come on, first click this agree button, then click the option behind it that says, this friend's subsequent applications will be directly agreed to without further confirmation. Oh, I need to click here, then here, and this option. Sister Sholian, I've clicked them all. Vice President is awesome. Just as Chun Chan's energy body began to replicate, the sky changed dramatically. 1 second it was a bright sunny day, and the next it was covered by dark clouds. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly erupted in the swamp, shaking the mud beneath their feet, causing the mud to surge and splash everywhere, instantly drenching Tian Xiaolian and the others like dirty drowned rats. They had no time to care about themselves and instead frowned. The commotion from having fun with the president seemed much greater than that from having fun with Qin Wuyang. Something was off. It was 9 parts wrong. Logically speaking, regardless of the rarity of the hero, the noise during the replication of the energy body should be the same. Unlike now. Fortunately, the abnormality in the sky came quickly and left just as fast. When the dark clouds dissipated and warm sunlight shone down again, a silver-armored warrior, almost a perfect replica of Chun Chan, stood there, leaning on a giant sword, radiating silver light and exuding an imposing aura. Yay! We got it! We got it! Tian Xiaolian excitedly clenched her fists, her joy evident. However, the sudden system prompt caused her to freeze in place. Ding! An unknown anomaly has been detected on the battle hero, Giant Sword Warrior. The energy replica cannot sustain it, and it will collapse in 10 seconds. Countdown 10, 9. Collapse? Why would it collapse? Is there a bug? Tian Xiaolian was completely confused, but now was not the time to dig deeper. The president she had worked so hard to get was about to disappear just like that? She hadn't even experienced it yet? This was intolerable. This was absolutely intolerable. Countdown 7, 6, 5. As the replica of the president was about to collapse and disappear, Tian Xiaolian gritted her silver teeth, adhering to the principle of never losing out, and quickly opened the card drawing interface. There was no time to test combat power, so she could only try drawing cards. The card drawing interface had only 2 major pools, the universal pool and the fixed pool. In the universal pool, any hero could be drawn except for limited heroes. In the fixed pool, although only heroes that had been owned could be drawn, there was a mechanism to prevent bad draws. Players could set a desired SSR as the target for drawing. If the first SSR drawn was not it, then the second one would definitely be it. Looking at the myriad pool in the interface, Tian Xiaolian hurriedly issued an order for the energy clone to click the extraction button of the myriad pool. This is the magic of the game Sky Domain. Heroes themselves cannot draw from the player card pool. However, as a battle hero, its energy clone can draw cards on behalf of the player at their command. It's a fun little gameplay mechanic. In any case, with only 2 seconds left on the countdown, Shin Shen's energy clone, with its fingertips clad in mithril gloves, successfully touched the extraction button. Bang! Suddenly, the energy body exploded into nothingness, leaving Chen Shen, a goo, and the others looking astonished and confused. Wasn't it said that the energy clone could exist for 10 minutes? How could it disappear after just a few seconds? What did Tian Xiaolian do? Don't look at me like that. I don't really understand either. The system prompt says the president's energy body has an anomaly and can only last for 10 seconds. Tian Xiaolian shook her head, her long braid bouncing, firmly refusing to take the blame. Meanwhile, the card drawing animation in the pool had already started playing. Tian Xiaolian glanced at it, her heart completely unmoved, clearly not holding any hope for this draw. No way, it should be the 6 gentlemen of the card pool again. The actual drawing probability of this unscrupulous game Sky Domain had long been figured out by the players. Thanks to the math whizzes online, they collected samples and analyzed big data, concluding that Sky Domain had probability fraud. What was written on the surface did not match the actual probabilities at all. Just like these 6 gentlemen of the card pool, the pool states that the probability of drawing them will not exceed 90%. In reality, whether in the myriad pool or the fixed pool, whether single draw or 10 consecutive draws, the actual probability of drawing the 6 gentlemen of the card pool exceeds 95%. The 6 gentlemen of the card pool, the 6 tumors of the card pool, or the 6 emperors of the card pool, all refer to the same 6 cards, 6 white cards. They are the Great Swordman, Long Archer, Spellcaster, Defender, Infiltrator, and Little Healer. In short, there are thousands of SSRs in the pool, but the lowest level white cards are just these 6 that make players gnash their teeth in frustration. I wonder which one of the 6 gentlemen it will be. Tian Xiaolian, lacking enthusiasm, was about to stretch and yawn. The next second, due to excessive shock, she froze into a statue. In the card drawing animation, a bright golden meteor, wrapped in nobility and powerful momentum, streaked across the sky, piercing through the clouds, leaving a long golden trail in the air. Did I get gold? A random draw resulted in a gold card? Such a stroke of luck, she wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Wait, it's not gold, it's the 9-color limited gold. Before she could even recover from the first wave of shock, Tian Xiulian was engulfed in a second, even greater wave of astonishment, because the meteor in the card drawing animation had special effects, surrounded by red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white 9-color halos. This is the mark of a limited SSR. In Sky Domain, cards are classified not only by rarity but also by a very special classification method, that is, limited and non-limited. Based on quantity, there is only one limited card in the entire pool, while there are countless non-limited cards. This means that once a player draws a limited card, no other player, including themselves, can draw a second one. However, whether a card is limited or not does not affect its strength. Even so, countless players flock to limited SSRs. Because I have it, and you don't, that's the reason for showing off. Nowadays, the most envied player online is Lan Jingjing, because the card she drew, Nine-Tailed Fox, Dodgy, is not only stunningly beautiful and unparalleled but also a genuine limited SSR with high strength. Now that she too was about to get a limited SSR, how can Tian Xiulian not be excited? Finally, the cutscene ended, and a golden card appeared in Tian Xiulian's hand, which she threw up into the sky. Swish! As the golden light flashed, the card disappeared, replaced by an old man with a long beard dressed in a blue robe. The old man had kind eyes and a gentle demeanor. He held a bamboo staff and carried an empty medicine basket on his back. I am the old man Li Shizhen, at your service, summoner. The old man clasped his hands in a salute to Tian Xiulian. Tian Xiulian finally snapped out of her shock and nodded in response. Hello, SSR, medicine sage? Li Shizhen, 0 stars, 0 level. Upon seeing the name above the old man's head, everyone, except for the Cillian Kur, including Chen Shen, widened their eyes in disbelief. What luck is this? And it's a limited SSR. Congratulations, congratulations. Minister of Agriculture, your luck is off the charts, an SSR worth 800,000, and you got it in one go. Today is a good day. Our Wui Alliance has finally welcomed its first SSR. Just as Agu and the others were congratulating Tian Xiulian, Chen Shen's expression suddenly changed. What's going on? A thick green beam of light rose from his head without warning, radiating a vibrant life force. The sudden change instantly drew the attention of everyone in the Wui Alliance. Deguanto, are you okay? Is it serious? Woo-woo, did you get poisoned from the jelly I made? And Cora looked up, her big eyes filled with worry as she gazed at Chen Shen. As for Agu and the others, instead of being concerned for Chen Shen, they all showed expressions of surprise. President, I thought Tian Xiulian's luck was already good enough, but I didn't expect there to be more experts. Abba waved his feather fan, exclaiming in amazement. What's going on? At this moment, Chen Shen's mind was filled with question marks. President, don't panic, let me explain. Abba gestured for Chen Shen to calm down and began to explain patiently. President, you must know that heroes don't assist in battles for free. Otherwise, wouldn't that be just freeloading? At the end of the battle, the summoner or the assisting hero has different probabilities of receiving various rewards. There is a 99% chance of receiving friendship points, which can be used in the friendship shop to buy gifts like blue roses, red roses, pink tulips, etc. To enhance the friendship between the summoner and the hero, there is a 999% chance of receiving 1 copper coin, 1 silver coin, and 1 gold coin as compensation, as a reward for the hard work of assisting. And there is a 0.001% chance of permanently increasing the life limit by 100 points. The game's explanation is that the assisting hero received rave reviews from other summoners, which made them happy, and their inner joy also made their body healthier. After hearing this, Chen Shen opened his panel to take a look. Sure enough, just like that, under various bonuses, his life limit had increased by a full 360 points. Chen Shen narrowed his eyes meaningfully, and many thoughts began to sprout in his mind. It was clear that his talent, Hongyun Shitian, had activated once again. Every time he was every time he was used, he could permanently increase his life limit by 360 points. Now, he could be borrowed a total of 100 times each day. If he were borrowed completely every day, the increase in life would reach a terrifying 36,000 points. That would be a guaranteed kill. Chen Shen had worked hard to reach his current level of 11 stars and 110 levels, and his total life was just over 120,000. Unfortunately, a guaranteed kill was not possible. Two major limitations severely restrained Chen Shen's growth momentum. The first was that the same player could only borrow him once every 5 days, which was indeed a long cooldown. The second limitation was that there were too few people borrowing him. Apart from him and the summoner, there were only 5 others in the Wui Alliance. Chen Shen was also very protective of his own feathers and would not compromise. If it were some other heroes, in order to use up their chances, they might not hesitate to lose face and casually pull a few people in, just to lend themselves out. That would be too degrading. Chen Shen had made up his mind, if the chances couldn't be used up, then so be it. Because he was not just a card, but also the president of the Yuyuan Alliance, the lord of the Taitsong Divine Kingdom. As the lord of a divine kingdom, if anyone could just come and take advantage of him, what face would he have left? Therefore, it was better to be selective than to be indiscriminate. From this moment on, only loyal and virtuous guild members will be qualified to borrow my assistance. Chen Shen thought to himself while stroking his chin. Moreover, he knew one thing. People often take for granted things that are too easily obtained and do not cherish them. It is only when they suddenly lose them one day that they will regret it. In short, the assistance chances must be firmly controlled and not given away lightly. Of course, Agu and the others were exceptions. Tian Xiaolian has borrowed. Who's next? As soon as Chen Shen's voice fell, Agu, Aba, the number one understanding brother in Tianyu, and San Langzi all eagerly raised their hands. President, I want to borrow. No, I want to lend. President, choose me. I have come up with strategies for you. I have painted the future for the guild. I am a great loyal minister. I want to too. As soon as Tian Xiaolian released the gold, the four of them could no longer sit still. Although there was no clear indication that Tian Xiaolian could draw an SSR, which was related to the borrowed president's clone, what if there really was some metaphysics? Metaphysics won't save the poor, and spending won't change fate. The latter four words had already become a foregone conclusion for them, who came from ordinary backgrounds, because they simply couldn't afford the 800,000 for an SSR. But the former four words might still be salvageable. Agu, you come. Without thinking much, Chen Shen arranged them in the order they joined the guild. Thank you, President. Agu's heart raced, his hands trembled, his breath was hot, and his eyes were tense. He swallowed hard, parched lips applying to inquire for a request. The request was approved. A flash of green light, and Chen Shen's clone appeared before him. Unlike when Tian Xiaolian borrowed, this time there was no gathering of wind and clouds, no thunderous phenomena. But one thing was completely the same. Ding, an unknown anomaly has been detected on the assistance hero, Greatsword Warrior. The energy clone cannot sustain it, it will collapse in 10 seconds, countdown 10, 9. 10 seconds? Every second counted. The card-drawing interface of the myriad phenomena pool had long been opened by Agu in advance. As soon as Chen Shen's energy clone appeared, he immediately issued the command, draw, draw, draw. Ding! The silver fingertips lightly touched the draw button, and the transition animation began to load. Boom! Thick, pure white clouds suddenly broke open a large hole, a precursor to the appearance of a meteor. What will it be? At this moment, everyone's heart, except for Chen Shen's, was in their throats, and Kor even covered her eyes with her small hands, only daring to peek through her fingers. Whoosh! A meteor streaked across the sky. The tail flame was golden. The head was surrounded by 9 colored halos of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. I got it! I got it! Yes! Agu could hardly contain his joy, his face flushed, his hands clenched into fists, waving non-stop. The meteor transformed into a card, and Agu quickly took it out from the card pack. With a shake of his hand, he summoned, I am Sun Wu, at your service, summoner. A middle-aged man dressed in an ancient purple robe and wearing a black martial crown appeared before Agu. Like Agu, his eyes were also bright and spirited. Moreover, there was a hidden aura of military strategy and might about him, causing everyone to look over in surprise. SSR, military sage? Sun Wu, 0 stars 0 level. No need to be polite. Agu humbly returned the greeting. Upon seeing the attributes of the war saint Sun Wu, he was so pleased that his heart blossomed with joy, and he showcased it to the members of the Wui Alliance. Ha! A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Shen's eyes. This SSR perfectly matched with Agu, especially the bonds. The war saint Sun Wu had 3 bonds: the Art of War, Exclusive Bond, Military Commander, 3/5/7/10, and Spring and Autumn, 3/4/5. The Exclusive Bond opened Chen Shen's eyes wide. The Art of War, Exclusive Bond, War is the way of deception. Effect, when commanding soldiers in battle, based on the passage of time and command effectiveness, a morale value will gradually be gained. The higher the morale value, the stronger the combat power and fighting will of the soldiers under command. Morale value does not decrease unless the battle ends. The initial morale value is 100, and all attributes of oneself and the soldiers under command increase by 10%. When the morale value reaches 200, the military spirit is formed. All attributes of oneself and the soldiers under command increase by 20%. When the morale value reaches 500, the military spirit ignites. When attacking, oneself and the soldiers under command deal an additional fixed damage equal to 5% of their attack power, ignoring dual resistance. The value will not increase or decrease by any means. When the morale value reaches 1000, the military spirit is indestructible. After receiving fatal damage, oneself and the soldiers under command can still survive for 30 seconds. Note, the summoner can share the above effects. As the Minister of War, Agu was already skilled in marching in formation, and with this bond to assist, it was like adding wings to a tiger. It's gold. It really is gold. The president is amazing. The SSR of my buddy is the same as Tian Xiaolian's. Both are limited editions. Could it be? The number one understanding brother in the heavenly domain and Abba exchanged glances, both seeing the shock and a certain speculation in each other's eyes. Abba, it's your turn. At that moment, Chen Chen's calm voice reached Abba's ears. Coming, my single draw ticket is already eager. Moments later, an ugly middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and a big nose, shaking a tattered fan, squinted his eyes to observe Abba. Abba also lightly waved his feather fan, sizing up the ugly middle-aged man. This guy had a scruffy beard, dressed in tattered gray clothes, and his unkempt appearance was quite similar to Abba. One had crossed eyes, and the other was too ugly to look at, yet both contained a glimmer of wisdom in their eyes. Even Chen Chen felt that these two were too similar. Gradually, Abba and the ugly middle-aged man both developed a sense of mutual appreciation. It was as if they were high mountains in flowing water, with a kindred spirit before them. SSR, Feng Chao, Pangtong, 0 stars 0 level. The middle-aged man was indeed Pangtong, and his exclusive bond could only be described in 2 words, peculiar. Like the war saint Sun Wu, Feng Chao Pangtong also had 3 bonds. Half the world's talent, exclusive, strategist, 3/6/9/12, great shoe, 3/5/7/9. The exclusive bond made Chen Chen and the others exclaim, interesting. Half the world's talent, exclusive. With one of the dragon and phoenix, one can secure the world. Effect: each time a strategy is successfully used, a temporary buff will be gained. The effects of the buff are strange and varied, possibly positive or negative. The temporary buff can be freely chosen whether to use it and on whom to use it. If not used, it can be permanently saved. The summoner can share the above effects. The buff can be permanently saved, and can be used whenever one wants? In the heavenly domain, indeed, everything is possible, even such peculiar bonds exist. Sir, just from your face, I can tell you possess extraordinary wisdom and great plans, far from an ordinary person. Ha ha ha, the summoner has a discerning eye. In Pang's view, are you not the same? Especially from those striking eyes of yours, I can see astonishing wisdom. Sir, we hit it off at first sight. Why not become sworn brothers? Good. I have the same intention. Thus, Chen Shen and the others witnessed, after exchanging a flurry of compliments, that Aba and Pangtong actually became sworn brothers. It's rare for summoners and heroes to connect like this. Now it's your turn. Chen Shen smirked, calling over the number one knowledgeable guy in the heavenly domain and the simpleton. After a short while, the number one knowledgeable guy in the heavenly domain was the first to exclaim. He, too, had drawn a limited SSR. SSR, historian? Bangu, 0 stars 0 level, a middle-aged man with a wooden hairpin, exuding a strong and decisive aura. He carried the scent of ink and books, mixed with the rust and blood of the battlefield. Bond, Great Master of Historians, exclusive, historian, 4/6/8/10, scholar, 3/6/9/12, Great Master of Historians, exclusive, effect. Each time a legendary deed of the Orthodox Emperor is recorded, gain a varying number of record points based on the greatness of the deed. Record points can be used to increase base attributes, upgrade talents, skills, etc. The summoner can share the above effects. Finally, it was the simpleton's limited SSR. A tall, sturdy young man with a square face, dressed in a simple black hero's outfit. Just standing there, he radiated a sense of righteousness. SSR, Hero of the Condor? Guadashia, 0 stars 0 level. Bond, Heart of a Child, exclusive, Master of Fist and Palm, 4/6/8/10, Hero of the Condor, 3/5/7/9, Heart of a Child, exclusive, effect. With a pure heart and no distracting thoughts, one can comprehend the deeper mysteries of skills. Skill level +5. At this point, all 5 of them not only drew SSRs but all limited SSRs. The 5 exchanged glances, suddenly surrounding Chen Chen, filled with gratitude and admiration, yet staring at him with suspicion. And Kor shrank her neck in fear from their formation, extending her arms to tightly hug Chen Chen. Come clean, President. You're not really a card, are you? Humph. You must be the favored child of the planners of Heavenly Domain, disguised as a card. Otherwise, how could we draw a gold card just by trying you out? Tian Xiaolian boldly puffed out her chest, leading the questioning. I believe that it was the goddess of luck secretly giving our president a boost. Don't forget, the president has the goddess of luck's favor. Compared to Tian Sholian, ABA, as the strategist, sounded much more reasonable. Write it down, write it down. Recorded in the Chronicles of the Emperor of the Taitsung Divine Kingdom, the Wild History Volume. On the 4th day of the first year of the Taitsung Divine Kingdom, the emperor's birth was exposed, with two theories. One is that the planners of Heavenly Domain disguised him as the lowest level white card to play the fool, but overdid it and accidentally exposed him. The second is that he is the mistress of the goddess of luck, who couldn't bear to see the emperor suffer, thus slightly elevating his fortune. The number one knowledgeable guy in the Heavenly Domain was excitedly scribbling on the Luoyang divine paper. Chen Chen's mouth twitched. These guys should just quietly enjoy their fortune instead of making wild guesses. He raised his right index finger and gave Tian Xiaolian a light tap on the forehead. Ouch! What are you doing? President Tian Xiaolian exclaimed, covering her forehead, her bright eyes glaring at Chen Chen with indignation and resentment. What am I doing? Didn't I say not to use the word pimp? A girl like you, constantly talking about pimping, think about whether that makes sense? After scolding Tian Xiaolian, Chen Chen snatched the Luoyang divine paper from the number one knowledgeable guy's hands. He glanced at it and was so furious that his vision went black, tearing the paper into shreds. What kind of nonsense is this? No more recording wild histories from now on, understood? Looking at the Luoyang divine paper fluttering and falling into the mud, the first knowledgeable brother of the Heavenly Domain nodded stiffly. Got it. But his expression clearly showed his discontent. Aren't both official and unofficial histories still histories? Why not record them? If he wanted to record, he would. We've wasted some more time. Let's go back to the novice village. The old village chief should have set up the teleportation array by now. Chen Chen picked up Ankur and activated the cloak's cloud ladder effect, stepping into the air towards the novice village. Agu and the others followed far behind. As they walked, Chen Chen recalled and pondered the various details from the earlier scene. The 5 core members of the Wui Alliance had all drawn SSRs, and he had received 5 consecutive battle assistance rewards. This increased his life limit by a total of 1,800 points. It seemed like a small amount, but even the smallest mosquito is still meat. No fat person gets fat in a day. Over time, great achievements are built. Day by day, one accumulates success. Without focusing too much on his own attributes, Chen Chen's thoughts centered on Agu and the others. Agu and the others all drew SSRs, and they are limited ones. Without a doubt, this is the effect of fortune reigns supreme. But I heard them say that the energy replicants for battle assistance can only last 10 seconds due to the anomalies on me. Moreover, each time they are borrowed, they can only execute one command, meaning they can only draw one card. But there are too many anomalies on me. Which one is affecting the energy replicants? Is it the goddess of luck's causality? The goddess of misfortune's causality? Or the unknown quality of the imperial jade seal? Or is it fortune reigns supreme? After thinking for a while without any clues, Chen Chen gave up on getting stuck in a rut. Immediately, he began to ponder another matter. That is, the SSRs drawn by Agu and the others matched their respective abilities very well, including Tian Xiaolian's agricultural talent and Li Shizhen's bond. Compendium of Materia Medica, exclusive, planting expert, 3/5/7/9, divine doctor, 4/6/8, Compendium of Materia Medica, exclusive, effect, deeply knowledgeable in the cultivation of agricultural products and the planting techniques of rare flowers and herbs. The yield of planted crops increases by 20%, the growth cycle is shortened by 20%, with a 5% chance of improvement and a 1% chance of mutation. The summoner can share the above effects. I wonder if this is also the influence of fortune reigns supreme. As long as it's a lottery, it must draw the best. And many times, what is suitable is the best. While Chen Chen's thoughts were flying, he didn't notice that Agu and the others, under Aba's lead, had fallen far behind and started whispering conspiratorially. Strategist, did you call everyone together for something important? The first knowledgeable brother of the Heavenly Domain scratched his head in confusion. Agu, Tian Sholian, and San Lengzi were also puzzled. What do you think of our Wui alliance? Aba did not answer directly but instead lightly waved his feather fan and threw out a question. The others looked at each other, unsure of what Aba was getting at. In the end, it was Tian Xiaolian, stroking her big braid in front of her chest, who tilted her head and thought for a while before seriously answering first. Our Wui alliance is a bit small, but even a small sparrow has all its organs. Everyone has their own skills, and with a handsome president leading us, our Wui alliance has a promising future. The first knowledgeable brother of the Heavenly Domain nodded in agreement. The Minister of Agriculture is right. Moreover, she underestimated one thing, which is our Wui alliance's true identity. That is the unique Taitsung Divine Kingdom in the game Heavenly Domain, which can only be established by the president. Not to mention that the president has the miraculous ability to allow others to draw SSRs 100% of the time. Combined, it's no exaggeration to say that the potential of our unclothed alliance is beyond even the top 10 guilds of the Great Yen. Upon hearing this, ABA slowly shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with the responses from Tian Sholian and the number one expert in the Tianyu region. At that moment, a glimmer of light flashed in Agu's dark eyes, offering a different reply. Minister of Agriculture, Grand Historian, your words are not without merit. However, you are standing too high and looking too far. No matter how great the potential or how bright the future, it must first grow to count. Currently, the Unclothed Alliance has only 7 members, barely seedlings. Not to mention top-tier guilds like Ghost Shadow and Wind and Cloud, even third-rate guilds like Thunder Movement, Little Life, and Steel Fist far surpass us. Moreover, have you all forgotten the experiences we've had these past 2 days? Upon hearing the word experiences, the 5 of them, including ABA, fell silent, their moods low. What Chen Shen didn't know was that over the past 2 days, they had been tirelessly working in the novice village for the development and growth of the Unclothed Alliance, never stopping. The goal was to invite players to join the Unclothed Alliance. The result was evident. No one was willing to join such an obscure little guild. Despite their efforts and the president's renowned reputation, most responses were dismissive handwaves, and a few even showed indifference or mockery. The reason was simple. No matter how strong a white-card swordsman was, he was still just one person. Besides that, the Unclothed Alliance had nothing to offer. And what did it matter how strong a white-card swordsman was to them? Even if they joined this impoverished Unclothed Alliance, they still wouldn't be able to afford the fees. It would be better to go to the main city and find some third-rate guilds with lower entry requirements, where they could at least earn a bit of membership fees each month. They couldn't be blamed for this. People are just that realistic. Ahem. ABA cleared his throat twice, reining in his emotions, and added, the Minister of War's meaning is my meaning. The current Unclothed Alliance is too weak. We urgently need players to join and expand our scale. Of course, you all know how difficult this is. Just now, Mr. Pang and I discussed this matter and finally came up with a brilliant plan to break the current deadlock. Upon hearing this, Tian Sholian couldn't wait to interject, her face filled with excitement. Is the brilliant plan to announce the president's clone, which can draw SSRs 100% of the time, to attract other players to join? ABA paused with his feather fan and shook his head repeatedly. Not at all. The President's Battle Assistance feature is something we not only cannot disclose but must keep strictly confidential. It is our trump card and core competitive advantage. The fewer people who know, the better. Tian Shelian said oh and continued, then what is your brilliant plan? ABA smiled confidently and looked at the number one expert in the Tianyu region. This matter requires the full assistance of the Grand Historian. The number one expert in the Tianyu region pointed to his own nose in disbelief. Me? Can I really help? Of course, and it must be you. So ABA detailed his plan to the fore. This is too unconventional, isn't it? After listening, the number one expert in the Tianyu region clicked his tongue in secret. He could indeed help, but this plan. Tian Sholian remained silent, her brows furrowed. I know this plan is crazy, which is why I called you all here to vote. If there are more votes in favor, we execute it. If there are fewer, we abandon it. Alright, those in favor raise your left hand, those against raise your right hand, and let's start voting. As ABA's words fell, Tian Sholian raised her right hand, while the 3 others did not raise their hands. Agu, ABA, and the number one expert in the Tianyu region all raised their left hands. Thus, the brilliant plan was confirmed for execution. Strategist, your plan is too risky. If it goes wrong, it could backfire and be irretrievable. And are you really not going to inform the president? Despite the outcome being decided, Tian Shelian couldn't help but speak up. There's no choice. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are needed. As for the president, if everything has to be decided by him, then what do we need subordinates for? ABA, however, was unconcerned. I think you're just afraid the president will find out about the plan. With his temperament, there's an 80% chance he'll oppose it, Tian Shelian said teasingly. In any case, once we enter the main city, the clever plan will be set in motion. By then, the Wyming will have firmly established its foundation and secured its position. Half an hour later, Chen Chen and the others returned to the novice village. They made their way to the central square of the village. The old village chief was still busy, continuously melting materials and creating the teleportation array. Fortunately, his work was nearing completion. The massive teleportation base had been forged, with only the last half pillar remaining. Chen Chen estimated that within 10 minutes, the teleportation array to the main city would be fully completed. With the experience from previous times, the players whose heroes had completed their first evolution had already formed a long, winding line. Chen Chen and the members of Wyming stood at the end of the line, observing the progress of the players. Yesterday, there had only been just over 1,000 heroes who had completed their evolution. Now, judging by the size of the line, there were at least 3,000 heroes who had completed their evolution. Chen Chen estimated that by tomorrow, in Novice Village 88888, almost all players' heroes would be able to evolve once, meeting the conditions to head to the main city. Additionally, he spotted 3 familiar faces: Ghost Shadow, Wind and Cloud, and Blue Crystal. The pink light circles beneath their feet were becoming deeper in color and more dazzling in brightness. They were getting closer to the VIP area. After just one night, these 3 guys have recharged again? The depth of the color indicates that their recharge amounts are nearing 5 million. 5 million is nothing to them. Rich people really are extravagant, Chen Chen silently complained. He also noticed that these 3 financial leaders of Novice Village 88,888 had new faces among their heroes. First was Ghost Shadow. Yesterday, his overlord Xiangyu had a fair 1v1 duel with Chen Chen, which ended in a narrow defeat. This guy was deeply affected and began to doubt the meaning of recharging. At a critical moment, his little sprite, Leia, appeared in his time of need, encouraging him and passionately explaining the benefits of recharging, pulling him out of his gloomy defeat. Thus, Ghost Shadow's fighting spirit was reignited, and his desire to recharge surged. He called his father, the chairman, for money. As a prominent figure in the real estate industry in Dian, Ghost Shadow's father was also generous, directly transferring 2 million. Today, as soon as he logged in, Ghost Shadow poured all of it into the game. Then he excitedly started drawing. What made him exclaim "I've hit the jackpot" was that he drew his third SSR for only 480,000 Dian coins. Chen Chen looked towards the front of the line. Ghost Shadow's scarred face had returned to its usual rebellious demeanor. Beside him stood 3 formidable SSRs, all the mightiest of men. In addition to the armored overlord Xiangyu and the wild-looking human Tai Sui, Wu Song, the third SSR was a rugged, chiseled man. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a massive Fang Tianhua halberd, clad in black chainmail, and wearing a helmet adorned with red feathers. His tiger-like eyes surveyed the surroundings, exuding an aura of a man who could hold back 1,000 foes. SSR, Hu Lao. Lubu, 4 stars, level 36. Moreover, after spending the entire morning, his overlord Xiangyu had also restored to 10 stars and level 100, successfully evolving into a dark gold SSR. It even surpassed 64% of the same tier, only 4 percentage points lower than Daji. With the 3 major SSRs of Ghost Shadow and Soul Slayer deployed simultaneously, the bond, Human Hero, 3/3, was activated, damage dealt times 130%, with an additional 10% damage to humanoid creatures. Then there was the suave and dashing Feng Yunwujie. The beauties surrounding him had increased from 2 to 3. That's right. Today, he drew the third SSR with 970,000 Great Yen coins, and it was another female character. A beautiful woman dressed in a light yellow skirt, still exuding charm. SSR, Tiandang Star, Yen Poxy, 6 stars, level 55. Moreover, the bond, Red Apricot, 3/3, was activated. After attacking the target would fall into a state of frenzied rage, increasing attack and spell power by 20%, but all types of attacks would have a 15% chance of deviation, lasting for 5 seconds. Like Tian Sa Star, Pan Jinlian and Tian Lang Star, Pan Xiaoyun, Yen Poxy's attention was also not on her summoner. Instead, her beautiful eyes frequently glanced around, flirtatiously eyeing other males. Feng Yunwujie turned a blind eye, as he had checked on the official website that the heroes in Heavenly Domain all had independent souls, thus differing personalities. Although it was quite frustrating, Feng Yunwujie often felt a pang in his heart, his head feeling green with envy, but what else could he do but accept it? Decompose? He couldn't bear to do that. These beautiful SSRs were not only drawn with real money but were also limited SSRs. These are all trivial matters. The real big deal is that this young master is about to ascend to Huangfeng City. Ghost Shadow and Soul Slayer, along with the green card swordsman, I hope you all choose Huangfeng City, so this young master can trample you underfoot and thoroughly humiliate you. Feng Yunwujie smirked, his lips stretching to the roots of his ears. The arrogance in his smile was even more exaggerated than that of Ghost Shadow and Soul Slayer. Because that morning, while fighting monsters in the slime western plains, he accidentally stepped on something hard, causing his foot to hurt. When he cursed and picked it up, he found it was the Huangfeng City Grand Manager seal. He also received an epic level quest, allowing him to meet the mysterious lord of Huangfeng City directly with this seal and accept his severe test. If he passed, he would become the new Grand Manager of Huangfeng City, the right-hand man of the lord, wielding significant power over the city. He would even have the authority to make decisions on nearly half of the city's affairs. He was already prepared to showcase his grand ambitions and had contacted the Fengyun Guild headquarters in advance. The headquarters indicated that once he passed the test and became the Grand Manager, they would provide strong support to help him turn Huangfeng City into the territory of the Fengyun Guild, and even his position within the guild could be elevated. The position of the 8th, or even the 7th branch president, will be mine. Fengyun Wujia narrowed his eyes. He had to succeed in the test. Lastly, among the 3 pioneers of spending money was Lan Jingjing. Dressed in a blue skirt, her face was as cold as frost, but when it came to spending money, she was no less than any man. With a bold draw of 1,020,000 great yen coins, she obtained her 3rd fox spirit, SSR, Tushan Hovu, Xiaosu, 6 stars, level 51. She appeared as a charming young girl, with shiny golden long hair and a pair of wide, fox-like ears. At this point, Lan Jingjing was surrounded by fox spirits. The bond, Fox Clan, 3/3, was also activated. When dealing damage, the target has a 10% chance to fall into a state of confusion, attacking indiscriminately for the next 5 seconds. However, keen-eyed players noticed that this wealthy lady almost exclusively interacted with Xingqiu White Fox, Xiaobai, occasionally revealing a faint smile that melted like ice and snow on her cold face. The other 2 fox spirits did not enjoy this privilege and were left neglected on the side. Looking at the lineup of the 3 money spenders in Newbie Village 88888, the ordinary players in line were drooling. This is way too powerful. All the battle heroes are SSR. And look at my Archin Wu Yang, our Jia Baoyu, SR Xing Daorong. Damn it, there's just no comparison. Who says otherwise? I wouldn't even have the courage to face them without charging for a few houses. Ha, I just realized something. Aren't we in line? We don't even have to fight, so why are they bringing out their heroes? Isn't that just a waste of spirit power? Blind monk, congratulations on discovering the obvious. Are you sharing a brain with the stone man? Charging money without showing off is like wearing fine clothes at night. How can you not see that? Sigh, what can I say? After spending so much money, they really should show off. Listening to the mixed comments from the players, Ghost Shadow and Wind Cloud were almost grinning from ear to ear. Even the usually aloof Lan Jingjing had a barely noticeable smile. That's right, they weren't hiding it, they were just showing off. After all, such an opportunity was rare, with so many players gathered together. If they didn't show off, what was the point of spending tens or hundreds of thousands of DN coins? Damn, what the hell? Suddenly, a player let out a deafening shout. The tone was clearly off-key, and one could imagine the shock to the owner's worldview. What the hell? Who the hell is shouting, scaring me to death? Did I see a ghost? Is it worth shouting like that? Damn, 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 what the hell? Soon, the square was filled with continuous dams. One player after another turned around impatiently in the direction of the sound. Then they froze, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Who can tell them? Who can explain? How did those 5 guys, with either white or green halos under their feet and recharge amounts not exceeding 3,000 yen coins, each manage to get an SSR? Ha, can someone please answer me? Why? Why did these 5 guys, these broke losers, all draw SSRs? Unfair, jealous, crazy envy. Their hearts were filled with demonic thoughts. The expressions of the ordinary players shifted from dazed to gritted teeth, their eyes wide with anger. Originally, everyone couldn't afford to spend money, living a miserable life relying only on blue and purple cards. It was tough, but everyone was in the same boat, finding joy in their shared misery. But what have these 5 guys done? They agreed to be poor together, to dig through the trash. But why did they secretly get lucky? The players weren't jealous of Ghost Shadow and his 2 companions because they had spent hundreds of thousands, even millions, on each SSR. They weren't jealous of individual lucky players either. After all, with such a large player base, it wasn't surprising for a lucky one to pop up occasionally. But now, 5. Damn it! 5 lucky players just swaggering at the end of the line. What's going on? Are lucky players clustering together? Those dog planners must be evil, specially arranged to lure us into spending money. Wah! I'm crying, who understands? I'm really hurting. I once prayed sincerely to the heavens, sacrificing 10 years of my boyfriend's life, and still didn't get an SSR. Why can they? Wah! Damn it, I can tolerate others, but that cross-eyed guy isn't even as handsome as me, and he can get an SSR? No way! I absolutely refuse. Phew! Thankfully, the little lowly's hero is still that green card swordsman, which slightly mends my wounded soul. Ah! The ancients truly do not deceive me. Those adorable little Lolas are indeed the best. A portion of the players vented their emotions freely, while another rushed over, surrounding Chen Chen and his group tightly. They chattered incessantly. I sincerely want to ask, How does one become a dog supporter? Can you point your little brother in the right direction? I would be eternally grateful. Big shot, you guys are amazing. My sister is going crazy with admiration. Can you share your card drawing secrets? Just help my sister draw one SSR. Don't worry, my sister won't take it for free. Just give an address, and my sister will parachute over in 2 days. At your disposal, no need for pity. Don't treat my sister like a person. You little vixen, do you understand etiquette and shame? Go away. Brothers, why not take a look at me? I'm prettier and older than her, with the same requests. Oh, what a beautiful big sister, hee. Big sister isn't off the table either. I'm very skilled. I guarantee you'll feel so good you won't want to stop. Chen was left speechless. He had indeed overlooked something. He never expected that simply helping Agu and the others draw an SSR would provoke such a terrifying reaction. President, I've been targeted by a female seductress. I'm so scared. Please save me. What left him even more speechless was that at this moment, Tian Shelian was actually shouting in a way that seemed to revel in chaos. Enough, shut up. Helpless, to stop this girl from shouting, Chen could only descend, wrapping his right hand around her slender waist, activating the cloak's cloud ladder effect, and returning to a height of 1 meter above the ground. Searching high and low for something, and it comes effortlessly. Finally, I can stick close to the president. Tian Shelian buried her blushing face in Chen's chest, a smirk of triumph forming at the corners of her mouth. And Kor, held by Chen's other arm, pouted and looked around warily. Tian Shelian awkwardly smiled, having to restrain herself a little. Meanwhile, facing the eager gazes of the players, Aba waved his feather fan and smiled indifferently. Everyone disperse, there are no tricks, no techniques. Just after he said that, someone skeptically asked, no little tricks? Then how did you draw the SSR? Aba looked at the questioner. Eavesdropping on the storm. A player with very large ears, almost drooping to his shoulders. In response, Aba only had 4 words. Basic skills, no 6. Upon hearing these 4 words, eavesdropping on the storm's mouth twitched repeatedly. Sigh, let's go. It seems the big shots clearly don't want to talk. The others also shook their heads and sighed, turning to prepare to return to their original positions to continue queuing. In front of the nearly completed teleportation array, the expressions of Guiying Tuhun, Fengyun Wuji, and Lan Jingjing could not be described as good. One could only say they looked extremely bad. Damn it! If you can get SSR for free, then what does my 970,000 draws count for? Fengyun Wuji was so angry he was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. Lan Jingjing said nothing, but her cold face had even less warmth. The angriest was undoubtedly the already irritable Guiying Tuhun. Damn it! I spent 580,000 just to draw one SSR, thinking I was lucky, but those poor fools got one for free. It drives me crazy. The defiance on Guiying Tuhun's face had long since vanished, and the extreme imbalance in his heart made him want to hit someone. Chasing Wind, come here. What is it, boss? Not far away, Guiying Chasing Wind heard the call and thought that his efforts over this period had finally earned the boss's recognition. Especially after the boss's was defeated, he had been tirelessly fighting monsters with his subordinates to gather the materials needed to level up back to 10 stars in a short time. Thinking that the boss might reward himself for this matter, Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind hurriedly ran over. However, smack! There was no reward, only a heavy slap to the face. Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind was stunned on the spot. President, please calm down and hear me out. At this moment, the chief strategist of the Ghost Shadow Guild, the Mad Scholar, gently shook his folding fan and tried to mediate. Oh, has the strategist discovered something? Ghost Shadow Slaughtering Soul waved his hand to dismiss Ghost Shadow Chasing Wind, his expression brightening with curiosity. President, I believe today is an auspicious day in the game. Perhaps the birthday of the goddess of luck or something. Therefore, the drop rate has significantly increased, allowing those guys to pull SSRs. President, you only spent 480,000 today and pulled the Tiger Prison Lubu. Isn't that the best proof? In my opinion, we should strike while the iron is hot and keep pulling. The Mad Scholar analyzed with conviction. Seeing his arch-rival ABA had pulled an SSR before him, he felt quite uncomfortable. Thus, he racked his brain to think of why, and after much contemplation, the Mad Scholar concluded this was the reason. No wonder you're my good strategist, that makes perfect sense. Pull. Strategist, you pull too. Ghost Shadow Slaughtering Soul's eyes lit up, and he opened the myriad pool to start pulling frantically. The Mad Scholar put away his fan and joined in the card pulling. In the distance, the eavesdropping Stormy Wind perked up his ears, hearing their conversation clearly, the sound quality impeccable. Then he raised his arm and shouted, "Everyone listen to me, I know why they can pull SSRs." After hearing this, players who were about to leave stopped in their tracks, their eyes igniting with fierce determination, their hearts filled with the resolve to give it their all. Charge, charge, charge. Pull, pull, pull. Charge until the sun rises and sets. Pull without regrets. This time, I must pull an SSR. Where do you find a child crying every day? Where do you find a gambler losing every day? The European emperor takes turns, and this time it's my turn. Forget it. As long as there's life, there will be money to spend. Then Chen Shen stared in disbelief as nearby players either had money effects bursting forth from them or opened the card pool, frantically pulling cards like mad. This phenomenon spread rapidly across the entire square like a stone thrown into a lake. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, with a series of loud bangs, the village chief, who had been busy with his head down, finally straightened his back. The giant teleportation array beneath his feet trembled violently for a moment before stabilizing completely. The incredibly complex array diagram, the indestructible base, and the 7 thick, straight stone pillars all began to glow faintly. This meant the teleportation array was functioning normally and could transport players to the main city. Dear summoners, the teleportation array has been completed, you can. The old village chief wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, just about to organize the players to teleport to the main city. But he suddenly froze. What's going on? What's wrong with them? Before the teleportation array was built, this group of little guys was clamoring and urging him to hurry up, right? Why are they ignoring him now? What are they all doing with their heads down, looking so fervent? Forget it. It's a good opportunity for this old bone of mine to take a break. The old village chief flicked his dark cloak and sat down on the ground. Leaning against a green stone pillar, he closed his eyes and pretended to doze off. The players were busy charging and pulling cards, causing the square to fall into a brief and strange silence. Chen Shen looked down at Stormy Wind with a speechless expression. This guy's analysis couldn't be said to be completely unreasonable, but it was utter nonsense. What auspicious day and increased drop rates. The goddess of luck's birthday has come. Is there anything more ridiculous than this? What left him even more speechless was whether the players were foolish or if the simultaneous appearance of SSRs by Agu and others created too much shock and temptation. They really believed it. Big fish, you haven't come to find me for so long, you must be very busy, huh? Suddenly, a soft voice entered his ears. Chen Shen looked up and found that Deji had quietly appeared in front of him without him noticing. Her beautiful eyes swept over Chen Shen on both sides, and a hint of grievance appeared on her delicate face. It seems I came at a bad time? I was the one being rude. Chen Shen felt puzzled by Deji's words and habitually wanted to scratch his head. But he suddenly realized that he was holding an kur with his left hand and hugging Tian Shaolian with his right. He really couldn't free up a hand. Ah, it's Sister Fox. Sister Fox, you came at just the right time. Your big tail is really comfortable. Oh, can I touch it again? Seeing that it was Deji, and Kor's eyes sparkled like gems. Little sister, of course you can. Here, hold it tight. Deji took 2 steps closer and then stuffed her tail, the one named Xiao San, which was the fattest, into Kor's arms. Oh, this tail was very big, and the petite Kor could only barely hold it. The moment she carefully embraced it, she was completely captivated by its incredibly fluffy and soft texture. She comfortably squinted her eyes and couldn't help but rub her cute face against the tail. President, isn't she the hero of Blue Crystal? Do you know her? Tian Shaolian asked curiously, having keenly sensed that her president's relationship with this flirtatious fox was clearly not ordinary. Big fish, who is this sister? She looks really beautiful. Can you introduce us? I want to be friends with her. Deji observed Tian Shaolian with a smile, her gaze intentionally lingering a little longer on her waist, which was embraced by Chen Chen. Chen Chen briefly introduced them to each other. So it's Sister Shaolian. Humph, fox spirit. The two exchanged glances, one with a charming wink, the other with bright, lively eyes. Oh, right. Chen Chen suddenly thought of something and directly released his right hand, causing Tian Shaolian to fall from the air. He used his freed right hand to take out 100 platinum jellies from the spatial grid. These jellies were specially made by Kor on the way back to the novice village. Here, Deji's eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise crossing her beautiful face. Why are you giving me so many jellies? And they seem different from the ones we had yesterday. As she spoke, she picked one up and took a small bite. Ha, it's even tastier, and the recovery of spiritual power has increased. So amazing, big fish, how did you do it? Chen Chen replied lightly. Don't worry about how I did it. The 100 jellies are an advance payment for touching your tail for 100 minutes. And besides, you have to take something back, right? You need to have something to report to Blue Crystal. Deji's expression stiffened, then she smiled sweetly. Big fish, I will always remember your kindness to me. With a waft of fragrant wind, she leaned in closer and gave Chen Chen a gentle hug. Seeing this scene, Tian Shaolian's eyes filled with resentment and defiance. Why? I clearly came first. Whether it's knowing the president, establishing the Wui alliance, or joining the Taitsong Divine Kingdom, Damn fox spirit, just wait. The second position belongs only to me. Abba took all of this in, a thoughtful expression on his face. Soon, Deji left with the jellies. At the same time, players who had spent money on draws were thoroughly slapped awake by the harsh reality. The dog agent has ruined me. The dog agent has ruined me. I drew 50 times, and it was either blue skies and white clouds or green pastures, not even a hint of purple chi coming from the east. Give me my money back. I'm done playing. Boo-hoo. What lucky day. It's all a scam. I've pulled 1,000 times and haven't even seen a single SSR ghost shadow. This is a disaster. I've spent all my betrothal money. What should I do? How could I have caused such a huge mess? After a round of intense polls, the players present didn't even manage to get a single SSR. They regretted their choices and returned to their original spots, dejected. Only one person was different. Boss, do you have any influence? I want to join you in sharing your good luck. Is that possible? Xia Ting Fengyu approached ABA, pleading desperately. Birds of a feather flocked together. Since pulling cards directly wasn't working, he thought maybe by subtly mingling with the lucky ones, he might get lucky himself one day. This was Xia Ting Fengyu's idea. President, what do you think? ABA didn't answer but looked up to ask Chen Chen. I've said it before, don't make me decide everything. You all make your own choices, I trust you. ABA nodded in understanding, but Xia Ting Fengyu's eyes widened. What was going on? What did he see? President? Was it the president of the guild? The card had become the player's president? What a bizarre twist of fate. The moment you guessed the secret of pulling cards, even if it was a wild guess, you didn't keep it to yourself but shared it, which shows your good character. I declare, you pass. Next, let me explain the basic situation of our Wui alliance. ABA welcomed Xia Ting Fengyu into the guild, and the others, including Agu, agreed. The Wui alliance was in need of members, and as long as one had good character, they would welcome anyone. Wow, amazing, truly amazing. President, please, I don't want SSRs anymore. I just want to be the director of our Wui Alliance's intelligence agency, the Tianji Bureau. After hearing ABA's introduction to the Wui Alliance, Xia Ting Fengyu was completely fired up, forgetting his original purpose entirely. The Taizong Divine Kingdom? It was simply a grand ambition that could swallow the stars and rivers, and an opportunity to build a divine kingdom and grow alongside it was right in front of him. If he missed it, he would regret it deeply. After that, Xia Ting Fengyu introduced his talent. Hearing the secret, unique, effect, can amplify hearing up to 100 times and freely choose which sounds to amplify. Chen Shen's eyes lit up. He was indeed a good hand at gathering intelligence. There was no hesitation, he agreed. Thus, the Wui Alliance gained another talented member, and the structure of the Taizong Divine Kingdom was further improved. After several setbacks, the players finally began to enter the village chief's teleportation array. However, they hesitated about which main city to go to. Players learned from the official website of Tianyu that which main city they could go to depended on the number of their novice village. Players from novice villages numbered 80,001 to 90,000 could only go to the 7 main cities under the chiefing city-state. Each of the 7 main cities had its unique features, and choosing one as the initial development site was crucial. Once chosen, they would not be able to go to the other 6 main cities for a long time. Only after completing the first job transfer and having their heroes complete the 3rd evolution would the qualification to go to other main cities be unlocked. Therefore, players had to think carefully. The official website says Hongfeng City is picturesque and charming. It can be said to be a place where one can sit and admire the maple forest at dusk, with frost leaves redder than February flowers. Ahem, I have no great ambitions, so I'll just go there to retire. Jinfeng City is also good. It's commercially developed and has frequent trade, being the economic center of the chiefing city-state. Travelers come and go, and there are all sorts of strange and wonderful goods for sale. It's decided. I'm going there to make money. I think I'll go to Huangfeng City. It's the granary of the 7 maple city-states. Not only is it rich in resources and fertile land for miles, but the people are simple, kind, and friendly. For a common player like me, it should be a comfortable place to be. Isn't anyone going to Leng City or Qingfeng City? The 2 major cities are almost entirely covered by lush primeval forests, producing various high-quality timber, which is excellent material for building houses and upgrading guild territories. Plus, there are plenty of monsters, making it the top choice for players who love grinding for levels and loot. What's the point of just grinding monsters? It's better to go to Zifeng City, which borders the neighboring city-state and is constantly embroiled in war, with flames of conflict raging on. Hey, isn't it more exhilarating to come here and fight the enemy? Just right, my class branch, the Iron-Blooded Warrior, needs to be baptized in blood for its 3rd stage, Zifeng City, I'm definitely going. Looks like I have to go to Lanfeng City. My class branch, Dark Thunder, requires lightning to temper my body for further advancement, and Lanfeng City just happens to have a sea of thunder. It didn't take long for the players to decide on their initial main city based on their circumstances. Summoners who have decided where to go, step into the teleportation array in order. Then say the main city you want to go to. At this moment, the old village chief, leaning against a stone pillar, finished his brief rest, stood up energetically, and scanned the crowd. Village chief, I want to go to Lveng City. The player at the front of the line slowly walked into the teleportation array, stood obediently, and spoke softly with his head down. Haven't you eaten? Where do you want to go? Shouted out loud. The old village chief dug at his ears, indicating he couldn't hear the quiet voice. Put. Under the teasing gazes of others, the somewhat socially anxious player took a deep breath, then tightly closed his eyes, his face flushed as he shouted, Lveng City. I want to go to Lveng City. Good. Very spirited. The old village chief nodded in satisfaction and stomped his right foot on the ground. Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the green pillar among the 7 stone pillars at the edge of the teleportation array suddenly shone brightly. The intricate white array on the ground was instantly illuminated in deep green. Whoosh! A thick green beam of light shot up from the array, overwhelming the socially anxious player completely. Moments later, the light beam dissipated, and the person inside vanished without a trace. With the first one gone, the remaining players orderly stepped into the teleportation array. Village Chief, I want to go to Lanfeng City. Village Chief, Hongfeng City. As the players ahead dwindled, Tushan Hovu twitched her large ears, curiously staring at Lan Jingjing. Summoner, which main city are we going to? Xiaobai likes forests, so let's go to Qingfeng City. Lan Jingjing gently gazed at the Qingqiu white fox. Summoner, I think we should go to Huangfeng City. Daji, however, mustered her courage to voice a different opinion. Lan Jingjing turned her head and shot her a cold glance. Sometimes, silence is a refusal. Sigh. Daji let out a soft sigh and took out 100 jelly candies to hand to Lan Jingjing. If the miscellaneous fish goes to Huangfeng City, I won't be able to get these jellies if I leave him. Upon receiving them, Lan Jingjing showed a hint of surprise. Platinum-grade jellies? Then it's settled, we'll go to Huangfeng City. Xiaobai, take this. She then gave 60 jellies to the Qingqiu white fox, while Daji and Xiaosu each received 20. On the other side, Guiying Tohun was also caught in a dilemma. Strategist, what do you think? Not knowing what to choose, he asked the mad scholar for his opinion. President, choose Huangfeng City. Why? Guiying Tohun looked puzzled. The mad scholar lightly shook his folding fan and began to analyze the situation logically. The official website states that Huangfeng City is a granary, and this grain is not just for filling stomachs, which makes its importance one of the top in the 7 main cities. Once our Ghost Shadow Guild captures Huangfeng City, we can firmly control the indigenous people with food, while implementing the strategy of building high walls, accumulating grain, and delaying our rise to power. When the time is ripe, we will use Huangfeng City as the core to radiate influence to the other 6 cities and conquer them one by one. By then, the entire 7 Maple City-states will be in the hands of our Ghost Shadow Guild. Our Ghost Shadow Guild will also become the sole ruler of the 7 Maple City-states. Thus, our hegemony can be established. Guiying Tohun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Ah, what a great hegemony to be established. Huangfeng City, I'm coming. He stretched out his large hand and patted the shoulder of the mad scholar with great enthusiasm. The great strategist has deep foresight, and I will reward you handsomely. Starting this month, your monthly salary will increase by 300,000. Thank you, President. The mad scholar's eyes were filled with joy. With an additional 300,000 in his monthly salary, he was confident he could draw an SSR. Thus, Shen Shen was slightly surprised to see that the 3 major spenders from Newbie Village No. 88888 had all chosen Huangfeng City. Huangfeng City was also the place he was about to go, and Kor's good friend had arranged to meet in Huangfeng City. A few days later, the goddess of luck would personally descend upon the Yishur platform, outside Huangfeng City to test him. This was the reason he chose Huangfeng City. He just didn't know why Guiying Tohun and the others chose Huangfeng City. As time passed, the players ahead began to teleport away one by one. Soon it was Qin Shan and his group's turn. Old village chief, please teleport me to Huangfeng City. After Qin Shan spoke, the old village chief did not move but instead scrutinized him a few times before speaking. You little rascal, I have a letter for you. Are you willing to take it to my 9th brother? Qin Shan raised an eyebrow in surprise, as he heard a system prompt in his ear. Ding, detected that your favorability with Old Village Chief Alram exceeds 200 points. You have triggered the quest, Alram's recommendation letter. Do you wish to accept? I accept. Naturally, Qin Shen had no reason to refuse a quest that was offered to him. Quest accepted, Please check the details yourself. Shen Shen opened the quest log. Quest, Alram's recommendation letter quality, Emerald description, your performance in the newbie village has been outstanding, earning the recognition of Old Village Chief Alram. Therefore, he has recommended you to his ninth brother, ninth evolution tower guardian, Assam the Great's ninth son, Colossus Dragon Slayer, Salam. You need to deliver this letter to Salam during your second evolution. Reward, Salam's exclusive ultimate skill. Penalty, none. Time limit, 10 days. The Great's ninth son, guardian of the ninth evolution tower? The Old Village Chief is the Great's 10th son and also the guardian of the 10th evolution tower. Chen Chen murmured softly, seemingly discovering something. He glanced at the mithril greatsword in his hand, which had a vivid four-clawed golden dragon relief on each side of the blade. That was the special effect of the replica Dragon Slayer sword. The real Dragon Slayer sword seemed to be in the hands of the Great's ninth son. Kid, hold on to this. After accepting the quest, the Old Village Chief handed him a yellow letter and a white round jade. The yellow letter was fine, but the inexplicably extra white round jade left Chen Chen puzzled. The white round jade was not much larger than a copper coin, with a round hole in the center, feeling cool and smooth to the touch. Tracking round jade quality, gold effect, it will automatically shatter upon detecting a certain special trace. Description, a very sturdy jade piece that is difficult to destroy, but it will break without force when the time is right. A strange and peculiar item, indicating that things were still shrouded in mystery. Chen Chen was just about to ask the Old Village Chief for more information about the search for the round jade when the array beneath his feet glowed brightly with yellow light. A massive yellow beam of light instantly enveloped him and Encore. Immediately after, the yellow beam transported the two of them out of the novice village. You little rascal, this trip might just be like a golden-scaled fish meeting a storm, transforming into a dragon in one morning. The Old Village Chief looked toward the distant horizon with a gratified gaze, his aged face unknowingly climbing with a hint of expectation, until a voice filled with anticipation pulled his attention back. Old Village Chief, I want to go to Huangfeng City too, Agu said firmly. Indeed, during the waiting in line, Chen Chen had informed them of the main city they were about to head to. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, yellow beams of light rose up, and Agu and the others also left novice village number 88888. It was midday, on a vast and flat wasteland. Yellow sand rolled, smoke billowed, and wild grass swayed in the wind. A few yellow maple trees grew sparsely, their trunks bare, the leaves long blown away by the wind. Over 3,000 players who had been teleported from novice village number 88888 gathered here. They looked bewildered, their heads spinning as they looked around in all directions. Where was Huangfeng City? What was going on? How could the Old Village Chief's teleportation array send them to this desolate wilderness? Was it intentional or accidental? You have discovered a new area. Welcoming wilderness, experience plus 10,000. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a system prompt rang in his ears. Chen Chen couldn't help but wonder if the Old Village Chief had become confused in his old age, sending them to this remote place. Tap tap tap. Just as the more than 3,000 players stood there in confusion, the ground beneath them trembled slightly. In the distance, a black line that merged with the horizon, accompanied by rolling dust, quickly approached. Prepare for battle. After reminding Agu and the others, Chen Chen narrowed his eyes, gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Swish swish swish. The other players also wore serious expressions, summoning their respective heroes to stand by their sides, ready for action. As time passed, the black line gradually drew closer, becoming clearer, and the players finally saw its true form. It was actually a convoy made up of 500 luxurious carriages. Each carriage had a brand new maple wood sign standing on its roof. Huangfeng City warmly welcomes all summoners. 15 golden characters were engraved on it, swirling like dragons and phoenixes, deeply carved. Ha! The coachman pulled the reins, raising a cloud of dust, and the convoy stopped in front of the players. Seeing that the newcomers were friends, not foes, some players relaxed their tense expressions, patting their chests. However, another group of battle-crazy players sighed in disappointment. The coachman's name above his head was green, representing the same faction, dashing their hopes of monster hunting for equipment. Yet another group of players exclaimed excitedly. The official website wasn't wrong. Huangfeng City really is hospitable and has a simple folk culture. We just got teleported here, and a luxurious carriage came to pick us up. It couldn't be better. Huangfeng City made the right choice. Look at the smiles on those coachmen's faces. They are so honest and friendly. I think I will definitely have an unforgettable and wonderful time in Huangfeng City. Does it need saying? Even the system marked it for us. Did you see? Every coachman's name has the same prefix, good citizen. They must be a bunch of really good people. Hello, summoners. We are specially sent by the Lord's office of Huangfeng City to welcome you all. We will not only drive you to Huangfeng City, but also familiarize you with everything in Huangfeng City, such as the locations and functions of the Alchemist Association, Engineering Association, Forging Association, Merchant Guild, Exchange, Job Change Hall, Guild Hall, and the Arena of the God of Combat. What are you waiting for? Quickly board the Huangfeng Blood Sweat carriage, the leader of the convoy shouted, raising his arm. Chen Chen focused his gaze. This was a sturdy man dressed in dark armor, holding a whip in his right hand. He also wore a black broadsword at his waist. Good citizen? Masaka, Golden Elite, level, 160 health, attack, talent, introduction, under the orders of the Lord of Huangfeng City, responsible for leading the convoy and welcoming summoners into the city. His true identity is the squad leader of the elite force of Huangfeng City, the Huangfeng Xuanjia Army. Apart from the level and introduction, no other information was known. Chen Chen understood that this was due to the other party's level being too high, a full 50 levels above him. Huangfeng Blood Sweat carriage? I want to take a ride. As soon as Masaka finished speaking, a player walked towards the luxurious carriage beside him. Just as he was about to board, the coachman reached out a rough hand to stop him. 20,000 star stones to board, pay first, no credit. Ha? What? What's going on? The players were instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't it said that they were hospitable and had simple folk customs? Why were they asking for money right away? And it was 20,000 big yen coins. Is this appropriate? Can they be any more shameless? To take a ride costs 20,000 star stones. Why don't you go rob someone? The player wanting to board turned red with anger. Summoner, you can't say that. The Huangfeng Blood Sweat carriage is pulled by 4 horses that can travel 3,000 miles a day. Incredibly precious. Charging you 20,000 star stones is not expensive at all. You're actually getting a great deal. Upon hearing this, the ordinary players were both shocked and furious. A great deal? What a load of nonsense. Garbage game Tianyu. Heartless game. They scam money as soon as you leave the village. Scamming money isn't done like this. Damn carriage, whoever wants to ride can go ahead. As if sensing the players' thoughts, the convoy leader Masaka grinned, the honest look on his face completely gone, replaced by a hint of cunning. Dear summoners, don't blame me for not reminding you. Outside Huangfeng City is not peaceful, without the convoy's escort. Ha ha ha. As soon as Masaka's words fell, everyone noticed that the convoy's coachmen were all at least level 140. All were silver elite. Like Masaka, they were all clad in black armor, wielding broadswords. Their introductions also indicated that they were members of the elite force of Huangfeng City, the Huangfeng Xuanjia Army. In their attribute panels, attack exceeded 4,500 points, and defense and magic resistance surpassed 3,500 points. Their health was shockingly high, over 300,000 points. Such attributes could only be described as terrifying. Damn! My Barbarian 3 Blades evolved into SSR and leveled up to 11 stars at level 105, and my attack is just over 3,000, with both resistances not even reaching 2,000, and my health is only over 80,000. The gap with the Xuanjia army is too big. Are NPCs really this powerful? It takes strong escorts like them to reach the real Huangfeng City. What dangers are there in the wild? I didn't expect to encounter this right after leaving the novice village. Tianyu game, you are really scamming ordinary players too much. Chen Chen frowned slightly. The strength of the Xuanjia army made him feel challenged. Moreover, as an elite force, the Xuanjia army's greatest strength was not their attributes, but the combat skills honed through life and death experiences, and their ability to cooperate with comrades. Chen Chen pondered that if they fought against wild monsters of the same number and equal attributes, they would achieve a great victory as if taking candy from a baby. This is the terror of humanoid monsters. It requires such strong protectors to escort, and the dangers of the wilderness should not be underestimated. Nowadays, this is not a novice village. When players die, they not only lose levels but also drop items from their backpacks. Moreover, as levels increase, the number of items dropped upon death also increases. Summoners, have you made up your minds? Seeing the players either discussing or hesitating, Masaka impatiently urged. Thinking about money to the point of madness, I won't get on your carriage. Good citizens? I see a bunch of troublesome people. Right. I want to see what dangers are out there. Forget it. I'm not that stubborn. Captain, take me along. I want to get on the carriage. In the end, most players were reluctant to spend the 2,000 great yen coins, and only a few joined Masaka's luxury convoy. Among them were Feng Yun Wuji, Lan Jingjing, and Guiying Tohan. They were not afraid of danger because their dark gold SSR strength was stronger than the Huangfeng Xuanjia army. However, as paying players, they certainly wanted to enjoy the top-tier gaming experience. Why suffer on the road when they could comfortably ride in a carriage? The remaining summoners, don't worry about not finding Huangfeng City. Soon, someone will come to guide you. Masaka gave everyone a meaningful glance, emphasizing the words guide. Go! After saying that, Masaka spurred his horse and led the convoy back the way they came. The sweat-blood horses galloped swiftly, as fast as the wind. Amidst the dust, the entire convoy vanished in an instant. The remaining players, including Chen Chen, waited for about 10 minutes before finally meeting the new guide. Clip-clop. A sweat-blood horse rushed from afar and quickly stopped in front of the remaining 2,000 players. Riding on it was a boy, dressed in tattered clothes, thin in stature, with slightly yellowed skin. His hands tightly gripped the reins, so thin that the veins were faintly visible, a picture of malnutrition. However, his face was quite handsome. Chen Chen did not pay much attention to the boy's appearance but looked at his attributes. Troublemaker? Junfeng level, 20 health, 60,000 attack, 1200 skills, none description, lives in the southern city of Huangfeng, an apparently ordinary boy. Troublemaker? These two words caught Chen Chen's attention, reminding him of Masaka's prefix, good citizen. Masaka was tall and muscular, while Junfeng was malnourished, almost as thin as a bamboo pole. Was this difference in titles the cause? While Chen Chen was still pondering, Junfeng enthusiastically greeted them. Dear summoners, thank you for waiting. Let's head to Huangfeng City now. Unlike Masaka, Junfeng did not mention anything about danger. After speaking, he turned his horse's head and led the way. The players followed behind, looking around curiously as they walked. The scenery outside Huangfeng City was quite different from that of the novice village, leaving them all wide-eyed with wonder. But as they walked, the players began to feel something was off. Little brother, are you sure you didn't take a wrong turn? Why do I feel like we're getting more and more remote? Yeah. Why does it seem like the frequency of strange rocks and deep old forests is increasing the further we go? Is Huangfeng City built in the mountains? And I have a bad feeling, as if there's a bottomless abyss ahead. Summoners, don't panic, just listen to me. I believe Captain Ma has told you that it's not peaceful outside Huangfeng City. Let me tell you the truth. There is actually a group of powerful bandits roaming around. They are vicious and ruthless, leaving a trail of corpses behind. Fortunately, I know a small path that can avoid the bandits' eyes and ears, though it is a bit remote, and it is the one we are currently taking. Don't worry, summoners, please follow me through this path, and we will soon reach Huangfeng City. Junfeng turned back to reassure the crowd, a sincere smile appearing on his thin face. However, after what had happened with Masaka, the players' guard was already up. But at this moment, they didn't know the location of Huangfeng City and could only follow this young man. Soon, under Junfeng's lead, the players entered a canyon. The canyon walls were steep and smooth, extremely perilous, leaving only a 10-meter wide gap in the middle, resembling a narrow sky. You have discovered a new area, Wolfang Canyon, experience plus 10,000. A system prompt rang in Chen Chen's ears. President, the terrain here is very suspicious. Whether it's the archers ambushing from the high cliffs on both sides or the sudden appearance of people from the front and back, we will be in deep trouble. ABA leaned beside Chen Chen, surveying the surrounding terrain. Chen Chen squinted his eyes and nodded slightly. It was precisely because of this consideration that he had placed the members of the Wui Alliance at the back of the player group. Just then, Junfeng at the front swung his whip vigorously, striking the rear of the sweat-blooded horse hard. Tread, tread, tread. The sweat-blooded horse galloped away at full speed towards the canyon's exit. What's going on? The players were taken aback, but suddenly a wild command rang in their ears. Fire! Unbeknownst to them, a dense crowd of archers had appeared above the rock walls on both sides. These archers wore red headscarves, with brutish faces, exuding a bandit-like aura. Clearly, this was a group of mountain bandits. In an instant, arrows rained down, and one player after another was shot into a porcupine. Minus 770, minus 945, minus 832. Ah, beasts! This is simply inhumane. You little rascal, where have you led us? Damn it! Didn't they say the people of Huangfeng City are simple and honest? These good citizens are anything but. They are as cunning as they come. What kind of simple folk is this? Damn little rascals, if I catch you, I won't let you off easy. I'll make sure you regret it. However, as some players cursed, they suddenly fainted, and the scene was very bizarre. Chen Chen frowned tightly. He found that he had been afflicted with a strange debuff. Debuff, spare me effect. For 120 seconds, when receiving fatal damage, you will not die but instead be stunned for 1,000 seconds. Not killing them? Did these bandits have other plans for their lives? Charge! Brothers, move quickly, be agile, look sharp. Alright, after we finish this job, I'm going back to drink 10 jars of rice wine. The bandits put away their bows and arrows, calling their companions, rushing down in a swarm from both ends of the canyon. What happened next left Chen Chen dumbfounded. The vast majority of players were shot through by countless arrows, which should have resulted in their deaths, their souls leaving their bodies. Yet, due to the debuff Spare Me, they somehow clung to life with a single drop of health, refusing to die. The price was that they fell into a stupor lasting 1,000 seconds. The astonishing part was here. The bandits paired up, swiftly running to the stun players, one engaging in combat with the heroes while the other swiftly pulled out a thick hemp rope from his pocket, binding these players tightly. After quickly tying them up, the bandits took out a black sack and threw it over the dazed players' heads, then hoisted them away. The series of actions flowed smoothly, as if they had undergone long-term professional training. What the hell? What is this? Are NPCs kidnapping people? Ah, my titanium alloy eyes are blinded. How desperate are these NPCs? You rob money, you rob beautiful women, I can understand that, but you also want to rob a rough guy who's 1 meter 80? You guys are really hungry. Isn't anyone going to do something about this? Is there still any law? I thought the world outside the novice village would be chaotic, but I never expected it to be this chaotic. My goodness, they just directly stuffed people into sacks and carried them away? Woo woo, Baby knows it's wrong. Baby shouldn't have saved those 20,000 starstones, damn it, now it's really messed up. The very few players who hadn't been shot into porcupines were scared out of their wits by the brutal scene before them. They regretted their choice of Huangfeng City. Who could have predicted that as soon as they stepped out of the comfort zone of the novice village, what they would first encounter was not a welcome, but a beating? Wasn't it said that the people of Huangfeng City were simple and honest? First, there were the greedy, snobbish caravans. Then, there were the deceitful little bastards. Now, a group of fierce mountain bandits had appeared. Is this what they call simple and honest? The players were furious and cursed. Big bad guy, you better stop. Suddenly, Enkor's angry shout came from behind. Chen Shen turned around and saw a mountain bandit rushing towards Enkor with a hemp rope and a sack in hand. His face was flushed, and he looked extremely excited, as if he had discovered a rare collectible. Cute little sister, hurry and get into the sack. Get lost. You're the one who should get into the sack. Enkor glared with wide eyes, her little fists clenched tightly. At that moment, she was enveloped in a shell of white light. It was the effect of the Cold Moon Glass Shield Glass Guardian. After equipping, for every 30% health lost, gain a 5,000 shield for 10 seconds. The shield's special effect, along with all the survival points, allowed Enkor to withstand the barrage of arrows just now. Agu and other members of the Unclothed Alliance, thanks to Chun Chen's reminder, hung back and weren't hit too many times, so they survived normally. Other players, however, were in dire straits because this group of mountain bandits was exceptionally strong. Farmer Bandit, Bronze Elite, level, 140 health, 120,000/120,000 attack power, 3,600 skills, Scatter, Show Mercy, Chaotic Blade / Description, bandits disguised as farmers, newcomers beware. If you don't want to become a mine slave, run away as soon as you see them. We don't produce mine slaves, we are just the transporters of mine slaves. Their level is actually as high as 140. You have to know that at this stage, players and heroes are at most level 110, that's a full 30 levels higher. In Sky Domain, NPCs and wild monsters gain a significant power boost every 10 levels. This is also why players have almost no resistance. Humph, little sister, surrender. Chaotic Blade Slash. The farmer bandit rushed in front of Enkor, snorted coldly, and drew his knife to wildly swing it. In an instant, 3 bright blades of light simultaneously struck out. This was his plan, to first deplete the little sister's health, bringing her to the brink of death. This way, the Show Mercy effect on her would successfully trigger, causing her to fall into a stun for 1,000 seconds. At that time, he would pack this little cutie into a sack and take her away. Minus 2,126. Minus 2,126. Minus 2,126. All 3 shining blade strikes hit, and Enkor's health plummeted, dropping below 30% in an instant. The Glass Guardian activated again, granting Enkor a 5,000 shield, preventing her health from dropping to 0. Ha! The farmer bandit exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide. This little sister looked so small and cute, how could she be so tough? Even at a full 30 levels lower than him, she could withstand his ultimate move. Her toughness was indeed a bit beyond the standard. Damn big bad guy, I don't want to be caught by you. Hey, I'll hit your kidneys. Taking advantage of the farmer bandit's surprise, Enkor pushed off the ground with her legs and leaped towards him like a little rabbit. With a serious pout on her face, her starry, bright eyes aimed at the bandit's waist, and her delicate right fist shot out straight. Kidney exploding punch, minus 3,255. A white damage number floated above the bandit's head. With nearly 25,000 health and around 1,000 in dual resistances, Anchor's punch dealt considerable real damage. However, compared to the bandit's staggering 120,000 health, it was still somewhat lacking. But damage was not the most powerful aspect of the kidney exploding punch. Ouch! My kidney! It hurts! So painful! The farmer bandit clutched his right side, his body bending like a cooked shrimp, cold sweat dripping from his forehead and back. Thud! He was in so much pain that he could barely stand, collapsing to the ground and convulsing, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Anchor, mumbling incessantly, "Little witch, little witch." Literally, the kidney exploding punch did not add any control effects, but the tenfold kidney pain it inflicted was far more terrifying than conventional control. The battle between Anchor and the farmer bandit unfolded entirely in Chun Chen's view. He nodded slightly, very satisfied with Anchor's performance. Yes, the reason he hadn't intervened from the start was to train the little girl. After all, he couldn't guarantee that he would always have the spare energy to protect her in every future battle. As a summoner, one must not become lax or complacent just because their hero is powerful. However, now he could step in to clean up the mess. Chen Shen stepped forward to the farmer bandit, cradling Anchor in one arm and raising his mithril greatsword high with the other. Bang 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 bang! The 4-meter-3 long mithril giant's sword came crashing down, delivering 4 successive sword strikes to the bandit's head without distinction. Minus 4,534, critical, combo, lucky combo, times 4, with an attack speed of 2.5. 4 strikes per sword swing added up to 10 strikes per second. The farmer bandit barely lasted 3 seconds under Qin Shen's sword before meeting his demise. Looking at the bandit's dropped items, Chen Shen couldn't help but smile. The bandit's loot consisted of 3 items, 20 copper coins, a bronze-level red scarf, bandit scarf quality, bronze equipment requirement, level 130 defense plus 190 magic resistance plus 140 forest hero, increases attack power by 2% when fighting in mountainous and forest environments, same name effects stack. The first 2 items were nothing special, but the third item, a palm-sized small cloth bag, was the highlight. The small bag was made of coarse fabric, roughly crafted, and when Chen Shen squeezed it in his hand, he could feel a distinct graininess. He untied the knot made of fine string at the neck of the small bag, pulled the opening slightly outward, and peered inside. Round, plump yellow grains resembling pearls filled his view. The grains also emitted a faint, pleasant aroma. Just a glance and a sniff ignited a greedy and urgent desire within Chen Shen. He wanted to eat them all. This desire was born deep within his cells and soul. Why was it born? Chen Shen knew. It was precisely because these yellow grains were what he urgently needed at the moment. Rice maple, a small bag, quality, black iron weight, 2 tails. Effect, can be used to enhance a hero's star level, effective only before the second evolution. After consumption, it can restore hunger points. When consumed by natives, there is an additional effect. It can increase levels, effective only before level 200. Description: a specialty of Huangfeng City. It is because of this that Huangfeng City can become the granary and rear stronghold of the 7 maple city-states. Can only be produced by the rare tree, rice maple. In the celestial domain, the materials required for heroes to upgrade their stars before their second evolution depend on the first main city they visit. When Chen Shen was just teleported here and entered the territory of Huangfeng City, the materials for upgrading stars were determined, which was this rice maple. To upgrade from 11 stars to 12 stars, I need to eat 10 pounds of rice maple. Moreover, rice maple can not only be used for upgrading stars but can also fill one's stomach, though this is only applicable to players. Looking at the effects of rice maple, Chen Shen recalled some information he had heard from other players. The Celestial Domain is a game with a realism exceeding 99.9%. During the novice village period, in order to help players quickly familiarize themselves with the game content and environment, the Celestial Domain actively lowered the game difficulty, which was reflected in many aspects. For example, there are no penalties for player deaths. For example, in the novice village area, there are very few monsters that actively attack. For example, many functions and systems are in a closed state. This includes the realistic survival system. In the novice village, the player's survival system is turned off, so they do not experience hunger, thirst, fatigue, or exhaustion. However, once they leave the novice village and arrive at the main city, the difficulty of the Celestial Domain returns to normal, and the player's realistic survival system will be fully activated and will never be turned off again. This is reflected in the player's panels, which now show 4 unique attributes: hunger value, hydration value, mental value, stamina value. The initial limit for these 4 attributes is 100 points, and their limits will increase as the player's level rises. These 4 attributes decrease constantly, and if they drop below a certain value and remain there for too long, players will be afflicted by terrifying negative states. If the hunger value is too low for an extended period, attack power decreases, and health will drop every second. If the hydration value is too low for too long, health will drop every second. If the mental value is too low for too long, spell strength decreases, and the hit rate of attacks and skills declines. If the stamina value is too low for too long, both attack speed and movement speed will decrease. Fortunately, they can be restored. Eating can restore hunger value, and drinking water can restore hydration value. Mental and stamina values can be restored through resting and sleeping. After consuming rice maple, hunger value can be restored. However, all of this applies to players. The essence of heroes is cards, which is fundamentally different from that of players. Therefore, heroes do not have a realistic survival system, all they need is spiritual power. Nothing else matters. Moreover, rice maple can actually increase the level of the natives. This is quite interesting. A smile of intrigue curved Chen Chen's lips. With all these characteristics combined, it is evident that rice maple is precious and cannot be easily obtained. Now that these farmer bandits can drop it, it is indeed a good opportunity. Chen Chen was just waiting to upgrade his stars with rice maple. Without a second thought, he picked up the mithril greatsword and chased after the farmer bandits, hacking away in the canyon. Relentless combo, minus 4,986, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 4, minus 5,440, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 4, polar whirlwind slash, minus 4,986, minus 4,986. The farmer bandits, burdened by the players, had their speed greatly reduced, and one by one, they were caught up by Chen Chen. The mithril greatsword, larger than a door, felt as light as a feather in Chen Chen's hands, and as he swung it, after images continuously appeared, recklessly harvesting the lives of the bandits. 1 bag, 2 bags, 3 bags. With each bandit that died, Chen Chen received a small cloth bag filled with rice maple. As the number of dead bandits increased, the rice maple in Chen Chen's hands got closer and closer to 10 pounds. At the same time, it also provoked intense hatred from the farmer bandits. Brothers, stop what you're doing. Let's kill that little brat first. Son of a dog, do you really think you're invincible? Brothers, let's go together and chop him into meat paste. You little bastard, after killing so many of my brothers, I will definitely tear you apart today. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 farmer bandits threw down the sacks containing players on their shoulders, angrily cursing as they surrounded Chen Chen tightly. Damn bad guy, you better not hurt my big can. And Kor, like a little hen, spread her arms and bravely stood in front of Chen Chen. Let's kill him together. The farmer bandits in the inner circle wildly swung their long knives, striking at Encore and Chen Chen. Those in the outer circle drew their bows and shot arrows, creating long-range suppression while cleverly blocking Chen Chen's movement and evasion space with their arrows. This close and far coordination was so exquisite and orderly that it was hard to imagine a group of bandits could develop such a harmonious tacit understanding. To protect Encore, Chen Chen picked her up and held her in his arms, slightly bending down, choosing to withstand this wave of coordinated attacks. Minus 276, minus 335, minus 263. Damage numbers popped up above Chen Chen's head, and the surrounding farmer bandits were all taken aback, even slowing their attacking movements. How is this possible? That little bastard is only 11 star level 110, and he has green qualifications. How is he able to defend so high? His health is also so thick, almost reaching 130,000. What kind of monster is he? Brothers, don't panic. We have the numbers, we can wear this little brat down. As the words fell, the green numbers continuously popping up above Chen Chen's head completely shattered the bandits' fantasies. Plus 4,548, plus 4,548. Have you all said your last words? Because next, you are going to the afterlife. Chen Chen raised his head, squinting, a cold spark flashing in his eyes. Instant prison thunder god. Chen Chen tightened his hold on Encore and then transformed into a dazzling blue lightning bolt. Zizizizi. Above the electric light, arcs crackled, and as he jumped and moved, Chen Chen suddenly surged forward. He pierced through the chest of a bandit in front of him and continued on to the back of a bow-wielding bandit 7 meters away. Minus 27,958, critical hit. Minus 28,146, critical hit. Nearly 30,000 in high damage just popped up above the bandits' heads, and as soon as Chen Chen solidified his form, he swung his giant sword without pause. Minus 4,532, critical hit, combo, lucky combo, times 4. Each sword struck critically, sending them to their end. Before long, all the bandits surrounding him were slain, with none surviving. Chen Shen bent down to pick up the rice and maple leaves they dropped. A full 13 pounds, enough to upgrade his star level. But clearly, this was not the right time to upgrade. President is mighty. President is the coolest. President is invincible. Seeing Chen Shen effortlessly defeat enemies 30 levels higher than himself, Tian Xiulian and other members of the Wui Alliance hid in a secluded corner, cheering for him. Some of the new players from Village 88888, who had not yet been stuffed into sacks, were also shocked by Chen Shen's strength. Facing more than a dozen enemies 30 levels higher, not only did he fight one against many, but he also annihilated them all. The green card swordsman is becoming more unfathomable. Sigh, if only I had a hero like a green card swordsman, strong and low maintenance. You could say his only flaw is being too perfect. Remember to prop your pillow up higher when you sleep at night. How many low-level cards have only produced one green card swordsman? Want another? The odds of pulling an SSR are higher than this. It's getting tough. The wind is picking up. We've run into a hard nut today. We should retreat quickly. Retreat? Some brothers have already gone to call for the third deputy. Once the third deputy arrives, that little brat will definitely be in for a rough time. The remaining mountain bandits all wore expressions of caution. Meanwhile, at the northern exit of the one-line Sky Canyon, bandits were streaming out one after another, carrying players stuffed into burlap sacks, heading northwest. There lay a newly discovered magic steel mine, which was in desperate need of manpower for extraction. These summoners, just out of the novice village and naive to the world, were undoubtedly the best laborers. Although the summoners were protected by mysterious rules, they could only be controlled by subsequent means for a maximum of 2 days. But 2 days was still 2 days, even a mosquito was meat. Fortunately, thanks to that kid's guidance, the foolish summoners were tricked into coming over. Otherwise, where would they find such quality labor? The passing bandits kept their pace, occasionally glancing at 2 people and a horse in front of a large greenstone not far away. One of the 2 was a burly man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, dressed in a sleeveless red outfit, wielding a large hammer, his face fierce and intimidating. The other was the young Jun Feng, who had led the players here, slender in build and handsome in appearance. The horse was a sweat-blooded steed. At that moment, the 2 were engaged in conversation. Third Master, I quit. I don't want to keep pushing the summoners into the magic cave. I just want to be a good person. Jun Feng's face was filled with difficulty and guilt. Fool, do you think if you quit, they won't find other people from the troublemaker district? Anyway, the reputation of your troublemaker district will eventually be ruined. Of course, my reputation will also be ruined, but I don't care. I'm a bandit, and my reputation was never that great. The burly man, the third master, sneered, his voice full of disdain. You! Anger surged to Jun Feng's face, and he was about to retort, but after opening his mouth, he found he couldn't say anything. Deep down, he felt a profound helplessness and powerlessness. The anger on his face turned into desolation. Yes, even if he refused to do this dirty work, they would still not let the troublemaker district off the hook. But why? Why were they being oppressed and humiliated for no reason? Why were they scornfully called troublemakers, bearing the blame and enduring contempt? What had they done wrong? Deep within Jun Feng's desolate expression lay immense unwillingness and defiance. He lowered his head, pressed his lips tightly together, and clenched his hands so tightly that his nails pierced his skin, digging into the flesh, blood staining his palms without him noticing. He recalled the premeditated welcoming operation and all the arrangements within it. Both the troublemaker district and the good citizen district were simultaneously arranged by the higher-ups to welcome the summoners. The good citizen district could send out an entire luxury convoy, along with the powerful Huangfeng Xianjia army, responsible for safely escorting the summoners to Huangfeng City. The troublemaker district, however, could only send one person, and instead of taking the summoners to Huangfeng City, they led them into the already laid traps of the Wolffang Canyon. The purpose of this was to suppress the troublemaker district. The convoy representing the good citizen district, although they charged a fee, indeed delivered the summoners safely. And what about him, representing the troublemaker district? He pushed the summoners into a deep pit. In comparison, it was clear who was good and who was bad. It was obvious which side the summoners would stand with in the future. Of course, the reason for the higher-ups arrangement was not only to suppress the troublemaker district. The new mine urgently needed manpower for extraction, which was also a fact. This plan could be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yes, even if I don't do this dirty work, the higher-ups will arrange for others from the troublemaker district to do it. Since that's the case, I'll see it through to the end. One person does the work, one person takes the blame. In the future, even if the summoners seek revenge, they will only target me and won't involve my brother and other friends. With this thought, the young Junfeng's gaze sharpened, his eyes shining with determination. He raised his head and looked directly at the third master, saying, "All right, I will continue. However, I want to receive today's payment first." This was the one thing he could not back down from. The younger brother and his friends were still eagerly waiting for him to return with the harvest. "Kid, you know your place. A cunning person should act like one. Don't think about resisting or being disobedient. Honestly, lying in the filthy mud ditch, living like a bedbug or a rat for your entire life, that is your fate." The third in command scoffed from his high position, then lifted the white cloth bag behind him and swung it towards Junfeng's face. Junfeng felt his heart twist in agony but suppressed the raging anger within him, extending his arms to embrace the white cloth bag. Then he opened it. It was filled to the brim with plain white rice. "Why is it ordinary rice? Wasn't it agreed that I would get rice from the rice maple? How can you go back on your word?" Junfeng gritted his teeth in hatred, finally unable to hold back. He loudly questioned the third in command. How could he explain to his friends and younger brother about returning with ordinary rice? Without rice from the rice maple, how could they become stronger? How could they escape this dark and hopeless fate in future? "Whatever I give you, you take. You little brat have no right to bargain." The third in command revealed a wild grin, the flesh on his face quivering, making the smile even more sinister. Bang! After saying that, he actually kicked off the ground, leaping into the air, and delivered a fierce kick to Junfeng's gut. Minus 4,100. Junfeng was caught off guard, sent rolling on the ground several times, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his body covered in mud. The rice bag also flew out of his hands, landing with a thud far away, spilling white rice everywhere. "A level 20 brat dares to shout at me, a level 150 powerhouse? This is your lesson." The third in command grinned menacingly, about to step forward to continue dealing with this proud young man when a panicked shout came from behind. "Not good, third in command, something big has happened." The third in command turned around to see a farmer bandit rushing over, his steps disordered, his expression frantic, as if he had been scared out of his wits by something terrifying. "Useless! What are you making a fuss about? You've been in this bandit business for at least 10 years, haven't you burned, killed, and looted? Encountering a little trouble and you're already in a panic? Have you turned into a live dog these years?" The third in command glared angrily, spitting as he pointed his finger at the farmer bandit's nose, giving him a thorough scolding. The messenger farmer bandit lowered his head, standing obediently, not daring to refute a single word. "Speak, what happened?" After scolding, the third in command finally got to the point. The farmer bandit straightened his tongue and quickly replied. "It's like this, third in command. Most of the summoners and heroes in the canyon are soft persimmons, allowing our brothers to squash them and stuff them into sacks without putting up any resistance. But there's one silver-armored swordsman, both strange and very tough. He's only level 110, and his qualifications are so poor that even dogs would turn their noses up at him. Yet, more than 10 of our brothers at level 140 together are no match for him, and he cruelly killed them. Third in command, our brothers died with their eyes wide open, just wanting to see you display your might, slay the villain, and avenge them." By the end, the farmer bandit's voice clearly carried a tone of incitement. "What?" As he expected, the third in command's face darkened, already furious. "Killing my subordinates is slapping my face. Today, I will smash you into minced meat." The third in command picked up a 1-meter-long square-headed giant hammer and stormed towards the canyon. The farmer bandit squinted, not following behind, but instead slipped away in the opposite direction. After all, with his strength, he couldn't help much. The upcoming battle only needed the third in command. Not far away, Junfeng had no time to care about these things. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and picked up all the rice that had spilled everywhere. He lifted the sack of rice, kicked off the ground, and leaped onto his horse, swiftly riding away on the sweat-blood steed. Along the way, he glanced back at the canyon, a deep sense of apology and guilt flickering in his eyes. With the third in command of the 150th level personally taking action, the summoners and heroes inside were likely doomed. In the canyon, Chen Shen was busy collecting the spoils of war. Aside from the farmers and bandits who had stuffed players into sacks and carried them away, the remaining bandits all lay defeated beneath Chen Shen's mighty mithril greatsword. Their drops included a couple of rice stalks and a few copper coins, along with several pieces of bronze-level equipment. First was a dark red sleeveless tunic, as if soaked in blood. Holding it in his hands, he could even smell a faint sweet metallic scent from it. Howling Mountain Bandit garb quality, bronze equipment requirement, level 130 health plus 2700 defense plus 220 magic resistance plus 160 forest hero. Increases attack power by 2% when fighting in mountainous and forest environments, same name effect stack. Next was a pair of yellow bracers made of a material similar to burlap, rugged in design, exuding a wild beauty. Bandit bracers quality, bronze equipment requirement, level 130 defense plus 200 magic resistance plus 110 forest hero, increases attack power by 2% when fighting in mountainous and forest environments, same name effects stack. Finally, there were a pair of leg bindings, the same light yellow as the bracers. Bandit leg bindings quality, bronze equipment requirement, level 130 defense plus 210 magic resistance plus 120 forest hero, increases attack power by 2% when fighting in mountainous and forest environments, same name effects stack. Including the previously dropped bandit headscarf, Chen Shen had collected a total of 4 or 5 pieces of bronze level equipment. The attributes of these items were decent, but Chen Shen felt no interest in them. Firstly, the wearing level was as high as 130, making them unusable for him at the moment. Secondly, while the additional effect of Forest Hero could stack, its limitations were too great, far inferior to the experience bonus of the slime set. I'll sell these at the trading post in Huangfeng City once the summoner activates the free trading feature, and earn some copper coins, Chen Shen thought to himself. Once he earned the copper coins, part of it would go to the little girl to exchange for Dian coins, improving her living conditions in reality. The other part he would keep for himself, as starting from 11 stars, each star upgrade consumed a significant amount of currency. Kid, did you kill them? Suddenly, a grim voice questioned Chen Shen. It turned out that the third-in-command had entered the canyon and, upon seeing the scattered bandit corpses on the ground, his face flushed red with anger. At the same time, he could hardly believe that an 11-star, level 110 green card swordsman could have killed these 140 level forest experts. However, Chen Shen's nonchalant response confirmed this. I killed them, so what? So what? Then you can die. The third-in-command bared his teeth menacingly and charged at Chen Shen with a massive hammer. His speed was astonishing, his momentum fierce, like a rampaging black bull, terrifying beyond measure. Yet, Chen Shen remained calm amidst the storm, firmly seated like a fisherman on his perch. He first instructed Enkur to retreat far away and regroup with Agu and the others. Then, he calmly observed the attributes of the third-in-command. Farmer Bandit third-in-command, Silver Boss, level, 150 health, 300,000/300,000 attack power, 4,500 skills, Chaotic Hammer Technique, Shockwave Hammer, Bone Crusher, Diamond Star Strike. Description: one of the leaders of the farmer bandits, often leading his men to rob and pillage, committing all sorts of evil deeds. Besides this, he seems to have another identity. Looking at the attributes of the third master, the members of the Unclothed Alliance showed signs of concern between their brows. He was a full 40 levels higher. Could the president really win? Big canned food, go go go. Only Anchor didn't think too much, her delicate little face full of trust as she cheered for Chen Shen. Chen Shen raised an eyebrow. The third master's strength was indeed impressive, but he was no pushover either. Facing the third master's fierce charge, he chose to meet force with force. The mithril boots stomped heavily on the rocky ground, leaving a shallow footprint as Chen Shen shot out like an arrow, fast and fierce. In an instant, he was in front of the third master. Without a word, after upgrading the living armor, the mithril giant sword, now stretching to a new height of 4 meters and 3, carried the might to shatter stone and split rock, heavily slamming down on the third master's crown. Bang! The third master, not to be outdone, swung his right arm, and the massive square-headed hammer rose from below to clash hard with the giant sword. Minus 1,554, critical, combo, lucky combo, times 4. Minus 11,292, unyielding grip, critical. Minus 1,166. 3 damage numbers floated up from above the heads of the third master and Chen Shen. Chen Shen's brow furrowed slightly. The attack power was the same. The final damage dealt to the third master was only a third of what a regular mountain bandit would take. This undoubtedly indicated that the third master had extremely high defense. Without the 100 points of armor penetration from the dragon-slaying sword and the 300 points of defense reduction from the LV3 passive, crack, the damage he dealt would have been even less effective. However, the talent, unyielding grip, with the increase in health points, began to show its prowess. In their first clash, the third master found himself at a disadvantage. He couldn't help but widen his eyes, filled with deep confusion and shock. Why did this mere level 110 Tin Man deal more damage than him, a level 150 mountain bandit leader? Especially that skill that dealt over 10,000 spell damage, it was simply unreasonable. After all, his magic resistance was close to 4,000. As the third master was stunned, Chen Shen's lips curled slightly. Your defense and magic resistance are quite high, but that's all there is to it. Roar! At the moment the giant sword and giant hammer collided, a long dragon's roar echoed through the canyon, a faint yet noble dragon might spreading in an instant. The special effect, Dragon Might, was triggered. Just as one wave settled, another rose, the third master was even more shocked as he found his body suddenly becoming numb and stiff. Although he could still move, his speed was many times slower than a turtle's, putting him in a position where he couldn't fight back or retort. This cunning and treacherous Tin Man, what skill is this? At this moment, the third master regretted deeply. He finally realized he had underestimated his opponent. He should have used his skills right from the start. That way, even if this Tin Man had some tricks, he wouldn't stand a chance. Shen Shen didn't know, nor did he want to understand what the third master was thinking, because after the Dragon Might from the dragon-slaying sword was triggered, combined with the subsequent normal attacks, the third master would be stuck in a stun state for up to 10 seconds. So from now on, it was his turn. Shen Shen seized the moment, wielding the mithril giant sword, starting from the third master's abdomen, wildly thrusting upward. Minus 6,678, critical. With one thrust, he dealt high damage while vividly portraying the vigorous growth of summer grass and trees. It was the summer-long sword. Ding! For the next 15 seconds, every time you deal damage to a target, you gain a 2% damage bonus. As the giant sword reached its highest point, it swiftly slashed down on the third master's face with a thud. This slash carried the chilling aura of autumn's arrival, where all things withered. It was the autumn harvest sword. Minus 30,746, critical. As the high white true damage numbers floated up from the head of the third in command, he suddenly felt his limbs grow sluggish, as if he had been hollowed out. Ding! You have gained 30% attack speed and movement speed from the farmer bandit third in command, lasting for 20 seconds. The system prompt sounded, and Shen Shen felt his body become increasingly light. Looking at the panel again, his attack speed had already surpassed 3.5. At this moment, he could unleash 14 strikes per second. Minus 1,584, critical hit, combo, lucky combo. Minus 1,616, critical hit, combo, lucky combo. Minus 1,646, critical hit, combo, lucky combo. Due to the rapid attack speed, the mithril greatsword in Shen Shen's hands not only created afterimages but also left behind 14 solidified afterimages. Yes, the afterimages had solidified. It was like a fan running at maximum speed, where the blades appeared to be still to the naked eye. In this state, Shen Shen would deal over 20,000 damage to the third in command every second. Coupled with the health he had already lost, Shen Shen was confident he could completely deplete his health bar within 10 seconds. To think he can solo a level 40 silver boss, the guild leader, is truly amazing. What about a level 150 silver boss? For the guild leader, it's just a piece of cake. This time, victory is assured. Go, Big Can! The members of the Wui Alliance watching the battle saw the boss unable to move, its health bar plummeting. One by one, they cheered for Shen Shen, even celebrating. Not just them, but also a few scattered bag survivors. Players in the canyon believed the outcome was certain, their eyes reflecting the thrill of revenge. Well done, Green Card Swordsman. These bandits are utterly despicable. Green Card Swordsman, please make sure to stab that guy right in the rear, don't let him off easily. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. We must show these lawless bandits a thing or two. Shen Shen's forehead was covered in black lines. Agreeing with you, my foot. What kind of ridiculous ideas are these? And can we not pop champagne halfway through? Don't they know this is a military taboo? He wondered why the weather had cleared up. It turned out he was just speechless from this group of people. Shen Shen ignored them and focused on hacking away. 60%, 50%, 40%. The third in command's health was plummeting every second, and soon only the last 10% remained. With a clang, this time, Shen Shen's mithril greatsword struck the third in command's head, producing a sound akin to striking a grand bell. A layer of eggshell-like golden light suddenly appeared, enveloping the third in command. Minus 0, minus 0, minus 0. Shen Shen struck down 14 times in a row, yet not a single point of damage was dealt. What the hell, is the boss invincible now? I said popping champagne halfway through would bring bad luck. Shen Shen widened his eyes in disbelief. Just as he pondered a countermeasure, he suddenly locked eyes with a pair of bloodshot eyes. The fury and frustration in those eyes could not be extinguished, no matter how much water from the Yellow River was poured over them. Ah, despicable, shameless Tin Man. You think you can chop me like a wooden dummy, huh? Are you comfortable now? Next, I'll return the favor and smash you into a pile of scrap metal. With the invincibility and control release brought by the unknown effect, the third in command finally broke free from the situation of being at the mercy of others. Now, the tides had turned, and it was his turn to strike. Shock hammer. The third in command swung his powerful right arm, and the head of the square hammer traced a beautiful arc before crashing heavily into Shen Shen's chest. Minus 5,666. With a thud, Shen Shen was sent flying. While still in the air, his entire body trembled uncontrollably, and all his internal organs shifted. His mind was a complete mess, as if he had suffered a concussion. His limbs felt disconnected, unable to move, completely immobilized. Chen Shen had intended to activate the instant prison flying thunder god, but found the skill was unusable. Ding! You have been hit by the skill, shock hammer, and are now in a dazed state for 8 seconds. As the system prompt finished, the furious third master rushed forward, catching up to the flying Chen Shen. The hammerhead glowed with a blood-red light, viciously smashing down towards Chen Shen's head. Bone-crushing strike, minus 7,916. Ding! You have been hit by the skill, bone-crushing strike, and are now in armor break state, with armor reduced by 30% and physical damage taken increased by 10%, lasting for 20 seconds. The third master attacked frantically, and with just 2 skills, he had taken away over 10,000 of Chen Shen's health. The damage was terrifyingly exaggerated. But that was not the end. Iron Skin Man, taste my ultimate skill, the chaotic hammer technique. With that, the third master gripped the hammer handle with both hands, wildly swinging it up and down, left and right. The trajectory of the hammer seemed chaotic, but in reality, it wove a large net, like a spider trapping a fly, firmly binding Chen Shen within, unable to escape. Ding! You have been hit by the skill, chaotic hammer technique, and are now in stasis state, with movement speed reduced by 40%, lasting for 10 seconds. Each swing of the hammer took away a significant amount of Chen Shen's health. Minus 4,416. Minus 4,416. The situation on the battlefield reversed, and Chen Shen suddenly found himself in a precarious position. The chaotic hammer technique dealt a total of 110,400 points of damage over 25 strikes. Adding the previous shock hammer and bone-crushing strike, that was over 10,000 more damage. As a result, Chen Shen's health, which had been close to 130,000, was reduced to just over 6,000 in the blink of an eye. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers with their mouths agape, stunned. What's going on? Wasn't the boss just taking hits quietly? Why is it suddenly so fierce, even overpowering the green card swordsman? Could it be a bug? You don't know? In Sky Domain, when a boss's health drops below a certain threshold, it enters a berserk mode. Berserk mode comes in many forms, including increased attack power, increased defense, faster attack speed, rapid health recovery, and temporary invincibility, among others. Of course, the boss in the novice village, which has been deliberately weakened, is not included. The 150-level boss that the green card swordsman is fighting has clearly triggered a temporary invincibility berserk mode. We're doomed. The guild leader is about to kick the bucket. Sob. We shouldn't have opened the champagne early. It's nothing. Even if we fail, it's still honorable. The guild leader remains the one I respect the most. After all, taking on a boss 40 levels higher is a courage not everyone possesses. In the center of the battlefield, even with victory seemingly assured, the third master couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. What kind of freak was this? Green aptitude, level 110, yet he could withstand 3 of his skills without dying? And what was with that nearly 130,000 health? At this level, even a genius with golden aptitude would find it hard to have such high health. Plus 4,548. Plus 4,548. What made the third master's eyelids twitch was that this iron skin man's health was recovering every moment. The recovery amount was incredibly shocking. I can't delay any longer. Realizing that Chen Shen's health would soon be full again, the third master hardened his gaze and swung the giant hammer down towards Chen Shen once more. As this hammer fell, the air around it sparkled with a diamond-like brilliance, resplendent and indestructible. Chen Shen clearly sensed that the power of this hammer was extraordinary, capable of smashing him back into card form. Then he would lose stars, lose levels, lose favor, and be locked in a little black room for 24 hours. The state of dizziness is just a little time away from ending. Although Winter's Sword can prevent death, it is a skill that only works when cast, and right now I am in a daze, unable to use any skills. In this moment of life and death, Chen Shen realized his shortcoming. He lacked a control-clearing skill. When facing a powerful enemy, once controlled, one would fall into an irretrievable disadvantage, just like now. With a loud bang, the giant hammer finally struck true. Chen Shen was taken aback. The expected sensation did not come. Was he not the one being hit? You filthy mountain bandit, don't think you can bully Big Can. The soft yet resolute voice reached Chen Shen's ears. He was very familiar with this voice. The delicate and adorable little lowly standing in front of him was also someone he knew well. Big Can, don't be afraid. I'm here. You won't be in any trouble. I am your summoner, so this is a battle for both of us. And Kor suddenly turned her head, her exquisite and charming little face blooming with a sweet smile that belonged solely to Chen Shen. Chen Shen wanted to say something, but it was clearly not the right time. Just then, the dizziness from shock hammer ended, and the third chief was no longer invincible. This farce should come to an end. Instant prison thunder god. Chen Shen's gaze sharpened, his body transformed into a flash of lightning, whoosh 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 as he pierced through the third chief's body. Minus 26,014, critical hit. Minus 26,014, critical hit. Minus 26,014, critical hit. The third chief's remaining health was only 30,000 points, instantly cleared, and he died on the spot. I hate. Until his last breath, the third chief's eyes remained wide open, glaring at Encore with unyielding resentment. A little lowly had suddenly emerged, directly extinguishing his hopes of victory. Bang! With the death of the third chief, a large pile of loot erupted from his body, spilling everywhere with a clatter. Chen Shen did not pick it up immediately. Instead, he approached Encore, squatted down, and gently ruffled her sparkling white hair. Thank you, summoner, I owe it all to you just now. Encore beamed at Chen Shen's praise, her little nose almost reaching the sky. Oomph, now you know how powerful I am. Big Can, if you ever get bullied again, make sure to tell me, I will protect you. Encore patted her little chest with her fair hand, speaking to Chen Shen in a mock-serious tone. Chen Shen couldn't help but chuckle. If he really got bullied, it would be a piece of cake for the other party to deal with this little one. However, it must be said that the instant flash shield, still Encore activated, did indeed play a crucial role in turning the tide. The president is invincible. The vice president is mighty. We won, we really won. President, you actually defeated a level 150 boss. Amazing, amazing. This is a legendary feat that must be recorded. Agu, the first understanding brother of the Heavenly Domain, and other members of the Unclothed Alliance all left their hiding spots and rushed to Chen Shen's side, chattering excitedly around him. Ah, President, I just remembered. You were just hit by the bandit leader's big hammer. You didn't get hurt anywhere, did you? President, your precious body. If any part really got damaged, I would be very heartbroken. Let me check you out. Taking advantage of the chatter, Tian Xiaolian smiled dreamily as she reached out towards Chen Shen. Feeling an unusual soft touch from her hand on his abdomen, Chen Shen turned his gaze and directly locked onto Tian Xiaolian as a suspect. This president is perfectly fine, in great health, eating well, and doesn't need your inspection. As he spoke, he swatted away Tian Xiaolian's mischievous little hand, then, under her indignant gaze, walked over to the items revealed by the third master and began to count them one by one. 1 silver coin, 25 copper coins, totaling 125 copper coins. 16 pieces of bronze equipment, all from the Farmer Bandits series. 2 pieces of silver equipment. A large bag of rice, more than what Chen Shen had obtained after killing hundreds of Farmer Bandits. And a black iron token. There was nothing much to say about the silver and copper coins, the more, the better. Not to mention, he would need them for star upgrades. The bronze equipment was less impressive, requiring level 130 to wear, and the additional effects were not to Chen Shen's liking. Therefore, it was best to dispose of them. After pondering for a moment, Chen Shen had an idea. He looked at everyone and said, let's use these bronze equipment to fill the guild treasury of the Wyming. Members in need can exchange them with guild contribution points. Of course, I'm just suggesting an idea. How to obtain guild contributions and the specific conditions for exchange will be left to you. As soon as he said this, the members of Wyming looked pleased. ABA waved his feather fan and confidently assured, President, leave these trivial matters to me, you need not worry. Chen Shen nodded and began to examine the 2 pieces of silver equipment. This was the main event. The first piece of silver equipment was the third master's treasure hammer. The hammerhead was as large as a pumpkin, square and solid. The handle was 1 meter long, of moderate thickness, wrapped in a thick layer of white bandages, which not only absorbed shock but also made it easy to grip. The hammer was made entirely of the rare metal demon steel, not only shining black but even capable of reflecting shadows, and its weight was astonishing. Chen Shen grasped the handle with his left hand and casually swung it. Empty, empty. The air immediately emitted a low, muffled sound as if crushed by a heavy object. This hammer weighs at least 500 pounds. An ordinary person really can't wield it. Chen Shen squinted his eyes, contemplating. The attributes of the hammer also indicated this. Mighty demon steel hammer quality, silver equipment requirement, 800 pounds of single-arm strength attack plus 900 armor break plus 150 force shock. When attacking a target, there is a 6% chance to trigger the shock effect, which shatters the target's armor, reducing their defense by 10% and increasing the physical damage they receive by 5%. Description, made entirely of demon steel, weighing 560 pounds. The terrifying weight brings excessive attack power. In terms of attack power, it even rivals level 130 golden weapons. For strongmen and brawny types, it is undoubtedly a handy weapon. But if you are an ordinary person and don't want to turn into a turtle or a snail, it's best to keep your distance, because exceeding your body's load will make it difficult to move even an inch. Even if you manage to pick it up, your attack speed and movement speed will plummet drastically, making it not worth the effort. Without the right tools, don't attempt delicate work. Chen Shen's eyes lit up, revealing his delight. Although the quality of this mighty demon steel hammer was only silver, it was very interesting. Its equipment requirement was not the usual level but purely based on strength. In Sky Domain, strength is a hidden attribute that does not manifest as intuitively as attack or defense on the panel. As heroes and players level up, their strength naturally increases. Of course, the extent of improvement varies significantly based on their roles. Among them, physical melee characters see the most significant increase, while ranged spellcasters see the least. Chen Shen's initial form was a heavy swordsman, with outstanding strength. After evolving into a great sword warrior, his strength soared even higher. It is no exaggeration to say that if Chen Shen held his arms straight up, he could truly have a horse run on them. The requirement of 800 pounds of arm strength was a piece of cake. Without further ado, Chen Shen equipped the mighty demon steel hammer. The surface of the secret silver giant sword immediately changed on both sides. The majestic four-clawed golden dragon vanished, replaced by 2 layers of pitch-black magic steel plating. It exuded a sense of solidity and weight, as if it were as strong as a fortress. After replacing my level 100 golden weapon, the Dragon Slayer sword, my attack power increased from 4126 to 4456 points, significantly boosting my output. With my talent, Fortune of the Heavens, I can trigger the shock effect of the mighty magic steel hammer 100% of the time, further enhancing my output. The mighty magic steel hammer is indeed more suitable as a primary weapon than the Dragon Slayer sword. Looking at the changes in the attributes on the panel, Chen Shen's mind raced, contemplating many things in a short time. The greatest gain was the refinement of tactics. Chen Shen had it all figured out. In the future, when facing strong enemies, he would first summon the Dragon Slayer sword and use Dragon Might to hard control the opponent for 10 seconds. Then he would switch to the mighty magic steel hammer for a violent output. The combination of the 2 pieces of equipment would yield an excellent effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Chen Shen was very satisfied with the first piece of silver equipment. The second piece of silver gear was a cool red ring. Red copper ring quality, silver equipment requirement, level 130 attack plus 170 critical damage plus 5% theft. When attacking and hitting a target, steal 1 point of their attack power, up to a maximum of 30 points, lasting until the end of the battle. Description: a standard silver-grade equipment, neither outstanding nor lacking, just like that ordinary you, right? As the description stated, the red copper ring was indeed average. However, being a piece of jewelry added quite a few points to it. In Heavenly Domain, the equipment with the lowest drop rate includes necklaces, rings, collars, earrings, and other jewelry. However, it could only be equipped at level 130, so Chen Shen could only have Encore store it away. After dealing with the equipment, Chen Shen checked the iron token dropped by the third chief. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but once he did, his expression changed dramatically. Come, you all take a look. Chen Shen handed the iron token to Agu. Agu took it and, upon seeing it, his delicate face turned red with anger, and the fiery light ignited in his bright eyes. The others showed puzzled expressions. What happened? What was so mysterious about the iron token that could provoke the usually good-tempered Minister of Military Affairs? Let me see it. Tian Shaolian was the first to suppress her curiosity, reaching out to snatch the token from Agu's hand. She lowered her head, playing with a strand of hair by her temple, and focused on examining the information on the iron token. What the heck? This is too outrageous. Tian Shaolian angrily tore off the strand of hair and, with a furious expression, slammed the iron token to the ground. Is it really that exaggerated? Let me take a look at what's going on. The number 1 knowledgeable person in the Heavenly Domain bent down to pick up the iron token from the ground. Moments later. What the hell? Is this something a person can do? Beasts, make a note of this. It can't just end like this. The number 1 knowledgeable person in the Heavenly Domain was filled with righteous indignation, picking up a piece of divine paper from Luoyang and writing non-stop. Soon, everyone had seen the iron token. Even the slowest in Core understood why they had been ambushed. After a round of passing, the iron token returned to Chen Shen's hands. The iron token was pitch black, shaped like a very regular hexagon, with a neatly written character Xian on the front and a palm-shaped maple leaf pattern on the back. Xian armor token quality, gold effect, proves that you are a member of the elite force, Xian Armor Army, of Huangfeng City. Description: as long as the token is with you, you live. If you lose the token, you die. A single token revealed the truth. The mountain bandits, who occupied the mountains as kings, burned, killed, and looted, committing every evil deed. On the surface, they appeared righteous, responsible for maintaining order inside and outside Huangfeng City, the Xian Armor Army. They were actually in cahoots. This was a trap set deliberately. Players willing to spend 20,000 starstones will be safely escorted by the Huangfeng Xuanjia Army to Huangfeng City, where their gaming experience will be maximized, comfortable and enjoyable. As for the penniless civilian players, well, that's unfortunate. They will all be taken to the Wolf Tooth Valley, which has long been set with heavy ambushes, and knocked unconscious to be stuffed into sacks. Just like that, players found themselves carried off to the mines, becoming miserable miners. It's one thing to toil in reality, but to become cyber slaves in a game is outrageous. The gaming experience is utterly explosive. Such differential treatment ignited anger among the members of the No Clothes Alliance, while also leaving them with lingering fears. If it weren't for the handsome and powerful president stepping up to slay the bandit leader, they might have already been digging away in the dark, dismal mines. Turns out they are all in cahoots. And that kid named Junfeng, looking all righteous with his thick brows and big eyes, who would have thought he would also aid the villain? Ah, I trusted my brother, and he kicked me into a pit. The captured players chose to trust him, only to end up in a dire situation. The number one informant in the heavenly domain shook his head inside. President, that kid tricked us. We can't let this go. We must teach him a lesson and vent our anger today. At that moment, a disgruntled voice spoke up. Chen Shen turned to look at the speaker. He had an ordinary appearance, but his ears were quite large, almost touching his shoulders, and his face displayed a mix of emotions. There was 3 parts anger from being tricked, 3 parts frustration from being outsmarted, and 4 parts determination to not swallow this grievance. He was a new member who had just joined the No Clothes Alliance. He was also the head of the intelligence department of the Taitsong Divine Kingdom. Listening to the wind and rain, Tian Shelian, Agu, and the number one informant in the heavenly domain all looked at listening to the wind and rain, then nodded in agreement. They also wanted to teach that cunning fellow a lesson and relieve their frustration from being deceived. Just out of the novice village, they, along with their heroes, were barely at level 110. And what happened? Junfeng led them to the Wolf Tooth Valley, where they were ambushed by a large group of level 140 enemies. Level 110 against level 140, especially a whole bunch of them. What could they do? If it weren't for their president's brilliance and valor, stepping up at a critical moment and sweeping away the enemies like leaves in a storm, they would have been captured long ago. They were noble players, the fourth calamity, yet they were tricked by a mere NPC. If they didn't take revenge, they would be seething with anger, with nowhere to put their faces. Chen Shen understood their thoughts all too well. But that guy has long since slipped away. We can't find him to take revenge. Upon hearing Chen Shen's words, Agu and the others' faces instantly fell. Indeed, if they couldn't even find the person, how could they seek revenge? President, you don't need to worry about that. Have you forgotten my talent? At that moment, listening to the wind and rain patted his chest, a confident smile forming on his lips. Talent? Chen Shen's expression shifted as he heard listening to the wind and rain volunteer to continue. President, my talent can amplify sounds up to 100 times. I've already memorized that little thief Junfeng's voice. Since he is an NPC sent by Huangfeng City to greet us, he will most likely be in Huangfeng City most of the time. Once we enter the city, I'll wander around and activate my talent to the maximum. That way, I can hear his voice, pinpoint his location, and find him. When the time comes, I'll give him a taste of his own medicine, so he knows why the flowers are so red. Chen Shen was amazed. This guy's ability to gather intelligence was truly top-notch. Agu and the others' eyes lit up again. That cunning little brat, just wait to be beaten. Alright, we'll do as you say. Once we enter Huangfeng City, we'll find him and settle the score. But before that, I need to delay for a moment. Chen Shen nodded and said, and the members of the Wui Alliance had no objections. He then examined the last item dropped by the third leader. No, it should be called a bag of dropped items, rice maple. Chen Shen was slightly surprised as he picked up a heavy burlap sack. Indeed, ordinary mountain bandits dropped small, exquisite cloth bags. What the third leader dropped was a burlap sack dozens of times larger than a cloth bag. Rice maple, 1 large bag, quality, black iron weight, 50 pounds. Effect, can be used to enhance a hero's star level, effective only before the second evolution. After consumption, it can satisfy hunger. When consumed by natives, there is an additional effect, can increase level, effective only before level 200. Description: a specialty of Huangfeng City, It is because of this that Huangfeng City can become the granary and rear stronghold of the 7 maple city-states. It can only be produced by the rare tree species, rice maple tree. 50 pounds? Chen Chen's pupils constricted, secretly astonished. The rice maple dropped by the third leader was actually more than 500 times that of an ordinary mountain bandit. This guy is rolling in wealth, but now it's all his. Chen Chen opened the star enhancement interface and checked the requirements one by one. Level 110, satisfied. Rice maple 10 pounds, satisfied. 100 copper coins, satisfied. Heavy swordman, main card, not satisfied. Now everything was ready, just missing the main card. So Chen Chen found Encore and explained the requirements for star enhancement. Okay, I'll draw one for you right away. Encore nodded obediently like a chick pecking at rice, then opened the card drawing interface. She looked around in a daze, hesitated for a moment, and finally extended her fair finger to point at the left pool. Vice President, no, stop. Seeing this, Tian Xiaolian quickly spoke up to stop Encore. Ha! Encore looked at Tian Xiaolian, her starry eyes full of question marks. Vice President, remember, if you want to draw the main card for the President's star enhancement, you should draw from the right fixed pool, not the left random pool. Because the fixed pool will only draw cards you have owned before, while the random pool has a chance to draw any card. Tian Xiaolian smiled kindly and patiently explained. Is that so? He. Encore touched her little head and smiled foolishly. Almost made a mistake? Besides that forced draw in the newbie tutorial, she hadn't drawn a single card and thought the card pools were the same? Put. Tian Xiaolian was amused by her appearance. Encore was also very obedient, extending her hand to point at the right fixed pool. Single draw ticket -1. Then, a burst of white light erupted, and a heavy swordman white card appeared in Encore's hand. Vice President, your pool is so pure. Tian Xiaolian, watching from the side, couldn't help but widen her lively eyes, her face filled with amazement. In the card draw preview, she found that the Vice President's fixed pool only had 2 types of cards. The first type was the N card Heavy Swordman, which is the initial card for all players, and it was uncontroversial in the pool. The second type was the R card Qin Woyang, which was the card that was forcibly required to be drawn in the newbie tutorial, so his appearance was also very normal. Other than that, there was nothing else. This meant that the Vice President had never actively drawn cards. What a dedicated little lowly. What an absolute supporter and fervent fan of the President. Wow, Vice President, your card pool is too pure. Only Heavy Swordman and Qin Woyang? If there was a way to remove Qin Woyang from the card pool, wouldn't that mean the Vice President's draw would be 100% Heavy Swordman? Listening in on the conversation, the top players in Tianyu were all amazed when they saw Encore's fixed pool. In every aspect, the President's luck is surprisingly good. Tian Xiaolian sighed sincerely. She also saw that in Encore's fixed pool, Qin Woyang was in her card, with a draw probability of 10%, while Chen Chen's initial body, the Heavy Swordsman, was the lowest level in card, with a draw probability of 90%. This time, the draw results did not deviate from the probabilities. Additionally, Tian Xiaolian was not surprised that Encore, who did not recharge her coins, had a single draw ticket, because as long as players exceeded 3 hours of daily game time, the system would automatically reward them with a single draw ticket. Come out. Encore, who drew the Heavy Swordsman, tossed it into the air. With a whoosh, the card disappeared, replaced by a tall warrior clad in white steel armor, wielding a blunt heavy sword. Chen Chen instantly noticed something was off. This feeling again? Just like his sword attendant, the nine-tailed fox, and the battle clone, the Heavy Swordsman before him was composed of 100% energy. Even worse, the first two at least had the most basic intelligence. But this Heavy Swordsman? Its gaze was hollow, its expression blank, devoid of any sentience, simply a machine among machines. Why was it like this? Tian Xiaolian saw the confusion in Chen Chen's eyes and gently opened her mouth to explain. President, although the game Sky Domain often doesn't treat players as humans, it does have some very humane designs. Chen Chen somewhat agreed with this point. Just like today's login reward for summoners, the repatriation ticket, which is specifically designed for kind-hearted summoners who are reluctant to decompose cards. The anti-slip ticket is designed for careless players to prevent them from accidentally decomposing cards due to a slip of the hand, leading to regret. Especially for limited cards, if they were decomposed due to a slip, there would be nowhere to cry. As Chen Chen pondered, Tian Xiaolian's lively voice continued. Among them, it includes the design of card draws. For each type of card, once a summoner draws the first one, if they subsequently draw a second, third, then the following cards will no longer possess an independent soul, and even the most basic intelligence will be absent, just a pure energy body. Just like the Vice President, Even if she draws hundreds or thousands of heavy swordsmen, there won't be another one like you, President. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen pondered, his heart subtly guessing. Tian Xiaolian's next words confirmed his speculation. The reason for this is to allow some kind-hearted summoners to decompose and consume cards without psychological burdens or guilt. After all, they are not life, just a mass of energy. After listening to Tian Xiaolian's explanation, Chen Chen's understanding of Sky Domain deepened. In that case, let's upgrade the star. Chen Chen took 2 steps forward and placed his hand on the energy body, heavy swordsman's left shoulder armor. Immediately, a powerful suction erupted from his palm, continuously drawing out the mysterious energy that composed the heavy swordsman's body and transporting it back into his own body. As the energy flowed away, the heavy swordsman's body gradually became ethereal and transparent. Puff! 30 seconds later, a sound similar to a balloon deflating came from the heavy swordsman's body. Its almost completely ethereal human form suddenly twisted left and right twice, then transformed into a burst of blue light points that completely dissipated in the wind. Not only the human form dissipated, but also its card body. At the same time, Chen Chen clearly felt that deep within his body, something incomplete seemed to be filled in slightly. That feeling was fulfilling and wonderful, making it hard to resist. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After devouring a body card, Chen Chen had Enkur take out the spoils from defeating the bandits, a pile of palm-sized cloth bags stacked on the ground. He sat cross-legged on the ground, opened the facial armor below his nose, revealing his mouth. Then he picked up a cloth bag, loosened the knot, widened the opening, and poured the plump rice from inside directly into his mouth. Shoo, shoo. Chen Chen chewed carefully. It tasted very different from ordinary rice. The aroma of the rice was unique. A perfect blend of the woody fragrance of maple leaves and the pure scent of mature rice. With each bite, the fragrance burst forth, natural and refreshing. However, the texture was somewhat strange, as the density of the rice was 10 times that of ordinary rice, making it feel like he was eating a pile of solid steel balls, heavy and dense. Overall, Chen Chen was quite satisfied with the taste of the rice. At least it was much better than the slime goo, which was sticky and had a texture similar to thick nasal mucus. Even now, thinking back on it made Chen Chen's stomach churn with a desire to vomit. Before long, 50 empty cloth bags piled up around Chen Chen. He had already consumed 10 pounds of rice. At this point, all conditions were met. Level up! Chen Chen focused his thoughts and clicked the level up button on the panel. Crack, crack, crack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, various strange sounds echoed within Chen Chen's body. Muscles were condensing and compressing, becoming firmer. Organs were renewing, becoming tougher. Bones were continuously transforming, becoming sturdier. And the meridians, blood vessels, hair, everything was evolving towards a better direction. The changes were detailed and obvious. Chen Chen deeply felt that his strength had increased, he was running faster, and his thoughts were clearer. Most importantly, the path that had seemingly reached its end extended a bit further. The system notification bar also had new activity. You have leveled up from 11 stars to 12 stars, level cap plus 10, health plus 750, mana plus 375, attack plus 150, defense plus 150, magic resistance plus 150, speed plus 75. You have successfully triggered the talent, Lucky Minion, gaining the above growth once more. You have successfully triggered the Summoner Orange Sweets talent, Unstable Mutation, and you have learned the silver level skill, Purification. Chen Chen opened the attribute panel and looked at the significantly increased data, unable to hide his joy. Leveling up from 11 stars to 12 stars was just a 1-star increase, but with the bonuses from various bonds and talents, he gained a total of 5,400 health, 750 mana, 330 attack, 315 defense, 315 magic resistance, and 150 speed. His combat power increased from 7263 to 7629. A single star increase brought over 300 combat power. This was the power of SS level potential. The above was an enhancement of hard strength, which was good, but for Chen Chen, it paled in comparison to the newly acquired skill. Purification quality, silver level, LV1 effect, after activation, clears all negative states and control effects on oneself. For the next 2 seconds, one will not be added any negative states or controlled. This skill can still be used normally when under control. Mana cost 200 points, cooldown time 70 seconds. Yes, this was the control clearing skill that Chen Chen desperately needed. Now, Chen Chen had strong output capabilities, decent health, and control options like Dragon Might and the Frog's Sleep Arrow. The only gap was in control clearing, which was a weakness. Fortunately, this piece of the puzzle was finally filled. Previously, during the battle with the third chief, he was stunned by the opponent's shock hammer, and couldn't use his control-clearing skill, not even the winter concealment sword. Luckily, at a critical moment, Encore activated the flash shield skill, taking the third chief's finishing move for him. Otherwise, he would explode into stars. Now that he had the skill, Purification, if he faced the third master again, he could kill him single-handedly. Purification, plus Winter's sword, the combination of the two was the most perfect match. Familiar with the power boost after upgrading, Shinshen checked the requirements for leveling up from 12 stars to 13 stars. Level 120, 200 copper coins, 50 pounds of rice. Initial body, heavy sword master, ×1. All were relatively easy to meet. The most crucial item, the rice, he just happened to have 50 pounds on him. This meant he could smoothly level up to 130. Oh right. Shinshen slapped his forehead, stood up, and walked over to Encore. Summoner, can you open the 7-day leaderboard? Sure, no problem. So Encore opened the leaderboard, and Shinshen's gaze fell on one of the categories. Hero Evolution Leaderboard, first place, N+ Giant Sword Warrior, 12 stars, belonging to Summoner Orange Sweet. As expected, Shinshen smiled knowingly. What he didn't know was that the changes on the leaderboard immediately stirred up a huge uproar across the entire server. What the hell? The first place has already reached 12 stars, truly a little cow stepping on a high voltage line, all the way awesome with lightning. Ah, I'm so anxious. Big shots in the village, can you give us some help? Others have reached the main city and embarked on a new evolution path. Why are we still stuck with that stinky slime? Why are we so far behind? You guys should spend a bit more money. I'm just lying here waiting for you to carry me. Orange Sweet? I didn't expect the first place's name to be so cute, but the strategy is deep. Deep strategy? I didn't notice. What's the saying? Take a closer look. Reaching 12 stars is a green card, which means its initial rarity is the lowest white, and the material consumption for upgrading is also the lowest. To seize first place, instead of nurturing a card with great potential, he chose to cultivate one of the lowest consumption dog food. 6 gentlemen, isn't that deep strategy? Isn't that sneaky? Oh, that really is a backdoor approach, but the potential of a white card is too low. It will become weaker as time goes on, she will suffer for it. The changes on the leaderboard made players in various novice villages extremely anxious. The big shots were evolving again, while they hadn't even unlocked the qualification for their first evolution. Novice Village No. 86765, Slime Pure White Palace, Central Hall. On the high-hanging black iron throne, Emperor Assam stood with a sword, his white cloak fluttering and rustling. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a series of blood-red sword energies shot out from within the cloak, crossing dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, and, in the terrified eyes of the players, penetrated into their bodies. Then, a red danger character appeared above their heads. Detected that you have been hit by Death Bestole Sword Chi. For the next 100 seconds, a judgment will be made every 0.5 seconds. Death Bestole Sword Chi's initial state is danger, with a 99% probability of transforming into death, with each judgment, resulting in immediate death. Resurrection time extended by 100 times, can be restored after Emperor Assam is defeated. There is a 1% probability of transforming into life, during which you can deal triple damage to Emperor Assam. Thud thud thud. The red danger character above the players' heads quickly transformed into a black death character, and then, like a domino effect, they fell one after another, translucent soul bodies swaying up from behind. This shameless skill made them curse furiously. Designer, come out. I promise not to tear your ass apart. Did your girlfriend run away with someone else, and you were so upset that you designed this perverted skill to take revenge on everyone? How did the big shots from Novice Village No. 88888 defeat the boss? Whoa, the baby has been stuck for 2 days. When can we go to Huangfeng City? It is said that the NPCs there are warm and hospitable, kind and friendly, and the baby loves it so much. Damn you, Rem. Designer, is it really necessary for the boss guarding the newbie village to be this strong? Just as the majority of players were breaking down and cursing angrily, a player stepping on a pink light circle, with well-defined features, loudly reassured everyone. Everyone, don't give up, don't be discouraged. Although the Emperor's Death Sword Chi is terrifying, it is not perfect. The path to redemption lies within. Because every time the Emperor casts Death Sword Chi, his life limit decreases by 2%. After 50 casts, his life limit will drop to 0, and at that point, he will defeat himself. Of course, there is also a problem, which is that our resurrection time is too long. Every time we resurrect, he casts once, and by the time 50 casts are done, today's game time will be over. The result will be the same as yesterday, ending in failure. But I have a method to break this deadlock. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately stopped complaining and cursing, their eyes wide open, ears perked up, focusing their attention on the speaking player. It was clear that this player stepping on the pink light circle held great prestige in newbie village 86765, because he was Xianyuan Emperor Tian, the president of the 8th branch of the Xianyuan Guild, one of the top 10 guilds of Dian. Once the number 1 on the Hero Evolution leaderboard. Most importantly, he was the only big spender in newbie village 86765. That's right, the entire newbie village 86765 was a poor village, with only Xianyuan Emperor Tian as a lone seedling, having drawn an SSR. Other players couldn't afford to spend money. In the battle against Emperor Assam, Xianyuan Emperor Tian dominated, sitting at the top of the damage leaderboard. His hero, SSR, Fire Domain, Xiao Shuanghua, 10 stars, level 100, dealt damage equivalent to the total of thousands of ordinary players. Because of this, Xianyuan Emperor Tian was highly respected in newbie village 86765. It could be said that he bore the hopes of the entire village. The only big shot, the only main force had spoken. How could the ordinary players not listen? Especially when the big shot mentioned a way to break the deadlock, the eyes of the common players sparkled. Because if they defeated Emperor Assam today, they would earn the limited edition title, Outstanding Person. At the same time, they were filled with doubts. What kind of method could counter such a cheat-like skill? Xianyuan Emperor Tian's soul body looked around and simply uttered 2 words. Persist. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. The path to redemption, the way to break the deadlock, was that simple? Xianyuan Emperor Tian spoke again, his tone full of leadership. The death sword chi drives back thousands. The emperor cannot withstand the tears of persistence. That's right, it's persistence. Although we will die again and again, as long as we keep going, do not retreat from the battle, and attack with full force after each resurrection, we will lower the emperor's health line. At some point, when our output damage exceeds the emperor's reduced health, that will be the moment of victory, and we won't need to wait for 50 casts of Death Sword Chi. Oh, the players suddenly realized, they understood, completely understood. Yesterday, they had seen the Emperor's skills as so abnormal and unsolvable that after being killed a few times, they had left in despair. Once the number of players who left the battle exceeded 10%, Emperor Assam's state would refresh, including the life limit reduced by Death Sword Chi. Therefore, only by persisting, only by fighting to the death, could they use their fighting spirit and will, combined with a grueling battle, to ultimately defeat Emperor Assam. On the throne, the remnant soul of Emperor Assam slightly nodded. This was precisely the glimmer of hope he had deliberately left. This was the path he had walked back in the day. Even with an ordinary background, low talent, and scarce resources, as long as one perseveres and never gives up, success is inevitable. This is his true intention. Then let's fight from sunrise to sunset, and battle without regrets. Damn it, today I'm going all out. Absolutely cannot give up halfway like yesterday. Persevere. Persevere. The players' passion and fighting spirit were completely ignited. However, they did not notice the hint of helplessness that flashed in Xianyuan Emperor Tian's eyes. There was a method, but what frustrated him was that the 86,765th novice village was so poor that out of 10,000 players, only he had an SSR. This kind of fierce battle was unavoidable. It would definitely last until night. Even with one more SSR, if the output increased, the progress wouldn't be so slow. I really am a bit unlucky, otherwise, how could I lose the top position on the evolution leaderboard? Sweet Orange, you're just a step ahead. Tomorrow when I reach the main city, the real competition will begin. The top position on the evolution leaderboard has only one master, and that is me, Xianyuan Emperor Tian. A strong sense of defiance flashed in Xianyuan Emperor Tian's eyes, and his heart also ignited with passion. Invincibility is too lonely. Having opponents makes it less boring. Meanwhile, in the 87,777th novice village, Mu Qinghuang had completed her first evolution. Heroes in the world are as numerous as fish crossing a river. If Xianyuan Emperor Tian could find a way to break the deadlock, others naturally could as well. In the 87,777th novice village, Mu Qinghuang was the first player to discover the way to break the deadlock. During her battle with Emperor Assam yesterday, she discovered the Emperor's ultimate killing move, the Death Sword Chi, which had an incredibly unfair instant death judgment that seemed unsolvable. In reality, even in dire straits, there is a glimmer of hope. Each time the Death Sword Chi is cast, the life limit decreases by 2%. This terrifying side effect was the hope of defeating Emperor Assam. As the battle progressed, the Emperor's life limit would continuously decline. The player's damage remained unchanged, but the resurrection time would be extended by 100 times. The result was that the Emperor would fully restore his health during their resurrection period. But as long as the players gritted their teeth and held on, refusing to back down or give up, then with the passage of time, there would come a moment when they could, after resurrecting, clear the Emperor's health bar with a burst of output before he could cast the Death Sword Chi again. This was the way to victory. Conversely, if more than 10% of the players believed victory was hopeless and thus retreated, it would all be in vain, as the Emperor's state would refresh. They had failed this way yesterday. So today, before strategizing against the Emperor, Mu Qinghuang had already revealed this secret to the other players. With everyone's unanimous cooperation, especially with the support of 2 SSRs, they finally defeated Emperor Assam, unlocking their first evolution and the qualification to head to the main city. Ding ding dang dang. In the center of the village, the old village chief was busy. The construction of the giant teleportation array was nearing completion. The players who had completed their first evolution were already lined up in an orderly fashion. Only by lining up could they proceed, which was the old village chief's rule. Therefore, even some unruly and free-spirited players behaved themselves and dared not act recklessly. At the front of the line was Mu Qinghuang. In the game, she possessed a beauty that was on par with reality, looking like a fairy that had stepped out of a painting. Her outfit was also similar to reality, dressed entirely in black. She wore a crow feather crown, with crow feather earrings dangling from both earlobes. Below was a black long-sleeved skirt, adorned with 3 slender crow feathers on her left chest. Her hair was as smooth and silky as satin, equally dark and shiny. In stark contrast to the black, her exposed skin was as white as snow, especially those long legs, smooth and straight, alluringly pale, shimmering with a soft glow, causing nearby players to stare in awe. Wow! No wonder she's the goddess-level player of our novice village. This beauty, this figure, it's simply like the moon hiding in the flowers, a fish sinking in the water, 100 times better than the streamers and stars I've seen online. Unfortunately, she lacks education. All she can say is awesome to conquer the world. The goddess really is impressive. Hey, don't just focus on looks and figure. Look closely. Goddess Qinghuang is wearing the Black Crow Queen outfit, which costs 5,888,888 starstones in the mall, equivalent to nearly 600,000 Dian coins. Just this outfit could buy a 120 square meter apartment in a third-tier city. Is this the legendary rich beauty? I wonder which lucky guy will get to enjoy her. Anyway, ordinary people shouldn't think about a toad eating swan meat. Didn't even the president of the Thunder Movement Guild, Lei Tianhong, get turned away? How would I know? I know even more. Guess why Lei Tianhong was rejected by Goddess Qinghuang? It turns out she's not interested in men. Ha ha ha, I could laugh my head off. The key point is, Lei Tianhong thinks the goddess used this reason to mock him, humiliating his dignity as a man. Sigh. Thus, a grudge was formed, and the Thunder Movement Guild and Goddess Qinghuang's Phoenix Pavilion became sworn enemies. Players in the back of the team whispered to each other, discussing everything related to Mu Qinghuang. Indeed, Mu Qinghuang's game ID is Qinghuang, just one character shorter than her real name. Vice President, which main city are we going to? A petite girl behind Mu Qinghuang leaned forward, curiously asking. Xue, we're going to Huangfeng City. Mu Qinghuang turned around, a hint of anticipation curving her lips as she spoke to the petite girl. Why there? Vice President, I want to go to Huangfeng City to see the maple leaves. Xue playfully shook her head in protest. I'm not stopping you from thinking, right? Your mind can keep dreaming, but your body must obediently go with me to Huangfeng City because there's someone very important to me there. And you all too, not one of you is allowed to run off to another main city. Mu Qinghuang's pupils shifted, giving Xue a sly smile, then she raised her head, her beautiful eyes warning the other members of the Phoenix Pavilion. Got it, Vice President. The other members of the Phoenix Pavilion responded readily, as past experiences proved that Mu Qinghuang was indeed an outstanding and capable vice president, earning their trust and affection. Time passed slowly, and soon, the old village chief completed the construction of the teleportation array. At his signal, Mu Qinghuang stepped into the center of the array, her jade legs together, standing gracefully, her black hair flowing down to her waist, resembling a blooming black rose. Old village chief, I want to go to Huangfeng City. As her beautiful voice fell, a yellow beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping her. Moments later, the light dissipated, and Mu Qinghuang vanished without a trace. This scene caught the eyes of dozens of players in the middle of the team. President, that girl went to Huangfeng City. Should our Thunder Movement Guild follow? Or should we go to the originally planned Lanfeng City? A player with the ID Lei Zhenyu asked the leader. The leader was none other than the president of the Thunder Movement Guild, Lei Tianhong. He was a well-proportioned young man, otherwise unremarkable, except for an exceptionally large mouth, resembling a clown's grin, taking up half of his face, making him look quite terrifying. In addition, he wore a luxurious white robe, intricately crafted, with blue lightning marks evenly scattered across it. In his right hand, he held a lightning magic orb, with arcs of electricity dancing on its surface, crackling with a pop. As the president of a guild, Lei Tianhong was certainly not short on money. His appearance was that of the outfit valued at 4,888,888 starstones, known as the Thunder King. Hearing his subordinate's question, Lei Tianhong grinned, revealing a terrifying snarl. What else is there to say? Of course, we're going to Huangfeng City. That pretentious woman, I will make you and Fingy Pavilion pay a painful price, so you understand the consequences of rejecting me. Thus, Lei Tianhong, along with a group of members from the Thunder Guild, also chose Huangfeng City. Meanwhile, within Huangfeng City, Guiying Tohan widened his eyes upon seeing the new number 1 on the hero evolution ranking. At that moment, Guiying Tohan had just exited the Summoner Association, followed by Guiying Chuefeng and the Mad Scholar. Looking at the grand and magnificent city, Guiying Tohan decided to familiarize himself with the situation in the north city of Huangfeng first. He bought a greasy roast chicken from the roadside, eating while walking and observing. Indeed, Huangfeng City was divided into north and south cities, which he learned from Masaka, the captain of the Huangfeng Xuanjia army who escorted them into the city. What about the south city? He had no idea, as Masaka's convoy had entered directly through the north gate into the north city. Not long after, Guiying Tohan had a general impression of the north city. First, the ground of the north city was clean and flat. It was paved with a special mineral called Huangyan. This was a magical rock, not only incredibly sturdy but also radiating a brilliant yellow light. At night, there was no need for lamps or candles. The entire North City could shine as bright as day, resplendent and magnificent. Aside from the ground, the buildings in the city, the functional structures, and even the towering 30-meter-high city walls were all constructed from Huangyan. Secondly, the NPCs living in the North City were all, without exception, dressed in fine clothes and living in abundance, their manners and speech very polite and proper, exuding an air of nobility. However, their arrogant expressions and superior gazes made Guiying Tohan quite displeased. Finally, there were various functional buildings related to players. They were very complete, such as the Apothecary Association, Engineering Association, Forging Association, Trading House, Exchange, Job Change Hall, Guild Hall, Arena of the Fighting God, Summoner Association, and so on, all were present. The Summoner Association he had just exited was the place to issue daily commissions and handle badges. Thinking of the badge, Guiying Tohan looked down at his left chest. There, he wore a round badge. The surface of the badge had only a simple yellow checkmark design, clear and straightforward. Good citizen badge quality, gold effect. With this badge, you can spend copper coins daily at the Summoner Association to purchase a certain amount of rice maple. You can spend starstones to buy additional rice maple. Description: with it, you are a noble citizen of North City. Getting this little badge cost me 50,000 starstones, but the effect is not bad. Guiying Tohan recalled the information he received when obtaining the badge at the Summoner Association. There were two types of badges: the Troublemaker badge and the Good Citizen badge. The Troublemaker badge could be obtained with copper coins. The Good Citizen badge required starstones. Both served the same purpose, allowing the purchase of rice maple with copper coins or starstones to upgrade heroes or NPCs. However, regardless of whether it was copper coins or starstones, the daily purchase limit for the Good Citizen badge was higher. Just now, he had spent 5,000 copper coins to buy 50 pounds of rice maple, and 5,000 starstones to buy another 50 pounds. In total, that was 100 pounds of rice maple. Mine has risen from 11 stars to 12 stars, requiring 50 pounds of rice maple, and this condition has been met. The only thing left is to level up to 110 and draw another card. Thinking of this, Ghost Shadow Slayer opened the leaderboard as usual, only to find that the first place on the evolution list was that green card that had repeatedly caused him trouble. Damn! How did that broken green card make it to the top? Where did he get the rice from the Dao Maple? Ghost Shadow Slayer was stunned, stopping in his tracks, a deep confusion appearing in his eyes. For a moment, even the roast chicken in his hand lost its flavor. President, this really shouldn't be. Hearing the president's exclamation, Ghost Shadow Chaser also opened the leaderboard. Let me see. The Mad Scholar frowned and began to check the hero evolution list as well. Upon seeing it, his frown deepened. Something's not right. To evolve a hero from 11 stars to 12 stars, Dao Maple Rice is a necessary material. But Dao Maple Rice can only be produced by the rare tree, the Dao Maple Tree. However, the Dao Maple Tree is firmly controlled by the Lord's Mansion, and part of the Dao Maple Rice it produces flows to the Summoner Association for players to exchange. This means that it's almost impossible for Dao Maple Rice to circulate outside. We have Masaka escorting us, but the green card swordsman and the little girl don't, so they definitely haven't entered Huangfeng City. How did they obtain the Dao Maple Rice? What have we overlooked? Just as the mad scholar was deep in thought, a sharp shout suddenly rang in his ears. Little bastard, stop right there. The shout came from Ghost Shadow Slayer. It turned out that while he was lost in thought, the roast chicken in his hand had been stolen without him noticing. The thief was a boy who seemed out of place in North City. North City was luxurious, while the boy was dirty and ragged. The pedestrians on the streets of North City were dressed extravagantly, but the boy was in tatters. After stealing the roast chicken, the boy ran away, with Ghost Shadow Slayer hot on his heels. Ghost Shadow Chaser and the Mad Scholar followed closely behind. Ghost Shadow Slayer was furious. As the vice president of the Ghost Shadow Guild, one of the top 10 guilds in Dian, he had always been the one to snatch from others, but now he was the one being robbed. Losing the roast chicken was minor, losing face was major. Little bastard, stop. You little beast, stop right now, or I'll catch you and break your legs. But no matter how much Ghost Shadow Slayer and the other two threatened and cursed from behind, the frail boy ran like the wind, refusing to stop, until he dashed into a dead end, surrounded on 3 sides by 5-meter-high, solid walls made of Huangwoyan. At this point, he had nowhere to escape. Little bastard, keep running, keep running. Ghost Shadow Slayer sneered as he closed in. Ghost Shadow Chaser also wore a malicious expression. The Mad Scholar, having invested fewer attribute points in life, did not threaten but leaned against the wall, panting heavily, his gaze thoughtfully fixed on the frail boy. I'm sorry, but I'm really hungry. Do as you please, whether to kill or to chop. Facing the fierce Ghost Shadow Slayer and Ghost Shadow Chaser, the boy apologized and then began to devour the roast chicken like a starving ghost. Only then did Ghost Shadow Slayer notice that the boy's clothes were tattered, his face covered in dirt, and his frame as thin as a beansprout. He had even lost one shoe while running, and the remaining one was a broken straw sandal. You little beast, still dare to eat. You really don't take us seriously. Looking for a beating. Ghost Shadow Chaser laughed cruelly, raising his right hand high. Slap. The clear sound of a slap echoed in the alley. The boy continued to wolf down the roast chicken. Ghost Shadow Chaser covered his right cheek, looking at Ghost Shadow Slayer with a mix of grievance and confusion. Boss, I didn't do anything wrong this time, right? I did it all for you. Ghost Shadow Slayer squinted, a hint of nostalgia flashing across his scarred face. Let him eat. This kid has some guts, daring to eat even when caught. I admire that. In those years, I was still a little old me, just like him, fighting with those big guys for steamed buns and bread, and in the end, when caught, I was beaten while mixing blood and swallowing without a care. Suddenly, the narration of the ghostly figure of the soul butcher was interrupted by the Mad Scholar. President, you did well. This NPC is out of place in Beicheng, yet suddenly appears, so he must have a special mission. Upon hearing this, the ghostly figure of the soul butcher's eyes lit up. Before long, the young man finished his roast chicken and looked at the gangly ghostly figure of the soul butcher. His eyes filled not only with gratitude but also a hint of longing. Big brother, can I follow you? You can eat roast chicken freely and beat people at will. You must be very rich and of high status. I want to be a person like you. I want to eat roast chicken. I want to live in a big house. I want to be someone above everyone else. The last few words were almost a scream from the young man. As soon as he finished speaking, the ghostly figure of the soul butcher heard the system prompt in his ear. Ding, congratulations, you have triggered the epic quest, Fated Duel. Who will reign supreme? Brothers part ways. Do you accept? Yes. After accepting, the ghostly figure of the soul butcher looked at the young man with great interest and asked a question. Tianfeng, where is your brother Junfeng? Brother? Hearing the name of his brother mentioned by the lavish summoner in front of him, Tianfeng's dirty face flashed with a moment of shock. Then, both expectation and surprise burst forth from his eyes. Big brother, you want to take my brother as a follower too? The ghostly figure of the soul butcher squinted his eyes, taking them both as followers? He wanted that too. But then again, the epic quest didn't allow it. However, the quest content was related to the two brothers, and now that the younger brother was right in front of him, the older brother naturally had to be seen as well. To find out the brother's location, he could only trick this little brat. Receiving a positive response, Tianfeng was so excited that he was at a loss for words, his frail body trembling incessantly. That's great! That's great! Brother won't have to go hungry every day anymore. He can eat well and live well. Those burdens and liabilities will no longer cling to my brother. If it weren't for them, why would my brother be so exhausted and even take the blame? From now on, my brother and I will rise to greatness and become noble people of Beicheng together. Tianfeng was thrilled. his entire face flushed and hot. Today, he was so hungry that he couldn't stand it, so he secretly slipped into the prosperous Beicheng just to steal some food to fill his stomach. Unexpectedly, he had climbed up to a noble person, and a great noble at that. The pink halo under the ghostly figure of the soul butcher could only be possessed by a summoner who had recharged over 1,000,000. Being able to follow such a wealthy and extravagant summoner, Tianfeng had already envisioned a bright future, living in a luxurious big house, eating well every day, no longer enduring hunger, and no longer suffering in the rain and cold. After indulging in this happy fantasy for a while, Tianfeng finally came back to his senses. "Big brother, follow me. I'll take you to see my brother right now. If my brother knows he can live a good life and become someone above others, he will definitely be very happy." Thus, the ghostly figure of the soul butcher and the two of them, under Tianfeng's lead, headed towards Nanchang. Meanwhile, after leveling up, Chen Chen led the Wui alliance out of the Wolf Fawn Canyon. Following the hoof prints and wool tracks left by the Masaka caravan, they tracked down the location of Huangfeng City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wilderness was desolate, with only the howling wind sweeping through, stirring up clouds of dust. Many of the traces left by the caravan had been blown away by the strong wind or buried by the dust, causing Chen Chen and the others to often lose their way, stopping and starting along the way. Heartless game. Money goes down the drain. The experience without spending money is just too bad, right? Being kidnapped is one thing, but after finally escaping the tiger's mouth, there isn't even a proper guide to the main city. The first understanding brother of the heavenly domain kicked a stone beside his foot in frustration. "We've been wandering for over an hour. When will this end? Ouch. What's going on? My legs are so weak, I can't walk anymore. I need the president to give me a hug to regain my strength." Tian Xiaolian feigned weakness, stumbling and leaning against Chen Chen. "Get lost. Usually, you run like a rabbit, and now you're saying your legs are weak?" Chen Chen replied irritably. "Is it the same? The past is the past, and now is now." Tian Xiaolian muttered stubbornly. "Tian Xiaolian, stop bothering the president. This is how it is when exploring, you have to try the routes yourself. It's normal to be a bit tired and suffer. Just need to walk through once," ABA said calmly, waving his feather fan. In Heavenly Domain, unexplored areas are shown as a black fog on the player's maps. Players need to explore to clear the fog. After that, they can directly see the map for places they have previously visited. Of course, for ordinary players, the way to unlock the map is to walk step by step. Players who spend money only need to ride in the Masaka's convoy. Once the convoy passes, unexplored areas can be quickly unlocked. Due to the strong winds, Chen Chen and the others completely lost track of the convoy. Fortunately, after wandering for over an hour, they finally arrived at the foot of Huangfeng City. Before them stood a towering city wall over 30 meters high, exuding a faint yellow glow, looking magnificent overall. The only flaw was the two brownish-yellow wooden doors at the bottom, which were pockmarked and bore a cross pattern on each side, with no one guarding them. A sign hung askew above the door, with 7 crooked characters written on it. Huangfeng City South Entrance. Let's go, into the city. Chen Shen's gaze sharpened as he turned to call everyone, then took a few steps forward, pushed open the wooden door, and walked inside. Agu and the others followed closely behind. "Ha, what's going on here?" As soon as they entered the city, everyone was dumbfounded. Everything before them was too unbearable to look at. Dilapidated, run down, it looked like a beggar's den. This was everyone's first impression. The ground was uneven, pitch black, littered with scattered straw, wooden planks, ropes, and various messy objects. In the distance, there were rows of yellow wooden houses of varying heights. Each one was crippled, with large holes in their surfaces. Some had lost 3 walls, leaving only one standing like a lone chicken, while others had no roofs at all, resembling tubes. When the wind blew, these crippled houses creaked and swayed, barely holding together. The most critical point was that the city was eerily deserted, with not a single NPC in sight. This was far from the bustling scene Chen Chen and the others had imagined for the main city. "Ding, you have discovered a new area, Huangfeng City South City, experience points plus 10,000. The system notification rang in everyone's ears. "What? Who are they trying to fool? This is the main city? My grandmother's earthen house is 10 times better than this. If it weren't for the system notification, I would have thought the president took the wrong path. Forget the houses, where are the people? How come there's not even a ghost?" The members of the Wui Alliance looked shocked, chattering among themselves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a strong wind swept through the city. Clang! In a house to the left, a nail holding a wooden board fell out, and the board was immediately blown by the wind, crashing towards Nkur beside Chen Chen. Bang! Chen Chen reacted quickly, swinging his mithril greatsword, the sword like thunder splitting the air, shattering it into pieces. In an instant, wood chips flew everywhere, fluttering down to the ground. "President!" I heard that kid's voice. At that moment, Xie Tingfeng Yu excitedly said to Chen Chen. As soon as he entered the city, he activated his innate ability, listening to the heavens, to its maximum state, enhancing his hearing by 100 times. All kinds of sounds became incredibly clear, whether it was the howling wind or the sharp sound of wood chips piercing the air. Even the sound of earthworms wriggling underground and stirring the soil was heard distinctly. Among them was the voice of Jun Feng, who had harmed thousands of players. That kid is in the northeast direction, about 300 meters away, listening to the wind and rain added. As expected of the director of the heavenly machine, wind and rain, your ears are just too good. It seems no sound can escape you. The number one expert in the heavenly domain gave a thumbs up to listening to the wind and rain, his face expressing amazement. Pretty much, listening to the wind and rain nodded. Awesome! The members of the No Clothes Alliance praised. However, a hint of bitterness appeared on listening to the wind and rain's face. It's not that great, amplifying sounds 100 times isn't exactly a wonderful experience. It's like eating candy, the right amount of sweetness can lift your spirits, but if it's too sweet, diabetes will come knocking. Too much of a good thing? Agu nodded, indicating understanding. Let's go find Jun Feng. I also want to know why he led people into the pit, Chen Chen called out, stepping in the direction indicated by listening to the wind and rain. The members of the No Clothes Alliance followed closely behind. Bang bang bang! The silver gleam of the secret silver battle boots rang out rhythmically as they stepped over the rough, uneven black stone road. As they walked, Chen Chen frowned slightly. What he saw along the way was dilapidated and chaotic. The brownish-yellow wooden houses on either side of the road were all in disrepair. Their roofs or walls had holes of varying sizes. These were the wooden planks that had been blown away. Some were worse off, like lambs stripped of their skin, with all the outer boards gone, leaving only the bare skeleton of 4 supporting beams. The culprit behind all this was the relentless raging wind. Chen Chen watched as the window of a wooden house on his right was violently shaken by the wind, emitting a creaking sound of distress. Crash! With 2 crisp sounds, the connection hinge between the wooden window and the house suddenly broke, and it spun into the air amidst the strong wind. Chen Chen was lost in thought, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Why was there wind? It was too strange. Outside, a 30-meter-high city wall stood guard, so the wind couldn't have come from the wilderness. Inside the city, the terrain was flat, with wooden houses stretching out. Such a landscape couldn't produce winds of this magnitude. Where was the wind coming from? Oh, Big Can, look, I'm flying. President, don't just keep walking forward, turn around and take a look. Your precious summoner is lost. Suddenly, 2 voices, one childish and one clear, interrupted Chen Chen's thoughts. Chen Chen quickly turned around and looked up in the direction pointed by Tian Xiaolian. Sure enough, Encore was blown into the air by the wind. Knock back. Above her head, the words knockback kept appearing. Big Can, I feel like I've turned into a leaf. Oh, or maybe a cloud. This is so much fun. Encore floated in the wind, her round apple-like face beaming with joy, her fair little hands waving at Chen Chen non-stop. Ah! Chen Chen was stunned. How did the summoner end up in the sky? Looking at Agu and Tian Xiaolian, although they were struggling against the wind, they were nowhere near flying. Could it be because the summoner was a little lowly, light and soft, easily blown away? Chen Chen pondered. President, aren't you going to do something to bring the vice president down? Seeing that Chen Chen was still analyzing at this moment, Tian Xiaolian urged anxiously. Chen Chen waved his hand. Forget it, since the summoner is so happy, let her be. Little did he know, as soon as he finished speaking, smack! A wooden board suddenly flew in and hit Encore right in the face. The little girl blinked her big, sparkling eyes in confusion. In fact, saying suddenly wasn't quite accurate, because around Encore, there were numerous wooden boards scattered about, all blown up by the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more wooden boards were propelled by the fierce wind, shooting towards Encore without warning. No! Encore flailed her little arms and legs like a comical turtle, desperately trying to dodge. But without any leverage in the air, the outcome was obvious. Smack! 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 3 wooden boards consecutively hit her face. Whoa, this isn't fun at all. Encore flung the boards away, her little face sulking, the earlier joy long gone. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, another series of wooden boards flew towards her. No! Encore timidly closed her eyes, her little face pale, nervously waiting for the moment she would be hit by the boards. However, there was no pain on her face. Instead, her body returned to a very familiar and comfortable position. Big Can. Encore opened her eyes and found herself securely held by Chen Chen, her little face blooming with a smile, happiness radiating. Unable to help herself, she pressed her delicate face close, gently rubbing against Chen Chen's chest like a little puppy. Seeing Chen Chen's expression unchanged, it was because he was wearing a fully enclosed helmet, so even if his expression changed, Encore couldn't see it. In any case, the little girl had become a bit bolder. She slightly turned her little head, facing Chen Chen's chest, her eyes squinting with joy, her little nose twitching as she blissfully inhaled the scent on him. The scent of Bigkin is warm, so reassuring and comfortable. I want to stay close forever. Encore's little face flushed, her heart racing. Big can you hold me forever? I don't want to be blown away by the wind again. With a hint of selfishness, Encore softly pleaded. All right. To prevent the summoner, this little potato, from being blown away by the wind again, Chen Chen nodded. He realized that the summoner was even lighter and more agile than he had imagined. Just now, he had to use 3 segments of instant prison flying thunder god to bring the little girl back from the sky. Thus, Chen Chen continued on with Encore, who was like a little koala hanging on his neck. As they walked, he heard a series of chaotic voices. Hurry! Area, the house in the 6th row, 2nd column is about to be blown away by the wind. You're heavy, hold on to it, don't let it run away. Fong Go, leave it to me. I won't let our real estate turn into movable property. Tai Dan, the house in the 3rd row, 4th column, the windows are starting to loosen, reinforce it. No problem. Fong Go, and Shaju. Chen Chen's expression shifted. Among the chaotic voices, there was one he was very familiar with. The expressions of the members of the No Clothes Alliance also changed slightly, as they exchanged glances with the eavesdropping wind and the number 1 understanding brother in the heavenly domain, preparing to take action. Found it. It can't be wrong. It's Jun Feng, that little brat who led thousands of players into the Wolfang Canyon and severely harmed them. On the way to Huangfeng City, eavesdropping wind had logged off once and saw a series of posts on the official forum. Indeed, it was those victims who had posted. The content of the posts was heart-wrenching, making listeners sad and viewers weep. It was said that they were taken by bandits into a giant mine, where it was dark and harsh. Moreover, entering the cave came with 100 consecutive draws. Not the card draw, but the kind where they were whipped with a little whip. The whip was dipped in salt water, and those with first-hand experience posted that when the whip struck the body, the sensation was such that one could only say that their 3 souls and 7 spirits would be whipped away, 1 soul and 1 spirit at a time. 100 lashes, everyone had their share. After receiving their punishment, they were forced by the bandits to pick up mining picks and bury their heads in the work. Any sign of slackness would earn them no mercy from the bandits. More lashes to come. The players were beaten to the point of wailing, their cries echoing, cursing the bandits 800 times in their hearts. But what they hated even more was Jun Feng, who had led them into this ambush. They cursed their own blindness. That kid looked so righteous, with a clean slate, yet turned out to be so treacherous. Over 1,000 people. Just like that, they were betrayed. They couldn't run away because while still in a dazed state, they were hit with an incredibly terrifying debuff. Despicable imprisonment, carrying this negative status, unable to leave the area designated by the inflictor, lasting 24 hours. For this negative status to take effect, certain preconditions must be met, the target must be dazed, and the remaining day's duration must exceed 300 seconds. This negative status can only take effect once in a lifetime. It was this vile debuff that filled the players trapped in the dark mine with a mix of shame and anger. They felt ashamed as the 4th calamity. In past games, they were used to wielding power and authority. The world was vast, and players were the greatest. NPCs? Merely playthings for amusement. Yet now, in Heavenly Domain, they had been kidnapped by a group of bandits and reduced to mining slaves. The 4th calamity's face was utterly lost. They were furious that they would only be released by the bandits after 24 hours. This 24 hours counted in game time, not offline time. Players had a daily game time of 12 hours, meaning they would have to foolishly mine for 2 whole days. How could they not be angry? The mining slave players on the forum had already sworn a deadly oath. Once they escaped, not a single one of those murderous bandits would get away. And that kid Jun Feng, they had to catch him and then torture him severely to extract a confession. The bandits captured them to mine, which at least made sense in terms of motive. But what was Jun Feng's reason for betraying them? They had never met, with no grievances or grudges, and he pulled this stunt right away? Moreover, when the bandits spoke of Jun Feng, their eyes were mostly filled with disdain. Clearly, they were not in cahoots. But if they weren't together, then why betray them? Not only did the captured players have this doubt, but Chen Chen and the members of the Wui Alliance also needed an explanation. This was precisely why they had come to find Jun Feng as soon as they entered the city. Following the sounds of commotion, they walked against the wind to a circular area. Unlike other places in the South City, the circular area was not black but gray. It was not only clean and tidy, but the uneven spots had also been filled in. In the open space, there were a total of 100 wooden houses, arranged in a square formation of 10 by 10. Aligned front and back, neat and orderly, everything was in place. The members of the Wui Alliance were all amazed. Along the way, they had seen dirt and chaos, but here it was completely different. Not bad, not bad. Agu nodded repeatedly. Wasn't his military strategy also meant to be this strict and orderly? For a moment, he felt a bit curious about the designer of the wooden house arrangement. At this moment, the circular open space was bustling with activity. The strong wind was continuously forcing wooden planks off the houses. 100 boys and girls were following someone's command, methodically preventing the wooden houses from being damaged, which was the source of the noise. At the same time, this was a unique wooden house defense battle. Chen Shen's gaze swept over, and his brow furrowed slightly. Most of these boys and girls were thin and short, dressed in very thin clothing, with various sizes of pudding being the only decoration on their old clothes. There are levels, and the highest among them is not even at level 50. The one with the lowest level is a boy standing in the center of a circular clearing, issuing commands and directing the overall situation. The boy is as thin as a bean sprout, yet he possesses an innate righteousness and a leader's demeanor. Chen Shen observed keenly. The others not only did not resist his orders but actively and enthusiastically carried them out. When their eyes accidentally glanced at him, they were filled with trust. The boy is their target for this journey, Jun Feng. Seeing this, a cloud of doubt floated between Chen Shen's brows. Jun Feng didn't seem to have a bad heart, so he couldn't understand why this kid would want to harm the players. Even the top player in the heavenly domain, who had been shouting about teaching Jun Feng a lesson, and the one eavesdropping, now seemed to have a bit more contemplation. Let's go over there, Chen Shen said to the members of the Wui Alliance and took the lead toward Jun Feng. The others followed closely behind. Everyone, keep it up. If we hold the fort, we'll have a place to sleep tonight. Victory is within reach. While directing, Jun Feng also didn't forget to encourage the other boys and girls. It was at this moment, amidst his busy schedule, that he finally saw Chen Shen, who walked steadily, with a depth of temperament like a deep abyss. In an instant, shock surged in his bright black eyes. How did you end up here? How did you escape? Jun Feng recognized Chen Shen at a glance, as he was the only one among the deceived who was particularly special. To be precise, he was the most handsome. Clad in majestic mithril heavy armor, the simple yet intricate ancient patterns on the surface, along with the all-encompassing design, perfectly combined mystery and coolness. And that giant sword, measuring 4 meters and 3 in length, left an indelible impression on him the moment he saw it. This man before him was simply the embodiment of handsomeness. Escape? No. I walked out of the Wolf Fang Canyon openly and aboveboard. From your tone, you seem to not believe it? Facing Jun Feng's astonished question, Chen Shen replied calmly. But you are only level 110. The lowest level among the mountain bandits is at least level 140, and each one is a skilled hand at robbery and violence. How could you possibly be their match? Not to mention that third in command, who is at level 150, has an extraordinary background, exceptional skills, and is aided by the powerful hammer, the mighty magic steel hammer. Even a typical level 160 expert is no match for him. With him around, how could a level 110 like you possibly escape? Jun Feng nodded, then shook his head repeatedly. Nodding meant he didn't believe Chen Shen's words. Shaking his head meant that Chen Shen was right in front of him, leaving him no choice but to believe. Kid, don't be surprised. Our guild leader is just that incredibly strong. That's impossible? This is just the beginning. Our guild leader has many remarkable qualities. The legendary deeds he has accomplished, in your current state, I fear would scare you if I told you. Behind Chen Shen, the top player in the heavenly domain spoke proudly. As the guild leader's exclusive historian, no one understood the guild leader better than him. Finally, he added with a tone of accusation, Kid, since we are here, you should know why we came. Upon hearing this, Jun Feng closed his eyes as if resigned, took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened them wide. A flash of determination crossed his eyes. You can kill or torture me, do as you please. However, I, Jun Feng, take responsibility for my own actions. Please spare my friends, they are innocent. This decisive attitude surprised the members of the Wui Alliance. Goodness, he didn't even try to argue and was ready to face death calmly? No, I won't allow you to harm Brother Feng. Even if I haven't eaten for 2 days and have no strength, I will do my utmost to stop you. You bad guys. You are all bad guys, just like those people from the North City. How despicable. Why do you all come to bully us? What exactly did we do wrong? Big brother, Fenggu is really nice. Whenever he finds food, he always lets everyone eat first. There must be a misunderstanding between you. Seeing the situation was not good, the boys and girls immediately put down their tasks, ignoring the house, and rushed forward, bravely standing in front of Jun Feng. step back. This matter has nothing to do with you. The efforts of the little friends to protect him brought a touch of emotion to Jun Feng's eyes, but he still spoke harshly. But this group of bad guys clearly means harm. Fengge, I want to protect you. I won't back down. Tai Dan, feel the same. If they want to hurt Fengge, they have to step over my body first. In the whole Huangfeng city, only Fengge cares about everyone. He is the best. There must be some misunderstanding. I beg you to talk it out, don't fight. The boys and girls were filled with righteous indignation, united against a common enemy. Usually, they listened to Jun Feng without question, but at this moment, they had their own opinions. Some even clenched their rusty hammers and picked up the tattered wooden boards from the ground, standing their ground against Chen Chen and the others without flinching. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Inside the circular arena, the wind was strong, blowing fiercely, yet it could not blow away the determined hearts of these boys and girls. However, this did not mean they were not afraid. In fact, their hearts were pounding wildly, almost jumping out of their throats. So strong. The silver-armored warrior across from them, nearly 2 meters tall and fully armed, exuded an overwhelming presence. He held a little girl in one arm and an exaggeratedly large sword in the other. He just stood there. He became a heavy wall, an insurmountable mountain. The natural pressure he radiated was as cold and hard as steel, as heavy as the weight of the heavens. It suffocated them, slowing down their nerves, their breathing, and even the flow of their blood without them realizing it. Fighting someone like this would mean death, right? Surely it would mean death? Just as the boys and girls were resigned to their fate, the other side spoke. Don't be nervous, just relax. I only have a question for your Fengge. I won't harm him. The silver-armored warrior's voice was calm as water, but it brought them a sense of reassurance, an instinctive feeling. That is, the silver-armored warrior's words were trustworthy, unlike those fickle people from the North City. Look, the silver-armored warrior is level 110, but his name is Green. Suddenly, a chubby girl named Arya was the first to shift her attention elsewhere. She pointed at Chen Chen with her chubby little hand and exclaimed. The other boys and girls also stopped focusing on the silver-armored warrior's oppressive presence and began to pay attention to other aspects. It's true. Green quality? Level 110? Does that mean the silver-armored warrior had the lowest quality white before his first evolution? So the silver-armored warrior is just like us, at the bottom of his environment. Not only that, the success rate for a white quality to evolve into green is less than 0.1%. For the silver-armored warrior to succeed, he must have endured unimaginable pain and made extraordinary efforts. We are all at the bottom, struggling in the mud of survival, and the silver-armored warrior is also struggling on the path of evolution. What is different about us? We are one kind of people. The boys and girls were all excited, and with just one glance, they accepted Chen Chen. They believed that this silver-armored warrior, who came from such a lowly background, must have suffered ridicule and disdain from the nobles just like them. They believed that the silver-armored warrior, with a similar situation and experience, must be a good person. He is trustworthy. Feeling the burning and admiring gazes from all around, Chen Chen was bewildered. What was going on? He hadn't done anything. What do these little guys mean? Suddenly, the system prompt sounded continuously in Chen Chen's ears, one after another, endlessly. Ding! Your humble origins and unyielding spirit have triggered a soul resonance with Arya, level 45. Arya's favorability towards you is increased by 2,000 points, reaching level 5, harmonious and friendly. Ding! Your humble origins and unyielding spirit have triggered a soul resonance with Tai Dan, level 39. Tai Dan's favorability towards you is increased by 2,000 points, reaching level 5, harmonious and friendly. Ding! Your humble origins and unyielding spirit have triggered a soul resonance with Gowa, level 41. Gowa's favorability towards you is increased by 2,000 points, reaching level 5, harmonious and friendly. Chen Chen's forehead was covered in black lines. No way? Just a second ago, weren't they full of hostility towards him? How did the favorability suddenly skyrocket by 2,000 points? This speed of changing faces is more absurd than the face changing in Sichuan opera. What left him even more speechless was that the reason for the boys and girls' change of heart came from his initial rarity, white card. Hiss! Chen Chen took a slight breath in surprise. Is this what they mean by fortune hiding in misfortune, and misfortune relying on fortune? He had already enjoyed the exclusive benefits of the white card more than once. The white card, although its talent, skills, and potential are the lowest, the material consumption for star upgrades and the spiritual power consumption to maintain human form are also the lowest. Right now, he had gained the recognition of 100 poor, pitiful, helpless NPCs thanks to his white card status. This recognition, for ordinary players, is like a chicken rib, tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. But he is different. He is the lord of the Taitsong Divine Kingdom, holding the imperial seal of the nation. The imperial seal of the nation has two effects. The way of the emperor, LV1 for every citizen, permanently increases life limit by 1 point and mana limit by 1 point. This effect triggers once a day. Dominate the people, LV1 with the other party's consent. You can register summoners, heroes, or NPCs as your citizens. Only one hero under a single summoner can be registered as a citizen. Number of citizens equals level times 100. He can register NPCs as citizens, and citizens can provide attributes every day. Currently, he has only 7 citizens. They are Inkur, Agu, Tian Shaolian, Aba, the first understanding brother of the heavenly domain, Sanlang Zi, and She Tingfengyu. The attributes converted daily are very few, and he was worried about how to gain more citizens. Isn't this just what he needed? Moreover, NPCs are different from players and heroes, perhaps as compensation for being unable to resurrect, or perhaps as true natives of the heavenly domain, favored by heaven. In any case, their potential is outstanding. This can be seen from the attribute panel. Troublemaker, area level, 45 life, 48,000 attack, 1450 skills, none description, lives in the southern city of Huangfeng City, a chubby girl who has immense trust and admiration for Jun Feng. Troublemaker, Taidan level, 39 life, 42,000 attack, 1190 skills, none description, lives in the southern city of Huangfeng City, a hard-headed boy who has immense trust and admiration for Jun Feng. This growth in life and attack power is comparable to SSR. If I absorb them all, then the Taitsong Divine Kingdom will inject a powerful new generation of blood. Chen Shen's eyes slightly closed, his mind calculating rapidly. This is a full 100 potential stocks, and their levels are very low. Once they reach above level 100, their potential will not just be SSR, but Dark Gold SSR. There is no doubt that this is a group of good seedlings. Moreover, they are young, at a low level, and highly malleable. If guided well, their future achievements will be limitless. Fortunately, he has already gained the recognition of this group of good seedlings, so bringing them under his wing should not be difficult. However, before that, he needs to resolve the issue with Jun Feng. Jun Feng, do you know this? Chen Shen put down Ankur and took out an item from the spatial compartment, which was the Xuanjia order dropped by the third master. You already know? Jun Feng's pupils trembled violently. Let's talk. What is the connection between the mountain bandits running rampant in the wild and the elite troops of Huangfeng City, the Huangfeng Xuanjia army? And why did you deceive over 1,000 summoners into the Wolffang Canyon where the bandits lay in ambush? There was no aggressive questioning, nor was there any indignation in his tone. Chen Shen's voice was calm as a lake. After asking, he slightly lowered his head, his indifferent gaze resting on Jun Feng's face. The boys and girls who had blocked Chen Shen suddenly turned around, looking at the Fengge they had always regarded as a role model. Incredulity, shock, doubt, confusion. A myriad of emotions filled their eyes. Deceiving summoners? Fengge, why would you do something bad? Yeah, Fengge, don't you usually teach everyone to not be afraid of trouble, but also not to cause trouble? Fengge, you are so kind and always think of everyone. Surely there must be some unavoidable reason for doing this? Please tell us. Arya wants to know. Yes, Fengge, please tell us. I don't want to be left in the dark. The boys and girls were anxious, their lips dry and tongues parched, desperately wanting to know the truth. Why did Fengge do something against his conscience? They did not believe that what the silver-armored warrior said was baseless or groundless. Just moments ago, the conversation between the silver-armored warrior and Fengge had revealed everything. It was clear that the silver-armored warriors were the victims of deception, but they were strong enough to escape with their lives. They had followed the faintest clues to this place, seeking out Fengge. I'm sorry. Jun Feng bowed deeply to Chen Shan and the others, his face full of guilt. Then he sighed lightly and said, at this point, keeping it a secret is pointless. I will no longer hide it and will tell everyone the whole story. Upon hearing this, the members of the Wui Alliance perked up, listening attentively. The boys and girls fell silent in an instant, holding their breath and pricking up their ears. The whole story is like this. Summoners who choose to come to Huangfeng City will be teleported to the Welcome Wilderness. I, along with the squad leader Masaka of the Huangfeng Xuanjia army, have been waiting there for a long time under the orders of the Lord's Mansion. When the number of arriving summoners is sufficient, we will appear to receive them. Summoners willing to spend starstones will board Masaka's convoy and safely arrive at the north city of Huangfeng. Those who do not spend starstones will be led by me to the Wolffang Canyon. At this point, Jun Feng paused, a clear hatred appearing in his eyes. The bandits in Wolffang Canyon, like the Huangfeng Xuanjia army, are also affiliated with the Lord's Mansion. However, the Huangfeng Xuanjia army operates in the light, responsible for maintaining the visible order in Huangfeng City. The bandits, on the other hand, move in the shadows, engaging in unspeakable activities. They commit all sorts of crimes, such as looting, amassing wealth, and filling the Lord's mansion. They kill those who oppose the cruel rule of Huangfeng City, and they stuff summoners who do not pay into sacks and take them to mine. By the way, the magic steel vein they are taken to belongs to the Lord's mansion. Finally, the reason I assisted in this wrongdoing and harmed the summoners is that the Lord's mansion promised that if we succeeded in this operation, we would receive 50 pounds of rice as a reward. Everyone has not had a full meal in a long time. And this time the reward is not ordinary rice, but the rice that can elevate everyone's level. I'm sorry, I cannot refuse this condition. At this point, Junfeng let out a self-deprecating laugh. Unfortunately, I still overestimated the character of the third master. He actually embezzled the rice and gave me a bag of ordinary rice. After Junfeng finished speaking, the young boys and girls were all moved to tears. Brother Feng, why do you choose to bear all this alone? Why keep us in the dark? Arya would rather go hungry than let you make sacrifices. Brother Feng, damn the Lord's mansion. One day, I, Tai Dan, will smash you to pieces. No one expected that Brother Feng had silently paid such a heavy price. Deceiving a summoner is undoubtedly a foolish act. Summoners can be resurrected after death. They are almost impossible to completely eliminate. Once targeted by them, one can hardly find peace for a lifetime. But Brother Feng, in order to ensure they had food to eat, took all the hatred upon himself. Junfeng, you are still hiding something. I think your reason for deceiving the summoner is not just for the rice, because there are definitely more ways to fill our stomachs than just the rice from the Lord's mansion. Offending the summoners carries too much risk. The strangest thing is, why would the Lord's mansion let you, a person from the South City, lure the summoners into a trap? Chen Shen's eyes flashed with wisdom as he spoke logically. Junfeng was taken aback. He did not expect the silver-armored warrior to see through the most critical points so quickly. Since that's the case, let's reveal the real secret. Junfeng's expression darkened as he continued. The Lord's mansion does this to suppress the South City, to keep us from ever raising our heads or turning our fortunes around. It is to trample us into the dirtiest mud, letting us fall into endless darkness without hope. It is to ensure that we can never escape the control of the Lord's mansion for generations, only to become their slaves. The specific method is that the Lord's mansion deliberately made me harm the summoners. In this way, the summoners who have suffered losses will hate me, hate the South City. Without support, the South City will fall into isolation. Even if I don't go, the Lord's mansion will send another person from the South City to harm the summoners, perhaps Arya, perhaps Tai Dan, or perhaps Go Wa. In short, there's no escaping, we cannot escape. Silence. After Junfeng exposed the conspiracy of the Lord's mansion, the circular clearing fell into a deathly silence. Suddenly, Xie Ting Feng Yu was the first to curse. Damn it! This is too malicious. Are they even human? How can they bully a group of children like this? Tian Xiaolian's beautiful eyes whitened in anger, her silver teeth clattering. Bad guy. Big bad guy. And Kor's small face puffed up like a pufferfish, and her little nose wrinkled with shallow lines. The members of the Wui Alliance were furious. At this moment, they even forgot that this was a game. On the other side, the reactions of the young boys and girls were not as intense as those of the Wui Alliance. But inside, they were already swept by raging waves. Many of them felt tears welling up in the corners of their eyes, but they gritted their teeth and desperately suppressed them. Don't bow your head, the crown will fall. Don't cry, the enemy will laugh. Reflecting on all they had experienced, they were all filled with anger. Why target and suppress them? Why cut off all their channels to obtain rice, tightly restricting their strength and levels? Why scornfully label them with derogatory terms? Are the people of Huangfeng South City truly as lowly as ants? Or is there some secret they do not know? They couldn't understand. They just couldn't understand. A deep sense of powerlessness surged endlessly from the depths of their bones. The endless darkness blocked their view, obscuring the future while simultaneously revealing it. Just then, a voice, like thunder splitting the sky, shattered the chaotic darkness before them. You are the rising sun. A mere bit of gloom cannot hide the brilliance of the sun. Everyone turned in unison to look at the silver-armored warrior, humble yet proud, standing among them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fierce wind howled, but Chen Shen stood tall and straight, defiant against the wind, like a steadfast anchor in the storm. His words and actions were in harmony, his speech as resolute as his character, proud and unyielding. 100 youthful eyes gazed at him with fervent anticipation. On the faces of these boys and girls, half was shock, and half was the lingering despair that had not yet faded. Chen Shen narrowed his eyes and spoke again, his voice ringing like iron. Since the Lord of the city oppresses you, restricts you, and seeks to be the dark clouds and gloom above you, then unleash your light and warmth to burn through it. Destroy it. In this world, no one has the right to belittle your souls, no one has the right to trample on your dignity, no one has the right to stifle your future. Even the most insignificant beings have the freedom to gaze at the blue sky. Even the most fragile of creatures have the right to grow towards the sun. No one can take that away. No one can suppress it. If there is someone, then carry the fiercest fighting spirit and overthrow everything that tries to control you. Fight. Born fearless, fight until the end. Defeat is no matter, for through countless trials, iron is tempered into a blade. All failures are merely stepping stones to success. You will eventually soar like a great rock, rising with the wind for 90,000 miles. At that time, all gloom, all darkness, will vanish like smoke in the flutter of your wings. His words struck the ground with force. The despair on the faces of the youth led by Jun Feng dissipated completely after hearing this. They were all so excited that their faces flushed, breathing rapidly, their eyes sparkling with indomitable fighting spirit. Yes, so what if the lord of the city suppressed and restricted them, even using them as pawns for threats? They would never yield. As long as their fighting spirit remained, they would surely carve out their own blue sky. At that time, no one could call them lowly again. In their excitement, their fondness for Chen Shen surged once more. Ding! A soldier dies for a confidant, a woman beautifies for a suitor. Your words have triggered a soul resonance in Jun Feng, level 20, and Jun Feng's fondness for you has increased by 300 points, reaching the 6th level of fondness, intimate and close. Ding! A soldier dies for a confidant, a woman beautifies for a suitor. Your words have triggered a soul resonance in Area, level 45, and Area's fondness for you has increased by 300 points, reaching the 6th level of fondness, intimate and close. A series of system prompts rang in Chen Shen's ears. The fondness has increased by another 3,000 points, reaching the 6th level? Chen Shen was secretly astonished. He had only wanted to see these little ones lift their spirits, so he had deliberately said so much to encourage them. Who would have thought that NPC's fondness could rise so easily? His own fondness with the summoner was only at the 2nd level. But wait, Chen Shen suddenly remembered the old village chief, who also just spoke a few words, yet only gained 10 points of fondness. Could it be that this group of NPC youths was easily swayed, which is why their fondness increased so much? But upon further reflection, Chen Shen dismissed this speculation. In this heartless game, Sky Domain, everything was tightly controlled. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for just any random person to come and say a few words to these boys and girls and see their fondness skyrocket. Perhaps he had met some condition. Just as Chen Shen was pondering, the system prompt chimed again. Ding! Detected that Jun Feng, level 20, has reached the 6th level of fondness, intimate and close, for you. The follower function has been unlocked. You can now recruit Jun Feng as your follower. Ding! It has been detected that Area, level 45, has reached a 6th tier, intimate, favorability towards you. You can now recruit Area as your follower. Follower function? What is this? Chen Shen wondered, stroking his chin, just about to open the panel to check. Suddenly, with a thud, Jun Feng knelt on one knee in front of him, his right fist pressed against his left chest, head slightly bowed, respectfully saying, "My lord, I, Jun Feng, am willing to follow you, forever loyal, never to betray." After him, 2 more thuds sounded as others knelt. "My lord, I, Area, am willing to follow you, forever loyal, never to betray." "My lord, I, Tai Dan, am willing to follow you, forever loyal, never to betray." A chubby girl and a bald boy also knelt on one knee. Thud thud thud. Following them, the remaining boys and girls also knelt towards Chen Shen, respectfully lowering their heads. Forever loyal, never to betray. Chen Shen was somewhat bewildered. So proactive? Is this the opposite? According to the usual pattern, he should be the one requesting the NPCs to agree to become his followers after reaching the required favorability. Why does the situation feel a bit different now? Not just him, even the members of the Wui League, except for Nkur, were equally stunned. Agu was the first to come back to his senses, taking 2 or 3 steps forward, hurriedly advising Chen Shen. "President, you must think this through." "What do you mean?" Seeing Agu's serious expression and solemn tone, Chen Shen's face became slightly serious. Agu did not answer immediately but looked at Chen Shen with a strange gaze several times before responding. "President, I don't know how you unlocked the follower function. Because normally, the follower function is exclusive to summoners, and heroes cannot unlock it. But there is one thing you must remember." Chen Shen's expression became slightly tense. "What is it?" Agu spoke earnestly. "For us summoners, each summoner has 2 follower slots, so you can recruit a maximum of 2 NPCs as followers. Once a follower slot is used, it cannot be restored in any way, including if the follower is dismissed or dies. Therefore, the selection of follower NPCs is crucial, it's better to be selective than to be hasty. After saying this, Agu rolled his shiny black eyes and added 2 more sentences. Actually, there's one more thing. Once an NPC is recruited as a follower, although they can leave the fixed activity area, obey your commands, and fight alongside you, NPCs cannot be resurrected, so don't take them into overly dangerous battles. Is that so? I understand now, thank you for the reminder. Chen Chen patted Agu's shoulder and then said to the kneeling crowd, "Get up, from now on, you are all my followers." Jun Feng and the others stood up with joy, speaking in unison, "Thank you, my lord." Next, Qin Chen recruited a total of 101 people, including Jun Feng, as followers. Seeing this scene, Agu's eyes widened, his expression frozen. "President, this." Due to his shock, Agu's voice stuttered. Chen Chen directly displayed a corner of the follower panel in front of him. Current followers, 101/11,000, 11,000? Agu's pupils shrank suddenly, exclaiming in disbelief. "Wow, President, we as summoners can only recruit followers, and even then only 2. You, as a hero, can recruit, but this 11,000 is too outrageous." As expected of the president, always able to accomplish what ordinary people cannot. Tian Shaolian, the first understanding brother of the Tianyu, and others also gathered around, shouting and exclaiming. Only Aba lightly shook his feather fan, a glimmer of wisdom passing through his cross-eyed gaze. "I know why Mingming, as a hero, can have followers and has an unusually large quota." "Oh, why?" Not only the members of the Wui Alliance, but even Chen Chen himself was puzzled. Other heroes cannot have followers because, from another perspective, heroes are essentially the followers of summoners. Followers of followers? The heavenly domain does not allow nesting dolls. Yet he can, and his quota is astonishingly high, leaving everyone in shock. ABA did not keep them in suspense. He slowly waved his feather fan, a smirk on his lips. "President, the secret lies in your Imperial Jade Seal." Click. It was as if a lightning bolt struck Chen Chen's mind, illuminating the fog of ignorance. He then took out the Jade Seal and examined one of its attributes. "Rule the people, LV1 with the other party's consent. You can register a summoner, hero, or NPC as your subjects. Only one hero under a single summoner can be registered as a subject. Number of subjects equals level times 100. My current level is 110, so the number of subjects I can have is 11,000. Which exactly matches the follower quota." Chen Chen stroked his face, as if coming to a realization. ABA's explanation flowed smoothly. "President, heroes indeed cannot recruit followers. But you are not just a hero. You are the sole heir of the great emperor and the ruler of the Taizong divine kingdom. You hold the Imperial Jade Seal, ordained by heaven, destined for eternal prosperity. You are the legitimate ruler of the heavenly domain. As the supreme sovereign, the lord of the divine kingdom, you should be revered by all beings and followed by countless aspirants. Therefore, what cannot happen to other summoners and heroes is perfectly natural for you, like wolves eating sheep and birds eating insects." After this speech, everyone in the Wui Alliance nodded in agreement. It should be, it absolutely should be. Indeed, throughout history, which ruler or emperor was not surrounded by followers, responding to their every call? Can ordinary players compare to a ruler? How can one become the lord of a divine kingdom without many followers? Thud thud thud. Upon seeing the Imperial Jade Seal, Jun Feng and the others, who had just stood up, knelt down again. "Greetings, your majesty. We are at your service, swearing to follow you to the death." "Greetings, your majesty. We are at your service, swearing to follow you to the death." Unlike before, this time their faces were filled with fervor and admiration. It turned out, the silver-armored warrior was not only their role model, he was also the legitimate heir of the great Emperor Assam, whom they revered immensely. Though the great Emperor Assam had fallen for 10,000 years, his deeds from back then have been celebrated through the ages, remembered by the lower beings of the heavenly domain to this day. The Emperor's vision of equality for all beings, where everyone is like a dragon, has inspired countless lowly beings living in the depths of the heavenly domain with genuine admiration and longing. Unfortunately, after the Emperor's fall, the great world of the heavenly domain saw a rise of heroes, with powerful factions vying for dominance. How many claimed the title of Emperor, and how many claimed kingship? Yet no one has emerged with the extraordinary talent and deep concern for the people like the great Emperor. In recent years, the great world of the heavenly domain has been plagued by frequent wars, with various lords treating the lower beings as mere weeds, either ruthlessly throwing them into the meat grinder of battle or reducing them to slaves for humiliation and amusement. Their ideologies and actions were completely opposite to those of the Emperor. Countless lower beings in the great world of the heavenly domain have fallen into deep suffering, teetering on the brink of life and death. But now, things are different. The heir of the Emperor, the new ruler of the divine kingdom, has appeared before them. This ruler shares the same humble origins as they do. What reason do they have not to swear to follow him to the death and assist him in great endeavors? The young boys and girls, though not very old, with their dirty faces showing a hint of youthfulness, had unwavering determination in their eyes and resolute strength in their voices, moving the members of the Wui Alliance. At the same time, the system notifications rang out incessantly. Ding! Your identity has gained the sole recognition of Jun Feng, level 20, and he has decided to follow you to the death. Jun Feng's favorability towards you has increased by 50 points, reaching the 7th level of favorability as close as brothers. Ding! Your identity has gained the sole recognition of Arya, level 45, and she has decided to follow you to the death. Arya's favorability towards you has increased by 50 points, reaching the 7th level of favorability as close as brothers. Chen Shen's expression was solemn as he extended his right hand and raised it. No one is allowed to kneel. The city lord's mansion uses its high authority and violence to make you kneel, but the Taitsong Divine Kingdom allows you to stand. From this moment on, you are the citizens of my Taitsong Divine Kingdom, and you do not need to bow to anyone. Jun Feng and the others respectfully responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then they stood up, each trembling with excitement, their faces flushed. From today onward, they were no longer the lowly people of Huangfeng South City, but the citizens of the Taitsong Divine Kingdom. They were the first batch of followers of the Divine Kingdom's ruler. In their eyes filled with longing and hope for the future, Chen Shen took out the Imperial Jade Seal and registered them one by one as citizens. The information on the Imperial Jade Seal changed. Imperial Path, LV1. Currently increases maximum health by 108 points and maximum mana by 108 points permanently each day. Rule the people, LV1. Number of citizens equals level times 100. Current citizens, 7 plus 101. Summoners, Encore, Agu, Tian Xiaolian, Aba, the first understanding brother of the heavenly domain, Sanlang Zi, and Xie Tingfengyu. NPCs, Jun Feng, Arya, Tai Dan, Goa. Personal command, LV1. When you fight alongside your citizens, both sides combat power plus 5%. Now, the Taitsong Divine Kingdom has injected a strong new bloodline. These 100 young men and women are all of exceptional talent, all SSR level. Jun Feng's talent is even more formidable, but Chen Chen fell into a new dilemma. That is, how to arrange for Jun Feng and the others? Just as he frowned in thought, Aba noticed and a glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eyes. President, are you considering how to arrange them? I already have a good plan. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly shifting. Please speak, strategist. Aba lightly waved his feather fan, but a grand ambition appeared on his face. President, this is what I think. We should divide the internal structure of the Taitsong Divine Kingdom into two branches, one branch for the Wui Alliance, specifically connecting with players. The other branch will specifically connect with NPCs like Jun Feng. Dividing into two branches is for easier management and to reduce losses. Because NPCs and players are different heroes, they are much stronger, but they cannot be resurrected. Losing one is a significant loss, a major bleed. If we do not separate them and act together, it is very likely that due to a miscommand or decision error, they will suffer casualties. Hearing this, Shen Shen nodded in approval. Aba's considerations were indeed comprehensive and thoughtful. He then listened as Aba continued. As for the placement issue, unless there are special circumstances, they will stay in Huangfeng South City, which is a safe zone and poses no danger. We need not worry about food. We have the Minister of Agriculture. We also need not worry about training. We have the Minister of Military. President, here is my preliminary plan. In our Taitsong Divine Kingdom, the NPC branch will be here sharpening their skills, waiting for the right time. The Wui Alliance branch will be led by me, the understanding brother, and Fengyu to recruit and strengthen. With both branches working together, when we have accumulated enough strength and the time is right, we will seize Huangfeng City in one fell swoop. And from there, we will start the grand enterprise of the Taitsong Divine Kingdom sweeping across the universe. By the end, Aba's voice had risen a few notches. Agu and the others also felt their chests slightly rise. Their emotions stirred. Is this the Divine Kingdom's grand enterprise starting from Huangfeng City? Chen Chen nodded secretly, but then heard Aba continue. However, there is one last question, which is the naming of the NPC faction. Please, President, make the decision. Chen Chen raised an eyebrow. Was it naming again? This was his forte. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Let's call the NPC faction the Starfire Alliance. As soon as Chen Chen's words fell, everyone looked astonished, and Agu even cheered loudly, clapping his hands with a papa sound. Good, as expected of the president, talented in both literature and martial arts. Thus, the Taitsung Divine Kingdom is divided into two factions, the Wui and the Starfire Alliance. With that, the structure of the Taitsung Divine Kingdom was roughly finalized, leaving only some details to be handled. In the future, the Taitsung Divine Kingdom will be divided into the Wui Alliance and the Starfire Alliance. The Wui Alliance will be responsible for connecting with players, while the Starfire Alliance will connect with NPCs. The Taitsung Divine Kingdom will implement a system of 3 provinces and 6 ministries, and establish additional institutions in positions such as the Heavenly Machine Office, Think Tank, and Grand Historian. How should they coordinate and collaborate to avoid hindering each other, and even complement one another? Now that the Starfire Alliance has been added, what kind of management method should be implemented within this faction? Chen Shen felt overwhelmed, his head spinning. He truly was not good at managing forces, and he was completely clueless about arranging departments and personnel. In fact, Chen Shen had not been without experience in management. Recalling his student days before his transmigration, he had been the second battery manager for the Classroom Air Conditioner remote control. That's right, managing the remote-controlled batteries was his limit. After transmigrating, through various coincidences, he unexpectedly became the ruler of a divine kingdom. Goodness, how could someone whose abilities were limited to managing batteries be in charge of a vast divine kingdom? Wasn't this just pushing a duck onto a perch? Now, with the Taitsung Divine Kingdom still in its infancy, he was already feeling out of his depth. Once the divine kingdom grew larger, if he had to handle various affairs, he would probably be so troubled that he would pull his hair out. No, he had to be a hands-off manager. Chen Shen's dark pupils shifted as he waved to the members of the Wui Alliance. Come a bit closer. President, do you have any instructions? Agu, the first to understand in the heavenly domain, curiously leaned in. President, is this close enough? Tian Xiaolian pressed tightly against Chen Shen, her delicate face slightly tilted up, her bright eyes sparkling with mischievous light as she locked gazes with him. The warmth of her body was soft and elastic, yet Chen Shen frowned. Close enough. Are you trying to smother me with your proximity? Humph. Tian Xiaolian huffed, casting a resentful glance at Chen Shen. Then she pulled back slightly, her jade hand brushing her braid, pouting and mumbling softly. Unromantic guy, this is close? We should at least have some negative distance contact for it to count as close. As she thought, Tian Xiaolian lightly bit her thin lip, 2 alluring blushes blooming on her cheeks, her long, slender legs subtly rubbing against each other a few times before reluctantly parting. In that moment, she looked as radiant as a flower washed by rain. Chen Shen did not continue to pay attention to Tian Xiaolian. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he addressed everyone. Ahem! Agu, Fabie, Donggu, Fengyu, Sanlingzi, and Xiaolian. You are all veterans of the Taitsung Divine Kingdom. For the kingdom to thrive and develop rapidly, it cannot do without your contributions and efforts. You are crucial to the kingdom, irreplaceable. Without you, there would be no brilliant future for the kingdom. But as you can see, as the Taitsung Divine Kingdom gradually grows, the number of affairs to be handled is also increasing, so I will need your help more in the future. If you encounter any problems during this time, feel free to come to me. If you have any requests, just let me know, and I will certainly fulfill what I can. As for the rest, just go ahead and do it without worry, and there's no need to consult me, because I believe in you all. Because the kingdom of Taitsung is not only my kingdom, but everyone's kingdom. After a few words, Agula and the others felt their blood boiling. The kingdom would rise in their hands. What an irresistible feat this was. They felt a weight on their shoulders, bearing an unprecedented sense of responsibility and mission. A sense of glory and pride surged from the depths of their hearts. Don't worry, President. You can completely let go and leave everything to us. We will not let you down. Yes, President, you don't have to worry about anything. We will definitely work tirelessly to return you a prosperous kingdom. Me too. Agula and the others patted their chests, making loud sounds, each making promises. The president trusted them too much. They could not let this trust go to waste. A bunch of fools, almost brainwashed by PUA. The president is clearly pushing everything onto us so he doesn't have to worry about anything and can enjoy his leisure. At this rate, one day the president will sell you out, and you'll still help him count the money? Only Tian Xiaolian appeared to be clear-headed, holding an apple in her hand, eating while muttering quietly. Chen Shen saw this and a satisfied smile crept onto his lips. The goal had been achieved. Big sister, are you eating an apple? Is it delicious? Suddenly, beside Tian Xiaolian, a chubby girl with 2 horned braids, named Arya, looked at her with wide eyes. Wow, it's a big red apple. Guliolu, it smells so good, my stomach is rumbling. I'm feeling dizzy, I might faint from the smell. The members of the Starfire Alliance all gazed longingly at the apple in Tian Xiaolian's hand, some drooling so much that they even wet their collars. Tian Xiaolian was taken aback, carefully examining this group of boys and girls. Most of them looked pale and thin, with slightly sunken cheeks. Their arms were as thin as bamboo, and the veins under their skin were clearly visible, with their bony hands particularly striking. It was evident that they usually did not have enough to eat. Tian Xiaolian couldn't help but ask curiously, "How often do you eat a meal?" Arya raised her right arm, wiping her wet mouth with the frayed sleeve of her old clothes, and honestly replied, "Big sister, we go hungry for 8 meals in 3 days. We eat rice for the remaining meal." Tian Xiaolian felt a pang of sadness. Coming from a farming family, she could not bear to see anyone in the world go hungry. "Arya, eat." She stuffed the big apple into Arya's arms. "Thank you, big sister." Crunch, crunch. After saying thank you, Arya began to devour it ravenously. "Don't worry, everyone will have some." Seeing the other boys and girls looking enviously, Tian Xiaolian comforted them and took out a handful of apple seeds, evenly scattering them on the ground. She then extended her slender right hand, a green light flickering in her palm. As her right hand swept over the apple seeds, the green light divided into strands, evenly merging into each seed. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a very short time, the seeds completed a series of growth processes, sprouting, rooting, growing, flowering, fruiting, and maturing. An apple orchard suddenly appeared. Each apple tree was laden with fruit. Big sister is amazing. So magical. The seeds turned into apple trees in the blink of an eye? Wow! The apples on it are so big, especially that one. It's even bigger than my head. The scene before them left the boys and girls in awe. Tian Xiaolian smiled indulgently, picking the apples one by one and distributing them to them. The members of the Starfire Alliance eagerly took them and began to munch. Watching them enjoy their meal, Chen Chen nodded secretly. Now, one of his long-standing worries was gone, the food issue for the members of the Starfire Alliance. And all of this is thanks to Tian Xiaolian's miraculous talent. Talent, 888 generations of single inheritance farmers, the only one, quality, legendary effect. When planting any crop, the growth cycle is shortened by 50%, yield increases by 50%, and quality is unconditionally raised by 1 level. You can consume mana to hasten the growth of ordinary crops, allowing them to reach their maximum growth form in a short time. It is precisely because of this talent that Tian Xiaolian can catalyze a pile of apple seeds into an entire apple orchard in a short time. In the orchard, some apples not only have brighter colors and richer aromas, but they are also much larger than other apples, even as big as basketballs. That is the effect of Tian Xiaolian's hero, SSR, Medicine Sage Li Shizhen's exclusive bond. Compendium of Materia Medica, exclusive, deeply knowledgeable about the cultivation of crops and the planting techniques of rare flowers and herbs. The crops planted have a 20% increase in yield, a 20% reduction in growth cycle, a 5% chance of improvement, and a 1% chance of mutation. The summoner can share the above effects. With a dual approach, such a miraculous apple orchard was created. However, the apple orchard was catalyzed by mana, so it is not stable. Once the apples above are all picked, the apple trees quickly wither. With a gentle breeze, the withered apple trees snap with a crack, and their branches and leaves scatter on the ground. Big sister, thank you for filling everyone's stomachs. Junfeng walked up to Tian Xiaolian and sincerely bowed to her. Thank you, big sister. Arya, Taidan, Goa, and other members of the Xingho Alliance also expressed their gratitude to Tian Xiaolian. You don't have to thank me. Seeing each of you with full bellies makes me very happy, Tian Xiaolian said with a gentle smile. Everyone? Suddenly, Junfeng's expression changed. The 3 words in Tian Xiaolian's statement jolted him. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have overlooked something. Where is his brother? Right. Since he returned from Wolfang Canyon, he hadn't seen his brother's figure. Could it be that, like before, he ran off to play alone? Arya, Taidan, Goa, and everyone, have you seen where Tianfeng went? Junfeng's face showed a hint of anxiety. After all, he was his only family. What if something happened to him, like being taken away by wolves after running out of the city, or getting caught and having his legs broken in the North City? How would he explain that to his deceased parents? Brother Feng, we haven't seen Tianfeng. Arya shook her head vigorously, her pigtails swaying. Brother Feng, you know, Tianfeng has always had issues with everyone. So whenever you're not around, he goes off on his own and doesn't stay with the group. Once, Goa followed him out of concern, and he ended up getting hit on the head with a stone. Since then, we couldn't keep track of him. We really don't know his whereabouts, the bald boy Taidan added. Sigh, thank you, everyone, I understand now. Junfeng sighed, feeling a bit down. Reflecting on the past, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. When their parents were alive, his brother Tianfeng was a warm-hearted and friendly child. But after that incident, both parents passed away, and his brother seemed to have changed into a different person. He became unsociable, dark, and paranoid, and he blamed the world for his misfortunes. He resented his lowly status and also hated those who shared the same status. What's wrong? Chen Chen noticed Jun Feng's unusual demeanor and curiously asked, Your Majesty, it's like this. After hearing, Chen Shen's eyes flickered. He didn't expect Jun Feng to have a brother. Just then, a youthful voice called out from behind, Brother, we're about to live a good life. Chen Chen and the others turned their heads in unison, only to see a boy who bore a striking resemblance to Jun Feng, holding a plump roast chicken wrapped in paper, rushing towards Jun Feng. Brother, where have you been? Do you know how worried I was? Jun Feng's expression was reproachful, but his voice clearly showed he was relieved. Brother, don't worry about that. Look what I brought you. It's a whole roast chicken. Tian Feng excitedly handed the roast chicken to Jun Feng. Swish! Jun Feng's face suddenly darkened, and he waved his hand, sending the roast chicken flying. The reason was the special pattern printed on the wrapping paper. A red circle with a red hook inside. That was the emblem of Beicheng. Brother, why are you? A bewildered expression froze on Tian Feng's face as he looked at Jun Feng in confusion and grievance. Jun Feng's face was clouded with anger. Tian Feng, have I told you many times, that I would rather starve than eat the roast chicken given by the good citizens of Beicheng? Have you forgotten who killed our parents? How can you be so spineless? Is roast chicken really that delicious? There was a clear tone of disappointment in Jun Feng's voice. Sorry, the roast chicken I bought is indeed explosively delicious. Suddenly, a cocky voice rang out in the scene. Chen Chen and the others focused their gaze ahead. 3 figures were walking towards them from the end of the road, still munching on roast chicken. The speaker was none other than the leader, Guiying Tu Hun. Behind him, on the left was the mad scholar, and on the right was Guiying Chuifeng. The roast chicken in their hands had a golden, translucent skin, glistening with oil. A bite released a burst of grease, the crisp sound clear to the ear, and the aroma lingering at the tip of the nose. Green card swordsman, you're quite lucky to have escaped from Wolfang Valley. Upon meeting, Guiying Tu Hun chuckled mockingly, but there was also a hint of surprise in his voice. Clearly, he was aware of the common player's plight in Wolfang Gorge. How did you escape? Facing Guiying Tu Hun's question, Chen Chen stood with his hands behind his back, calm and unruffled. I didn't escape. I simply killed those bandits in the gorge who didn't leave in time. As soon as he said this, Guiying Tu Hun and his companions were taken aback. Damn, this is too much of a show-off, right? If showing off could attract lightning, this guy could open a power plant. Seeing the disbelief on Guiying Tu Hun's faces, Chen Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. On the other side, after seeing the good citizen badges on Guiying Tu Hun and his companions, Jun Feng pointed angrily at Tian Feng's nose. You actually mixed with the people of Beicheng who harmed us? What have you done? Foolish. Tian Feng gritted his teeth in anger. Brother, do you know? I could have endured eating rice if I had never tasted roast chicken. What's wrong with joining Beicheng? Is it right to be a lowly citizen of Nanchang for a lifetime? No, I don't want that. I want to be a Beicheng person. I don't want to be looked down upon anymore. I want to climb to the top step by step. I want to be someone who controls the lives of others. Brother, join Beicheng with me. Shake off those lowly citizens behind you. They are a burden, a liability, not worth your concern. We are brothers, we should stand together. By the end, Tian Feng's expression had become somewhat hysterical. Slap. What greeted him was a hard slap. You, brother, this is the first time you've hit me. Tian Feng covered his face, disbelief filling his eyes. He was stunned for a long time, then his expression shifted, finally settling into a cold glare. All right. Since you, brother, have repeatedly let down my good intentions, then I will sever our brotherly bond. From today on, we shall not meet again. If we meet again, you are a citizen of Nanchang, and I am a citizen of Beicheng. There will only be one battle. With that, Tian Feng pulled a dagger from his pocket. With a rip, he cut through the right sleeve of his shirt. A strip of fabric fluttered down to the ground, signifying that these biological brothers, due to their completely different ideals and pursuits, had now embarked on diverging paths. At the same time, Chen Chen heard the system notification sound in his ear. Ding, epic quest detected, fated duel, brothers part ways, who will prevail? Do you wish to accept?